detected the host's extreme desire for money. The ultimate blind box system has been activated. Would you like to bind the ultimate blind box system? Once bound, the host can draw a blind box once a day. This system's blind boxes can yield billions in cash, and weapons, equipment, and skills can be purchased for just 3. Binding has been successful for you, as this is the host's first time binding the system. Follow to receive a new user red envelope. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was dissatisfied that I couldn't provide her with the life she wanted. She turned around and got into someone else's Ferrari. Meanwhile, the system's voice continued to echo in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, the new user red envelope has been credited. You have received 20 million in legal cash, and the host can draw 1 blind box today. Would you like to draw? As the system introduced, a virtual blind box machine appeared before me. Dozens of blind boxes were displayed on it. The appearance patterns of each blind box were the same. There was no visible difference just by looking, so I chose one at random. As one blind box was opened, the reward popped out. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 400 square meter unit in Binjiang Mansion, Zhongjin Nurse's Grand Platform, with the relevant property certificate stored in the system. You can pay the property fee at any time. It's 30 yuan per square meter, and if you pay for 10 square meters in advance, the host can move in with peace of mind. I got such a big reward from the first blind box I opened. I thought the beginning would yield some minor rewards, but the first blind box surprised me. Binjiang Mansion is located in the key business district of Jiangcheng. It is also the pinnacle of residential properties in Jiangcheng. The price per square meter reaches 60,000, with only 200 units available in total. In this complex, there are only 20 such duplex units. Just the property fee alone is over 10,000 a month. Such scarce high-end residences are not something you can buy just because you have money. It symbolizes status and identity. I quickly claimed the reward, and at this moment, the system sent another notification that this unit currently has. Others are currently investing in it. Please decide how to handle the property after receiving it, host. Why are there others living in my house? I'm a bit surprised. Isn't this ridiculous? Why didn't the system eliminate those people? I said to the system, please provide the tenants' information. A few seconds later, the system sent me the tenants' details. Seeing the tenant information, my eyes widened. According to the data and photos, there were 3 tenants in total. Moreover, they were all flight attendants from Jiang Airlines. I must say, their ID photos could even outshine Lu Ruyan's retouched photos. So there are 3 stunning flight attendants living in my house as tenants. Who hasn't had a dream of being with a flight attendant since childhood? Now that I have the chance, I must hurry back to take a look. Soon, I arrived at the door of my house. It had a facial recognition password lock. I wondered if the system had recorded my information in advance, and just as I stood there, the door swung open with a clang. The moment I stepped inside, a scream suddenly rang out from the living room. I saw a pale figure dart past, almost blinding my eyes. Who came in? How did they get a key to the house? The other 2 girls in the living room looked tense, especially since I walked in while they were changing clothes. It was too sudden. One of them quickly grabbed a throw pillow. Another picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table, their expression tense, taking a defensive stance. The girl who had been changing clothes hurriedly threw on a garment, her eyes red, looking at the door with a panicked expression. In the next second, her panic seemed to vanish, which was a bit unexpected. Hey, he's quite handsome and very young, standing at 185 centimeters, definitely not a fairy tale. The tension in my heart eased significantly. Don't get me wrong, I'm the owner of this house, your landlord. I spread my hands to explain, and as I spoke, I got a good look at the girls in front of me. All 3 of them were tall, each around 170 centimeters, with curvy figures and long legs, standing there like a beautiful landscape. However, their styles were quite different, as per the information provided by the system. The first one is named Lu Hanxiao, a 28-year-old elegant and alluring woman with fiery red lips, a stunning beauty, and yoga pants that accentuated her perfect figure. She was the best among the 3. The second is named Zhai Shirba, a 25-year-old from northern Jiang. She has an oval face, a high nose, and big blue eyes, resembling a mixed-race person, full of exotic charm, with a distinctive and impressive style. The third one is the girl who was just changing clothes, named Pan Yuyao, a 22-year-old from the south, who just graduated from college. She had her hair in twin ponytails, a bell around her neck, wearing an AK skirt paired with white stockings, giving off a pure and sweet vibe. For a moment, I was a bit dazed, and I also noticed there were even a few stars displayed above their heads, with the least being 2 stars and the most 4. I glanced at the system. This was the Peach Blossom Indicator, which evaluated the host based on impressions and affection levels. Lu Hanxiao, with 2 stars, was the first to express doubt. How can you prove that the person who signed the contract with us was not you? He said this while remaining vigilant. That's easy. My name is G. Boda. Feel free to check with the property management. He didn't seem to be lying. Pan Yuyo had calmed down after the earlier panic. Such a handsome guy couldn't possibly be a bad person. Isn't Yuyao's judgment being swayed by his looks? Your task now is to read fewer romance novels. Seeing Pan Yuyo swoon again, Jai Xiaoba looked speechless. While you all are chatting, can I enter my own home? I'm a bit tempted to call the police. I can't even get into my own house without being threatened with a knife. This is your home. Of course, you can enter, Pan Yuyo quickly replied, seemingly unaware that I just saw her undressed. Lu Hanxiao rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. He had just asked the property management a question, and they replied via WeChat. They confirmed that he is indeed the owner of the house, having just taken over this unit. At this moment, I walked into the living room and was amazed by the decor. The house was fully furnished with a renovation standard of 8,000 yuan per square meter. Thus, the total renovation cost over 3 million yuan, with a fresh air system, central air conditioning, and underfloor heating all fully equipped. The large balcony overlooking the Han River is about 10 meters long, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling glass capturing the view. A balcony like this would cost Wang Shifeng around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Moving further inside, it's just a few bedrooms and a bathroom. There's a big bathtub in the bathroom. I peeked in and saw some floral intimate clothing hanging there. Before Lu Han could stop him, his face turned red instantly. It seemed deliberate or perhaps unintentional. It was embarrassing. I forgot that the first floor has already been rented to you. I apologized and then walked up to the second floor. The layout of both floors is similar, but there is only one bedroom on the second floor. The rest are a media room, an esports room, a billiards room, and a large terrace. Half of it is a leisure area. The other half features an infinity pool. It was simply perfect. When I reached the second floor and saw the blue pool, I immediately understood what it felt like to be wealthy. At this moment, Pan Yuyao and Jai Xiaoba on the first floor exchanged glances and then spoke to Lu Hanxiao. Sister Xiao, he's the landlord. You better not irritate him. What's there to be afraid of? If it comes to that, we can always move somewhere else, Lu Hanxiao said dismissively. But don't forget how expensive the deposit is here. We signed a 1-year contract, and it's non-refundable before the term ends, Jai Xiaoba pointed out. Even if the three of them share this apartment, the rent is still 20,000 a month, and the deposit is for 2 months' rent. 40,000 yuan is equivalent to 2 months' salary. Jai Xiaoba felt pained about this money. It's not something to be wasted. If it comes to it, I can cover the loss of the deposit, Lu Hanxiao said, looking up at the spiral staircase as if guarding against my sudden appearance. But I don't think he's a good person. Why do you say that, Sister Xiao? The other two asked. Aren't you afraid he might eat you guys? Lu Hanxiao said. Eat us? Pan Yuyo was stunned for a second before saying, so what if he does? I'm not afraid, in fact, I'm looking forward to it. Don't you guys realize how handsome he is? And he has abs, too. The key point is, hold on, I know what you're about to say. Lu Hanxiao looked at him, displaying a look of disappointment. How come you, with those thick brows and big eyes, switched sides so quickly? Just earlier, you were treating him like an unwanted guest. Seeing that the landlord is handsome, and you throw away all your principles? This change is too fast. Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but want to punch him for being such a lovesick fool. But since this house belongs to him, his identity must be significant, right? Which wealthy family does he come from? Jai Xiaoba pondered curiously. The landlord said his last name is Ji. Sister Xiao, you're a local in Jiangcheng. Do you know of any company owner with the last name Ji? Let me think. I don't think there is any, Lu Hanxiao said while rolling her eyes in thought. Shoo, the landlord is coming down. Back on the first floor, seeing the three beautiful women in front of me, I remembered, isn't it time to pay the rent for the next quarter? I recalled this reminder from the system, and the three beauties exchanged glances. The rent has been prepared long ago. Lu Hanxiao pulled out a thick envelope. The other two girls closed their eyes, unable to bear looking at the envelope. This was their hard-earned salary. But I have a question for Mr. G. Are you planning to live here in the future? Lu Hanxiao asked. What else would I do? This is my house. If I don't live here, where else would I go? I looked at Lu Hanxiao and smiled slightly. Living in the same house with three stunning flight attendants, I'm quite looking forward to the stories that will unfold. Then Lu Hanxiao crossed her arms, standing half a step in front of the other two girls. These two girls are still young, so let's stick to the terms of our contract and keep our distance. As for being young, I'd say they're not that young either. I glanced around. Then I smiled. Lu Hanxiao raised a finger, wanting to say he was driving but couldn't find any evidence. In any case, we'll pay the rent as per the contract. Besides collecting rent, it's best we keep our distance, she said, handing the thick envelope to me. Turning around, she said, it's almost time for work, let's go. After taking a few steps, I realized no one was following behind. I turned back to look, and my blood pressure started rising. "Landlord, let's add each other as friends for easier contact," Pan Yuyo said, pulling out her phone. "What landlord? You can call me Brother Boda." From the information I gathered, I know Pan Yuyo is a flight attendant intern, a few months younger than me. "Xiao Ba, do you want to add me too? It'll be easier to contact if something comes up," Pan Yuyo said, looking for accomplices. Encouraged by Pan Yuyo, Zhai Xiaoba also took out her phone. "Then I'll add you too. Why are you all adding each other as friends?" Lu Han turned back, a hint of corniness on his face. "He's the landlord, we live upstairs and downstairs, so it's only natural to have a way to contact each other," Pan Yuyo said confidently. "Why don't you add me too?" "It's not good to be alone," I said, smiling at Lu Hanxiao. "Let's create a group. We can discuss anything in there." I spoke sincerely. For a moment, he truly couldn't find a reason to refuse. After thinking for a few seconds, he took out his phone. "You scan it," I thought to myself, feeling that the compliance test was a preliminary success. "Aren't you all supposed to be at work? Then go ahead." After adding 3 flight attendants as friends, I immediately created a group. After thinking for a moment, I changed the group name to Caring and Loving Family. "What a cliché group name," Lu Hanxiao frowned. "Who's a family with you? It feels like the landlord is trying to take advantage here." "What, are you allergic to caring and loving?" "I'm the group owner, and I think it's great," I retorted. "Yeah, Sister Xiao, don't we also call passengers family?" "There's nothing wrong with that," Zhai Xiaoba said. "All right, Sister Xiao, it's time for us to head out." Pan Yuyo seemed a bit anxious about this. He's the only intern and hasn't been officially hired yet, so he needs to perform well and can't give anyone a reason to hold anything against him. So the 3 of them grabbed the 3 identical standard suitcases they had already packed in the corner and prepared to head out. "By the way, where are you flying to on this trip?" I casually asked. "The flight departs at 8 p.m. to the capital," Pan Yuyo replied, her mouth faster than her brain. Lu Han and Xiaolan didn't stop her. "This is work-related, so why say everything out loud?" "I got it," I waved my hand. "You all go ahead." Walking into the elevator, we arrived downstairs. Lu Han and Xiao realized something was off. Wasn't he just instructing us? It seems so, but it's not important. Let's hurry up and go. Watching the 3 flight attendants disappear at the entrance of the community, the spacious 2-story duplex suddenly felt empty. Only then did I take out my phone and snap pictures of the entire mansion. The more I looked, the more I liked it. Sitting in such a mansion, who wouldn't be excited? Lying on the spacious, soft sofa in the first-floor living room, I could still sense a faint girl's fragrance lingering in the air. I selected a few photos, prepared to post them, and considered sharing them on my social media. I ultimately gave up and posted them on Douyin instead, captioning it, "The new house is pretty nice." After seeing the successful send notification, I put down my phone and went to the bathroom. When I returned to the living room and picked up my phone, I was startled by the 99+ notifications on the screen. "Aren't you all so enthusiastic?" There was a stream of likes and comments that I couldn't keep up with, all praising and envying this duplex. There were also many users with beautiful profile pictures sending me numerous private messages. "Handsome, I live very close to you and can see your building while walking. Is your home lacking a hostess? I can play the role for free." Various flirty hints and preferences poured in, and it was quite blatant. Some even sent suggestive photos. I sighed, realizing that only those with money, luxury cars, and status could experience such overt interest from women amidst this stream of avatars. Suddenly, something caught my eye. One of them looked a bit familiar. I clicked into her profile. She had 200,000 followers, making her a minor internet celebrity. As I scrolled down, there were various videos of her dancing in short skirts, twisting her waist and hips, making my stomach heat up. It was through these videos that I recognized her. This was actually Chen Wan from the art department of Jiangqing Normal University. Chen Wan, and she's best friends with Lu Ruyan. They often hang out together and have had meals with me a few times. However, Chen Wan has always looked down on me, thinking I was poor and shabby. After a few encounters, her interest waned. Thinking about it, Lu Ruyan's transformation into what she is now must have something to do with Chen Wan's behind-the-scenes manipulation. I really didn't expect her to be so open online. If she knew that I was the owner of this duplex in Binjiangfu, what would her reaction be? I was really curious to see, so I replied to the private message from Chen Wan. "It's almost dark. Do you want to come to my place?" "Of course. The view from your house is amazing. The pictures will definitely turn out great," Chen Wan replied. "And there's a fireworks show tonight." I checked, and this area of Binjiangfu has the best view, she added. "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" I replied, and the other side quickly responded with a shy emoji. How could someone so wealthy be a bad person? I took a deep breath. this was the highest level joke at the university. There were hardly any boys she found appealing, let alone chatting with. Even though I had seen him a few times because of Lu Ruyan, I hadn't added him as a friend or exchanged phone numbers. I didn't expect her to be so openly interested in wealthy people. This really opened my eyes to her level of initiative. She could just be straightforward, he must also be mentally prepared for this. Alright then, come on over, I replied to Chen Wan. Great, then hurry up and get ready. About 20 minutes later, another message popped up on my phone. Brother, I'm downstairs. How do I get up? Through the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, I saw a girl with long hair standing in the middle of the community, wearing a pleated short skirt. Indeed, it was Chen Wan from the art department of the university. I hadn't seen her in a long time, and she seemed even more beautiful. The first building on your left, go up to the 5th floor. I pointed out the direction. Upon receiving the instructions, Chen Wan walked over and, after pausing for a few seconds at the 5th floor door, knocked. The door opened, and the two of us locked eyes. When she recognized me, Chen Wan was initially stunned, then rubbed her eyes in disbelief before looking at me again. Her eyes widened in surprise. You are Ji Boda. How is it him? What, we've met a few times, and you don't remember? He smiled faintly. Come in. No, Chen Wan asked in confusion, is this house yours? At this moment, she was completely bewildered. She couldn't equate Zhang Yu with a wealthy person. She couldn't help but wonder if she hadn't understood Zhang Yu well enough before. If she had known he was the owner of Binjiang Mansion, she would have rushed over long ago. And what would Lu Ruyan have to do with it? Then what else could it be? Zhang Yu smiled. Shall I show you the property deed? No, no need. Looking at his confident demeanor, he completely exuded the air of a host. This kind of aura couldn't be faked. If there was even a hint of guilt, it would show. But wasn't Zhang Yu just a poor student? How could he have this house? Standing at the door, just one glance at the luxurious furnishings inside was enough to make one dizzy. A top-tier mansion, a top-tier view, and its owner was actually the Zhang Yu she had previously looked down upon? Had he hit the jackpot? Or had he hooked up with a rich woman? She also knew about his breakup with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan probably still didn't know what a big shot she had missed out on. Zhang Yu, I really didn't expect your home to be so luxurious, Chen Wan said as she walked in, unable to resist pulling out her phone and snapping a dozen photos in quick succession. What are you taking pictures for? Zhang Yu asked. He didn't quite understand this puzzling behavior. Many people took pictures of mansions and luxury cars, as if anything related to extravagance had to be photographed. They didn't care whether it was their own or not. This house is just too beautiful. I want to take a few pictures to reminisce later. Chen Wan certainly didn't want to admit she was trying to show off in front of others. Later? Zhang Yu smiled. Boom! Crackle! At that moment, on the opposite side of the river, brilliant fireworks began to rise. The fireworks shot into the sky, and after 3 or 4 seconds, the sound reached the side. Wow, so beautiful. What they said online is true. This place is right across from the launch point. The view is the best. Chen Wan exclaimed with delight, running to the floor-to-ceiling window. She held her phone horizontally, recording the screen towards the opposite bank of the river, leaning slightly forward over the balcony railing. At that moment, she felt a hand on her waist. Turning around, she saw Zhang Yu smiling gently. You keep filming. Chen Wan understood his intention. Without speaking, she turned her head back to the window but pressed her waist down a bit. This was the simplest basic skill for a dancer. He really is quite understanding. Zhang Yu thought to himself. Since the stage had been set, if they didn't perform this act, wouldn't it be a waste of such a beautiful moment? So, he no longer hesitated. Half an hour later, the fireworks burned out. The last column of fireworks in the sky finished its display. Chen Wan hurriedly tidied herself up. Zhang Yu, you mustn't let Ruyan know about this, Chen Wan said in a tense tone. Why tell her? We've already broken up, Zhang Yu replied, sitting back on the sofa, speaking lightly. For him, Lu Ruyan had completely become a thing of the past. Ah, you really broke up? Chen Wan felt her opportunity had come. What, didn't she tell you? Zhang Yu exposed her little scheme. Then Zhang Yu, how about you consider me as your girlfriend in the future? She tossed her hair. She was still confident in her charm. In Jiangqing Normal University, a school with a male-to-female ratio of 3:7, she could be among the top 5 beauties in the department. Her looks, figure, and talents were all quite impressive. Unfortunately, Chen Wan had particularly high standards for finding a boyfriend. He had to be wealthy, handsome, and over 185 centimeters tall. All 3 were essential. With high spirits and many admirers around, after a round of interactions, many were satisfied with 1 or 2 aspects. However, no one had met all 3 criteria at the same time. So far, Zhang Yu was the only one who fit the bill. He already had looks and height. Now, even the shortcoming of being poor had been addressed, making him the perfect male god. In Jiangchun, How many people could afford to live in the Binjiang mansion? Moreover, there were only 20 units available, and each duplex flat was in high demand. Chen had never felt so proactive before. Once her goal was clear, she took the initiative. She was a very realistic and clever woman. Girlfriend? Zhang Yu smiled lightly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I just broke up, and I'm seamlessly moving on to the next. People outside might think I'm a scumbag. Well, we can keep in touch first and go public later? Chen thought he had a point. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. She could be a prospective girlfriend for now. Zhang Yu, what's your WeChat? I'll add you. Realizing she hadn't had his contact information for years, Chen awkwardly took out her phone to ask. Sometimes, it was just so strange. They had known each other for years, yet they didn't even have each other's contact details. Sure, Zhang Yu didn't mind, opening the QR code for her to scan and add him as a friend. It's getting late. You should head back. Zhang Yu yawned and said to Chen. Ha? She glanced out the window. Wait, it's so late, and you want me to go home? She thought she could stay in this luxurious flat for the night. Was he dissatisfied earlier? A thought flashed through Chen mind. It seemed like he was indeed busy taking photos and a bit dismissive. Zhang Yu, you must be tired. Can I help you? I'm a bit sleepy and want to go to bed. Zhang Yu's tone was firm. Who could just stay over at someone's house? No way. Saying that, he transferred 200 yuan to Chen via WeChat. It's late and unsafe. Don't ride a shared bike, just take a taxi home. Chen walked out of Zhang Yu's house in a daze. Wait, 200 yuan is all it takes for me to go home? She felt a bit unhappy inside, but she had no grounds to complain. It was all quite unjustifiable, so she could only go back. Moreover, Zhang Yu had just said it wasn't safe. Was he concerned about her? That meant there was still hope for the future. With that thought, she felt relieved. The security guard at the entrance watched her leave, astonished. Just arrived and already leaving. Whose homeowner is living so well? Inside the house. After Chen left, Zhang Yu entered the shower room and took a bath. The bathtub and shower in the shower room were all smart devices. They automatically filled with water, adjusted the temperature, played music, and sprayed aromatherapy. He didn't have to do anything, just lie down and enjoy. So this is how the wealthy take a bath, so comfortably. Yet, he felt something was missing. Suddenly, Zhang Yu regretted letting Chen leave so early. If only she had stayed to serve him tea or give him a back rub, that would have been the ultimate enjoyment. Plus, the home environment was absolutely safe and private. Just then, he heard the sound of an airplane flying overhead. Based on the timing, those 3 flight attendant tenants couldn't be on that plane, could they? Meanwhile, the flight operated by Lu Wanxiao, Di Xieba, and Pan Yuyo had already left the airspace of Jiangcheng and entered cruising altitude. After finishing their tasks, the 3 entered the break room and almost simultaneously sneezed. Who's cursing us? Di Xieba lowered her hand from her nose and said, Do you still believe in that? Lu Wanxiao pointed at the dust in the break room, who spilled the coffee grounds. Saying that, she glanced at the intern Pan Yuyo. Sister Xiao, it's not me, Pan Yuyo weakly explained. Noticing that Lu Wanxiao was silent, she looked up to find her smiling and watching her. Yuyo, I told you before, when at work, you need to address your position. If you can't remember, what will you do when you get promoted? Lu Wanxiao spoke with a tone of concern, scolding her but not wanting to raise her voice. She was a flight attendant for Jianghang, flying with the 2 of them on their flights. They had basically become a fixed pair. Sometimes, when flying larger aircraft, 1 or 2 more flight attendants would be added. However, the promotion assessment was handled by the company, and she couldn't interfere. She had to remind her time and again. Xiao, no, chief flight attendant, I understand now. Pan Yuyo stuck out her tongue in fright. The adult world was indeed so hard to navigate. How careless of her. Alright, there's nothing going on now, you 2 can go take a break. I'll check the cabin, Lu Wanxiao said as she walked towards the cabin. The red and blue flight attendant uniform, with its fitted design, showcased her beautiful waist and hip curves. A checkered silk scarf was tied around her long, white neck. The black high heels accentuated the elegance of her legs. In this uniform, Lu Huanxiao's aura appeared even more graceful and outstanding. As she walked, her naturally swaying waist caught the attention of the passengers in the cabin, who couldn't help but glance over, their eyes filled with envy. She was simply too beautiful. No wonder she was a flight attendant for Jianghang. Although Jianghang's tickets were more expensive than other airlines, there was a reason for the price, and people were willing to spend that money. You know, with Sister Zhao's family being so wealthy, why does she want to do this kind of service job? Pan Yuyo whispered to Di Xiaoba. They referred to Lu Huanxiao as sister and shared a rented apartment. But aside from knowing her family was rich, they didn't know much about her, and she hasn't had a boyfriend for so long. How about we introduce someone suitable to Sister Xiao? The two girls were worried about Sister Xiao's lifelong happiness. Lu Wanxia was 28, which in their hometown was practically 30. At her age, people back home were already having 2 kids, who could even run errands. Who should we find? Di Xiaoba's light blue eyes widened. What do you think about our landlord, Zhang Yu? Although they had only met once, Di Xiaoba felt that Zhang Yu's height and looks matched well with Sister Xiao. As for financial status, she didn't know who was richer, but they both seemed to be well off. Zhang Yu? Pan Yuyao shook her head. Does Sister Xiao accept relationships with younger men? Besides, I think Sister Xiao doesn't seem to have a good attitude towards him. As she said this, Pan Yuyao's mind also conjured up Zhang Yu's every smile and frown. He was just too handsome. The first time she saw him, he had already captured her heart. At her age, she hadn't fully entered society yet, so looks were everything. Since it was confirmed that neither Sister Xiao nor Xiaoba had any interest in him, she thought, why not be bold? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she was startled. The flight was still halfway, yet it felt so long. She wished the plane would turn around and head back to Jiangcheng right now. However, according to the flight schedule, they would rest in the capital city tonight and then fly back to Jiangcheng the next afternoon. This was also a characteristic of being a flight attendant. They were often deployed everywhere. Sometimes, when there weren't enough staff, they would be temporarily assigned to other flights to help out. However, since they were part of Jianghang, they spent most of their time in Jiangcheng. What are you two saying about me this time? At that moment, Lu Wanxiao returned to the break room after checking around. We were talking about helping you find a boyfriend, Di Xiaoba replied with a smile. A boyfriend? Lu Wanxiao chuckled, shaking a finger. No, I don't agree. Well, you two, if you're restless, you can go serve tea to the passengers. Just as the two girls were about to speak, Lu Wanxiao shot them a glare, and they quickly sealed their lips. Lu Wanxiao looked out the porthole at the ground below. At this height, the lights of Jiangcheng were bright, divided in half by a pitch-black river. The area with the densest lights was the Riverside Business District, where the Riverside Mansion was located. I wonder what Zhang Yu is doing at home right now. He wouldn't be peeking at my freshly washed clothes, would he? Thoughts of Zhang Yu suddenly popped into her mind, startling her. What's going on? Am I under a spell? This is the first time in 28 years that a man has made me reminisce so unexpectedly. No intention at all. Achoo! Zhang Yu, soaking in the bathtub, also sneezed at that moment. I need to get up. If I wash any longer, I'll catch a cold. He stood up from the bathtub, dried off the droplets on his body, and wrapped himself in a white bath towel. He glanced at the time. It had just passed midnight. Right, he remembered. A new day had arrived, and since he was still awake, he might as well draw today's blind box. Let's see what kind of reward he could get this time. System, Zhang Yu murmured. Host, please speak. The system, which had been in temporary sleep mode, was quickly awakened. I want to draw the blind box for the next day. Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited, preparing the blind box for the host. After saying that, a virtual blind box machine appeared before him again. Each blind box looked the same. The secrets inside were invisible. Zhang Yu selected one in a commanding manner, this one. Then, the blind box was opened. Congratulations, host, the system's prompt sound rang out. You have obtained a financial loan company called Papa Loan. Wow. Zhang Yu felt a bit excited. Acquiring a company would perfectly solve the problem of a continuous income source. No matter how big the house is, it can't be eaten. Renting it out would only bring in over 200,000 in rent each year. How could that be enough? The newbie reward red envelope, over time, would also run out. The way to spend money when you have it is different from when you don't. He quickly clicked on the company's details page to check it out. Papa Loan Financial Company, headquartered in Jiangcheng Wealth Building, with business operations throughout Gingchu. Currently, the company has over 300 employees, with complete departments including marketing, customer service, collections, and concierge. The company's asset scale totals 5 billion, with over 100,000 clients, and an annual profit exceeding 500 million. But this company's name? Zhang Yu felt it was a bit abrupt. Could it be? Looking again at the company profile, the portrait of loan clients showed that women made up 60% of the clientele. Host, rest assured, all company operations are reasonable and legal, and the interest rates are within standard ranges. Annual profit of 500 million, with no risks. The system prompted. Wow, 500 million in profit. How many zeros is that? Since the money is clean, I'll gladly accept it. Zhang Yu happily claimed the company reward. Does the host choose to publicly disclose the company identity? At this moment, the system provided another option. Looking at it, if he chose yes, the company would be under his name and many people would know. If he chose no, his identity would be hidden. Aside from the company executives and main clients, no one else would know the true identity of the owner. It depended on whether he wanted to be high profile or low key. This option was very user friendly. It was quite nice. Zhang Yu thought for a moment, let's keep it hidden. He was just starting out, with no foundation in Jiangcheng, and it would be easy to attract attention. Better to lay low and develop quietly for now. Host information has been hidden. Congratulations again on acquiring the company. Zhang Yu nodded. Just as he was about to exit the system, he noticed a personal center in the interface. Curiously, he clicked in to take a look, and the first section read My Assets. The property in Binjiang Mansion and the newly acquired company were both listed there. Looking further down, he saw My Points. Currently, he had 525 points, with 475 points needed to level up. There were also functions like Points Lottery and Points Redeem Gifts. He could exchange for some functional items. Zhang Yu didn't look any further and closed the blind box system. Drowsiness hit him, and he prepared to sleep, deciding to check out the company first thing in the morning. At that moment, in Zhongcheng Wealth Building, the Papa-loaned company, a similar financial company across the street, was getting restless. The conference room was brightly lit. I called everyone here urgently for an important matter, the boss said with a serious expression. What is it, boss? Just now, I received reliable news that the company across the street has changed its owner. I suspect they will soon make a big move. The boss looked anxious. The Papa-loaned company had always been their competitor. With the change of ownership across the street, they would undoubtedly take action to further encroach on their market share. The loan business was already not as easy as it used to be. If Papa-loan took advantage of the new ownership to wreak havoc, it would be them who suffered. Boss, do you know who the new owner is? The employees asked. If I knew, I wouldn't have called everyone for a meeting, the boss said, rubbing his forehead. The news is tightly sealed. I have no idea who it is. So what should we do? The boss raised his head and scanned the room, then pointed at one person. You, go take down the company across the street. Ha, me? The person raised his head. It was Ding Cohen. He pointed at himself, looking incredulous. Why was it always him for these kinds of tasks? Just recently, he had already been involved in something. Boss, can we send someone else? Ding Cohen complained. Ding Cohen, I have high hopes for you. Grow quickly and become a backbone of the company. The boss said. So what exactly do I need to do this time? He asked, feeling a bit lost. No matter what, just cause some disruption. We need to hold them back. Meeting adjourned. As the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Ding Cohen circled around the office a few times. Suddenly, he had an idea. He picked up the kettle on the desk and walked to the entrance of the Papa-loan small loan company. He poured a kettle of boiling water over the money tree at the entrance. That wasn't enough. He reached out and plucked off quite a few leaves from the money tree. This is what real business warfare looked like, so simple and unadorned. Ding Cohen looked around, wanting to cause more damage. Suddenly, the alarm blared, and the red alarm light above the entrance lit up. Damn! Ding Cohen was startled and quickly fled. A night passed without incident, as he had expended quite a bit of energy that day, so he slept well. The next morning, Zhang Yu got up and took the subway directly to the company. Upon arriving at the company entrance, he found a large crowd gathered. What's going on? Zhang Yu asked directly. Who are you? The company staff turned to look, seeing a young man standing there, looking like he had just graduated from college. His face was unfamiliar, not like someone from the company. This is the new boss of the company, didn't you know? At that moment, a woman wearing black-framed glasses and a black professional pencil skirt hurried over. The sound of her stiletto heels clicked on the floor, creating a crisp sound. Her hair was styled up, exuding an intellectual beauty. Secretary Yang. Everyone felt a bit tense when they saw him. Secretary Yang ignored them and walked straight to Zhang Yu. He bowed deeply, revealing a profound crease in his brow. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to arrive at the company so early. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Secretary Yan was one of the first in the company to learn about the boss's identity. He had originally planned to report to Zhang Yu once he started work. He didn't expect him to come in so early. Ah, so this is the new boss of the company? A few people had heard rumors about the change in leadership but didn't realize it was him. They were terrified, relieved that they hadn't spoken harshly to him earlier. Otherwise, they would have been fired today for stepping through the door with their right foot first. Hello, boss. All the employees bowed and greeted him, their faces filled with respect. No need for that. What's going on at the entrance? Zhang Yu looked towards the door, where the ground was covered in dirt and broken leaves. It was particularly dirty. Mr. Zhang, I just checked the surveillance footage. Take a look. Secretary Yang held up his phone and leaned in. A whiff of perfume wafted into Zhang Yu's nostrils, surprisingly pleasant. Zhang Yu looked at the video. He could see someone vandalizing the place under the cover of night. Who is this? He frowned, recognizing the person as Ding Kuan. What a coincidence, they were indeed enemies on a narrow road. I hadn't even targeted you yet, and you came to provoke me first. Boss, this person is from the company across the street. I've seen him a few times. I didn't expect him to use such disgusting tactics, Secretary Yan reported. Let's call the police first, Zhang Yu said, and assess the damages so they can compensate us. Boss, calling the police won't help, it's too disgusting. This isn't their first time. You need to curb their arrogance. Secretary Yang pushed up his glasses. The company across the street is our sworn enemy. They previously gathered a group of villagers to maliciously borrow money from us and then refused to pay it back. When we went to collect the debt, the whole village attacked us. Speaking of this matter, the company employees, especially those in the collections department, felt very wronged. Yeah, not only do they refuse to pay back the money, but they also chased us away with sticks. Several colleagues got injured and fractured bones because of this. The medical expenses were quite high. I heard that the person in the video is the one behind this. As a financial loan company, the interest rates were slightly higher than banks, which was standard practice and understandable. However, maliciously borrowing money and then deliberately running away without paying caused significant losses to the company's normal operations. To put it bluntly, this constituted fraud. But without evidence, reporting it was useless. Those villagers who benefited would naturally protect the instigator. In the past, there was no way to deal with such shameless people. Now, with a new boss in charge, they naturally placed their hopes on him. This is interesting, Zhang Yu said with a smirk. This risk alert had already been flagged by the system when he took over the company at night, indicating that there were some bad debts that could not be recovered, overdue for more than 300 days. Moreover, the company was also facing malicious attacks. He hadn't expected that the mastermind behind this incident would be Ding Kuan and his company. The company instigated it, and Ding Kuan executed it. Ding Kuan was indeed capable of such actions without fear. He was inherently unscrupulous. Since they had crossed paths, with old grudges and new enmities, it was time to resolve them all together. Thus, Zhang Yu first instructed the employees to return to their respective workstations. Then he entered his office. Secretary Yang had arrived at the company before dawn. He had already tidied up the office and brewed a cup of tea, which he brought in with both hands and offered to Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, please have some tea. Zhang Yu nodded. You can just set it down. As soon as he finished speaking, Secretary Yang clasped his hands together, showing no intention of leaving. Secretary Yang, do you have anything else to discuss? President Zhang, you just arrived at the company, and there are some reports and handovers that I need to show you. She smiled respectfully. That's not urgent for now. We must first stabilize our own situation. We need to deal with that thorn in our side across the way. Zhang Yu said. President Zhang, do you have a plan? A hint of surprise appeared on Secretary Yang's face, and her eyes brightened. The first time she saw President Zhang, she felt he was impressive, exceeding her expectations. Initially, when she learned the boss had changed, she thought it would be a greasy, middle-aged man. But after seeing the information, she realized the new boss was so young and handsome, with a particularly mysterious aura. This feeling was unprecedented, as if he had a magnetic field that drew everyone's gaze. Secretary Yang was 25 this year, just like a half-ripened peach on the branch. She was not married yet. However, seeing Zhang Yu, who was 3 years younger than her, she felt an overwhelming maternal instinct. Just wait, I'll notify you later. When Zhang Yu said this, he found the points redemption page in the system. There were many items available for redemption, especially cards. He had a vague impression from flipping through them earlier. Soon, he came across a card labeled, Dark Secret Card. Card function, can query the dark history of any person or company, including immoral acts, violations of public order, and criminal activities. Redemption requires 500 points. His points were just enough to redeem one. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu used his points, watching as his balance dropped from 525 to 25. A dark secret card appeared in the system's personal center. Does the host want to use this card? The system asked. Yes, I want to query all the hidden secrets of the company across the way. After all, which company that does small loans has a completely clean record? The following relevant information has been found for the host. The system quickly provided a string of query results, confirming Zhang Yu's suspicions. Wow, if these secrets were made public, from top to bottom, they'd all have to hide in a corner. Looking at the displayed information, he felt refreshed. The boss of the opposing company had blood on his hands and was guilty of bribery. He wouldn't escape a life sentence. Ding Kuan had molested several classmates and was a voyeur. There was also evidence of him coaxing villagers into loans, he would definitely serve several years. Other employees would face at least detention. Secretary Yang, I have some information for you, take it to the police station, Zhang Yu said. Okay, President Zhang, I'll take care of it right away. Secretary Yang nodded. When she received the information and took a glance, she was stunned. It detailed various misdeeds committed by the employees of the opposing company. Almost everyone had at least 2 offenses. She never expected the composition of the opposing company to be so complex, with all sorts of people involved. Truly, they were all villains. If this news got out and the police took hold of it, that rival company could be directly announced as dissolved and bankrupt. Water poured on 2 money trees, thinking nothing would happen, right? What they got in return was the destruction of the entire company. Too ruthless. What was even more surprising was that so much confidential information dated back several years. How did President Zhang compile such detailed data? Every detail was accounted for, as if someone had recorded it on the spot. As Secretary Yang went to the printing room to print the documents, she secretly glanced at Zhang Yu from a distance. President Zhang was becoming taller and more imposing. Ha ha ha, the P2P loan company has taken another hit. Since this morning, there hasn't been a single reaction. Exactly, this time Ding Kuan will have to take the blame. Ding Kuan, what kind of reward do you want? In the office across the way, the atmosphere was lively. The boss looked at his favorite employee with satisfaction, and he was also the son of an old friend. Boss, when can my girlfriend officially start working? Ding Kuan stood up and asked. This young man is quite infatuated. Everyone laughed. Ding Kuan could only smile awkwardly. He didn't want to be so eager, but after trying yesterday, he had no results. Lu Ruyen wouldn't let him touch her before she officially joined. He had been craving her for years. Just when he finally managed to get close, he couldn't get stuck at the last step. Don't worry, Ding Kuan, she can start today. Just notify her directly, the boss said, patting his chest. Before the words had even settled, suddenly, a commotion erupted at the company entrance. What's going on? Ding Kuan, the boss, and a group of people looked towards the door. They saw several police officers rushing in. Police, don't move. Everyone get down. The leading officer shouted. Hello, officer, what have we done? Ding Kuan looked bewildered. Are you Ding Kuan? Don't you know what you've done? Take them all away. With a command, shiny handcuffs were slapped on them. What the hell? What happened? So many police officers? The pressure is intense. What on earth happened in this financial company? Do we even need to ask? It must be something criminal. They're in finance, it's easier to commit crimes. Yeah, there are really a lot of crimes in the financial sector, but I've never seen such a large-scale operation before. They must have offended some big shot, otherwise, it wouldn't be so thorough. At this moment, companies on other floors of the Jiangcheng Wealth Building heard the commotion. Classes were abandoned as everyone rushed over to watch. Those who couldn't come were actively watching the live broadcast on their phones, eager for gossip. They saw the employees of the company being handcuffed and led out of the building, directly taken to police cars. The police had sent several large vehicles, almost unable to fit everyone. The once lively company was now empty. The computer screens were still lit, the lights still on. The open WPS document had a blinking cursor, not yet saved. The landline microphone was still swaying in midair. Manager Zhang, the people from the company across the way have really all been taken away. At this moment, all the employees of the P2P lending company witnessed the commotion across the street. Secretary Yang hurriedly ran into Zhang Yu's office to report the situation, her face unable to hide her joy. They've all been taken away? That's good. Zhang Yu had an expression of confidence, as if he had already secured victory. Since he played this card, there was nothing he couldn't handle. But a hint of worry appeared on Secretary Yang's face. Manager Zhang, I heard their boss has a strong background. Seems to be involved in some underworld. If they find out it was us, will they retaliate? No, Zhang Yu shook his head. You all just focus on your work from now on. No matter what the background was, he wasn't afraid. If they kept quiet, that was fine. If they really came to provoke him, he wouldn't let them leave unscathed. That was his current confidence. Alright, Manager Zhang, I'll get back to work. Secretary Yang bowed and then turned to leave the office. Her waist swayed naturally under her fitted skirt, stirring a fragrant breeze. This caught the attention of many employees, who envied the new boss, Zhang Yu. The previous bosses had all been women, and Secretary Yang had escaped a disaster. Now that it was a male boss, she felt like a fish on the chopping board. Ah, being wealthy is good. Look, a financial company in Jiangcheng has been taken away by the police. Everyone? How is that possible? It's true, not a single person was left behind. The cars were almost overflowing. The police are still collecting clues from the public, looking for more evidence. At the airport in the capital city, the flight back to Jiangcheng was about to depart. There were just 5 more minutes of phone time left. Di Xiaoba came across a video online and quickly shared it with her 2 sisters. "Hey, let me see." Lu Hanxiao leaned in to take a look, enlarging the video, her brows furrowing. She spotted something. "You guys, look. The person sitting upright in that company across the street looks a bit familiar." "Really? Let me see." Di Xiaoba followed Lu Hanxiao's direction and soon exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, isn't that our landlord Zhang Yu? What's going on?" At this moment, Pan Yuyao also became curious about the video. Seeing the person sitting in the Papai Loan Company across the street was indeed Zhang Yu. Fortunately, the image was clear enough. When enlarged, they could even see the sign hanging at the door. It read Boss's Office. If there are people in the world who look exactly alike, having the same clothes is no coincidence. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the same reaction. Could it be that Zhang Yu is the boss of Papai Loan? If that's the case, it would explain why he is the landlord of Binjiang Mansion. Papai Loan is one of the most well-known financial companies in Jiangcheng, existing for a long time. They had previously offered services to college students. As long as one is over 18, with a student ID and proof from the academic credit network, they could get a loan. Moreover, the interest rates were not high, making it very popular among college students. Therefore, all 3 of them had an impression of this company. When did Zhang Yu become the boss of this company? "Let's get to work. The plane is about to take off," Lu Hanxiao said. The flight back to Jiangcheng was about to take off, and they needed to finish the final preparations. "Confirm if all passengers have arrived," Lu Hanxiao instructed. Chief Lu, Pan Yuyao checked the list. There's still a male passenger named Wang Xiaosong who hasn't boarded. Wang Xiaosong? Upon hearing this name, Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but pause. "Beauty Lu, what a coincidence, I really ran into you." At that moment, the last passenger, carrying a bag, hurried over. Dressed in a suit, he looked at Lu Hanxiao with a half-smile. "Hello, please show me your identification," Di Xiaoba gestured. The man took out his ID and handed it to Di Xiaoba, but his eyes remained fixed on Lu Hanxiao. "Beauty Lu, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore?" "Sir, please return to your seat according to your seat number. We are about to take off," Lu Hanxiao said expressionlessly. At this moment, Di Xiaoba saw the ID and realized he was indeed Wang Xiaosong, a first-class passenger. And it seemed like he was already acquainted with Sister Xiao? All right, Wang Xiaosong said awkwardly. "Chief Lu, please make me a pot of tea later." "Yu Yao, please make a pot of tea for Mr. Wang later," Lu Hanxiao instructed. "Chief Lu, I hope you can personally bring it over. Otherwise, I might have to complain about your company's service attitude, and that wouldn't be good for your reputation." At this point, Di Xiaoba's expression also turned cold. According to the information, Wang Xiaosong was a black gold level VIP customer of Jianghang. To put it bluntly, if a black gold customer complained, the impact would be significant. It would cause considerable damage to the company's reputation. Understood. Lu Hanxiao forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Then please return to your seat, Mr. Wang. The tea will be sent over shortly." Wang Xiaosong walked away with a hint of pride. Chief Steward Lu, Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao watched as Wang Xiaosong's figure disappeared. They supported Lu Hanxiao on either side, saying, "We will help you." If Wang Xiaosong went too far, they would definitely not stand by and do nothing. "It's fine, you two go ahead with your work. You don't need to get involved in this," Lu Hanxiao replied, not wanting to drag the 2 girls into this matter. The Wang family's influence was vast. What could 2 young flight attendants do? The plane took off from the capital's airport, slowly ascending and heading towards Jiangcheng. After finishing her tasks, Lu Hanxiao brewed a pot of tea. She placed it on a tray and walked towards the first-class cabin. Wang Xiaosong was lounging with his legs crossed, playing on his phone. Upon seeing her enter, he uncrossed his legs. "Oh, Chief Steward Lu is personally serving me. I'm quite flattered." "Mr. Wang, here is the tea you requested. Please enjoy," Lu Hanxiao said, forced to put on a fake smile as she set the tea on the small table in front of him. Just as she was about to turn and leave, he suddenly reached out to grab her wrist. "What are you doing?" Lu Hanxiao was startled and instinctively took a step back, watching him warily. Wang Xiaosong's hand only grasped at air, hanging awkwardly in the space between them. "Lu Hanxiao, what do you mean by this?" He finally couldn't hold back. "I've given up so many miles just to accompany you on Jianghang, and you can't even give me a pleasant expression?" "Mr. Wang, I think you might be misunderstanding. As crew members, we will certainly provide attentive service to all passengers, including you," Lu Hanxiao replied. "But I don't understand the other things you mentioned. Playing dumb, huh?" Wang Xiaosong's lips twitched in frustration. "I sent you gifts, you returned them. I sent you red envelopes, you ignored them. The flowers I sent, you threw in the trash. Am I not sincere enough? Mr. Wang, I don't see the point in what you're doing, Lu Hanxiao said, her tone pausing. I already have someone I like. As she said this, Zhang Yu flashed through her mind. In the past, using similar excuses had been purely that excuses, with no emotional stirrings. But this time was different. A specific person appeared in her mind, the landlord. She couldn't explain why it was like this. In any case, Lu Hanxiao just wanted to escape Wang Xiaozong as soon as possible, regardless of whether it was an excuse or not. If he continued to pester her like this, she wouldn't be able to stay at Jianghang and would resign. You have someone you like? Wang Xiaozong was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed. If I remember correctly, this is already your 20th excuse. I don't believe it. Can you come up with something more convincing? I really do have someone I like. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Lu Hanxiao replied. Who is it? Wang Xiaozong looked at her, unsure if she was telling the truth, feeling a bit rattled. That's classified information. Lu Hanxiao, you need to think this through. I don't have the patience to play games with you, Wang Xiaozong said, looking at her. Even if you don't consider yourself, what about your family? Our families are well acquainted, so what if they are? Am I selling myself to you? Lu Hanxiao smiled. Mr. Wang, the tea is ready, please enjoy. At this point, it was not appropriate to drag anyone else out as a shield. She then turned and left the first-class cabin. How outrageous! Wang Xiaozong clenched his fists, his face flushed. No matter who you're talking about, if I find out, I won't let him have an easy time. How dare he compete with me for a woman? Once back in Jiangcheng, he would find this person. Chief Steward Lu, Mr. Wang didn't make things difficult for you, did he? As soon as they exited the first-class cabin, Di Shaba and Pan Yuyo approached. Her face showed great concern. It's fine. Lu Huanxiao smiled. This is a public place. He can't do anything to me. That's good. Pan Yuyo said, let's go take a look around. Lu Chief Steward, you can go rest. With that, the two of them got busy. Lu Huanxiao watched the graceful figures of the two girls, feeling a warmth in her heart. Working at the airline, she could only really chat with them. Suddenly, she realized something and quickly called them back. Lu Chief Steward, what's wrong? I feel like I might have said something wrong just now. Lu Huanxiao suddenly felt a bit uneasy. What did you say? Just now, that Wang Xiaozong was pestering me, and I said I already have someone I like. Lu Huanxiao had a look of self-reproach, although I didn't tell him who it was. But with the Wang family's influence, what if he finds out it's Zhang Yu? What should I do? No way. Zhang Yu is just our landlord. Pan Yuyo expressed her confusion. There's no connection. But, Lu Chief Steward has never had any contact with any man. This young male landlord might really catch Wang Xiaozong's attention. Di Shaba also vaguely guessed the situation. Wang Xiaozong would definitely start from the places Lu Huanxiao frequented. Since Zhang Yu is the landlord, it would be easy for him to be targeted. What should we do? This is just bringing trouble to Zhang Yu for no reason. Pan Yuyao's expression showed some urgency. She had feelings for Zhang Yu. How about we pretend to be in a relationship for real? Di Shaba suggested. It was unclear whether she was serious or joking. Lu Huanxiao shot her a glance, thinking that was a bit too fast. She hadn't even considered that yet. Currently, she didn't have any special feelings for Zhang Yu. It was just like with a stranger. However, Di Shaba's suggestion did make Lu Huanxiao start to imagine. Zhang Yu was tall and handsome. Moreover, he seemed to be in good condition. If he became her boyfriend, that wouldn't be bad. It even made her feel a bit of anticipation. Cough, cough. What are you thinking? Lu Huanxiao couldn't help but scold herself. Aren't you the most beautiful woman in Jianghang, the aloof goddess? Haven't you always claimed to be indifferent to any man? After all these years, there hadn't been any fluctuations in her heart. Why did this landlord suddenly make her? Her mood was quite chaotic. Unknowingly, the plane had returned to the skies above Jiangcheng. The familiar cityscape appeared beneath the clouds. We're almost there. We are about to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport. Please prepare, passengers. Lu Huanxiao immediately re-entered work mode. With fluent bilingual exchanges, she showcased her strong professional abilities. Her professionalism was unquestionable. No matter how difficult the passengers were, they would ultimately praise her dedication and solid work skills. Year after year, she received nominations for the best employee at Jianghang, and her award frequency was basically 3 nominations for every 2 wins. Sister Zhao's work ability is really enviable. If only we could be like her one day. Di Xiaobat and Pan Yuyao, even as girls, were captivated by her aura. No wonder so many men were crazy about her. Not just outside the company. Even within the airline, many captains, tower managers, and male flight attendants expressed clear affection for her. One couldn't help but wonder which man would eventually win over such a goddess-level stewardess. Just thinking about it made one feel happy for that man. The plane slowly landed on the runway and taxied forward. They quickly entered work mode, guiding passengers to disembark in an orderly manner. Once all the work was completed, 3 people left the airport and headed towards Binjiang Mansion together. At this moment, Zhang Yu was in his luxurious duplex apartment, organizing some items. With such a lavish house, he could finally terminate the lease on the small rental he had been living in. Although the lease had not yet expired, Zhang Yu was no longer attached to that cramped room without even a window. The soundproofing in the shared apartment was poor, and he and Lu Ruyan had to be careful not to make any noise. The bed frame was also rickety, making for a very unpleasant experience. But now, his ex-girlfriend was a thing of the past, and he no longer had to huddle in a rental. In fact, he felt he owed her a thank you. If she hadn't suggested breaking up, he might not have activated the system. Moreover, witnessing Ding Kuan being taken away by the police today felt like a form of revenge for being cheated on. While he was tidying up, the door suddenly creaked open. Zhang Yu looked up to see 3 flight attendants in uniform. It was the 3 tenants returning. This was the first time he had seen them in their uniforms. They wore small square hats, fitted professional suits, and black high heels. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel invigorated. Living with such beautiful women, and not just one, who could remain calm, especially at his young and vigorous age. "You're back?" Zhang Yu asked. "Yes, we just returned to Jiangcheng," Pan Yuyo replied, feeling her face flush. He was really handsome, especially with the fine beads of sweat on his face, making him even more attractive. Di Xiaoba also noticed Pan Yuyao's thoughts. She was a complete face control, and being so flustered in front of Zhang Yu was enough to show his good looks. "There's some noodles cooking in the kitchen. Do you want to eat? I can make a few more bowls," Zhang Yu said. Although he had money now, his spending habits hadn't changed that quickly, so he started cooking at home. "Ah, landlord, you're cooking yourself?" Di Xiaoba was surprised. It's rare for someone so wealthy to cook for themselves. "Yes, is there a problem?" Zhang Yu shrugged. "No, nothing," Di Xiaoba said, appearing a bit flustered. It was as if she had been suddenly struck by some invisible force. Lu Hanxiao, who had been silent, noticed that both of them were a bit out of sorts. After all, they were still young and couldn't handle the sight of a handsome guy. So, Lu Hanxiao took on an older sister's tone. "Zhang Yu, didn't we agree on some ground rules?" "Yes, but there's only one kitchen. I'm the landlord. I can use it, right?" Zhang Yu smiled. It was a bit funny that he needed their permission to cook in his own home. "No, I mean, if there's nothing going on, just don't provoke us, especially the 2 girls. They're still very young." After Lu Hanxiao finished speaking, Pan Yuya and Di Xiaoba showed some emotional fluctuations. "Ah, landlord, don't mind her. Sister Zhao's words can be a bit cold, but she's really nice once you get to know her." "Yes, landlord, what she said is what I wanted to say," the 2 explained. Lu Hanxiao shot them a glare. Why were they turning against her? She was only looking out for them. They lacked social experience. They had gone straight from school to the workplace, and their living environment was limited. If they couldn't hold themselves back and ended up being taken advantage of by Zhang Yu, it wouldn't end well for them. They would be the ones to suffer. "Oh, well, I can't see that for now," Zhang Yu chuckled and then went back into the kitchen. "Landlord, can I try the noodles you're making? It smells so good." Pan Yuyao, already hungry, followed him into the kitchen, eyeing the noodles in the pot and swallowing hard. Indeed, she was both a face lover and a big foodie. Every month, aside from paying rent, she spent all her salary on food. A girl who only knows how to eat, what bad thoughts could she possibly have? "Then I'll serve you a bowl," Zhang Yu smiled. Being looked at with such anticipation and a hint of admiration by a young and beautiful girl, who could not be flustered, the emotional value given was simply overwhelming. "By the way, I also have some stir-fried green beans I made myself. They're a bit old. Just eat them as they are." Zhang Yu pointed to the dining table. "Landlord, then I won't be polite," Pan Yuyo said as she carried the noodles and sat down at the table. After taking a bite, she couldn't stop humming in approval. "Landlord, where are the green beans old? They are really delicious," she praised emphatically, giving a thumbs up. Lu Huanxiu watched Pan Yuyo eat so heartily and felt her own stomach growl. Turning her head, she saw Di Xiaoba looking at her. "If you're hungry, you can have a bowl too. Sister Xiao, what about you?" "I'm not hungry, I'm going back to my room to rest." Lu Huanxiao felt soft all over, except for her mouth. After her earlier attitude towards him, now she was turning around to eat the noodles he made? That didn't quite add up. Zhang Yu thought to himself, getting 2 out of 3 is not bad, so he waved to the exotic-looking Di Xiaoba. "Come over, can I really eat?" She still seemed a bit uncertain. "Don't worry, it won't add to your rent," Zhang Yu smiled. This large house, with 2 floors and 400 square meters, would feel too spacious for just one person. Having 3 beautiful flight attendant tenants at home certainly added a lot of fun. Xiaoba, after we finish eating, let's go shopping, Pan Yuyo suggested while eating her noodles. Is Sister Xiao going? Di Xiaoba asked. I'm not going, I want to rest for a while, you all go. Lu Huanxiao's voice came from the room. The 2 girls realized they were speaking a bit loudly, so they lowered their voices. It seems like Sister Xiao has been in a bad mood since she ran into Wang Xiaozong on the plane, sigh. But the 2 of them didn't know how to comfort her. How about we go out and secretly buy a gift for Sister Xiao? Sure, whatever we buy, we'll split the cost, the 2 quickly agreed. They went downstairs to the mall, making shopping convenient. Don't you have to work tomorrow? Are you going out tonight? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Tomorrow we have a day off. Then the day after, we have to fly to another place, Pan Yuyo said. Oh, where to? Zhang Yu asked. The next flight is to Sioux City Mayu Airport, Di Xiaoba said. Oh, Zhang Yu pondered. Alright, just leave the bowls when you're done. Landlord, that would be too embarrassing, the 2 girls said a bit awkwardly. We'll wash them. If you feel bad about it, just sweep and mop my share when you do. Zhang Yu pointed to the second floor, as he disliked mopping the most. Okay, the 2 girls agreed without hesitation. Then, shall we head out first? Go ahead. Watching them change clothes and leave, Zhang Yu began to clean up the dishes. After washing the bowls and wiping down the stove in the kitchen, he returned to the living room. Sitting on the large, soft sofa, he started scrolling through his phone. On Douyin, there were still people sending private messages. The likes and comments on that video had been steadily increasing. Just one day without checking, and the number of comments had risen by several hundred, with dozens of private messages. More than 80% were from female users commenting. Was it really just a set of Riverview apartments that had such great allure? After reading through, Zhang Yu didn't reply to anyone. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound coming from Lu Huanxiao's room. It sounded like a glass bottle had shattered on the floor. Zhang Yu got up and walked to the door, asking, Lu Huanxiao, what happened? The room was very quiet, and no one answered. He tried to twist the doorknob. It wasn't locked. As the door opened just a crack, a whiff of alcohol wafted out. He couldn't help but hold his breath and frowned. When the door was fully opened, Zhang Yu saw Lu Huanxiao sitting on the floor leaning against the bed. She was still holding a beer can. On the floor lay a broken bottle, with quite a bit of liquid spilled out. No way, how did she start drinking? Landlord, I'm really sorry. Lu Huanxiao was slightly tipsy at this moment, her face a bit flushed. I'll clean up. I'll compensate for the damage to the floor. As she spoke, she realized her behavior was inappropriate and tried to stand up, stumbling a bit. She walked toward the door. With an unsteady step, she was about to fall against the cabinet by the wall. Zhang Yu quickly reached out to catch her. Lu Huanxiao softly fell into his arms. She looked up, a few strands of hair falling across her face, creating a kind of disheveled beauty. Looking up at Zhang Yu, she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Then, before he could react, he felt a fragrant breath of alcohol brush against his lips. No way, you? Zhang Yu was stunned. When she woke up again, no, did I just? Lu Huanxiao was startled, her face immediately turning red. I had just reminded 2 girls to be careful of being charmed by the landlord. And yet, the first one to be completely taken advantage of was me? Her emotions at this moment were beyond imagination. I haven't even been in a relationship. She could only maintain a cold expression. Zhang Yu, I drank too much just now and don't know what happened. Please leave. Another classic case of drinking too much. Zhang Yu guessed she would say this once she woke up, but since he hadn't lost anything, he stood up with understanding, saying, but honestly, you need to practice more. Practice what? Lu Huanxiao stared, not knowing what he was talking about. Guess. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. What? Lu Huanxiao now understood what he meant. What, do you have to add insult to injury? After finishing a bowl of rice, you still complain about the taste? Inside, she felt a bit frustrated and overwhelmed. However, it had come to this, and she could only push the blame onto the alcohol. Her face was bright red, but at this moment, she felt completely defeated and didn't know what to say. Any words felt pale. Then just wait. She could only squeeze out this sentence. Zhang Yu also knew that it was time to leave while the going was good, letting her calm down a bit. So he walked out of the room. Just as he reached the living room, he saw the front door open. Sister Xiao, look what we bought. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuya were holding several shopping bags. Before they could finish their sentence, they saw Zhang Yu walking out of Lu Huanxiao's room. Landlord? You. The 2 of them stared at this scene, a bit dazed. Why did he go to Lu Huanxiao's room? Sister Xiao wasn't that warm to him, how could she allow him in? What just happened? Oh, I just had a little chat with her, nothing much, Zhang Yu said loudly on purpose. He wanted Lu Huanxiao to hear and quickly tidy up the mess. Ah, a chat? Wasn't Sister Xiao very cold to the landlord? How did it develop to the point of a mutual exchange so quickly? With doubts, they knocked on Lu Huanxiao's door. They saw her cleaning up the broken glass on the floor. The bedsheets were also bunched up and thrown on the ground. Sister Xiao, you spilled the drink all over the bedsheets? Pan Yuyao asked innocently. Sister Xiao, let me help you. Di Xiaoba gently nudged her elbow and prepared to assist. It's fine, I can do it myself. What were you two doing just now? Oh, Sister Xiao, look, we bought a massager and tried it out. It's really good. Since your cervical spine isn't great, you can give it a try, Di Xiaoba said as she took a box out of the bag. Thank you then. Lu Hanxiao knew she couldn't refuse. She decided in her heart that next time she would fly to Sioux City and buy some gifts at the duty-free shop to give back to the two girls. As long as Sister Xiao likes it, we'll head back to our rooms now. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba returned to their respective rooms to prepare for a shower. They had agreed on the order of who would shower first. There was no other way, although there were 2 bathrooms on the first floor. Only one had a shower facility. At this moment, Zhang Yu had also returned to his master suite on the second floor. The interior decor of this house, his favorite part, was the luxurious bathroom in the suite. The 2-meter diameter bathtub was almost big enough to swim in. He didn't know why it was designed so large. At this time, he heard a knock on the door. Landlord, are you asleep? Outside the door, Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba's voices came through. What's up? Zhang Yu checked the time, wondering what they were doing here at this hour. The shower on the first floor suddenly broke. Can we borrow the one on the second floor? The 2 girls asked nervously at the door, holding their pajamas and towels. One of them didn't dare to come up alone, so they had to come together. The shower is broken? Zhang Yu thought, a luxury residence, and the shower was actually broken? The product quality really needed to be criticized. There was no time to replace or repair it now. He had to say, this shower was too considerate. Was it creating an opportunity? Yeah, we don't know what happened. The shower head only produces cold water, and after a long time, there's still no hot water. So, alright, you can come in. Zhang Yu opened the door. Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba, holding their clothes and towels, walked into his bathroom. As soon as they saw the bathroom's decor, their eyes widened. Wow, what a big bathtub. This bathtub can definitely fit several people. I think so too. How about we both take a bath together? Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao said. Showering was no match for soaking in a bath, especially with the faint scent of fragrance wafting in the bathroom. It was quite enticing. Young girls could hardly resist this. So, the 2 girls went into the bathroom together, closed the door, and even checked if the door lock was secure. What? Are you even locking me out? Zhang Yu found it somewhat amusing. The frosted glass of the bathroom door made it impossible to see inside. However, the vague outlines were even more deadly. Cough, cough, he shook off those thoughts and focused on the TV program. Accompanied by the classic BGM, Teacher Zhao's narration began to play. Winter has passed, spring has arrived, and the animals are becoming active again. Laughter from Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao playing with water occasionally echoed from the bathroom. Damn it! He couldn't let his imagination run wild, otherwise, it would be deadly. Downstairs, Lu Hanxiao was also wiping the floor inch by inch with a cloth. Just as she straightened up, she heard the laughter of the 2 girls from upstairs. Seriously, how can they be so unrestrained while taking a shower? What does the landlord think? She was genuinely worried for the 2 of them. Antelopes on the grasslands were just like that, enjoying flirting with danger in front of predators, completely unaware of the crisis. Then she thought of herself and felt, sigh, what right did she have to talk to them about such things? She couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She thought she shouldn't have drunk that alcohol earlier, but her mood had been messed up by Wang Xiaosong, and he was even using her family to threaten her. With no one to confide in, she could only numb herself with alcohol. Moreover, the shower on the first floor is broken, and I just broke a sweat, so I can't skip washing. There's no choice. She took her clothes and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Feeling quite anxious, the more she walked, the more guilty she felt. Zhang Yu heard the noise, turned around, and smiled. Oh, you came up too? His smile was ambiguous, making Lu Hanxiao recall what had happened in the room. It seemed inappropriate to adopt any aloof demeanor now, so, for a moment, she didn't know how to respond, wishing she could find a hole in the wall to hide in. Sister Xiao, are you going to wash too? At that moment, Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba had already finished washing and came out of the bathroom. Their hair was still half dry, draping over their shoulders. They were wrapped in white bathrobes, revealing almost half of their beautiful legs. Some water droplets remained on them, quite enticing. Seeing that Lu Hanxiao was also holding some clothes, they asked, have you all washed up? With the two girls coming out, Lu Hanxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and changed the subject. Have you finished? You should hurry in. Are you going downstairs? Lu Hanxiao suddenly felt nervous at the thought of going into the bathroom alone. She wanted them to stay a little longer but didn't know how to say it. Don't worry. I'll let them wait for you on the second floor, Zhang Yu said at that moment. Next door is the media room. If you feel bored, you can go watch a movie. Zhang Yu pointed to a room next door. Really? There's a media room? I love watching movies, Di Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly. Of course, you can come anytime you want to watch, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. The two girls curiously pushed open the door to the room. Inside, it was quite dark. The walls were decorated with foam sound-absorbing materials. Dolby speakers hung in each corner, providing surround sound. The room featured a 3-meter-high and 4-meter-wide movie screen, not much smaller than a cinema screen. In the center were 4 genuine leather sofas, arranged in pairs. Between each pair of sofas was a small table for snacks and drinks. A home theater decorated to this extent must have cost a fortune. Every detail was exquisite and professional. Wow, this home theater is too luxurious. I can't imagine how enjoyable it would be to watch a movie here. I can't wait to try it out. The two girls were amazed, unable to hold back their admiration. They reached out to touch the sofa seats, feeling incredibly soft and comfortable. Even a 5-star cinema couldn't compare to this level of refinement. Sitting on these seats was a top-notch experience. No wonder this was the most luxurious riverside residence in Jiangcheng. The setup truly justified its price. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. As a devoted movie lover, her greatest hobby was watching films. If she could immerse herself in such an environment every day after work, leaving everything behind, lying on a genuine leather sofa to watch a movie would be a supreme enjoyment. Isn't that much better than watching on a small screen with a tablet? Even the projectors sold on the market can't compare to this viewing experience. They're just a tax on intelligence. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Di Xiaoba once again felt the benefits of having money. Although she didn't like money, every detail of a high-quality life requires it. With her monthly salary of over 10,000, she could never live such a life. What movie do you want to watch? I'll play it, Zhang Yu said with a smile. What movies are there? Besides the latest films in theaters, we have all the movies in the library. The accompanying film library almost includes all the classic movies bought domestically. Do we really have to watch it? Pan Yuyao glanced at Di Xiaoba. I want to watch it. Yuyao, why don't you accompany me for a bit? Let's just watch a shorter film. Di Xiaoba tugged at her arm. Otherwise, she would be watching alone here, which was still a bit nerve-wracking. Alright then, Pan Yuyao nodded, I'll accompany you. Soon, the two of them had chosen a film. When the screen lit up, they were amazed once again. This is a laser screen. The effect is so good. It really feels like watching a movie in a theater. Di Xiaoba exclaimed, clenching her fists. The atmosphere was incredibly immersive. Unknowingly, they became engrossed, focusing intently on the screen. Suddenly, something came to mind, and they looked at Zhang Yu, saying in unison, "Landlord, thank you." With such hospitality, they couldn't think of more words to express their gratitude. You're being too polite. We're living in the same house, so we'll inevitably interact. Feel free to come by often, Zhang Yu smiled. He hadn't expected that it was just a home theater. To him, it wasn't a big deal. But for the two girls, especially Di Xiaoba, it meant something entirely different. At that moment, he noticed that Di Xiaoba's charm value had risen from 4 stars to 6 stars. Meanwhile, Pan Yuyao's mood fluctuations were minimal, still holding steady at 7 stars. No rush. Being anxious would only spoil things. A high-end hunter often possesses the best patience. You two go ahead and watch, Zhang Yu said, leaving the media room. As he returned to the master suite, he saw Lu Huanxiu walking out of the bathroom. Just out of the bath, Lu Huanxiu's skin was dazzlingly white, a tall, elegant beauty. With her fair skin and long legs, she was simply stunning. Unfortunately, her charm value still remained at 3 stars. It was hard not to suspect that there was a bug in the system's value assessment. Zhang Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Huanxiu asked, drying her hair with a towel, unable to help herself. By the way, where are Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba? Didn't they agree to wait for her? They're in the media room next door watching a movie. Do you want to join them? Zhang Yu replied. Watching a movie? Lu Huanxiu thought for a moment. What movie are they showing? Is it good? I think it's a romance film with a bit of action, Zhang Yu recalled. Lu Huanxiu was taken aback. Dude, are you poisoning those two girls? Without thinking, she rushed in and saw the content on the movie screen. It seemed to be a classic Hong Kong film, centered on the romance between the male and female leads, but the male lead often got into fights with others. The scene where he rode a motorcycle with the female lead, all decked out, was particularly iconic. So that's what Zhang Yu meant by action romance? She suddenly realized she had been played by him. It was clear he did it on purpose. Sister Xiao, come watch with us. It's a classic. Di Sheba and Pan Yuyao greeted Lu Huanxiao enthusiastically upon her arrival. Okay, I'm coming. It felt a bit impolite to barge in unexpectedly. She could only sit in the room for a while to ease the awkwardness. She felt completely set up. Lu Huanxiao had never felt so speechless before. So, she sat down on the empty spot on the sofa. Out of the 4 seats in the room, only one was vacant. The 3 flight attendant beauties exchanged glances, feeling that something was a bit off. As tenants, they had taken over the landlord's media room. The landlord quietly returned to the master bedroom alone, and the sight of his back made one feel a bit heartbroken. Wasn't this a bit of a reversal of roles? There was a sense of guilt in the heart. It also silently occurred to them that this couldn't go on any longer. The landlord didn't say anything, that was his good nature, not keeping score. But they couldn't be thoughtless. What is free is often the most expensive. After all, these were the landlord's belongings, and they couldn't be too casual about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get over that mental hurdle. So, they quietly discussed among themselves, from now on, let's take care of the cleaning on the 2nd floor. I was thinking the same, Pan Yueying nodded. Alright, we'll take turns coming every day, and when we have a collective day off, we'll do a big clean together. Sounds good, let's settle on that. We'll see if he needs help with anything around the house, and if we can do it, we will, Di Sheba said. Lu Huanxiao saw that both girls agreed and added, then remember to call me. At that moment, Zhang Yu had already returned to his master bedroom and lay down. He didn't hear their conversation in the media room. He lay on the large bed, which was 5 meters wide and 2 meters long, fiddling with some buttons on the headboard. Suddenly, a surveillance feed appeared on the TV in front of him. It displayed multiple angles from various rooms on both floors. There were a total of 16 surveillance cameras arranged in a 4x4 layout. Zhang Yu's interest was piqued. He switched the view, and the camera suddenly cut to the media room. The camera was positioned at the top of the screen, directly facing the home theater seating. One had to admit, the beauty of the stunning woman was top-notch. Even with the poor resolution of the camera, she was still incredibly beautiful. The 3 of them were casually lounging on the sofa. By a twist of fate, Lu Huanxiao had already completed her task. Although her peach blossom value was still not high, so what? Ahem. Stop. That thought was going astray. Glancing at the time, it was almost midnight. It was time to draw from the blind box again. Zhang Yu turned off the surveillance system and pulled back his thoughts. He was almost counting the seconds, not wanting to waste a single moment. 12 o'clock. The date jumped to a new day. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu silently called out, waking the system. The system is running, preparing to arrange for the host. The system's response was quite fast. Zhang Yu couldn't help but start to anticipate what kind of blind box he would draw this time. He wondered when he would be able to draw that hidden version blind box and what kind of item it would yield. As he thought this, the drawing interface for the blind box appeared before him. After randomly selecting one, the lid of the blind box opened. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the reward Lamborghini Veneno. No need to look at the system's introduction. Zhang Yu was too familiar with it. Theoretically, this was a top-tier limited edition sports car priced at 50 million, with only 14 units in the world. It had a very high appearance rate in various novels. In reality, it was extremely rare to see. He never expected that he would also draw this reward. Wasn't this a bit too ostentatious? Zhang Yu looked at the system's explanation again. The sports car has been parked in the community parking lot downstairs, and the relevant property certificate has been stored in the system backpack. The car key has been sent to your bedroom drawer. Top-tier driving skills are included with the car. The host can drive with confidence. He walked to the large balcony attached to the master bedroom. Looking down, he saw, under the cover of night, a sleek black sports car quietly parked in the parking space below. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Although he had seen it countless times online, when this Veneno truly appeared before his eyes, how can one not feel a surge of excitement? This is the ultimate dream of men. Can any other luxury car compare? And the advanced driving skills have already been ingrained in his mind. Previously, he had only learned the basics for his driver's license. This time, what he absorbed was high-level driving techniques. He no longer needed to fumble around. With this thought, Zhang Yu decided to take advantage of the free time and go for a test drive. At that moment, he heard the movie in the media room end. 3 flight attendants had already stood up to leave, heading back downstairs to prepare for bed. So, Zhang Yu put on a light jacket and got ready to go out. He went down to the first floor and walked out the front door. He pressed the down button at the elevator entrance. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Wait a minute. Just as he stepped into the elevator, a voice called out from the entrance. He turned to see a figure jogging towards the elevator. Pan Yuyao? Zhang Yu turned his head and saw her coming out of the room. Landlord? Pan Yuyao was a bit surprised to see him. Are you going out? Zhang Yu looked at her, noticing she was wearing a loose sweatshirt on top and a sporty tennis skirt on the bottom. Her pure white thighs were round and strong, exuding youthful vitality. Yeah, I have a habit of night running. Planning to go downstairs for a few laps, Pan Yuyao said, a bit shy. It was the first time she was speaking to him alone, and her breath was a bit hurried. She quickly found a topic to cover her embarrassment. Landlord, are you going out too? Yeah, I'm going out for a drive. If you have nothing to do, you can join me? Zhang Yu smiled. Ah, so late? Where are you going for a drive? Pan Yuyao's words showed no intention of refusal. Binhai Mansion leads directly to Riverside Avenue. There shouldn't be anyone on the road now, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Great, then let's enjoy the river breeze. It must be very refreshing. Pan Yuyao laughed as well. The two went downstairs. Wow, there's actually a Venom parked here. Even though it was night, Pan Yuyao recognized the car at the entrance at a glance. I think this is the first time I've seen this car in the community. I wonder whose it is. She walked around the car, unable to suppress the urge to take a photo. Young girls have no resistance to such luxury sports cars. Then, just as she finished speaking, Zhang Yu smiled. He pressed a button on the remote control. The sports car beeped twice, and then its cool headlights lit up, illuminating almost half the community. Ha! Pan Yuyao looked at him in disbelief. Landlord, is this Venom sports car yours? Zhang Yu nodded. Goodness, what kind of background does this young and handsome landlord have? Not to mention that duplex flat in Binhai Mansion. But this car is globally limited, with only a few dozen made. There are probably no more than 3 in the country. One can only imagine the profound background of someone who owns it. It's truly unimaginable, beyond expectations. Alright, get in the car, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Pan Yuyao felt her heart skip a beat, her mind going blank. It felt like a dream. Even those who are not fond of cars have no resistance in front of such a sports car. Top-tier sports cars have this unique charm. She felt her legs starting to weaken. Just a few meters from the car, walking felt a bit unsteady. Pan Yuyao, you need to stay calm. You can't show any weakness, or the landlord will laugh at you. She took a few deep breaths, trying hard to keep herself composed. Even after getting into the car, she still felt that this scene was too unreal. She looked left and right, filled with curiosity but afraid to move. Goodness, this is a 50 million luxury car. She would have to work for 400 years without eating or drinking. Buckle up, Zhang Yu said, then started the sports car. No doubt it's a top-tier sports car. The handling is truly an exceptional experience. The sports car quickly exited the Binjiangfu community. A right turn brought them to the Riverside Avenue. Riverside Avenue is built on the embankment, and driving on the levee, the river's surface feels almost within reach. At this time, it was already midnight. There were hardly any other vehicles on the road. This gave Zhang Yu the maximum control space. The speed shot up to 300 miles per hour, darting out like a bolt of lightning. Ah, too fast. I'm scared. Pan Yuyao stretched out her hands, covering her eyes, too afraid to look. The sound of the rushing wind filled her ears, even making them hurt a little. Zhang Yu glanced over. With the slight bumps of the car, Pan Yuyao's sweatshirt was also shaking like waves. This fabric is really elastic. No, this seatbelt is really soft. Clearly, it's made of genuine materials. In a moment of distraction, the car veered slightly off course. Pan Yuyao's face turned pale with fright, and she couldn't help but plead, Landlord, this speed is too fast. You should slow down. Her heart raced at 180, almost jumping out of her throat. After indulging for a moment, Zhang Yu did reduce the speed a bit, but it was still around 150, quite fast, nonetheless. A few girls by the roadside were caught off guard by the gust of wind from the sports car, lifting their skirts. Startled, they quickly reached out to cover themselves. Attention, all units, attention. On Riverside Avenue, we have spotted someone racing. At this moment, the patrolling motorcycle officer called in over the radio. Recently, they had noticed people racing at night and had been checking during the evenings, especially around the riverside. The results had been good these past few days, and they thought they could wrap up their operations peacefully today. Unexpectedly, someone was out racing again. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? It must be intentional. The one calling in was a female officer wearing a helmet. One long leg was propped on the ground. Only her eyes were visible beneath the helmet, filled with determination. Captain, that car is just too fast. Our motorcycle can't catch up. Her subordinate assessed the situation. It was almost an impossible task. This is a matter of principle. The female officer insisted, no matter how fast his car is, I have to stick this ticket on him. At this moment, Jiangyu was driving the Lamborghini Veneno, cruising along until he reached a stretch of mudflat by the river. The water level had receded significantly here, and the mudflat was covered in fine, soft sand. Looking back, the lights of the tall buildings were already over 10 kilometers away. Landlord, where is this? Pan Yuyao asked as the car gradually slowed down, turning to look. The buildings across the river appeared much lower. This is the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Zhang Yu replied. The air is nice, let's take a break. Okay, Pan Yuyao nodded. Wow, you can still see the stars here. Pan Yuyao looked up at the sky. Due to her movement, her head leaned against Zhang Yu's shoulder. The unique fragrance from her freshly washed hair wafted into his nostrils. Instantly, his thoughts stirred. Pan Yuyao nervously glanced around. There was no one else nearby. She felt relieved. Wait, why do I have such thoughts? Pan Yuyao. At that moment, Zhang Yu smiled at her. Ha, Pan Yuyao responded, turning her head away, too shy to look at him. I didn't expect you to be so evasive about paying taxes, Zhang Yu said. Ha, she was confused. What was he talking about? Because you evade taxes a lot. Pan Yuyao jolted. How annoying, she understood immediately. Pan Yuyao had never been in a relationship, but she had seen enough to know what he meant. She knew what he was implying, and he knew that she knew. The two shared an unspoken understanding, making Pan Yuyao even more eager to find a place to hide. Which girl can withstand such a test? Zhang Yu noticed that the peach blossom value had increased by another star, now totaling 8. Ding-dling! At that moment, suddenly, a phone rang. In the quiet of the night, it sounded particularly jarring. Pan Yuyao was startled by the ringtone, her body quickly bouncing back to the passenger seat. She took out her phone from her pocket and saw that it was a call from Lu Hanxiao. Hello, Sister Xiao? Pan Yuyao said. Yuyao, where have you been running? Why haven't you come back yet? Lu Hanxiao asked from Bijiang Mansion. Usually, when she went for a night run, she would have returned long ago. The time she was supposed to be back had passed a long time ago, and there was no sign of her or a single call. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. So, she took the initiative to call Pan Yuyao. Fortunately, the call was answered immediately, which eased her worries. Sister Xiao, I'm by the river. Why did you go to the river? Are you alone? Lu Hanxiao asked. No, the landlord is next to me, Pan Yuyao couldn't help but tell her. Why is he there too? Yeah, I ran into him when I went out, so we came to the river to take a stroll, Pan Yuyao emphasized the main point. Alright, it's getting late, you should come back quickly. We're on our way back. After hanging up, Pan Yuyao glanced at Zhang Yu with a hint of shame. She felt a bit guilty towards him. It was quite disappointing to have such an interruption halfway through. Landlord, let's go back, or else. She still wanted to save face. Moreover, she had already steeled herself and prepared for what was to come. With this phone call, it became difficult to get back into that state of mind, and it was already late. If they stayed any longer, who knew what time they would get back? It would affect tomorrow's plans. Alright, Zhang Yu sighed, started the sports car, and turned the steering wheel. So, do you owe me one now? Ha! Pan Yuyao looked at Zhang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Then she lowered her head and softly replied, Okay, then I'll keep a tab. Let's head back. Zhang Yu smiled, and the Lamborghini Veneno turned around, heading towards Bijiang Mansion. They didn't speak along the way. Pan Yuyao still felt a lingering fear. If Sister Zhao's call hadn't come, today would have. She stole a glance at Zhang Yu. He was focused on driving, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. She couldn't help but think, oh no. Otherwise, if he told Sister Xiao and Di Xiaoba one day, wouldn't she? The more she thought, the more chaotic her mind became. No, she couldn't let them know. Otherwise, she would be laughed at for a long time. A few minutes later, they returned to Bijiang Mansion. Pan Yuyao went back to her room first, and Zhang Yu parked the car and returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. He was getting ready for bed. Before sleeping, Zhang Yu opened the system to take stock. He had obtained a sports car worth 50 million, and his points increased by 50. It seemed that points were calculated based on 1% of the initial value of the prize. Now, he had 75 unused points left. He entered the points exchange mall to see what he could redeem. Zhang Yu was like this. He wanted to draw from the blind box immediately and see what he could get with the points. He couldn't wait even a little. After flipping through a few pages, a product quickly caught his attention. Body Function Enhancement and Repair Potion. Product description. This potion requires 60 points for redemption. After use, it can greatly enhance physical fitness, stamina, and explosive power. It can also improve appearance, remove spots and acne. Wow! This potion is great, and it only costs 60 points. Not only can it enhance physical fitness, but it can also make one more handsome? so Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and directly chose to redeem it. With the successful deduction of points, the system confirmed the transaction. As soon as the reinforced healing potion arrived at the personal center, he immediately chose to use it. Soon, he felt a flash of golden light before a cool sensation and a burning feeling alternated within his body. The coolness brushed over his eyes, and he found that the things he could see in the pitch-black room were much clearer. His originally 200-degree nearsightedness with astigmatism suddenly became much clearer. The clarity was like jumping from 480p directly to 1080p. The burning sensation roamed within his body, feeling like it was about to explode. He picked up his phone again and opened the front camera. To his surprise, a pimple that had been inflamed at the corner of his mouth had disappeared without a trace. His previously dull complexion had also brightened significantly. The bloodshot veins in his eyes were gone. Compared to before using the potion, his looks had improved by 2 levels. It was truly amazing. Zhang Yu, who was previously just somewhat handsome, could now be described as extremely handsome after using this potion. Looking at the handsome face in the camera, he was almost captivated by himself. However, no matter how handsome he was, he still needed to sleep. Although the potion also had a refreshing effect, allowing him to get 8 hours of sleep with just 4 hours of actual sleep, it was late, and there was nothing else to do. That night, nothing happened. The next morning, as soon as Zhang Yu woke up, he received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Shang, good morning. I'm sorry to disturb you. Is it convenient for you to take a call?" The caller was a strange local mobile number. "Who are you?" he asked curiously. There weren't many people who knew his identity, and calling him Mr. Zhang right off the bat narrowed it down even further. "Mr. Zhang, I'm Wang Taijun, the second party of your company." The person on the other end introduced himself. "Mr. Zhang, are you free today? May I invite you to dinner?" Wang Taijun? Zhang Yu thought for a moment, and then quickly recalled a person's information. When he drew this company, the corresponding client list had automatically been saved in his mind. Wang Taijun was one of the borrowing clients of the P2P loan company. He had previously borrowed a loan of 10 million. It was one of the larger amounts lent out by his company, so he had a deep impression of it. Calculating the time, this 10 million loan was about to mature. "You want to treat me to dinner?" "Yes, Mr. Zhang. I have something important to discuss with you. It's not convenient to talk over the phone. I've booked a private room at Zue Fenglu. I'll pick you up later." The tone on the other end was very respectful. Zhang Yu couldn't help but admire the social skills. The way he spoke and his attitude were something he could never learn to imitate. "You're too polite, Mr. Wang. Just tell me the location, and I'll go there myself later." Since the other party was so enthusiastic, Zhang Yu didn't want to dampen the mood. "All right, Mr. Zhang, I'll be waiting for your arrival." Wang Taijun on the other end sounded very pleased. Zhang Yu responded with an and then hung up the phone. It just so happened that he had no plans for today. Zue Fenglu was also one of the most upscale and prestigious restaurants in Jiangcheng, so why not enjoy a meal when someone was treating? After getting up and washing up, Zhang Yu left the master bedroom and went to the first floor. In the living room, he saw 3 tenants packing their luggage again. They were already dressed in their flight attendant uniforms, all tall and slender, with the same style. From behind, it was hard to tell who was who. "Are you flying again?" Zhang Yu asked upon seeing them. "Yes, we're flying to Mayu Airport today. We need to head over early to prepare," the 3 replied, turning to look at him. Upon seeing his face, they couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. Then they exchanged surprised glances. Was this still the landlord? How had he become so much more handsome compared to yesterday? It was as if he had a filter on. His eyes were more spirited, his skin looked better, and he exuded a fresh and natural clean aura. If he was just a handsome guy among ordinary people before, today's landlord was the most handsome among the handsome. Even the male stars on TV were nothing compared to him. "Lu Huanxiao, your charm level has increased by 1 star, currently at 4 stars. Di Xiaoba, your charm level has increased by 1 star, currently at 7 stars. Pan Yuyao, your charm level has increased by 2 stars, currently at 9 stars. With the system's prompts, Zhang Yu saw that the values of the 3 people had all improved. Goodness, being handsome doesn't require words. Naturally, someone will come to defend you. Everything was reflected in the numbers. Landlord, Di Xiaoba stammered, "What face wash did you use?" The change overnight was so significant that she could only think of that. Even with cosmetic procedures, it wouldn't be that quick. If this face were to go out, who knows how many girls would be mesmerized. "Yeah, landlord, if you have a good formula, share it," Lu Huanxiao also said. They were flight attendants, often working night flights, and with the long-term shift changes, their schedules were quite chaotic. The work pressure was also considerable, facing different clients every day. They often had dark circles under their eyes, and would get heaty, resulting in annoying pimples. This problem had troubled her for a long time. Ha ha ha, this is a secret recipe. It cannot be shared. Zhang Yu smiled. It was indeed hard to explain. TCH, acting all mysterious. Lu Huanxiao couldn't help but retort. Looking at the time, she said to the two girls, "It's getting late. We need to head out." Pan Yuyo had been silent the whole time, dragging her suitcase and walking at the back. Just before they left, she turned back to glance at Zhang Yu. Her eyes were watery, almost shimmering. If the landlord had looked like this last night, they could have skipped the half-hearted process. She noticed he was looking towards the door. Her face flushed involuntarily, and she quickly turned her head away. The three of them went downstairs. Lu Huanxiao unlocked her BMW. Then she gasped in surprise. She noticed a black sports car parked next to it, looking very cool and eye-catching. Even in a high-end residential area like Binhai Mansion, top sports cars were quite rare. Passers-by in the community stopped to look for a long time, murmuring about something. Whose sports car is this? Lu Huanxiao frowned slightly. She hadn't seen this car before. It seemed to have appeared overnight. Could it be that some talented person had moved into Binhai Mansion? Turning her head, she saw Pan Yuyao. She seemed to have known all along and was not surprised. "Yuyao, do you know?" "Yeah, this is the landlord's car. I rode in this car last night." Pan Yuyao nodded. "This is a poison." Di Xiaoba's eyes widened. The landlord quietly drove it home. She thought Lu Huanxiao's BMW X6 was already luxurious enough. But in front of this poison, it was completely insignificant. A BMW X6 was just enough to buy a wheel. However, since he lived in such a house, having such a car was understandable. This made Di Xiaoba even more curious about what kind of identity Zhang Yu had, feeling even more mysterious than Sister Xiao. "Alright, let's get in the car." Lu Huanxiao opened the car door. The three of them had been renting together since moving here. Every time they went to work at the airline, they drove their own cars. "Sister Xiao, there's a question we've always wanted to ask you." Pan Yuyao couldn't help but speak up. "Go ahead." Lu Huanxiao smiled. "You drive a car worth over $1 million. Your family must be quite wealthy. Why would you think of becoming a flight attendant and not live at home?" Pan Yuyao asked, then added, "Sister Xiao, please don't scold me." Although Lu Huanxiao hadn't told them, they could tell from the car she drove, the jewelry she wore, and various other aspects that her family was very wealthy, perhaps even richer than their landlord, Zhang Yu, but she never mentioned it. Sigh. Lu Huanxiao sighed. "You guys haven't done anything wrong. Why would I scold you?" As she drove, she said, "In short, it's just that I don't get along with my family. It's more comfortable living outside." As she said this, her gaze fell into contemplation. Then she started the car. Meanwhile, after Zhang Yu tidied himself up a bit, he drove to Zui Fenglu. Along the way, this flashy limited edition sports car attracted countless envious glances from passers-by. There were all kinds of amazed exclamations. The other drivers were all cautious, carefully steering their own cars away from this poison. If they scratched or bumped into it, they wouldn't be able to afford to sell their cars to cover the damages. Driving such a car around without considering others' feelings was quite inconsiderate. Originally, the road was a bit congested, but with the other drivers yielding, Zhang Yu enjoyed a smooth ride. He drove the sports car without any obstacles. Soon, he arrived in front of an ancient-style building. This was Zui Fenglu, known for its Chinese style. It was quite famous in Jiangcheng, and many important business banquets were held here. He parked the car in the lot and walked towards the entrance. "Zhang Yu?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out ahead. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning his head, he was surprised to see his ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, holding a small square bag with a checkered pattern. When Lu Ruyan saw Zhang Yu, her expression instantly fell. "What do you mean? Zhang Yu, why are you doing this? What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Zhang Yu laughed. "Still pretending?" Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. "Ding Kuan was arrested for no reason, and it's your doing, right? You just can't stand to see me well, can you? How do you know?" Zhang Yu was curious. "Was this news spreading so fast? I saw you in that video. When did you start working at that company? You made me lose my job." The entire staff of Ding Kuan's company was arrested, and the company was shut down. The job she had secured was now gone. Lu Ruyan couldn't swallow this anger. As she watched the video frame by frame, she discovered that Zhang Yu, an old acquaintance, was in it. Naturally, she pointed the finger at him. Zhang Yu found it amusing. "Is that what you should be concerned about? Which of his charges is unjust? Are you questioning the police's investigation? Don't you know what kind of person Ding Kuan is? He didn't want to have any entanglements with his ex-girlfriend. Instead, he turned the tables on her, leaving her speechless. So why did you do this? You're here too. You wouldn't still have inappropriate thoughts about me, would you? Ding Koan's arrest made her feel irritable, and seeing him at Zue Fon Lu only added to her annoyance. She couldn't help but think, even after breaking up, why was he still haunting her? Big sister. Zhang Yu laughed in anger. He had never realized before how self-satisfied Lu Ruyan was. Is Zue Fon Lu your family's place? I want to ask, what are you doing here? This high-end venue was not something just anyone could afford. Lu Ruyan's boyfriend had been arrested, so she had no ability to spend money here. None of your business. Lu Ruyan replied rudely, if you're not here to bother me, then that's best. Saying this, she turned her back, swaying her waist, and walked inside. The greeters at the entrance were instantly captivated. What a beautiful woman. Even though countless beauties came and went every day, Lu Ruyan's graceful figure was still very eye-catching. After all, Lu Ruyan had the beauty of a campus flower from the art department, and wherever she went, she naturally attracted attention. Zhang Yu, however, felt nothing. First, they had been together for 3 years. No matter how beautiful she was, he had lost that feeling. He was tired of it. Second, the 3 flight attendant tenants at home, regardless of who it was, were all more outstanding than her in terms of looks, figure, and temperament. Having seen the forest, who would still linger over the crooked tree at the village entrance? Everything was in the past. He pulled back his thoughts and continued walking towards the drunken wind tower. Ah, Zhang, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for a long time. As he entered the hall, a middle-aged man saw him and quickly stood up, bringing a few accompanying personnel to greet him. He stretched out both hands from afar, his face beaming with warmth. Zhang Yu looked at the middle-aged man. This was Wang Taijun, the client from the Papa Loan Company who had called him. I didn't expect the company's boss to be so young, Wang Taijun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhang Yu. The Papa Loan Company had an asset scale of 5 billion. Its annual profit exceeded 500 million. This was all verifiable with public data. The fact that its boss was so young truly surprised Wang Taijun. One must know that a financial lending company cannot grow large without support from both the underworld and the legitimate world. There were too many entanglements involved. Otherwise, it simply couldn't hold its ground. Therefore, the boss of a financial company, no matter how young, certainly could not be neglected. The accompanying personnel were also nodding and bowing, extremely polite. Among them was a woman in her 30s, dressed in leopard print stockings, looking at Zhang Yu with a seductive gaze. Zhang, come, this way please. The group led the way, slightly bending at the waist to guide him. Zhang Yu followed behind, passing through a winding path, and soon arrived at a private room. As he walked in, his eyes suddenly brightened. The scene was enchanting. In front of him was a stage set up in the room. Below the stage was a large round dining table. Between the dining table and the stage was a small artificial river. Mist filled the air, creating a special atmosphere. Zhang Yu had heard that this was the signature feature of the Drunken Wind Tower. Dining while watching performances. There were all kinds of performances, appealing to both refined and popular tastes. The performers were dressed in traditional attire, showcasing different acts based on the guests' requests. Therefore, dining here was not just about eating. It was about the ambience, allowing guests to experience the feeling of being ancient emperors. Thus, the cost of the performances by the performers was several times higher than the meal itself. If guests had other requests and were willing to spend, they could negotiate. A meal here would easily cost each person 5 figures. Hence, the Drunken Wind Tower, with its unique style, held a prominent position in Jiangcheng. Several establishments had tried to imitate it, but due to the performers not being pretty enough or lacking professionalism, they ultimately could not compete with the Drunken Wind Tower. Coming here in person today truly broadened his horizons. So this was what it felt like to be the client. One could gain various insights without spending money. Zhang, please sit for a moment, the performance will start soon, Wang Taijun said. Having invited the client, they naturally had to provide proper hospitality. With a clap, the hall manager pushed open the door. Good evening, boss. Next, our girls will present a wonderful performance for you. As the words fell, a row of performers entered from the side of the door. Each wore flowing traditional long dresses, tall and slender, standing neatly on stage. With smiles on their faces, each held a round fan to cover their faces, bowing towards the dining table and sweetly calling out, "Good evening, boss." All right, put down the fans. Zhang wants to see. Wang Taijun waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Then he leaned closer to Zhang Yu's ear and smiled mysteriously. Zhang, a few new girls came today, and they are especially beautiful. If you like any of them, I can arrange it. Wang Taijun really knew how to handle things. Zhang Yu looked at the stage, where several girls had moved their fans away from their faces. Each one was a beauty, at least at the level of the top student in a liberal arts class. Upon seeing one of them, he was taken aback. Wasn't that Lu Ruyan? Why was she here performing? And Lu Ruyan spotted Zhang Yu in the audience, her face also filled with shock. That middle-aged man calling out Zhang was actually Zhang Yu? What was going on? In just a few days, how had his identity become so unrecognizable to her? Watching the two of them lock eyes, Wang Taijun said, "Zhang, you really have an eye for talent. This is the one I just mentioned." Saying this, he clapped his hands. "You all can leave for now, she stays." Wang Taijun pointed at Lu Ruyan. He then pointed at another girl, not forgetting to keep one for himself. "Wang, why don't you switch to another private room for some fun?" Zhang Yu said to Wang Taijun. "Ha!" He was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, Okay, have fun, Zhang." With that, he got up and called a few companions to leave the private room. He still had to rely on Zhang Yu's company for convenience, so naturally, he had to listen to whatever he said. In the private room, only Zhang Yu and Lu Ruyan were left. "No wonder I saw you at the door today, turns out you work here?" Zhang Yu crossed his arms and leaned back against the chair, looking at her with a teasing expression. "What do you mean? Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself?" Lu Ruyan's expression changed. "I never realized you were this kind of person. Watch you make a fool of yourself?" Zhang Yu laughed. "I'm not that bored. Besides, I'm here to take care of your business. You're humiliating me." Lu Ruyan was somewhat on the verge of breaking down. Who understood? Losing her support and deciding to work here, she was afraid of running into acquaintances. And on her first day, she bumped into Zhang Yu? Saying he was here to take care of her business was just a blatant humiliation. Moreover, what puzzled her even more was how he had transformed from a poor student into the Zhang that everyone was talking about. What kind of luck had he stumbled upon in these few days? A single visit to the Drunken Wind Tower cost at least 10,000 per person. It was not something an ordinary salary worker could afford. Whether inviting someone or being invited, who didn't have a special identity? So, what hurt Lu Ruyan even more was that after their breakup, Zhang Yu seemed to be doing better and better, while she was getting worse and worse. "Say whatever you want." Zhang Yu spread his legs. "You go get a basin of water and give me a foot bath." At that moment, the last bit of his pent-up frustration was completely released. In front of so many people at the school gate, being dumped face-to-face was a stain. No matter how rich he was now or how many beautiful girls he knew, that stain would always exist. And now, making Lu Ruyan do what she least wanted to do was a way to vent his anger. "A foot bath?" Lu Ruyan retorted. "What? Unwilling?" Zhang Yu smiled again. "You've earned this money, and you're still considering this? What would happen if I complained about your poor service?" Lu Ruyan paused for a few seconds, steeling herself to comply. She brought a basin of water and half-knelt in front of his legs. The last bit of pride she had left was now shattered. She was the belle of the art department and had never done anything to serve others. Even when dating Zhang Yu, she had never washed anyone's feet. She never expected to run into her ex-boyfriend on her first day here. The disillusionment and blow were immense. "By the way, could you help me scrape off the old mud from my feet later?" Zhang Yu said with a smile. Lu Ruyan lowered her head and began to sob softly. "Crying? Crying doesn't count as time, you know." He added another jab. "Zhang Yu, I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" She finally couldn't hold it in and cried out loud. "Actually, I've always had feelings for you, but I was anxious about not finding a job after graduation, and then Ding Kuan just happened to appear, so I..." Lu Ruyan played the emotional card, trying to win him back with 3 years of feelings. In the past, when they had quarrels, a little crying would soften his heart. But this time was different. Zhang Yu remained unmoved by her tears, his face showing no expression. "I think you misunderstood. I came here as a consumer, and you are number 003. I don't understand what you're saying. If you do a good job, I can give you a tip." Lu Ruyan said nothing. She raised her head, her eyes red. However, there was no way out. Everything today was of her own making. She could only obediently comply. "Manager Zhang, how's the pressure?" "It's fine, just like that." Zhang Yu crossed his arms and lay back on the sofa. An hour later, Lu Ruyan picked up the basin and stood up again. Her hands were sore, feeling almost foreign. "Very good. Nice performance." Zhang Yu nodded. "I've transferred you a tip. Check your WeChat later." Lu Ruyan slightly bowed and left the private room without looking back. Her steps hurried. It was as if she had made up her mind and walked towards the door. "Manager Zhang, how do you feel?" At that moment, Wang Taijun pushed the door open and entered. "If you like that girl, I can arrange another program." He was a regular here and naturally knew that as long as the money was right, nothing was impossible to arrange. It was just right to cater to the client's preferences. "Forget it." Zhang Yu smiled. "Let's not trouble her. Since Manager Zhang said so, I will definitely comply." Wang Taijun laughed and picked up a glass. "Come, I toast you. I'll drink, you do as you please. By the way, you called me today for something? Zhang Yu glanced at the time. He had seen what he needed to see, so there was no need to stay longer. Manager Zhang, it's like this, Wang Taijun said. The money I borrowed from your company last time is about to mature, and I want to apply for an extension. Manager Zhang, rest assured, I will definitely pay back the principal and interest. As expected, it was this matter. Zhang Yu had anticipated it. However, my company has never had such a precedent. If we open this door, the company might as well not operate. So I came to Manager Zhang to discuss this matter and see how to resolve it. Wang Tiejuan's attitude was very sincere. How about this? I heard that Manager Wang is in big business. Since this money is difficult, you don't have to pay it back. Consider it as my investment. According to the information, Wang Taijun was in the earth and stone business. This line of work straddled the gray area. Not everyone could dabble in it, indicating he had significant backing. It wasn't just his company borrowing money. Rather than letting him drag it out, it was better to take the initiative and turn the debt into equity. Meanwhile, he could expand his business territory. Investment? Wang Taijun did not expect Zhang Yu to say that. It was indeed a bit unconventional. Is there any difficulty for Manager Wang? Not really, just that the board of directors needs to discuss it. Alright then, Manager Wang, let me know the result of your discussion anytime. Zhang Yu stood up and finished his drink. Then I'll take my leave. Watching his back disappear at the door of the private room, Wang Taijun couldn't help but tighten his grip on the glass in his hand, his eyes devoid of light. Taigu? A few brothers asked. That Zhang Yu. In the future, he will definitely have a place in the business world of Jiangcheng. He sighed. At the age just after graduating from university, he handled matters without a hint of timidity, completely devoid of youthful naivety. He didn't fall into his own assumptions. Instead, he posed himself a difficult problem. Either repay the money on time or accept equity. Either way, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Then how about we send someone? A few brothers noticed Wang Tiejuan's dilemma. Don't act recklessly. Wang Taijun glared at them. Zhang Yu must have a strong background. How many of you have the guts to provoke him? At such a young age, he could manage a lending company operating in the gray area. Moreover, he even took the initiative to propose wanting to invest in his own company, indicating he had some understanding of it. His mind was sharp enough. How could an ordinary person achieve that? He definitely had some unknown background. But what kind of profound origin it was, they couldn't find out now, and there were no leads. So what should we do next? Should we follow his suggestion? Should I go probe his background? The woman in leopard print stockings asked. Let's go back first and see what the boss says. Wang Taijun thought for a moment, then waved his hand, calling the lobby manager, settle the bill. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yu's side, after leaving the Drunken Wind building, he got into his car and prepared to leave. As the car turned the corner, he saw Lu Ruoyan squatting on the steps at the entrance, crying heavily. She was no longer in her traditional long dress but had changed back to her original appearance. It seemed she had washed her feet and, after a collapse of her resolve, realized the dangers of earning this money and couldn't continue, so she ran away. Looking through the rearview mirror, Zhang Yu felt no stir in his heart. This path was chosen by her. Every choice she made had a price already marked behind it. So, regardless of the cost, she alone had to bear it. Lu Ruoyan, buried in tears, heard the roar of the sports car's engine. She looked up and saw a very flashy and cool sports car pass by. The person in the driver's seat was Zhang Yu. She stood up in surprise, opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Before she could speak, the sports car had already left the parking lot and was far away. She couldn't even catch a whiff of his exhaust. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's heart was struck heavily once again. Watching her ex-boyfriend, who she hadn't seen for a few days, had already become someone unattainable, up in the clouds. How had she not noticed before that he had such a glamorous side? Could it be that, like the domineering CEOs in dramas, he had been hiding his true identity all along, just to test her? To see if she would change her heart by the time she graduated? Yet, she couldn't withstand the test. So Zhang Yu stopped pretending and revealed his true identity? She couldn't help but feel regret, if only she had known. Reluctantly, she wanted to take out her phone and send Zhang Yu a message. Zhang Yu, I really know I was wrong. You can hit me or scold me, as long as we can start over. The WeChat message didn't go through, only receiving a red exclamation mark. Trying to call, she found it didn't connect. She had been blocked. Good for you, Zhang Yu. I lowered myself to beg you, and you actually blocked me. Lu Ruoyan's last glimmer of hope shattered. She clicked on her best friend Shen Wan's profile, wanting to cry about this matter. Ruoyan, what did you say? Zhang Yu drove off in a Lamborghini? Shen Wan was astonished. Now he had both a house and a car? If she could get close to him, she would never have to take a taxi again. Yes, Wanner, what should I do? How can I make him change his mind? Lu Ruoyan had no idea what to do. If you ask me, you might as well give up. You initiated the breakup. When a man turns cold, there's no place for a woman. Even though Chen Wan was her best friend, she also didn't support her in fighting for Zhang Yu. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean she had no chance? This is what a plastic sisterhood looks like. Over here, Zhang Yu was driving, preparing to return to Binjiang Mansion. As he passed a bustling pedestrian street, suddenly, a familiar figure flashed before his eyes, catching his attention. So, Zhang Yu slowed down. He saw a woman in a flight attendant uniform talking to several men of different ages by the roadside. Their words seemed quite intense, indicating it wasn't a pleasant conversation. Noticing she was wearing Jiang Airlines uniform, he looked at her face, and thanks to the system's enhanced 2.0 vision, he recognized her immediately. Wasn't that Di Xiaoba? There was no mistaking it. With her signature high-nose bridge, light blue eyes, and golden wavy hair, shouldn't she be on a flight right now? How could she appear alone on the streets of Jiangqing without the other two? She hadn't even had time to change out of her flight attendant uniform. It seemed she must have encountered an urgent matter and came here directly. And who were those men? Seeing Di Xiaoba surrounded by several people, isolated and helpless, he couldn't just stand by since she was his tenant. So, Zhang Yu quickly turned the car around and drove over. Di Xiaoba, I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to pay back this money or not? A middle-aged man asked. I'm not paying it back, I just won't. Di Xiaoba's eyes were defiant, looking at the man with a face full of resistance. You've really grown some wings. You won't listen to reason. The middle-aged man, furious, raised his hand, ready to hit her. Stop. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind them. The middle-aged man turned around to see a young man striding towards them. Di Xiaoba also looked over, her eyes instantly lighting up with joy. Unexpectedly, it was the landlord who had come. What's going on? Zhang Yu approached and asked directly. Who are you? Who gave you the right to interfere here? Before Di Xiaoba could speak, the middle-aged man impatiently replied. I'm her friend, and who are you? Zhang Yu's aura was not weak at all. Friend? The middle-aged man chuckled. I'm her father. This is my family's business, and it doesn't concern you. Exactly. Next to him stood a boy, about 18 or 19, with acne on his face, who also stepped forward and said, This is our family matter, you can just go play somewhere else. Zhang Yu took a look at this combination and immediately understood. Was this the father bringing the younger brother to find her? And what about the two unfamiliar men beside them? Di Xiaoba, you tell me. Whatever it is, I'll back you up, Zhang Yu said, and his words felt like a warm current, stirring ripples in Di Xiaoba's heart. She instinctively felt trust towards him. Landlord, they are my dad and my brother. Di Xiaoba began. My brother owes a sum of money he can't pay back, and they found me to ask me to repay it. As she spoke, her nose tinged with bitterness, feeling very wronged. Hiding such grievances alone can be particularly heart-wrenching when someone shows concern. You feel wronged? Your brother owes money, and he has no income, so as his sister, you should pay it back. Di Xiaoba's father said, hands on his hips, the debt collectors are still waiting here. Hurry up and get the money. Yeah, the debt collectors chimed in. We've been waiting here for half a day. Who is going to pay? We need to go back and report. They were here to collect debts, having found this family. It didn't matter who paid, as long as they got the money. As for what kind of mess their family was in, they didn't care. Why should I pay this money? Di Xiaoba felt wronged. For so many years, you've been using the excuse that my brother needs to go to school and buy study materials to ask me for money. Fine, I gave it to you, but why should I pay off the debts he owes outside? Your brother is still young and doesn't understand. He doesn't know the dangers of online loans. What's wrong with you helping him a bit? Doesn't understand? Have you ever asked what your precious son is borrowing money for? At such a young age, he skips classes every day, borrows high-interest loans to gamble, and seeks out women. You really don't know about these disgraceful things? Or do you have a part in it too? Di Xiaoba was emotionally agitated. Her chest heaved violently. She felt that this father-son duo was truly hopeless, suffocating her. What are you saying? In front of everyone, Dad's composure broke. I provide for your food, I support your college education, and you're making it so difficult for me to ask you to pay back 50,000 yuan? The money you spent on me, I've long since paid back with interest over the years. As for college, the tuition and living expenses for 4 years were all earned by me working. Have you forgotten? At this point, she no longer cared about family shame. She poured out all her past grievances. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, listened to her lament. He couldn't help but feel pity. In this world, there are many families that favor sons over daughters. There are also many brainwashed brother supporters. Yet Di Xiaoba, in such an environment, did not yield but fought back. This showed she was not foolishly filial, nor was she being manipulated. She clearly knew what kind of life she should choose. She was a remarkably clear-headed and opinionated girl. Zhang Yu expressed his admiration for her. No one wants to hear about your family's petty issues. Are we still supposed to forget about our debts? How do we explain this to Taigu? A few debt collectors were starting to lose their patience. I think this flight attendant is quite pretty. If you really have no money, I can introduce you to a few ways to earn it in just a few nights. As he spoke, his words took on a lewd tone. He looked Di Xiaoba up and down, feeling a stir of desire. Hearing the name Taigu, Di Xiaoba's father also knew his power. His expression visibly tightened, and he hurriedly urged, Di Xiaoba, if you don't pay back the money, your brother's arms and legs won't be safe. No matter what, he is your brother. Which company are you from? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask at this point. Why? The two debt collectors exchanged glances and then laughed. Why do you want to know about our company? Are you looking to take out a loan? Debts have their owners. Her brother's debts shouldn't be paid by her, Zhang Yu said, stepping forward and shielding Di Xiaoba behind him. This seemingly casual action stirred ripples in her heart. Growing up, she had lived in an environment lacking love. Since the age of 6, when a brother was added to the family, she had taken on the responsibility of caring for him. A slight misstep would lead to punches and kicks. Her childhood memories were filled with scenes of being bullied. When it came time to fill out college applications, she had finally traveled from the northern frontier to Jiangxing to study, but she still couldn't escape her family's control, frequently being asked for money under various pretenses. After starting work and earning a salary, Di-Dad found out she made over 10,000 yuan a month and became even more relentless. He treated Di Xiaoba like an ATM. So Di Xiaoba couldn't swallow this anger. She would rather spend money on renting an expensive apartment than keep any for herself. Money was never something she could hold on to. Now, her brother, in pursuit of pleasure, had accumulated a large amount of high-interest debt and came looking for her again. When Zhang Yu's tall figure stood in front of her, the warmth in Di Xiaoba's heart surged even more. At that moment, all thoughts of repaying him with her body emerged. Are you a police officer from the Pacific? Why are you meddling so much? The two debt collectors were getting a bit impatient. She's the only one in her family with money. If she doesn't pay, who will? If I'm not mistaken, the Iron Brother you're talking about is Wang Taijun, right? At that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly asked. He seemed to have seen these two at the entrance of the Drunken Wind building. They weren't companions. They had just left from the entrance. Hearing them mention Iron Brother, he guessed that these two must be Wang Tiejuan's lackeys. The two debt collectors were instantly stunned. How did this guy, who looked to be in his 20s, know their boss's name and even called it out directly? How bold. Who are you? You think you can just call our boss by name? I'm Zhang Yu, he smiled. Go back and tell your boss that I've taken charge of this matter. Who is Zhang Yu? Never heard of him, but he seems quite confident. Could he be a friend of Iron Brother? They were just the lowest level debt collectors. They had no idea who their boss dealt with daily. But on the opposite side, it was clear that this guy was not someone they could provoke. If he really was a friend of Iron Brother, it could lead to trouble. They thought about it. Money was one thing, but their own livelihoods were definitely at stake. They couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. They didn't dare to press the issue any further. Just wait, you can't escape this debt. The two of them dropped a line and then got into a van and left. Do you know their boss, Wang Taijun? At this moment, Diba also realized Zhang Yu's identity. They had just been cornered by the debt collectors, and with just a few words, he made those people leave? That's right. Zhang Yu smiled. Can Di Xiaoba leave now? If he said yes, it would mean he was sensible. If he refused, then things wouldn't be polite. But my son's debt. Diba hadn't finished his sentence when Zhang Yu interrupted. The contract has his signature and ID. He's an adult. Can he really expect to rely on his sister forever? This time it was tens of thousands in online loans. If she paid it off, there would still be hundreds of thousands in bride price and hundreds of thousands for a house down payment. It would always be a bottomless pit. Even if she agreed, he wouldn't. But, if he truly has a desire to repent, I can offer a bridge loan. Zhang Yu smiled. Bridge loan? The father and son were stunned. But this money has to be repaid. The interest will be at standard rates, not usury. You think it over. Using a low-interest loan to replace a high-interest loan would solve the problem and also bring business to his company. Upon hearing this, Diba quickly said, It can work. Landlord. Di Xiaoba gently tugged at his sleeve from behind. What if you lend them money and they run away without paying? She knew all too well the character of the father and son. With debts hanging over them, they would definitely find a way to shirk responsibility. After all, they were already barefoot. What was there to fear? Which financial company doesn't have its own means? Zhang Yu smiled. Don't worry. The only debts that people don't want to manage are the ones they don't care about. There's no debt they can't handle. Landlord. Dishaba felt a bit guilty. Later, I'll pay you back as soon as I get my salary. Pay off her brother's debt? No way. But she absolutely couldn't let Zhang Yu suffer a loss. Have you made up your minds? Zhang Yu asked again. We've made up our minds. Di Ba and his son nodded. Then bring your documents and come to my company for a face-to-face signing tomorrow. Don't forget to repay on time. Zhang Yu said. Definitely. Definitely. They also knew that Zhang Yu could actually make Iron Brothers people give him some face. The strength behind him was only going to be greater, not lesser. Who would dare to owe him money and not pay it back? The father and son had just become a bit more honest when they started to have ideas again, quickly saying to Dishaba, aren't you going to thank your friend? Zhang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. Let's go, he said, turning to Dishaba. She was wearing a flight attendant uniform, and her short skirt made it hard for her to move her legs. She had to jog a few steps to keep up with Zhang Yu's pace. Thank you, she said softly. If he hadn't suddenly appeared to defuse the situation today, the outcome would have been something she couldn't accept. Moreover, he stood up for her today, making the father and son realize that she had someone backing her up. They wouldn't dare to come after her so easily in the future. Dishaba didn't love money, nor was she fond of handsome men, but she had a special fascination for men who were masculine, powerful, and could protect her. Such men exuded overwhelming male charm. What did you say? Zhang Yu didn't catch her words clearly. I said, thank you. Who are you thanking? Of course, it's for myself, Dishaba replied. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to leave today. As her words fell, Zhang Yu also saw the system prompt, Dishaba's peach blossom value plus 2 stars, current 9 stars, just 1 star away from a full score. A full score not only represented her emotional attitude but also indicated that the system mentioned it could trigger a special reward. How are you planning to thank me? With just verbal gratitude? Zhang Yu chuckled. Of course not. Dishaba shook her head. I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Is that okay? You choose the place. After saying that, she realized that Zhang Yu's words seemed to imply something else. Her face turned red, and she fell silent. She hated herself for understanding so quickly. Zhang Yu smiled slightly. It seemed she had figured out what was going on. Seeing her reaction, he felt no displeasure. That was what truly made one feel secretly pleased. At that moment, a few male university students passing by looked over as if they had seen a sci-fi movie. They were astonished. A beautiful girl like her, wearing a flight attendant uniform with buff bonuses, actually took the initiative to invite a guy to dinner? It was infuriating. They would invite those ordinary-looking girls from school to dinner and wouldn't get a good response, complaining about the food, let alone being invited by a girl. And a girl as beautiful as this. At that moment, they realized the gap between people was as vast as heaven and earth. What a day of daily frustration. Sure, how about we go for some small barbecue and spicy hot pot, and have some beer? What do you think? Sounds good. Dishaba nodded. She secretly checked her change. It wasn't much. She was just considering borrowing some from Sister Xiao today. She didn't expect the landlord to be so easygoing, with no demands at all. The way she looked at Zhang Yu was almost starry-eyed. It seemed that only by getting to know him better could she discover the charm radiating from him. Then let's get in the car quickly, Zhang Yu said to Dishaba. Dishaba nodded and lifted her foot to get in the car. The flight attendant outfit she wore was a bit tight, so she had to be careful when getting in. Otherwise, it would be easy to have a wardrobe malfunction. Are you ready? I'll start the car once you're in, Zhang Yu said, not turning his head to look. After all, the Lamborghini Veneno's body structure was quite low, and from the driver's seat, it was easy to see things one shouldn't. Wait a minute, I'm not in yet, Dishaba said shyly, her face turning red. Finally, after sitting in the passenger seat, she softly said, Landlord, I'm all set. Buckle up, we're off, Zhang Yu said, starting the sports car. He noticed Dishaba's face was as red as a Fuji apple. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. Dishaba's face turned even redder. It's truly a case of the speaker being oblivious while the listener is attentive. How could she dare to tell Zhang Yu what she was just thinking? He might turn it into a joke and ridicule her. Looking at such a pretty girl, how could her mind be filled with colors? So, it's better to say nothing at all. The Lamborghini returned to the street. Such a car, once it appears, is destined to become the center of attention for everyone. Look, that sports car is so cool. The logo looks like a Lamborghini. Not just that, it's the Veneno, with only 14 units globally. Among the onlookers, there are always those who love to share knowledge. Wow, is that really the Veneno? What luck to see the real thing. This car is so limited. This is only the second time it's appeared in the country. Right, this is the first time in Jiangcheng. The license plate is still Jiang'a. When did such an impressive person come out of our Jiangcheng? Yeah, and there's a flight attendant from Jiang Airlines in the passenger seat. Every one of them is a top beauty. If I'm not mistaken, that beauty should be Di Shiba, the only girl from Beijing in Jiang Airlines. No way, Di Shiba? That 170 centimeters beauty from Beijing? She gained some fame online years ago. I'm so envious. Being rich is great. You can have any kind of beauty. Sigh, the goddess in the eyes of the poor is just their golden bowl. We can only envy. Wherever the Lamborghini Veneno goes, it's met with awe. A top-tier visual feast. This feeling is immensely gratifying. No wonder the wealthy love to buy sports cars, and no wonder beauties enjoy riding in luxury cars. It's not their fault for being vain and superficial. Once you sit in it, the adrenaline surges uncontrollably. There's no time to talk about vanity. You feel like you're floating. The onlookers were discussing and pulling out their phones to capture this rare moment. Then they posted it online. In no time, the local channels of various social apps were flooded with images of this black sports car. From all directions, different angles, the luxurious car was everywhere. All the netizens were commenting below, and it quickly became the local traffic king. I saw the rich guy showing off again. I've seen this car once, it was racing by the river one night. So envious. And with such a beautiful girl, she's 100 times better than those snake-like faces. I don't think she's as pretty as you all say. You sound tough now that you're wearing pants. I wonder whose rich second generation this is. He looks pretty handsome. Car owner, don't get too happy too soon. I've already got my dad working hard. The screen was filled with jealousy. The netizens were enthusiastically discussing this luxury car. Di Xiaoba took out her phone, and similar messages popped up. Her inbox was filled with private messages from unfamiliar netizens. Di Xiaoba, I just saw you. You look even better in real life than in the videos. Xiaoba, I owe you an apology. I used to not believe there could be such a beautiful girl and thought it was all filters. I was wrong. I've followed you. From now on, you're the only person I follow. She didn't know how these netizens found her account so quickly. Her follower count, which started at over 100,000, rapidly climbed. Soon it reached 500,000 followers. Her inbox was about to explode. She couldn't keep up with the messages. Just as she was about to see what others were saying, the messages got pushed down and became invisible. Her newly bought phone was heating up and lagging a bit. It was too crazy. Is this what traffic feels like? It just exploded. Di Sherba had never seen such a scene. She had done nothing but sit in a Lamborghini sports car, and it caused such a sensation? Frightened, she quickly hid the few videos on her homepage. She didn't like to be high-profile and showy, especially with such overwhelming traffic. She was just a small flight attendant and couldn't handle it at all. Turning her head to look at Zhang Yu, it was clear he was focused on driving and had no idea what was happening online. Looking at his exquisitely sculpted profile, she felt her heart skip a beat. A gust of wind blew by, and she became a bit more alert, quickly pulling her thoughts back. Di Xiaoba, oh Di Xiaoba, when did you become such a face lover? She scolded herself in her heart. Up ahead is a snack street. Let's eat there, she said. A vibrant snack street appeared before them, filled with bright lights and the aroma of cumin wafting from the shops lining the street. Groups of diners were toasting and enjoying the lively atmosphere. I'll follow your lead, Di Xiaoba nodded. Zhang Yu parked the car in front of a hotel. Then, the two walked to the snack street and casually found an empty table to sit down. What a beautiful lady, she looks like a mixed-race model. So stylish. She must be from the northern border. She's tall and has super fair skin. Her legs are long. From the neck down, it's all legs. Diners at several nearby tables immediately noticed the flight attendant, Di Xiaoba. She took out a pack of tissues and pulled out two. First, she wiped the grease off the table in front of Zhang Yu, then cleaned her side. What would you two like to eat? A vendor hurried over, placing the menu on their table. Upon seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman, he was momentarily stunned. After years in business, he had seen thousands of people, but he had never encountered someone as beautiful as Di Xiaoba. Suddenly, he felt his little shop brighten up. Of course, Zhang Yu is also a rare handsome guy. However, from a man's perspective, the vendor couldn't help but envy Zhang Yu. This exotic beauty, not only tall but also considerate. Young man, your girlfriend is really beautiful, and she's a flight attendant, right? The vendor took a risk and said this, only to be shot a glare by the vendor's wife. He was so startled that he stumbled over his words. The term girlfriend made Di Xiaoba shyly lower her head, not daring to refute it. She focused on the details of her shoes. Fortunately, the firelight nearby was bright enough to prevent her from losing her composure in front of Zhang Yu. By the way, what do you want to eat? Zhang Yu asked, pencil in hand, checking off items on the menu without looking up. I said I'd treat you, just order what you like, Di Xiaoba replied. I have no dietary restrictions. Whatever you eat, I'll eat too. Then I won't hold back, Zhang Yu smiled. 2 skewers of big kidneys, 2 servings of oysters, 1 serving of grilled abalone, and 5 skewers of chives. He listed the dishes as he ordered. The vendor was increasingly shocked as he listened. Wait, are they eating this much? They want abalone now. Will they even eat later? If they devour all this, there's no way they'll sleep tonight. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the flight attendant. Would she even be able to get out of bed tomorrow? Old Wang, what are you daydreaming about now? The vendor's wife saw his expression and pinched his ear. Getting old but still full of tricks, men only behave when hung on the wall. This made Di Xiaoba unable to help but chuckle. Halfway through her laughter, she felt it was inappropriate and covered her mouth with her slender fingers. After Zhang Yu finished ordering, he added, "That's it for now. If it's not enough, I'll order more. And bring 2 bottles of strong liquor." "All right, just a moment." The barbecue shop owner noted the order, took the menu, and turned to leave, casting a glance at the vendor's wife. Unconsciously, he thought to himself, well, having a little drink to get tipsy would make things easier. Young people really know how to have fun. The boss sighed and continued to busy himself. In the interval while waiting for the food, Zhang Yu looked at Di Xiaoba. To be honest, under the dim, poor quality lights of this barbecue stall, her face looked as if it had a light yellow filter over it. Sitting there, it truly gave a sense of tranquility in the passage of time. No wonder she was a top beauty. There were no angles where she looked less than stunning. Just sitting there was a sight to behold. Even in this somewhat chaotic night market scene, she seemed a bit out of place. If someone took a photo and posted it, netizens would think it was photoshopped. Looking up again, he noticed the surrounding diners all craning their necks to look this way. Even the delicious barbecue seemed less appealing. When their eyes met Zhang Yu's, they quickly turned their heads away, as if caught in the act. "Your barbecue is ready." About 10 minutes later, the boss brought over a stainless steel plate filled with grilled skewers. There were about a dozen varieties, both meat and vegetarian. A rich aroma wafted through the air. Zhang Yu was also hungry, his appetite wide open. He picked up a meat skewer and took a bite. Not bad, you should try it. Is it really that good? Di Xiaoba watched Zhang Yu enjoy it and picked up a skewer herself. Cautiously taking a bite with her cherry-like lips, she exclaimed, it really is delicious. Come on, let's have a drink. Zhang Yu raised a plastic cup. The brown liquid in the cup was a popular local liquor known as Shao Jinjiu. It was said to contain ginseng and deer antler, boasting great health benefits. Thus, it became the main drink promoted at the night market. Di Xiaoba didn't drink alcohol. She had never even had beer. However, as long as her landlord Zhang Yu was happy, she was willing to drink with him. So, Di Xiaoba filled her cup and raised it. "Landlord, I toast to you." She didn't know how to say those toasting words. All her gratitude was in this drink. Taking a sip, her brows furrowed immediately. She really wasn't used to it. A strong medicinal taste hit her hard. Nevertheless, Di Xiaoba closed her eyes and downed the drink in one go. She would rather feel uncomfortable herself than let Zhang Yu be unhappy. That was her true feeling. After finishing the drink, she choked and covered her mouth, coughing. Her face turned red from the coughing. "If you can't drink, then don't. Don't make it hard on yourself." Zhang Yu noticed that Di Xiaoba really couldn't handle it and advised her. In drinking circles, those who needed favors, those who were looked down upon, were used to being submissive. The more they drank, the happier others became. But he didn't think that way. It was enough to drink well, and if one couldn't drink, then don't. Including just now, if she had shaken her head and said she wouldn't drink, he wouldn't have forced her. "No, I'm not making it hard on myself." Di Xiaoba waved her hand and poured another cup. "I'm happy, really. After today, that pair of blood-sucking father and son wouldn't easily come to trouble her again." Although they were blood relatives, Di Xiaoba had never felt any love from them since she was young. She had long wanted nothing to do with them. The resolution of this situation was still thanks to Zhang Yu's appearance. If he hadn't happened to know the boss of those debt collectors, this matter wouldn't have been so easily resolved. Thinking this, Di Xiaoba raised her cup again. "Landlord, let me toast you one more time." All right, no more drinking," Zhang Yu quickly declined. He had never intended for her to drink so much, but he couldn't stop her. After Di Xiaoba finished her toast, she tilted her head back and drank it all. If a girl could do that, how could Zhang Yu show weakness? So he downed his second cup as well. They continued eating and drinking. After an hour, the crowd in the snack street gradually thinned out. Those seats had also emptied out by more than half. Some stalls with no business had started to pack up one after another. On the table of Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba, there were only leftover bones and various shells. 2 bottles of strong liquor had also been drained, lying sideways on the table. Zhang Yu shook his head. The aftereffects of this alcohol were indeed a bit strong. Just a moment ago, he hadn't felt it, but now his head felt heavy. Looking over at Di Xiaoba, her face was flushed with 2 rosy clouds, giving her an even more alluring look. She seemed a bit dazed as well. After drinking, driving was out of the question. Fortunately, there were plenty of hotels nearby. There were all kinds, like Bashianshan Hotel, Super 6 Inn, and Urban Convenience Hotel, all lined up on one street. The signs were quite eye-catching against the night sky. "Landlord, did you bring your ID?" Di Xiaoba called out, her voice hazy with intoxication. "I didn't bring it. What do I need an ID for?" Zhang Yu replied. "I brought mine, hee. Di Xiaoba said, revealing an ID card in her hand. As a flight attendant who often traveled, carrying her identification was a must. "I'm a bit sleepy. Landlord, can you take me to the hotel?" Di Xiaoba slurred, her speech no longer as timid as before. "No way?" Zhang Yu looked at her, as if seeing a version of Lu Wanxiao. Last time, she had also been drinking alone, and as soon as he walked in, she had pounced on him. Was it going to happen again? If he were to say he was looking forward to it, Zhang Yu definitely was. It just felt a bit strange. However, he still nodded. "Alright, I'll take you there." Di Xiaoba stood up unsteadily, wearing high heels, and took a couple of steps, almost stumbling. The ground was covered in an unremovable grease. Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward to support her. Di Xiaoba turned her head and smiled brightly. "Landlord, you're really nice. Wait, is she giving me a good guy card?" If it were before, Zhang Yu would have definitely felt angry. But now, he didn't feel that way. When you are poor and have nothing, if someone calls you a good person, it's an insult. When you are wealthy, if someone calls you a good person, then you are a flawless hexagonal warrior. You can push through everything. "It's fine, I'll help you a bit, and you can help me a bit when you have the chance," Zhang Yu said with a smile. They casually walked into a hotel. The sleepy receptionist, upon seeing a handsome guy walk in, immediately perked up. What a handsome young man, tall and imposing, with an extraordinary presence. This night shift was really worth it. Then she noticed he had a beautiful flight attendant draped over his shoulder. Instantly, her disappointment was hard to hide. Why do handsome guys always have someone? And she was so pretty, with a better job than hers. It was a complete dimensional blow, leaving no way out for other girls. "Hello, miss, I'd like to book a room." Zhang Yu took out Di Xiaoba's ID. There was only one ID. According to hotel rules, one ID could only check in one person, but the receptionist still made an exception, turning a blind eye to the matter. Soon, she had the room ready. Zhang Yu took the room card and helped Di Xiaoba into the room. Phew, carrying her for so long is really a bit tiring. He placed Di Xiaoba back on the bed. Zhang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, stretching his somewhat stiff shoulders. A drunken person felt several times heavier than usual. Even with the aid of his stamina recovery potion, this walk had consumed quite a bit of energy. He glanced at Di Xiaoba again. She was lying on the bed, already asleep. The collar of her shirt revealed a hint of spring. At this moment, Zhang Yu faced a difficult choice. Should he act like a beast, or be worse than a beast? He felt that if he stayed any longer, something would happen. So, he quickly went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Cold water poured down, and it felt so refreshing. After washing up, he picked up his phone and looked. What the heck? It's already midnight. Time really flies. Unknowingly, he had eaten a meal, taken a shower, and it was already midnight. Zhang Yu couldn't help but shout in his heart. A new day has come, which means new rewards, right? Since he was just idling anyway, he didn't hesitate and awakened the system. "System, I want to draw today's blind box." Preparing for the host. "The blind box is ready, please choose host." With the system's prompt, the drawing interface of the blind box appeared before him again. Since it was a blind box, he couldn't see anything, so he decided to draw randomly. Thus, he casually selected a box. This time, the box didn't open immediately. Instead, a circle of golden light emerged from the box first. Then, the box slowly opened. Wow, this time there are special effects? Could it be that he drew a hidden edition blind box? Zhang Yu looked at the system interface, clenched his fist, and felt a surge of excitement. Sure enough, the system's mechanical voice sounded next. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn a hidden edition blind box." The golden light sparkled, and the reward popped out. He was overjoyed, holding his breath as he hurriedly checked what the reward was. Host has received the reward, Future Event Prediction Modifier. What is this? Zhang Yu was a bit puzzled and looked at the instructions. Future Event Modifier, current level, the host can change events that will happen within the next week. Usage times, 3. After use, the worldview will refresh, and the memories of related individuals will be rewritten. Wow, no wonder it's a hidden edition blind box. This is too outrageous. Getting a house, a car, or even a company is essentially still related to money. It requires slow accumulation, but the option provided now could save him a lot of detours. If he didn't want to work hard anymore, he could just write that a rich woman would come to find him a week later, determined to marry him and give him all her assets. If he was annoyed by someone, he could just write that they would mysteriously die a day later, and no one would find out the reason. A day is still within the range of a week. It could even be compressed to the minute level. If he really used it, it would be even more lethal than a death note. However, the opportunity given now is only 3 times, so he still had to use it cautiously. It had to be used at useful moments. So, Zhang Yu calmed his emotions, accepted this hidden reward, and put it into the system backpack. Then, he retracted the system. Turning his head to look at the big bed in the middle of the room, he saw Di Xiaoba turning over, unconsciously starting to fumble with her clothing buttons. Moreover, her red lips slightly parted, her tongue licking the corner of her mouth, as if she wanted something. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yu saw this scene and felt it was simply tempting him to commit a crime. Who has such strong self-control to remain calm in this situation? What do you want? He asked as he approached. I want. Di Xiaoba murmured unconsciously, I want to drink water. After drinking, she was now in a daze. She felt very hot, about to explode. Thirsty to death. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Zhang Yu looked at the furnishings in the room. There were 2 bottles of generic mineral water on the table, complimentary drinks from the hotel room. So, he picked up a bottle, opened it, and brought it to Di Xiaoba's lips. But now, she clearly couldn't hold a bottle of water steadily, and lying on the bed made it impossible for her to drink. A full bottle of water spilled several drops on the sheets. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu could only help her sit up, wrapping his arm around her neck, half lying in the crook of his arm. Then he brought the mouth of the mineral water bottle to Di Xiaoba's lips. The scene resembled feeding a child. Her red lips wrapped around the bottle's mouth as she greedily drank the mineral water. In one breath, she finished more than half the bottle. Wow! Zhang Yu couldn't help but imagine further, instantly feeling uplifted. Cough, cough, cough. His thoughts went astray again. Do you feel better now? He asked, trying to shift his focus. Di Xiaoba didn't respond. Looking down, he found she had fallen asleep again in the crook of his arm. No way, is the after effect of this alcohol that strong? Zhang Yu had drunk more than she had, and he was basically sober now. Sigh, if you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. Finishing it off just causes trouble for others. People's constitutions really can't be compared. Fortunately, he was a gentleman. If he had encountered someone with ulterior motives, Di Xiaoba would probably be left with nothing but bones. He sighed again and laid her down flat. Ding ding ling ling. At that moment, Di Xiaoba's phone suddenly rang. Zhang Yu picked up the phone and saw the caller ID displayed Sister Xiao. Considering this was a matter among her sisters, he didn't answer. The phone rang for a minute before it stopped. A few seconds later, it rang again. Was there something important that needed to be said right now? There was no choice. Zhang Yu had to pick up her phone and answer. Hello, Xiaoba, we've arrived in Su City. I wanted to tell you. On the other end, Lu Huanqiu had just landed and finished her work. She called Di Xiaoba. Before she could finish her sentence, a male voice came through the phone. Di Xiaoba is already asleep. You can talk about it tomorrow. Who are you? Why do you have her phone? Upon hearing the man's voice, Lu Huanqiu's mind immediately went on high alert, sounding a 10-level alarm. Di Xiaoba had said there was an urgent matter at home, so she took leave and left the flight before it took off. She returned to Jiang City alone. She was very worried about Di Xiaoba, fearing she might run into trouble. But on the flight, she couldn't check her phone for several hours. As soon as she landed, she called, only to find a man holding her phone saying she was asleep. It was hard not to think too much. Di Xiaoba couldn't have done something foolish, could she? Or had she been kidnapped? The more she thought, the more scared she became. She couldn't help but want to call the police. It's me. Can't you recognize my voice? Zhang Yu said again. You are the landlord? Lu Huanqiu listened carefully to the voice on the phone. It sounded like Zhang Yu. Hearing his voice for the first time on the phone was somewhat different from reality, so she didn't recognize it immediately. However, Di Xiaoba had said she was dealing with family matters. How could she be with her landlord Zhang Yu in the same room? Lu Huanqiu was confused. Yes, it's me, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Then what's going on with Di Xiaoba? Why didn't she answer the phone? Lu Huanqiu was a bit anxious. Di Xiaoba drank a bit. She's in the hotel and has already fallen asleep, Zhang Yu said simply. What? Hotel? Did you two get a room? In Su City, Lu Huanqiu's voice rose a few decibels, attracting the attention of Pan Yuyao, who had just come out of the shower. Sister Xiao, who got a room? Di Xiaoba, she's actually with the landlord. Lu Huanqiu didn't hide it. This landlord really knows how to take advantage of opportunities. Does he want to leave no one behind? Lu Huanqiu felt that Zhang Yu was truly terrifying. He seemed like a flood or a fierce beast, impossible to guard against. Then she said to Zhang Yu, landlord, if you're a gentleman, Don't take advantage of her while she's asleep. Lu Wanxia was a bit anxious. She knew that warnings were of little use, it was simply beyond her reach. If he didn't pay attention to her, by the time she got back, the raw rice would have long turned into porridge. If it weren't for the fact that they were separated by over 1,000 miles, she would have flown back immediately. It felt like a sheep had already entered the tiger's mouth, just waiting to be swallowed. But with this distance, if he really wanted to do something, it would be too late to go back. Who understands this feeling of helplessness? I never claimed to be a virtuous gentleman, Zhang Yu said, knowing what she was worried about, and couldn't help but chuckle. But don't worry. By the way, what do you want to say to her when you call? I'll tell her when she wakes up. Oh, it's like this. Lu Wanxiao remembered, in her anxiety, she forgot to mention the main point. Although it was meant for Di Xiaoba, it was the same to tell the landlord. He would pass it on. Yu Yao and I have agreed to spend the day in Sioux City tomorrow, so we'll be back a bit later. Is that it? Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. He thought it was something serious that needed special emphasis. That's it. Lu Wanxiao nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wanxiao glanced at Pan Yueying. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. They both felt that the decision to stroll around Sioux City was a bit hasty. Sister Xiao, is it okay if Xiaoba is drunk? Should we just head back early in the morning? After learning about Di Xiaoba's situation, Pan Yueying couldn't sit still, especially knowing that Zhang Yu was still beside her. It was hard to describe this mindset in words. Was it jealousy? Not exactly, but there was still a slight feeling of envy, like two children fighting over a toy. She had no issues with her good friend Di Xiaoba. She just wanted to go back early. Alright, then we'll head back to Jiang City early in the morning. Lu Wanxiao nodded. After learning about Di Xiaoba's situation, she also had no desire to linger in Sioux City. She wished it would be dawn already so she could take the first bus back to Jiang City. Damn Zhang Yu. She couldn't help but curse him in her heart. Then Sister Xiao, let's rest early. The airline had a long-term partnership with a hotel in Sioux City. Flight attendants who couldn't return at night would stay in double rooms. They would wait for the next flight to return. The hotel was also close to the airport for convenience. A night passed in silence. Zhang Yu kept his promise. He chose to be less than human. He spent the whole night on the sofa by the bed. When dawn broke, Di Xiaoba opened her beautiful eyes. Lying on her side, her gaze fell on Zhang Yu curled up on the sofa. He was 185 centimeters tall, and this 170 centimeters long sofa couldn't accommodate his body at all. Looking down at herself, her clothes were a bit disheveled, but everything was on her, with no other traces. Nothing happened all night? Di Xiaoba secretly felt relieved that she hadn't foolishly compromised her innocence. This landlord Zhang Yu was indeed a virtuous gentleman. Di Xiaoba had always liked men with a sense of justice, gentlemen with grace who could solve problems. Seeing Zhang Yu lying there, her fondness for him rose another star. 10 stars. But in the next moment, a feeling of annoyance surged in her heart. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, not charming enough? Was she not likable enough to him? How could he have such a good sense of boundaries? Di Xiaoba thought about this and felt as if she had been ignored by Zhang Yu. She almost wanted to hit him. At that moment, Zhang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, startling Di Xiaoba, who quickly averted her eyes. She buried her head under the blanket, her heart racing. Zhang Yu squinted at the outside. It was already bright. The night had passed surprisingly quickly. And he was surprised to find that there was an unread notification in the system. Di Xiaoba's peach blossom value has risen to 10 stars. It had been sent a few minutes ago. Wow. So soon, has she reached max level? Zhang Yu was astonished. He had been intimate with Lu Hanxiao and hadn't even reached full marks, barely passing halfway. And Pan Yuyao, who was a complete beauty fanatic and had taken her for a ride, hadn't reached max level either. The first to reach full marks was actually Di Xiaoba? Who would have thought that? He couldn't help but doubt whether the system's ratings were a bit off. Landlord, you're awake, Di Xiaoba said somewhat shyly. She slightly lowered her head, a few strands of hair falling messily, giving her a lazy, disheveled beauty. Are you sober now? Zhang Yu asked, then got up. Di Xiaoba's voice was very soft, the effects of the alcohol long gone. Thank you. She knew in her heart that he had taken care of her all night. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where she would be. No need to be polite. Zhang Yu smiled. By the way, your sister Xiao called last night. What did they say? Di Xiaoba asked nervously. Not much, just that they might come back a day late, Zhang Yu replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Di Xiaoba picked up her phone to check the messages. Then she said, no, they set off early this morning, they're coming back. Changed their minds? Zhang Yu hadn't thought of that. Didn't they say they wanted to stroll around Sioux City? How come they're back so early? But that wasn't important. After thinking for a moment, Zhang said to Disheba, then hurry up and wash up, we should head back. He looked out the hotel window. He saw a Lamborghini parked in the parking lot at the entrance, surrounded by a dozen traffic cones. There were also 2 security guards specifically watching over it. We have to keep an eye on the guest's car. If something goes wrong, we couldn't afford to pay for it even if we sold ourselves. Driving such a nice car out, isn't that just asking for trouble? The security guards looked around, as a crowd of people were taking pictures of the flashy sports car, filled with vigilance. Such a cool sports car had only appeared in Jiang City for the second time in many years. Passers-by showed a keen interest in the car. Oh my, isn't that the car that went viral online last night? Take away the bar and it's this one. There's no second one in all of Jiang City. But why is this sports car here? Isn't that obvious? This is a hotel. In yesterday's video, the car was carrying a very beautiful flight attendant. So, they were together last night. The onlookers quickly began to speculate. That's right, I can testify. I was eating barbecue here yesterday and saw them both enter the hotel. No way. Is there really no impact? Wearing company uniforms represents the company's image. The crowd chattered excitedly, their faces showing the thrill of gossip. Such topics were always the hottest discussions. In the room, Di Shoba was in the bathroom, tidying herself up again. She put on makeup and combed her hair. Then she heard a lot of voices downstairs. What was going on? She didn't understand what was happening outside. Suddenly, her phone rang. Thinking it was Sister Xiao and the others arriving, a smile spread across her face. But when she saw the caller ID, her mood darkened instantly. The smile at the corner of her mouth froze. It was Manager Lee calling. Manager Lee was their direct superior, responsible for recruitment and performance evaluations, among other things. For many reasons, his reputation in the airline was terrible. Everyone hated him. Whenever it was about him, nothing could lift anyone's spirits. But when Manager Lee called, she dared not ignore it. Hello, manager? After hesitating for a few seconds, she pressed the call button. Di Shoba, why did it take you so long to answer? Where are you now? The tone on the other end was somewhat displeased. Why did you take leave yesterday? Di Shoba thought for a moment and then said, I had some family matters yesterday, so I didn't fly. I already talked to Sister Xiao about it. Family matters? Manager Lee's voice rose a few notches. Are you still lying? Did you sit in the passenger seat of some rich guy's car and go to a hotel together? Manager Lee, are you spying on me? Di Xiaoba's expression turned cold. She was unaware that the 2 incidents from yesterday had been pieced together into a video. The argument with the father and son, as well as the meal at the barbecue stall, had been omitted. The final result presented made it easy to misunderstand. From their perspective, Di Sheba hadn't even changed her clothes, still wearing the company uniform, and was directly picked up by someone in a luxury sports car to go to a hotel. It is well known that videos cannot be edited. Just this one spliced video would lead countless uninformed people to believe it as the truth. Moreover, those who scroll through short videos lack the ability to discern the authenticity of the information. They can easily be led astray. Or rather, they simply don't have the time to think critically. So whatever they see, they take at face value. I'm spying on you? Manager Lee couldn't hold back. This matter has spread all over the internet. Do you know how much of a stir it has caused online? Our company's reputation is affected because of you, and the stock price is about to plummet. Although society always views the profession of flight attendants through a special colored lens, it was usually just talk behind closed doors. This was the first time someone had rushed to a hotel without changing clothes. It was simply too reckless. It was ruining Jiang Airlines' reputation. Manager Lee, you might have misunderstood. It's not like that. Di Shaba realized what he was referring to and hurriedly wanted to clarify the situation. Don't say anything. Come to the company right now. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. With that, Manager Lee hung up the phone. Di Shaba listened to the busy tone and felt a bit dazed. She was at a loss. How had so many things changed overnight? At that moment, Zhang Yu also picked up his phone and connected to the internet. Soon, he saw the comments online. There were videos, GIFs, and various spliced clips from different angles. The netizens below were saying all sorts of things. Rich second generation drives a supercar, picks up a flight attendant to go to a hotel for a rendezvous. Every word was explosive enough. When pieced together, it attracted even more attention. Those self-media bloggers, in pursuit of traffic, were fabricating all sorts of nonsense. Every kind of video was posted online. Some influencers also shared their so-called exclusive opinions on the matter. Supercar guy meets young flight attendant at night. What do you think? As far as I know, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Jiang Airlines. A super rich handsome man and a beautiful woman should be a romantic tale, so why does it feel so off? Where did it go wrong? This is absolutely ridiculous. Zhang Yu looked at the news online and felt very angry. Clearly, he had done nothing, yet he was being misrepresented online, feeling like he was about to socially die. The nosy netizens kept coming in waves. The scope of the spread was getting wider. Next, it was possible that someone would splice in those videos from the internet, showcasing a hidden camera scene. He didn't care for himself, he had thick skin. Saying a few words wouldn't cost him anything. But Di Xiaoba was not so lucky. A woman, especially a beautiful woman, is the easiest target for malicious rumors. Moreover, it's hard to defend oneself. Even if one had 1,000 mouths, it would be impossible to clarify. It could easily lead to her ruin. Netizens are just here for entertainment, wanting to see what they want to see. As for the truth, who would be affected? It doesn't matter. Landlord, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you. I'll go to the company now and explain everything clearly. Di Xiaoba felt quite guilty inside. As she spoke, she was about to leave the room. Wait a moment, I'll take you there, Zhang Yu said. Since I'm already one of the parties involved, I certainly won't stand by and do nothing. This matter not only brought trouble to himself, but Di Xiaoba was also innocent. Ha! Di Xiaoba was surprised. It's settled then, let's go, Zhang Yu said in a tone that left no room for refusal. All right. Seeing Zhang Yu take such responsibility, ready to face this matter together, Di Xiaoba felt deeply moved. The two of them left the room. When they reached downstairs, those gathered around the sports car saw the two of them come out. They stood at a distance, whispering and pointing. Zhang Yu glared at them coldly, staring them into silence. That gaze was too intimidating. They didn't dare provoke him. Who knows what kind of background someone who can drive such a car has? It was one thing to joke around, but when faced with the real deal, they quickly restrained themselves. They shouldn't stir up trouble just to join in the fun and end up getting hurt. That wouldn't be worth it. After the two got into the car, he started the engine and drove towards Zhonghang Company. At the same time, he recalled the hidden blind box he had just obtained last night. Now, to resolve the unfavorable public opinion, the function of this blind box could come in handy. Otherwise, it would really be hard to suppress. System, use the future event modifier. Zhang Yu called out to the system in his mind. Immediately, a virtual writing board popped up in front of him. Host, please write down the event you want to modify and the time on the writing board, the system prompted. The content must meet the word count requirements set by the writing board. The system continued to remind him. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate. The minimum time unit was 10 minutes later. Within 10 minutes, all negative news about me and Di Xiaoba must be cleared. After thinking for a moment, he added a few more words. Prohibit any further postings across the entire internet. After finishing, he noticed there were still a few blank spaces, so to avoid waste, he added another line. Within 2 hours, become the mysterious major shareholder of Zhonghang Company. After submitting, he found that the system had approved it without any indication of non-compliance. Host, the future event modifications you submitted have been approved and will soon be fulfilled. The system's prompt came through. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. He was almost unable to contain his excitement. This hidden blind box was indeed something else. This future event modifier was simply too overpowered. As long as it didn't exceed the current level's modification limits and met the word count requirements, he could write as many as he wanted. Any reasonable request would be directly fulfilled. It made Zhang Yu think that next time he might even write in classical Chinese, just in case the system wouldn't understand. After putting away the system panel, he turned to look at Di Xiaoba. She hadn't said a word the entire time, her head down, refreshing her phone. She was following the sensationalized updates from those self-media accounts. Videos pieced together from various angles were spreading all over the internet. Di Xiaoba felt particularly upset. She had a sense of helplessness, especially with her wearing the flight attendant uniform with the Zhonghang logo, which had sparked discussions online. The matter had escalated from netizens to the entire airline. There were quite a few people in the airline, taking advantage of their work breaks to discuss the matter. Which department's employee is this? How could they do such a thing? The impact on our company is too great. How will others see us innocent flight attendants in the future? Di Xiaoba claims to avoid relationships and not to interact with men, yet suddenly there's such a huge scandal? People in the company were discussing in small groups. What to do, what to do. As the airline headquarters drew closer, Di Xiaoba kept silently repeating in her mind. Clearly, she had done nothing wrong. But the rumors online were becoming increasingly outrageous. The current narrative had painted her as someone who disregarded company regulations and frequently skipped work to engage in side hustles. They spoke with such conviction, as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Who could withstand such a level of slander? She was in no state of mind and had no idea how Manager Lee would punish her. Unable to control herself, she anxiously refreshed her phone again. Suddenly, she noticed something was off. the most liked videos had disappeared. Di Xiaoba wondered if she was seeing things. She refreshed again. Then she realized it wasn't just those videos with tens of thousands of likes and comments. Even the ones with a few thousand likes had vanished. Only a few scattered videos with a handful of likes remained, still circulating in a small scope. But the impact was already minimal. What a strange occurrence. It wasn't just Di Xiaoba. The onlookers online also sensed something was amiss. What happened to that explosive trending topic that was at the top just now? I noticed too, the videos I saved earlier are showing as invalid. I just posted a video, and it said sending failed. It couldn't go through at all. The only Lamborghini videos still available are from a few days ago, and there's only one person in the car. I clearly remember there was a flight attendant in the car. Why does it feel like it was edited out? The netizens all noticed that the videos that had been flying around just moments ago seemed to have collectively evaporated. The few remaining videos, which had just been posted, were quickly disappearing as well. I have a screenshot. Let me check. Where's the screenshot? Some netizens recalled saving screenshots. When they opened their phones, there was no trace of the screenshots. It was as if the event had never happened. Wait, am I dreaming? Or did I accidentally delete it? If that's the case, are we all just dreamers? This is too bizarre. Who's behind this trending topic removal that could make it disappear so completely? The mysterious force behind this was surprisingly powerful. Could it be that Jiang Hang paid to remove the trending topic? Impossible. How much would an airline have to spend for such a level of damage control? Besides, the airline is preparing to cut ties with that flight attendant. A netizen who knew the inside story said, "Then what's going on? Could it be that handsome guy with the sports car took action?" At Jianghang headquarters, employees also noticed that all the videos and images online had vanished. Apart from their memories, they had no recollection of the videos. All related materials had disappeared. The document compiled from the relevant photos collected by the airline had inexplicably turned into unreadable gibberish. All of this happened within a few minutes. What's going on? Manager Li also noticed the problem. With no evidence left, how could he hold Di Xiaoba accountable? He thought to himself. An assistant came over to report, "Manager Li, Di Xiaoba has arrived at the company. Let her in." Manager Li immediately put on the airs of a senior executive. He put down his phone and sat upright at his desk. The elevator doors opened. Di Xiaoba appeared in the company. With her tall figure and exotic beauty, she became the center of attention for all the employees as soon as she entered. It must be said, Di Xiaoba is really beautiful. Delay has long legs and fair skin, too perfect. This time, causing such a big stir might not even be her fault. Maybe someone is framing her. But can the backer behind her have such power? All the videos and pictures have disappeared. Not a single one can be found. What are you all talking about? I don't understand, the diligent old workhorse in the company, Lao Huang, asked. No matter how popular the video online is, it can't cover everyone. For example, those who don't look at their phones or gossip didn't see anything from the beginning to the end of the incident. Hearing everyone discussing Di Xiaoba now, he was completely confused. It's okay, bro, just keep working, others said as they dispersed. Di Xiaoba nervously entered Manager Li's office. Close the door, Manager Li said. He then propped his leg up, exuding an air of superiority. His eyes glanced at her sideways. This aura made her heart leap to her throat. She carefully closed the door behind her. Di Xiaoba, do you know how much trouble you've caused the company? Manager Li tapped on the table, wearing the company's uniform and making a public appearance, and doing such things. You've violated company regulations. Manager Li, wearing the company uniform is my fault. But I didn't do anything. Those things circulating online are malicious fabrications. They're slandering me. Di Xiaoba explained. Still trying to argue? Your attitude is not proper at all. Manager Li continued tapping the table. This matter must be punished. His shouting sent chills down the spines of passing employees. The pressure was overwhelming. Some couldn't help but feel anxious for Di Xiaoba. However, no one dared to approach. Manager Li, I didn't do anything. Di Xiaoba emphasized again, and besides, the videos are gone, aren't they? Di Xiaoba, what are you talking about? Manager Li's small eyes behind his glasses stared at her. Just because the videos are gone, does that mean nothing happened? It's all over the company. Manager Li, what do you want to punish me with this time? Salary deduction, or performance deduction? Or do you want to fire me? Di Xiaoba recalled what her landlord, Zhang Yu, had told her before getting out of the car, to not be afraid. He said he would resolve this matter. Although she didn't know what good method her landlord had, just thinking of his words gave her some confidence. So, apart from the initial nervousness when she entered, Di Xiaoba was no longer that afraid. Her thoughts became clearer. Manager Li didn't expect her attitude to suddenly become so strong. Fine. According to the rules, you should be fired. He looked at Di Xiaoba. What do you have to say about that? Fired? Di Xiaoba retorted. That's right. Manager Li stood up. Of course, here, this matter can be big or small. As he spoke, he walked towards Di Xiaoba. As for what I will do, that depends on your performance. You wouldn't want to be fired by the company, would you? His voice lowered, the implication was clear. He had grasped Di Xiaoba's weakness, using the threat of firing her. To keep this job, she would have to give something in return, right? Manager Li had been eyeing Di Xiaoba for a long time. He just never found a reason. Moreover, her supervisor, Lu Huanxiao, was not someone to be trifled with in the company, which made him a bit wary. This time, he finally caught her in a bind, and Lu Huanxiao just happened to be absent. A rare opportunity. Naturally, he had to take advantage of it. The reason he was so bold was not only because of his high position in the company but also because he was a habitual offender. He had previously bullied several flight attendants in the same way, and those people didn't dare to speak up, because there was no evidence to back it up. Speaking out would only allow him to use his position to turn the tables and slander her instead. A few had tried that, but in the end, it did not shake his status. Thus, Manager Li's audacity grew bolder. Today was no exception. Di Xiaoba was among the thousands of ordinary flight attendants at Zhanghang, standing out for her looks and figure. Since her first day on the job, countless eyes had been on her, including his. If he could succeed today, it would truly be a blessing. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. However, Di Xiaoba showed no sign of fear, her expression calm. Manager Li, are you done? She smiled and raised a hand. In her hand, she held a recording pen. Seeing the recording pen made his heart race for a moment. Then he scoffed, Di Xiaoba, you dare to record? Do you know what happened to the last person who recorded? Manager Li, I don't want to know. I only know that you want to use your position to threaten your subordinates, Di Xiaoba stated firmly. Hand over the recording pen, and I can pretend nothing happened today. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of here. Manager Li quickly thought of a countermeasure. It seemed today was not going to go as planned. The key now was to retrieve the recording pen as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this got out, it would be troublesome. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Manager Li. It was one of his subordinates entering. I have something to deal with right now. Come back later, he said impatiently. Did they have no sense of timing, not knowing he was busy? No, Manager Li, I'm here to deliver your termination notice. The subordinate did not leave and continued. What did you say? Termination notice? How come I don't know about this? He couldn't believe it. Manager Li, this is a notice directly issued by the senior management at headquarters. The whole company knows now. How is that possible? Once he realized, he started shouting, I am a company veteran. Who dares to fire me? I want to see the vice president. Vice president. Even if Di Xiaoba wanted to expose this, it seemed too sudden. She was still in the office. How could the higher-ups react so quickly? Stop shouting. At that moment, the vice president of Zhanghang appeared at the door, his expression severe. Vice president, you're here. This must be a mistake, right? Manager Li approached him. Li Chusheng, you have indeed been fired. This is an order from the major shareholder behind Zhanghang. I have no choice, the vice president said. Just moments ago, the company's higher-ups received a message. The long-absent mysterious major shareholder suddenly issued an order to directly terminate Manager Li. Immediately, right away. This major shareholder had always been an enigma. Today, out of the blue, they issued this directive. Could it be related to the rumors online? What major shareholder? I've never seen him. How could I have offended him? Li Chusheng still did not realize his predicament. Enough, this is a decision from the highest level. Go handle the paperwork, the vice president said before leaving. Before he left, he glanced at Di Xiaoba, feeling a twinge of fear. In fact, he had been considering this for a long time but had not acted. Now it seemed her backing was incredibly powerful. Powerful enough to make all the online rumors disappear without a trace in such a short time, as if they had never existed. And it could even stir the major shareholder to fire Manager Li? Anyone who crossed Di Xiaoba would be doomed. It was terrifying. No wonder she only interacted with her two sisters in the company and never proactively sought favor with any leaders. With such a strong background, there was indeed no need. Manager Li, who was notified of his dismissal, stared blankly, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was over. After years of hard work, he had finally climbed to his current position. Suddenly, it was all gone. No salary, no status. He regretted it deeply, regretted that he couldn't control his second-in-command. In a moment of madness, he had tried to force Di Xiaoba to submit. It was truly like kicking a steel plate. The news of Manager Li's immediate dismissal quickly spread throughout the Zhanghang headquarters. Did you hear? Di Xiaoba walked in for less than 5 minutes, and Manager Lee was fired. How do you know? I was just pouring water and overheard the vice president announce it. Damn, it's Di Xiaoba again? 2 incidents today, both related to her. Could it be that she's the canary of the company's upper management? No way. The guy who drove the Lamborghini with her yesterday, which high up wouldn't be furious. Besides, the upper management doesn't have that much power. So, does that mean? A group of people exchanged fearful glances. Is it that handsome guy with the sports car? What kind of background does he have to handle this so cleanly? It's hard to imagine. My brain is almost overloaded. I'm scared. Who would dare to provoke him? Stop talking, Di Xiaoba is coming out. Everyone watched as Di Xiaoba exited the office, their eyes clearly showing signs of fear. They had previously participated in gossip and discussions. Now they realized they couldn't afford to provoke her. They might end up like Li Chusheng, thrown out the door. Finding a job these days is so difficult. No one wanted to lose their livelihood over discussing her affairs. Quick, check Di Xiaoba's profile to see if she meets the criteria for special treatment and a raise. Right, see if we can promote her despite the rules. Her work performance is evident. We can't let any talent go to waste. We must reuse her. The HR department also got busy, pulling out her resume and annual assessment records. They studied carefully to see if they could improve Di Xiaoba's treatment. The finance department was also feeling anxious about the allowances and subsidies they had previously deducted under various pretenses. They were thinking of ways to return it to her. Meanwhile, Di Xiaoba walked towards the elevator. As she exited the company, the looks she received were all friendly and flattering. Everyone wore a smile. She felt quite pleased inside. This was completely different from the lewd expressions she had seen in their eyes before. It seemed that no one would dare to spread rumors anymore. And all of this was related to Zhang Yu. Di Xiaoba quickly realized this. Before getting out of the car, she told herself not to be afraid, he would handle everything. However, she couldn't understand how Zhang Yu had managed to resolve these two matters so quickly and even elevated her reputation in the company. If he weren't a person of great standing, it would be impossible to resolve things so thoroughly. There was no trace of the news online. Manager Lee was dismissed just like that. She should really thank him. Such a huge favor. She didn't know how to express her gratitude. How did it go? In a corner of the underground parking lot, Zhang Yu asked as he saw Di Xiaoba come out. Just as you predicted, the matter has been resolved. Seeing him, her feelings for him were beyond words. This kind of man seemed to have done nothing, yet he completely protected her and supported her. He didn't even need to show up in person. Di Xiaoba had no resistance against such a man. An overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within her. With no way to repay him, she could only offer her life in return. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but bend down and give Zhang Yu a deep kiss on the cheek. All her gratitude was encapsulated in that kiss. What the hell? Zhang Yu was completely unprepared. The stunning beauty just delivered a kiss? Are you thanking me? Di Xiaoba blushed and said nothing, just nodded. But if you want to thank me, isn't this a bit too light? He joked. Di Xiaoba softly replied, I'll do whatever you say. She was completely ready, without any hesitation. Let's get out of here and go home. This underground parking lot had cameras. He didn't want to be posted online again, using a precious future card. Di Xiaoba nodded. As she spoke, he started the sports car and drove away from the headquarters of Jianghang Company with Di Xiaoba. Landlord, you go up first. When they reached the entrance of the Binjiang Mansion community, Di Xiaoba suddenly said, What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. I'm going to the supermarket to buy something. Di Xiaoba said softly. Okay, then I'll head home first. Zhang Yu let her off by the roadside and then drove into the community. After watching him leave, Di Xiaoba turned and walked into the supermarket. There weren't many people in the supermarket, but when she walked in, every customer suddenly felt that the store had become much brighter. Looking again, a dazzlingly beautiful tall woman had entered the store, exuding an extraordinary aura. She was already used to the feeling of being watched. She could only pretend not to see and began to select the items she wanted to buy. She arrived at the shelf, looking at a certain small umbrella brand displayed above. After thinking for a second, she quickly took a box down. What the hell? The male customers felt disillusioned. She came in and bought this, which meant, sigh. Every goddess you can't have has a wealthy person behind her that she has to please in every way. Even this had to be bought personally. Di Xiaoba was ready to check out and realized that just this item in her hand seemed too eye-catching. Feeling a bit hungry, she wandered to the snack area and grabbed 8 Swiss rolls. Then, Di Xiaoba went to the checkout counter. She first handed the Swiss rolls to the cashier. After the cashier scanned them, she asked, "Anything else?" "Yes." Sheba looked down at the ground and handed over the small umbrella. The cashier was instantly envious. Such a beautiful exotic-style woman actually came to buy this item herself. She couldn't help but wonder who was so lucky, so obedient and compliant. However, this supermarket was right next to Binjiang Mansion. Those living here were all people of status, so it wasn't surprising. No matter how beautiful a woman is, even if she is one in a million, she is still not as rare as a top billionaire. The wealthy residents of Binjiang Mansion were at least 1 in 100,000. A 1 in a million beauty wasn't enough to be noticed. After Sheba finished checking out and exited the supermarket, strange, why do I feel like she looks a bit familiar, like I've seen her somewhere? To confirm the information, he took out his phone to check. He found that the previous browsing history was gone. Strange. Clearly, he still had an impression in his mind, so why couldn't he see it? Zhang Yu returned home first. Suddenly, a series of message notifications rang out on his phone. He picked it up to see that it was from Chen Wan. Since adding her on WeChat last time, they hadn't chatted much. Although Chen Wan always initiated topics, Zhang Yu's responses were very perfunctory. What was she coming to talk about this time? Did she know this constituted harassment? Upon reading the message, his eyes widened. This time, she sent several live photos, very revealing. It was clear that they were taken with care. That kind of half-concealed allure was something the young and impetuous Zhang Yu simply couldn't handle. As expected of a top-tier green tea, she knows how to find the right angle. Zhang Yu didn't quite approve of her character and values, but that figure of hers was indeed impressive. "So, what do you want to do?" Zhang Yu replied. "Nothing much." "Zhang Yu, what are you up to?" "Not much, just at home." "Then are you free? I could come over dressed like this to hang out with you?" Chen Wan said directly. "Can I take photos on your rooftop terrace? The weather is nice today." Ever since her last visit to his place, she couldn't forget it, always fantasizing about living in such a luxurious home. She wondered how comfortable and free it would be. She didn't want to live in a cramped 30-square-meter studio anymore. "I'm afraid not today," Zhang Yu flatly refused. "All right then." Chen Wan didn't expect him to refuse so decisively, without even offering a reason. However, she didn't dare show her displeasure. "Okay, let's talk next time when you're free." After replying, Zhang Yu called the security office. "Mr. Zhang, how can I assist you?" The property security office, upon seeing Zhang Yu's call, didn't dare to be negligent. Ever since he moved in, the property management had been trying to figure out Zhang Yu's background. Especially with the recent events, he had become somewhat of a sensation in Jiangchang, making the property management more cautious about his affairs. "It's like this. For my personal safety, from now on, anyone coming to see me, except for the 3 tenants in my apartment, must make an appointment with me in advance," Zhang Yu said. Chen Wan always wanted to come over to play. Although he had refused, he didn't want her to show up unannounced and suddenly knock on the door. That would be quite awkward. "Understood, Mr. Zhang. We will inform everyone immediately. We will definitely strengthen the inquiries." The property management, with such expensive fees, had top-notch service, not only for community security and public area cleanliness, but even for residents' deliveries and takeout. They assigned dedicated butlers to deliver them to the residents' homes. Naturally, any security requests from the residents had to be complied with. After giving his instructions, Zhang Yu hung up the phone. At that moment, the front door of the house opened. It was Sheba. "Back already? What did you buy?" Zhang Yu smiled. "I bought. I'll tell you later." Sheba placed her things on the table and said, "I'm going to take a shower first." She had drunk last night and went straight to bed, and today she had gone to the company again. After such a long time, could she not wash up? Zhang Yu glanced at the shopping bag. With his 2.0 supervision, he spotted a small square box. He smiled knowingly. Since the bathroom on the first floor hadn't been repaired yet, Sheba went to the shower in the master bedroom on the second floor. Zhang Yu picked up the bag and went straight upstairs. "I've brought the things up," he said. Hearing this, Sheba's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to say a word. Well, it had to happen at some point. The atmosphere had built up to this, and it would be inappropriate to back out now. Besides, the landlord Zhang Yu had such a masculine presence. He had helped her out several times. In over 20 years, he was the first man to make her heart flutter. The only regret was that she knew her place. Her identity was too ordinary, while he was too dazzling. It was impossible to ask anything of him. With his substantial strength, he wouldn't stop for just her. So, she decided to repay him with her most precious self, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to return this favor. She would never bring it up again, as if it had never happened. After washing up, Di Xiaoba wrapped herself in a towel and came out, seeing Zhang Yu looking at her. She blushed and lowered her head. Zhang Yu smiled. All done? She nodded. Pull the curtains, the daylight is a bit blinding, Zhang Yu instructed. She obediently complied. Next, skip 10,000 words, completely blocking out everything from the outside world. Zhang Yu's feeling was exactly what the money-adding practitioner said, those classic 2 words. When the sky outside darkened, Zhang Yu sat on the sofa, picked up his phone, and checked for any new messages. Di Xiaoba quietly tidied up. When her mind cleared, she felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So she said, I'll take the sheets to wash. Okay, you go ahead. Zhang Yu watched her clean up. The velvet white sheets had specks of red marks. Di Xiaoba noticed them too and hurried her cleaning. Then she went to the laundry room. In front of the mirror, she discovered many red fingerprints on her shoulders, waist, and legs. She froze for a moment, quickly put on her clothes to cover the marks. Landlord, Xiaoba, are you home? We're almost there. At that moment, in their small group chat, Lu Hanxiao tagged the 2 of them. We're at home, Zhang Yu replied. Then don't go out, okay? We'll go out together later and have a meal, Lu Hanxiao said in the group. Sister Xiao, why? At this time, Di Xiaoba also saw the message and replied. Xiaoba, why didn't you answer my call just now? I was so worried. You didn't tell me about such a big deal. Pan Yuyao saw Di Xiaoba's message and couldn't help but send a voice message. We took turns calling you a dozen times just now, and you didn't answer. Are you that busy? Di Xiaoba glanced at Zhang Yu, recalling the time of the call. So she said, I was eating just now and didn't bring my phone. Oh, what good food were you eating that you didn't invite me? You can't eat alone next time. Pan Yuyao's voice message pretended to be angry. Okay, I promise next time. Di Xiaoba said this and found Zhang Yu was smiling at her. Her face turned red again. This matter couldn't be shared. After putting down her phone, she looked out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt someone wrap their arms around her waist from behind. It was Zhang Yu. From now on, you are my woman. If there's anything, just tell me, Zhang Yu whispered in her ear. Landlord, I don't want you to do anything for me. You've already done so much. Di Xiaoba felt grateful in her heart. She didn't dare to ask him for anything more. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to get past the hurdle of the blood-sucking father and son. His presence had directly eliminated the biggest hidden danger in her heart. You don't want anything? Zhang Yu was a bit surprised. The differences between people were indeed too great. People like Chen Wan and Lu Ruyan were very goal-oriented. Landlord, can you not tell those two? Di Xiaoba said, including everything that happened today and all the details from yesterday. Okay, I won't say anything. Zhang Yu nodded. In front of you 3, I am still the landlord. She also didn't want her sisters to worry and didn't want their future relationship to change. So pretending that nothing had happened was the best way to handle it. While they were talking, the sound of the door opening echoed again. It was the 2 sisters returning. Di Xiaoba hurried to the door to greet them, taking Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao's bags. Oh, I missed you so much. The sisters, having not seen each other for a day, immediately embraced each other. Their bond was truly strong. Working together and commuting together, they were not biological sisters, but closer than sisters. Are you hungry? I'll go cook something for you, Di Xiaoba said, and thank you for covering for me. We're all sisters, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Hanxiao said, how about we don't cook today and go out to eat instead? She suggested. Landlord, is that okay? Di Xiaoba turned to Zhang Yu for his opinion. Where should we eat? Isn't there a mall downstairs? We can just see which place looks good and eat there, Pan Yuyao suggested. So it was decided. The 4 of them quickly tidied up and headed out. Since the mall was just downstairs, they didn't bother to dress up, wearing their most casual home clothes. They even went without makeup. Even so, a man and 3 women walking in the mall still attracted quite a few admiring glances. As expected, good-looking people can pull off anything. The 3 of them have such different styles and temperaments. They look this good even without makeup? Who is that handsome guy? I'm so envious. He has 3 stunning beauties with him. He seems to be the one living in Binjiang Mansion, the guy with the Lamborghini. I thought he looked a bit familiar, and now that I look closely, it really is him. Are the 3 of them also living in Binjiang Mansion? Look at the girl next to him. She seems to be the daughter of the Lu family. The self-proclaimed expert in the crowd chimed in again. Which Lu family? Which other Lu family could there be in Jiangcheng? It's the Lu group that runs Jiotong Pharmaceutical. Wow, they are that powerful? The The Lu Group is one of the top 10 groups in Zhengcheng. At its peak, it even made it into the top 5. It mainly focuses on the medical and pharmaceutical industries, with 3 pharmaceutical factories, 4 hospitals, and dozens of drug sub-brands. It generates hundreds of billions in revenue each year and provides tens of thousands of jobs. It's a major taxpayer in Zhengcheng and has significant influence. Listening to the discussions of the passers-by, Zhang Yu also learned about Lu Hanxiao's true identity. Some manage electricity, some manage water, some manage finance, and the Lu family manages the pharmaceuticals in Zhengcheng. This is one of the most profitable industries. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao, upon hearing the discussions, felt even more incredulous. They widened their eyes and asked, "Sister Xiao, is what they said true? Are you the daughter of the Lu family?" "Sigh, I knew it wouldn't stay hidden forever," Lu Hanxiao shrugged, expressing her helplessness. All along, she had kept her identity a secret at work and in front of her sisters. Everyone could tell her family was wealthy, but no one knew exactly which family it was because she had done a good job of keeping it confidential. She never expected to be exposed in this mall. There was no way around it. Many people who came to this mall were well-known figures in Zhengcheng or peripheral characters in the upper class. They were well-versed in the gossip of the wealthy, as they relied on this information for their livelihoods. So, it wasn't surprising that Lu Hanxiao was recognized. "OMG, Sister Xiao, you actually..." The 2 sisters couldn't help but say, "Then you must treat us to this meal today. You've kept this from us for so long." Although they could tell that Lu Hanxiao's family was quite wealthy from various aspects, they never expected it to be this wealthy. She was actually a big player in Zhengcheng's pharmaceuticals, generating hundreds of billions in revenue each year. A true heiress of a wealthy family. All right, I'll treat," Lu Hanxiao readily agreed. Then she added, "But you mustn't tell anyone. I don't want others to know, especially at the company." "Got it, Sister Xiao," the 2 sisters nodded in agreement. She had her reasons for wanting to keep it a secret. "Let's eat at this place." "Okay, I want hot pot too." The 4 of them turned around and stopped at the entrance of Old Heidi Hot Pot restaurant. The staff warmly welcomed them inside and arranged for them to sit at the best table by the window. First, sitting at an outer table was to attract customers. Second, having these 4 handsome men and beautiful women at the window was like advertising for the restaurant. Sure enough, when people saw the 4 of them at the entrance, many people who were originally headed to other restaurants turned back and entered Old Heidi. The seating rate in the restaurant was noticeably higher than usual. "Go arrange for the kitchen to prioritize their dishes," the front hall manager instructed. These customers looked extraordinary at first glance, and there could be no mistakes in service. Soon, the dishes ordered by the 4 were served. "Hey, wait, it seems we didn't order these dishes," Lu Hanxiao said, pointing to several meat dishes. "Did you order them?" Zhang Yu and the 2 sisters shook their heads. "These are complimentary from our restaurant for you, feel free to eat," the staff explained with a smile. They were essentially the living advertisements for the restaurant, and today's customer flow had increased by more than 50% compared to usual. Sending a few dishes was nothing. "Since they're complimentary, let's put them all in the pot," Zhang Yu suggested. The other 3 almost simultaneously reached for the raw meat slices in the plate. Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba reacted first and withdrew their chopsticks, leaving the opportunity to the youngest, Pan Yuyao. The steam rose from the hot pot. The 3 flight attendants chatted about the things they had encountered in the past couple of days while eating. When girls get together, there's always endless chatter. For a moment, Zhang Yu was pushed aside. However, he didn't mind. He busily scooped meat from the pot to eat. Today's physical exertion had been quite large. This amount of food was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Di Xiaoba was also the second most voracious eater among the 4. Even while talking, she didn't forget to fill her stomach first. "Wait, are you 2 big eaters?" Pan Yuyao looked astonished. "I've been running for 2 days and haven't been this hungry." "Here, this piece of meat is ready. I'll give it to you first." Di Xiaoba directly picked up a piece and placed it in her bowl. "Xiaoba, you're the best," Pan Yuyao exclaimed. With food in front of her, she forgot everything else. The greedy girl was all about that taste. For her, the most delightful thing in life right now was eating. "Come on, let's toast." The 4 raised their juice drinks. "This is the first time our family of 4 is eating together. Let's take a picture," Pan Yuyao suggested. "What family of 4? Zhang Yu, Lu Hanxiao, and Di Xiaoba exchanged glances. Nevertheless, they cooperatively raised their peace signs. "Oh, isn't that Pan Yuyao? It's been years, and I didn't expect to run into you here." At that moment, a few people passing by outside glanced over. Suddenly stopping in their tracks, they recognized Pan Yuyao. She had been eating happily, but upon seeing those people, her expression changed instantly. The tripe in her mouth lost its flavor. Zhang Yu looked over and saw a mix of men and women among them, all sporting various colorful hairstyles. They looked like a rainbow turned into living people. Definitely spirited young men and women, all dressed in eccentric outfits. One girl had her hair in messy braids and wore dark eyeshadow. She was dressed in tattered pants, with just a few threads connecting the top and bottom. She was the one who had recognized Pan Yuyo earlier. "Who are you?" Lu Huanxiao looked at them and spoke first. She noticed the change in her sister's expression. "It's nothing, just saw an old friend and wanted to say hi, right, Pan Yuyo? Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" the girl with the braids said to her. Pan Yuyo, however, kept her head down, not looking at them, and didn't say a word. "Ugh, so boring, still the same old timid girl. Let's go," the group said as they turned to leave. "They're gone," Di Xiaoba said softly as she watched them walk away. "Landlord, Sister Xiao, Xiaoba, you all eat first, I want to go back." Pan Yuyo stood up. "Yuyao, wait, let's go back together," Zhang Yu said. Clearly, that group of people not only knew Pan Yuyo but also had conflicts with her in the past. Otherwise, her mood wouldn't have suddenly plummeted. Hearing his words, Pan Yuyo felt a warmth in her heart. When someone is feeling down, a word of encouragement can make a significant difference. "Thank you, I'm fine," she smiled. "Then let's go back together," Lu Hanxiao said. "The three of us should do everything together." They had just about finished eating. After saying that, he noticed Zhang Yu's somewhat surprised expression. Remembering what had happened earlier, he felt a bit guilty. He then stepped forward and linked his arm with Pan Yuyao's. Di Xiaoba also came forward to comfort her. Zhang Yu followed a few steps behind them, watching the three of them walk hand in hand. With their almost identical tall figures, walking side by side in the mall was a stunning sight. Wherever they went, they drew admiration. He couldn't help but have a somewhat wicked thought. Given time and opportunity, this would be 3 times the joy. Among the 3 sisters, they were just missing Pan Yuyo. Cough, 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 thinking too much now. The main task at hand was to avoid overthinking. Exiting the mall, they reached the entrance of the community. After returning to Binjiang Mansion, they tidied up a bit. After a quick outing, it was already late at night. Zhang Yu returned to his master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He turned on the 100-inch TV hanging in the room. There was a national team match tonight. As a diehard fan, he naturally had to pay attention. Watching on a 100-inch TV was indeed quite enjoyable. "Landlord!" At that moment, Lu Hanxiao's voice came from downstairs. "The shower on the 1st floor is still broken." "I don't know. Just wash on the 2nd floor," Zhang Yu replied from the floor above. "2nd floor?" Lu Hanxiao huffed at his response. "I suspect you're doing it on purpose." It was definitely like that. Zhang Yu could achieve his goal, making the 3 of them have to wash in his bedroom. As for why, wasn't it just to take advantage of them? This little thought was truly transparent. Then he thought again. He lived in a house worth tens of millions and drove a car worth tens of millions. Logically, he shouldn't be lacking in girls, so was he really that desperate? Besides, for him, he had long since had no secrets. She even thought about calling a repairman online. While thinking this, Lu Hanxiao suddenly realized something. Wait, did I just act cute towards him? That little huff just now was clearly a behavior only seen between couples. Although Lu Hanxiao had never been in a relationship, she had seen it in dramas. She knew what acting cute looked like. Lu Hanxiao, if this continues, you really will fall for him. The high-cold persona is collapsing too quickly. Not just physically, but is this heart also leaning towards him? It's truly terrifying. Even with such thoughts, Lu Hanxiao's body was still very honest. She didn't think too much. Grabbing a towel and a change of clothes, she went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. She saw Zhang Yu lying on the bed in a starfish position, leisurely watching the game on the sofa. "Hey, Zhang Yu, why is there no bed sheet on your bed?" Lu Hanxiao noticed the oddity in the room. "I washed it," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "You have to change it every once in a while, don't you?" Lu Hanxiao was left speechless. Sigh, she was truly innocent. She could only blame the alcohol. It's all the alcohol's fault. With a flushed face, Lu Hanxiao entered the bathroom and closed the door. Not long after, Di Xiaoba also came to the 2nd floor. "Landlord, I've washed and dried the sheets. Should I put them on for you?" she said, holding a set of sheets in her arms. "Okay, then thank you." Zhang Yu smiled. Di Xiaoba walked to the bedside and began to spread the sheets. Her movements were quite skilled. Zhang Yu glanced over. She was bending down, busy with her task. Suddenly, a word popped into his mind. Virtuous. It was hard to imagine that the #1 beauty among the flight attendants was so adept at household chores. How many people regarded her as a goddess? Seeing her handle domestic work so effortlessly filled him with joy. Moreover, watching a beautiful woman do housework was a pleasure in itself, which made Zhang Yu feel very happy. "Xiaoba, why are you spreading the sheets for Zhang Yu?" At that moment, Lu Hanxiao walked out of the bathroom after washing up. She was stunned by the scene before her. What on earth had happened during their day away from Sioux City? Could it be? Remembering the rumors she had heard, she quickly thought, Di Sherba has also been taken? This was truly a disaster. That's terrifying, Lu Hanxiao thought, almost certain. It's only been a few days, and 2 out of 3 positions had already fallen. On the battlefield, that would be a major defeat. And the other party hadn't even put in much effort. No matter what, she had to protect the last one. Otherwise, if all 3 fell, that would be too much. She wondered if Pan Yuyo would. After thinking carefully, she realized Pan Yuyo had hardly left her sight, except for that one time by the river at night. But then again, based on the time she returned, she should have been safe. Unless Zhang Yu was very quick. But how could she not know if he was quick or not? At that moment, Pan Yuyo also went upstairs. Seeing Di Xiaoba spreading the sheets, she hurried over to help. Xiaoba, let me help you. No need, I'll be done soon. Di Xiaoba didn't want her to notice the issue with the sheets. Then I'll take out the trash. Pan Yuyo picked up the trash can, saw the tissues and other miscellaneous items inside, and didn't think much of it. She tied up the trash bag and took it outside to throw it away. Watching the two of them rush to help with their rooms, Zhang Yu felt quite pleased. He looked up and found Lu Hanxiao, freshly bathed, staring at him with a somewhat complex expression. Are you very hungry? Lu Hanxiao asked. Yes, very hungry, Zhang Yu nodded. As soon as she spoke, he guessed what she was asking. So, he followed her lead. Are you going to eat everywhere? No, I only eat at home. Are you changing flavors tomorrow? That depends on how good the previous meal was. The two of them were having a private conversation that Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba couldn't understand. Wait, landlord, Sister Xiao, what are you talking about being hungry? Didn't we just eat? Yeah, and weren't we just eating outside? Why is the landlord saying it's at home again? They curiously asked. Pan Yuyo was completely in the dark, an outsider. Di Xiaoba, on the other hand, was unaware that Lu Hanxiao's position had also fallen, creating this information gap. It's nothing, I was just asking him what he plans to eat tomorrow. Lu Hanxiao changed the subject. It's getting late, let's go back downstairs. She personally watched the two girls go down the stairs before following behind. Oh, right, Lu Hanxiao suddenly remembered something. We have an international flight tomorrow. We won't be back until the day after. Just wanted to let you know. After saying this, she felt annoyed. Why did she have to tell him that? An international flight? Zhang Yu smiled. Then what should I eat tomorrow? You. Lu Hanxiao was almost speechless. Who understood? She found herself completely at a loss with him. Was she supposed to sacrifice herself, feeding the tiger? As long as the tiger was full, it would sleep soundly and wouldn't harm others anymore. After thinking it over, she finally made up her mind. Let's have a late-night snack later. Ah, Sister Xiao Xiao, are you going to have a late-night snack? The two girls in front turned to ask. Are you going to eat too? Lu Hanxiao felt a bit embarrassed. Then we won't eat, we're on a diet. The two girls shook their heads and returned to their respective rooms. Lu Hanxiao also went back to her room, her mood still unsettled. Zhang Yu lay back down on the made bed. He continued watching the game. When the match ended, the team won 1-0. The process was full of twists and turns, very dramatic. The game started late, and the stoppage time was long, so it was already midnight when the match finished. System, let's open a blind box, Zhang Yu said. Immediately, the system's virtual screen lit up in front of him. It was the familiar interface. I'll just draw the first one. He was too lazy to choose. Whatever he drew, he would leave it to fate. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 55% equity in Rice Technology Company, becoming the largest shareholder. Rice Technology Company, with a market value of 200 billion, has core businesses in mobile phones, cars, drones, and is the most popular tech company in Huagua. Wow! Zhang Yu was so surprised that he sat up from the bed. Rice Technology Company? This was the first time he had drawn such a big company. 200 billion. What a concept. It's among the top 10 wealth levels in Huagua. The phone he used was even from Rice Company. Suddenly receiving such immense wealth, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Host, do you want to hide your identity as the largest shareholder? Hide it, Zhang Yu thought for a moment and replied. He wasn't ready yet. Such information should only be known to the top 10 people. Depending on the situation, it could be open to middle management at most. The host's shareholder identity has been encrypted, confidentiality level, S-level. At this time, Rice Technology Company was still brightly lit. The latest research projects were working overtime to catch up. Even the company's top executives were personally supervising. In the chairman's office, OK Brother looked at a message on his phone and fell into deep thought. After working hard for decades, the major shareholder he had never seen before finally sent news that they were coming back to take over the shares. Remembering the journey of entrepreneurship, the behind-the-scenes major shareholder had given a lot of support. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the glory he had today. One could say he was cultivated by the major shareholder. Okay, brother silently said, "Thank you for the years of trust, major shareholder. I no longer owe you anything." With this day, he had already achieved success and could now prepare to hand over the shares with peace of mind. He had actually been prepared for this day for a long time. There were no other questions. He just didn't expect that the major shareholder in the photo would be so young. They looked like a recent college graduate. They were even 2 years younger than him. When he just started his business, the person in the photo probably hadn't even been born yet, right? Of course, maybe it was the power behind them that pushed them out. That was the only explanation. Okay, the major shareholder of the company. Other executives also came to the office. "I already know," okay brother said. "What instructions does the major shareholder have for us?" the executives asked. The major shareholder requires strict confidentiality of identity information. So, except for middle management and above, everyone else must keep it confidential, including employees and the media. Understood. We'll take care of it right away. Since the publicly known chairman issued a gag order, the executives immediately conveyed and executed it to all departments. It's time to sleep. After receiving the rewards from Rice Technology Company, Zhang Yu turned off the lights, and it took him a long time to calm down. Unintentionally, he had drawn a 200 billion company. It had raised his expectations. What would he draw next? After looking at the system instructions again, Zhang Yu finally understood. It turned out that this blind box was drawn because of the 10-star bonus, which came from Dishaba. The rewards from regular blind boxes weren't this substantial. Upon reviewing, the next closest to 10 stars was Pan Yuyao, who only needed one more star to reach it. Zhang Yu was a doer and disliked procrastination. It seemed he needed to help Pan Yuyao reach 10 stars as soon as possible, then draw the next big reward. Unfortunately, they had an international flight tomorrow, so the earliest he could do it would be the day after. She should have been asleep by now. At that moment, Zhang Yu really wanted to use his identity as a shareholder of the airline to rearrange their schedule overnight. But thinking that this might raise suspicions and alert them, he decided to hold off for now. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. "Who is it?" Zhang Yu perked up his ears. "It's me." It was Lu Huanxiu's voice from outside. 3 question marks appeared above his head. No way, she really came for a late-night snack? He thought she was joking. Zhang Yu got up to open the door. He saw Lu Huanxiu standing there with a cold expression. He couldn't help but sigh. She was truly a high-cold goddess. Even coming for a late-night snack, she still had that face, looking as if she was reluctant, which was quite contradictory. Are they all asleep? Yes. Lu Huanxiu felt a strong sense of shame, as if her body was no longer under her brain's control. "Hurry up, I have to get up early." Her tone was like that of an old married couple going through the motions. But, after entering the room, Lu Huanxiu reminded him, Pan Yuyao is still an intern, her thoughts are the purest, and she hasn't seen the harshness of society. This sacrifice was indeed significant. Zhang Yu couldn't understand why she wanted to do this. Was it because she was born into a wealthy family and was used to the deceitful nature of the world? Did she instinctively want to protect the innocent Pan Yuyao? Thinking this way made his heart race a bit. Or was it that Lu Huanxiu had tasted the sweetness and was being honest with her body despite saying no? After all, she was already 28. But regardless, she was here now. "I understand what you mean, stop standing at the door, come in." Saying this, he pulled her by the arm. In the master bedroom, sparks flew. Meanwhile, outside the community, a black business car had been parked by the roadside for a long time under the cover of night, creating a strong sense of confusion. Inside the car, someone was using binoculars to scan the area. Then they reported back via phone. "Young Master Wang, we found out. Lu Huanxiu is renting a place from a homeowner named Zhang Yu in Binjiang Mansion. She is living with 2 colleagues, all on the first floor." Who is Zhang Yu? Wang Xiaosong had never heard of this name. "He's the one who drives a Lamborghini. There's news about him online," his subordinate reported. "So it's that person? What kind of background does he have?" Wang Xiaosong became curious. Living in a better house than him and driving a better car, yet they couldn't find out his background? "Young Master Wang, don't worry, we will continue investigating." "Wait a minute," Wang Xiaosong said again. "I called Lu Huanxiu several times, but she didn't answer. Is she asleep?" "Young Master Wang, the 3 rooms on the first floor turned off their lights early. The second floor still has a lamp on," the person in the car reported, and that was all they could see. "Then she should be asleep." Wang Xiaosong comforted himself. "I checked, she has an early shift tomorrow and has to get up before dawn. She's so dedicated, she must have gone to bed early." However, he was still uneasy about Lu Huanxiu staying there for another day. He needed to find a way to bring Zhang Yu some misfortune. He had to make Lu Huanxiu move out as soon as possible, no matter what it took. 5 a.m. until the sky outside began to lighten slightly. A tall and graceful figure finally left the master bedroom on the second floor. Zhang Yu looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles had formed. Looking down, he couldn't help but sigh. He noticed an unread notification in the system. Lu Huanxiao had reached 6 stars. After diligent effort, she had finally managed to reach the passing line. Leveling up was so difficult. He wondered what kind of astonishing reward awaited her after reaching 10 stars. Anyway, the harder it was to level up, the greater the reward. Forget it, time to sleep. He had no idea how long he had been dozing when he heard a few people talking downstairs. Sister Xiao, it's time to get up. You have to go to work. Strange. Sister Xiao usually wakes up the earliest. What's going on today? Di Xiaoba checked the time. It was already 7 a.m. Normally, she would have been up by 6. She was always the one waking them up. Could it be that she's adjusting her schedule for an international flight? Let's go to her room and pull her up, help her wash up. The two girls had slept soundly that night, completely unaware of what had happened. Should we wake the landlord too? Pan Yuyao asked. Why wake him? He doesn't have to work. Di Xiaoba replied. Let him sleep a bit longer. Xiaoba, you're heartless. Pan Yuyao propped her eyelids open with her hands, forcing herself to wake up. I'm almost flying out of my mind with fear of international flights. Someone save me. Stop it, unless you find a boyfriend to support you. Let's hurry. The two entered Lu Huanxiao's room. They found her sleeping soundly. Sister Xiao? Pan Yuyao patted her arm. No response. Let's help her wash up first. Di Xiaoba glanced at the time. If they delayed any longer, it would be too late. You go get her toothbrush and toothpaste. I'll help her get dressed, Di Xiaoba said as she went to the wardrobe for clothes. Lu Huanxiu was acting unusually today. What could be wrong? Did she have insomnia? Di Xiaoba dressed her. At that moment, Lu Huanxiao finally stirred awake, still in a daze. Sister Xiao, get up quickly. I'll brush your teeth for you. Pan Yuyao had already squeezed out the toothpaste. Lu Huanxiao numbly nodded and went to the sink. Sister Xiao, did you not sleep at all last night? You look so tired, Pan Yuyao said. Lu Huanxiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She instantly woke up completely. I can do it myself. You go help me pack my luggage. Watching her walk away, Lu Huanxiao's heart rate, which had been at 180, finally calmed down a bit. Looking at herself in the mirror, she cursed inwardly. What a mess, how could she be so careless? She couldn't blame Zhang Yu. She never expected it would turn out like this. Zhang Yu slept deeply, oblivious to the world. When he finally woke up again, he saw that it was already 2 p.m. Feeling his stomach rumble, he was a bit hungry, so he got up and washed up. He planned to go out for something to eat and take a stroll. The weather outside looked pretty good today. Surprisingly, Lu Huanxiao's sacrifice really worked. He had slept for 7 or 8 hours without a single dream, his mind completely blank. It hadn't been like this before. Zhang Yu smiled helplessly. Who would have thought it would be like this? When he went downstairs, he found the place empty. The 3 flight attendants must have already been on their international flight. They wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow. He would be alone in this huge house for the next 2 days. So, he wasn't very keen on staying at home. He went downstairs, got into the Lamborghini, and drove out of the community. The sunlight outside was just right. He remembered a restaurant he had eaten at before, where the food was quite good. Preparing to go there to eat, the drive wasn't far, just 4 or 5 minutes. At this moment, there were several traffic police officers in reflective vests on the roadside, directing the nearby traffic. Among them was a female officer, leaning against her motorcycle drinking water, who turned her head and saw a Lamborghini appear in her line of sight. Her eyes froze for a second. Suddenly, she became alert. She handed the water bottle to a colleague, put on her helmet, and jumped on her motorcycle to chase after it. Captain, what's going on? Seeing her long legs swing over the police motorcycle, the team members asked one after another. The sports car that was racing that night has appeared again. I'm going to chase it. You all stay here and keep watch, she said sternly. Last time she couldn't catch up and ended up eating dust, returning to face criticism. This time, she couldn't let it get away again. So, the female officer twisted the throttle of her motorcycle and sped off. Hey, the captain really won't let him go, huh? If she had this much enthusiasm in finding a partner, she wouldn't be single for over 20 years. The captain is really dedicated. What kind of life can you have with just a few thousand a month? It would be better to go home and inherit the family fortune. The team members couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Stop talking, let's keep watch here. At this moment, the female police captain had long stopped hearing the discussions of her team members. Riding her police motorcycle, her mind was filled with one belief. She had to catch that guy from the night of the race. He deserved the punishment. Otherwise, how could she hold her head high in front of her team in the future? Not for the sake of the bun, but to prove herself. Zhang Yu was driving the Lamborghini ahead, and through the rearview mirror, he noticed a police motorcycle about 100 meters behind him. It had been following him the whole time. Even after turning several corners, he couldn't shake it off. Oh no, is it coming for me? Zhang Yu thought back, he hadn't done anything wrong. A proper citizen. Well, it should have nothing to do with me. So, Zhang Yu accelerated again. Isn't it obvious I'm signaling? Why is it going faster? This is ridiculous. The female officer noticed the sports car speeding up ahead and became even angrier. Wasn't this a provocation? Her anger flared up. So, she twisted the throttle and accelerated to chase after it. Wow, a street chase battle? What did the car in front do to be pursued like this? Could it be that there's some urgent syrup in that car? But this female officer really is like a leopard, fierce. Wait, something seems off. Bystanders noticed the two cars, one in front of the other, unable to shake off or catch up with each other, and began to discuss. They also kept their distance, afraid of being caught in the wake of the cars. They reached an intersection where the light was red. Many elementary school students were lining up to cross the street. It really is coming for me? Noticing the motorcycle still behind him, but with people in front, he couldn't go any further. There was no choice, Zhang Yu's car had to slow down. Meanwhile, the female officer on the motorcycle saw the sports car slowing down ahead and quickly hit the brakes. But it was too late. With a long ah, she called out. Although the motorcycle tried its best to slow down and avoid, it still grazed past the rear of the Lamborghini. A chunk of paint the size of a bowl was scraped off. Zhang Yu felt the car vibrate from the motorcycle's contact. The scene suddenly became awkward. He got out to check and found that a lot of paint had come off the back of the sports car. The female officer got off her motorcycle and saw the damage at the rear. She felt a wave of dread. This luxurious sports car, just scraping off a bit of paint, would cost at least hundreds of thousands to repair. Looking at the car owner, she was surprised to find him so young and handsome. Now, all the racing and violations didn't matter anymore. The nature of the situation had changed. Before Zhang Yu could say anything, she hurriedly said, I'm sorry, this matter is entirely my responsibility. Whatever the cost of the repairs, I will cover it all. She had gone out on duty and ended up rear-ending someone else's car. How ridiculous. It was a Waterloo in her career. Now she had added a significant black mark to her record. If her family found out, they would definitely not agree to let her continue this job. He did not expect the person opposite to agree so readily. A huge repair bill, and she was willing to pay just like that? As she spoke, the other party pulled out a business card. This is my personal information. You can rest assured I won't run away. Zhang Yu glanced at it. The name on the card was Sume. Her title was captain. Looking up again, she saw Sume was on the phone, contacting a tow truck. Yes, I'm at the intersection near Yutsai Primary School. Please send a tow truck over as soon as possible to avoid affecting traffic. Are you going to tow my car? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, it was my vehicle that caused the damage. You don't need to worry about this. I will cover all the costs. Once it's repaired, I'll return the car to you, Sume said with a face full of apologies. To be honest, her attitude in admitting fault was quite commendable. It's just that. Sume hesitated. You can say it. Zhang Yu was curious about what she wanted to say. It's just that you mustn't file a complaint or post this online. I promise to handle it well, Sume assured again. Oh, so that's what she was worried about. Zhang Yu understood. However, it was clear that Sume knew the repairs would be quite expensive. It definitely wouldn't be a small fee of tens of thousands. The fact that she could guarantee covering all the costs indicated that she had the financial means to afford the repairs. Another rich heiress out here experiencing life? No. Why do wealthy people love to work so much? Zhang Yu thought of a tenant at home, Lu Wanxiao, who was just like that. What am I supposed to do without a car? Zhang Yu asked. Sir, don't worry. Before your car is repaired and returned, I will lend you my personal vehicle, Sume quickly explained. It's already on its way. As she finished speaking, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan approached from around the corner. Sume saw the car and waved. The vehicle slowed down and stopped across the street. Sir, that's the car I usually drive. It's not a fancy car, so just make do with it, Sume said apologetically. The Cullinan could be considered a T1 level luxury car, selling for 7 to 8 million. But in front of a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, it really was nothing to mention. You call this not a fancy car? Oh heavens, is the world of the wealthy really this extravagant? This female officer could clearly be a young lady of privilege, yet she insists on working. Onlookers in the distance felt a tremendous shock. What kind of talk was this? It was another day of shattered worldviews. A delivery truck passed by, and the sense of imbalance in their hearts was overwhelming. They felt the urge to do something. Are you saying I can drive this car? Zhang Yu circled around the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car was different from a sports car. It was big enough and had a commanding presence. Plus, it had 4 seats and a trunk. Its practicality was stronger than that of a sports car. If it weren't for the system's reward, Zhang Yu thought this kind of car would be quite nice. Moreover, the license plate hanging on the car caught his attention. Zhang A666666, such a lucky number? And it was easy to remember. He wondered how much it would cost to buy such a plate. Yes, sir, Sume said. Please leave your name and phone number, and I will contact you once the car is repaired. She knew that such a car had no spare parts in the country and had to be sent back to the original factory for repairs. Because the car is too luxurious, extra caution is required during transportation. The entire process will take at least over a month. In order to chase the car, it has caused such a significant impact on others. She also feels quite guilty about it. So, should I just drive the car away? Zhang Yu said. Since the Lamborghini can no longer be driven and needs to be towed, her proposed solution isn't bad. For him, any car is the same. After all, he didn't spend his own money. Hey, wait a moment. Sume thought for a moment. She walked to the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Bending down, she took out a black backpack from inside. Zhang Yu watched silently. It's normal for her to take out her personal belongings from the car. However, the next second, Sume handed him the black backpack. This bag contains 200,000 yuan. Consider it my compensation for your mental distress. Sume's expression was very sincere. Wait, this money? Zhang Yu weighed the backpack. Sir, this is my pocket money, which I always keep in the car. I often forget to bring my phone, so I prepared it. Sume explained. This reason isn't unreasonable. However, not many people carry large amounts of cash these days. So, should I just take it? Zhang Yu laughed. She drives such a nice car. Her family must be very wealthy. She wouldn't ruin her reputation for 200,000. No problem at all. Sir, you haven't given me your contact information yet, Sume reminded. Let's add each other on WeChat, Zhang Yu said, opening the QR code on his phone. Sume took out her phone to scan the code and saw his profile picture. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. This WeChat name and profile picture seem familiar. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. Oh, nothing. I added you, please accept it, Sume said, coming back to her senses. After adding each other as friends, he didn't want to linger on site any longer and drove off in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Through the rearview mirror, he saw that the tow truck had already been dispatched. Sume and several staff members were directing the scene, moving the Lamborghini onto the tow truck. The area was also cordoned off, clearing nearby vehicles. After a while, once the Lamborghini was towed away, Sume finally let out a sigh of relief. Today has really been unlucky. Not only did she fail to complete her work task, but she also crashed someone's car. Not to mention the repair costs, her own vehicle was also out of commission, and for a while, she would have to ride a bicycle to work. The bitterness in her heart had nowhere to go. The teammates who came to assist upon hearing the news looked at her with a dark expression and dared not make jokes. A small episode ended just like that. Zhang Yu drove this unfamiliar car. Different cars have similar operating methods, and he quickly adapted. The car was still filled with a faint scent of fragrance. It was clearly a vehicle meant for women. Fortunately, the decorations and furnishings inside were relatively neutral. There were no obvious feminine features, otherwise, it would be quite difficult to drive. He glanced again at the black backpack in the passenger seat. 200,000 in cash was quite a lot. These days, scenes of using cash are becoming increasingly rare. He noticed a bank not far ahead. Thinking that he had nothing else to do, he decided to conveniently deposit the money. He acted on the thought immediately. Zhang Yu's decisiveness was strong. As soon as the idea came to him, he parked the car in a spot next to the bank. He got out, took the bag of money, and walked into the bank. Hello, what service would you like to process? The female teller at the window asked. I'm here to deposit money, Zhang Yu replied. How much would you like to deposit? 200,000. The teller, dressed in a bank uniform, finished her work on the computer and turned to grab the stacks of cash that had been pushed into the window. Looking up and seeing Zhang Yu, she couldn't help but be taken aback. She noticed the change in the teller's expression and had grown accustomed to it. A handsome guy was indeed a rare resource. No matter where he went, he would attract attention. It was perfectly normal. Zhang Yu thought to himself. The teller's expression shifted, and she opened her mouth, suddenly exclaiming, You are Zhang Yu, right? He was recognized just like that? Zhang Yu was puzzled. Who was she? He looked closely at the teller's face. She had her hair pinned up, a fair oval face, a delicate mouth. There was even a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. She had a refined and elegant appearance. He felt she looked somewhat familiar, and his mind quickly matched her with past memories. Then, he suddenly realized, wasn't this his childhood classmate, Su Mufei? Moreover, she was also his former neighbor. Their houses were adjacent in the village. They had been in the same class since elementary school. They had been classmates for 9 years until they graduated from middle school. The two often walked to and from school together, living close by. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, when they graduated from middle school, Su Mufei's family moved away. After that, they never saw each other again. At that time, Zhang Yu didn't even have his own mobile phone, so they gradually lost contact. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years had passed. Seeing an old acquaintance again, Zhang Yu felt a surge of emotions. Fate was truly wonderful. Zhang Yu, wait for me a moment. Let me finish this transaction, and then we can catch up properly, Su Mufei said, her excitement evident. Meeting a childhood friend was indeed a joyful occasion. She deposited 200,000 yuan, then instructed a colleague to cover her shift. After that, she walked out. Here's your passbook, keep it safe. Let's go talk over there. Looking at her happy expression, Zhang Yu felt his mood lifted back to the past. Meeting his childhood sweetheart was something to be grateful for. He used to wonder why many parents could chat for a long time with acquaintances they met on the street. Now, it was the same for him. Zhang Yu, how have you been these past few years? Su Mufei asked with concern. Pretty good, and you? Zhang Yu replied. I'm doing well too. Su Mufei looked at Zhang Yu. You've become even more handsome over the years. You've grown quite a bit taller. In the past, she had thought Zhang Yu was rather short. Suddenly seeing him so tall and handsome, she had hesitated to recognize him earlier, fearing an awkward mistake. Compared to before, Zhang Yu had changed a lot. He was more handsome and had a masculine charm now. Yeah, I just shot up in height these past few years, Zhang Yu laughed. In high school, he wasn't particularly outstanding. In fact, he was even shorter than Su Mufei at that time. But in the following years, he grew rapidly, going from 165 centimeters to 185 centimeters. That's great, Su Mufei asked. Have you had a girlfriend? Good question, Zhang Yu smiled. Strictly speaking, I don't have a girlfriend yet. That's good, Su Mufei thought to herself, feeling a bit sentimental. Do you remember back then? I remember, Zhang Yu chuckled. If it weren't for the move, we would have been together. Speaking of which, Su Mufei was his first love during puberty. They had mutual feelings for each other. However, before they could break through that last barrier, Su Mufei's family moved away. Later, their contact information changed. The regrets of adolescence came to an abrupt end. He never expected to meet her again here, years later. Yeah, Su Mufei also felt a wave of emotions. Her heart stirred, and her once dull life felt brightened again. By the way, Zhang Yu, what are you doing now? Su Mufei asked. Me? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and found an excuse. It's just a part-time job, nothing to mention. He is now a shareholder or boss of 3 companies. But no matter which identity he spoke of, it would still scare people. So it was better not to say anything. What's the big deal? We're all working people. Su Mufei smiled. Hurry up and come handle the business. There's a line at the bank. At that moment, the branch manager came over to urge them. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Mufei replied as she turned back. So, should I get busy first? Su Mufei asked hesitantly. You go ahead, we can chat when you have time. Zhang Yu smiled. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered something. The village I used to live in is going to be demolished. Tonight, the whole village is going back for a final farewell dinner. Are you going back? What did you say? The village is going to be demolished? A big question mark appeared over Zhang Yu's head. Yeah, you didn't know? Su Mufei was puzzled. Even her family received a notice years after they moved away, yet Zhang Yu had no idea? I really didn't know. He shook his head. But that makes sense. Su Mufei suddenly realized, even though we moved, the old house is still there. You don't have a house under your name, so, that's not it. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. We'll talk after work. Watching Su Mufei return to her workstation, Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. Luckily, he happened to pass by and ran into an old classmate and neighbor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that his house was being torn down. Soon, memories from the past sprang to his mind. Since he could remember, he had never seen his biological parents. He was raised by his grandparents. There were also his second uncle, third uncle, and a few other elders in the family. They lived in a 6-story self-built house. This house had 2 floors under Zhang Yu's name, while the others each had one floor. Because his father, as the eldest son, contributed the most to the construction. When he was young, Zhang Yu didn't understand these things, they were all controlled by the elders. He never expected that now, as they were about to be demolished, they would still keep it from him. Since entering university, Zhang Yu hadn't gone back. He worked part-time during winter and summer breaks. His ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan was someone he met while handing out flyers for a part-time job, and she was the one who pursued him later. Now, years have passed. Zhang Yu already owned the most luxurious house and car in Jiangchang. He also managed 3 companies in finance, aviation, and technology, becoming a hidden billionaire worth billions. However, bringing up matters from his hometown still stirred unresolved feelings. Although the 2 floors of self-built houses in the urban village weren't worth much, compensated at a rate of 5,000 per square meter, it would only amount to around $1 million. But it was a matter of principle. What is mine is mine. I can choose to give it up, but you cannot take it away. Moreover, this was the only thing his parents left for him. Zhang Yu thought to himself that since he now knew, he should take this opportunity to go back. He would handle the demolition matters, and afterward, he wouldn't have to deal with his second uncle, third uncle, and the others anymore. Then he could return to Binjiang Mansion, wait for the flight attendant tenant to come back, and live a carefree life. At that moment, a phone call came in. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually the head of Dami Technologies' Central China headquarters, Zhuang Xiaoxiang. As a senior executive of the company, he knew Zhang Yu's identity. President Zhang. As soon as the call connected, the other side greeted him warmly. Is there something? For business matters, just report directly to OK. President Zhang, there's something related to you that I must report. Zhuang Xiaoxiang looked at the blueprints on his desk, his expression serious. Go ahead. What is it? President Zhang, the company is planning to build a research and development center in the southern part of the city. The land acquisition and demolition discussions are almost finalized. Zhuang Xiaoxiang reported from the other side. But there is a family that is asking for an exceptionally high amount for the relocation compensation, and we can't reach an agreement. Moreover, our investigation found that this building seems to have 2 floors that belong to you. I just want to confirm. No need to confirm, those 2 floors are indeed mine, Zhang Yu said. Ah, Zhuang Xiaoxiang was taken aback. How did the relocation actually involve President Zhang's family? Furthermore, that family was completely silent about Zhang Yu, clearly trying to take advantage of the chaos to pocket the compensation for the 2 floors. The people below couldn't understand why there were only 4 families, but they were asking for compensation for 6 floors. And the person involved hadn't shown up. The subordinates didn't know Zhang Yu's identity, and unable to resolve the issue, they reported it step by step to Zhuang Xiaoxiang. So, President Zhang, what should we do next? Zhuang Xiaoxiang waited for his instructions. Don't rush, let's put things on hold for now. I want to go back and take a look today. Do you want me to send a few subordinates with you? Zhuang Xiaoxiang also picked up on the fact that that family was at odds with Zhang Yu. The most absurd part was, didn't they know President Zhang's true identity? Was the confidentiality maintained so strictly that even blood relatives were unaware? No need, you just do what you need to do. I can go by myself. Zhang Yu hung up the phone and glanced at Su Mufei at the counter. He made a gesture indicating he was leaving. She nodded in response. Zhang Yu drove away in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, leaving the bank. Inside the bank, someone exclaimed and quickly spoke to Su Mufei. Who was that person you were talking to just now? He was driving a Rolls-Royce? A colleague was astonished. Really? I didn't notice. Su Mufei was a bit surprised. Are you sure it was him? How could I be mistaken? It was definitely him. The colleague was impressed by Zhang Yu's tall and handsome appearance, having watched him walk away the whole time. Does he have a girlfriend? I don't know. Su Mufei smiled lightly. Well, even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, it wouldn't be my turn. The colleagues' excitement faded as they realized the reality. Among all the bank's branches, Su Mufei's looks could rank in the top 3. While they were just one of the most ordinary ones, wealthy people aren't blind. They know what kind of girlfriend to look for. It was all in vain. At this moment, Su Mufei fell into deep thought. Zhang Yu drove a Rolls-Royce? Logically, that seemed unlikely. Maybe it was borrowed. She didn't think much more of it. She would be going back to her hometown after work today, and she would encounter him again, so she could just ask then. Sister Xiao, look, isn't that Zhang Yu's car? Why is it on a tow truck? At that moment, at a transit airport for an international flight, Lu Huanxiao and her 2 companions welcomed a brief half-hour break. The international flight took too long, with 2 layover stops in between for refueling and maintenance. The flight attendants could take this opportunity to rest on the ground. Pan Yuya opened her phone and immediately came across a video of the tow truck. Let me see. Lu Huanxiao looked at the phone screen. This was filmed at the entrance of an elementary school and uploaded by an Edison. Several police officers were directing the towing of a Lamborghini onto the truck. The rear of the car had noticeable scratch marks. In the comments section, many netizens expressed schadenfreude. This car has been so ostentatious for so long, finally crashed, huh? It seems it was hit by a female police officer's motorcycle. I was at the scene. She even lent her own car to that car owner. If you ask me, she shouldn't have done that. Netizens were posting bitter comments, unable to stand seeing others do well. It really is Zhang Yu's car, Lu Huanxiao said. There was only one Lamborghini in Zhangcheng. No matter when, it would always be the focus of netizens. A rear-end collision with a traffic police motorcycle would definitely be hot news. Looking at other related videos, someone captured the scene of a Rolls-Royce leaving. This is the female police officer's car. Rolls-Royce, where did she get so much money? Could it be that she's greedy? Below, there were still many comments from netizens. Upon seeing that license plate number, Lu Huanxiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That license plate number was too familiar. If it wasn't a fake plate, that meant she was just about to make an international call to verify what was going on. Di Shaba hurried over. Sister Xiao, it's time, we need to get ready. Lu Huanxiao had no choice but to put down the phone and quickly switch to work mode. It's still Sister Xiao. Pan Yuya was dumbfounded. You should learn from her. The formal assessment is coming up soon. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but tap her on the head. Why couldn't she get nervous? Over here, Zhang Yu was driving towards his hometown. As the houses on both sides of the road became shorter and more dilapidated, it indicated that he was getting close. Looking at the expanse of low-rise urban villages before him, this was the place where he had grown up, and this land was about to be demolished to become the new research and development base for a rice technology company. The roads in the urban village were relatively narrow. A large vehicle like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan could enter but not exit, so Zhang Yu parked the car in an outdoor parking lot outside and walked in. After winding through a few alleys, a 6-story self-built house appeared before him. The house was nearly 20 years old. The walls displayed a year in striped tiles, 2005. It seemed lively in the village. Some were busy moving, while others were taking photos in front of their old houses. Many had received a large sum of demolition compensation. They were about to move into the city, leaving this dilapidated urban village behind. Who wouldn't be happy? Moreover, the compensation standards were higher than in other places. Zhang Yu heard that inside the old house, voices were booming. People were chatting excitedly. I told them, as long as they pay according to our requirements, we can move tonight. Yeah, I heard it's the rice technology company that wants this land. This is a big enterprise, with deep pockets, we should ask for more. Exactly, when the demolition money comes down, we can gather together and share it according to the ratio. Inside the house, a large family of 3 generations, over a dozen people, sat together, chatting happily. Great, this way I can afford the bride price when I get married. My plan to open a nail salon can also be realized. Once the old house is demolished, we can all move into new houses. The younger generation also expressed their dreams. What are you all talking about? It's so lively. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Everyone inside froze for a moment and then looked outside. Zhang Yu, why are you back? Indeed. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, making it easy to almost forget, there was still this person from the Zhang family. When Zhang Yu's tall figure, standing at 185 centimeters, appeared at the door, it truly stunned the more than a dozen people inside. How could it be him? Mom, who is he? A child of about 10, who had never seen Zhang Yu, curiously asked. Zhang Yu, why are you back? A middle-aged man with a slightly receding hairline stood up, looking a bit awkward. He was Zhang Yu's second uncle, Zhang Jianmen, who was also the grandfather of the little girl just now. It's funny to say, although the second uncle was younger than his father, he married and had children early, so he already had grandchildren, while Zhang Yu had yet to marry. I'm back to share the demolition compensation. How could you not tell me about such a big thing? Zhang Yu smiled, getting straight to the point. Share what demolition compensation? Who told you that? A middle-aged woman with a flat nose and protruding lips couldn't help but shout. She was Zhang Yu's second aunt. The Zhang family kept this matter tightly under wraps. They even alerted familiar neighbors, fearing that Zhang Yu would find out. Yet somehow, he still got wind of it. Who was the traitor? That's not important. What matters is, how much can I get? Zhang Yu did not respond. You haven't even called us in years. Do you even care about us elders? You only come back when you hear about the demolition? Her position was still somewhat high. she directly moralized him. With that, the more than 10 members of the Zhang family were instantly stirred up. Zhang Yu, you're just an ingrate, and you still have the nerve to come back for your share. You're no longer a part of the Zhang family. This building's demolition has nothing to do with you. Several cousins chimed in. They also knew about the two-story house. They were counting on getting a bigger share of that money to open a shop and gather a dowry. If Zhang Yu had remained unaware, this matter would have been settled by tonight. Once the house was pushed down and the money in hand, it would be impossible for him to claim any. Once the money was in their hands, how could they possibly give it back? They had already planned how to use it. But now, he suddenly appeared. Wouldn't that ruin their plans? So, several cousins of similar age were the most agitated. They had never gotten along with Zhang Yu. They hadn't played together since childhood, and after so many years apart, they felt as distant as strangers. Dad, I'm about to get engaged to my girlfriend. We can't let him mess things up. I know. The second uncle was well aware. If Zhang Yu took that money, the engagement would be off. Finding a wife these days was so difficult. They couldn't let Zhang Yu succeed. If I remember correctly, 2 floors of this building belong to me, right? There was a written proof back then. What proof? I never saw it, the second aunt retorted. I've never seen any proof, right, everyone? Yeah, we've never seen it, the Zhang family members echoed. Second uncle, are you going to play dumb too? Zhang Yu directly targeted him. Zhang Yu, it's like this, the second uncle tried to calm him down. There are many things you don't understand. You were still young back then, you must have remembered it wrong. Like this, the second uncle continued. I know you've had a hard time these past few years. How about we gather 100,000 yuan for you to start a business? The others nodded silently in agreement. The 2-story self-built house could be worth over $1 million. If they could send him off with 100,000, it wouldn't be a loss. If he wanted more, they would just deny him. If the elders feel it's difficult, then how about this? Zhang Yu wouldn't settle for that 100,000. The ownership of those 2 floors is disputed, and the paperwork is unclear. I'll go check it out. If you want to demolish, then demolish the 4 floors below. Leave the 2 floors above for now. Once it's clear how to handle it, we'll deal with it accordingly. Zhang Yu's proposal made several cousins laugh in anger. Although they hadn't studied much, they weren't fools. How could you demolish only the lower part of a building and leave the upper part intact? Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Zhang Yu, stop being unreasonable. Either take the 100,000 and leave, or you won't get a single cent. Choose. The second aunt was getting anxious, putting pressure on the elders. Dad, say something, manage your unfilial grandson. Zhang Yu, this is the elders' decision. As a junior, you have no place to speak. At that moment, the grandfather also spoke up. In fact, he felt a bit guilty seeing Zhang Yu back, but it was only a little. Now that there was a grandchild about to get engaged, and the Zhang family needed to branch out, that was the top priority. Fingers have different lengths. Plus, he was being pressured by others. He had to lean towards the majority. Alright, very well. Zhang Yu looked at the family of 3, none of whom stood by him or spoke for him. He also knew there was no need to show them any courtesy anymore. The demolition of these 2 floors would only cost a little over $1 million. To him, it was nothing. If any of the Zhang family members, a dozen or so people, had said a kind word, with a sincere attitude, he could have completely overlooked it. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Even saying one more word would be a waste of expression. Zhang Yu, what do you want to do? His cousin noticed the change in his expression and felt a bit uneasy. Are you planning to make a move? She was dressed flamboyantly, with nails several centimeters long. She could be considered a little beauty. Used to a life of privilege, she was accustomed to others' goodwill. Seeing Zhang Yu's expression suddenly made her a bit scared. The others also became alert. Zhang Yu, don't act recklessly. Everyone in the room is your elder. Poof. He let out a cold laugh. All right, you can't demolish this building, just continue living here. If they couldn't change the situation, all their plans would fall apart. What a joke. Second aunt said, is the planning bureau run by your family? Is the big capitalist company yours? But Zhang Yu ignored her. He directly sent a message to Zhuang Xiuqian. Immediately connect with the relevant departments and change the planning scheme. The Zhang family's building will be bypassed and not demolished. Received, President Zhang. I'll handle it right away. Zhuang Xiuqian seemed to be waiting for the news, almost replying in seconds. He didn't dare to ask more, knowing the talks must have broken down. He had long seen the true colors of those from the Zhang family. After replying, he quickly made a phone call. President Zhang has returned to the urban village. It might get unpleasant. Everyone nearby, keep an eye out. If there's any movement, act quickly. Yes, we will ensure President Zhang's safety. His subordinates all said. Wait, Zhang Yu, who are you messaging? Second uncle was a bit puzzled. Zhang Yu shook his phone. Everyone, wash up and go to sleep. This building won't be demolished. You should get the news by tomorrow morning at the latest. What nonsense are you talking? Who do you think you are, acting like this is such a big deal? Cousin said disdainfully. Did you complain to 12,345? Let me tell you, it won't work. With his imagination, he thought, what could Zhang Yu do? It was nothing more than calling 12345, calling the mayor's hotline, and complaining about this matter. But who would care about him? Although they hadn't seen each other for years, he had occasionally heard news about him. The last news was that he had broken up with his girlfriend of several years. This had even become a joke in their eyes. Moreover, my girlfriend, whom I'm about to get engaged to, works at the planning bureau. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such timely information, Cousin said proudly. This was also a point of pride for the Zhang family. They thought he was quite capable for finding a girlfriend with a stable job. Although his girlfriend from the planning bureau didn't come today, after the demolition, she would become part of the Zhang family. At this point, Cousin's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaoli. He saw the caller ID. It was his girlfriend from the planning bureau. What's going on with your family? The tone on the other end was very unpleasant. What do you mean, what's going on? Cousin glanced at everyone and replied. I just got the news that the plot is going to change the planning. We have to work overtime tonight. Change what planning? Cousin still didn't understand. Is it to expand the demolition range? If that were the case, the back garden would also be demolished, and they could get more money. Your family's building won't be demolished. The reply from the other side left him dumbfounded. No, is there a mistake? Wasn't it agreed that it would definitely be demolished? Cousin began to feel a bit anxious. No demolition. We received a call from the higher-ups at the rice company, and we need to reduce the area by several hundred square meters. Just enough to exclude your building. His mood was already bad due to being called back for an emergency overtime shift. Moreover, he learned that the Zhang family's building would not be demolished. The only area involved was this one building. The other areas were just some low sheds and vegetable plots, which were insignificant. What could be the reason that the rice company would rather leave a corner of the land unclaimed than include it? Why is that? Cousin was still in the dark. You all should think carefully about who you might have offended. That's it. The call ended with the busy tone ringing in his ears. Cousin stood there dumbfounded. Son, what's going on? Uncle and aunt quickly asked. Our building isn't going to be demolished, Cousin said dejectedly. What? Not demolished? Is there a mistake? Did we ask for too high a price? Hurry and call the demolition head and tell them to stick to the previous price. It was almost a done deal. How could it suddenly not be demolished? You're not joking with us, are you? The Zhang family erupted upon hearing his words. There were all kinds of reactions, but disbelief was the common thread. If it wasn't going to be demolished, then everything was over. Not only would their plans be ruined, but they would also have to continue living in this dilapidated building. Who could accept that? I'm not lying to you, Cousin said, his eyes devoid of light. My girlfriend said we must have offended some big shot. That's why this is happening. Offending a big shot? The entire Zhang family, a dozen or so people, looked at each other in confusion. The conclusion was impossible. The people they had dealt with had no power to decide which building would be demolished or not. After thinking it over, they couldn't pinpoint anyone. Then, they all turned their gaze toward Zhang Yu, their eyes filled with doubt and fear. Excluding all possibilities, the remaining one, no matter how absurd, could be the truth. Could it be that this matter was related to Zhang Yu? Calculating in their minds, the call just now came after the relationship had completely soured. But how could that be? Zhang Yu was just a recent college graduate. He had earned his tuition by working part-time. How could he have such power? I remember now, Zhang Yu came back driving a Rolls-Royce, a younger cousin suddenly said. At first, I didn't recognize it. A Rolls-Royce? Everyone seemed to be hearing a fairy tale. But I checked. That car isn't Zhang Yu's. It belongs to a very wealthy person. The younger cousin said this, and cousin realized, oh, I get it. Zhang Yu is being kept. He's a sugar baby, right? I never expected that you would do such a thing for money, Zhang Yu. You've brought shame to our Zhang family. Uncle's face turned red with anger. Zhang Yu, is this true? Grandpa's emotions were also stirred. You're attending a prestigious university, and it's a normal university at that. How could you do something so disgraceful? Zhang Yu merely smiled indifferently. The Zhang family had rationalized their thoughts, attributing blame according to their own ideas. Any further explanation would be a waste of time. Look, you've been exposed. Feeling guilty, huh? Cousin laughed. Zhang Yu, you make me feel sick, Cousin said disdainfully. They vented all their anger about the demolition onto him. Anyway, no matter what, it was all Zhang Yu's fault. You all have some nerve to slander our general manager Zhang. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside, breaking the commotion. Everyone turned to look outside. They saw a burly man, accompanied by several young men, walking toward them. "Oh, isn't that Manager Guo from the demolition office?" Uncle Air hurriedly went outside and approached from a distance. Then he couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Guo, I heard that my house won't be demolished anymore. What's going on? Is there a misunderstanding?" As he spoke, he continued to express, "Mr. Guo, if it's really difficult, let's take a step back and demolish it at the previous price. We can move out tonight. It can't be demolished," Mr. Guo said. "Mr. Guo, please, how about we do it at a 10% discount on the previous demolition compensation? That should be acceptable, right?" Uncle Air knew that once it was demolished, they would have money in hand. If it wasn't demolished, the house would just be construction waste, left to rot there. "It can't be demolished. Can't you understand human language?" Mr. Guo shot him a glare. "You offended Mr. Zhang, and the consequences are something you brought upon yourselves." Saying this, he enthusiastically walked towards Zhang Yu, extending his hands from a distance. "Mr. Zhang, I've long heard of your great name. It's truly a privilege to meet you here." Watching Mr. Guo, who was in charge of this demolition, act so warmly towards Zhang Yu, the Zhang family was left in shock. Mr. Guo oversaw all matters related to the demolition, big and small, and his power was undeniable. How could he be so polite and take the initiative to shake hands with Zhang Yu, showing such respect? And he even called him Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yu was so young, and he had already become the boss? How could that be possible? It felt like watching a science fiction movie. "Mr. Guo, you're too kind. The demolition work in this area has been done quite well," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "There were too many matters involved in the demolition of the land. The Rice Technology Company wanted to use this land to build a new research and development base." Mr. Guo had managed to complete all the demolitions basically a month ahead of schedule. His ability was impressive. If it weren't for the Zhang family's unreasonable demands, the demolition could have been completed even earlier. Every day of delay meant a loss of money. "Zhang Yu, you've become the boss?" Uncle Air looked at Zhang Yu, feeling so unfamiliar. "Could it be that you are the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Rice Technology Company?" That was the only conclusion he could come to. Even at this point, it was the limit of his imagination. "Zhang Yu, I was wrong earlier, and I apologize to you. After all, you can't write two Zhang characters with one stroke. We are all family." "Zhang Yu, we didn't mean to target you, we were just narrow-minded. I hope you won't hold it against us." The Zhang family realized Zhang Yu's current status was not to be underestimated. They forced smiles on their faces, trying to win him over. Zhang Yu's position was beyond their imagination. They were still hoping he could lend them a hand and help them out. Their faces were almost blooming with smiles. It was truly a miscalculation. Why hadn't they checked in advance how Zhang Yu had become the boss? What kind of power was behind him? It should still be possible to curry favor with him now, right? Branch manager? Let him take that position? Cousin sneered. Even though the Zhang family was now trying to adapt to the situation, he couldn't swallow this anger. He had originally planned to rely on the demolition to get 500,000 as a bride price to marry his girlfriend who worked in the planning bureau. Once he completed this task, his grandparents would also take out a considerable amount of their savings to support him. It would mean he could marry a wife with a stable job without spending much money. If this plan succeeded, he would be the most capable man in the Zhang family. Now, with Zhang Yu's appearance and the news that the demolition wouldn't happen, all his plans were ruined. Therefore, he was the one most affected. He had never gotten along with Zhang Yu since childhood, and now, for this reason, cousin was even more resentful towards him. "Even if you are the boss of the branch, so what? Aren't you just living off others? I'm not your employee, I'm not afraid of you." He now only feels that Zhang Yu's car is borrowed. So this Shang's title is just a hollow name. Perhaps it's just a paper tiger. Therefore, his cousin didn't leave himself any way out. "Zhang Yu, I don't care about that much. If there's no demolition, then you bring the money. Aren't you the boss? Can't you come up with hundreds of thousands?" His cousin's audacity made Zhang Yu laugh. How can someone still ask for money so brazenly? Moreover, at this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered that among the debtors of the Papadai Financial Loan Company, there seemed to be someone named Zhang Weilong. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence of names. Now recalling the client information, he realized that this person was the so-called cousin in front of him. According to the data, Zhang Weilong owed a total of 200,000 at Papadai and had not repaid it. Moreover, it had long been overdue. The collection had been pursued many times, but Zhang Weilong still hadn't paid. He was one of those who had been taking advantage of the system that Ding Kuan had brought last time. Round and round, he had returned to the very beginning. Since this Zhang Weilong is so arrogant, this time, I will completely subdue him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Zhang Weilong, Don't you think what you're saying is a bit arrogant? What's wrong with being arrogant? Do you want to hit me? Zhang Weilong laughed. Then I'll just lie down here, and you can wait to pay me. Also, is my name something you can just call? No matter how rich he was, he still had to pay attention to his reputation. He had taken the rogue act to this extent. Zhang Weilong, you still owe 200,000, which has been overdue for a long time. Now, including interest and penalties, it's a total of 281,000. Isn't it time to pay me back? What 200,000? When did I owe you money? Zhang Weilong sneered. It seems that if I don't remind you, you've really forgotten. Zhang Yu smiled. You owe 200,000 at Papadai, in black and white. The contract is in my hands. Do you still want to deny it? What, Papadai? Zhang Weilong snorted coldly, preparing to refute. Suddenly realizing something, his face changed dramatically. You are the boss of Papadai? He had recently heard that this loan company had changed owners, but he didn't know who it was. He thought that the money he owed might not need to be repaid. He never expected that the owner of the company was Zhang Yu. Now, the Zhang family, led by his second uncle, was even more surprised. Could it be that Zhang Yu had more than one company under his name? In such a short time, he already had 2 companies? What the hell was going on? Zhang Weilong, what's wrong with you? How can you still owe 200,000 and not pay it back? His second uncle spoke with a tone of disappointment, looking at his son. Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. It must be a mistake. Someone must have used my identity information. It must be fake. Zhang Weilong shouted, I lost my wallet and ID before. I had no idea. Now he was just denying it, trying to evade responsibility. As long as he refused to admit it, it wouldn't be real. Are you saying that the facial recognition information you provided with your ID card was also coerced by someone else? Zhang Yu ruthlessly exposed him. On the side, General Gui and several subordinates widened their eyes. They never expected that coming to meet Zhang Yu would lead to such a big revelation. How could this Zhang family be so bizarre? How was it that only Zhang Yu was the dragon among them? Zhang Weilong hesitated for a moment, then said, Zhang Yu, I really have to tell you, since the company is yours, I really won't pay back this 200,000. Let's see what you can do about it. He had already made up his mind to delay the payment for as long as possible. Now that he knew the company was Zhang Yu's, he was even less inclined to pay. He still couldn't believe that Zhang Yu would disregard the family's feelings and forcefully collect the debt. If that happened, he would become a joke himself, which would not be beneficial for his company's development. This poisonous scheme was called mutual destruction. After all, I have nothing to lose. Let's see what you can do to me. At that moment, even the members of the Zhang family looked at him with completely unfamiliar eyes. Compared to a rogue, Zhang Weilong was practically a prodigy. Zhang Weilong, how can you be so shameless? At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Someone else had arrived? General Manager Guo and the Zhang family turned to look. They saw a woman with long hair, wearing black-framed glasses and a fitted women's suit, walking towards them, holding some documents and other items. Upon seeing her, Zhang Weilong immediately went up to her. Xinli, what are you doing here? Zhang Yu also understood that this woman must be the girlfriend who was supposed to get engaged once the demolition compensation was received. She looked like a standard civil servant. Moreover, he unexpectedly found that she was quite attractive. Among the women in the organization, she was indeed a standout. Although she wasn't as stunning as the 3 flight attendants, she would definitely be the belle of the class in school. She was on par with Chen Wan. Additionally, she had a kind of intellectual and capable aura, suggesting she would be promoted quickly in the future. No wonder the Zhang family cared so much about the demolition compensation. If his cousin could marry a civil servant girlfriend of that caliber, it would truly be a blessing. However, given the current situation, it seemed hopeless. I was actually here to resurvey the land. Shi Li's face was frosty. Zhang Weilong, is it true that you owe someone 200,000 and haven't paid it back? Faced with her questioning, Zhang Weilong dared not hide the truth. Yes, that's right, but I have my reasons. What reasons do you have? Did someone force you to borrow it? And what did you spend the 200,000 on? Was it for gambling? Xinli, after all, worked within the system. Her words went straight to the point. Xinli, I didn't gamble, really. Zhang Weilong was anxious. I like you too much and wanted to buy you a bag, clothes, and cosmetics, but I had no money, so. Are you saying that those things were all bought on loan? Xinli felt her blood pressure rising. She was not a vain woman. Initially, she hadn't considered dating Zhang Weilong because they were from different worlds. Later, he kept sending her gifts, and she was somewhat moved, deciding to give it a try. But they had agreed to keep their distance and not cross boundaries before the engagement. At that time, Zhang Weilong had also agreed. Now, with his confession, Xinli felt like a clown. All the gifts he had given were bought on loan. What kind of nature was this? It meant she was completely unaware and would have to bear this debt? No one could accept that. Without the strength to pursue, pretending to be wealthy changed the nature of things. Zhang Weilong, how could you do this? Uncle and Aunt Zhang saw Qin Li's face turn pale and realized that the fault lay entirely with their son. They quickly apologized to Qin Li. He just likes you too much, which is why he did something foolish. Please give him another chance. Zhang Weilong, I think there's no need to continue this conversation. I'm tired. Qin Li was completely disappointed in him. The demolition had complications, it didn't matter, and the betrothal gifts didn't have to be that much. Moreover, it was Zhang Weilong who had taken the initiative to say that the demolition compensation would be used as betrothal gifts. Although disappointed, it was still acceptable. But now, discovering that Zhang Weilong had concealed the debt was completely beyond the line. She uttered a sentence and then turned to look at Zhang Yu. I'm really sorry, General Manager Zhang. I didn't know things were like this. Rest assured, if he doesn't pay back the money, I will. Qin Li also assured him. She also wanted to use this money to completely sever ties with the Zhang family. There would be no more entanglements in the future. Moreover, she felt a deep sense of fear inside her. Fortunately, it was Zhang, the CEO of Dami Technology, who appeared and changed the demolition plan, allowing her to escape a disaster. At first, when she was notified to work overtime, she was indeed a bit angry with Zhang Yu, but now, thinking back, she felt ashamed. Zhang Yu had indirectly saved her from the fire pit. Zhang Yu looked at Qin Li. It seemed that her nature wasn't bad after all. She had previously doubted what kind of woman in the system would be interested in a guy like her cousin. It turned out she had been deceived all along. Thankfully, this matter had been exposed, otherwise, it would have harmed her. It's fine, you all handle it as you see fit, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Zhang Weilong, seeing how polite Qin Li was when speaking to him, felt even more furious. Qin Li had never spoken to him so courteously. So, Qin Li, you really are someone who loves wealth and despises poverty. Since they were breaking up anyway, Zhang Weilong no longer held back. Is it all my fault for treating you so well? That's enough. Uncle shouted from the side, don't you know what you've done? Hurry up and apologize to her. Uncle, I think you all understand the situation, Qin Li said to the Zhang family. There will definitely be no future between him and me. He doesn't need to pay back the 200,000 he owes. I'll pay it back. Saying this, she took off the watch, necklace, and other items she was wearing and handed them to Uncle. No words were needed. This attitude already spoke volumes. Aunt was on the verge of fainting. After all the effort and preparation, in the end, she gained nothing. The house wouldn't be demolished, and the prospective daughter-in-law was gone. Her son was also exposed for being in debt. It was all over. The Zhang family fell silent, not daring to speak. Mr. Zhang, can I add you on WeChat? I'll transfer the money to you right now, Qin Li said as she walked up to Zhang Yu again. She bowed respectfully. Qin Li, we aren't related, nor are you my subordinate. Such a big gesture, I can't accept, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Mr. Zhang, you're being too polite. Not knowing in advance about the property dispute is also my work error. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Alright, since you want to pay back the money, I won't decline. Zhang Yu took out his phone. Ding! After adding each other on WeChat, the 200,000 was quickly transferred. It truly confirmed that saying about money that others take a long time to return feeling like picking it up. Zhang Yu's first reaction was to want to spend the money directly. Mr. Zhang, I've already transferred it to you, please check, Qin Li said. Received. Zhang Yu smiled and said, by the way, for the subsequent planning work on this land, I'll trouble you all. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, this is our duty, and we will do our best. Qin Li felt a refreshing sensation when she saw Zhang Yu, handsome, tall, and capable. He had no flaws in any aspect. In comparison, Zhang Weilong from the Zhang family seemed too unremarkable and lacking presence. Qin Li had spent her university days in the library and went straight to work after graduation, never having ventured into society. She had seen few men, so she almost got deceived. Saying that Zhang Yu was her savior was no exaggeration. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Mr. Zhang, do you have time? I would like to invite you to dinner tonight, Qin Li said sincerely. Even so, it couldn't fully express her gratitude. Director Qin, at that moment, Mr. Guo beside them quickly spoke up. This dinner should naturally be on me. I hope Mr. Zhang and Director Qin can give me some face. Mr. Wei was a businessman, and he certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to host. One is the boss of a rice technology company, and the other is a favored figure in the planning bureau. Regardless of who it is, their status is above his. The Zhang family is completely bewildered at this moment. General Manager Guo from the demolition office and Qin Li from the bureau both want to invite Zhang Yu to dinner. His status truly makes the gap feel enormous. They all regret it in their hearts. Why did they have such a bad attitude towards Zhang Yu and conceal the demolition plans? Now, not only has the demolition failed, but Zhang Yu's current identity is so prominent that they don't know how many opportunities for advancement they have missed. If they had improved their relationship earlier, it would never have come to this. Zhang Yu, I was unaware of all this. His cousin stepped forward, trying to grasp his arm. I always thought this house didn't have your name on it. Yeah, if I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let my parents do this, said his uncle's daughter, holding her child. The two women came forward to plead. You at least said something human. But where were you earlier? Zhang Yu looked at the two of them. It didn't matter whether it was sincere or feigned anymore. Zhang Yu, look, the whole Zhang family has been living here, and the building has long been in disrepair. Can we? His cousin still held on to a glimmer of hope. Zhang Yu, we'll talk to the elders. We'll count those 2 floors as yours. We'll also add an extra 100,000 from our family, totaling 400,000, plus the 2 floors. What do you think? His uncle's daughter added. His uncle and aunt, along with the others, except for Zhang Weilong who was still stubborn, all expressed their agreement. Yes, Zhang Yu, after all, we are family. I know this little property doesn't mean much to you. We can compensate you more. His uncle truly realized he was wrong. If you, Zhang Yu, refuse to forgive us, I'll kneel and bow to you. How about that? He was so anxious that tears were about to fall. At this moment, many people in the urban village were watching from a distance. They basically knew that Zhang Yu had made a name for himself now. He was no longer that poor boy without parents who could be bullied at will. Seeing the usually arrogant Zhang family now so humble was somewhat satisfying. This Zhang family only turns back after hitting a wall. I remember when they built their house, they took 3 feet of my family's land. I saw them stealing vegetables from my garden and they still wouldn't admit it. This family really has issues. The neighbors whispered among themselves. In the past, the Zhang family had many members, especially boys, and no one dared to say anything. Now, seeing the Zhang family so unfortunate, especially being outmaneuvered by the exiled Zhang Yu, this could totally be seen as a gratifying story. Come on, can you all at least follow some basic principles? General Manager Guo couldn't stand it any longer. Why is it that when they see benefits, they rush in, but when it's not in their favor, they want to save face? Isn't this just kidnapping Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu, don't worry. If the planning really needs to change, I can work overtime with the department overnight, Qin Li also assured. She was the deputy section chief of the planning department and had a couple of people under her. This issue could be resolved easily. Isn't there still a second phase of land for the research and development base that hasn't been requisitioned? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, Zhang Yu. Currently, only the first phase of land has been requisitioned. The planning for the second phase still has some details that need to be finalized with Director Qin, General Manager Guo replied. Good. He had a sense of the situation. Since I said this building won't be demolished, it won't change. This sentence was like a death sentence for the Zhang family. The expressions of the more than 10 people darkened. If the second phase needs to requisition land, please have Director Qin show me the plan in advance. This next sentence gave the Zhang family a glimmer of hope again. Qin Li and General Manager Guo also understood that Zhang Yu hadn't relented, but he hadn't completely closed the door either. As long as the Zhang family performs well before the second phase begins, they can hand over what originally belonged to General Zhang with both hands, and then compensate for the spiritual losses over the years. Who knows, there might even be a chance for relocation. However, at that time, the power of life and death for the whole family would be entirely in Zhang Yu's hands. If he tightened his grip, he could lead the Zhang family to a dead end. If he was in a good mood and loosened up, the Zhang family could survive. It was all about control. General Zhang, you truly have a grand vision and a broad mind. I admire you. General Gui was also full of praise for Zhang Yu. He had made up his mind to find a way to follow him in the future. Such a person, as long as he is loyally served, would surely treat his subordinates well. Qin Li looked at Zhang Yu, her eyes sparkling. This was the charm of personality. A passionate quest for revenge was the act of a hot-headed youth. It was the combination of grace and power, the balance of softness and hardness. That was the advanced art of leadership. Zhang Yu knew this as well. Among the 10 or so members of the Zhang family, there were 2 or 3 innocent ones. Even though the second uncle and Zhang Weilong had been so tough just now, they hadn't said anything. Maintaining a reputation for generosity would also benefit him. General Guo and Qin Li clearly showed their admiration for him. Who knows, the news media might even come to interview him. As for the Zhang family, now they were all low-key and obedient. Who would dare to act recklessly? If they were truly pushed to a dead end and took extreme measures, it would only create trouble. All right, let's leave it at that. Zhang Yu glanced at the time and said he was about to leave. General Zhang, you've come all this way. How can you leave without having a meal? At that moment, a black Hongqi government car drove up. Several people in administrative jackets got out of the car. Who are they? I don't know, but they look like they hold significant positions. Why are they being so polite to General Zhang? The onlookers were even more astonished. What kind of good fortune had Zhang Yu encountered after not being seen for a few years? It turns out to be Secretary Xia. General Guo quickly went up to greet the arriving person. Hello, Secretary Xia. Qinli also politely called out. Let me introduce you, General Guo said. This is Secretary Xia, in charge of planning for the Binjiang district of Jiang City. I know, this is General Zhang of Dami Technology. I've long admired you. Xia Ruweikong extended his hand. Hello, Secretary Xia. Zhang Yu smiled and shook hands in return. I didn't expect General Zhang to be so young and accomplished. Especially, your significant investment in building a research and development base in my Binjiang district is a great benefit to the local people. Xia Ruweikong looked at Zhang Yu, feeling honored. The status of a large enterprise, even in Jiang City, would earn them some respect. For a company like Dami Technology, when building a new project, the district would have to personally intervene. When establishing a regional headquarters, even the mayor would have to show up. If it were a strategic relocation, the provincial government would have to visit in person. For example, for Old Wang's Wanda Plaza, many leaders from various prefecture-level cities would have to proactively visit to secure the project. Because a large project, the establishment of a large company, could create immeasurable tax revenue, job opportunities, and enhance the city's image every year. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the local god of wealth. Those small companies would never understand what it feels like to have others come seeking your favor. Secretary Xia is too polite. I've only done a few small things, Zhang Yu said modestly. He had originally returned just to resolve the issue of the relocation housing and to vent some frustration. He hadn't expected such a gathering of people. Even Secretary Xia from the Binjiang district had come out. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, it was Xia Ruweikong who took the initiative to show goodwill. This feeling was quite beneficial. It meant that he would have official support in the Binjiang district from now on. Resources are precious, one should not refuse what is offered. Binjiang district, whether in terms of commerce, healthcare, education, entertainment, or GDP, is the richest and most prominent district in Jiang City. More than half of the advantageous resources are concentrated in Binjiang district. In the future, if there's anything needed, won't it just be a matter of a single sentence? The Zhang family, seeing such a significant figure, treated Zhang Yu with utmost courtesy and politeness. They now fully understood how powerful his background was. He was not just the head of a branch company. This was clearly the treatment reserved for senior executives of the Dami Technology headquarters. Regret, fear, anxiety, and various emotions intertwine in their hearts. The few members of the Zhang family who had not spoken were now relieved that they hadn't offended him earlier. President Zhang, you're too modest. You'll see for yourself, Xia Ruweikong gestured. Zhang Yu walked alongside him. General Manager Guo, Qinli, and other personnel consciously followed behind. President Zhang, take a look at the urban landscape here. Xia Ruweikong pointed to a large area of low, dilapidated houses. The relocation and renovation here have always been a tough problem. Until your company, President Zhang, set its sights on this land to build a research and development center, countless residents' living conditions have improved. They received relocation compensation and have new houses to live in. Building a high-tech company here is a great thing from any angle. Speaking of which, we really have to thank you, President Zhang, Xia Ruweikong said sincerely. If Secretary Xia hadn't said that, I wouldn't have realized I've done such a good deed, Zhang Yu laughed. But since you've mentioned it, I'll definitely build the R&D center well and create more tax revenue. Creating more tax revenue essentially means making more money for himself. Not only would he earn money, but they would also have to thank him. That feeling was truly exhilarating. In the demolition area, some buildings had already been leveled, and various construction vehicles were clearing away debris and leveling the land. It was a scene of bustling activity, and these machines belonged to General Manager Guo's company. After a tour, Xia Ruweikong said, President Zhang, it's rare to meet you. Since we've run into each other today, let's have a working meal together. Then I won't be polite, Zhang Yu smiled. Xiao Qin, please make the arrangements, Xia Ruweikong said to Qinli. Okay, I'll take care of it, Qinli nodded. At this moment, at Eagle Country International Airport, after more than 10 hours of flight, the passenger plane from Jiang Airlines finally arrived. Once all the passengers had disembarked and the work was wrapped up, flight attendants Lu Huanxiao, Di Sheba, and Pan Yuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. This flight is finally over, Pan Yuyao said, rubbing her sore knees. Yuyao, this is only half of it. We have to fly back tomorrow, Di Sheba replied while massaging her shoulders. Pan Yuyao was the youngest among the crew and the darling of everyone. Ah, just kill me. Pan Yuyo was on the verge of breaking down. Don't you want to go back quickly? Lu Wanxiao turned back and asked with a smile. Of course I do, Pan Yuyo nodded, but I wish we wouldn't have to fly international flights in the future. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Sister Xiao, do you know anyone in the airline's upper management? Maybe we could get transferred? You think too highly of me. I don't have that kind of connection, Lu Wanxiao chuckled. She recalled that someone in upper management had shown interest in her, but she had long since turned them down. If she were to actively seek help, how would they view her? Speaking of upper management, Lu Wanxiao remembered that the major shareholder behind the airline seemed to have changed. But who knew? She had only overheard a leader mentioning it on the phone before the flight attendant meeting. Then she thought again. If there was no one in upper management she could talk to, the major shareholder was even more out of reach. Alright, let's go back to the hotel and rest. Should we tell the landlord that we're going back tomorrow? Pan Yuyo suddenly said. Yuyao, you're still young, can you be a bit more reserved? Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba said almost simultaneously. What they meant by that was actually a reflection on themselves, realizing they weren't reserved enough in front of Zhang Yu. They had fallen too quickly. Just a few days of knowing him, and, after guarding their hearts for over 20 years, their defenses crumbled too easily. Looking back, it felt almost unreal. Naturally, they projected this emotion onto her. Fine, if you don't want to say anything, why be so fierce? Pan Yuyo pouted. She still didn't know what had really happened. At that moment, Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba fell silent, their minds filled with images of the landlord. And as soon as they thought of his face, they quickly associated it with intimate moments. Oh no, I can't let them find out. Lu Hanxiao thought. I can't let Sister Xiao and Yuyao know about my situation. Di Xiaoba also thought. Both of them believed they were the only ones favored by him, so they absolutely couldn't let anything seem off at this moment. Sister Xiao, Xiaoba, why are you both silent again? Pan Yuyao was still in the dark. Lu Hanxiao said, let's go, it's getting late, we should head back to the hotel now. Suddenly, Di Xiaoba spoke up, hey, you guys, look at the headlines from Jiangcheng. I have a big discovery. As she spoke, she raised her phone screen. Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao leaned in closer, their eyes widening in surprise. Huh, what's going on? What came into view was a news report released by the Jiangcheng authorities. The topic was about Secretary Xia from the Binjiang district and the CEO of Dami Technology Company inspecting the demolition site of the R&D center. Isn't that Secretary Xia? Lu Hanxiao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the photo, realizing she almost misspoke, and quickly corrected herself. Why is he with Zhang Yu? Looking at the composition of the news image, the person in the center should be Secretary Xia and the CEO of Dami Technology Company. Secretary Xia was slightly bowing his head, facing the CEO of Dami Technology Company, his demeanor very humble, and the person in the picture was none other than Zhang Yu. Strange, why is he everywhere? The three sisters were completely baffled. Looking again at the content of the news report, the term used was General Manager Zhang. That's right, it was him, their landlord. The three of them exchanged surprised glances, even though they had grown accustomed to the new identities Zhang Yu had revealed. However, when this identity was exposed, it still felt like a dream. Zhang Yu was actually the CEO of Dami Technology Company? This was a company with an asset scale of 200 billion. Not to mention Jiangcheng, even nationwide, there were fewer than 10 companies that could surpass it. It had to be this way. Otherwise, the dignified Secretary Xia, the wealthiest figure in Binjiang district, wouldn't be so polite in front of him. With this, Zhang Yu's background was incredibly powerful. A young man just over 20, fresh out of university. How did he become the CEO of Dami Technology Company? This was something that could baffle a billion brain cells. Wait, how many secrets does Zhang Yu have? I completely don't understand him anymore. I feel like this can't be his only identity. This is terrifying. Our landlord actually has such a big background. The shock that Lu Hanxiao and the other two felt from this news surpassed everything they had encountered in the past 20 years combined. They looked at the other photos in the news. They discovered another picture. In it, a woman dressed in a fitted suit was wearing black-framed glasses. She exuded an intellectual beauty. She looked like someone with a mid-level official position. She stood very close to Zhang Yu, whispering something in his ear. If the earlier photo with Xia Ruikong had only shocked her a little, seeing this second photo made her feel quite unsettled. Well, Zhang Yu, you've just drained me dry, and now there's another woman sticking to you? Aren't you ever satisfied? Lu Hanxiao thought to herself. Then she reconsidered, if it were someone else, I might as well let Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao take her place. This is what they call not letting the good water flow to outsiders. She knew in her heart that with Zhang Yu's status, no one could truly tie him down, including herself. But with a few more people, it might just be possible. After all, a person's stamina is limited. If the three of them worked together, they could suppress this hungry beast named Zhang Yu, and he wouldn't have to prey on other girls. Thinking this way, they were still doing a good deed. Looking towards Di Xiaobai and Pan Yuyao, she noticed their expressions were also somewhat unsettled, especially when they saw Qinli in the photo, who was only a 6 or 7 out of 10 in beauty. There was definitely a gap between her and them, but proximity is an advantage. In an instant, all three of them had the same thought. They wanted to fly back quickly. Then they thought it was a bit ridiculous. After all, they had no real relationship with him. Without a proper name, there could be no proper words. Sister Xiao, what do you think that woman's relationship with him is? The youngest, Pan Yuyao, asked first. It should just be a work relationship, don't overthink it, Lu Hanxiao replied. But I can feel that there's a light in that woman's eyes when she looks at the landlord, I can see it. Girls are very sensitive to this. One's attitude towards another can often be seen in their eyes. That should just be one-sided admiration. After all, the landlord is so outstanding, the number of people who like him could fill a bar, Di Xiaobai sighed and said. In her heart, she didn't expect Zhang Yu to look at her any more than he already had. That night of intimacy was just a wonderful memory. She was already very content. As long as she could continue to stay at Binjiang Mansion and see Zhang Yu every day, that was enough for her. She didn't wish for anything more. Alright, let's not think about this anymore. Let's rest well tonight, and we can fly back tomorrow, Lu Hanxiao instructed. After saying that, the three of them hurried towards the hotel. Along the way, they were all somewhat silent, not speaking. Come on, Mr. Shang, let me toast you again. Feel free, I'll drink. In a private room, Mr. Guo raised his glass again to toast Zhang Yu. In such a dinner gathering, although he was the overall head of the demolition project with countless subordinates, his status at the table was the lowest. A few of his trusted subordinates didn't even have the qualification to sit with him. Therefore, Mr. Guo, wanting to make a good impression, had already downed 2 bottles of liquor, setting a new personal record. His head was now spinning. All right, Mr. Guo, if you drink anymore, you won't be able to go back, Zhang Yu said with a faint smile. His complexion was still normal. Throughout the event, he had only followed the formalities, drinking a little with everyone, about 1 glass. Most of it was shared with Sha Ruikang. He didn't need to give face to the others. Whatever they drank, he merely sipped a little, which was already generous. At this point, the dinner was nearing its end. The plates and bowls on the table were mostly empty. Secretary Sha, what do you think? Shall we call it a day? Zhang Yu suggested to Sha Ruikang. Mr. Shang, you haven't had enough fun yet. Sha Ruikang stood up and extended his hand. You're too polite, Secretary Sha. I'm fine now. Zhang Yu shook his hand in return. Xinli and General Manager Guo, who were nearby, watched the two of them. One was in his 50s, the other just in his 20s. They were simply holding hands, creating a strong sense of unreality. Who would have thought that the boss of a major rice technology company would be so young and handsome? A perfect man with no flaws like this is precisely the ideal object for all women, right? A 99.9% success rate. Such a person carries an aura with him. Just speaking to him feels like a great honor. What more could one expect? Then I'll arrange for someone to take you back. Sha Ruikang's face was as red as Guangong's. He looked around, and most people were in a daze. Xiao Qin. Sha Ruikang noticed Qinli next to Zhang Yu. He thought this girl was quite good. She poured wine for Zhang Yu, served soup, and was very attentive. Secretary Sha. Qinli quickly stood up. You didn't drink just now, did you? Sha Ruikang asked. No, I'm allergic to alcohol, Qinli replied with a slightly embarrassed smile. Can you drive? Sha Ruikang asked again. Yes, I got my license a few years ago. Then I'll assign you a task. Safely take Mr. Zhang back. Do you have confidence? Sha Ruikang inquired. Secretary Sha, you can rest assured. I guarantee I will complete the task. Qinli also solemnly assured him. Good, Mr. Zhang, I'll leave you in her hands. Sha Ruikang said. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Let a division-level cadre personally take me. Zhang Yu laughed. A division-level cadre was a class he couldn't even touch just a few days ago, and now, she was just his driver. This reversal of identity was very gratifying. It was like the number one person in town driving him around and being grateful for the opportunity. However, she still held a position, so he couldn't appear too obvious. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me, Qinli quickly said. As the god of wealth in Binjiang district, I'm honored to have the opportunity to drive you. After some back and forth, Zhang Yu no longer declined. After everyone at the table said their goodbyes, they reluctantly dispersed. Mr. Zhang, take your time, watch your step. As Zhang Yu walked out the door, Xinli quickly stepped forward to support his arm. It was very natural and proactive, without any awkwardness. I didn't drink much, I know there are steps, Zhang Yu said. But, Mr. Zhang still needs to be careful. If you trip or bump into something, it wouldn't be good for me to explain to Secretary Xia, Xinli said, tightening her grip on his arm a bit more. A gust of wind blew by. Zhang Yu caught a whiff of a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, and his spirits lifted. Mr. Zhang, why are you looking at me like that? Xinli noticed Zhang Yu staring at her. What perfume are you using? It smells really nice, he said directly. Ha! Suddenly hearing Mr. Zhang's compliment, Xinli felt a bit flustered. I don't use perfume. The company has regulations that we can't dress too eye-catchingly. She felt embarrassed to say that the fragrance was natural. Mr. Zhang, where do you live? Let me take you there. She quickly changed the subject. Binjiang Mansion, Zhang Yu replied. Binjiang Mansion? Xinli immediately remembered that this development had been involved in a ribbon-cutting ceremony with the higher-ups. With Mr. Zhang's status, only Binjiang Mansion in Jiangcheng could match him. Or rather, this was just the upper limit of Jiangcheng, not Mr. Zhang's upper limit. However, Binjiang Mansion was still quite far from here. If there was no traffic, it would take an hour. A round trip would require 2 hours. If something goes wrong on the way home with Zhang Yu, like falling asleep or something, it might take all night to get back. Zhang, if you don't mind, why don't you come back to my place first? Sleep off the alcohol, and I'll take you back tomorrow morning. Xinli mustered her courage and said, back to your place? Zhang Yu felt the effects of the alcohol fading a bit. Did she not just want to help him? Boys need to take care of themselves when they're out. Yeah. Xinli felt a bit annoyed. She couldn't take back her words. Because my home is just 3 kilometers ahead. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Alright then. Zhang Yu smiled. I'm afraid I might get car sick and throw up in your car. Although he hadn't drunk much, his tolerance wasn't that great. The wind had made him feel a bit chilly, and he was indeed feeling uncomfortable. Then, Mr. Zhang, please get in the car. Xinli helped Zhang Yu to a Passat. She carefully opened the back door, shielding the top of the car with her hand, and helped him inside. Then she went back to the driver's seat and started the car, driving forward. At that moment, an old Wuling Hongguan quietly followed behind. The driver was Zhang Weilong. When Zhang Yu and Qin Li's group left the urban village, he couldn't swallow his anger and, despite the Zhang family's objections, drove after them. He waited for 2 hours at the entrance of the restaurant. When he saw Qin Li helping Zhang Yu out, his heart nearly shattered. Helping him so closely, how could he bear it? After pursuing her for so long, even with their engagement promised, they hadn't even held hands. Yet Zhang Yu, just meeting her for the first time, was so forward. His heart instantly broke. I want to see where you're taking him. With that thought, Zhang Weilong kept about 100 meters behind, following them. After a few turns, he recognized a familiar neighborhood ahead. Isn't this the neighborhood where Qin Li lives? Zhang Weilong was surprised. Many employees from various units in Jiangcheng lived here, as a form of care for the workers. He had been here a few times but had never entered the neighborhood, let alone visited Qin Li's home. When he saw Qin Li's car stop inside the neighborhood, he couldn't enter without a card. He watched as Qin Li got out of the car and helped Zhang Yu from the back seat, then walked towards the hallway. The last shred of hope he had completely collapsed. Damn it! Was Qin Li really taking Zhang Yu home? Late at night, a man and a woman alone in a room. And they had been drinking. What good could come of it? Good for you, Qin Li. Good for you, Zhang Yu. Is this how you're playing it? Zhang Weilong felt like he was going crazy. His heart felt like it had been struck by lightning as he turned around and left the entrance of the neighborhood. Mr. Zhang, you lie down for a bit. I'll get you a glass of water. Qin Li finally managed to get Zhang Yu onto the sofa. Out of breath, she unbuttoned her suit jacket on the way to the kitchen. The shirt underneath was exposed. Feeling a bit chilly, she didn't pay much attention. After pouring a glass of hot water, she turned back to the living room. Zhang Yu was half reclining, watching her walk over with the water, and couldn't help but be surprised. You, what about me? Qin Li looked down at herself. She didn't realize that 2 buttons on her white shirt had popped off. Maybe it happened while she was helping him, or perhaps at another time. In any case, she hadn't noticed at all. With 2 buttons gone, there was no longer any cover. Qin Li panicked, gasping. The cup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Water and glass shards scattered everywhere. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Qin Li's face turned pale. The brain also entered a state of crash. After a few seconds of daze, she quickly picked up a cloth and began to clean up the mess on the floor. Qin Li carefully cleared away the glass shards and water stains. Just as she finished and raised her head, she suddenly noticed that there were some water stains splashed on Zhang Yu's pant leg. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry for getting your clothes dirty. They must be very expensive, right? I'll compensate you, Shinli said in a panic. No, these pants only cost 200 yuan, not expensive at all, Zhang Yu smiled. Hearing this, Shinli felt a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, if those pants were worth tens of thousands, she would have to pay a year's salary. However, she still felt a bit guilty. At that moment, in the opposite community, someone was enjoying the cool breeze on their balcony. Upon seeing the scene before them, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, can it be played like this?" They noticed that the curtains in the living room were all drawn up. The situation inside the living room was not visible, but the light inside cast silhouettes on the curtains. It was easy to make assumptions. The world is going downhill, corrupting morals, and this is still in a work community. They suddenly became spirited, eager to know who it was. They wished for a gust of wind to blow open the thin curtains. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Besides a somewhat blurry silhouette, nothing could be seen. Inside Qinli's room, while wiping the water stains, she noticed Zhang Yu was looking at her with his head down. "Mr. Zhang, come here." Zhang Yu said nothing, just waved at her. She realized what was happening. The first thought in her mind was that she had a boyfriend. Then, she quickly dismissed that thought. "You don't have a boyfriend right now." With that thought, the restraints and shackles she had on herself no longer existed. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she stopped hesitating. Zhang Yu looked at Qinli. Her black-framed glasses had slipped down a bit, hanging askew on her nose, which made her look even more charming. Some people don't look that stunning without glasses. Once they put them on, their charm increases tenfold. Qinli was like that. The glasses were her essence. Zhang Yu recalled a drama he watched last year, Chaos. The sister of the Black Boss was of this type. Qinli's aura with glasses surpassed even that of the Black Boss's sister. His drunkenness hadn't worn off yet. He didn't know how long it had been when he saw Qinli stand up and head towards the bathroom. Drowsiness hit him at that moment, and he fell asleep. The next day, when the sunlight pierced through the window, Zhang Yu opened his eyes. He looked around and found himself lying on the sofa. Moreover, the other half of the sofa had turned into a bed. A blanket was covering his navel. Looking again, where was Qinli? He picked up his phone and saw a message from Qinli. "Mr. Zhang, I've gone to work. Your car has been arranged to be brought downstairs." As expected of her, she was meticulous and thoughtful, so he didn't have to go get the car himself. Zhang Yu put away his phone and remembered that he hadn't used today's blind box reward yet. So, he awakened the system. "System, I want to draw today's blind box." Soon, the system was activated, and the familiar blind box lottery interface appeared before him. "I wonder what I can draw this time," Zhang Yu thought to himself. Ever since he used D. Sheba's full star buff to get a blind box with special bonuses, the 200 billion rice technology company, his financial power could now rank in the top 20 in the entire Dragon country. In terms of wealth, he was already quite powerful. He was also thinking about whether he could obtain some interesting rewards this time, even if they weren't worth much money. So, with such expectations, Zhang Yu randomly drew a blind box. Soon, the blind box opened, and a reward popped out. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the all-round talent, a skill-type reward." Zhang Yu was overjoyed. It was truly a case of thinking something and it coming true. Was the system clairvoyant? All-round talent. After the host claims it, you will automatically receive a full set of talent skills, including poetry, music, dance, painting, writing, appraising treasures, and other professional skills. The proficiency level of these skills is set to world class. Wow! Not just one skill, but a whole family bucket of skills. As long as it was related to the arts, he was now a versatile talent in every aspect. Goodness, what a great deal. After claiming the blind box, a vast amount of knowledge about various talents flooded his mind. These proficient skills and knowledge poured into his brain like a tide. Soon, Zhang Yu noticed that some things in front of him were different. He looked at the furnishings in the room. In the corner, there was a vase, material, ceramic, produced in Jingdezhen, last week's product. Market price, 300. On the wall, there was a famous calligraphy and painting. Material, Xian paper. Imitation version, replica, market price, 500. This was the appraising skill at work again. The information about them was clear at a glance. Looking around, he found a guitar in the corner of the living room. Zhang Yu knew nothing about music, but at that moment, he picked up the guitar. He placed his fingers on the strings. Without thinking, he smoothly played a piece of blue and white porcelain. "Wait, who is playing the guitar? It sounds really good. We are in a work unit community, and there are such talented people. Is it someone from the Art Museum of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau?" No way, from the sound, It seems to be coming from the Planning Bureau staff building. Planning Bureau? Aren't they all science and engineering types? How can they have such superb playing skills? Some people who stayed home today were entranced by the beautiful guitar performance. Some took out their phones to record. Not knowing where the sound was coming from, they just wanted to capture it. Who is playing the guitar? I think they could teach at a university. No, they could perform on the Spring Festival gala stage. A retired music academy teacher, hearing this sound, excitedly stood up with the help of a cane. It was rare to hear such celestial music. Unexpectedly, in this worker's compound, he was fortunate enough to hear it. The person who recorded the video uploaded it online. Soon, it attracted a large crowd of comments and attention. Wow, who is playing the guitar? It's so beautiful. I want to see them play in person, a girl from the music academy said. I was so frustrated earlier, but hearing this music made me so happy I started mopping the floor. A full-time housewife exclaimed. My daughter spent thousands and still hasn't learned anything. I need to have her apprentice under him. A mother hoping for her daughter to succeed said. See what real music is? You guys are the worst class I've ever taught, said a music training class instructor. In the Planning Bureau office, Sheen Lee was busy revising a plan. During a break to drink water, she took out her phone to scroll. She saw the video and felt a sense of familiarity. She could distinguish the sound of her guitar, which she had used for so many years. Plus, she had asked in the group chat when she moved in. There was only one person who played guitar after work, and that was her. Wait, is it Zhang Zong playing guitar at home? She quickly realized in her heart. Not only was Zhang Zong wealthy, but he was also so proficient with instruments. For a moment, she was a bit dazed. She took a big gulp of water, forgetting to swallow. Zhang Yu finished playing a piece and satisfied his craving. Then he got up and left Qin Li's home. After arriving at the community and finding his car, he drove directly back to Binjiang Mansion. It was already afternoon. He had really slept well during that nap. Upon reaching Binjiang Mansion, Zhang Yu saw Lu Huanxiao's BMW parked in the space. They all came back? He thought to himself. After parking, he went upstairs. Before he even entered the door, he heard the voices of 3 flight attendants chatting inside. So he opened the door. Inside, Lu Huanxiao, Di Sheba, and Pan Yuya were chatting. Seeing Zhang Yu return, they all stepped forward to ask, Landlord, you're back. Landlord, didn't you sleep at home last night? Oh, I had a social engagement yesterday and didn't come back too late. Zhang Yu smiled. Lu Huanxiao and the others exchanged glances. It was quite normal. Zhang Yu was the CEO of Dami Technology. If someone wanted to invite him to dinner, who knows how long the queue would be. Various social engagements were naturally unavoidable. The 3 of them even felt a bit relieved. It felt like those rich wives. As long as their husbands came back, who cared what they did outside? By the way, how was this flight? Zhang Yu asked. International flights took more than 10 hours one way, and they had spent almost all of the last 2 days in the air. Oh, don't mention it. The jet lag is too painful. I need to take a nap later. Me too, my schedule is all messed up, and I've even gotten a pimple on my face. Di Xiaoba said. Lu Huanxiao had long since adapted. Being a chief attendant, she didn't complain about anything. Why didn't you think about applying not to fly international flights? I want to, but I'm just an intern, not a full-time employee. Who would care? Pan Yuyo said, frustrated. Even though I'm full-time, it doesn't matter, saying it is useless. Di Xiaoba sighed. There are many connections in the airline, they can't arrange everything. Plus, their performance is terrible, yet they still get excellent every year. Lu Huanxiao was the most familiar with the airline situation. Excellent employees not only received bonuses but could also choose routes first. Naturally, the routes that no one wanted to fly would fall to the people at the back. I see. Zhang Yu pondered. Landlord, you suddenly ask this, do you know someone in the airline? Although Pan Yuya was young, she was quick-witted. If you put it that way, I do know someone. Zhang Yu smiled. The personnel in the airline were all his subordinates, so didn't that count as knowing them? Di Xiaoba looked at him, recalling the last time when the trending topic was quickly retracted, and the superior was fired. Could it be that landlord Zhang Yu really had close ties with the airline? However, Di Xiaoba didn't dare to ask Zhang Yu about it. After all, such matters could be given by him, but they couldn't ask for them. The 2 things were of completely different natures. She wasn't a person who sought to take. Even if she had taken the initiative that day, it was merely a gesture of gratitude towards him. She didn't intend to make any demands. All right, when we passed the duty-free shop this time, we brought you a gift. Lu Huanxiao said to Zhang Yu. And my gift? Zhang Yu was surprised. Yes, landlord, you've taken such good care of us, so we wanted to give you a gift to show our appreciation. Pan Yuyao added, then took out several boxes. This is the belt I bought. This is the razor Xiaoba bought. Wait, did both of you buy something? Zhang Yu asked. And where's Sister Zhao's? Hey, why can't I find it? Pan Yuyo rummaged through the suitcase but couldn't find it. Wasn't it all together? Di Xiaoba asked. Yes, but I can't see it. Pan Yuyo emptied the suitcase but still didn't see the gift Sister Xiao bought. Lu Huanxiao suddenly remembered something. Stop looking, it might be in my bag. She said this as she opened her carry-on suitcase. Sister Xiao, let's go take a bath and get some sleep. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba handed the gifts to Zhang Yu and prepared to take a shower. They planned to soak in the big bathtub for a better sleep. You go ahead. Lu Huanxiao continued to search for the gifts she had bought, feeling increasingly anxious with Zhang Yu watching her. Many items inside were taken out without much thought. I finally found it, Lu Huanxiao exclaimed, pulling out a box. This is a Patek Philippe watch? Zhang Yu gasped at the sight of what she was holding. What have I done to deserve such an expensive gift? Zhang Yu did not reach out to take it. This watch would sell for at least over 400,000 in the market of Jiangcheng. Zhang Yu, just take it, Lu Huanxiao said. Di Xiaobai and the others told me on the way here to thank you for your help. Plus, it was bought at a duty-free shop, with a huge discount. It's a steal. Alright, then I'll take it. Zhang Yu accepted the watch. For Lu Huanxiao, a watch was indeed nothing much. Since she was willing to give it, refusing would only be a waste of her good intentions, which would be even more awkward. Hey, what are these? Zhang Yu then noticed the items she had taken out of her suitcase, feeling curious. This is. Lu Huanxiao followed his gaze and was about to explain. A new black bunny girl outfit appeared before her eyes, complete with 2 ears. Upon closer inspection, there was also an eye mask, adorned with lace. Her pupils trembled, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. No way? Zhang Yu looked at Lu Huanxiao, surprised that she had brought such things on a trip. Lu Huanxiao's face turned red all the way to her neck. Although there were no secrets left between her and Zhang Yu, it was still embarrassing for him to see these colorful items taken from her suitcase. Moreover, Lu Huanxiao knew that these were actually bought by Pan Yuyo. Since they couldn't fit in her own suitcase, she had placed them in Lu Huanxiao's. Lu Huanxiao also wondered how a pure girl who had never been in a relationship would buy such things. But since they were already bought and she had agreed to let her put them in her suitcase, if she claimed they belonged to Pan Yuyo now, it might only lead to greater misunderstandings from Zhang Yu. So, she had to say nothing and take the blame for Pan Yuyo. However, her usual aloof persona was completely ruined in front of Zhang Yu. He had no idea that the true owner of these items was Pan Yuyo. Seeing Lu Huanxiao's flushed face, he smiled knowingly. Chief Lu, it seems you also enjoy playing with this, huh? She wanted to say, it's not me, I didn't buy it, don't say nonsense. But now, there was no way to shift the blame. Just then, Pan Yuyo walked out of the room, dressed in her regular clothes. Sister Xiao, let's hurry up and leave. Pan Yuyo said anxiously, if we delay, we'll be late. Okay, wait for me a moment, I need to change. Lu Huanxiao felt grateful that she was helping to change the topic and cover up the awkwardness. Where are you going? We're going to the Jiangcheng Sports Center to see the Peacock Legend concert, Pan Yuyo replied. It's a benefit from our airline. Since it's a benefit, why isn't Di Xiaoba going? Zhang Yu asked curiously. She wasn't feeling well, so she decided not to go, Pan Yuyo said, pulling out 3 tickets. There's an extra one, landlord, are you going? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Landlord, let's go together, Lu Huanxiao added. All right, since it's your invitation, I might as well go, Zhang Yu said. After all, it wouldn't cost anything, and it's the hottest event right now, the Peacock Legend. It's something you can't even buy without connections. All right, let's get ready and head out. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the concert venue in the female police officer's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. At the Jiangcheng Sports Center, many fans had already gathered outside the venue. They were taking photos with their support materials, filled with laughter and joy. Everywhere were couples posing with the Peacock Legend. Wow, it's so lively, Pan Yuyo exclaimed as she took in the scene. The people around, upon seeing Zhang Yu, Lu Huanxiao, and Pan Yuyo, were all wide-eyed in amazement. Wow, those 2 girls are stunning. They're tall too, must be around 170 centimeters, like models. The guy next to them is handsome too. Not only handsome, but also rich. That's a Rolls-Royce. Should we go ask for his WeChat? A few bystander girls were clearly a bit tempted. You go. You go. The girls pushed each other for a while before one finally stepped forward, covering her mouth shyly. Hi, handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Yu glanced at her, she was decent looking, a rare beauty. Sorry, they don't agree. He pulled out his shield, and it was 2 of them. Ha, so you have a girlfriend? How embarrassing. I just want to find a hole to hide in. Wait, why they? Are they all his girlfriends? No way, is there going to be a fight? You might be underestimating the power of a Rolls-Royce. The bystanders left regretfully. Lu Wanxiu looked at Zhang Yu. What do you mean by we don't agree? Are we in charge of you? She was a bit suspicious, wondering if she had stepped out without checking the calendar, taking the blame for someone else today. But she didn't feel like getting angry. Instead, she thought that Zhang Yu rejecting those girls showed he had principles and boundaries. There's an ice cream vendor up ahead. Zhang Yu pointed ahead. Shall we buy some ice cream? I can't eat ice cream today. Lu Wanxiu shook her head. What about you? Can you eat it? Zhang Yu turned to ask Pan Yuyo. I can. Thank you, landlord. Pan Yuyo looked quite happy. Zhang Yu, Lu Wanxiu, next to him, fixed her gaze on him. Why are you asking that? What do you mean? Zhang Yu laughed. As your landlord, is it wrong to kindly treat you to some ice cream? Hearing this, Lu Wanxiu felt she might have been a bit petty. But then she thought, no, looking at Zhang Yu's expression, something was up. Could he be thinking? With that thought, Lu Wanxiu felt a bit anxious. She quickly linked her arm with Pan Yuyao's, as if to keep her close. Before long, Zhang Yu returned with 2 ice creams, handing one to Pan Yuyo. He quickly devoured the other one. Meanwhile, Pan Yuyo was eating slowly, licking the cream off the ice cream like a little kitten. Zhang Yu looked at her. Do you want a hot dog? Yes. Pan Yuyo nodded vigorously. No, you don't, Lu Wanxiu interjected. But before she could finish, Zhang Yu had already bought a hot dog. She suddenly felt like she was thinking too much. It seemed Zhang Yu was doing it on purpose, but she couldn't find any evidence. It frustrated her. Meanwhile, Pan Yuyo was still thanking him. She was really afraid she would be sold off and still help him count the money. Looking at Zhang Yu's demeanor, he really didn't want to let any of them go. As for herself, she was already trapped. Di Xiaoba seemed highly suspicious, just a final confirmation away. It was just one more Pan Yueying. Could it be that the 3 flowers of Jiancheng Airlines were about to collectively fall? This was truly terrifying, and the more one thought about it, the more fear it invoked. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance ahead. After waiting so long, we can finally enter. The fans immediately became lively, surging towards the entrance. The security guards and police on duty were also at their posts, guiding the fans into the venue. Zhang Yu and the others were among the crowd waiting to enter. Wherever they went, many people were astonished, causing quite a stir. In the distance, among the traffic control team, someone suddenly said, "Captain, look over there." The female officer turned to look and immediately spotted Zhang Yu. No way, he came to the concert today too? Looking beside him, there were 2 beautiful women. One was unfamiliar, but the other was actually Lu Wanxiu. Lu Wanxiu had been her close friend for many years. However, due to the nature of their jobs, one parachuting everywhere, the other catching accidents, they were both extremely busy and rarely met. Later, Lu Wanxiu mentioned that she and her colleague had rented a place together. She had also talked about renting a few times. The female officer Su Mei began to wonder, could it be that the Lamborghini owner Zhang Yu, who was speeding, was Lu Wanxiu's landlord? Otherwise, with her usual style, she wouldn't be so close to a man, let alone go to a concert with him. However, they had already entered, and with her work at hand, it wouldn't be appropriate to disturb them. She could only wait until her work was done to ask what was going on. Thinking of Zhang Yu made her feel a bit frustrated. She still didn't know when she could get her car back. The car had never been lent out before, and now it was going to be with him for a month. Who knew what kind of condition it would be in after a month? Captain, there are 2 electric bikes that collided ahead, a team member reported. Okay, I'm on my way, Sumei replied, pulling her thoughts back and re-entering work mode. Inside the stadium, Zhang Yu and the others had found their seats according to their tickets. I didn't expect to have inner circle tickets. The seats are so good, Zhang Yu exclaimed. This was the first time he was so close to the stage. In the first 10 rows of the inner circle, the distance to the stage was no more than 10 meters. Yeah, tickets for the Peacock Legend are hard to come by. The airline really spent a lot this time, Pan Yueying said excitedly. People continued to enter the venue, chattering away, creating a lively atmosphere. As a male-female duo that had been popular for many years, they attracted fans mostly from the post-90s and aughts generations. Hey, everyone, please be quiet, the performance is about to start, someone shouted from the crowd. On the stage ahead, a woman dressed in elegant attire appeared. This woman exuded a mature charm. Ling Jie, Ling Jie. The fans went wild. Huh, why is it just Ling Jie? What about Baron Peacock? Soon, someone noticed something was off. There was only one person on stage. Dear fans, I'm very sorry. My partner is stuck in traffic and will probably arrive in about half an hour. What? Half an hour? The whole performance is only 3 hours. How can one person perform? Are we supposed to wait for half an hour? Many fans began to stir, and some fake fans took the opportunity to shout, "Isn't this a scam? Refund us." Seeing the obvious unrest in the crowd, the organizers quickly came to calm everyone down. How about this? For the next half hour, we interact with the fans, or invite them to sing along. No way, we came to see their group. There's no one in the audience who can sing well anyway. Besides, who can create the Baron effect with Sisterling? Exactly, after years of partnership, who can match this chemistry? The fans' emotions were also somewhat disappointed and dissatisfied. How about I give it a try? At that moment, they heard someone speaking. Looking over, they saw someone standing up in the front row. Wow, he's so handsome. For a moment, many fans actually started to believe in him a bit. But can he really sing? Someone else asked. If he sings poorly and ruins our ears, can we get a refund? Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Lu Wanxiu and Pan Yueying looked up at Zhang Yu standing up, both very surprised. With so many people watching, did he really have to steal the spotlight? It's hard to please everyone, and if the effect is bad, wouldn't that be embarrassing on an international level? If I sing poorly and you want a refund, it's all on me. With that, the scene erupted again. Such a big claim? If tens of thousands of people are unsatisfied, can he afford it? That's millions in costs. But if he's saying that, he should have some confidence, right? Should we just wait and see? Thus, the people on site reached a consensus. Then you go up and sing one. Hey, have you noticed? He looks a bit familiar? Exactly, I feel like I've seen him before. I remember now, he's the one who crashed his Lamborghini and got hit by a female police officer on a motorcycle, isn't he? Wow, it really is him. He became famous online, and now we can see the real deal at the concert. 666, this seems like a good deal. Under the unanimous cheers of everyone, they watched as Zhang Yu was about to go on stage. Lu Wanxiu and Pan Yueying were even more surprised. Wait, he's really going up? He's already so rich and famous online. Is it really necessary to steal this spotlight? What if he becomes the center of attention? However, they couldn't interfere. Zhang Yu had already walked up to the stage. At that moment, the Baron was on his way to the venue. Being late, I'm going to get scolded by the audience. He had already thought about how to apologize later. His assistant reminded him, Sister Ling is at the venue, inviting a fan on stage for an interactive performance. Ha! The Baron was startled. He quickly grabbed his phone to sync with the live broadcast. Indeed, a very handsome young man had taken the stage. Sister Ling looked at Zhang Yu on stage. Her first reaction was, he's so handsome, but she wasn't sure about his singing skills. Young man, what's your best song? Let's start with that one, Sister Ling said kindly. Anything is fine, Zhang Yu smiled. How about we let the fans choose? Through the surround sound at the venue, the fans got hyped up. They started calling out songs. Soon, the most popular songs with the loudest cheers were selected. Alright, let's start. Zhang Yu smiled. This song happened to be one that the male lead sang first. He took a moment to prepare and then began to sing. As soon as he sang the first line, the audience reacted, huh? Something's off. They thought the original singer had come. In fact, his tone and pitch were even better than the original. No way, the landlord sings this well? In the audience, Lu Wanxiu and Pan Yueying heard Zhang Yu sing for the first time. They exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears. They doubted whether it was the original version playing and he was just lip-syncing. But upon listening again, it was indeed Zhang Yu's voice. In front of tens of thousands of people, he not only sang but even outperformed the original singer. It wasn't just the two of them. The audience on site, upon hearing Zhang Yu sing a few lines, instantly transformed from skepticism to frenzy. The entire venue erupted, and everyone unconsciously began to shout along with the rhythm. What commotion! Outside, the Baron heard the ruckus and felt as if the stadium was about to be lifted off the ground. They weren't even at the venue yet, still 2 kilometers away on an overpass. They could hear the roar of the crowd inside the stadium. The whole stadium, due to the cheers and jumps of tens of thousands of people, even caused the building to sway slightly. Outside, there were thousands of spectators who couldn't buy tickets, sitting on small stools, getting hyped as well. The performance had just started, and it was already this exciting? Sister Ling's interaction with that fan seems to be very effective. The assistant showed the live stream on his phone to the Baron. The atmosphere at the scene was incredibly lively. The peacock legend almost always caused a stir at every performance. This time, to have such a great effect with an amateur? The Baron looked at the fan on stage. Whether it was singing skills or stage presence, how could this be an amateur? He was completely like a national first-class singer with years of experience, even better than his own performance. The chemistry with Sister Ling was also extraordinary. The Baron suddenly felt as if he had been robbed. Sister Ling had been his partner for over a decade. A huge sense of crisis surged in his heart. Now he was regretting it, deeply regretting it. If this fan gained everyone's unanimous recognition, what would be left for him in the future? On stage, Sister Ling and Zhang Yu were singing one song after another. The The admiration in her eyes for him was growing. Who would have thought? What he thought was a bronze turned out to be a king. This performance was far better than his partner of over 10 years. The reactions of the tens of thousands of audience members said it all. One by one, their voices were hoarse from shouting. Wow, this is amazing. I have goosebumps. I didn't expect his singing skills to be so good. This is definitely professional level. I'm from a music academy. I can prove that a national first-class singer is nothing compared to this. He looks so young. Who exactly is he? Hey, why do I feel like he is our company's boss? At that moment, a staff member from a loan company said, "No way, your boss?" That's right, it's him. Although he has only appeared in the company twice, I wouldn't mistake him. Wow, he's handsome, runs a company, and has such great singing skills. He's simply a treasure of a man. Not just at the venue. Even online, Zhang Yu, as an amateur, singing with Sister Ling, was trending on major websites. See Who, Bilibili, Weibo, Zaya Hongshu, Douyin. Almost all mainstream apps had clips of Zhang Yu singing occupying their homepages. The videos came from different angles and directions, all capturing this moment. Officer Sume, who had just finished handling a traffic accident outside, heard the incredible noise from the venue and, after being reminded by other colleagues, learned that the Lamborghini owner, Lan Huanxiu's landlord, had ignited the crowd on stage. She couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. When did such a figure emerge in Jiangcheng, seemingly rising out of nowhere? There hadn't been any news about him before. Sume was from the police force, and her family had a strong background in Jiangcheng. She became even more curious about him. Di Xiaoba was at home, lying in bed. During this time, the apps she opened were almost all filled with images of Zhang Yu singing. What was going on? Di Xiaoba quickly sent a message to Pan Yueying at the venue. What happened at the scene? Why is the landlord on stage? Xiaoba, you don't know, the landlord's singing skills are really amazing. How come I never noticed it before? Pan Yuyo saw the message sent by Di Xiaoba. Unable to resist, she recorded several clips and sent them to the small group loving each other as one family. Her admiration for the landlord grew even stronger. Lu Hanxiao said nothing, but stared at the stage, the corners of his mouth pressed together with a slight smile. Ding! Zhang Yu on stage heard the system's prompt. Lu Hanxiao's peach blossom value increased by 1 star, reaching 7 stars. Pan Yuyao's peach blossom value increased by 0.5 stars, reaching 9.5 stars. No way! Why is there still 0.5 stars? Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart, is this a competition? At this moment, a song had just finished. The tens of thousands of fans on site were mesmerized, as if they were still dreaming. After a few seconds of daze, the crowd shouted again, "Sing another one! Don't go down, I'm begging you." "Sorry, I have to go down, the main act is back." Zhang Yu saw the Baron hurrying to the stage. Sister Ling went up to him. "Why are you only just arriving? Ha, is the performance over?" The Baron was surprised. He had rushed and hurried. At most he was only 20 minutes late. "Not over, but it's almost done," the assistant said somewhat helplessly. The spotlight of today's concert was completely taken by that young man in his 20s. The trending topics online were all about him. However, now that the Peacock Legend Group was back in place, Zhang Yu could only return to the audience. The organizers breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Yu held the scene together. Otherwise, today would have been a performance accident. Who knows how many people would have asked for refunds. Forget about making money, it was likely they would go bankrupt. We must find that person later and thank him. The organizer's boss made a decision. Take 5% of the profits from this performance and send it to him. Let's see if he has any performance needs. We can hold his next show and split the profits 50-50. The organizer was unwilling to give up this massive traffic. They wanted to seize the opportunity to make a big deal. But he is just an ordinary person. Will anyone pay to have him as the main character? A subordinate expressed doubt. Can't you see how great his potential is? So what if he's an ordinary person? Which star or internet celebrity didn't start as an ordinary person? The organizer's boss said, "Such a talented ordinary person is truly rare. We must find a way to win him over." With the conversation reaching this point, the staff quickly went to prepare. Roughly estimating, this concert sold tickets worth 50 million. After deducting the artists' commissions, venue equipment, staff, and security costs, the net profit was around 20 million. 5% would be 1 million. For an ordinary person, that would be several years' worth of income. This ordinary person really hit the jackpot. Just by singing a few songs, he got 1 million. Money is really easy to make. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious and resentful. Over here, the Peacock Legend Group was performing together, and Zhang Yu returned to his seat. Along the way, he was met with countless cheers and shouts. If it weren't for the dozen or so security guards holding them back, the audience would have rushed up. It was terrifying. Zhang Yu returned to his seat, and Pan Yuya was the first to applaud. "Landlord, you sang really well just now." Lu Hanxiao also looked at him. "This time you really showed off. How was it?" "I sang pretty well, right?" Zhang Yu smiled. "Landlord, did you study this professionally? How can you sing so well? You could debut right here." Pan Yuyao couldn't contain her excitement. People crowded closer, almost pressing against Zhang Yu. "Yuyao, be a bit more reserved. So many people are watching," Lu Hanxiao reminded her. Pan Yuyao pouted and returned to her seat. However, she still propped her chin on her hand, staring intently at Zhang Yu. Her gaze was already filled with longing. She couldn't even be bothered to listen to the song. This fiery look made Zhang Yu feel a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but think, thankfully it was this concert that kept everyone restrained. If they were at home, with no one around, that gaze could be quite dangerous. A spark could easily ignite a fire. "Yu Yao." Lu Huanqiu looked at her unambitious demeanor and couldn't help but remind her again. She sat between the two and felt a headache coming on. Damn, this landlord Zhang Yu was exuding more and more charm. How many surprises did he still have that they didn't know about? Although Lu Huanqiu was trying her best to control herself with reason, her mind couldn't help but wander to everything about him, especially the scene of having a late-night snack. She couldn't help but feel her face flush. "How about we go back?" Zhang Yu said at that moment, yawning. "Not watching the concert anymore?" "No more, there will be too many people when it ends, afraid of traffic." Zhang Yu said this, and both of them nodded in agreement. They had already listened to the main songs of the day. Moreover, he had just sung a few songs, so this trip wasn't in vain. Thus, the three of them retreated under the gaze of the crowd. By the time they returned to Binjiang Mansion, it was already past 10 in the evening. "Di Xiaoba, I have to tell you, Zhang Yu today." As soon as they got home, Pan Yuyao rushed to Di Xiaoba's room, eager to share the shocking moments from the concert. Zhang Yu exchanged a glance with Lu Huanxiu and smiled helplessly. "Zhang Yu, I really didn't expect you to." Lu Huanxiu couldn't help but marvel. Such a man radiated light. His charm was irresistible. Lu Huanxiu hesitated, feeling her face heat up and her heart race just standing alone with him. It felt like she couldn't catch her breath. No, she had to keep her distance from such a prodigy. "Lu Huanxiu, do you want to go out for a walk?" "Ha?" Lu Huanxiu was taken aback, not understanding why Zhang Yu suddenly said that. "I remembered something I left in the car." Zhang Yu smiled. "I need to go down and get it." "Well, I have nothing to do right now, so let's go down together," Lu Huanxiu said. Then, the two of them went downstairs. Standing in front of that Rolls-Royce Cullinan, she couldn't help but want to ask, but ultimately held back. "Does my best friend know I know him?" Seeing that familiar car, she felt a sense of disorientation. This world really is too small. But now, she couldn't care about that. Zhang Yu got into the car, and Lu Huanxiu hesitated for a moment before getting into the passenger seat. "Can't you really eat ice today?" he asked. "Really?" Lu Huanxiu nodded. Looking at his half-smiling face, she suddenly realized something. "Zhang Yu, what are you thinking every day? Can't you let it go even if I can't eat ice? And you don't even look tired?" Hot knowledge, the ground can really be plowed badly. Lu Huanxiu felt she had to thank her relatives, but Zhang Yu didn't think so. At that moment, outside the car window, pedestrians were walking by. Lu Huanxiu shook her head. "What's wrong? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Moreover, this car belonged to her best friend. Wouldn't she get scolded later?" Zhang Yu listened, looking thoughtful. "Then Pan Yuyao today." "Stop." As soon as Lu Huanxiu heard this, she became anxious. She didn't even know why she was so protective of Pan Yuyao. She thought again, maybe it was to save face. If it were like the defense line of a certain transport captain, collapsing at the slightest touch, that would be too embarrassing. Losing is fine, but not losing too ridiculously. Now that sounds more like it. Zhang Yu smiled slightly. The story splits into two parts. Outside the Jiangqing City Stadium, the concert of the Peacock Legend has finally ended. As the tens of thousands of spectators began to leave, Sumei finally took a breath, the tension in her heart easing. For this event, she and her team of over 20 were almost all deployed. Fortunately, everything went smoothly today, and there were no mishaps. Otherwise, this captain wouldn't be able to continue. Looking at the parking lot, her Rolls-Royce Cullinan was already gone. Wait, they left just like that? She didn't see her best friend, Lu Hanxiao, either. Sumei felt a bit down. Out of boredom, she opened an app on her phone. This app allowed her to see the scenes inside and outside her car remotely. She had opened it by chance, but since it was open, she wanted to see where the two of them had gone. Then, her pupils couldn't help but tremble. Due to the poor lighting, she leaned in to take a closer look and discovered that Zhang Yu was in the driver's seat. The figure in the passenger seat had long hair, and she couldn't see the face. But Sume could be 80% sure it was her best friend, Lu Hanxiao. Her best friend is dating someone? That's really inconsiderate. Are they dating? When did this happen? Why didn't she tell me? Sume was puzzled. Lu Hanxiao had clearly said that she would inform her if she started dating. Captain, what's going on? A team member approached. Ah! Sume was startled, and her phone fell to the ground. She quickly bent down to pick it up. It's nothing. Let's wrap up and head back to the unit. Captain, didn't you say you were going to meet your best friend after the event? The team member asked. Well, she had something come up last minute, so maybe next time. Sume hurriedly exited the app, pretending nothing was wrong. The scene from earlier flashed in her mind again. This time, a strange thought suddenly emerged in her heart. No, she quickly denied the thought in her mind. Impossible. I wouldn't feel this way about anyone. She didn't know how long had passed. Zhang Yu handed her a pack of heart-shaped snacks from the windshield. Inside the car, neither of them spoke. Are we still going for a drive? Zhang Yu asked. I'm tired. Let's go back. Lu Hanxiao shot him a glare. But he didn't care at all. That feeling of being looked down upon yet unable to be rid of him was secretly satisfying. Especially when a person has a weakness. Zhang Yu, aren't you tired? Lu Hanxiao noticed he showed no signs of fatigue. Can carbon-based life forms have such good stamina? Now that you mention it, I am a bit tired, he cooperatively yawned. Let's go back. The two got out of the car and returned to the house. By the way, I had the property management send someone to fix the bathroom on the first floor today. It can be used normally now, Zhang Yu said to Lu Hanxiao after they got home. Got it, she nodded. Suddenly, she felt a sense of emptiness, as if something had been hollowed out. It felt a bit uncomfortable. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he went straight to the master bedroom on the second floor. He checked the time, it was almost midnight. It was time to claim the next blind box reward. After waiting a few minutes, he saw the time on the phone screen change to midnight. He then activated the system. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Preparing blind box for the host. Soon, a familiar virtual draw interface appeared before him. Zhang Yu didn't think much. Today was the 26th, so he chose the box number 26 below. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the skill of reading faces. The skill of reading faces, when activated, allows you to probe anyone's identity information and hidden details. Goodness. Zhang Yu looked at the explanation of the divine skill, marveling in his heart. Although it wasn't a reward like wealth, it was still incredibly overpowered, equivalent to mastering a vast database. Just strolling down the street, he could see everything about the people he brushed past, their identities, hobbies, secrets, and even any crimes they had committed. It was all laid bare before him. Unless one had truly never done anything wrong or was intent on a mutual destruction, it was far too easy to get a handle on someone who didn't have some vulnerabilities or things they didn't want others to know. Moreover, this divine skill didn't require points or money to exchange. It was much more flexible than the card he had exchanged to deal with Ding Kuan last time. Zhang Yu happily accepted the reward. In the skills section of the system's personal center, another box lit up. Then, Zhang Yu prepared to go to sleep. At that moment, a flurry of WeChat image messages suddenly popped up in the taskbar at the top of his phone. There were over a dozen messages, all from the Loving Family group. Strange. After this group was created, there hadn't been much conversation. Why were there suddenly so many messages in the middle of the night? Zhang Yu curiously opened it. His eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't that Pan Yuyao? She had changed into the outfit she brought back and was posing in various ways in her room, taking numerous selfies. She looked both innocent and alluring. This style was something he had never seen before. Was it really appropriate to be sharing such things late at night? Zhang Yu instantly became alert. Sister Xiao, how do you think my photos turned out? Pan Yuyo sent another message. Zhang Yu realized she had sent the message by mistake. She must have been chatting privately with Lu Hanxiao and accidentally sent it to the group. Just then, Di Xiaba had shared a video in the group, pushing the chat interface to the top. Lu Hanxiao in her room hadn't replied yet but sensed something was off. Her face turned pale, and her blood pressure seemed to rise. She hurried to Pan Yuyao's room. You sent the wrong message, quickly recall it. Ha! Pan Yuyao was taken aback. Looking again, she indeed had sent it by mistake. Shaking, she prepared to recall it but found that out of the 10 or so images, she could only recall 2 or 3. The rest, having been over 2 minutes, could no longer be operated on. It's over, this is a disaster. Pan Yuyao's pure face looked clear yet foolish. Now the landlord has seen everything. Such a revealing side of her. The poses she struck, with heart signs and pouting lips, were all in the mindset of sharing with her sisters. Now the landlord had stumbled upon it. Would it change his perception of her? At that moment, Zhang Yu sent a message in the group. Why recall it? It looks pretty good. Pan Yuyao's mind went blank, feeling like she was suffocating. It's fine, at least only he, an outsider, saw it. Worst case, we can just silence him, Lu Hanxiao said. He shouldn't spread it. The landlord isn't that kind of person. Di Xiaoba also rushed into the room. As long as that's the case. Otherwise, I'd have to leave this planet. Pan Yuyo was filled with dread. Fortunately, only Zhang Yu, an outsider, had seen it. If it had accidentally been sent to the company group, that would have been true social death. She wouldn't even need to go to work the next day. Next time you send a message, make sure to check before you send. Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but sigh. What could she say? She couldn't bear to scold her sister Pan Yuyo even once. Stop overthinking it, let's all hurry and sleep, Lu Hanxiao said, sending a message in the group. Zhang Yu, clear the chat history, don't make me beg you. She couldn't even muster a harsh word. Don't worry, it won't leak out. Zhang Yu took a screenshot of the cleared interface and sent it to the group. However, before that, he had saved the best-looking few images. Everyone has a heart for beauty. If you want me to clear it out, wouldn't that make me look bad? Seeing Zhang Yu's screenshot, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. This landlord is not bad. We can work with him, but he still saw it. Clearing the screenshot represents an attitude. There are more people looking at Asian pictures now. As long as they don't say anything, it means they haven't seen it. At this point, they can only comfort themselves like this. Otherwise, internal strife would be useless. A small episode passed. Zhang Yu was really tired. At that moment, a text message suddenly came in on his phone. Mr. Zhang Yu, I saw your performance online, it was outstanding. I am Liang Yan from the city's Cultural and Tourism Department. If convenient, please come to my office tomorrow. I have important matters to discuss. Liang Yan? Zhang Yu frowned when he saw the message. He casually checked online. Her title was the head of the Cultural and Tourism Department of Jiang City. This level is the same as Xia Ruikang from Binjiang District. She is only 41 years old this year. She is the youngest head in Jiang City, and her future looks bright. Looking at the picture on the encyclopedia, it was hard to tell when it was taken, but she did have some charm. When she first took office, she was praised as the youngest and most beautiful head in Jiang City. But why is she looking for me? And how did she get my contact information? However, Zhang Yu did not pay attention to Liang Yan's message, so he did not reply. In his view, Liang Yan and Xia Ruikang were of the same level. Even Xia Ruikang had to show him some respect. Why does Liang Yan act like she's in a superior position, expecting him to come just because she said so? Wouldn't that make him lose face? So, Zhang Yu decided, no need to care about her. He then put his phone aside and went to sleep. He slept very soundly, not even having a dream. When he woke up, it was the chattering voices from downstairs that disturbed him. Checking the time, it was 10 in the morning. Aren't the three of them supposed to be at work? Looking outside at the weather, he noticed it was raining. White mist was rising over the river, and the buildings across the river were shrouded in fog. Zhang Yu went downstairs. He saw 3 flight attendants in the living room, following along with a yoga routine on the TV screen. The 3 of them were wearing yoga pants and tight crop tops. They were striking a perfect split pose, making their figures even more alluring. So tempting so early in the morning. Is this provoking me to commit a crime? Landlord, you're awake. Pan Yuyo asked hurriedly when she saw Zhang Yu. Remembering that she had sent the wrong message yesterday, she felt a bit nervous. Luckily, he didn't laugh at her. Don't you all have to work today? It's raining today, all flights are delayed. The airline has notified us to wait until the rain stops before heading out, Di Xiaoba explained. Rarely having a break, they decided to practice yoga together. That's great. You all continue, Zhang Yu smiled. Just then, he felt his stomach rumble. He was hungry. Landlord, haven't you eaten? Pan Yuyo stood up at that moment. Yeah, just got up. Where can I eat? Zhang Yu laughed. Oh, I thought you would have a midnight snack every day, Pan Yuyo said a bit shyly. Last time you had a midnight snack with Sister Xiao, you didn't call us. Zhang Yu just smiled knowingly. Are you sure you want me to call you? Ya. At this moment, Lu Huanxiao's face also showed a bit of panic. If they continued this conversation, it would touch on a taboo topic. If it got exposed, it would be over. So she proactively said, it's almost mealtime, let's prepare lunch. Today, I'll cook. The main task now was to change the subject. They couldn't delve deeper into the conversation. Great, then I'll taste Chief Steward Lu's cooking, Zhang Yu said, sitting down on the sofa. He was just waiting to enjoy the ready-made meal. Then I'll make a signature dish, oil-braised prawns, Lu Hanxiao said. Sister Xiao, how can I let you do all the work alone? I'll stir-fry some fish-flavored shredded pork, Pan Yuyo said. Then I'll also stir-fry a Northwest specialty, braised catfish, Di Xiaoba added. Just like that, there were 3 dishes. The 3 flight attendants, seemingly wanting to show off in front of Zhang Yu and not wanting to appear as if they could only eat ready-made food, all proposed to cook their signature dishes. Alright, since you all have your specialties, I'm in for a treat today, Zhang Yu said with a smile. The 3 of them became even more enthusiastic and busied themselves in the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious enough, with both Chinese and Western cooking areas. There was also a dedicated washing area. So even with all 3 in the kitchen, there was still plenty of space. Watching them all busy and eager, Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a heavenly life." It wasn't just about competing to cook. Whether it was doing housework or anything else, everything could be arranged. The 3 of them blushed slightly upon hearing this. They didn't say anything and continued to work silently. At that moment, Lu Hanxiao's phone rang. She wiped her hands clean and answered the call. Okay, I understand, she said. After hanging up, her expression changed a bit. Sister Xiao, what happened? Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba asked. The airline called and said the rain has lessened, and we need to prepare for takeoff. The expressions of the 2 became dejected. Why is it always us? Just when they finally had a day off, and they had only prepared half the dishes, a task came in? Working people really have no control over their lives. Zhang Yu watched this unfold and felt that the airline staff were being quite unreasonable. She hadn't even had a bite to eat yet. How could they send them out? So, without making a fuss, Zhang Yu, in her capacity as a major shareholder, issued a directive to the airline. 4 flights after the rain, strictly follow the scheduled order. No one is allowed to change it without permission. From their tone, it seemed that the unexpected weather had caused a flight adjustment that would revert to a schedule. Presumably, some flight attendants with connections didn't want to fly and pushed Lu Hanxiao's group to the front. At that moment, the Jiangcheng airline was preparing for the resumption of flights and received the major shareholder's message, demanding adherence to the established schedule. This news quickly spread within the airline. The major shareholder has issued a directive, preventing Lu Hanxiao's group from flying. Wow, this is the first time the major shareholder has intervened in flight scheduling. Could it be that Lu Hanxiao's group has connections with the major shareholder? Many flight attendants in the airline had benefactors behind them, which was an open secret. As long as it didn't affect work, no one would say anything. Right, last time with Di Xiaoba's incident, wasn't it? You still dare to bring that up? Be careful, but the group on the schedule has a significant background. Do they really have to fly? It still has to be executed. If you dare not listen to the major shareholder's directive, do you want to work here forever? Then hurry and call Lu Hanxiao's group, telling them not to come for now. Yes, we need to be careful in the future. We can't keep squeezing this group dry. The airline's execution capability was also very strong. In less than a few minutes, just as Lu Hanxiao and the others had finished washing their hands and were preparing to tidy up, they saw the notification sent in the group. According to higher-level arrangements, at Lu Hanxiao at Di Xiaoba at Pan Yuyao, your group is suspended from flying. According to the schedule, the second group will be on standby. Sister Xiao, what's going on? Are we not flying anymore? Pan Yuyao asked upon seeing the message. Is it confirmed? Lu Wanxiao asked in the group. This back and forth is really messing with my mindset. It's confirmed, your team can work at the normal hours. The airline replied. Now, the 3 of them didn't know whether to be surprised or happy. Such a sudden change, was someone intervening behind the scenes? Sister Xiao, do you have someone backing you at the airline? The 2 asked. No, none of my family has anything to do with aviation. Lu Huanxia shook her head. Then what's going on? It's so random. The few of them were puzzled. Hey, aren't you all leaving? Then hurry up and cook. I'm really hungry, Zhang Yu said with a smile as he approached the kitchen door. The 3 looked at Zhang Yu's expression. There was nothing suspicious about it, so they could only continue back to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. However, they still exchanged glances, all sharing the same confusion. Could it be Zhang Yu? He must have a close relationship with the airline's higher-ups. Di Xiaoba thought of the last time when Manager Li was taken down, and Zhang Yu had told her not to worry. But she wasn't sure now and didn't want to bring it up. Since they couldn't figure it out, they might as well keep cooking. An hour later, the dishes they made were all served on the dining table. Not bad, Zhang Yu said, looking at the several dishes on the table. In addition to each of their signature dishes, they had also made a few home-cooked meals, a total of 5 or 6 dishes, all looking and smelling great. Landlord, you should try it and see how it is, Pan Yuyao said, putting her hands behind her back like a student waiting for praise. Zhang Yu picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the fish-flavored shredded pork. Not bad, it's at the level of a restaurant chef. He laughed. Landlord, then you should try my fish, Dishaba said as well. Zhang Yu took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Lu Huanxiao, standing beside them, didn't say anything. Zhang Yu casually said, let me see how this oil-braised shrimp is. He picked one up, twisted off the shrimp head, and removed the shrimp vein. The white shrimp meat in his mouth was fragrant. This shrimp is also great. I want to eat 2 big bowls today, Zhang Yu exclaimed. At that moment, he was the ultimate master of praise. The 3 of them received compliments, and their moods lifted. The effort they put into cooking today was not in vain. Come on, everyone sit down and eat together. The 4 of them sat around the dining table. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. This seems to be the first time the 4 of us are eating together. No, last time we went to the mall to eat. Alright, this should be the first time eating together at home. From now on, let's cook more at home. Home-cooked meals are the best. When they mentioned home, the 3 of them felt a bit shy, glancing at Zhang Yu. He was just focused on eating, seemingly not hearing what they were saying. Eating heartily was the greatest affirmation of their cooking skills. Watching Zhang Yu enjoy his meal so much, they felt a surge of maternal warmth, wanting to cook for him from now on. After finishing the meal, the rain had almost stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the river surface was once again bathed in bright sunlight. The 3 flight attendants cleaned up the leftovers. Zhang Yu walked out of the community alone, planning to take a stroll outside. At that moment, a black business car stopped beside him. A man in an executive jacket with slicked back hair got out of the car. A panel appeared above his head, displaying his age, place of origin, education, position, and other basic information. Mr. Zhang, hello, who are you? Zhang Yu looked at the person in front of him, feeling a bit unfamiliar. Mr. Zhang, you really are a person of importance who forgets things easily. I am Secretary Sha's secretary, Shaolin. Secretary Sha asked me to come pick you up, saying he wanted to invite you to continue discussing the details of the technology research and development-based construction, Secretary Lin said. I called you earlier, but you didn't answer, so I took the liberty of coming over first. I hope Mr. Zhang can forgive me. Look at this is the proper way to receive guests, coming personally to pick you up. In contrast, that Lian Yan from last night really thought too highly of herself. Since it's Secretary Sha inviting me, it would be a bit inappropriate not to go, Zhang Yu smiled. This matter is related to the construction of the research base, and it concerns him. Anyway, he had nothing to do at the moment, so he might as well go and chat. To make further progress in Jiangcheng, having someone like Sha Ruikan to assist is essential. So, Zhang Yu got into the black official vehicle. Before long, the car arrived at the Dami Technology Company's research and development base. Even before getting out, he could see through the window that a large area of land had already been leveled. The old buildings that were there before had long disappeared, and the old house of the Zhang family was still standing at the far end of the land, about 600 or 700 meters away, and had not yet been demolished. Ah, Mr. Zhang, you finally made it, Sha Ruikan called out as he approached from a distance, extending his hand in advance. There were quite a few people with him, and several others were in front of the crowd, holding cameras and camcorders, snapping photos. Hello, Secretary Sha. Seeing Sha Ruikan making such a fuss, Zhang Yu also extended his hand to shake. The number 1 figure in Binjiang district giving him such respect, it would be inappropriate to act aloof. So, this is the major shareholder of Dami Technology Company, and he's so young, a middle-aged man beside them remarked. Let me introduce you, Sha Ruikan said. This is Zhang Yu, the major shareholder of Dami Technology Company. This is Hu Zongbin, the president of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Hu Zongbin extended his hand. Hello, President Hu, Zhang Yu replied politely. Several people nearby with long cameras kept taking pictures, documenting the scene. Looking at their work badges, they were from Jiangcheng TV, Jiangcheng Daily, and several other media outlets. Mr. Zhang, the reason we invited you today is to see the latest progress of the project, Sha Ruikan said. The land for this project has been leveled, and we completed it as quickly as possible to facilitate the construction of Dami Technology Company's base. Thank you, Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu smiled. My company will complete the production as soon as possible according to the plan. Mr. Zhang, if you need anything regarding taxes or policies, just let me know. As long as I can make the decision, I will accommodate you, Sha Ruikan said enthusiastically. The research and development base of Dami Technology Company is not just a major project in Binjiang district, it is one of the top 10 significant projects in all of Jiangcheng. Therefore, Sha Ruikan could set aside any work to personally oversee this project, which shows how much he values it. You're too kind, Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu smiled. I'll have the company prepare a report and send it to you later. Come, let's continue to the front to take a look, Sha Ruikan said. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Secretary Lin. By the way, have the people from the Municipal Culture and Tourism Bureau arrived? Hello, Secretary Shah. Just as he finished speaking, an official vehicle drove over. Two women got out of the car. One looked young, like a secretary. The other appeared to be around 35, with her hair tied up in a bun at the back of her head, dressed in a black professional outfit, a small suit and a slit pencil skirt. There was a gentle smile in her features. With her fair skin, her demeanor was also quite outstanding. At first glance, she bore a striking resemblance to a local star from Jiangcheng, Zhang Li. Zhang Yu's mind also recalled some basic information about her. She was 165 centimeters tall and weighed 100 jin. The place of origin and family situation were also listed on the second page. However, Zhang Yu did not take a closer look. Hello, Director Liang, Sha Ruweikong said. He then began to introduce the people present. This is General Manager Zhang Yu from Dami Technology. This is Liang Yan from the Municipal Cultural and Tourism Bureau, a famous beauty in Jiangcheng. With that, Sha Ruweikong said. Zhang Yu and Liang Yan exchanged a glance, both taken aback. They didn't expect to meet for the first time here. He looked at Liang Yan, who was well maintained, even though she was over 40. She looked at least 5 or 6 years younger than her actual age. The aura of an official nourishes a person. Her skin and figure were a significant advantage over her peers. She exuded the charm of a married woman. Women of this age always radiate a special allure. Zhang Yu finally understood the appeal of the Chao Zai spirit, which had endured for 1,000 years, not only unblemished but even flourishing. This was incredibly attractive to young men in their 20s. Oh, it's still Secretary Shah's influence. I've long heard of General Manager Zhang's great name, but I didn't expect him to be such a handsome guy, Liang Yan said with a smile, extending her right hand to Zhang Yu. I see Director Liang is also exceptionally graceful. Seeing you today, your reputation is well deserved, Zhang Yu replied, shaking her hand. Liang Yan's fingers were long and delicate. After a formal handshake, he felt her fingers lightly graze his hand. What was that about? He looked at Liang Yan. She casually said to Sha Ruweikong, Secretary Shah, this R&D-based project needs to include a leisure park. I wonder what your thoughts are? Director Liang is joking. I don't know much about cultural tourism. You're the expert, Sha Ruweikong replied. Both were of equal rank, engaging in mutual flattery. If you ask me, this project belongs to General Manager Zhang. It's up to him to decide. What does General Manager Zhang think? Liang Yan said with a smile. Zhang Yu was once again called upon by her, and he smiled in response. No wonder Liang Yan from the cultural tourism sector was present. The design plan for the land included a 20,000 square meter urban park, with plans for a water play area and entertainment zone. It could serve the people working at the R&D base and also be open to the citizens of Jiangcheng. It was indeed an important cultural tourism project. The group was discussing the construction situation on the site. Time quietly passed, and 2 hours later, where did the landlord go? How come he hasn't returned since he left? At the Binhai mansion, Pan Yuyo felt a bit restless. Did he go out for something? Di Xiaba asked, feeling a sense of separation anxiety. No, his car is still downstairs, Lu Huanxiao said from the balcony. Seeing the Rolls-Royce parked below, she couldn't help but think about what happened in the car last night. She wondered if it had been cleaned up properly. When Zhang Yu's car was fixed and returned, would her friend notice something was off? Thinking of this made Lu Huanxiao feel uneasy. Hey, look, Zhang Yu is in the news again, Pan Yuyo said, then shared a video in the group. They looked and saw several high-ranking officials inspecting a site, with Zhang Yu among them. It's that Sha Ruweikong again. The number one person in Binhai. I heard he's going to be promoted to the city soon. Who would have thought this young man is a shareholder of Dami Technology? I wonder what percentage he holds. I think he might just be an executive shareholder. In the comments section below the video, sharp-eyed netizens noticed Zhang Yu appearing again, and the beautiful director Liang Yan is standing next to him. Although Liang Yan is married, she still has her charm. You guys noticed, right? Liang Yan's gaze towards him is a bit off, almost like she's eyeing her prey. At this moment, the 3 flight attendants scrolled through the comments section. They looked at Liang Yan. That gaze was indeed somewhat ambiguous. As women, they naturally understood what that gaze represented. How does this landlord manage to attract women's attention everywhere? A strong sense of insecurity welled up in their hearts. They exchanged glances, especially Lu Huanxiao and Di Xiaba. They read a signal from each other. As long as Zhang Yu stayed at home and didn't go out to attract attention, everything would be fine. Thinking about it made them chuckle. After all, there was no official relationship, but as the saying goes, good water doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. Sister Xiao, Xiaba, what are you thinking about? Pan Yuyao, being more innocent, hadn't thought that much. Nothing, you just carry on, the two replied. Over here, after inspecting the project, Sha Ruekong hurried to the next site without even eating. The group of reporters and the president of the business association basically followed him. Only Zhang Yu, Liang Yan, and her secretary remained on site. Mr. Zhang, would you be interested in coming to my office for a chat? Liang Yan smiled. Our unit is just a short distance ahead, just 2 traffic lights away. Since it's Director Liang personally inviting me, it would be a bit inappropriate to refuse, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. He wanted to figure out what she was up to. Soon, they arrived at Liang Yan's office. The secretary poured a cup of tea for Zhang Yu and then stepped out. Liang Yan walked to the door and closed it. Then she crossed her arms and returned to her spacious desk, sitting down. The atmosphere in the room began to change subtly. Director Liang, what does this mean? With the door closed and only the 2 of them, Zhang Yu directly asked. Mr. Zhang, I sent you a message yesterday. Why didn't you reply? Liang Yan said, pursing her lips with a smile. Were you afraid I was too ugly and would scare you? Not at all. I've heard your name for a long time, and seeing you today, you are indeed very charming, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. I just don't know what you want to discuss with me. Of course, there's something, Liang Yan said. You see how busy I am every day. Why would I look for you if there was nothing? Is it business or personal? Zhang Yu asked. Mr. Zhang, I won't hide it anymore, Liang Yan smiled. I have a habit of wanting to possess things I like, no matter what it is. So, I am also a part of what you want to possess. Liang Yan's ambition was not small. Did she think he didn't know his own identity? He was curious about how much confidence she really had. If you put it that way, it can be understood, Liang Yan smiled. As long as you agree to be my little puppy, I can help your career take a step further. The flower language of a steel wool ball is forbearance? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Boys really need to protect themselves out there. Otherwise, it's easy to be targeted. Fortunately, he had some status, otherwise, with Liang Yan's tone, he would have been devoured alive last night. This was the first time in days that someone of the opposite sex spoke to him in such a condescending manner. As a pure man, how could he be content to be beneath someone? In the past, Zhang Yu thought there was nothing wrong with living off someone else. A few decades less of struggle. If someone valued him, it meant he had charm. Now his thoughts had changed. Since he had attained his current status and identity, no one could ride on his head. Oh, what can Director Liang help me with? Zhang Yu smiled. After all, you are just a head of cultural tourism. Mr. Zhang, to be honest. Liang Yan smiled charmingly. That's indeed the case now, but in 2 months, it might not be the same. What if I don't agree to you? Zhang Yu asked. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. However, your company will find it much harder to operate in Zhangchang. That would mean your company will have to deal with fire safety and various inspections every now and then. But I believe your company can withstand the scrutiny, Liang Yan said, crossing her arms. She had an air of determination. When she first saw Zhang Yu online, she was intrigued. Using some means, she found his contact information. It had been a long time since she felt such a strong possessiveness over someone. Moreover, her elderly husband had lost his function many years ago. For her, still young, this was naturally not a good thing. What does that calligraphy on the wall say, slut? At that moment, Zhang Yu noticed a piece of calligraphy on her office wall and changed the subject. What are you talking about? Liang Yan's expression changed. That reads open-minded. I clearly see slut. Zhang Yu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. By the way, are you trying to say that you are about to be appointed as the top figure in the city, and everything will be decided by you? Zhang Yu asked in return. That's right, Liang Yan nodded, suddenly realizing something. Her expression changed. Did you guess this matter? This news had just been finalized not long ago. It was only decided at the higher levels. So even if there were rumors circulating, they wouldn't spread that quickly. Those who knew would be of a high rank. He was just a businessman, but he didn't seem to be guessing randomly. Not only that, Zhang Yu grinned, I also know many of your secrets. Secrets? Liang Yan was taken aback. Her expression remained calm. Don't fool me. What secrets could you possibly have about me? Then I'll mention too. If you think I'm lying, you can do as you please. Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. What do you want to say? Liang Yan suddenly realized that she couldn't read this Zhang Yu. The psychological advantage she had just felt vanished in an instant. You were able to become who you are now because of 2 key people behind you. One is your former father-in-law, and the other is your current husband. The times were 7 years ago and 3 years ago. Am I wrong? Zhang Yu stated. Liang Yan's expression visibly darkened. Although there were occasional rumors that she rose to power improperly, they were all baseless, without clear evidence, and certainly not pointing to specific people and times. Only she and the parties involved knew about these matters. How did he know? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Liang Yan struggled to maintain her composure. my resume is all legal and compliant. Speaking of compliance, Zhang Yu smiled again. Your university degree is also forged. You spent a fortune to bribe a director at the school. How do you know? Liang Yan had felt a bit lucky earlier. Now she realized that no matter what she said, he had a retort ready, which was terrifying. So, Director Liang, Zhang Yu said with a smile, from start to finish, except for the fact that you are real, your resume is fake, and your rise to power was through improper means. Can you withstand the scrutiny? His words were like thunder. Liang Yan suddenly stood up, feeling blood rush to her head. She almost couldn't keep her balance. She had to lean on the desk with both hands to barely control her body's equilibrium. How do you know this? Are you investigating me? Liang Yan couldn't understand where the problem lay that allowed Zhang Yu to know so much. That's not important. What's important is, Zhang Yu gestured with his hand, you are in my palm. Mr. Zhang, what exactly do you want by saying all this? Liang Yan felt her voice trembling. Just a moment ago, she had thought of Zhang Yu as a sheep. It turned out that his true nature was that of a wolf. A few short sentences had struck her at her weakest point. She could no longer resist, unable to move. Zhang Yu was truly unfathomable. So, you should know what to do, Zhang Yu said, having completely gained the upper hand. This information had all come from system feedback. Just a few pages back, there were heavy pieces of news about her. This information was enough to leave a person in tatters. Using this information to control her was simply too easy. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. Liang Yan began to show weakness. Just consider it a joke. In the future, in Zhangchang, I will do my best to cooperate with your company. Just let me know what support you need. Who believes in verbal promises? Zhang Yu smiled and stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, didn't you have thoughts about me? Zhang Yu gently pushed her. I see you still have your charm, so I'll reluctantly take a little loss. Then, Liang Yan leaned over her desk. In front of the desk was a brown photo frame. Inside the frame was a picture of her with her family. Everyone was smiling brightly. From her current perspective, under the gaze of her family in the photo, Moreover, Liang Yan prided herself on being in charge of cultural tourism and was a person of considerable status in Zhangchang. She managed several hundred people. Those engaged in culture and tourism treated her with utmost respect. Controlling those people was almost effortless. Yet at this moment, she was completely suppressed by Zhang Yu from behind. A tremendous sense of humiliation rose from the depths of her heart. However, she had no ability to struggle or resist. In Zhang Yu's view, Liang Yan's noble status placed her among the elite in Zhangchang. She had always exuded a sense of superiority. She had also put effort into maintaining her appearance, so she looked only in her early 30s. Her skin was fair and tight, without an ounce of excess flesh. She even bore a resemblance to Zhang Li. She could be considered the perfect wife. So this situation was not a loss for him. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Liang Yan asked. Director Liang, I have a work report. Can I come in? It was the voice of her secretary outside. No, you can't. Liang Yan's voice rose several decibels, her face showing some panic. I have something to do right now. Let's talk later. Okay. The secretary turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, she frowned, sensing that the atmosphere and commotion in the office were off. But since Liang Yan had said not to let anyone in, the secretary didn't have the courage to do so. What did the leader say? A few people gathered nearby. She is communicating with an important client. Let's come back later. The secretary handed the report materials to them. The few people accepted the materials and could only turn to leave. In the office, after a long sigh, Zhang Yu stepped back out. What are you doing? Liang Yan's peripheral vision caught him putting away his phone, and her expression changed in shock. Her scattered thoughts and detached soul suddenly snapped back to reality. Nothing much, just protecting myself in case you retaliate, Zhang Yu said, shaking his phone. He smiled, as long as you are honest, these are very safe. Big brother, I have a family. Liang Yan felt like she was about to cry. Playing around was one thing, but taking photos in the office was another. So what? Zhang Yu laughed. When you were threatening me just now, I didn't realize you were someone who valued family? Mr. Zhang, Liang Yan was genuinely scared this time. What should I do? Didn't I just say? If you do nothing, you won't have any problems. Zhang Yu said, of course, if my company is involved in cultural tourism, I hope you can be lenient. You never know when you might acquire a cultural tourism company. It's like giving a heads up in advance. His attitude was simple. If you respect me, I won't treat you coldly. But if you have any ulterior motives, I will be even more ruthless than you. Alright, I agree. Liang Yan nodded, swallowing her humiliation. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Zhang Yu fastened the button on his pants and stepped out of the office. As he reached the door, he turned back to add, "You should hurry and tidy up the office. With so many subordinates visiting every day, you don't want anything to be revealed." Then, he opened the door and left the office. Liang Yan looked at the messy desk. She could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. It took her quite a while to tidy everything up. Zhang Yu left the office building. Stepping outside, he realized he had been out for so long without driving. He was thinking of hailing a cab back to Binjiang Mansion when suddenly a car window rolled down. Zhang Yu. He heard someone calling his name and turned to look. It was Su Mufei? What a coincidence to run into you here, Zhang Yu smiled. Yeah, where are you headed? I can give you a ride, Su Mufei said. She was driving a pink Mini, which suited a woman well. To Binjiang Mansion. Zhang Yu stated the address directly and got into the passenger seat. You live in Binjiang Mansion? Su Mufei asked, her eyes filled with confusion as she drove. After a moment of thought, she seemed to understand. Did your old house get demolished for a lot of money? After she informed him that her old house was going to be demolished, they hadn't been in touch. If the demolition money was substantial, buying a smaller place in Binjiang Mansion and making a down payment would be feasible. Not really, the house hasn't been demolished yet. Zhang Yu laughed and then changed the subject. What about you? What's your situation coming here? Me? Su Mufei sighed. I'm embarrassed to say, the Cultural Tourism Department owes the bank some money. I came to find Director Liang today, but he wouldn't see me. This money was approved by her, so she had to recover it herself. The bank's leadership had also warned her that if this money couldn't be recovered, she might lose her job. So she was quite anxious about this matter, and even eating and drinking didn't feel enjoyable anymore. How much is it, and how long has it been owed? Zhang Yu asked. Sigh. Su Mufei sighed. I'm sorry to trouble you with this, but I think I'll find a way to solve it myself. On one hand, she didn't want to bother her former white moonlight, Zhang Yu. On the other hand, he wasn't part of the Cultural Tourism Department and couldn't interfere in this matter. How are you going to solve it? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile at her demeanor. If you could solve it, you wouldn't be getting the cold shoulder at the door. This statement struck a chord with Su Mufei. For a moment, beneath her forced bravado, her soft heart was touched. Yes, this debt had been owed by the Cultural Tourism Department for a long time. After so many attempts to collect it, they had been met with various excuses and delays. Su Mufei even felt that her job was at risk because of this debt. So, Zhang Yu, do you have a way? Su Mufei asked tentatively. Now she didn't know who else to turn to. I can, it's just a phone call away. Zhang Yu's expression was quite calm. He seemed to treat this matter as if it were nothing. Su Mufei's heart ignited with hope, yet she found it a bit unbelievable. Then, she saw Zhang Yu make a phone call. At that moment, in the office of the head of the Cultural Tourism Department, Liang Yan saw Zhang Yu's incoming call and felt a chill in her heart. Mr. Zhang, you called. Is there something you need? Hadn't they already made things clear when he left? Less than 20 minutes later, the phone rang again. Director Liang, do you owe the bank a loan that hasn't been repaid? What loan? I don't know what you're talking about, Liang Yan instinctively replied. How much is this loan for, and what is it for? Zhang Yu lowered his voice and turned to ask. 20 million for the resort credit, Su Mufei reminded from the side. He listened and then directly relayed the information to the other party. What? A 20 million credit? Liang Yan finally understood what was going on. This amount was significant, and she certainly remembered it. Indeed, it was the Cultural Tourism Department that borrowed this money for project expenses. However, the money that was originally meant for repayment had been diverted elsewhere, so it had been delayed. The bank representatives had come to demand it a few times before, but in the end, nothing came of it, and they were sent away. Why was Zhang Yu now coming to demand this money? What was going on? Could it be that the girl from the bank had a connection with him? The world shouldn't be that small, right? You borrowed 20 million and haven't repaid it, which has seriously affected their work. You must repay it today, no matter what, Zhang Yu stated firmly, otherwise, this matter will not be in your favor. Otherwise what? Liang Yan hadn't finished her sentence. Suddenly realizing that her weakness was still in his hands, she thought she was crazy to go against him, so she quickly changed her tone. Mr. Zhang, it's not that I don't want to repay. It's just that we are currently facing financial difficulties and can't come up with that much money at once. If you can't come up with it, you can borrow it, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Borrow? Who can I borrow from? Liang Yan's face showed difficulty. 20 million is not a small amount. How can I raise that quickly? You can borrow from me, Zhang Yu smiled. I have a financial company that is faster than the bank, and the interest isn't much higher than theirs. Just provide equivalent collateral. So, action is 3 parts finance. Isn't this just another business opportunity for the company? Lending 20 million to Liang Yan, with collateral, there's no fear of her not repaying. Moreover, the interest for a year could easily exceed 2 million. Doing this would be entirely beneficial for him. Alright, then. After much thought, Liang Yen finally nodded. It can only be done this way. Shifting debts, the amount didn't decrease, just the creditor changed. And this creditor was much harder to deal with than the bank. Now, she was truly at his mercy. Su Mufei, who was driving, listened to Zhang Yu and was stunned. In just the time it took to make a phone call, he had resolved a 20 million debt issue, and she widened her eyes, unable to describe her shock. Anyone who has worked in finance knows how difficult it is to collect debts. Not to mention a 20 million big deal, even collecting a small 2 million debt could be a painful process. This problem was the biggest headache for her. Yet for Zhang Yu, it was just a matter of a few words. How could she not be astonished? Zhang Yu, I don't even know how to thank you, Su Mufei said softly. After years apart, the boy she used to go to school with had now become someone with such presence and strength, making her see him in a new light. As a woman, who doesn't have a desire for strength? At this moment, Zhang Yu's image had risen significantly in her memories. She couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. She wondered if Zhang Yu still had any feelings for her from back then. If you really want to thank me, why not finish that unfinished business from a few years ago? Zhang Yu looked at her and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Ah, what? Su Mufei asked in surprise. Then, visibly, her face turned red. Zhang Yu looked at her, knowing she was also reminded of things from a few years ago. That was before Su Mufei moved away. One day she came to play with him when there was no one else at home. The two of them watched VCDs in the attic. The disc had no images, and when it started playing, a warning message popped up. They thought it was a Hong Kong action movie. After a while, they realized it was. At that moment, both of them were dumbfounded. Feeling increasingly hot, they couldn't help but hug each other. Just as they were about to taste the forbidden fruit, someone came back. So, they quickly turned off the TV, pretending nothing had happened. After that, they never had the chance to be alone together again. Until Su Mufei's whole family moved away, this incident became a kind of regret in their hearts. Now, Zhang Yu brought it up again, and Su Mufei couldn't handle it. Psychologically, she was very willing. However, if she didn't hold back, what would Zhang Yu think of her? He might think she had been living very openly these past few years. Zhang Yu, I've never been in a relationship. I'm not ready yet. Su Mufei became nervous. Back then, it was uncontrollable hormones. Now, she still had some rationality. But she also knew that it was unreasonable not to thank Zhang Yu for such great help. How about I call you after I've thought it through? Su Mufei asked cautiously. I was just joking. Don't be so nervous. Zhang Yu quickly laughed, seeing her frightened expression. After all, it was a first love from their youth, and he wasn't that desperate now. Why don't you take me back? Zhang Yu changed the subject. Okay then. Hearing him say that, Su Mufei felt a wave of disappointment rise in her heart. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? If he could be a bit more proactive, she was ready to play hard to get. After all, she hadn't been in a relationship for so many years. Su Mufei still had feelings for him. Now, after seeing him twice, the suppressed flame in her heart blazed up again. Why hasn't the landlord come back yet? It's been so long. Could something have happened to him? Should we call him and ask where he is? Binjiang Mansion. The 3 flight attendants were getting restless. Since Zhang Yu left home at noon, it was almost dark and he still hadn't returned. The car hadn't left either. Their anxiety about the separation was growing stronger. Pan Yuyo was so distracted that she lay back on the sofa. Di Shaba and Lu Huanxiu were pretending to do kitchen chores, but they were also feeling uneasy. So much so that when Lu Huanxiu cracked an egg, she accidentally threw the yolk and egg white away, instead putting the shell in the bowl. She was startled and looked back, relieved that neither of them had seen her. Otherwise, who knows how they would laugh at her, a dignified chief attendant, who remained calm in various situations but couldn't even crack an egg properly. Look, the landlord is back, Di Shiba suddenly said from the balcony. The few of them walked over to the balcony and saw Zhang Yu getting out of a minicar. That car then turned around and left the community. The landlord is so handsome. At 185 meters tall, his figure is really impressive. Seeing Zhang Yu walk towards home, the 3 of them couldn't help but be captivated by his charm again. The anxieties they felt earlier vanished in an instant. How could there be such a handsome person in the world? He truly had no flaws from any angle. I heard that tall people, Pan Yuyo started to say. Noticing that Lu Wanxiu and Di Shaba were staring at her, she said somewhat aggrieved, "That's what they say online. Did I say something wrong? How would I know?" Lu Huanxiu and Di Shioba answered her almost in unison. Then, they exchanged glances, seemingly reading a hint of something off in each other's eyes. My goodness, this is too surreal. But in front of the pure-faced Pan Yuyao, They didn't dare to seek confirmation outright. At that moment, the door opened, and Zhang Yu walked in. "Landlord, you're back." Pan Yuyo stepped forward to ask. "Zhang Yu, we're getting ready to make dinner. What do you want to eat?" Lu Huanxiao inquired. "Anything, whatever you have," Zhang Yu replied, still a bit surprised. Did they become so proactive in cooking after he praised them at noon? That means he would be in for a treat, getting ready-made meals. "How about we have hot pot? The ingredients are all prepared." "Sure, let's have hot pot," Zhang Yu said casually. "But we can't have hot pot without some drinks," he added. "There's still snowflake beer in the fridge. I'll go get it." Pan Yuyo dashed towards the double-door fridge. "You shouldn't drink." Lu Huanxiao followed her. "Sister Xiao, do you look down on me?" Pan Yuyo protested. "I can handle a couple of beers. We're at home, not at a social gathering." "Just a little is fine," Di Xiaoba said. If they drank too much and lost their inhibitions, who knows what embarrassing situations might arise. Soon, dinner began. In the center of the table was an induction cooker, boiling with soup. Various ingredients were washed and cut, arranged in a circle around it. "Come on, let's raise a glass together," Zhang Yu said, lifting his cup. The 3 flight attendants also raised their glasses. "Have you noticed? At this moment, we really feel like a loving family. I feel so happy," Pan Yuyo said cheerfully. "I really hope it stays like this forever." "Yu Yao, are you already tipsy after just 1 cup? Di Xiaoba nudged her. "We spend tens of thousands on rent every month." Implicitly, she was unsure if the 3 sisters would continue living together in the future. The burden at home was heavy, and Sister Zhao's family was quite wealthy. On the surface, they didn't seem like they belonged in the same circle. Moreover, the personnel changes in the airline were significant, and there had never been a precedent for a long-term fixed crew. Who knows when they might have to part ways? Thinking of this made Di Xiaoba a bit melancholic, and she raised her glass for another drink. Zhang Yu overheard this. "As long as you 3 want to live here, you can any time," he said with a smile. "As for the rent," at the mention of rent, all 3 perked up their ears. "If you can handle the household chores and give me a leg massage or something, you can have it waived." "Ha!" Pan Yuyo was taken aback. "It can be like that? Then I'm willing to work off the rent." "Sister Xiaoba, what about you?" She was still in her internship period, earning the minimum wage. If she could use her labor to offset the rent, that would be a great proposal. Lu Huanxiao looked at her, then glanced at Zhang Yu. Why did it feel like this landlord was trying to get her involved? "Yu Yao, oh Yu Yao, you're heading straight into this without a second thought." But then again, she couldn't say anything about it. The seemingly most innocent Pan Yuyo, at least for now, hadn't been won over by him. Meanwhile, she, who appeared to have the most social experience, was the first to raise her hands. Who would believe that? However, the atmosphere at the dinner table became livelier because of it. After finishing the hot pot, 2 hours had already passed. Originally, the 4 of them had only brought out 6 bottles of beer. When cleaning up, they found nearly 20 empty bottles on the table and the floor. No matter how low the alcohol content, drinking too much would still get you tipsy. The 3 flight attendants all had flushed faces. Even her neck and collarbone were flushed. Her already fair skin was accentuated, making her look even more delicate. Since becoming a flight attendant, she had been flying high in the sky. Such indulgent moments were not frequent, so she enjoyed a drink to her heart's content. "Are you guys still good? Or should we go to sleep?" Zhang Yu asked. "Not sleeping. It's not easy to have a day off, and I haven't had enough fun yet," Di Xiaoba replied. "So what should we do next? How about we play poker?" After Di Xiaoba said this, both Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxiao glanced at her. "I meant, play cards," Di Xiaoba explained. Only then did she realize something was off. "Strange, why do I need to explain?" "Sure, I want to play too," Pan Yuyo perked up. And so, a game of cards was set up. "Sister Xiao, are you playing?" Pan Yuyo asked. "I'm not playing. I'll just watch you guys," Lu Hanxiao said. "Then let's play landlord." Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyo exchanged glances and said in unison, "Landlord, you be the landlord." "You two really want to gang up on me, huh?" Zhang Yu smiled helplessly, but he didn't mind. "First, let's agree on the punishment for losing," Di Xiaoba asked. "How about, if you lose, you have to play truth or dare?" Lu Hanxiao suggested. "Sounds good. Let's do truth or dare." The first round began. The 3 of them each received their cards. "Sister Xiao, can you help me see what's going on?" Pan Yuyo sought help from the sidelines. "Your hand is pretty good." Lu Hanxiao looked and was taken aback. Her luck was indeed great. She had 17 cards, including 2 bombs and a king bomb. "Wow, my hand is amazing. With the king bomb, I have 3 bombs." Pan Yuyo couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Yu listened and smiled meaningfully. this is bad. Di Xiaoba saw the landlord's expression and realized that this was equivalent to revealing her cards. Zhang Yu was so clever that with a simple calculation, he could figure out what cards everyone had. Pan Yuyo was truly a liability. As expected, in the first round, Zhang Yu, as the landlord, won. So, truth or dare, what do you choose? Let's go with dare. After the two of them discussed, they prepared to accept the punishment. Then you two, in your work uniforms, do an APT dance, Zhang Yu said with a laugh. Ha, that's so cheesy. I don't want to, Pan Yuyo said, but then realized she was the one who lost and had dragged Di Xiaoba down with her. She couldn't help but say, fine, I'll do it. Then, the two of them changed into their uniforms and danced to the music. I have to say, although the dance was cheesy, the two of them looked quite pleasing to the eye. No matter how cheesy the dance, beautiful girls dancing made a difference. Not satisfied? Let's do it again. After one song, Pan Yuyao's competitive spirit kicked in. The second round began. The two of them worked well together. Airplane. Di Xiaoba played 6 cards and then said, I only have 1 card left. Zhang Yu looked at his hand and found he couldn't play. He was already prepared to accept the punishment. At that moment, Pan Yuyao suddenly said, I have it. Then she played 6 cards. Di Xiaoba's pupils dilated in shock. The landlord is the landlord. Why are you playing against me? Ha! Pan Yuyao scratched her head. I still have a big hand of cards. I got so excited I forgot. Di Xiaoba really suspected her teammate was a robot. Sometimes she really wanted to switch to a human partner. It's okay. Didn't you just have 1 card left? Guaranteed win. Pan Yuyo split her smallest pair. I'll play a single 6. After playing, Di Xiaoba didn't move. Ha, you can't even take a 6? Pan Yuyo was shocked. At this moment, Zhang Yu took over the battlefield. He played a big card that crushed the others, then quickly played out his hand. Di Xiaoba couldn't keep up. Ha ha ha. Lu Wanxia was almost laughing so hard she couldn't breathe. Sister Xiao, why don't you give it a try? You've lost again. Di Xiaoba couldn't help but plead for mercy. This time, what punishment will you accept? Zhang Yu asked. Truth or dare, came the reply. I'll go with truth too. Then let's draw cards. Answer whatever you draw. Zhang Yu had a stack of truth cards ready. What is my biggest wish right now? Pan Yuyao drew this card, thought for a moment, and said, my biggest wish is to successfully become a full-time employee at the airline and work with Sister Xiao. This statement warmed Lu Huanxiao's heart. Pan Yuyao wouldn't lie. This was her true feeling. Lu Huanxiao had not misjudged Pan Yuyao. From the day of the internship orientation, she had taken an instant liking to this cute girl with twin ponytails. It had been almost a year since they had been together. Di Xiaoba, on the other hand, drew the card that asked, what is the most unforgettable day for you? She thought for a moment, glanced at everyone, and then said, the most unforgettable day for me was the day before yesterday. On that day, she had taken a leave of absence and not flown. Then she had been with Zhang Yu. She had given away something precious that she had held onto for over 20 years that day. For her, it was indeed unforgettable. Ah, the day before yesterday, what did you do, Xiaoba? Pan Yuyao asked innocently. Lu Huanxia watched Di Xiaoba's expression. No need to ask, this indirectly confirmed it. Di Xiaoba had a story with her landlord, Zhang Yu. There was no bitterness in her heart. Instead, there was a sense of relief, feeling isolated yet having a comrade by her side. She didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Goodness, she had been looking for the right opportunity to verify it. And now, just from playing a game, it had all come out. Di Xiaoba looked at Lu Wanxiao, her eyes a bit vacant. If Sister Xiao knew that she had been with the landlord, would she scold her? Their relationship wasn't even defined yet, and she had gotten involved without clarity. However, it seemed that Lu Wanxiao's mood was still fine. She wasn't as worried anymore. Come on, Yu Yao, take a break. Xiaoba and I will play around. At this moment, Lu Huanxiao rolled up her sleeves. Oh, you too. Are you planning to team up against me in the future? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. It was that kind of meaningful laugh, definitely hinting at something else. Lu Huanxiao, filled with a belief in victory, began to shuffle the cards. Zhang Yu, if we team up, you definitely won't be able to handle it. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Zhang Yu laughed. I'm quite looking forward to it. Lu Huanxiao knew he was encrypting the conversation again. Sure enough, Pan Yuyao didn't understand. Landlord, I'm not good at cards, so you think I'm not a match for you, right? Soon, the next round began. This time, Zhang Yu secretly let one slide and voluntarily lost a hand. Yay, the landlord finally lost a round. Quick, what punishment do you want? Pan Yuyao jumped up excitedly. Then let's go with truth, Zhang Yu said. Come on, landlord, draw a card. Pan Yuyao handed over the stack of cards. Zhang Yu drew one, and it read, share a secret that no one knows about you. A secret? There were so many. However, he still had to say something not too mysterious. He thought for a moment and then said, "The secret I'll share is that the shower on the first floor is broken, and I deliberately didn't fix it in time." Ah, Pan Yuyao was taken aback. "That doesn't count," Lu Wanxiao said. "I already knew that. If you want to hear more, you'll have to beat me." Zhang Yu laughed. "Then let's go," Lu Wanxiao said, ready to give it her all. However, unfortunately, in the following rounds, Zhang Yu won them all. He didn't give them any hope of winning. He was already good at playing cards, and after getting the system, his ability to count and remember cards improved significantly. He was already at a professional master level. For two amateur players, it was as easy as wanting to win. By the end, he had accumulated several penalties. He had completely worn out Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxiao. "Ah, I don't want to play anymore. I beg for mercy." Di Xiaoba raised a white flag. One didn't know how to play, and the other didn't want to continue, so naturally, the game couldn't go on. "Zhang Yu, you won." Lu Hanxiao finally lowered her head in defeat. "There are still several penalties to go." Zhang Yu smiled. "To save time, let's just ask one. However, this question won't be drawn from the card." "Then how do we ask?" Lu Hanxiao inquired. "Let Xiaoba ask." Zhang Yu designated the person. Di Xiaoba felt a bit flattered. After thinking for a moment, she asked Lu Hanxiao, "Sister Xiao, what kind of man do you like the most?" "You can only say one characteristic." "One characteristic?" Lu Hanxiao felt distressed. If she spoke the truth, wouldn't that reveal everything? But if she didn't tell the truth, it felt like she wouldn't pass this round. Several penalties had already been compressed into one. After thinking for a while, she took a deep breath and said, "A strong man." As soon as she said it, the room fell into a brief silence. "Oh, Sister Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so aloof on the outside but actually like this kind." Pan Yuyao was the first to exclaim. Di Xiaoba was even more convinced of her guess. She naturally understood what Sister Xiao meant. In this house, there really was no one left alive, except for Pan Yuyao, who was still in the loop. "Alright, it's getting late, everyone tidy up and go to bed early," Zhang Yu reminded. Although no one had said a word during the game, through a few questions and glimpses, they had cleared the fog and understood each other's relationships. This saved them from guessing back and forth. They would then know how to handle things. The purpose of the game had been achieved. "Alright, tomorrow is my official appointment date," Pan Yuyao said, a bit excited and a bit nervous. "Xiaoba, is there anything I need to pay attention to before the official appointment? What should I prepare?" "Yuyao, don't worry, I'll help you get everything ready first thing tomorrow," Lu Hanxiao said. The fact that there had been no news until now indicated that the official appointment was basically secure. Tomorrow, with the necessary documents and materials, she could go to the airline to sign the official contract. Lu Hanxiao would also go. She wanted to know Pan Yuyao's assignment as soon as possible, hoping she could still join her team. "Alright then." With Sister Xiao saying this, Pan Yuyao felt relieved. The game ended, and the three returned to their rooms to wash up and sleep. Zhang Yu also went back to his master bedroom on the second floor. He checked the time. Good times always pass quickly. It was already almost midnight. "System, I want to draw today's blind box." Zhang Yu lay in bed, looking at the time, and summoned the system. Drawing rewards couldn't wait for a moment. "Host, today's blind box has been prepared for you." Soon, a virtual interface for the blind box draw appeared before him. He chose one of them. When the box opened, a line of text popped up. "Congratulations, host, drawn blind box, divine resurrection medical skill." It was another skill. Zhang Yu looked at the explanation. He found that this medical skill was a bit special. "That is, I don't treat the ordinary, I only treat difficult and complicated cases. For patients who are on the brink of death, barely hanging on, with just a breath left, applying this medical skill could extend their life and bring them back to consciousness. Or for patients with cerebral palsy or paraplegia, they can also recover quickly and reach a level of self-care. Long-term bedridden patients in a vegetative state can even achieve a level where they can wake up and speak. However, to be lively and energetic, the current level is still insufficient. Otherwise, this would be a science fiction movie. However, this set of medical skills does not mention much about more common ailments like headaches and fevers. After all, for such basic illnesses, just drinking more hot water will suffice. So, it is only mentioned later as a few additional minor medical skills, along with basic treatments for bruises and promoting blood circulation. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Zhang Yu quickly claimed this reward and stored it in the personal center of the system. After finishing all this, Zhang Yu washed up and prepared to sleep. He had expended a lot of energy today, and drowsiness was setting in. "Zhang Yu, are you asleep?" At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Without asking, he knew it was Lu Wanxiao. The other two of their trio usually called the landlord duo, while she often called him by name. It was late, and she had come to find him again. He wondered what it was about. Could it be that she was thinking about him again and came over on her own? Speaking of which, if you come knocking at my door, then I might not be sleepy anymore. Zhang Yu said, wait a moment, and then put on a pair of shorts, not bothering with a shirt, to open the door. After all, it was late at night, and at the door of his room, who would bother to dress properly? Moreover, Lu Huanxia was no longer a stranger to him. She was someone he had communicated with deeply. The moment he opened the door, Zhang Yu's smile instantly froze on his face. Standing before him were Lu Huanxiao, Di Sheba, and Pan Yuyao. Damn! Zhang Yu immediately felt socially dead, quickly closed the door, and put on a jacket before opening it again. What are you three doing here in the middle of the night? Well, Lu Huanxiao explained, the three of us are planning to go swimming in the community pool. We wanted you to help us decide what clothes to wear. No way, swimming at this hour? Zhang Yu was somewhat surprised. As the most upscale community in Jiangcheng, it was equipped with a gym and a swimming pool exclusively for residents. The pool was temperature controlled, and residents could enter by facial recognition. The water was changed daily. The pool was also built to international competition standards, so it had a high class. Zhang Yu had heard of it but had never been there. However, going swimming in the middle of the night felt a bit strange. Yes, landlord, Di Sheba added, Yuyo is about to be confirmed tomorrow, and she's feeling a bit nervous and excited, so we're accompanying her to exercise and calm her down. Right, Yuyo? She gently nudged Pan Yuyo with her elbow. But what Pan Yuyo said next made Di Sheba feel like she wanted to call the police. Sheba, did you see the landlord's bulge? It's simply deadly. Pan Yuyo looked at the landlord with eyes that seemed to be sparkling. That earlier scene was hard to shake off. Yu Yao, what are you talking about? Lu Huanxiao also sensed something was off and quickly said, this girl really had a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Isn't it true? Don't you all think so? Pan Yuyao's retort left both Lu Huanxiao and Di Sheba speechless. As for the rest, let's not mention it. The donkey part was indeed true, but they wouldn't dare say that. Pan Yuyao, however, was quite unrestrained. You can say these things privately. The landlord is still standing here, Di Xiaoba reminded her. Oh, Pan Yuyao then realized and said, sorry about that. You want me to look at your clothes, but where are they? Zhang Yu asked, noticing that the three of them were empty-handed. You come with us to the living room on the first floor, Lu Hanxiao said. Then, Zhang Yu followed the three of them back to the living room. He saw 3 piles of swimsuits on the sofa. Each pile had several styles. There were one-piece swimsuits, made of a lot of fabric and opaque. There were also 2-piece sets with tops and skirts, and the least fabric was the bikinis. Just looking at them made his face flush and his heart race. Wait, are you sure you want to wear these for me to evaluate? Zhang Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, we 3 can't decide, so we want to see what looks good in a man's eyes, Pan Yuyao replied. So, do you want to come out one by one or all together? Zhang Yu asked. We'll go back to our rooms, and whoever is ready will come out directly. If it doesn't work, we can go back and change, the 3 of them said as they picked up their respective piles of swimsuits from the sofa. They still felt a bit shy. Some things are easier to discuss privately, but to be open and display them publicly was still quite embarrassing. Then I'll wait and see, Zhang Yu said with a smile. He had planned to sleep, but unexpectedly, there was a benefit in the middle of the night. Next, they each returned to their rooms. After a while, Pan Yuyao came out wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit. Landlord, what do you think? Turn around so I can see, Zhang Yu requested. Pan Yuyao obediently turned around as he asked. Quite cute, but isn't it a bit too childish? Then I'll change again. Pan Yuyao jogged back to her room. Then, Lu Hanxiao walked out of her room. She was wearing a long-sleeved swimsuit. At first glance, it looked like everyday casual wear. They were about to swim, and she was dressed like this? Zhang Yu, what do you think? Lu Hanxiao asked. I suggest you just change into long pants. That way, you can cover everything. His suggestion made Lu Hanxiao realize. Oh, is he mocking her for being too conservative? But thinking about it, dressed like this, she really wouldn't get much attention. She had no choice but to turn and go back to her room. In just a few seconds, Di Xiaoba walked out of her room. Without saying a word, Zhang Yu looked at her with astonishment. She was wearing a halter neck V-neck swimsuit. The skirt just covered her hips, looking charming and sexy. Landlord, what do you think? Di Xiaoba asked, a bit shy, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. You pass. From his aesthetic perspective, Di Xiaoba's outfit truly hit the mark. So, I don't need to change? Di Xiaoba didn't expect to be affirmed right away with the first outfit. No need, let's see how the other 2 do, Zhang Yu said. You sit on this side of the sofa and reference together. Next, he watched Lu Hanxiao and Pan Yuyao as if they were models on a runway. After several rounds of changes, they finally confirmed their final outfits. In the end, Lu Hanxiao wore a bikini, showcasing her perfect S-shaped figure. Pan Yuyao wore a pleated skirt short-sleeve swimsuit, fully exposing her thighs, looking pure. So, shall we go to the pool now? The three of them looked at each other, feeling a bit shy about their final choices. Landlord, are you coming with me? Pan Yuyao asked again at this moment. With no men around, I'm afraid of perverts. Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba couldn't help but sigh silently. What perverts? If there were any, it would definitely be the landlord, Zhang Yu. Well, saying that, as the owner, I do have a responsibility to protect the safety of my tenants, Zhang Yu said, going along with it, so wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. Soon, all four of them had changed and were walking towards the pool. Everyone outside was wrapped in coats, only to take them off once they arrived. The swimming pool was located in the central clubhouse of the community. As they approached the entrance, a few people were still swimming. The moment they saw the three of them walk into the pool, their eyes widened. Wow, three stunning beauties. This pool is so clear. No, this swimsuit is so flattering. I've been at Binjiang Mansion for years, and I've never seen such breathtaking beauty. Which owner is he? How come he has three people with him? Jealousy really makes people feel out of place. The people in the pool were all owners of Binjiang Mansion. They were prominent figures in various industries. What kind of beauties hadn't they seen? Even now, they had brought a few female companions to play in the water. Those companions were at least worth 50,000 in their circles. Top-notch looks. However, in front of these three women, they instantly lost their luster. Even in swimsuits, they were alluring yet not vulgar, with not a hint of being tainted by the mundane world. The one in front had a noble aura. The mixed-race beauty was unforgettable. The youngest among them had the vibe of a pure school beauty posing for a poolside photoshoot. Each of them was beautiful in their own unique way. Then there was the man, in his 20s, looking like he had just graduated from university, standing at 185 centimeters with handsome features. He was truly a sight for sore eyes. Who is that guy? I don't know. I haven't seen him in the community before. Those three get along so well, he must be something special. Someone covered their knee, feeling a dull ache. Is he the one who drives the Lamborghini? Seems like it. Right, he was the one singing at the Peacock Legend concert. It really is him. All this time, the person so popular online is actually an owner of Binjiang Mansion. Our community really is a hidden gem. We should leave. We don't want to embarrass ourselves. If they stayed any longer, who knows how many more blows to their pride they would suffer. Under their envious gazes, Zhang Yu and his group of four also entered the water. The water temperature was a constant 30 degrees Celsius, so even at night, it wasn't cold. As soon as they hit the water, Lu Huanxiao and the other two joyfully splashed around. The scene was a blur of white, indistinguishable from water splashes or anything else. Landlord, you should join us. Hearing this call, Zhang Yu suddenly felt a strange illusion, as if he had entered a spider's lair. Who could resist this? So, he dove right into the water, performing a dive. In the south, where water is abundant, swimming is a necessary skill. In an instant, the pool was filled with splashes, creating a lively atmosphere. When a person is in the water, surrounded by it, it feels like a baby returning to the womb, providing a natural sense of security. The water was delicate, and wherever he touched, it felt smooth. This part is best left unspoken for 3,000 words. When his energy was nearly spent, Zhang Yu half lay on the edge of the pool. It's getting late. We should head up. No, we haven't had enough fun yet. Pan Yuyo still felt a bit unsatisfied. We really should go up. Lu Huanxiao looked up at the clock above the swimming hall. It's already 1 in the morning. Yuyo has her formalization ceremony tomorrow and needs to be in top spirits. Alright then, Sister Xiao, I got it. Reminded by Sister Xiao, Pan Yuyao remembered she had important matters to attend to. So, like a white fish, she emerged from the water. The others also followed suit, emerging from the water. The remaining droplets rolled on their skin, truly resembling freshly bloomed lotus flowers. Since the pool was very close to home, they decided not to rinse off here and would do so when they got back. Zhang Yu noticed that this night outing had yielded quite a bit. Lu Huanxiao's peach blossom value had already reached 9 stars, and Pan Yuyo had reached 9 stars. This system is really something. Zhang Yu felt a bit lost, still wanting to see what the second full-star hidden prize would be. As a result, it really turned out to be 9 stars? Zhang Yu, what are you thinking about? When he returned to the living room, Lu Huanxiao asked. Nothing, just hurry up and wash up to sleep. He shook his head and smiled. Lu Huanxiao wanted to say something else, but then heard her phone ringing in her room. Back in her room, she saw that there were 7 or 8 missed calls from the same number. Zhang Yu returned to his room. After the exhaustion from swimming, he was truly tired this time. It felt as if his whole body had been emptied. Although he had physical enhancements, he was still a carbon-based life form after all. After tidying up a bit, he prepared to sleep. Then, he saw the phone screen light up in the darkroom. Zhang Yu, can you help me with something tomorrow night? Help you with what? Have you thought it through? Oh no, not that, Lu Huanxiao replied. I'm planning to go home tomorrow, can you accompany me? Oh, meeting the parents, huh? Zhang Yu smiled, that was quick. Sort of, Lu Huanxiao replied. My family is pressuring me to get married, arranging a marriage I don't want. Those missed calls were all from her family. Although Lu Huanxiao had moved out because of family issues, she didn't want to go home but couldn't escape the pressure from her family. There was no way around it. After all, she was a member of the Lu family, the only heir. Then I'm really helping you out here, Zhang Yu chuckled. After it's done, how do you plan to thank me? What he wanted wasn't a reward, but to deepen Lu Huanxiao's impression that she couldn't live without him. He wanted her to always feel a step below him psychologically. Thank you? Lu Huanxiao didn't know what she could thank him for. Money? Zhang Yu wouldn't care about that. Herself? For him, that had already happened. Did he have some other idea? It's fine, as long as you agree. I'll let you know when I've thought it through, Zhang Yu replied. Okay, I agree. Lu Huanxiao felt like a fish on the chopping board, completely at his mercy. But now, she couldn't find anyone else suitable. She could only turn to Zhang Yu. She was also prepared to pay the price. Alright, it's getting late. You should sleep early. At that moment, Pan Yuyao lay down in her room. As soon as she closed her eyes, Zhang Yu's face would appear in her mind. Ugh, so annoying. How can I sleep like this? Landlord, get out of my head. Pan Yuyao tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She touched her cheek, feeling as hot as if she had a 39-degree fever. She recalled the few moments she had spent alone with Zhang Yu. The last time sitting in the passenger seat of a sports car, cruising at night. She couldn't help but think, this is bad. She was really in deep now. Should I just confess to the landlord? But I wonder if Sister Xiao and Xiaoba would be angry. Pan Yuyao simply sat up. If I say it, will we not be good sisters anymore? It would be so awkward at work. They think I'm foolish, but I can see through it. Both sides were tangled, wanting both things. Is there any way to be with the landlord without hurting the sisterly bond? Pan Yuyao kept pondering this question in her mind. Yuyao, get up. When she woke up again, it was Lu Huanxiao calling her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found Sister Xiao in her room, helping her find clothes. Today is the airline's confirmation ceremony. You can't be late. Hurry up. Lu Huanxiao spoke in a sisterly tone to Pan Yuyao. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up from the bed. Do we have a flight mission today? Today we don't have our flight, but there's one early tomorrow morning. Lu Huanxiao was quite familiar with the flight schedule. Getting regularized is a top priority. As a fixed flying partner, Lu Huanxiao certainly hoped that the three of them could continue flying together in the future. Unlike before, when they often encountered difficult people and various connections. Alright, Sister Xiao, stop rushing me, I'm already quick enough. Dead leg, hurry up. Pan Yuyao climbed out of bed. By the way, what's Xiaoba doing today? Another crew was short-staffed, so they sent her over to help. She left early before dawn. Will she make it back in time for our early flight? Don't worry, it's a short-haul flight. She'll be back by the afternoon. Sigh, people in our line of work are really just pure cattle and horses. Pan Yuyao complained while putting on her flight attendant uniform. She suddenly regretted dragging Di Xiaoba to swim last night. She must not have slept well after being assigned a flight task at the last minute. A twinge of guilt crept in. What can we do? Flight attendants are just a step up from waitstaff, Lu Huanxiao chuckled. Outside, there's a filter that makes it seem so impressive. But I see many people in the company seem so relaxed. Coming to work feels like a vacation, Pan Yuyao asked. Unlike them, who were truly flying almost every day, often staying in unfamiliar cities and hotels. Sometimes there were only 5 or 6 hours between two flights, barely enough time to sleep. Although the salary was high, it was accumulated from flight hours. Yuyao, you're still naive, Lu Huanxiao laughed. Those people have connections with the higher-ups or someone backing them. Don't compare yourself to that. Now I understand, Pan Yuyao said, tying a blue and red scarf around her neck. Many big bosses really like flight attendants. What? Are you looking to find a big boss? Lu Huanxiao raised her eyebrows. I don't like those bald generals. If I were to find someone, it would have to be like a landlord. Realizing she had spoken too quickly, she quickly shut her mouth. Fortunately, Lu Huanxiao said nothing. After the two of them got ready, they headed to Jiangcheng Airlines. Sister Xiao, I'm still a bit worried. What if I don't get regularized? Pan Yuyao appeared somewhat anxious. Don't worry, I've seen your scores for every assessment. Getting regularized won't be difficult, Lu Huanxiao reassured her. Jiangcheng Airlines had over 100 intern flight attendants this year. There were 30 spots available for regularization. A 1/3 ratio wasn't too small. Given Pan Yuyao's image, temperament, and overall performance, while she might not be the best, being in the top 30 was a certainty. Her assessment scores had consistently ranged between 25 and 28. That's good, Pan Yuyao felt relieved. Manager Zhang, here's the list of this year's airline interns who are being regularized, please take a look. In the bedroom, Zhang Yu lay in bed, having just woken up. He received a list. As a major shareholder behind the airline, he didn't concern himself with the actual business operations. However, various reports and lists were sent to him for review. Zhang Yu glanced at the list and immediately noticed that Pan Yuyao's name was missing. There was, however, someone with the surname Pan, named Pan Jinha. What's going on with this regularization list? Zhang Yu noticed the issue and quickly called the airline. How did someone with subpar assessment scores end up being selected? Manager Zhang, it's like this. These few have long-standing strategic partnerships with the airline. This Pan Jinha, her fiancé's father, is a leader in our airline's supervisory unit. They had already given us a heads up. The implication was clear. No one could afford to offend them. The position of a flight attendant is merely a basic role. It's not worth offending those partners and supervisory departments over such a trivial matter. It's also not beneficial for the company's development. So that's how it is? Zhang Yu's gaze fell into contemplation. Soon, a thought emerged in his mind. Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful performance has come to an end. Now, I would like to officially announce the list of flight attendants who will be confirmed this year at Zhongcheng Airlines. In the reporting hall, hundreds of seats were filled to capacity. All were interns about to be confirmed, along with their supervising instructors. There were also mid to high-level management from the airline. Currently, the one reading the list on stage was the manager of the HR department. Below, the soon-to-be confirmed flight attendants began to murmur among themselves. One by one, the names on the list were read out. Those whose names were called cheered, disregarding the hundreds present. Xiaojie, I'm scared. Pan Yuyao clutched Lu Huanxiao's hand. Lu Huanxiao comforted her, but her own heart began to race. With 30 names, the remaining spots were dwindling. The last one, Pan, the HR manager, paused here, took a sip of water. Upon hearing that name, Pan Yuyao perked up. She gripped Lu Huanxiao's hand even tighter. Pan Jinha. The HR manager announced the final name. Yay! A woman in the back row, who had been playing on her phone the entire time, cheered. Why her? Many present were puzzled. Pan Jinha was notorious in the airline for being late 3 days out of 5 and absent frequently. Her performance was poor, and everyone believed she would surely be dismissed at the end of her internship. They even asserted that other airlines wouldn't want her either. Because Jiang Airlines had the highest quality interns, even if they couldn't be confirmed, many of those who were not selected would be taken by other companies. But if Jiang Airlines didn't want someone with poor performance, neither would others. No one expected Pan Jinha to actually be confirmed. Many of the hundreds present were only now realizing. So she had connections. There were many well-connected individuals in the airline, but most were very low-key. For someone as brazenly incompetent as her to be confirmed, wasn't that tarnishing Jiang Airlines' reputation? People felt a sense of injustice. Meanwhile, Pan Yuyao's eyes were devoid of light. The strength in her hand had completely slackened. Yuyao, don't cry. I'll go find out what's going on. Lu Huanxiao looked at her, feeling somewhat helpless. How could something so certain suddenly fall through? No, this matter must have an explanation. Lu Huanxiao couldn't believe that Pan Yuyao's performance didn't warrant a spot on the confirmation list. Clearly, many on this list had worse performances than hers yet were selected. There must be some hidden agenda. Although Lu Huanxiao had long known that various connections were rampant in the airline, as long as it didn't infringe on her core interests, it didn't matter. But now, this group had taken Pan Yuyao's spot. Naturally, she needed to find an explanation. At this moment, tears welled in Pan Yuyao's eyes. She had thought today would go smoothly, that she could continue working with Xiaojie and the others. Yet, when the list was read, her name was nowhere to be found. Pan Yuyao felt an overwhelming sense of loss. This meant not only would she have to find a new job, but the small circle of the three of them would no longer be sustainable. Lu Huanxiao, seeing her like this, felt equally distressed. She gently patted Pan Yuyao's shoulder and whispered comfortingly, Yuyao, don't be too sad. Maybe there was a mistake with the list. I'll go ask. But as she said this, Lu Huanxiao felt uncertain. She was just an ordinary crew leader and had no power to interfere with HR decisions. Pan Yueying's tears swirled in her eyes as she looked up at the ceiling, trying not to let them fall. Her voice trembled slightly. I've clearly worked so hard. Why is this happening? With over 100 intern flight attendants, Her performance should have placed her at least in the top 20. This list should not have excluded her name. Lu Hanxiao comforted Pan Yueying a few more times and was about to get up to demand an explanation when suddenly, there was a stir in the crowd. The general manager is here. Lu Hanxiao looked over to see a middle-aged man in his 50s, with graying temples, walking briskly into the conference room. He held several sheets of paper and headed toward the podium. He was Yu Dong, the general manager of Zhonghang. The mid-level staff below, seeing that the general manager had personally come, all stood up to greet him. Yu Dong waved for them to sit down. No need for formalities, I'm here for an important matter. General Manager you're here. What instructions do you have? The HR manager quickly approached with a smile. General Manager Yu presided over all matters at Zhonghang. Everything in the company ultimately had to be reported to him. Have you finished reading the hiring list? Yu Dong asked. Yes, I just finished reading it, the HR manager replied softly. There's no problem with this list. Yu Dong shot him a glare and then signaled for everyone in the conference room to be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. The hiring list just read contains some errors. This one in my hand is the final list. What the hell? How can there be two different lists? This list better not have my name taken off. The people below began to murmur. How could such a mistake happen in such a large company like Zhonghang, worth hundreds of billions, with thousands of employees? However, looking at Yu Dong's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. The existence of two different lists made those who were hired anxious, while those who were not felt a new glimmer of hope. However, Pan Jinha's expression remained calm. With her arms crossed, it seemed as if no matter how the list changed, her name would always be on it. Yueying, it seems the previous list was wrong. Lu Hanxiao also noticed the turn of events and quickly reminded her. She couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What was going on with this list? The general manager Yu Dong had personally come to announce the final version. He would never have intervened in such trivial matters before. Could there be some mysterious force behind all this? Who could it be? Lu Hanxiao thought it over but had no clues. However, she recalled the last incident with Di Xiaoba. Everyone thought Di Xiaoba was going to be fired, but in the end, it was Manager Li who got dismissed instead. She vaguely felt that these two events were not isolated but had some inevitable connection. Everyone, quiet down. I will now announce the final version of the hiring list. Yu Dong cleared his throat and began to read the list. This list hasn't changed much. The first few names are the same as the previous one. The people below noticed that the list seemed to have no differences at first. However, after the 15th name, the list began to change. The 16th name, Xiong Tingting. Yu Dong's announcement surprised the mid-level leaders, flight attendants, and interns below. The original 16th name was not this one. Some mid-level staff realized that the previous 16th name was someone with connections. The 27th name, Lin Mengyao. Another different name. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Mengyao was also an intern who had performed well but had not been hired. She was well liked in the company, and many were comforting her. Hearing her name suddenly felt surreal. Yu Dong continued reading up to the 29th name. The list had already shown 4 changes. There is a common characteristic. Those who were reselect usually performed well, but were not on the list just now. Meanwhile, those who were eliminated this round had decent performances but had some shortcomings. Strange. Manager Yu, was this selection strictly based on performance? The audience speculated. 30th place. Yu Dong read the name, and Pan Yueying and Lu Huanxiao's hearts rose to their throats once again. Pan Yueying even covered her ears and closed her eyes, unable to face it all. The 30th place is Pan Yueying. Let's congratulate the 30 interns who have officially become part of Zhonghang. As the announcement ended, the big screen in the auditorium also displayed the list of 30 names. Yueying, you got selected. Lu Huanxiao repeatedly confirmed those 3 words, looking several times before speaking to Pan Yueying. Ha! She was shaken by Huanxiao and looked at the big screen. Her name was glaringly on the list. At that moment, she couldn't process it. It felt too unreal. I got selected? Yes, Yueying, you got selected. That's great. Lu Huanxiao hugged her tightly. I have to tell Xiaoba this good news. Xiong Tingting, Lin Mengyao, and several other reselect interns also cheered endlessly. The gratitude in their hearts had nowhere to go. However, amidst this joy, the eliminated Pan Jinha and a few others shouted sharply, how is this possible? The list was already set, how can it be changed at will? I have connections with the Civil Aviation Administration. Do you dare to disrespect the higher-ups? My future father-in-law is the boss of Jianghan's biggest partner. My godfather has connections with the top 7 of the Jiang city government. With us eliminated, can Zhonghang bear this responsibility? The other eliminated interns echoed, bringing up their strong connections. They had promised to be regular employees, but now, in front of so many people, they were publicly eliminated. Who could take that? They had come to the airline just for a vacation, planning to slack off, and at worst, get pregnant and take a long maternity leave, enjoying all the benefits of Jianghang. Jianghang's treatment is among the best in the country and very stable. Now that they found themselves eliminated, it was a complete break. They threatened Jianghang. However, General Manager Yu Dong remained calm and responded leisurely, "I understand your feelings, but this is not my decision. It is the instruction of the major shareholders behind the scenes. As a subordinate, I naturally have to comply, so you don't need to say anything more." Major shareholders. The audience of hundreds erupted in surprise. Jianghang's major shareholders had never publicly appeared. All work was reported to the general manager at most. This included welcoming various inspections and signing business collaborations, all handled by Yu Dong. Everyone was curious about the identity of the major shareholders but could not guess. The only impression was that Li Chuxing's dismissal had been influenced by the major shareholders, but they had never appeared publicly. Moreover, that incident involved an ordinary flight attendant. The audience whispered among themselves, engaging in intense speculation about this mysterious major shareholder of Jianghang. What kind of identity does the major shareholder have? Everyone on this elimination list has significant backgrounds. Their connections are enough to bring Jianghang down. Why does the major shareholder dare to offend so many big shots at once? What is the situation? Although they all disliked those with connections, they were even more wary of them. Offending them would lead to no good outcome. For many years, everyone could only dare to be angry but not speak out about the existence of those with connections. Watching them fly the best routes, without needing to stay up late or work overtime. But they still received all the benefits, and their names were on the year-end evaluation list. With the major shareholders' intervention, it felt like the sky was finally brightening. Lu Huanxiao looked at Yu Dong as he mentioned the major shareholder. A strong feeling surged within her. The beneficiaries of the two incidents, Di Sheba and Pan Yuyao, their connection. Zhang Yu. That's right. Her intuition told her that Zhang Yu was the major shareholder behind Jianghang. If this is true, then Zhang Yu's identity is truly astonishing. Not only is he their landlord, but he is also their boss? A dual identity as the principal party. Besides kneeling and calling him dad, what else could they do? Sister Xiao, what do you think is going on? Pan Yuyo still felt a bit confused. She didn't understand why the major shareholder suddenly intervened in such a small matter. I'm not too sure either. Lu Huanxiao shook her head. Maybe the major shareholder thinks it's to be fair. Isn't he afraid of causing conflicts with those big shots? Pan Yuyo asked again. I think the major shareholder shouldn't be afraid of those upper-class big shots, Lu Huanxiao said. She felt that Zhang Yu was indeed that kind of person, seemingly unafraid of anything. In addition, according to the major shareholder's instructions, I have one more thing to announce. The general manager Yu Dong said again from the stage. Management and crew members in the audience, please take note. From today onwards, the airline will strictly follow the schedule for flights and will also strictly assess performance. Those who came in through connections and have poor performance, I won't name names here, please go to the HR department to process your resignation. A stone thrown out, the loudest voices were also the ones hit the hardest. Soon, a few people in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction. What does Jianghang want to do? If you fire us all, then your flight shouldn't take off. Bring the major shareholder out. I want to see what tricks he's playing. Sorry. Yu Dong looked at those few people, who were the ones brought in through connections in previous years. He used to find them a headache, but now that the major shareholder had spoken, he felt no psychological burden. The major shareholder said that those with connections are the key targets for optimization. Please go through the resignation process after you leave. Fine, you Jianghang are ruthless, this matter isn't over. Pan Jinha and a few others with connections couldn't hold their faces, leaving the conference room in a hurry after throwing out a harsh remark. Then, Yu Dong turned to the HR manager and said, the autumn recruitment is coming up. Publish this year's campus recruitment announcement on the official website. Autumn recruitment? The HR manager hadn't reacted yet. Yes, due to the current large personnel changes, we need to expand the recruitment a bit. This year we will hire 200 interns, with 80 spots for full-time positions. Okay, Mr. Yu, the HR manager quickly noted. Which school should we recruit from? According to the major shareholder's instructions, there are mainly 3 places: Jiangcheng Civil Aviation College, Jiangcheng University's Flight Attendant Program, and finally, a job fair for social recruitment. Yu Dong relayed Zhang Yu's instructions. Alright, I'll go handle it right away. The HR manager nodded. He couldn't help but marvel at how decisive this major shareholder was. So quickly, there would be a thorough personnel cleansing at Jianghang? First, removing those with connections. Then, bringing in a large influx of fresh blood, increasing the full-time conversion rate, which would make the old employees nervous. Some of the bad practices existing in Zhonghang would soon be reversed. The brand image and customer reputation of Zhonghang would also see a significant improvement. They understood these principles, but what they could do was indeed limited. After finishing these tasks, Yudong sent a message to Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang, according to your instructions, I have already addressed several matters. Good, Zhang Yu replied, send me a copy of the recruitment work and the regularization plan for the next session. I will conduct surprise inspections at any time. Understood. Mr. Zhang, once the plan is finalized, I will send it to you immediately. Yudong replied cautiously, should I keep Pan Yueying and a few others who were rehired and brief them separately on some matters? Yudong knew that Zhang Yu had contacted him directly after seeing that initial list. Therefore, the few people who were reselected on the second list might very well be Zhang Yu's people. However, the most likely candidate was still Pan Yueying, as she was the only one associated with the previous Di Xiaobai incident. Xiong Tingting and Lin Mengyao seemed to have no connections. No need for that, Zhang Yu replied, just focus on your work and don't take too many liberties. Yes, Mr. Zhan, Yudong agreed. He was obedient to the major shareholder's words. The internship regularization meeting concluded amidst a flurry of noise. The people in the auditorium dispersed. The 30 individuals who were regularized wore expressions of joy. Being hired as official flight attendants for Zhonghang meant a salary of 200,000 a year, 5 insurances and 2 funds, along with various benefits like makeup brands, movie tickets, and concert tickets. For the girls, there was no better job to be found. Those who were not hired felt disappointed but could accept it. As long as they had a year of internship experience with Zhonghang, they would be sought after by other airlines. Zhonghang's business capabilities and etiquette training had always been of high standards. As for looks and figure, they had long established a brand effect. Only a very few who performed poorly and lacked skills had to leave the airline industry for other jobs. Sister Xiao, I'm really so happy today. Pan Yueying walked out of the auditorium, unable to hide her joy. The ups and downs of today were too thrilling. I successfully became regularized, and we can continue to be colleagues. Let's celebrate properly when we get back today. Lu Huanxiao smiled at her excitement and nodded, sure, but let's not rush. We need to complete the regularization process first. Right, we haven't signed the contract yet. Pan Yueying slapped her forehead. Afterward, the two of them went to the HR department to complete the formal onboarding procedures and then returned to Binjiang Mansion together. Along the way, Pan Yueying chattered about how she would spend her earnings in the future, while Lu Huanxiao smiled throughout, listening to her talk about what was to come. Meanwhile, in the upper circles of Zhongcheng, the events at Zhonghang left them in disbelief. What? Zhonghang removed many flight attendants today? Big Boss 1. The list of regularized employees doesn't even include my goddaughter? Big Boss 2. Has Zhonghang become so bold? How dare they make such a big move? Big Boss 3. What do they want? Do they not want to cooperate anymore? Big Boss 4. I spend 100 million a year playing with Zhonghang, and they treat me like air? Big Boss 5. At that moment, they were all in the same private room of a club. Hearing this news made them furious, their faces turning red with anger. The person who brought the news kept his head down, not daring to make a sound. It's true, the resignation procedures have been completed. Moreover, Zhonghang is already preparing for a new round of recruitment to fill the vacancies. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The big bosses were enraged. Even if Yudong had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Bring him to see us. Boss, it's said that this is all a decision made by Zhonghang's major shareholder behind the scenes, the messenger said. Major shareholder behind the scenes? A few big shots with round faces and big ears exchanged glances. They had heard of Zhonghang's major shareholder but had never seen him before. Until now, he had remained perfectly invisible, only taking dividends without getting involved in the affairs. Now, did he want to step into the spotlight? However, these 5 big shots had certainly seen the world. They controlled the aviation discourse in Jiang City and even the 5 provinces in central China. Airport construction, the establishment of airlines, and route design all revolved around them. Even the height of a building constructed in the urban area had to be certified and approved by them. They had the power to make any airline thrive or fall into disrepute at will. Thus, their status in the aviation industry was supreme. The flight attendants who were dismissed were merely their canaries. Such canaries could be replaced countless times, but their dismissal undoubtedly slapped them in the face. Would they still be able to mix in the industry after this news spread? Since that's the case, let's make Zhonghang pay a price. The 5 big shots quickly reached a consensus. Go, investigate the background of Zhonghang's major shareholder, We want to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. This time, Jiang Hang must be finished. Back, Lu Wanqiu and Pan Yuyao returned to Binjiang Mansion, and when they opened the door, Zhang Yu was in the kitchen. Landlord, are you going to cook for us again? Let's eat out today, Pan Yuyao asked. You seem to be in a good mood. Did you get promoted? Zhang Yu asked casually. Lu Wanqiu looked at him, as if completely unaware of the matter. He was too calm. Zhang Yu, the list of those who got promoted is already on Douyin. You didn't know? Oh, I was downstairs and didn't pay attention. He also knew that Lu Wanqiu was testing him. So, I heard the major shareholder intervened behind the scenes? Yes. Landlord, Pan Yuyao interjected, thanks to the major shareholder, otherwise I would have been unemployed. I must find a chance to thank him properly. How do you plan to thank him? By offering yourself, Zhang Yu asked with a smile. That depends on whether he's handsome or not, Pan Yuyao said, a bit shy. However, there shouldn't be anyone more handsome than the landlord, right? Besides Zhang Yu, she felt nothing for anyone else. What if he looks like me? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. Ha! Pan Yuyao was taken aback, and Lu Wanqiu quickly said to her, Yuyao, didn't you want to tell Xiaba the good news? Go ask if she's back. Alright, I'll go ask now. Pan Yuyao walked aside. Zhang Yu, you are? Lu Wanqiu walked into the kitchen, looking at his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. That's right, it's me. Zhang Yu smiled at her. As expected, Lu Wanqiu's answer was confirmed. I've helped you so much. How are you going to thank me? He asked again, half smiling. You go back to your room. I'll tell you later, Lu Wanqiu said. If it weren't for him, the trio that had been together for a year would have disbanded today. Today, she really needed to thank him with the utmost sincerity. Zhang Yu looked at her, not knowing what new trick she had up her sleeve. But soon, he returned to his room. Hearing the sound of the door opening downstairs, it was Di Xiaoba returning. The few of them cheered together, almost lifting the ceiling off. Sister Xiao, let's call the landlord up to celebrate together? You two go ahead, I'll go call him, and we'll contact each other on our phones later, Lu Wanqiu said. Okay, then we'll go first. Watching them leave, Lu Wanqiu then went up to the second floor. She knocked on Zhang Yu's door. The door isn't locked. Come in, Zhang Yu said, and then saw the bedroom door open. Lu Wanqiu's pair of white, bare thighs was almost completely exposed. In her hand, she held the eye mask that Pan Yuyao had bought last time. Unexpectedly, she really came. Did they both go out? Zhang Yu cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. Yeah, they went out. Lu Wanqiu walked into the bedroom with a smile, holding the eye mask. What are you planning to do? Zhang Yu asked. You know the answer already, she replied with a smile. You helped Pan Yuyao today, which indirectly helped me as well. So, is this what the sister means by thanking on behalf of her younger sister? Although he understood Lu Wanqiu's intentions, he was still puzzled. But why are you being so nice to Pan Yuyao? Even biological sisters might not be this good to each other. On the surface, their relationship was merely that of colleagues. Yet Lu Wanqiu's protection and care for her clearly exceeded what ordinary sisters would do. Even biological sisters wouldn't be like this, right? He couldn't comprehend why Lu Wanqiu acted this way. Zhang Yu, let's not talk about this, Lu Wanqiu said softly. We still need to go out and find them later. As she spoke, she walked slowly towards Zhang Yu. During this time, several phone calls came in continuously. Lu Wanqiu didn't even glance at them and directly rejected the calls. He didn't know how long it had been. Zhang Yu finally relaxed completely. The sense of achievement in his heart was unprecedented. With Lu Wanqiu's background, she willingly did this. For a man, that was the ultimate sense of accomplishment. Lu Wanqiu indeed put in her utmost sincerity. Ding-dling. At that moment, Lu Wanqiu's phone rang. Sister Xiao, have you come down with the landlord yet? As soon as the call connected, Pan Yuyao asked, We've already ordered the food, just waiting for you. Just a moment, we'll be right down, Lu Wanqiu said, hanging up the phone and turning to Zhang Yu. Let's hurry down, they're urging us. Then she walked over to the nearby sink. She glanced at her phone messages again. Lu Wanqiu shook her phone. Zhang Yu, after we finish eating, come back home with me. Sure, no problem. Zhang Yu, feeling refreshed, readily agreed. It's just playing the role of a boyfriend for a bit. It's nothing much. Others don't even have such an opportunity. Moreover, Lu Wanqiu's performance this time was also very good. They then went downstairs, quickly finding Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba in the mall below. Sister Xiao, over here. The two of them waved to Lu Wanqiu and Zhang Yu, signaling their location. They are over there, let's hurry over, Lu Wanqiu said, quickening her pace. The four of them were in a good mood today, chatting about the ups and downs during the regularization meeting. Fortunately, it ended without any issues. During the conversation, they often burst into laughter, attracting the envy of passers-by. Wow, it's them again, such a feast for the eyes. I saw them in this mall last time. With one guy and 3 girls, they must be up to something, all acting together, right? Sigh, I can't envy them. If I had money, I'd have more fun than him. The combination of handsome guys and beautiful girls is always the most eye-catching scenery wherever they go. Especially these 3 beautiful women, each with a different style, the mature woman, the mixed-race beauty, and the pure young girl. Even if just one could date, it would be exhilarating. However, the onlookers all knew that Zhang Yu was the owner of Binjiang Mansion, driving a Lamborghini, with a status far beyond theirs. Naturally, apart from envy and jealousy, they couldn't really hate him. He was simply on a different level. Sister Xiao, landlord, how about we go play an escape room after dinner? Pan Yuyo was particularly happy today as she was officially confirmed in her position. I'll cover all the expenses. Sure, I've been wanting to go for a while, Di Xiaoba also agreed. 4 of us is just enough to form a team. Yu Yao, how about next time? I need to go home after dinner, Lu Hanxiao said. Ah, go home? Such a strange phrase. Both Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba were a bit surprised. They had been renting together for a year, and they had never heard her say go home. Sister Xiao, is there something at home? Pan Yuyo asked. If there's something, you should go back first. It's nothing major, Lu Hanxiao smiled. I'll be back in 2 or 3 hours at most. We still have to go to work together tomorrow. Alright then. Pan Yuyo looked at the landlord again. What about you, landlord? Zhang Yu smiled. It's too late. I'll take Sister Xiao home later. That sounded reasonable. Why is the landlord suddenly so considerate? Okay then, we'll head back first. You two come back early. After finishing dinner, Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba returned to Binjiang Mansion first. Checking the time, it was 7 p.m. It was still early. They realized there wasn't much to do now. How about we clean the first and second floors? They exchanged glances and quickly agreed. They had plenty of energy to spare, so they decided to get to work. Besides, cleaning the landlord's room was something they had agreed upon from the start. They started with the first floor, then went to the second floor, beginning with Zhang Yu's master bedroom. The house was large, but the furniture was arranged reasonably, with no dead corners, so cleaning went quickly. Xiaoba, look. Pan Yuyo suddenly pointed at the sink. Isn't that what I bought? How did it end up in the landlord's bedroom? This. Di Xiaoba was taken aback by her question and quickly realized. Was Sister Xiao using that item when she didn't come down earlier? And this was the landlord's bedroom. She didn't dare think too deeply. Sister Xiao was a bit too much. Suddenly, Di Xiaoba felt a surge of competitive spirit. Could it be that the landlord likes this kind of thing? Did I seem too naive last time? Ever since that day, Zhang Yu hadn't communicated with her again. For a moment, she was a bit dazed, feeling inadequate and unsure how to attract a man's interest. Xiaoba, why aren't you saying anything? Pan Yuyo asked, noticing something was off. This should be the landlord being curious and taking a look, right? Di Xiaoba felt a chill and quickly explained. Xiaoba, stop talking. I get it now. Pan Yuyo suddenly said. What do you understand? Di Xiaoba felt a sudden coldness in her heart. Did she discover something? I think the landlord must be a bit strange. Pan Yuyo concluded, if that's the case, why not just find a girlfriend? Di Xiaoba sighed in relief and said, let's not worry about that. Let's get back to work. They walked to the side of the bed. She felt a faint fragrance lingering in the room. Di Xiaoba noticed it too. Seeing the messy bed, she felt even more certain. Xiaoba, do you smell something? What smell? I feel like the scent in the room is similar to Sister Zhao's perfume. I don't smell anything, Di Xiaoba calmly denied. It must be because I just had dinner with Sister Xiao, so my nose is playing tricks on me. Alright. Pan Yuyo also began to doubt if there was something wrong with her nose. She pushed aside her distractions and continued sweeping and mopping, getting back to the chores. Oh no. Over here, 2 people were driving on the way back to the Lu family. Lu Huanxiao suddenly called out. What's wrong? Zhang Yu was driving her BMW X6 and didn't turn her head to ask. The eye mask, Lu Huanxiao said a bit flustered. I forgot to take it. It's fine, we can get it when we go back later. Zhang Yu thought it was no big deal. She wanted to say something else when suddenly a picture message popped up on her WeChat. Lu Huanxiao looked and it was indeed that eye mask. Sister Xiao, I sent it over for you. Just be careful next time. Di Xiaoba sent a playful sticking out tongue emoji. Xiaoba, did Yuyo notice anything? Shouldn't have, Di Xiaoba replied, but do we need to keep it from her? After all, the 2 of them already knew each other's secrets. Of course we do. Lu Huanxiao typed back, glancing at Zhang Yu, and we have to maintain the final bottom line. Otherwise, the landlord wouldn't know how to show off. That made sense. Di Xiaoba agreed. At the airline, The three sisters were united against a common enemy. No man could break through their defenses. They had also earned quite a bit of praise. If it got out so quickly with Zhang Yu, wouldn't it be laughable? Two was one thing, but if all three, how would they get along in the future? Just thinking about it felt awkward. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she still agreed with the decision. Sister Xiao, I understand. Come back early. Lu Wanxiao turned off her phone screen and looked ahead again. Resolved? Zhang Yu didn't ask further. Lu Wanxiao didn't elaborate either. The two of them had a tacit understanding now. My house is just ahead. We're here. Zhang Yu looked outside the car. In front of them was a villa area. A sign read, Sifei Mountain Golf Manor. Zhang Yu knew this was a famous villa area in Jiangcheng. Sifei Mountain was named after 4 concubines who once lived here. There was also a golf course on the mountain, exclusively for villa owners and distinguished guests. The Mountain View villas here sold for as much as 100 million. In a way, this was also a wealthy area, not inferior to the standards of Binjiang Mansion, just with different positioning and audience. Following the navigation, the car stopped in front of a 3-story villa. Lu Wanxiao got out. Looking at the villa in front of her, it felt both familiar and strange. It had been almost a year since she last returned. Zhang Yu parked the car and got out. Seeing her expression a bit melancholic, she asked, "Why don't you go in? Miss, you're back?" At that moment, a maid working in the villa heard the commotion outside, looked up, and saw Lu Wanxiao. She quickly ran back inside, shouting, "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, the young lady is back." The living room on the first floor was brightly lit. Hearing the maid's announcement, a middle-aged woman rushed out. "Wanxiao, you're finally back. Why didn't you answer all my calls? I was so worried." Zhang Yu looked over. The middle-aged lady was in her 40s, adorned in luxurious jewelry. The jade on her hands was worth at least 500,000 each. Moreover, there was a unique charm in her eyes that spoke of years of experience. She used expensive skincare products, and her skin and figure were well maintained. It was clear she was Lu Wanxiao's mother. Lu's mother was a younger version of her. She still knows to come back. Why didn't she just die outside? A middle-aged man's scolding voice came from inside. "Oh, Lao Lu, your daughter is back. Can't you say a little less?" The middle-aged lady said as she reached out to pull Lu Wanxiao inside. She had been focused on her daughter and overlooked everything else. It was only then that Lu Wanxiao noticed a young man standing beside her. "Who are you?" the middle-aged lady asked. The young man looked quite handsome and was tall, but he appeared to be just out of college, younger than her daughter, so she couldn't figure out his identity. "Mom, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend," Lu Wanxiao said expressionlessly. "Wanxiao, what are you doing?" Let's talk inside first." The middle-aged lady was worried that her daughter had come back with great difficulty and would leave again. She said to Zhang Yu, "You come in too." The three of them walked into the reception room on the first floor. The maid brought over a few cups of tea. In the living room, a middle-aged man sat in the center of the sofa. This was the head of the Lu family, Lu Genoa. He looked up and saw Lu Wanxiao and Zhang Yu, and his expression darkened. "Lu Wanxiao, I asked you to come back, and you brought an unrelated person with you?" "He's not an unrelated person," Lu Wanxiao smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back to tell you both that I have a boyfriend now, so you don't need to worry about arranging blind dates for me anymore." "What nonsense!" Lu Genoa's face turned red. "I'm your father, and your marriage must be decided by your parents. Do you think you can just fool us by casually finding some unworthy person?" "Mr. Lu, you might be mistaken," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "My name is Zhang Yu. I have a name and a surname. I am Lu Wanxiao's man, and I haven't deceived you." Speaking of which, the relationship between the two of them was just one formal announcement away. "You too, actually?" Lu Genoa, being a man himself, naturally understood Zhang Yu's meaning. Looking at Lu Wanxiao's eyes, he guessed that they had probably already crossed the line. Anger surged within him. "Dad, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving," Lu Wanxiao said. "Leaving?" Lu Genoa stood up. "I asked you to come back for a blind date. You can't leave." Then he turned to Zhang Yu and said, "Zhang Yu, you should know the identity of the Lu family. You're still too young, you'll find your true love in the future." As he spoke, he waved for the old butler to come forward and took a card from his hand, handing it to Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, you're still young, you can take your time. My daughter is already 28, she can't waste any more time. Here is 5 million, take it." Zhang Yu did not take it. "What's wrong? Is it too little?" Lu Genoa's expression changed. "Young man, don't aim too high. 5 million is enough for you to earn for a long time." Poof. At this moment, Lu Wanxiao couldn't help but laugh. "Old Lu, you haven't changed at all, you're still so arrogant." "What do you mean?" Lu Genoa looked at his daughter. "I mean you always think too highly of yourself," Lu Wanxiao said. "He lives in Binjiang Mansion, drives a Lamborghini, would he care about your 5 million? Lu Huanxiao didn't fully understand Zhang Yu's identity. She only knew that the Papapalone financial company might be under his name, with an asset scale of 5 billion. But all this information was just speculation in her mind, not certain. The only thing she could be sure of was that Zhang Yu's actual financial strength wouldn't be too far from the Lu family's, and it might even exceed it. Yet her father, Lu Genoa, without investigation, had already assumed he was just a young boy trying to latch onto a rich woman. It was truly self-righteous. I didn't expect you to have a house and a car. Lu Genoa also knew that the value of the house and car together was nearly 100 million. However, Lu Genoa was the head of the Lu Group. With annual revenues in the hundreds of billions and tens of thousands of employees, he had been managing a vast business empire for decades, and few people could catch his eye. However, you should understand that my daughter is to marry into a noble family. That way, it is a match of equal status. Even if Zhang Yu has some money, he lacks a foundation. There are no prominent Zhang families in Jiangcheng, and even if you broaden the scope, there are none. And the family that Lu Genoa wants his daughter to marry into, at the very least, should be a wealthy merchant with 2 generations or more of lineage, not to mention the 4 generations of 3 public officials. Old Lu, what era are we in? Are you still thinking of an arranged marriage? Have you even asked for my opinion? Lu Huanxiao resisted. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Genoa glared at her. Why can't you see my intentions? The family I found for you is much more affluent than ours. And you? Lu Genoa turned to Zhang Yu again. The fact that my Huanxiao brought you home means she recognizes you. I appreciate you accompanying her for a while, but we have distinguished guests arriving soon. You should leave now. Saying this, he signaled the old butler to prepare to invite him out. But Zhang Yu did not move. Zhang Yu, if you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Lu Genoa warned. Perfect, if he leaves, I will leave too. Lu Huanxiao said. Oh dear, how much animosity do you two have that you can't talk it out? The middle-aged lady was anxious. Old Lu, your daughter has just returned, don't provoke her. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, what are you talking about? Why is it so lively? At that moment, a voice came from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Genoa hurriedly went out to greet. Oh, young Master Wang, you finally arrived. Come in. Inside, Lu Huanxiao and Zhang Yu exchanged glances. The annoying Wang Xiaosong had arrived. Zhang Yu could tell that this was the source of Lu Huanxiao's annoyance. Lu Huanxiao's mother also felt a bit awkward. Not daring to offend the Wang family, she walked over to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, why don't you go sit in the inner room for a while? Mom! Lu Huanxiao looked at her. He was brought back by me through the front door. Is this how you treat him? She was genuinely angry. Whether she liked Zhang Yu or not was one thing. Her parents were not taking her seriously at all. Oh, Wang Xiaosong walked into the room, saw the two of them, and immediately smiled. Miss Lu, you're back again. Who is this? Young Master Wang, please have a seat. Lu Genoa, contrary to his earlier cold demeanor, was now warmly entertaining the Wang family father and son. He's not worth mentioning. You don't need to pay him any mind. Did you hear that? Wang Xiaosong crossed his legs. The Lu family doesn't welcome you. What's the point of sticking around shamelessly? Then, Wang Xiaosong said to Lu Genoa, Uncle Lu, I came this time to propose to the Lu family. I've brought the betrothal gifts. With a clap of his hands, several people walked in from outside. The Wang family is proposing to the Lu family. Here's the list of gifts. One person read from the list in hand. 200 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams, totaling 20 kilograms. A betrothal gift bank card, 88 million yuan. A Porsche 918, valued at 15 million. A luxury apartment in Binjiang district, valued at 10 million. 10 boxes of premium wild ginseng, cordyceps, and snow lotus. And the last item, a business deal worth 2 billion. Upon hearing the list of gifts brought by the Wang family, Lu Genoa was taken aback. Oh dear, these items are too precious. Are your parents here? I need to discuss the specifics with them. Uncle Lu, my parents will be here in a few minutes. Wang Xiaosong glanced at Lu Huanxiao and then said, I truly want to marry Lu Huanxiao, so I'm willing to do anything. I have connections for the banquet. I'll book 200 tables, and we'll even have a live broadcast, distributing wedding candies throughout the city, so everyone can witness the union of the Wang and Lu families. Oh, this is truly wonderful. Young Master Wang is really thoughtful. Lu Genoa felt the sincerity of the Wang family and couldn't help but smile widely. The Wang family's proposal was naturally the most welcome news for him. 100% satisfaction. This was because the Wang family was a dominant force in Jiangqing's business scene. Many of his own enterprises were actually partners with the Wang family. This marriage alliance was just an appetizer for the 2 billion business deal. Once they were related by family, there would be more opportunities for 2 billion collaborations. Who would turn down money? Moreover, the Wang family was substantial enough. Look at you, why don't you invite the whole world to witness this? Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but tease. As long as Miss Lu is willing, I can certainly arrange that. Wang Xiaozong replied with a smile. Exactly. As long as Miss Lu can become my Wang family's daughter-in-law, we can plan the wedding however we want. Let's set a budget of 10 million, with no upper limit. Outside, a stretched Lincoln came to a stop. A middle-aged couple got out and walked towards the living room. They were Wang Xiaozong's parents. Such thick skin, Lu Hanxiao felt speechless. I should go back, she said. Where are you going? Lu Genhua quickly called out. This is your home. Where do you want to go? I have to work early tomorrow, Lu Hanxiao replied. What work? You just do that servant's job for a monthly salary of 20,000. Does my family lack your little salary? If you're not embarrassed, I am, Lu Genhua said angrily. Today, with so many people from both families discussing your lifelong matter, since you're back, let's settle this. No, how could this restrict personal freedom? Was this really being forced? Zhang Yu stood by, finding it increasingly amusing. Just as Zhang Yu was about to speak, Wang's mother entered the living room, her smile fading. Seeing him, her expression first froze, then turned confused, and finally, she was astonished. In just a few seconds, her expression changed rapidly. Mom, what's wrong? Wang Xiaozong quickly asked upon seeing his mother's reaction. Mrs. Wang, what happened? Lu Hanxiao's mother also stepped forward to inquire. Today was the day the Wang family came to propose, so why did she look like this upon entering? Isn't that President Zhang? How could he be in your house? President Zhang? Which President Zhang? Him? Lu Genhua pointed at Zhang Yu. This title left everyone present in shock. Wang's mother was one of the most affluent ladies in Jiangcheng, having seen a lot in her life. Why did she have such an expression upon seeing Zhang Yu? Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Wang Xiaozong said. Ever since the last incident, he had regarded Zhang Yu as a rival and had investigated him, finding nothing particularly impressive. Don't you all know? At this moment, Wang's mother almost forgot why she had come to the Lu family. Seeing the Lu family and her son Wang Xiaozong all looking bewildered, she quickly said, he is a major shareholder of the Rice Technology Company. What? Rice Technology Company? Wang's father looked at Wang's mother in disbelief, then at Zhang Yu. He was a major shareholder of Rice Technology Company? So young? Are you out of your mind? Isn't the president of Rice Technology Company that okay guy? Wang's father said, I'm about to sign a 20 billion contract with him, and the time has already been set. The Rice Company was the main partner of the Wang Group. The president of Rice Technology Company had always been the one handling various affairs. How could they not know that the major shareholder of Rice Technology had someone else? I just found out too. Wang's mother was now somewhat flustered, afraid of saying the wrong thing. President Zhang, I really didn't expect you to be here. She used the respectful term you. Mom, you must be mistaken. How could the major shareholder of Rice Technology Company be him? Wang Xiaozong was the first to doubt it. Rice Technology Company has a market value of 200 billion, and the major shareholder must hold at least over 100 billion in shares. That kind of financial power is quite substantial. In the entire Dragon Country, there are probably no more than 30 people like that. As for Jiangcheng, it is also one of the wealthiest places. How could I be wrong? Wang's mother was somewhat unconvinced and became serious. I also bought 50 million worth of stocks in Rice Technology Company, so I can be considered a shareholder, not too big, not too small. Moreover, our socialite circle, the White Horse Club, has also been discussing this matter recently. The White Horse Club. Wang Xiaozong suddenly realized that this matter was most likely true. It is a circle composed of top socialites from 5 provinces in the central region, with fewer than 20 members, and they regularly meet at the White Horse Club. Anyone who can get into a conversation there is always credible. The Lu family, upon hearing Wang's mother say this, was also struck with great surprise. I thought he had a status, but I didn't expect it to be this significant. Lu Wanxiao recalled the news she had seen earlier. She thought Zhang Yu was at most just a shareholder of the Jiangcheng branch of Rice Technology Company, with assets of a few billion. She never expected him to be the major shareholder of the headquarters. His wealth was directly soaring to dozens of times what she had imagined. Mr. Zhang, look at this. Our Lu family really has no insight and has neglected you. Lu's mother was the first to react. If what Wang's mother said was correct, then Zhang Yu was the major shareholder of the Lu family's major client. That would make him the grandfather of their client. Moreover, since her daughter Lu Wanxiao could bring him home, it indicated a good relationship. How could they not have figured out his identity? Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a blunder. Old Lu, say something. Lu's mother glanced at Lu Genua and quickly spoke up. How is this possible? Lu Genua was clearly still in shock. He had just been so rude to Zhang Yu. Now, if he was his grandfather's client, it was too late to say anything. The amount of information was overwhelming, and Lu Genua couldn't react at all. Should he apologize? That would make him seem too opportunistic, and his earlier toughness would look like a joke. Or should he remain indifferent? After all, Zhang Yu was the grandfather of their client. What good would come from a bad attitude? For a moment, he found himself in an awkward situation, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Silence enveloped the Lu family that night. At this moment, Wang's father was the first to react, quickly saying, I never expected that the major shareholder behind Rice Technology Company is you, Mr. Zhan. What a surprise to meet you here. I've long admired you. Otherwise, why would they say the Wang family did bigger business than the Lu family and could overshadow them? His mind was quick to react. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and approached, extending both hands to shake hands with Zhang Yu. With Wang's father being so respectful, Zhang Yu merely smiled faintly and extended one hand to shake back. Come on, don't just stand there. Why don't we sit down and talk? Lu's mother was also trying to ease the situation. However, with the overload of information today, she didn't know how to handle it. I heard that the Wang family came today to propose marriage for Lu Huanxiao. It was Zhang Yu who took the initiative to bring up this matter. Propose marriage? Wang's father and mother were quickly processing this in their minds. In just a few seconds, their brains were almost overheating. It was clear that Mr. Zhang had come back with Lu Huanxiao. Moreover, the Lu family had previously been unaware of his identity. Presumably, this had led to some kind of dispute. As for the source of the dispute, wasn't it because the Wang family came to propose marriage? This meant that Lu Huanxiao might have already been Mr. Zhang's woman. At this moment, daring to come and steal his corner would be like turning the world upside down. Wang's father and mother realized the seriousness of the situation. They quickly said, Mr. Zhang, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. My son is interested in Lu Huanxiao because she is indeed outstanding. We just didn't expect that she is already taken. This is our mistake. We apologize for the disturbance. Lu Huanxiao will be much luckier with Mr. Zhang than with the Wang family. We sincerely congratulate you, Mr. Zhan. Wang's father and mother spoke eloquently, offering various auspicious words, and began to bow as if it were an early celebration. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Wang Xiaosong was unwilling. Isn't he just a major shareholder of a rice technology company? Would we not survive without him? Shut up, Wang's father said, heartbroken. How could he have raised such a spoiled son, one who sells out his own family without a second thought? The Rice Technology Company, as the main contractor of the Wang Group, brought in stable revenues of over 10 billion every year. What does over 10 billion mean? But women are everywhere. Offending Zhang Yu was a huge taboo. If this matter got out, others would laugh at them, saying the Wang family couldn't distinguish between priorities, ruining a lifetime of reputation over a woman. Even someone who has only attended a vocational school would know who is important and who is not. How could Wang Xiaosong not understand this? Dad, I really like Lu Huanxiao. For her, I can give up everything. Wang Xiaosong insisted. If you go crazy again, you won't have a son anymore. Wang's father shouted angrily. He then instructed his subordinates to prepare to take back the betrothal gifts they had just presented. Realizing something was wrong, he ordered his subordinates to stop. He quickly said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, this betrothal gift is no longer needed. But it is a pleasure to meet you today, so let this be my gift to you. I hope for your continued support in the future. What? Both families were shocked again. These betrothal gifts were quite valuable. How could they just give them away? However, this action did indeed make Zhang Yu quite satisfied. Since Mr. Wang is so sincere, he smiled, then I will temporarily accept this gift. However, this 2 billion business contract, since I have no related business, let's transfer it to Lu Huanxiao's name. In fact, he could easily register a company and handle this business himself, making at least a few $100 million in profit. But for now, he just wanted to do a favor. Lu Huanxiao, why are you still dazed? Quickly thank Mr. Zhan. Lu's mother's mouth was agape. This contract, if the Lu family wanted to obtain it in the business world, would require at least a dozen lavish banquets and several million in gifts. Yet, Zhang Yu casually got it with a few words and lightly transferred it to Lu Huanxiao. Where did her daughter find such a miraculous man? Lu Huanxiao looked at Zhang Yu, her heart also plunged into immense shock. What to do? A 2 billion contract was just transferred to her? Such a huge favor, how could she repay it? Just thinking about it felt heavy. Selling herself and working like a horse wouldn't be enough to repay it. Her monthly salary was 20,000, and with bonuses, she only made about 300,000 a year. that was just a fraction of a zero. Although the Lu family was wealthy, she didn't want to get too entangled with them. Zhang Yu, this gift is too precious, Lu Wanxiao said. I can't accept it. How about this? Wang's father suggested, let's open a company in the name of Mr. Zhang and Miss Lu. Once this business is completed, we can either dissolve it or continue operating. Mr. Wang's suggestion is good, Zhang Yu smiled, then let's register a company. This way, Lu Wanxiao would have her own enterprise, no longer needing to look at her family's face, and she would have more leverage. Unexpectedly, pretending to be a boyfriend led to such an unexpected gain. Such activities should be suggested more often in the future. Alright, Mr. Zhang, if there's nothing else, shall we take our leave? Wang's father asked. Dad, Wang Xiaozong shouted. He was unwilling to accept it. He had thought today was a sure thing. Everything was prepared. Even his parents had come forward personally. But then Zhang Yu appeared out of nowhere. His status was even higher than his father's. Who wouldn't be thrown off by that? Don't say any more, Wang's father warned. If you do, I'll freeze your card. If he hadn't been stopped just now, who knows what outrageous things he would have said. The moment the card was mentioned, Wang Xiaozong immediately dared not say anything further. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only leave the Lu family with his tail between his legs. The once noisy living room had now fallen silent. The betrothal gifts brought by the Wang family had turned into a personal tribute to Zhang Yu, remaining on the scene. Mr. Shan, let me pour you a cup of tea. Lu's mother didn't know how to address the young Zhang Yu. Calling him Xiao Zhang felt inappropriate, and calling him Zhang Zong was a bit hard to say, so she decided to call him Mr. The least risky option. In fact, when Zhang Yu first entered, Lu's mother had a good first impression of him. He hadn't said anything out of line, but the result, that he had such a status, was something she had never anticipated. This matter today needed to be digested properly. Thank you, Auntie, but I won't have any tea. Zhang Yu smiled at Lu Wanxiao's mother. It's getting late. I should head back. Then he said to Lu Wanxiao, let's go. Lu Wanxiao glanced at her parents and said, Mom, I have to go. I have work tomorrow. This time, Lu Zhenhua said nothing. It's dark on the way, so be careful. Lu's mother knew that her daughter was grown and no longer under her control. She could only follow them out of the living room and into the yard. Watching her daughter's figure, her nose tinged with sadness, and she felt like crying. Huanxiao, are you eating well every day? Do you want me to bring you lunch every day? No need, Mom, Lu Huanxiao waved her hand. Take good care of yourself. Saying this, the two got into the car. After watching the car disappear, Lu's mother returned indoors and saw Lu Zhenhua, feeling a surge of anger. Why aren't you saying anything? You insisted on finding someone for our daughter, and now look at this awkward situation. Lu Zhenhua, knowing he was in the wrong, could only play dumb. Yet he truly couldn't understand. Zhang Yu was so young, just a recent college graduate. How did he become a major shareholder of a tech company? He had no connection to OK at all. OK was already over 50. When he was out making a name for himself, Zhang Yu hadn't even been born yet. After thinking for a long time, his head felt heavy. He could only sigh and say nothing. Moreover, if his daughter ended up with Zhang Yu, it was indeed much better than with the Wang family. First, Zhang Yu's financial power surpassed that of the Wang family. Plus, he was tall and handsome, much more pleasing to the eye than Wang Xiaozong. He used a 2 billion business contract to start a company, even adding Lu Wanxiao's name to it. He was also supporting her, announcing that he was her strongest backing. He was her real father. But Zhang Yu's demeanor was more like that of a true father. So, how do you feel about today's outcome? Are you satisfied? On the way back, Zhang Yu asked with a smile. You're annoying. With your status, why didn't you say it earlier? Lu Wanxiao said with a hint of reproach. Just now, she was genuinely worried that the Wang family would bully her and force her into marriage. No wonder Zhang Yu was calm throughout. It seemed he had a trump card. Having helped you so much, think about how to thank me. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. How to thank him? This left Lu Wanxiao speechless. With his status, what could she offer as thanks? She felt a sense of humility rising within her. Under the sunlight, she was willing to be like a small grass. Since you're unwilling to call me dad when you get home, how about calling me that? Zhang Yu said with a mischievous smile. You. Lu Huanxiao listened and bit Zhang Yu's finger with a mouthful of silver teeth. However, she didn't use much strength, just a gentle bite. At that moment, Zhang Yu's mind recalled the system's prompt. Lu Huanxiao's current peach blossom value, 10 stars, max level. She was the second among the 3 flight attendants to reach max level. The last time she stacked a max level buff, she obtained a 200 billion rice technology company. What kind of heavy reward would he get this time for reaching max level again? This trip was truly worth it. He had only done a small favor, yet it activated the full star reward buff. Now, he was looking forward to what kind of hidden super prize he would draw from the blind box tomorrow. Just thinking about it was exciting. An hour later, the two of them drove back to Binjiang Mansion. The trip from Sifei Mountain Villa area to the city usually took an hour and a half. However, after 10 o'clock at night, it was a fast lane, so it took much less time than expected. By the time they returned to Binjiang Mansion, it was already past 11 at night. Xiaojia, landlord, you're back. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuya were still in the living room. Seeing them return, they came forward to greet them. Why are you still awake? You have a flight tomorrow. Lu Huanxiao had a clear schedule. She was already in the state of preparing for tomorrow's flight. Xiaojia, didn't you see the group message? Pan Yuya asked curiously. Tomorrow's flight has been changed to 5 in the afternoon. Yeah, it was supposed to take off at 5 in the morning, but the time has changed, so we can stay up late today. Di Xiaoba added. The time changed? 3 black lines appeared on Lu Huanxiao's forehead. She really didn't know. She had just gotten home and was too busy to check the group messages. Then what are you doing if you're not sleeping? She asked again. Live streaming, the two replied. It's been a while since we've been on, just passing the time. Lu Huanxiao looked and saw that they indeed had some live streaming equipment in front of them. A phone stand, a ring light. It looked like the usual setup. By the way, landlord, Xiaojia, Pan Yuyo said, I've made 8 treasure porridge in the kitchen. Do you want some? Then serve me a bowl. Zhang Yu happened to be a bit hungry. Okay. Lu Huanxiao quickly went to the kitchen and served a bowl. She brought it to Zhang Yu with both hands. It seemed there was nothing wrong. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaobai exchanged glances. It was unusual. The landlord hadn't even called her name, yet Xiao Jia was so proactive. Seeing the way they looked at her, Lu Huanxiao realized she had been a bit too obedient just now. So she quickly defended herself. I happened to be hungry, so I just served him a bowl. Alright then. Di Xiaobai yawned. I'm tired, it's time to sleep. Yu Yao, let's go wash up together. Sure. Pan Yu Yao nodded and then said to Lu Huanxiao, Xiao Jia, we'll go wash up first. Go ahead. Lu Huanxiao nodded and then watched Zhang Yu drink his porridge by himself. It looked delicious, so she served herself a bowl as well. The two sat at the table, sipping their porridge without saying a word. But this feeling filled their hearts with a warm sense of intimacy that flowed around them. This scene was too much like a loving couple living a simple life together. There was no need to say anything, one could feel it with their heart. Wait a minute? Lu Huanxiao suddenly realized that what she had just thought of was couple? How terrifying. Unconsciously, she had undergone such a significant change in thought. When she first met Zhang Yu, she had been hostile towards him. Even later, when she got drunk and accidentally let her guard down, there was no obvious change. But now, she has transformed from a cold, marriage-averse woman into someone filled with the psychology of a little woman. What classes to attend, what struggles to engage in. When encountering a man she truly likes, she is willing to do anything for him. Even from now on, she would tie up her hair and put on an apron. She decided to download a cooking app tomorrow, learn more recipes and, when the opportunity arises, cook for Zhang Yu. As she thought of this, she secretly glanced at him. Her heart raced noticeably. I'm done eating, Zhang Yu said as he stood up. Please wash the dishes later. Then he went upstairs. Passing by the bathroom on the first floor, he heard the playful splashes of Pan Yuyao and Di Xiaoba. Back in the master bedroom, he checked the time. It was just a few minutes to midnight. He accessed the system and discovered that Lu Huanxiao's full star buff was already displayed in his personal center. He could choose to use it immediately with the next blind box draw or save it for later. However, according to the instructions, using it on the weekend would yield a higher critical hit rate compared to weekdays. Zhang Yu looked at the calendar. The next midnight was Friday. Just one day until the weekend. He made a decision. He would draw a regular blind box at midnight. He would use the buff on Saturday to maximize the benefits. With this thought, time ticked away until it reached midnight. It was time to draw rewards. With a silent incantation, the system popped up the blind box drawing interface. Congratulations, host, you have drawn an item card, Love Elimination, 5 times. What is Love Elimination? Host, this item card can be used to completely eliminate anything you wish to erase, including bad memories, emotions, unpleasant events, and people you dislike. To use it, select the content you want to eliminate, give the command, and the elimination will be completed. Zhang Yu understood. This card's name was not intimidating, but its function was quite powerful. Can anyone go through life without disliking someone? Classmates, colleagues, bosses, annoying relatives. There are always a few. When encountering them again, there's no need for words, just one click to eliminate them. From then on, it would be completely clean. Host, can this elimination card eliminate some terrible countries? Zhang Yu suddenly had a whimsical thought and asked. Sorry, host. The system quickly replied. The current level of the host does not allow the elimination card to have such powerful functions. The card can only be used after it synchronizes and upgrades. He looked at the current upgrade progress bar. To achieve the ability to eliminate a country, it would take at least over a year. After all, this function was too outrageous. The effective uses were only 5 times. Zhang Yu decided he could use it twice as he pleased. He would save the remaining 3 for critical moments or the next time he drew a similar item, then he could use them freely. After claiming this reward, Zhang Yu prepared to sleep. However, he felt like something was still missing. At this moment, on the first floor, Lu Hanxiao was also tossing and turning in her room, unable to sleep. She felt only one thing, emptiness. No, not psychological, but a physical sense of emptiness. How could this be? Just thinking about it made her face flush. She, who was seen as a cold goddess by everyone, had such a stark contrast in private. Who would believe it if she said it out loud? Of course, this was not something to be shared with others. Pan Yuya and Di Xiaoba were still unaware of the situation. It's all Zhang Yu's fault, she thought to herself, though she didn't know what exactly to blame him for. After all, this was her own initiative. It was purely an emotional vent. Sigh, I won't think about it anymore. I should just try to sleep. Lu Hanxiao closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. Bingjiang Mansion, a night without conversation. The next morning, when Zhang Yu woke up, after getting out of bed and washing up, she went down to the first floor. She found the living room spotless, clean to perfection. The marble-tiled floor was so shiny it could almost be used as a mirror. They had been getting more diligent lately. Where is everyone? Zhang Yu wondered. Since she didn't have to get up early today, she hadn't seen anyone around. Landlord. At that moment, Di Xiaoba walked out of the kitchen. Have you had breakfast? No. Zhang Yu shook her head. What about your 2 sisters? They went to Honghu to buy lotus roots, saying they were going to make soup today. Going to Honghu to buy lotus roots? Zhang Yu thought it sounded so abstract. Yes, Di Xiaoba explained, the lotus roots over there are famous. You can buy the freshest ones directly from the lotus fields. All right. It really was quite a hassle. Although the lotus roots were famous, it took at least 2 hours to drive from Jiangcheng. Including picking, loading, and the round trip, it would take 5 to 6 hours. We should also buy some daily necessities, Di Xiaoba said. What's up? Our flight this afternoon is to Beijing. We might not be back in Jiangcheng until the day after tomorrow morning. Beijing? Isn't that your hometown? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Yes, so I plan to go back and visit relatives and friends, and bring some local specialties from Jiangcheng, Di Xiaoba explained. But wait, Zhang Yu said, since it's your home turf, shouldn't you be the one to go buy them? Sister Xiao decided that Yuya should go, Di Xiaoba replied. Isn't Pan Yuya the one who loves to sleep in? How did she get up so early? She couldn't get up, Di Xiaoba said, but Sister Xiao dragged her along early in the morning. I see. Zhang Yu suddenly had an answer in her mind. Lu Huanxiao, you might as well tie Pan Yuyao to yourself. The reason for leaving Di Xiaoba to watch the house was that this blank sheet of paper had also been splashed with ink by herself. So, it was understandable why Lu Huanxiao did this. However, there's no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. It's just a matter of time. Xiaoba, Zhang Yu said. Landlord, is there something? After breakfast, let's go out for a stroll together. Looking at Di Xiaoba's outfit today, it was quite refreshing. A simple t-shirt paired with casual pants highlighted a homey vibe. Sure, Di Xiaoba nodded. I was planning to go out. As long as it was the landlord's request, she would definitely comply. So, the two quickly agreed. They soon went downstairs. The mall downstairs was bustling with activity. The two wandered aimlessly through the mall, attracting quite a few curious glances. There they are again, out to show their faces. Yeah, but why are there only 2 of them this time? Maybe they haven't gotten up yet, someone speculated. Or perhaps there's another reason. What reason? Could it be that they were too tired to get up? This young man is quite energetic, he can definitely get up. Keep it down, it wouldn't be good if they heard. As Zhang Yu and Di Xiaoba walked, Di Xiaoba noticed the ambiguous expressions on those people's faces and couldn't help but say, Landlord, they're chattering away. I don't know what they're talking about. With so many mouths, you can't possibly keep track of them all. Zhang Yu didn't mind. She noticed a bakery had opened ahead. The brand was Heilai. This shop was very popular online, positioned as high-end. One main reason was that their staff were selected according to flight attendant standards. Even their work uniforms looked a bit like flight attendant uniforms. The girls in the store are all slim with long legs, and under the contrast of their outfits, they are particularly eye-catching. This is Heilai's store strategy. As a result, it has attracted quite a few people to come and shop. Heilai staff dress code reference. Landlord, let's go buy some bread. Di Sheba also discovered this store, and the two walked towards it. Then, she was taken aback when she saw the staff in front of her and suddenly said, Xiong Tingting? A girl in a Heilai uniform turned around. It really is you. Di Sheba took a few steps forward and greeted her. What are you doing working here? Di Sheba wasn't very familiar with her, having only seen her a few times, mostly with Pan Yuyo. This was because Pan Yuyo and Xiong Tingting were both interns at the same time and had interacted a bit more. Zhang Yu looked over. This Xiong Tingting truly lived up to her name. The buttons on her uniform were almost straining to hold on. Moreover, this name sounded somewhat familiar to him. It seemed she was on the second confirmation list for regularization. She was one of the few people he had personally selected based on comprehensive performance. Shouldn't she have been regularized as a formal flight attendant for Zhonghang? Why was she working in a bakery? Xiong Tingting saw Di Xiaobai and said, I resigned. Why? Di Xiaobai was surprised. You were successfully regularized. The benefits at Zhonghang are so good. What a pity to resign. Although the pay at Heilai was the highest in the industry, reaching 6 to 7,000, it was still much less than that of a flight attendant. Well, let's not talk about it. Xiong Tingting paused her work. Even though the major shareholder cleared out those flight attendant connections, the management hasn't changed much. Sheba, take these few breads back to eat. I need to get back to work. As she said this, she turned to get busy. Wait a moment. Zhang Yu spoke up at this time. Can you tell me what happened? Xiong Tingting looked at him. The man in front of her was tall, handsome, and very young. He had come with Di Xiaoba. Could he be the man behind her, as rumored? Last time, Di Xiaoba wore the company uniform and stayed overnight at a hotel, which caused a huge uproar online and within the company. Later, the trending topic was quickly removed. Manager Lee was also fired over this incident. This matter had been discussed many times in private within the company. It was believed that with Di Xiaoba's looks and unique exotic charm, having been in the company for so long without any issues, there must be someone backing her. Xiong Tingting envied having such a person supporting her. Now, this handsome guy was personally inquiring about the matter. Could his status be powerful enough to influence the changes in Zhanghang's upper management, including the second confirmation of the regularization list, which also involved her? Thinking of this, Xiong Tingting asked the store manager for a 20-minute break, then took the two of them to a secluded spot. When I was processing my regularization paperwork, there was a guy named Yang Biao in the office who was inappropriate with me. I said I would report him, and he said he was the little uncle of General Manager Yu, and no one in the company could touch him. So, in a fit of anger, I tore up the regularization documents and left the company. Xiong Tingting spoke about this matter with a calm expression. How could such a thing happen? Di Xiaoba felt powerless as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu realized that the previous incident with Li Chusheng had not raised any alarms within the company. Those without backing might have restrained themselves a lot, but those with backing seem to have not been dealt with yet. If that Yang Biao was indeed the little uncle of Zhanghang's general manager Yu Dong, then truly, no one in the company could touch him. With so many flight attendants in the company, there would always be a few sheep who, under his intimidation, fell into his hands. This undoubtedly posed a significant instability factor. You never know, the next time Zhanghang trends online, it might be because of these matters in his pants. I've said what I needed to say, and I feel better now. Time to get back to work. By the way, does Yu Yao know about this? Di Xiaoba asked. In the company, besides me and Sister Xiao, she has the most interactions with you. The three of them were a fixed trio, but sometimes there were temporary adjustments. When a large aircraft was involved, Xiong Tingting was the one who came to assist. Last time, when Di Sheba took leave and didn't fly, it was also Xiong Tingting who filled in. So, aside from not sharing a rental, they had a closer relationship, often sharing tables during meals at the company. I haven't told her yet. At this point, Xiong Tingting also felt a bit sad. Sheba, can you help me tell her later? So where are you living now? It was quick to change jobs. She probably hadn't found a place yet. I'm looking. I've scheduled a few viewings with agents, planning to check them out after work. Landlord. Di Xiaoba looked at Zhang Yu. Can she temporarily stay with us? She can move out once she finds a place. Landlord? Xiong Tingting looked at Zhang Yu again. She had heard that Chief Flight Attendant Lu Hanxiao had rented a place with her two sisters in Binjiang Mansion. So, Zhang Yu was their landlord? He really was someone of status. No matter how little a woman loves money, she will have a sense of admiration for a strong person. Moreover, he was so young and handsome. Sure, Zhang Yu smiled, the house can accommodate you all, and since you know each other well, I don't have to worry about anything. Ah, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xiong Tingting said. What's inappropriate? We should help each other out. Then, thank you. Xiong Tingting expressed her gratitude to Zhang Yu. At this moment, she wouldn't think that Zhang Yu was actually enjoying this arrangement. Di Xiaoba really scored big this time. This was truly leading the sheep into the room. Alright, add me on WeChat, and I'll send you the location. Just bring your things over after work. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Yu scrolled through her moments. She was a girl who loved life and documenting it. Her posts were filled with various selfies. With her eye-catching figure, everything she wore had a certain allure. Then, Zhang Yu asked Di Xiaoba to browse the store for a bit while he stepped aside and called Yudong. Mr. Zhang, is there something you need? Yudong quickly answered the call. Do you know about Yang Biao's situation? Zhang Yu asked directly. He's in the HR department. What's happened? He's your brother-in-law, right? Using your connection to bully flight attendants, Zhang Yu said, there's a second recruitment that I found out he resigned from and is working elsewhere. Is that true? Yudong sounded a bit flustered. I didn't know. Mr. Zhang, don't worry, I'll go reprimand him right away. Manager Yu, I called you specifically, and this is the attitude you give me? Zhang Yu was a bit speechless. Protecting him was too obvious. He must have known about Yang Biao's past indiscretions. Those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. One day, something big would happen, and the brand impact on the company would lead to a drop in stock prices. Who would bear that loss? Should it be on me, Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu wasn't doing this for anyone, but having such a mouse droppings in his own company was absolutely intolerable. Fortunately, he stumbled upon this matter, otherwise, he would have remained in the dark. Mr. Zhang, yes, I will handle it seriously and deduct 3 months of his salary and bonuses. Yudong quickly apologized. Let me be straightforward, Zhang Yu said, seeing that he was still protecting him. First, Yang Biao must be fired, immediately. Second, you need to thoroughly investigate whether there are any cases of misconduct or embezzlement involving him in the company. If you find anything, report it directly to the police without telling me. Third, starting from Yang Biao, the management of the company needs to be cleaned up from top to bottom. Anyone with issues must be dealt with. These 3 statements were like 3 knives hanging over Yudong's head. Yes, General Manager Zhang, I will definitely follow your orders strictly and will not condone anything. Yudong had the capability and means to hold the position of general manager. He knew that his brother-in-law was doomed. General Manager Zhang was just short of making it clear. If any of these 3 matters were not handled well, he could forget about keeping his position as general manager. This was a high-level executive position with an annual salary of over 8 million. How could he afford to lose it? Not only did he need to make Yang Biao's case a solid one, but he also had to find more charges to pin on him. There was simply no other way. He could only blame Yang Biao for being blind and having bad luck, offending the wrong person and provoking Zhang Yu. General Manager Zhang, what about the flight attendant who resigned? Do you want to reinstate her? I can handle this personally, Yudong said. You focus on the tasks at hand, the rest is not your concern. Zhang Yu's words blocked him again. Alright, General Manager Zhang, I will take care of it immediately. After hanging up, Yudong did not dare to delay. He left the office and got to work. What did you say? I was fired? Yang Biao was playing a game at his workstation. Hearing the HR manager mention this, he was shocked. I don't believe it. I want to see my brother-in-law. I'm right here. Yudong appeared at the office door. This was my personal instruction. Why, brother-in-law? Yang Biao was dumbfounded. Why did you fire me? This is the decision of the major shareholder. What do you think? Yudong looked at him, anger rising. What have you done that you don't even know to ask me? I've been very honest lately. After the incident with Manager Lee, I haven't done anything, Yang Biao said with a mournful face, then suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. Is it Xiong Tingting? Yang Biao never thought he would fall because of a small flight attendant. Could it be that she had the major shareholder backing her? How many flight attendants in this company are connected to the major shareholder? It's terrifying. At the same time, he felt envious of the major shareholder. This was the true winner in life. They didn't even need to show up. The beautiful women came to them. Unlike himself, who had to resort to tricks, and even then, it might not work. However, it was too late to say anything now. Yang Biao could only accept the reality of being fired on the spot. He picked up a cardboard box and began to pack his personal belongings. The news of Yang Biao's dismissal quickly spread throughout the departments of Jianghang Airlines. Many people heard that it was the major shareholder behind the scenes who ordered a thorough investigation into this matter. As a result, people came to complain, instantly filling Yudong's office. Yudong looked at the few odd characters in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a wave of darkness. How could Yang Biao have gotten involved with these people? They were either too old or of average looks, and even the cleaning staff was among them? But Yudong could only record their accusations against Yang Biao one by one. He quickly took notes all night. This was a disaster. Once this was handed over, even a deity couldn't save him. He would have to spend a few years in trouble. Meanwhile, Xiongtingting, taking a break from work, pulled out her phone and saw the news about Yang Diao being fired from the company on her social media feed. He got fired so quickly? And it was ordered by the major shareholder. It had only been about an hour. Xiongtingting quickly connected the dots. Could it be that the Zhang Yu from earlier, their landlord, was the major shareholder behind Zhang Hang? Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? I couldn't help but feel an immense gratitude towards Zhang Yu, whom I had only met once. Yang Diao paid the price for his actions. It could be considered a release of the pent-up frustration in my heart. Ting Ting, have you seen the news? At that moment, Di Xiaoba, who had returned to Binjiang Mansion, sent her a message. I saw it, Xiongtingting replied. Thank you all. So Yang Diao has been fired, and it seems that General Yu has also expressed his stance. You can go back to the company. What do you think? I won't be going back to Jianghang, Xiongtingting replied, but with friends like you, I feel very happy. She knew that wanting to return to Jianghang was just a matter of saying it. Alright then, remember to come after work, Di Xiaoba replied, but we have to leave for a flight at 5. We might not be able to wait for you to finish. I finish my early shift at 4, Xiongtingting said. I'll still meet up with you. Otherwise, moving directly into Zhang Yu's house alone would be quite something, even if it was just for a few days. But she had to show proper courtesy. At 4 o'clock, Xiongtingting finished work without even changing out of her work clothes. She bought some fruit at a shop by the door and headed towards Binjiang Mansion following the address Zhang Yu had sent. At that moment, Lu Hanqiao and Pan Yuyo had also bought their things and returned to Binjiang Mansion. They listened as Di Xiaoba talked about what had happened today. So, the major shareholder is really going to be ruthless this time and completely clean up the management? Yesterday they cleared out the connections, and now it's targeting the management. Jianghang is really going to change. At this point, the three of them realized the mysterious role Zhang Yu played behind the scenes. The events triggered by Di Xiaoba, Pan Yuyao, and Xiongtingting were all connected to him. This further confirmed their previous speculation. Zhang Yu was not only their landlord but also their behind-the-scenes big boss. Who could understand this feeling? They were still in shock, unable to come to terms with it. The doorbell rang from outside. Yu Yao, go open the door. Pan Yuyao stepped forward to open the door and found Xiongtingting standing there. She warmly gave her a bear hug. However, the two couldn't fully embrace, separated by the softness of their clothes. Tingting, you really came. I thought you wouldn't. Come in. Xiongtingting, carrying a suitcase and holding fruit, glanced around the room. Is this Mr. Zhang's house? It's so luxurious. She had heard about the luxury of Binjiang Mansion and had seen pictures online, but seeing it in person for the first time still left her deeply shocked. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet, and her walk felt a bit awkward. It created quite a pressure in her heart. Yes, but the rent is expensive, Pan Yuyo said. I plan to work off the rent. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Hanqiao said. Tingting, come in. Since the landlord agreed, you can stay here comfortably for the next few days. Thank you, Sister Xiao, Xiongtingting said. For what? It still needs the landlord's approval, Di Xiaoba said. I think the landlord would be more than happy to have her move in. Not letting a pretty girl go, Pan Yuyao added, revealing the truth. The two shot her a glare, wondering why she was saying such blunt truths that might scare someone off. However, Pan Yuyao's words were said without malice, and the two exchanged glances, realizing that it might actually be true. They just didn't know if Xiongtingting would, but given how tough she was in front of Yang Biao, she probably wouldn't, right? Alright, it's getting late. We need to hurry to the airport. Lu Hanqiao checked the time. Let's go. The three of them had already changed into their flight attendant uniforms and packed their things. They picked up their suitcases and were ready to leave. Ah, you're leaving already? Xiongtingting felt a bit at a loss. Tingting, I forgot to mention, you can stay in my room. I've already changed the sheets, Pan Yuyao instructed. We only rented the first floor. The second floor belongs to the landlord, so you can just move around on the first floor. You can use anything freely. Xiongtingting nodded, taking note of everything. Then we'll head to work first. Feel free to contact us if anything comes up. The three of them picked up their boxes and left. The large house, over 200 square meters on the first floor, suddenly felt empty. Xiongtingting didn't know what to do, so she picked up a broom and started sweeping, then mopped the floor. Only by keeping herself busy could she feel a bit more at ease in front of this mansion. At the same time, she decided she needed to speed up her house hunting. Living here was too much for her heart to handle. In Xiongtingting's eyes, a mansion like Binjiang Mansion, worth tens of millions, felt utterly unreal. She was born into a middle-class family. Although they had enough to eat and wear, they were not wealthy. Her parents' combined annual income was only around 200,000. They could never afford such a house even if they saved their entire lives. So, Xiongtingting was very clear about this in her heart. Busy, huh? At that moment, Zhang Yu came downstairs and saw her working. He couldn't help but think well of her. She was quite diligent. Moreover, she worked efficiently, clearly someone who often did housework. Although Xiongtingting's mind was clear, and she was trying hard to stay calm, seeing Zhang Yu made her a bit flustered. After all, she had never encountered such a big scene before. Without confidence, it was easy to show her nervousness. Alright, you keep busy, Zhang Yu said, heading into the kitchen to find something to eat. The rib and lotus root soup that Lu Wanqiu had stewed was already cooked and kept warm. He took a bowl and served himself a portion. Hey, Xiongtingting, do you want some soup? Without waiting for her answer, he served another bowl, as it was just a simple task. While doing housework, she didn't expect to be called by Zhang Yu. For a moment, she was a bit flattered. Do I deserve a bowl of rib and lotus root soup? She admitted to herself. At that moment, she felt gently struck. In fact, before coming here, she had prepared herself fully armed. No matter how rich, handsome, or high status someone was, as long as she stayed calm, there would be no problem. However, after all that preparation, even donning her armor, a sword had pierced through the gaps in her defenses. Zhang Yu simply served her a bowl of soup, leaving her heart in chaos, unsure of what to do. You've worked hard doing housework. Come have some soup. Consider it keeping me company, Zhang Yu said. With that, Xiongtingting felt it would be impolite to hesitate any longer, so she thanked him and sat at the table, picking up a spoon and sipping the soup slowly. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your help today. If there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal. Oh, how did you know it was me? Zhang Yu was curious. No reason, just a feeling. Xiongtingting glanced at him quickly. Even though it's my first time meeting you, I feel like you're the major shareholder of Jianghang. By the way, now that the matter is resolved, what are your thoughts? Will you return to Jianghang? Zhang Yu neither confirmed nor denied it but changed the subject. I probably won't go back. She shook her head. This matter had twists and turns. When the first list came out without her name, she had already made plans for what to do next. Later, when her name appeared on the second list, that was good too. Then, during the onboarding process, she faced another setback and felt disheartened again. Eventually, she gave up the opportunity to join. Now, she was facing another chance, but she already had her answer in her heart. What's next for you? I have some savings. Xiongtingting has always been frugal in her life, and over the past year, she has saved nearly 100,000 yuan. I plan to rent a place first, stay there for a while, and then I want to become a teacher. A teacher? He realized that she didn't have any educational background under her name. Remembering Xiongtingting's resume, it seemed she had indeed written that she had obtained a teaching qualification certificate in the personal information section. Zhang Yu quite liked this independent and clear-headed girl. Then he recalled the special skills section on her resume and asked, I heard your specialty is acrobatics? Xiongtingting realized what Zhang Yu was asking. I just wrote that randomly. Being modest again? Zhang Yu laughed. If you have any talent, just show it off. There's no one else here. Then, am I going to embarrass myself? Xiongtingting was encouraged by Zhang Yu. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't showcased her specialty in a long time. Leaving the dining table, she warmed up a bit. She bent forward, placed her hands on the ground, and then flipped her legs over, spinning around, centered on her torso. Then, she performed a split in place, like a compass. Such amazing flexibility. Her ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan was in the arts department, but she could only do a straight line and couldn't achieve a 360-degree compass. This skill required a high level of body flexibility and core strength. Wonderful, really impressive. Zhang Yu clapped and cheered. This could indeed be considered acrobatics. With such skills, being a flight attendant would be a waste of talent. Just this act alone, performing in a live stream, could easily attract hundreds of thousands or even millions of fans. Being an internet celebrity is not only easy but also brings in money quickly. Xiongtingting stood up again, feeling a bit shy after Zhang Yu's praise. After all, she had learned this on her own without any family support. Actually, I have another special skill, but no one knows about it, she suddenly said. Then she scolded herself inwardly for being unable to contain herself after a few compliments. She blamed her own impulsiveness. Oh, am I lucky enough to know? Zhang Yu was also curious about what other special skills she had that no one knew about. I can tie knots, and I can untie them too, Xiongtingting said seriously. I can do that too? Zhang Yu was surprised, doubting whether he had misheard. Was that really a skill? No, it's with this. Xiongtingting shyly stuck out her tongue. No way? Zhang Yu's pupils widened in shock. This was no joke. This was a true talent. He had seen such videos online before. The comments below said that someone could earn tens of thousands a month working at a fertilizer factory tying bags. A tangled mess of ropes would be no problem for her. Of course, that was just a joke. Who would want to watch someone tie bags? Yours, I find it hard to evaluate. If you put it online, it would probably get flagged for review. Zhang Yu laughed. But your boyfriend must have saved the universe in his past life. In a city of 15 million like Zhangchang, finding even 100 people with such a skill would be questionable. No, I'm a peony. Xiong Tingting's face turned slightly red. Oh, then this is really like a nuclear weapon. It looks powerful, but it has never been used. Zhang Yu laughed. With such a unique skill, she truly was a treasure of a girl. Being put that way by Zhang Yu made Xiong Tingting feel a bit awkward. I haven't finished mopping the floor yet. I'll go back to it. With her temperament, she should have exploded in anger. However, in front of Zhang Yu, she inexplicably couldn't get angry. After all, he had generously offered her a place to stay for free, saving her the cost of a hotel, so she had to be grateful. Seeing her continue to be busy, Zhang Yu said nothing. After finishing the soup, he returned to his room. He had just lain down when he sat up again. Wait, what she just said, is it true? He felt like 100 rabbits were scratching in his heart. He decided to sleep first and think about it later. If he kept thinking, he wouldn't be able to sleep. At that moment, a flight was flying through the night sky. Looking down from the airplane window, a city below was brightly lit. Countless streetlights showcased a clear outline of the city. The destination this time was Koan City. Koan City is really a tourist destination, but it's a pity we've come so many times and haven't properly explored it, Pan Yuyo said after finishing her work. Yeah, mainly because the southwest province is just too big, with so many attractions that 1 or 2 days are simply not enough, Di Xiaobai added. We could take a week off together sometime and go travel, Lu Hanxiao suggested. Just the three of us? We could include Zhang Yu too. Lu Hanxiao instinctively said this and noticed both girls looking at her. She quickly explained, having a male companion is good for safety when the three of us go out, but it really is feasible. Pan Yuya nodded, very much in favor of the plan. How about we see if we can all take leave together soon? After all, the company has annual leave every year. If we don't take it, it's a waste. She had been promoted and had completed a year of service, qualifying for leave. At that time, we can invite the landlord too. We're all one big happy family. In the past, if Pan Yuyo had said this, Lu Hanxiao would have definitely rolled her eyes. However, things were different now. Lu Hanxiao was also very supportive of this plan. Then when we get back, let's start planning and looking for travel guides. After working hard for a year, they really hadn't had a proper rest. The longest continuous break had not exceeded 3 days. In the previous years, she either didn't take leave or just slept at home for a few days. This time, it was the first time they had a travel plan. I wonder what the landlord is doing at home. At that moment, Di Shaba said, looking out the window, suddenly thinking, Tingting at home, she won't be able to handle him, right? She won't, Pan Yuyo said confidently. How do you know? I know for sure, Pan Yuyo said a bit smugly, because she told me she's a lesbian. What? The other two were taken aback. The sound even made a few people in the cabin turn their heads. Pan Yuyo felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her voice. She told me herself, but whether that's true or not, I don't know. At that time, the captain even asked me to introduce her to Tingting, but I didn't agree. So that's how it is. Lu Hanxiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhang Yu looked like a teddy bear, he should still have his own bottom line, right? At that moment, a work instruction came through the intercom. Everyone stopped chatting. The plane is about to land in Koan City. Let's get ready to work. Lu Hanxiao switched to work mode in an instant. The work arrangement was that after landing in Koan City tonight, they would rest for the night. The flight back to Jiang City was scheduled for the next night, landing around midnight, which was essentially the day after tomorrow. All in all, it was only about 20 hours, but spanning 3 days felt incredibly long. There was always a sense of anxiety about separation in her heart. The work was still a bit rougher than before. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Zhang Yu woke up, went downstairs, and found the house empty. It was much better when the 3 flight attendants were around, chattering away. At this moment, not only were the 3 of them gone, but Xiong Tingting had also gone to work. So, to pass the time, Zhang Yu decided to inspect a few companies under his name. The first stop was Papa Loan Financial Company. Hello, General Manager Zhang. You're here, General Manager Zhang. When he appeared at the company, the employees were all surprised, greeting him enthusiastically. It had been a while since the boss last visited, especially after taking down the company across the street. However, news about the boss had never ceased online. He was seen driving a Lamborghini and inspecting construction sites, making quite a splash. If he had a social media account, he would have millions of followers in no time. Everyone, just continue working. I'm just passing by to take a look. Zhang Yu signaled for everyone to calm down. He then went to his office. Secretary Yang quickly brought a cup of tea and a few folders. General Manager Zhang, these are the reports that need your signature and review from the past few days. The performance is good, huh? Zhang Yu flipped through a few pages and saw that many of the figures were on the rise. Yes, ever since the company across the street was dissolved, our business has increased quite a bit. Naturally, the performance has gone up, Secretary Yang explained. That's great. Please instruct everyone to take 10% of the excess profits and distribute bonuses. Everyone has worked hard. General Manager, do you mean 10 percentage points? Secretary Yang was a bit surprised. Yes. What's wrong? Nothing. The boss is wise. Secretary Yang's demeanor immediately became serious. This month's profit had increased significantly, with a monthly profit of 80 million, exceeding the target by 30 million. So, 10 percentage points would be 3 million. With only 300 employees in total, that meant an average bonus of 10,000 yuan per person. For the workers, that was no small amount. It was enough to buy a high-end phone, a computer, a gold necklace, or a set of skincare products. It could greatly enhance their sense of happiness. General Manager Zhang was indeed generous. Unlike the previous boss, who was stingy and greedy, almost sucking the blood of the workers. The proposal to distribute bonuses quickly spread across all departments of the company. General Manager Zhang is giving us bonuses? No way, giving out so much money as bonuses? If you add the bonus, I'll have over 20,000 this month. And I heard that this plan will be effective every month in the future. As long as we exceed the performance, we'll get a proportional commission. General Manager Zhang is truly a conscientious boss. I want to praise him, blow him up. With a boss like this, I could sleep in the company. Don't say that. I'm ordering a military bed right now. Rumors online say we're like cattle and horses? Let me clarify. Yes, I'm determined to be the company's nuclear-powered cattle and horses. I want to work hard for the boss. The workers naturally knew what kind of boss was good. The core essence of a good boss is being willing to give money. Giving a little more won't hurt the boss. It's purely a matter of perspective. Some bosses don't want to give a single cent to their employees, while good ones just paint a rosy picture. The bad ones even say, I've provided you with a job. Do you still want money? The news that Papa Loan Company has an average monthly bonus of 10,000 yuan quickly trended online. The comments section was filled with netizens who had heard the news, all coming to check it out. Wow, an average bonus of 10,000 yuan per person, every month? This is even better than Fatshi. Which company is this? Do they still need people? How can we get our boss to see this news? Urgently waiting online. Look, this is what a heavenly company looks like. I'm crying in the company's restroom. Countless netizens commented, expressing various feelings of envy and jealousy. Such a company was truly a breath of fresh air, and the boss was indeed kind-hearted. Soon, someone confirmed it. This company is called Papa Loan, a strange name, but it really is a good company. The company's asset scale has reached 5 billion, and the performance is also quite impressive. Wait, isn't their boss the one who drives a Lamborghini? Case solved, so that's it. With a boss like that, he deserves to drive a Lamborghini. It turns out the online world is so small. After going around in circles, it formed a closed loop. In no time, Zhang Yu became popular online again. This kind of working-class topic resonates the most with everyone. Soon, it topped the trending lists of several platforms. The word explosion behind it was glowing red, and the cost was only 3 million. Normally, to top several major platforms at once, it wouldn't be achievable with just this amount of money. Look, Zhang Yu is trending again. At this moment, at Kun City Airport, 3 flight attendants were having a meal in the airport cafeteria. They came across Zhang Yu's news on their phones. They didn't even need to search deliberately. The first post was about him. Yu Yao, you used the word again well, Lu Hanxiao smiled at her. After being on trending so many times, they had already gotten used to it. It was as if he was born with a trending aura, countless cameras aimed at him. The halo was limitless. To stand firm beside him without losing face, one had to be even more outstanding. Suddenly, Lu Hanxiao felt a sense of pressure. When we get back, let's start practicing yoga again, and spend 2 hours a day at the gym. Sister Xiao, are you going to work out? Pan Yueying asked. Yes, I think so. Plus, we can't stay up late anymore. It's not good for the skin, Di Shebai added. You guys, talking about things I don't understand, Pan Yueying said. I'm going to sleep first when I get back. By the way, Lu Hanxiao suddenly remembered something. Asked Xiong Tingting if she wants us to bring back any local specialties to share. Sister Xiao, I didn't know you cared so much about Tingting. Pan Yueying looked at her. After all, she was a former colleague, and we've been living together these days. Lu Hanxiao had no problem with the proper etiquette. Okay, I'll ask. Pan Yueying quickly made a phone call. Time passed second by second. At Koan City Airport, the plane was preparing for takeoff. On Zhang Yu's side, after leaving the financial company, he got into the car. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. Sha Ruweikong has been elected as the new head of Zhang City. Wow, that's impressive. It seems this treasure was not misjudged. He and Liang Yan were direct competitors in this round. It was basically a choice between the two. After what happened to Liang Yan last time, she was clearly hit hard and had become much more restrained. Meanwhile, Sha Ruweikong had gained a lot of points due to the successful establishment of the super project, the Rice Research Base. One could say their fates had changed dramatically because of him. Then, he received a phone call, and seeing the caller ID, it was indeed Sha Ruweikong. General Zhang, are you free now? I'm preparing to go home. Secretary Sha, please speak. General Zhang, I wanted to invite you to dinner today. I hope you can honor us with your presence. Since it's Secretary Sha's invitation, I will gladly accept. Thank you, General Zhang. Shall I send someone to pick you up? No need, just send me the address. Then, Sha Ruweikong sent an address. Zhang City Cadre Family Compound. This is a residential area where many senior officials of Zhang City live. Zhang Yu immediately realized that Sha Ruweikong was inviting him to his home as a guest. People in high positions must be tired of various hotels. Being invited to a private residence like this, where one can speak without caution, is what truly makes one feel like family. Since Sha Ruweikong extended such an invitation, it seems he truly regards Zhang Yu as the most important guest. Without much thought, Zhang Yu drove to the family compound. The security guard at the entrance approached to inquire. Upon seeing Zhang Yu's face, he quickly bent down and gestured. Mr. Zhang, please come in. You know me? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Secretary Sha specifically instructed that you should be allowed through immediately upon arrival. Zhang Yu thanked him and drove into the residential area. The feeling of being respected was truly delightful. He never expected that he seemed to have done nothing at all and had already touched the highest echelons of Jiangqing so quickly. Military, political, and business connections, the gray areas, 2 of the 4 major sectors were already within his grasp. This progress was indeed quite rapid. Before long, Zhang Yu stopped in front of an apartment building. Upon getting out of the car, he noticed many silver-haired elderly people in the community, chatting in groups of 3 or 5, playing chess, and enjoying a vibrant life. Despite their ordinary appearance, any one of them could hold a title that would be intimidating, with connections likely spread across various levels of government in Jiangcheng and even throughout Gingchu province. The apartment building had only 6 floors, and there was no elevator, just stairs. It was truly high-end yet understated. It gave off a sense of great concealment in the world. After a few moments of reflection, Zhang Yu knocked on a door according to the address. Oh, Mr. Zhang is here. Come in, please. Sha Ruweikong personally opened the door and warmly welcomed Zhang Yu. In the kitchen, 2 middle-aged women were cooking, one as the head chef and the other as an assistant. The countertop was filled with ingredients. They greeted Zhang Yu with enthusiasm as well. Sha, quickly pour tea for Mr. Zhang. Sha Ruweikong called out. The teacups and tea leaves are right there. Wouldn't it be more sincere if you poured it yourself? A voice came from inside the house. Sha Ruweikong had no way to argue with his daughter. No matter how high his status outside, at home, he was still under her thumb. This was why prominent figures rarely invited people to their homes. It was easy to expose their weaknesses. But in front of Zhang Yu, it didn't matter. Secretary Sha is truly both gentle and strong. The family atmosphere is quite nice, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Please excuse me, Mr. Zhang. Have a seat. I'll pour you some tea, Sha Ruweikong replied. Secretary Sha, are there any other guests coming today? Zhang Yu asked, curious upon seeing the kitchen full of dishes, and then glancing at the dining table, which was set with 8 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Yes, Mr. Zhang, Sha Ruweikong said, seeing Zhang Yu's curiosity and not hiding anything. A few more guests will arrive shortly. As he spoke, he prepared a cup of tea and handed it to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu thanked him and accepted the tea. Sitting on the sofa, he looked around the house. The house was probably over 10 years old, with a typical apartment layout. The area wasn't large, estimated to be just over 100 square meters. However, due to the small shared area, it felt similar to a 120 square meter commercial property. At that moment, a young girl walked out from the inner room. The girl's legs were snow white and straight, wearing hot pants that made her look even taller. Her long ponytail reached almost to her waist, and her hair was black and smooth, fit for a shampoo commercial. She appeared well-nourished and must have been around 172 centimeters tall. Mr. Zhang, this is my daughter, Sha. She just turned 19 and is a freshman at Jiangcheng University, Sha Ruweikong said, then turned to her. How can you be so rude to our esteemed guest? Come and meet Mr. Zhang, the president of Dami Technology Group. Dami Technology? Sasha's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She rushed to Zhang Yu's side. So, you're the boss of Dami Technology. Do you have any new products I can try out? This? Zhang Yu was taken aback. This girl was indeed quite familiar and didn't seem to care about anything at all. Look, business people are just so stingy. I don't want it anymore, Sasha said, and walked back into the kitchen. Mom, when's dinner? I'm starving. What's the rush? Who told you to sleep in? The woman inside scolded. Sasha, grinning, reached in to steal a fried dumpling and slipped out of the kitchen. I'm really sorry, Mr. Xiang, to make you laugh at me. Sha Ruikan felt a bit embarrassed by his daughter's behavior. Dad, did I embarrass you again? Sasha said nonchalantly, I don't care anyway. With that, she closed her room door again. It's fine, kids will be kids. Being a little mischievous is normal. In this day and age, which young person isn't a bit wild? You're the kid. The door opened a crack, and Sasha poked her little head out. Mr. Xiang, you're not that much older than me. If I were you, I would be. After saying that, Sasha suddenly realized the CEO of Dami Technology was actually so young. She thought he was an older gentleman. Many of the electrical products in her home were from the Dami brand. Seeing the company's CEO sitting in her home, she felt a surreal sense of dreaminess. The computer she used in her room was also from Dami. Sasha, hurry back to your room. Sha Ruikan truly had no way to deal with her. Mr. Xiang, don't take her too seriously, he said. It's fine, Zhang Yu smiled. I actually think it's great, and she goes to Jiangcheng University? That's the best school in Jiangcheng. I didn't even get in back in the day. Jiangcheng University is one of the 985 universities, with an acceptance rate of only 1%, truly a rare find. Mr. Zhang is too modest. University is just a starting point. The road ahead is still long. If my daughter can support herself in the future, I'll be grateful to my ancestors, Sha Ruikan said with a smile. In her room, Sasha felt very happy when she heard Zhang Yu's praise. This Mr. Zhang doesn't seem so bad, and he's different from those other businessmen. At least he's young and handsome. I think I could ask for his WeChat and hang out with him later. But when she heard what Sha Ruikan said next, her smile faded. What young person wants to hear that? At school, she was a genius girl, the teacher's pet, but at home, her dad belittled her to nothing. Who would want to go home? If it weren't for her parents insisting that there were important guests at home today and that she had to be an important part of the family, she would have been out having fun somewhere else by now. That's right. Sasha was quite rebellious. Although she came from a prestigious family and was known as a second-generation official in Jiangcheng, her behavior was anything but proper. She loved to dress in exaggerated styles and was fond of motorcycles, bungee jumping, and other thrilling activities. It completely contradicted the image of a refined young lady she was supposed to embody. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Sha Ruikan hurried to open the door. Secretary Sha, sorry, I got caught in traffic and arrived late. I brought some local specialties for you. The person outside, wearing a black administrative jacket, greeted warmly. Oh, Mayor Jiang, you're too polite, please come in. Sha Ruikan welcomed the guest inside. He then introduced Zhang Yu. This is Mayor Jiang of Jiangcheng, Zhang Deqiao. This is Zhang Yu, the CEO of Dami Technology, whom I told you about. Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. Zhang Yu and Zhang Deqiao shook hands, expressing their friendliness. Mr. Zhang is really young and talented, his future is limitless. Zhang Deqiao, who was in his 50s, looked at Zhang Yu with admiration at first sight. At such a young age, he had achieved so much. Given time, he would be a genius tycoon in the business world. I had heard of him long ago, but seeing him invited to Sha Ruikan's private residence was still somewhat surprising. It was enough to show how much Sha Ruikan valued Zhang Yu. Unfortunately, Zhang Deqiao had no daughter, otherwise, someone like Zhang Yu would definitely be considered as a potential son-in-law. Zhang Yu also looked at Zhang Deqiao, who was the second most important person in Jiangcheng for the next few years, second only to Sha Ruikan. Although it was just a family dinner, the scale of this gathering was not low. Who in Jiangcheng had the face to sit at the same table with both Sha Ruikan and Zhang Deqiao? Moreover, it was Sha Ruikan who had taken the initiative to invite them. Don't just stand there, take a seat, Sha Ruikan said. By the way, Secretary Sha, didn't you say Director Su was coming? Zhang Deqiao asked. Still on the way, Sha Ruikan replied. Since we're at home, let's not stand on ceremony. I'm a year older than you, so just call me brother. Old Sha, ask them when they'll arrive. We need to start serving the dishes. At that moment, a woman from the kitchen brought out a hot pot and placed it in the center of the dining table, turning on the induction cooker underneath. All right, let me check, Sha Ruikan said as he took out his phone, preparing to make a call. Just then, the doorbell rang again. They must be here, Sha Ruekong said as he went to open the door. When the door opened, two people appeared at the entrance. They looked very similar, seemingly a father and daughter. Zhang Yu was taken aback. How could it be her? The woman standing outside saw Zhang Yu and her pupils widened in surprise. How could it be him? The two of them stood frozen, separated by half a door. The last time they formally met was when she had rear-ended his Lamborghini while riding her bike. Indeed, the woman in front of him was the police officer Sumei. Sumei was astonished to find Zhang Yu in Sha Ruekong's home. What was his identity? To be invited to such a high-profile family dinner. The world was truly small. They could run into each other here. Do you two know each other? Sha Ruekong noticed something off in the looks exchanged between the two young people. We've met, but we're not familiar, Sumei said. The last time I rear-ended a car, it was his. No wonder she had seen a familiar car downstairs and thought she was mistaken. She had her doubts. Upon coming up, she realized it really was him. Oh, Sha Ruekong said thoughtfully, so you two have this connection. What a coincidence. Yeah, I really didn't expect that Captain Su would be related to Sha Ruekong. Oh, let me introduce you, Sha Ruekong said, pointing to the middle-aged man next to Sumei. This is Su Guoqiang, the vice mayor of Jiangcheng and the head of the police department, and also my brother-in-law. Sumei is my niece. This must be Zhang Yu, right? Hello, I've heard of your great name. Su Guoqiang extended his hand. Hello, Director Su. Zhang Yu also reached out his hand. He never expected that such a small family dinner would gather the three true gods of Jiangcheng. Moreover, Sha Ruekong and Su Guoqiang were actually relatives. With these three joining forces, Jiangcheng was theirs. The scale was truly high. Zhang Yu felt a bit nervous. After all, many people might never see such a scene in their lifetime, let alone share a meal at the same table. Furthermore, the three of them had direct interests at stake, while he alone had no direct connection to them. He was still somewhat surprised. Everyone is here. We can start eating, Sha Ruekong called out to the kitchen. The two women in the kitchen brought out the dishes. Zhang Yu then noticed that they looked very similar. They were undoubtedly sisters. It was easy to understand that they were the mothers of Sha Sha and Sumei. However, Sha Sha and Sumei, the cousins, did not resemble each other at all. Each had her own style. Sha Sha, come out for dinner. Sumei Jia, you're here. In the room, a lively figure, like a fledgling sparrow returning to its nest, leaped into Sumei's embrace. The two shared a warm hug. Alright, stop acting like long-lost sisters. You clearly saw each other the day before yesterday. Sha Ruekong mercilessly exposed their act. Come, everyone take a seat. As the head of the family, Sha Ruekong arranged the seating for the 8 people. Zhang Yu, you sit next to me. He beckoned. Ah, isn't that inappropriate? The mayor and director Su are still here, and I'm too junior, Zhang Yu quickly declined. No matter how it was arranged, sitting in that position felt wrong. Zhang Zong, just sit over there, Jiang Daqiu and Su Guoqiang said in unison. Today you are our honored guest. You must drink a couple of glasses with Secretary Sha. They both knew that Sha Ruekong had been promoted beyond the norm. Zhang Yu played a crucial role. First, he brought in a major project, becoming an important support for Sha Ruekong. Secondly, Lian Yan had suddenly withdrawn from the competition. Many rumors pointed to Zhang Yu. Ever since he visited her office, many things had changed. However, this second part was not easy to articulate. Then, I'll graciously accept. Zhang Yu no longer hesitated and sat down next to Sha Ruekong. The others also took their seats. Su Guoqiang and his wife sat on the left. Sha Ruekong's spouse and the mayor sat on the right. Sha Sha and Sumei, the 2 young juniors, sat opposite them. A glance up allowed them to meet the eyes of the person across the table. Zhang Yu watched the two of them whispering, not knowing what secrets they were sharing, occasionally bursting into quiet laughter. Sha Sha, we're at the dinner table, be a bit more serious. Su Guoqiang shot a glare at his daughter. Now that everyone is here, I'll say a few words. Sha Ruekong stood up. Thank you all for coming to this family banquet. I'll drink to that. Come, let's all raise a glass. The 8 people at the table stood up. Those who could drink had their drinks, while those who couldn't poured juice. After the first glass was downed, everyone began to eat and drink. Then they started chatting. At first, everyone was a bit reserved, but after a round of drinks, the conversation flowed more freely. They talked about various topics. Zhang Zong, Sha Ruekong asked Zhang Yu at this moment, I saw online that you have a financial loan company? Yes, Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu nodded. But it's just a small operation, not on a large scale. Have you thought about expanding it? Zhang Yu was momentarily confused by his meaning. He hadn't considered that question. Zhang Zong, Jiang Daqiu said, Old Sha means, does your financial company have plans to register and become a bank? Start a bank? Zhang Yu was even more surprised. It's easy to run a financial company, but getting a bank license is not simple. In a province, there are only a few private banks. Banks make money easily, collecting deposits, lending, and profiting from the interest spread. It really doesn't require much capital. Don't others want to start one? It's because they lack licenses and qualifications. Zhang Yu did want to draw a bank from the blind box system, but that also depended on luck, whether he could draw one. I've heard about it too, Su Guoqiang said. Zhang Zong, old Shah wants to make some reforms in finance and support a batch of emerging private banks. Support policies are about to be introduced. Zhang Zong, do you have any interest in taking this on? Sha Ruikong also looked at Zhang Yu. He genuinely wanted to express his gratitude to Zhang Yu through practical actions. Giving gifts didn't comply with regulations, and he wasn't short of a few trifles. He happened to see online that Zhang Yu had a lending company, and he was planning to ignite some activity in finance. Thus, this idea came to mind. Zhang Yu's lending company had technology and experience. Moreover, there was no shortage of funds. Sha Ruikong had policies and supportive measures in hand. Opening a private bank was not difficult at all. If that's the case, then I have to thank Secretary Sha, Zhang Yu said, raising a glass. This toast is for you. Since he was willing to provide this ladder, he would just climb up it. There was no need to worry too much. However, transforming the company into a bank meant that not only could they lend money, but they could also reasonably attract deposits. Becoming a bank also required various forms of support. It would sound much better when mentioned. Such an opportunity was something others couldn't find even with a lantern. Come on, everyone, let's drink together. Zhang Daxiu and Su Guoqiang understood that Zhang Yu's intention was to agree. They were very supportive of this matter and would provide whatever help and convenience they could. The next steps only required following the process, providing whatever was needed. As long as the people at this level reached a consensus on a matter, then succeeding in Zhangchen was just a matter of time. It would be a smooth ride with just a few words. Wow, doesn't that mean he has another identity now, the bank president? Sumei couldn't help but say. She was already curious about Zhang Yu appearing at her relative's house. After learning more, she found out his identity was so astonishing. The major shareholder of a rice technology company, the owner of a lending company, soon to become a bank, at least 2 companies in hand. No wonder he wasn't at all distressed when he crashed into a Lamborghini last time. What was that little money to him? Yeah, my dad treats him really well. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was his own son. Shasha couldn't help but comment. Shasha, what are you saying? Sumei replied, Uncle only has you as a daughter. Zhang Yu looked at the two of them, whispering to each other across the table, and couldn't help but laugh. Come on, let's have a drink too. The sudden attack left the two of them a bit flustered. Shasha, what are you dawdling for? Sha Ruikong felt she was a bit lacking in manners and urged her. Sumei and Shasha then raised their juice glasses and clinked them with Zhang Yu's. The others watched them with smiles. Although Zhang Yu was the boss of a big company, he was still too young. Even though he was discussing business matters with the older ones, the 3 of them should actually be sitting at the kids' table. By the way, General Manager Zhang, are you dating anyone now? Zhang Daqiao suddenly asked. This question brought a moment of small silence to the scene. Zhang Yu was about to speak when he noticed Sumei across from him was staring at him, as if she knew something. Realizing this, he smiled and said, yes, but I can't tell everyone yet. Ah, that's a bit of a pity, Zhang Daqiao sighed. What do you mean? Sha Ruikong asked. There are so many excellent single young women in the unit, like Director Wang's daughter, Secretary Li's sister-in-law. If General Manager Zhang is single, wouldn't he be swarmed? Zhang Daqiao said with a smile. Not to mention, isn't there also Director Su's daughter nearby? He was referring to Sumei. Su Guoqiang chuckled but didn't say anything. Sumei's face turned red. What? I'm not planning to date. Sister Sumei, you're blushing. Shasha, who had learned the art of teasing from Sha Ruikong, chimed in. Ha, am I? I'm just hot, Sumei quickly replied, glancing at Zhang Yu. He had a half-smile expression, as if he could see through her thoughts. Could she say it? Sumei recalled the scene she saw on her phone app, feeling that Zhang Yu was like an abyss. As long as she didn't get too close, everything would be fine. But once there was any intersection, it felt like she would be sucked in. Sister Sumei, how long have you known him? At this moment, Shasha became curious. I told you, I rear-ended his car, Sumei replied. But you said you met him even earlier. Otherwise you wouldn't have chased him down to give him a ticket, Shasha pointed out. Well, that was even earlier. He was racing on the Riverside Avenue at midnight. Racing? Shasha's eyes lit up. Zhang Yu, so you can race. When will you take me along? She suddenly shouted, startling everyone at the table. Shasha, you're a girl, can you be a bit more composed? Besides, is racing something girls do? Focus on your studies, Sha Ruikong said. Dad, you're being old-fashioned again. Who says girls can't play? Shasha retorted. Oh, your dad is just thinking about your safety, Shamu said. Thanks, but no thanks, Shasha said, picking up her chopsticks and grabbing a big chicken leg. She placed it in Zhang Yu's bowl. You promised to take me next time. Then she turned to Su Mei and said, Sister, if we run into each other next time, don't catch me. Zhang Yu was at a loss, unable to deal with this 19-year-old girl. She had already put the chicken leg in her bowl, so it would be awkward to take it back out. She just hadn't expected that she would have this hobby, and that he just happened to know how to do it. This was truly a case of coincidence. Su Mei looked at her cousin. You're in my territory, so I have to take charge. This was a matter of principle. Then Zhang Yu, let's go to the mountain road. Shasha suggested, disregarding the presence of the adults. The mountain road is really fun, a bit like Bainbuluk. Let's go there. What is Bainbuluk? The two women asked curiously. Shasha, if you keep talking, I'll send someone to block the road tomorrow, Su Guoqiang said. His niece was being mischievous, and he had to make a stand. As the top figure in the Jiangcheng Police Department, blocking a road for how long was just a matter of a word. Tomorrow? Shasha asked, really? Of course. Su Guoqiang looked at Sha Ruekong. Cousin, don't worry. Great. So it won't be blocked today, right? The young mind was indeed sharp. Shasha quickly spotted the loophole in his words. Then Zhang Yu, you have to take me later. Zhang, don't agree to her, Sha Ruekong said. You're spoiling her. However, I think if Shasha can agree to one thing, I promise to take you, Zhang Yu said with a smile. What is it? Hurry up and tell me, Shasha asked curiously. After this, you should argue less with your dad, be less rebellious, and focus on your studies. Zhang Yu's words nearly brought tears to Sha Ruekong's eyes. If Shasha could do this, he would accept her being a little wild, as long as her safety was guaranteed. But would she agree? Okay, I promise you. Shasha thought for a second, then extended her pinky. Let's make a pinky swear. Alright, let's do it. Zhang Yu also extended his pinky. With so many important people at the table watching, he wasn't afraid she would back out later. If she really did back out, no one would play with her in the future. She understood the weight of the situation. Sha Ruekong saw his usually mischievous daughter actually listening to Zhang Yu. While he felt moved, he was also surprised. Could it be that Zhang Yu could really tame this wild horse? If that were the case, handing her over to him for discipline would save him a lot of worry. Thus, his resistance lessened. Moreover, he firmly believed that Zhang Yu could do it. This Zhang Yu was indeed a benefactor sent from heaven. Don't be fooled by his young age. He has brought himself considerable benefits in both official and family matters. Thinking of this, Sha Ruekong smiled and said, General Manager Zhang, you and my daughter hit it off so well during your first meeting and have common topics to discuss. I have a proposal. Secretary Sha, if there's anything, just say it, Zhang Yu replied. Since you two get along, I will entrust Sha to you for guidance from now on. What do you think, General Manager Zhang? Sha Ruekong asked. Entrust her to me for guidance? Zhang Yu was momentarily confused about his meaning. In what regard? General Manager Zhang, what old Sha means is, at this moment, Shasha's mother spoke up, you and Shasha are close in age and have common topics, so I hope you can take her out to play more often. Sha Ruekong nodded. Truly, she is a wise partner, understanding what he wanted to express. After all, Shasha is only 19 years old, and as her parents, they are busy with work and have no time to manage her. Moreover, the age gap is too large for them to connect. Zhang Yu's appearance just happened to give them hope. He is worth billions, young and capable, having him guide Shasha could lead to success. Well, Zhang Yu did not agree hastily. Having a 19-year-old girl, especially one who is pure and beautiful, following him would definitely be fulfilling. However, her identity here is that she is Sha Ruekong's daughter. If anything goes wrong, he couldn't bear the consequences. General Manager Zhang, I know what you're worried about, Su Guoqiang said. Actually, I had my daughter Su Mei manage her before, but she was too busy. If General Zhang could treat her like a younger sister and guide her on the right path, that would be great. In that case, I'll give it a try, Zhang Yu smiled and said, but if I can't handle it, I will return her. Have you considered my feelings? Am I just a commodity to you? Shasha pouted. So do you want the so-called freedom you mentioned? Once this question was asked, Shasha realized the pros and cons of the situation. So, what you mean, Mom and Dad, is that as long as I follow Zhang Yu, I won't have to come home, right? Yes. Seeing Sha Ruekong nod, Shasha rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, Then Zhang Yu, I will hang out with you from now on. Saying this, she filled a glass with juice. Here, I toast to you. This was the best solution for her. This way, her family wouldn't interfere too much. The friends she had made before were strongly opposed by her family. If she followed Zhang Yu this time, she would only need to report to him, and wouldn't that mean complete freedom? Hey, I really am a genius. When they had almost finished eating, Shasha stood up and said, Zhang Yu, let's go. Where are you going? Didn't you say we were going to take a tour around the mountain? Shasha replied, it's just right to help with digestion. What time is it now? It's not safe in the mountains, and you still want to race? Sha Ruekong tried to stop her. Oh, I'm just going for a stroll. It will be fine, Shasha said. Don't worry, Secretary Sha, the steering wheel is in my hands, Zhang Yu added. Alright, just be careful, Sha Ruekong said. Zhang Yu stood up, then Secretary Sha, Mayor Jiang, Director Su, I will take my leave now. General Manager Zhang, wait a moment, Sha's mother hurriedly caught up. Take these fruits with you, eat them on the way. Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Yu did not decline and took a few fruits. Hurry up! Shasha, impatient, directly grabbed Zhang Yu's wrist and walked out. Inside, Sha Ruekong looked at Su Guoqiang. Su Guoqiang understood his meaning. I'll make a call to have the nearby 2 police stations strengthen security patrols around the mountain. The mountain is located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. It is the highest point in Jiangcheng. Although the elevation is not high, it is steep, and the road up the mountain is winding with numerous turns. At the top of the mountain, there is a scenic spot called Qingxuangjai, which has guesthouses and a commercial street, attracting many people to escape the summer heat. There are 2 entrances to the mountain, one at the south and one at the east, each guarded by a police station that routinely checks for various safety hazards in the scenic area. A phone call from Su Guoqiang prompted the nearby 2 police stations to immediately dispatch 4 vehicles to investigate the road conditions along different routes. Su Mei, are you going too? He noticed his daughter was a bit restless. Su Mei felt a bit embarrassed. But I have to be on duty tonight. Just swap shifts with your colleagues, it's the same, Su Guoqiang said. You should go, having more people means more support. Then I'll go. Su Mei stood up, greeted her elders, and left. Outside the community, Zhang Yu had just gotten into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan when he saw Su Mei chasing after him. You too, wait for me. Sister Su Mei, you're going too? Shasha, seeing Su Mei come out, quickly opened the car door and offered the front seat. Sister, you sit in front. Then, she willingly took a seat in the back. She got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. Suddenly, she remembered that not long ago, her best friend Lu Hanxiao had sat in this position with Zhang Yu. Thinking of this, she turned her head to glance. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu also turned to look at her at that moment. Their eyes met. Su Mei felt embarrassed and quickly averted her gaze. He should know that she was aware, right? But how could his gaze be so bold? It made her feel as if she had done something wrong. Everyone settled? Let's go. Zhang Yu started the Rolls-Royce. By the way, Zhang Yu, when can I ride in your Lamborghini? Sha asked. You'll have to ask your sister, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. I've asked already, the progress over there is still quite fast. It can be sent back as early as the day after tomorrow. Su Mei secretly cursed her cousin for bringing up the topic, clearly wanting to see her make a fool of herself. The scene of the rear-end collision was truly mortifying. Her colleagues had teased her about it for a long time. That's great, Zhang Yu said as he drove out of the community. He got onto the 3rd ring road and headed towards Panshan. At this moment, a plane flew over Jiangcheng in the night sky. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, look over there. What is that? So beautiful. Pan Yuyo pointed out the window. It was vaguely a mountain, surrounded by darkness. Only the mountaintop was brightly lit, resembling a city suspended in the air at first glance. That seems to be Panshan, Lu Hanxiao looked over. Based on the flight route and the current position of the plane, she deduced the location. Panshan? Di Xiaoba also said, I've heard of it, but I've never been. I heard there's a summer resort at the top, and it's a 4-level one. Pan Yuyo took out her phone and searched for information about Panshan. As she scrolled down, she saw another message. You guys, look, there's a group of people going to race cars at Panshan tonight. Really? Racing cars at night? Di Xiaoba expressed disbelief. I'm not lying to you. Pan Yuya showed them her phone screen. Several locations are at the foot of Panshan, and from the videos, it's a spontaneously organized race. It looks like these people are all rich kids. Each one is driving a sports car, Di Xiaoba exclaimed in surprise. The cars appearing in the video, judging by their shapes and logos, were all worth over $1 million. The people in the footage were all dressed very fashionably. They are all the kind of people who live in luxury and don't have to work. With excess energy to burn, they enjoy doing some thrilling and reckless things. It seems that those rich second-generation kids love to do this. Isn't it too dangerous? Lu Huanqiu looked at the scene and thought these people were really crazy, playing so wild in the middle of the night. It's like the person is flying ahead while the soul is chasing behind. But racing at night is actually quite exciting, Pan Yuyo said, recalling the last time Zhang Yu took her for a drive along the Riverside Avenue that night. Wasn't that also at night? For those with good skills, these issues are nothing. Then she couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu's dishonesty, and her face turned bright red. Yu Yao, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Huanxiao noticed that her fair face was visibly flushed. No, it's nothing. Pan Yuyo quickly shook her head. We're almost at Jiangcheng Airport, let's get ready. Lu Huanxiao entered work mode again. Today's flight was really exhausting. The flight lasted nearly 3 hours, but they had been preparing for it for 2 hours before takeoff. Lu Huanxiao was so tired she didn't want to move. In the past, when faced with such a high-load schedule, she would find a hotel to stay in right after getting off the plane. But now it was different. Lu Huanxiao still needed to save some energy to drive back to Binjiang Mansion after getting off the plane. If she didn't go back to Binjiang Mansion, she felt empty all over. Alright, Pan Yuya and Di Sheba also quickly got into work mode. Dear passengers, this flight is about to arrive at Jiangcheng Airport. Please prepare yourselves. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu and his 2 companions had been driving for over half an hour and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. After coming off the main road, the path suddenly narrowed. It went from 6 lanes to 2. The road was narrow, and there were cars coming back from the mountaintop scenic area with their high beams on. Sha could barely keep her eyes open. Unable to hold back, she exclaimed, "These drivers really have no manners. It's so annoying. What's this? I've seen too many bizarre traffic violations." Sumei, as a traffic police officer, had her own experiences. However, Zhang Yu said nothing. At the foot of the mountain, there was a parking lot. Further ahead from this parking lot was the path up the mountain. Looking from a distance, the road twisted and turned, extending towards the mountain top. "Let's fill up the car with gas first," Zhang Yu said, noticing a gas station next to the parking lot. He drove over. Just as they were about to arrive, suddenly a Maserati sports car forced its way past from the side and sped in front of their car. If it weren't for Zhang Yu's quick reflexes, their car would have almost scraped against it. "Hey, do you have any manners? Cutting in line at the gas station?" Shasha couldn't hold back at all. She got out of the car, ready to confront them. "Shasha, don't get into a conflict with them." Sumei also opened the car door and followed her. At that moment, the Maserati parked at the gas station. A man wearing a jacket and with dyed white hair got out of the car. Seeing Shasha wanting to confront him, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, isn't this Shasha from Uncle Shaw's family? Didn't you say there's a curfew at home? How come you're out so late at night?" The man recognized her. Shasha also recognized the man in front of her and couldn't help but mutter, "What bad luck." She lost interest in arguing and turned to head back to the car. Zhang Yu parked the car and saw Shasha like this. He suddenly realized, is the world really this small? Or is Shasha's social circle too wide, with all kinds of people? How could she have acquaintances even in this place? "Hey, seeing this young master and not greeting him, Shasha, you're being quite rude, aren't you?" The man took a few steps forward, stretched out his arms, and blocked her path. "Good dogs don't block the way, move aside." Sasha glared at him. The man didn't move. Without a second thought, Sasha kicked at the man's calf. She was wearing pointed leather shoes. The kick came suddenly, and the man, caught off guard, winced in pain. "Stop right there," he shouted. Then, several cars nearby surrounded them. The headlights turned on, instantly illuminating the parking lot as bright as day. A group of people gathered around. They were all friends of the man. They had come to race up the mountain in various sports cars, organized by him, who held the highest status among them. So, seeing him kicked by a girl, they all rushed over. "What do you want?" Sumei noticed the group and sensed trouble. She raised her hand, shielding Sasha behind her. Warily, she said, "I'm a police officer, you all back off." Upon hearing her identification, the group exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. Oh no, could it be that they had alerted the police and were about to be investigated? However, the man who had just been kicked paused for a moment upon hearing Sumei's introduction, then laughed. "Sumei, aren't you the rabbit officer from Binjiang district? How can you manage things up here in the mountains?" Sumei was surprised. She didn't know who this man was. How did he know her name? "Wu Iluan, this is my cousin, you should show her some respect," Sasha said. Wu Iluan. Upon hearing that name, Sumei immediately realized why he knew their identities and was still so arrogant. Wu Iluan was the second son of Wu Zhangliang, the commander of the Central Combat Readiness Zone, one of the 9 major combat readiness zones. The headquarters of the Central Combat Readiness Zone was located in Jiangcheng. However, they were not under Jiangcheng's jurisdiction, and in terms of rank, the commander of the Combat Readiness Zone was even a level above Ding Chu. Even Sha Ruweikong had to treat Wu Zhangliang with respect. In case of any flood relief or emergency support, they had to report to the Combat Readiness Zone formally. Because of this background, Wu Iluan was notorious in Jiangcheng for being a party animal. He had caused quite a bit of trouble, but in the end, nothing ever happened to him. With such a powerful background, just a word from him would make others give him face and help cover for him. As for why Sasha knew him, it was because she was playful and had friends in various circles, so knowing Wu Iluan was quite normal. She just didn't expect to clash with him today. Alright then, the the man named Wu Yiluan said with a smile, I have always respected beautiful women. He then changed his tone. However, you just kicked me and ruined my pants. This outfit costs over 100,000. What do you say we do about that? You say over 100,000 like it's nothing? I can just pay for it. Sasha blurted out, then realized she didn't have that much money. I don't need you to pay, I'm not short on cash. Wu Yiluan laughed. Sasha, since we happen to meet today, come, let's have some fun in my car. Captain Su, would you like to join? Sorry, I'm not interested. Sume shook her head. As soon as she said that, several people stepped forward. How dare she not give face to the second son of Wu? These women really didn't take him seriously. Today, they would make them taste the consequences. Hey, you can't be rude to beautiful women, said a woman leaning against a car behind them, standing up straight. Aren't we here to have fun with cars? Let's not waste time. She had long wavy hair and was wearing black leather pants, showcasing her stunning figure. Her noble aura set her apart from ordinary people. Sister Hong's reference picture. What Sister Hong means is that I don't know how to behave. Wu Yiluan laughed. But that Sasha girl kicked me. If I don't deal with her, how am I supposed to get by in the future? Sasha? The woman called Sister Hong was taken aback upon hearing the name. The daughter of Sha Ruikang? At least give him some face, considering she's the new number 1 in Zhangcheng. Since Sister Hong said that, what else can I say? Wu Yiluan smiled, then said to Sasha and Sume, alright, I'll let you off the hook today. He then pointed to Zhang Yu's car. Hey, that driver, move the car aside, our convoy is about to leave. Zhang Yu's car did not move. What's wrong? You don't want to move? Are you looking to race us? Wu Yiluan provocatively asked upon seeing the car. Did you come with those two? How about this, you race us, if you win, nothing happens. If you lose, you can go back alone later. After this was said, the others laughed with ill intentions. Young Master Wu indeed had a way of keeping people around. As long as he had his eye on a girl and wanted to keep her, there was no escaping. Sasha had met him once or twice before and already had some thoughts in her mind, especially since she was wearing a white shirt and a black pleated skirt, which was simply too alluring. Wu Yiluan, at this point, specifically explained to Sister Hong, Sister Hong, you saw it just now, it's not that I don't give them face, but these few have disturbed us several times. I really have no choice. Sume and Sasha both became tense at this moment. If Wu Yiluan got serious, they really wouldn't be able to leave today. They couldn't help but look at Zhang Yu. Alright then. Zhang Yu smiled, but let's not involve the two girls in a contest between men. He knew in his heart that if they didn't have some fun today, this group wouldn't easily let the two girls leave. He had promised Sha Ruikang at the dinner table, and he couldn't just throw the two girls aside right after. That would be too unmanly. Looks like you have your own ideas. Wu Yiluan laughed, so what do you say? If I win, you publicly apologize and promise not to harass Sasha and the others again. Zhang Yu said. And if you lose? Wu Yiluan laughed. There's no such assumption. Zhang Yu shook his head. I see you have 7 cars, so what's the plan? Are we racing together or what? Wu Gu, this kid is too arrogant, thinking he can beat us all? Someone in the convoy shouted. No problem. Wu Yiluan said. I originally wanted a one-on-one. Since you're not happy, you can join in too. Let's compete with 3 cars. A race in the mountains was thus decided. According to the rules, they would start from the foot of the mountain and race to the destination resort at the top. Whoever reaches the top in the shortest time would be the winner. Cars would depart every 3 minutes from the foot of the mountain. Wu Yiluan's car was the first to set off. His car was a modified Maserati sports car, quite familiar with the winding mountain roads. He knew exactly where the curves were, how long they were, where the slopes were, and what the angles were. As his car disappeared into the night, Sume expressed some concern. I heard that this Wu Yiluan is a retired professional racer. Sister, why are you boosting his confidence? Sasha said, I believe Zhang Yu can do it, right? Saying this, she patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder. He smiled. This whole mess was caused by you, so when I win, think about how to thank me. If you win, you can make any request. Sasha said nonchalantly. And you must win. Alright, then I'll win. When Zhang Yu said this, the people in the convoy couldn't help but find it amusing. How could someone be so arrogant? Wu Yiluan was arrogant because he had the capital. What do you have? And that Hong Jia looked at Zhang Yu with a calm expression. Her heart skipped a beat. This young man was too composed, exuding the aura of a great general. It seemed he had 100% confidence, and it wasn't just baseless bragging. 3 minutes passed. The second car of the person from earlier also drove out. Zhang Yu was also driving, arriving at the starting point. A white line was drawn on the ground with lime, marking the starting line. As he reached the starting line, Zhang Yu looked at the dark expanse ahead. Suddenly, he felt a spark ignite within him. If not considering other factors, This adventure truly felt fresh and exhilarating. Zhang Yu, you should be able to do it, right? Sume stood by the roadside, looking at Zhang Yu in the driver's seat, her expression calm. Suddenly, she recalled the awkwardness of not catching up to him last time on the Riverside Avenue. Confidence surged within her. She was already the fastest in the police force. In the city motorcycle competition, she had placed in the top 3. But that day, she was still left in the dust by Zhang Yu, unable to even catch a whiff of his exhaust, returning empty-handed. This time, although he was driving his own car, Sume believed Zhang Yu could definitely win. Time's up. With a whistle from someone on site, Zhang Yu drove away from the starting point, heading towards the mountaintop. Ahead lay the winding mountain road. At the sharpest turns, half of the car had to be off the road. This kid really dares to challenge. Young Master Wu has participated in rally races. This mountain road is child's play for him. That person actually dares to challenge young Master Wu, truly overestimating himself. Hey, I just remembered, the whistle was blown 10 seconds late. Will that have any impact? 10 seconds late? Do you know how many people can be overtaken in a rally race in 10 seconds? But it doesn't matter, young Master Wu will definitely overtake him by minutes, so it's irrelevant. Hong Jia, what do you think? A group of people looked at the sexy woman in leather pants. I'll just watch. Hong Jia took out a tablet. The screen displayed several red dots, clearly showing the real-time location of each car. This was because, before the race, a positioning device had been installed in each car. The locator wasn't expensive, just a few hundred yuan each, but it was effective. Since the mountain road had been cleared in advance, some risky spots had personnel set up road signs. The safety measures were quite good, comparable to professional racing organizations. After all, many of these car enthusiasts had experience in amateur racing events. At this moment, Sume and Sasha watched as Zhang Yu drove out of sight. They couldn't help but feel a bit worried about how he was doing now. Come here, you two. Hong Jia looked up and waved at them. Are you calling us? Sasha asked, pointing to herself. I assume you both want to keep an eye on his race. Come over and watch. Hong Jia smiled. The others didn't understand why Hong Jia was doing this, but she surely had her reasons. What the others should do was keep quiet about it. After all, Hong Jia had quite a reputation. Even Wu Yiluan had to give her some face. Naturally, they didn't dare to question her. Sume and Sasha moved closer. They saw the red dots on the tablet, marked with numbers 1, 2, and 3, corresponding to the starting order. What the hell? What's going on? At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. On the screen, Zhang Yu's car number 3, after slowly adapting to the mountain road conditions during the starting phase, began to gradually accelerate, because there was a 3-minute gap before the departure. At first, car no. 3 was quite far behind car no. 2, and even further from Wu Yiluan's car no. 1. But now, they could clearly see that Zhang Yu's car was gradually speeding up. The distance to car no. 2 had closed by almost half. There were only a few minutes left until departure. How did he manage to do it so quickly? At this moment, feedback messages from several partners halfway up the mountain came through the long-range intercom. Car no. 1 has passed the first continuous sharp turn. Car no. 3 has passed the first continuous uphill and downhill, and is currently accelerating. Interesting, Sister Hong murmured. The one called Zhang Yu should be coming to the mountain for the first time. But aside from being a bit unfamiliar with the road conditions at the beginning, his speed was now the fastest. If he could maintain this instantaneous speed, and then catch up a bit more later, Zhang Yu's total time would be the shortest. Sasha, seeing the data on the screen, couldn't help but pump her fist and shout, "Yay! Sasha, what's going on?" Sume still couldn't quite understand the data. Zhang Yu's average speed per minute is the fastest among the 3 cars. Sasha explained, he was just a bit slow at the beginning, but if he catches up a bit more later, he can take first place. Zhang Yu is that impressive? Sume's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wu Yiluan was a professional racer, and the driver of the middle car had participated in several rally competitions. Zhang Yu had no prior professional racing experience. Coming to the mountain without having checked the road conditions in advance or having a road book, who would have thought he would have the fastest instantaneous speed now? Don't celebrate too early. The real test hasn't even started. I think he just got lucky and is bold. This stretch of road has hardly any turns. Who can't drive in a straight line? The crowd scoffed. The mountain road had 3 major sections. They had only just passed the first stage. The conditions in the next 2 sections would be more complex. The higher they went, the worse it would get. At that point, even a slight delay in reaction could lead to crashing into a pile of rocks. Moreover, visibility at night was poor, further testing one's skills and familiarity with the road conditions. I think you should let your Zhang Yu drop out, or he might run off the road later. You should let your young Master Wu drop out, Zhang Yu will definitely win, Shasha retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. Sister Hong, how far ahead am I now? At this moment, Wu Yiluan's voice came through the intercom. Your current speed is in second place, Sister Hong said expressionlessly. Second? Wu Yiluan in the car was clearly surprised. That fat Bo kid, who had trouble finishing the race before, is performing so well this time? The fat Bo he mentioned was the friend who started second. No, the fastest speed is Zhang Yu, Sister Hong said, staring at the screen. At that moment, Zhang Yu was already 10 seconds ahead of Wu Yiluan. What? It's him. Wu Yiluan's voice suddenly rose by several decibels. Then, everyone heard the sound of him accelerating the car through the intercom. Wu Yiluan, the conditions on the second stretch are more complex than the first, and visibility is poor, Sister Hong reminded. The maximum safe speed is 80 km per hour, and you're already at 83, slow down. Don't worry, Sister Hong, Wu Yiluan said confidently with a smile. I've run this stretch more than once. I can handle it under 85. Young master is impressive, driving 85 on this stretch. If it were me, I could only manage 40 at most. High skill brings boldness. Young master Wu will definitely win this time. At this moment, Sasha and Su-mei both showed worried expressions. They were afraid he wouldn't win and concerned about the safety of the mountain road. They just hoped he could finish the race smoothly. The two emotions intertwined, leaving them unsure of what to do. Moreover, when Zhang Yu set off, he hadn't taken the walkie-talkie they provided. It was unclear whether he had forgotten it or if it was intentional. In that case, Zhang Yu wouldn't know what his situation was. Just then, Su-mei's phone suddenly rang. When she looked at it, it was actually a call from Zhang Yu. How could he find the time to call while driving in such a situation? With doubt, she cautiously answered. Su-mei, can you see the situation of the vehicles ahead? Zhang Yu asked directly. I can see. She glanced at the screen, trying to decipher the data displayed. Your current instantaneous speed is 7 seconds slower than the first car, and compared to the second car. Alright, I got it. Hang up. I'm driving now. On the road, Zhang Yu heard the information Su-mei relayed and guessed the situation. He possessed top-notch driving skills and had already reached maximum speed while ensuring safety and that the vehicle wouldn't have any issues. If he increased his speed further, he would need to concentrate even more, because with every slight increase in speed, the risk would grow. And now, he was still 7 seconds slower. This indicated that Wu Yiluan was already driving at a speed exceeding the safe limit. To win, he was truly willing to risk everything. As for the speed of the second car, it was irrelevant. As long as he surpassed the first car, he would naturally be in first place. Thus, he quickly reacted. He pressed the accelerator, and the speed reached 86. Damn! Car number 3 has accelerated. I can't be seeing this wrong. The speed is actually 86 kilometers. Is he really that bold on this road for the first time? The maximum safe speed is only 80. The friends at the foot of the mountain were astonished as they saw the red dot on the screen change. Sister Hong also watched the red dot representing car number 3, which had clearly sped up. Although he had started 3 minutes late, to be precise, 3 minutes and 10 seconds, he was already close to catching up with car number 2. Damn, is that guy a monster? I can actually see him in the rearview mirror. The voice from car number 2 came through the walkie-talkie, filled with despair. Seeing the car behind in the rearview mirror, the distance between the two cars was no more than 200 meters. This was undoubtedly a huge blow for him. Fei Bo had run in several professional races after all. Now, to be on the verge of being overtaken by the last car despite starting 3 minutes earlier? Car number 2 was thrown into chaos. What's the situation now? Clearly, Wu Yiluan in car number 1 glanced down at the series of sharp turns. He saw car number 2 and car number 3 almost in the same position. He had started 6 minutes earlier, yet the last car could see his taillights? He quickly asked over the walkie-talkie. Young Master Wu, car number 3, Zhang Yu's current speed is 86. No, it's 87 now. 87? Wu Yiluan was surprised. What does he want to do? What can he do? Of course, he wants to win against you, Sasha interjected with her arms crossed. Wu Yiluan fell silent. There was no sound from the walkie-talkie. Everyone saw the red dot representing car number 1 accelerate to 85. This was also the maximum speed Wu Yiluan could handle, but it still wasn't enough. Fei Bo. At this moment, Wu Yiluan switched to another channel to speak to car number 2. Since you can't win anyway, I'm giving you a task. Block his line of sight, interfere with his timing, and don't let him catch up. Understood. Fei Bo knew that today's race was actually a contest between Wu Yiluan and Zhang Yu. All he had to do was to block Zhang Yu and affect his time, and Wu Yiluan could win. Hey, this is cheating! Shasha shouted. How can you do this? Is this how you win? She was very clear in her heart that if car no. 2 got entangled, the time advantage accumulated earlier would be consumed here. So what? As long as we can win, anything we do is justified. The other drivers shouted proudly. Fei Bo's auxiliary vehicle was now at the moment of sacrifice. Sister Hong watched as the red dots of car No. 2 and No. 3 were almost intertwined. How could he be like this? Is he willing to do anything to win? Sister Hong didn't speak, but her mind was also lost in thought. This makes me doubt how he won before. Even though this was an informal race, there were still basic rules. Without rules, what was the point? At this moment, on the winding mountain road, Zhengyu saw that car No. 2 ahead had clearly slowed down. However, it didn't yield the way. This road was only 2 lanes wide. Car No. 2 was right in the middle. Zhang Yu couldn't overtake directly. He had to honk a few times to signal the car ahead to move aside. But Fei Bo, having received his task, had no intention of yielding. Forget it. Zhang Yu stepped on the gas, preparing to force an overtake. Although the road was only 2 lanes, there were about half a meter wide dirt paths on both sides. Half a meter was enough. What the hell does he want to do? Feeling Zhang Yu speeding up, Fei Bo was suddenly thrown into chaos. He wasn't prepared for this. He felt the car behind him brush past, directly scraping off his right rearview mirror. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Damn it, my new car! Fei Bo cried out in pain. Suddenly, he lost all interest in the race and pulled over to the side of the road. Zhang Yu is amazing. He overtook. At the foot of the mountain, Shasha jumped up excitedly as she watched the screen. He started 3 minutes late and still overtook the second car. Wu Yiluan's friends looked dejected as they saw Fei Bo being left behind by Zhang Yu. Fei Bo's round of consumption didn't delay Zhang Yu too much. Now Zhang Yu still had a few seconds of lead. At this moment, the car had passed the last bend. Zhang Yu could already see the lights of the mountaintop resort. Wu Yiluan arrived at the resort's finish line at a speed of 85. At the finish line, several friends rushed over. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Wu Yiluan said proudly as he got out of the car. This time, his time was more than a minute faster than his previous best. Young Master Wu, I'm afraid it's a bit precarious. The 2 people at the top of the mountain held the same tablet. Your final race time is 31 minutes and 5 seconds. If car No. 3 maintains its current speed, what's the current data on his car? Wu Yiluan couldn't help but ask. If he finishes at this speed, his time will be 29 minutes and 57 seconds. No, it's 29 minutes and 50 seconds. He's speeding up again. At this moment, another person suddenly shouted as he looked ahead. A car with its headlights on was coming this way. In the last few dozen meters, it still showed no sign of slowing down. Zhang Yu saw Wu Yiluan's car and knew that this was the finish line. The road at the top of the mountain was a semicircular loop. He drove past Wu Yiluan's car and executed a beautiful drift on the semicircular road. He smoothly parked the car in front of a place called Mountaintop Tavern. Great, Zhang Yu won. After seeing the final results on the screen, Sasha was overjoyed and hugged Sume. I knew he would definitely win. I wasn't worried at all. Sasha felt that this trip to the mountain was truly worth it. She never expected Zhang Yu's driving skills to be this impressive. As long as he won, that's good, Sume said lightly, patting Sasha's back, more like she was comforting herself. No one knew how worried she had been just moments ago. Her heart was in her throat, beating at 180. If she got any more nervous, it would leap out. Even knowing that Zhang Yu had successfully reached the summit, she still felt a wave of fear. Sister Hong, are you going to the top? If you are, take us along, Sasha said to Sister Hong. She was the only one among this group with whom they could communicate normally. The others were just. Who were they? Of course, hop in, Sister Hong smiled. Sister Hong, how can you take them? Complained the other drivers nearby. They went against us and just beat us. You know it was you guys, Sister Hong chuckled, then got into the car. Wait, what does she mean? The others were still pondering her words. Does she mean we're not on the same team? Is she just here to watch? Confused, everyone got into their cars and drove towards the summit. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Your drift just now was so cool. At that moment, Zhang Yu got out of the car. In the tavern at the top, many girls with wavy black hair and long legs saw a car outside, stylishly drifting. They instantly got excited. They had done their research online and knew that cars often raced on the mountain roads. The finish line was near the tavern. Sitting in the tavern, they could see the thrilling scenes. Moreover, they could often see various luxury cars. They came here with the mindset of feasting their eyes. When Wu Yiluan's car came by earlier, they thought it was somewhat ordinary. Their threshold had been raised. There was nothing particularly surprising. But when Zhang Yu's car appeared, they immediately got hyped. In a place like the summit, No one dared to play like that. The last person who did ended up driving off a cliff. There were even several signs along the roadside prohibiting racing. It had been a long time since anyone had played like that. Today, when Zhang Yu's car appeared, it was a feast for their eyes. Handsome guy, you must be tired. Let me buy you a cocktail. Handsome guy, are you a professional racer? Where can I watch your races? I want to see. A group of chattering girls asked, each with a strong desire in their eyes. They were all restless at heart, loving adventure and excitement. If they could ride in his car and speed like that, they would do anything. Many girls took out their phones, recording videos of the scene and narrating what had just happened. In the tavern, the surveillance camera at the entrance captured the cool moment of Zhang Yu's drift. Realizing this was a huge business opportunity, it quickly spread online, tagged with the location of the Summit Tavern. This video rapidly attracted a lot of attention online. Wow, the mountain version of Fast and Furious is back. That drift was so cool. I heard this car is making its debut here, and it's so impressive. And his defeated opponent is the professional racer Wu Iluan. Which Wu Iluan? Who else? The second son of the commandant of the combat readiness zone. Wow, so who is the one who came in first? Did he win in skill and background? Who saw Wu Iluan not show some respect? The discussions online grew more and more. Pan Yuyao, who enjoyed surfing the internet, came across this video. At that moment, the three of them had just finished work and were on their way back to Binjiang Mansion after leaving the airport. Look, Zhang Yu is in the spotlight again today. What's the theme this time? Lu Hanxiao asked. He was racing at Pan Mountain and won first place, beating professional drivers. A lot of people in the city are discussing it. Pan Yuyao read the online news. He's not at home. He went racing at Pan Mountain? Lu Hanxiao, who was driving, slowly pulled the car over to the side of the road. She checked Pan Yuyao's phone and watched the video captured by the surveillance camera. The handsome drifting was indeed impressive. Outside the highway railing was a bottomless cliff. Moreover, Lu Hanxiao also noticed that the car he was driving wasn't a professional one. It was her best friend Sumei's car. Refreshing the page again, she found that several cars had appeared at the mountaintop, seemingly with those who had just raced. A few tall beauties got out of one of the Aston Martins. Looking closely, one of them was her good friend. When did they become so close? A sense of crisis suddenly arose in Lu Hanxiao's heart. Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao also spotted those beauties. Isn't that beauty a traffic police officer? How did they end up together? I don't know. Let's go home first. Lu Hanxiao restarted the car. Zhang Yu, your performance just now was amazing. Sasha got out of the car, found Zhang Yu, and directly gave him a big hug in front of everyone. Their bodies were very close. Zhang Yu didn't know where to put his hands and could only raise his arms to show his innocence. Alright, you're making him gasp for air, Sumei reminded. Sasha was truly a social terror, not shy at all. Releasing the hug, Sasha casually said, if you hadn't said anything, I almost couldn't help but kiss him just now. Sumei smiled helplessly, she was just that carefree. Wu Iluan, losing is losing, just summarize it well, Hong Jie said. Only she dared to say the word lose to him face to face. No way, I didn't perform well just now, I want a rematch, Wu Iluan said. Zhang Yu walked directly in front of Wu Iluan and smiled. If I calculated correctly, I should have won you by minutes, right? Is there really a need for a rematch? If it were just a few seconds, it could be called a regret. But with over a minute difference, it was unnecessary. I just won't accept it, Wu Iluan said resentfully. Either we have a rematch, or you can't leave. In front of so many people, Wu Iluan simply couldn't accept the fact that he lost to Zhang Yu. If he didn't regain his honor, it would be a stain on him. So he had to win to wash away his unwillingness. Ignoring everything said before, he directly started to play dirty. His friends naturally stood by his side, all shouting, rematch, it must be a rematch. Young Master Wu wasn't prepared, otherwise, he would definitely win. Young Master Wu on the downhill is the real racing god. It seemed they had completely forgotten that he had instructed Carnot, Fei Bo, to block Zhang Yu, delaying him for nearly a minute. Otherwise, Zhang Yu would have won with a huge advantage of 2 minutes. How can this person not accept losing? Since it's a competition, you must follow the rules. Losing is losing, winning is winning. Isn't this just being unreasonable? The people at the mountaintop tavern and some nearby couldn't help but comment on the scene before them. Shu, can you keep your voices down? Someone reminded. This is the second son of the commander of the Central Military District. You dare to talk about beheading him? The commander's son? I've seen the commander on TV. How could he have such a son? Isn't this just tarnishing the family's reputation? Forget it, let's not say too much. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourselves. Then what about that handsome guy who just beat him? Doesn't he know the other party's identity? In the crowd, everyone was also confused. The situation was changing too quickly to comprehend. Hey, Wu Iluan, how can you play dirty like this? Shasha couldn't help but step forward. At her age, she was full of youthful passion and fearlessness. Seeing the other party cheat so thoroughly, she couldn't stand by any longer. Zhang Yu looked at her. He didn't say anything. It was just right for her to be his mouthpiece. Everyone saw you lose. That's right. Wu Iluan looked at Shasha. Didn't I say? That last round was just me not performing well. If we compete again, I will definitely win. Ha! Shasha laughed. Zhang Yu won by more than a minute. If you hadn't had Carno to block him, the lead would have been even greater. You don't really think that you've been in first place because of your real strength, do you? Everyone has just been letting you win, playing along with you. Shasha raised her head and said, am I wrong, everyone? Her question left the other racers silent, turning their heads away. Wu Iluan glanced at the crowd and then at Sister Hong beside him. He then smiled. I don't care. Either we compete again, or... He paused. Shasha, you're not going home today. Wu Iluan, what do you want? Shasha felt a bit scared and brought up her father's identity. My dad is Sha Ruekong. Do you dare to stop me? Amir Sha Ruekong has to bow 3 times and knock his head 9 times when he comes to my house. Why would I be afraid? Wu Iluan scoffed. Saying this, he stepped forward, reaching out to touch Shasha's face. Oh, just look at this face full of collagen. So tender it could squeeze out water. What are you doing? Shasha raised a hand to block him, stepping back. Zhang Yu saw Wu Iluan trying to tease Shasha and wanted to step in to stop it. However, several of Wu Iluan's subordinates reached out to block him. Wu Iluan, what are you doing? Sister Hong couldn't help but speak up, watching the scene unfold. Racing is racing. Why is it turning into a fight? She had come to Jiangqing this time, entrusting Wu Iluan to take care of things. The two families had been family friends, but they hadn't seen each other in many years. In her memory, Wu Iluan had at least been a normal child when he was young. How had he changed so much after a few years? He was just like a young master now. Relying on his family's power, he was doing whatever he wanted. But because there was always someone cleaning up after him, Wu Iluan became increasingly reckless. The whole Jiangcheng had to revolve around him. Sister Hong, this is between me and her, you don't need to interfere. Anyway, during your stay in Jiangcheng, I will arrange for someone to take good care of you. Wu Iluan was now on a roll and didn't want to hear Sister Hong's interference. He was like a giant baby who had grown up in a greenhouse, never having faced any setbacks. His mindset was like that of a child. He had to get whatever he wanted. If he couldn't, he would throw a tantrum. With such a second-generation heir, who would dare to really confront him? They could only go along with his wishes. Over time, Wu Iluan became more and more unruly and arrogant. If Sister Hong continued to advise him, he didn't know if he would still give her face. So, it seems that you have to compete in this second round? At this moment, Zhang Yu stepped forward and said, looking at the current situation, everything that was said at the foot of the mountain has completely become void. Zhang Yu, don't agree to him. Even if you win again, he will still have something to say. Shasha couldn't help but say, it's fine. Zhang Yu smiled. Agreeing to the competition is one thing. If he doesn't agree, there will inevitably be conflicts in other areas. All right. Wu Iluan, seeing that he accepted the challenge, was immensely pleased. Then this time, let's race down the mountain. Same rules as before, whoever takes the least time wins. With that, he got back into his vehicle, turned it around, and prepared to set off again. Young Master Wu, you must win this time. Just blow him away. Let's send a few people down the mountain to prepare. The other car enthusiasts also shouted at this moment. Zhang Yu, indifferent, got back into his car. At this moment, he made a decision in his heart. System, I want to use a wipeout card. He sat in the car and activated the system. This Wu Iluan was just a persistent nuisance. Whether he won or lost, the outcome would be the same. Since that's the case, let Wu Iluan suffer a bit. Life and death are fated. The rest depends on his fortune. Host, please select the target you wish to wipe out. The system prompted. Wipeout target, Wu Iluan. Zhang Yu said without hesitation. Using the wipeout card would allow him to make him disappear without anyone knowing. After submitting the information, a spinning circle appeared on the system interface. It seemed to be reviewing whether this wipeout card was valid. Congratulations, host. The wipeout card has been successfully used. Effective time, within 5 minutes. Soon, after processing the information, the system popped up a notification that the card had been used. Zhang Yu then exited the system. Zhang Yu, are you really going to compete with him again? Sume came to his window at this time, anxiously asking. She had also witnessed Wu Iluan's shamelessness and didn't know how to handle such a situation. It's fine. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. Seeing him, Sume's unease suddenly settled down a lot. At this moment, Wu Iluan started his car. The engine roared. Huge clouds of dust rose from the ground. The cheering car enthusiasts, caught in a mouthful of dust, spat a few times and stepped back. Wu Yiluan drove his car, launching off the line with a powerful start. Wow, young Master Wu is amazing. He's starting off with a bang. Hey, what's going on? The car enthusiasts cheered halfway when they suddenly noticed that Wu Yiluan's car seemed to be out of control, swerving erratically. Young Master Wu, it's dangerous. Everyone saw the front of the car heading straight for the railing and shouted in alarm. However, it was as if he didn't hear them, showing no reaction, and the car seemed uncontrollable. The car crashed through the railing and sped out. What the hell? What's happening? How did the car go out? Tourists near the mountaintop tavern saw this scene and rushed to the railing. Then they saw the sports car break through the railing and tumble down the cliff. The headlights were on, drawing circles in the air. The scene was too shocking. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What are you standing there for? Hurry and call for help. Sister Hong was the first to say. Wu Yiluan's friends, coming to their senses, quickly got busy. They called the fire department, emergency services, and police, making sure to contact everyone. Sister Hong also personally called the commander of the readiness zone. This situation was too serious. No one dared to make that call, fearing the commander's wrath. Only Sister Hong was suitable for the task. After making a few calls, Jiang City was immediately shaken. Upon learning that young Master Wu Air's car had plunged off a cliff, all departments sprang into action overnight. Every unit was brightly lit, urgently assembling. Su Guoqiang also received the notification and prepared to personally lead the team to the scene. The location of the accident was indeed on the winding mountain road. Moreover, Wu Yiluan's car had also rolled down from that very mountain. Before departing, he immediately called Su Mei. Su Mei, are you all at the mountain? Do you know about the accident? Hurry back. I know, Su Mei replied on the phone. But we probably can't leave now because we just saw his car go off the cliff with our own eyes. Can't leave? What's going on? Su Guoqiang asked. Then, Su Mei did not hold back and directly explained the whole situation regarding the racing incident. You all, I'll talk to you when I get there. Su Guoqiang hung up the phone and got into the vehicle that was dispatched. 3 or 4 police cars set out simultaneously. Based on his judgment, Wu Yiluan's car had indeed gone off the cliff by itself. If subsequent investigations showed no tampering with the vehicle, then it would be purely a personal operational error that led to the outcome. But even so, Zhang Yu and the others would likely get into some trouble. Those people would attribute Wu Yiluan's crash to Zhang Yu. If it weren't for their racing, this outcome wouldn't have happened. Even if the police had their own methods and conclusions for investigation, the commander of the combat readiness zone would not let this matter rest and would definitely apply pressure regarding the incident. This was indeed a troublesome situation. However, the immediate priority was to reach the scene quickly to prevent the situation from escalating. At the same time, Su Guoqiang quickly called the public relations and communications departments. This matter could not spread online. It had to be handled discreetly. Just after finishing the call, Sha Ruikong's call came in. Old Su, where are you now? I'm on my way to the mountain. So am I. Let's meet at the foot of the mountain first. There was no way around it. A single person's car accident shouldn't normally attract the attention of their level. However, the person involved was the commander's second son, which changed the nature of the situation. Therefore, upon receiving the news, they all set out immediately. In the chaotic night, vehicles from all sides were converging towards the mountain. The nighttime undoubtedly posed great difficulties for the search and rescue efforts. At this moment, at the mountaintop, those onlookers who were watching the drama filmed the crash video, wanting to post it online, only to find they couldn't send anything out at all. Even the nearby signal was lost, and their phones had turned into bricks. It seemed that the mountaintop had become an information island. The outside world had no idea what was happening inside, and the news from within couldn't be transmitted out. For a moment, the crowd became somewhat chaotic. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Yu got Su Mei and Sha Sha into the car. You guys can't leave. That group of car enthusiasts, after a moment of panic, also set their sights on Zhang Yu. If it weren't for you racing in this competition, how could young Master Wu have gone off the mountain? This group of car enthusiasts was now filled with regret. With Wu Yiluan's crash and the commander's wrath, who among these ordinary people could bear the consequences? So, they quickly turned their blame towards Zhang Yu. Yes, if they were questioned later, they would firmly pin the blame on Zhang Yu, shifting all the responsibility onto him. They had so many witnesses, while Zhang Yu had at most 3 people on his side. There shouldn't be any problems. Realizing that there were still dozens of onlookers at the scene, they also sent people to apply both soft and hard tactics, trying to get them to cooperate in falsely accusing Zhang Yu. Oh, no wonder the signal suddenly dropped, and nothing can be sent out. You want us to frame a good person? We just saw with our own eyes that his car went off by itself. We can at most say nothing and commit perjury, which is against the law. Exactly. Although young Master Wu has a big background, that person doesn't seem to be a soft persimmon either. It's best not to offend either side. Besides, young Master Wu's reputation isn't great to begin with. We shouldn't get involved in this matter. Among the onlookers, there were still a few who had their own opinions. Their opposition also garnered some agreement from others. Wu Yiluan's few underlings, seeing that they couldn't silence them, warned, in any case, you either cooperate or keep your mouths shut. Then, they directed their vehicles to surround Zhang Yu's car. Someone even pulled out a baseball bat and threatened, Zhang, don't be a turtle hiding in its shell, get out. Zhang Yu. Sume pressed down on Zhang Yu's arm, a bit worried. It's chaotic outside, let's wait until my dad arrives to talk. Otherwise, who knows what uncontrollable things might happen. Although she was a traffic police officer, it was clear she couldn't do anything at this moment. You all stay in the car, lock the doors and windows. I'll go take a look, Zhang Yu said. No way. This matter concerns me too. We should face it together. At that moment, Shasha also opened the car door and got out with Zhang Yu. Hey! Sume sighed and got out as well. The two of them stood on either side of Zhang Yu. Zhang, if anything happens to young Master Wu today, you will be the primary culprit. The person across from him pointed and said. Zhang Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. Indeed, Wu Yiluan's car went off the cliff, and it was I who used the erasure card. But how could you possibly know that? The onlookers saw clearly that he flipped out on his own. No one touched him. You can't just shift the blame like that. At this moment, several police cars arrived, sirens blaring. We are the Jiangcheng police, unrelated personnel, step back. Su Guoqiang led his team and quickly took control of the scene. The area where the fence was broken was also cordoned off, with personnel guarding it. Director Su, you're here. Among the car enthusiasts, Fei Bo, who had some status, stepped forward and said, young Master Wu's situation is unknown, you need to hurry and rescue him. Don't worry, the firefighters have already started the search and rescue at the foot of the mountain, Su Guoqiang replied. What was the situation at the scene just now? Director Su, it was him. Fei Bo pointed at Zhang Yu. Before Su Guoqiang could finish listening, he said, we handle cases based on evidence. Everyone should leave first and keep your phones available. If anything comes up, we will summon you. But, no buts, it's too late. Your family must be worried about you, hurry back. Su Guoqiang was indeed one of the top 10 figures who could speak in Jiangcheng. Among these car enthusiasts, the one with the biggest background was only from the district. Thus, they didn't dare say anything in front of Su Guoqiang. They all left in a dejected manner. Having just witnessed Wu Yiluan's car accident, they drove down the slope very cautiously, at a speed of only about 20. Hong Jie glanced at Zhang Yu and also left the scene. Uncle. After those people left, Shasha stepped forward. I saw with my own eyes that his car went off by itself. So what? At that moment, an official vehicle arrived. Sha Ruweikong got out of the car. He is young Master Wu, the youngest son most favored by the commander. Dad, what are you saying? Just because he has a big background, does that mean we can't talk about the facts? Shasha said discontentedly. The onlookers at the tavern on the mountain top were astonished. Wasn't that Sha Ruweikong, the newly appointed #1 figure in Jiangcheng? He actually came personally to deal with this matter. What was even more surprising was, Sasha and Sume, these two girls, turned out to be the daughters of Secretary Sha and Director Su. For a moment, it was a bit bewildering. Today, they had seen several true deities of Jiangcheng. So many children of big shots had come. Then there was a sense of regret. Even the daughters of such figures had almost been harassed by that young Master Wu just now. They nearly couldn't leave. One can only imagine how many good young women he must have troubled. To tumble down from the mountain, wasn't it also a kind of fate? It seemed that heaven couldn't stand it any longer and was coming to collect him. Although so many big shots were present, they didn't dare to show too obvious expressions. But their thoughts indeed reflected such a mentality. Why could Wu Yiluan act recklessly just because of his identity, treating others as if they were nothing? Seeing him end up like this brought a lot of psychological balance. Alright, everyone, stop the noise, Su Guoqiang said, we need to control the scene. I ask everyone to go down the mountain immediately. If evidence collection is needed, we will contact you all. Dad, Sume also wanted to say something. Su Guoqiang interrupted them, including you two, go down the mountain. Let's go. Zhang Yu gestured for the two of them to leave. With them taking over this matter, it would just follow the normal procedures. After Zhang Yu and the others left, Su Guoqiang directed the officers to retrieve the surveillance footage from the scene, as well as the tire tracks and driving trajectories on the road. Strange business, he frowned. Even with decades of experience in handling cases, he couldn't understand the feelings presented by the evidence before him. Old Su, what's wrong? Sha Ruweikong asked. Old Sha, look here, Su Guoqiang showed him. Wu Yiluan's car was normal when it first started driving. Then, without any warning, it suddenly swerved sharply and crashed into the fence. What does that indicate? Sha Ruwei-kong didn't understand these things either. In my experience, such a sudden turn usually has two possibilities, either a sudden illness or someone grabbing the steering wheel. Grabbing the steering wheel is impossible. According to the surveillance, he was the only one in the car from start to finish. As for the illness, if we rule out congenital diseases, it's unlikely for such a young guy. So what are you trying to say? Sha Ruwei-kong looked at Su Guoqiang. Is this like being controlled by a ghost? Of course, that's impossible. The two of them didn't believe in such ghosts and gods, but they couldn't explain the phenomena they had witnessed. We can only investigate slowly. The most urgent thing now is to find the person. Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain over there, Su Guoqiang said. Suddenly, Zhang Yu came to his mind. This was someone who had no foundation in Jiangcheng but had suddenly risen to prominence. Yet, in such a short time, he had become a major shareholder in a rice technology company and also in a financial company. It exuded a strange feeling that was hard to describe. And coincidentally, Wu Yiluan had an accident tonight, and Zhang Yu had witnessed the whole thing. However, he hadn't done anything. It was unclear what kind of connection there was in between. In any case, it was very mysterious, completely inscrutable. Just as Sha Ruwei-kong was about to say something, he received a phone call. After answering, he realized it was the commander of the combat readiness zone calling. Little Sha, how's the situation at the scene? Has my son been found? A deep voice on the other end sounded a bit anxious. Director Wu, please don't worry. We have dispatched hundreds of rescue teams and are searching with all our might. Sha Ruwei-kong glanced at the foot of the mountain. Below, it was brightly lit, with dozens of vehicles parked by the roadside. Hundreds of flashlights and searchlights were responding to each other. To mobilize so many people just to find one person was truly unprecedented in Jiangcheng. Have the reasons for the incident been investigated clearly? I am on site with Director Su, and the preliminary conclusion is that it was an accident, Sha Ruwei-kong said into the microphone. Accident? The person on the other end sounded puzzled, pausing for a few seconds. But I heard from those who came back that this incident is related to someone named Zhang Yu. Is that true? Commander Wu, based on the on-site investigation, it indeed appears to be an accident, Sha Ruwei-kong replied calmly. As for Zhang Yu, there is indeed such a person mentioned in the investigation, but currently, he has no direct suspicion. Even though Zhang Yu was involved in this racing incident, there were dozens of witnesses at the scene. So many people wouldn't lie. Zhang Yu had no control over Wu Yiluan's vehicle. Moreover, Sha Ruwei-kong's intention was to protect Zhang Yu, essentially vouching for him in this matter. After all, Zhang Yu was an important catalyst in his promotion process. He wouldn't do something like abandoning him after using him. Furthermore, he had entrusted his precious daughter, Sasha, to Zhang Yu's care. He couldn't let that suddenly fall through. Oh, on the other end of the phone, Commander Wu, hearing Sha Ruwei-kong say this, could only respond, "Then I must trouble Secretary Sha to make a trip personally." Although his rank was equivalent to that of a provincial level in Jingchu, he was not in the same system. He couldn't exert control over the Jiangcheng municipal government. To put it bluntly, if he pressed further, Sha Ruwei-kong could easily have a reason not to cooperate. Making things too tense would be counterproductive. For instance, right now, all the rescue teams were from Sha Ruwei-kong's side. If there were delays, it would be even harder to ensure his son's safety. Thus, Commander Wu added, "Then I must trouble Secretary Sha to quickly find my son's whereabouts." Absolutely, Sha Ruwei-kong replied, then hung up the phone, cursing Wu Yiluan internally a dozen times. Before arriving at the scene, he had roughly pieced together the events based on the situation. It was Wu Yiluan who wanted to flirt with his daughter Sasha, which forced Zhang Yu to come out and race. From this perspective, Zhang Yu had become a benefactor to the Sha family. As for Wu Yiluan, falling off the cliff was simply heaven's way of taking him. Report! The person and the vehicle have been found. At that moment, at the foot of the mountain, the rescue team called in with a report. The person has been found? Get the emergency team in there quickly. After giving the order, Sha Ruwei-kong and Su Guoqiang rushed to the scene of the incident. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Sha Ruwei-kong and Su Guoqiang saw a person, completely wrapped up, being carried out on a stretcher by several people from the dense thicket. Seeing the situation was dire, they didn't move, and an oxygen mask was already in place. A crane also arrived, ready to lift the vehicle out, which would be an important piece of evidence for the police investigation. Sha Ruwei-kong glanced at the car. It was basically wrecked beyond recognition. Not a single piece of metal was intact. How is Wu Yiluan? Sha Ruwei-kong asked. Multiple crush fractures all over, severe head trauma. Currently in a serious coma. The situation is critical. After emergency bandaging and stabilization on site, he needs to be sent to the hospital for urgent care, the rescue team replied, then loaded Wu Yiluan into the ambulance, heading towards the hospital. Outside the hospital's emergency room, a middle-aged man in plain clothes anxiously waited. A few uniformed guards stood straight along the corridor. The operating room lights went out. Several doctors in white coats took off their masks and walked out. "Doctor, how is the situation?" Commander Wu hurriedly approached and asked. "We have organized the best specialists for the surgery. However, your son's condition is not optimistic, I'm afraid." The lead surgeon paused. "Afraid of what?" Commander Wu glared at him. "Due to the severity of the injuries, he is barely clinging to life. But I'm afraid, young master, he may not wake up." "Not wake up? Doesn't that mean he's in a vegetative state? What's the difference between living and dying?" Commander Wu nearly collapsed at that moment. Several guards stepped forward to support him, preventing him from falling. The nurses and interns behind the lead surgeon were also somewhat frightened. After all, they already knew the identity of the person in front of them. He was the number one figure in the central military district, a person of great power in Jingchu. They feared he might, in a moment of desperation, utter that classic domineering line, demanding they all accompany him to the grave. However, domineering novels are ultimately just novels. Commander Wu had led hundreds of thousands of people. After so many years, he had seen all kinds of grand scenes. Therefore, his expression remained stable. He waved his hand, signaling the doctor to leave. Then he instructed the guards, "Go, call Master Ma over." The guards complied and left. Before long, an elderly man dressed in a tang suit approached. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He walked with a vigorous stride, causing the papers posted along the corridor to flutter and sway, showcasing his impressive internal martial arts skills. His sharp gaze was intimidating. Following him was a foreign giant with blue eyes and a big beard. He was the honored guest of the Wu family, Master Wu Iluan's teacher, Ma Weigua. Commander Wu, Ma Weigua quickly stepped forward to greet him. "How is young Master Wu?" Before entering, he had heard that something had happened to young Master Wu and anticipated that it was serious. He had been waiting outside the hospital for Commander Wu's summons. "Master Ma, the situation isn't too good." Commander Wu patted his shoulder. "Although the people from Jiangcheng Shirokang say it was an accident, I suspect there's something more to it." His eyes were red as he spoke. "There are some matters I can't handle personally. I'm entrusting you to deal with this. If we find out who is responsible, they must not be spared." Ma Weigui was the head of a martial arts organization, with hundreds of apprentices training under him. His former disciples were spread across various fields: bodyguards, security team leaders, and professionals who did dirty work. It could be said that all walks of life converged in one place. Such a person, working behind the scenes, could act as a black glove, making things much more convenient and discreet. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't fall back on him. The retainers he had nurtured for so long were once again coming into play. He just hadn't expected that this time it would be because his own son was lying inside, fighting for his life. His mindset had undergone a tremendous change. "Rest assured, Commander Wu," Ma Weigua said. "Young Master Wu is also my disciple. I won't ignore what has happened to my disciple." He patted his chest and said, "You can leave this matter to me." "Master Ma," Commander Wu said, "bring your most trusted people." "Don't worry, Commander Wu," Ma Weigua pointed to the foreign giant, "he is my confidant. A strong man from the Eagle Nation, very skilled in battle, worth 10 men. The other confidants haven't arrived yet, but I will instruct them to come as soon as possible." "Good, then I'll leave this matter to you, Master Ma," Commander Wu said politely. Ma Weigua accepted the order and left. "All right, I'll see you off here." At that moment, Zhang Yu had also accompanied Xia and Su Mei all the way to the entrance of the community. "Zhang Yu." Xia took a step forward, looking down at the ground. "I'm sorry." She knew that if she hadn't insisted on going to Panshan today and had a conflict with Wu Iluan, this wouldn't have happened. It might even implicate Zhang Yu. "Don't worry, your uncle has already reached a preliminary conclusion, right? It was an accident. Nothing will happen." Zhang Yu smiled. But, at this moment, Sasha felt a bit of fear in her heart. After all, the other party had a significant background. She was also slow to realize that this matter seemed quite serious. It was no longer just a trivial issue. "The hospital has news. Wu Iluan is not dead, but he is not alive either," Sumei said at this time. "Sister Sumei, how did you get this news? Did you forget what I do?" Sumei smiled. Sasha felt a bit more at ease inside. There is an essential difference between being dead and being alive. "Don't worry, just sleep well tonight," Zhang Yu said, reaching out and gently patting Sasha on the head. She felt a bit more reassured at that moment. Watching Zhang Yu drive away, her heart suddenly skipped a beat as she reached out her hand to touch her head, as if feeling the residual warmth left by Zhang Yu's hand. She stood there, as if struck by a bolt of lightning in her heart. A seed began to sprout under the cleansing of the spring rain. "Sasha, what are you doing?" Sumei, seeing this from the side, was taken aback. "Oh, it's nothing." Sister, let's go home quickly. Sasha blushed and hurriedly took her arm, preparing to go home. Sume turned back and glanced at the taillights of Zhang Yu's car as it drove away. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "No way, Sasha, have you suddenly developed feelings? Just like that?" Moreover, he had previously been with her best friend Lu Huanxiao. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. "Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, how many hearts have you unknowingly stirred?" In the middle of the night, Zhang Yu drove back to Binjiang Mansion. After getting out of the car, he realized that this Rolls-Royce Cullinan was covered in mud, dust, and some bits of plant leaves. It was almost unrecognizable. Looking up at his house, the lights were bright. Zhang Yu was back. At that moment, on the balcony of the living room, Pan Yuyao shouted, "He finally returned. I was so worried." The 3 flight attendants at home had been quite anxious, and upon hearing the sound of the car door downstairs, the weight in their hearts was lifted. Xiong Tingting was also in the living room, cleaning. Seeing their reactions, she was somewhat puzzled as to why they looked this way just because Zhang Yu came back a little late. "Let's hurry up and finish cleaning." The few of them, who had been indifferent before, suddenly became energetic. They tidied up and cleared the trash. When Zhang Yu opened the door, he found several beauties cleaning. He couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort inside. This scene of cleaning was indeed a beautiful sight. He didn't know where to look. "Landlord, you're back?" Pan Yuyao was the first to step forward and ask, "Have you eaten? There's soup heating in the kitchen." "How nice." Zhang Yu sighed. This feeling of coming home to food in the pot was a scene that countless men dream of. Moreover, it was with several beauties together. It confirmed what they had said before, that the 3 sisters were united, doing everything together. However, he wasn't hungry at the moment. "I'll eat later," Zhang Yu said. "I need to take a shower first." After that trip to the mountain, he was covered in dust and felt uncomfortable. "Zhang Yu, towel." Lu Huanxiao quickly handed him a new towel. "The towel you used, we washed it for you, use this one." He looked down and saw that it was actually a branded towel, priced at several thousand. What a waste, even a bath towel is so expensive. He didn't know which of the 3 had bought it. Maybe they had bought it together. He didn't ask. "Landlord, the towel you used before was a bit frayed. Why not just change it?" Di Xiaba said at that moment. The towel he used was one she had scrubbed several times by hand, free of any dirt or impurities. "Why change it? I'm used to it. I can even use it as a rag later," Zhang Yu said. Even now, as a top billionaire worth several hundred billion, he still knew how to save and spend wisely. A towel used for a long time also held sentimental value. Moreover, it carried many stories and memories. When Xiong Tingting heard Zhang Yu say this, she couldn't help but glance at him again. Could it be that rich people were so frugal behind the scenes? It was said that truly wealthy people were very low-key. For instance, when she worked in Guangqing, her landlord owned several buildings worth billions, yet he still went out wearing a white tank top and a pair of flip-flops that were almost falling apart. She couldn't understand the spending habits of the rich. But because of this, Xiong Tingting realized that no matter how wealthy Zhang Yu was, he would never forget his roots and would always maintain his original intentions. This was a very precious quality for a man. He was not the type to be a playboy. "Tingting, what's wrong?" Pan Yuyao asked as she approached. "Nothing, I've finished cleaning this area. I'm just checking if there's anything else to do," she quickly replied, pulling her thoughts back. "No need. You've already done so much since you arrived. I feel bad about it," Pan Yuyao said. "I just made a batch of watermelon juice. Come and drink," she warmly invited. Xiong Tingting had resigned and wouldn't be working at Zhanghang anymore. She didn't know how long she could stay here, so it was nice to spend a little more time together. Unable to refuse, Xiong Tingting sat down with everyone. At that moment, Zhang Yu had gone upstairs to take a shower. The sound of water could still be faintly heard from the living room on the first floor. Pan Yuyao and Xiong Tingting were chatting, while Lu Huanxiao and Di Xiaba seemed a bit distracted. Some things were better left untouched, otherwise, one could remain carefree like Pan Yuyao. But once you got involved, it was different. You would know the taste of it. That was the principle. However, with everyone present, no one could express anything. Then the 4 of them chatted casually, discussing recent experiences while sipping freshly squeezed watermelon juice. It was a rare moment of leisure. At that moment, Zhang Yu finished his shower and came down from the second floor wrapped in a bathrobe. The 4 of them turned their gaze toward the stairs, their eyes involuntarily widening. Zhang Yu wore a half-length bathrobe, revealing his calves covered in hair. Beneath the robe, 2 chest muscles, resembling table tennis paddles, were faintly visible. His hair was half dry and half wet, slightly messy against his temples. This scene exuded an overwhelming male charm. Not only would a man feel incredibly handsome after a shower, but in the eyes of girls, a freshly showered guy was also the most attractive. "Wow, the landlord is so handsome," Pan Yuyao exclaimed with starry eyes. Xiong Tingting looked too, her heart stirred. It was the first time she saw him appear like this, and it truly opened her heart. Lu Huanqiu and Di Sheba didn't react as strongly as the two of them, but they exchanged glances, their faces slightly flushing. If the other two were just talking big, these two had genuinely experienced it. They couldn't think back, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold back. What's wrong with you all? Zhang Yu noticed several pairs of eyes staring at him. That kind of gaze made him feel like a mother wolf that hadn't eaten for days, spotting its prey. Really, once girls launched an attack, guys had no say. This kind of gaze seemed to be a first for him. I just came down to drink some soup. Landlord, you sit still. I'll go serve you. Pan Yuyo darted into the kitchen like a fledgling sparrow, quickly returning with a bowl of soup. Zhang Yu sat at the dining table, took a couple of sips, and noticed Pan Yuyo sitting across from him, propping her chin on her hand, gazing at him with a lovesick expression. Several question marks appeared above Zhang Yu's head. He knew he was handsome, but staring like that wasn't quite appropriate. Oh, I was waiting for you to finish so I could take the bowl back to the kitchen, Pan Yuyo continued, still resting her chin on her hand. Yuyao, come here, Lu Huanqiu couldn't help but say, seeing her infatuated demeanor. Pan Yuyao reluctantly responded with a no and left the table with reluctance. By the way, when did you guys get back? Zhang Yu asked. About an hour before you returned, Lu Huanqiu replied. That's still quite late, Zhang Yu said. I came back even later. Why didn't you ask me where I went? Landlord, that's your private matter. We shouldn't pry, Pan Yuyo said. Yeah, we were just a bit worried that you might have encountered something, Di Sheba added. Zhang Yu, we actually know you went to Panshan. We saw the information online, but we were afraid it might affect you, so we didn't mention it. Lu Huanqiu noticed Zhang Yu seemed inclined to bring it up, so she just said it directly. So, you guys know about Wu Yiluan's situation too? Zhang Yu wanted to see how far the news had spread. That Wu Yiluan took our flight once before. It really caused PTSD, Pan Yuyo said indignantly. I almost quit on the spot that day. Now that he had fallen off the cliff and was unconscious, it could be considered deserved. Although thinking this way did feel a bit wrong. However, if he lay in bed from now on, he would be more honest and harm fewer people. But we didn't find out about this online. It was passed around among a few friends, Lu Huanqiu said. Although she worked as a flight attendant, being a daughter of the Lu family, she had quite a few well-informed friends. The news online had long been blocked, and could only be spread through private social channels. As Lu Huanqiu spoke, she initially thought about the relationship between him and her best friend, but now she had completely stopped thinking about it. As long as Zhang Yu was safe in this matter, that was the best outcome. Not to mention, he was already back. That put her mind at ease. Zhang Yu nodded. You guys shouldn't talk about these things outside, just keep it to yourselves. Landlord, they shouldn't come looking for you, right? As soon as Pan Yuyao asked this, Di Sheba pulled her aside, saying, Papa, crow's mouth, you shouldn't say such things. She pouted, cheeks puffed out, and said nothing more. Alright, it's getting late, everyone should rest early. Zhang Yu finished his soup and stood up from the table. By the way, what are your plans for tomorrow? He asked before leaving. We have a flight at 7 a.m. and will return in the evening, Lu Huanqiu said. So rushed? Zhang Yu was curious. That was a tight schedule with only 5 or 6 hours of sleep in between. Yeah, Lu Huanqiu nodded. We're trying to accumulate some time off, so we're flying more often. Right, the three of us are planning to take a break together, Pan Yuyao added. Planning to go on a trip? Zhang Yu asked. Yes, we're probably taking a long vacation at the end of this month. You should come with us, Pan Yuyo said directly, without any ulterior motives. After saying it, she noticed Lu Huanqiu and Di Sheba both staring at her. Why are you staring at me again? I didn't say anything wrong. Didn't you say the same thing? Pan Yuyao's complaint completely sold out the two of them. Sigh. Some things could be said privately. Isn't that just showing all your cards? The girl should at least maintain a bit of reserve. Oh. So that's what this is about? Zhang Yu understood their intentions and smiled. It's fine, just let me know when you're ready, I'm available anytime. Although there were a few companies, he didn't need to personally handle the specific affairs. The Rice Technology Company had general okay. Zhang Hang was merely a behind-the-scenes shareholder, not involved in the actual work. As for the Papalone Financial Company, the transition to a bank was overseen by Secretary Yang. He only needed to be responsible for the final signature. No wonder so many people wanted to be big bosses. With a well-established company, there was no need to show up every day and they could still make money. Having money and free time was exactly what this was about. Zhang Yu also realized that in the past, his social circle often included those who traveled all year round. They must have been wealthy from running companies. Great, landlord, then we can act collectively again. Seeing Zhang Yu agree so readily, the three flight attendants were very happy. Xiong Tingting, are you going? Pan Yuyao remembered her friend was also there. I'll think about it, she said, feeling a bit shy. Zhang Yu said goodnight to a few people and then returned to his room. It was already past 2 in the morning. He planned to open today's blind box before going to sleep. He hadn't used Lu Wanxiao's 10-star buff yet, so he would use it this time. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Zhang Yu lay on the bed and activated the system. Host, today's blind box is ready for you. The system prompted. With the system's notification, the blind box lottery interface appeared again before him. With the same box page, there was nothing much to choose from. All the choices before the draw were just self-comfort. What he would draw had already been determined long ago. Therefore, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate too much and directly selected a box from the middle. Then, a flash of golden light appeared before him. The blind box slowly opened, revealing a golden glow inside. Stacked with Lu Wanxiao's 10-star buff, what kind of special prize would it be this time? Zhang Yu rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited. Congratulations, host. The system's voice rang in his ears. You have drawn a special edition blind box, Cine Group. Cine Group? What kind of company is this? Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart about what kind of special edition reward this was. Then he suddenly realized, no way, Cine Group? He had heard of this name before. Then, looking at the system's introduction to Cine Group, he finally understood. It could be called a company, but in reality, it was the largest underground force in the entire Asia-Pacific region, disguised as a company. Not just Zhangcheng, nor Manhwa, but the whole Asia-Pacific. Where there is light, there is darkness. And Cine Group was the largest organization operating in between. It covered many industries that operated in the gray area, such as the Australian City Casino, gold mines, nightclubs, earth and stoneworks, and various other sectors. They took a cut from the middle. Before those storefront companies could start operations, they had to pay homage to Cine Group's stocks. It now had influence in every Asia-Pacific country. In other continents, branches were gradually being established. The total number of people exceeded 10,000. It also possessed the most extensive underground dark web information network spread across various locations. Finding a person was just a matter of minutes. Having such a group under his name meant he could walk out without fear. Zhang Yu had previously obtained 3 companies, but they were all related to money. Although he had connected with Sha Ruikong, there would always be some people who didn't follow the rules of the underworld and weren't afraid of the obvious. Now, with Cine Group, it would be incredibly convenient to do something in the shadows. It truly is a buff-level blind box, and this thing has come at just the right time. Zhang Yu was very pleased and claimed the blind box reward. Cine Group was officially registered under his name. Shortly after he acquired Cine Group, due to the time difference, the heads of the largest gray forces from various countries overseas received the news that Cine Group had changed owners. Damn, Cine Group has a new master. Where do we go from here? Should we outsource all our business? Said a member of the Myanmar Vietnamese family. Cine Group might reorganize the gray power order in the Asia-Pacific. Luckily, there's an ocean between us, so we're temporarily safe, said the Eastern Wayama Group. Will Cine Group threaten our territory? Asked the Black Mexican faction. It's over, it's over. Cine Group has been secretly developing in our territory for a long time. This time, they must be trying to expand, said the Italian Black Neck Gang. Now, forces from various places were shocked by this news. They felt they couldn't even sleep well. With a new master in charge, wouldn't there be some major moves? Who knows if that fire would burn them? Cine Group is the largest among all global forces. They certainly had their concerns. If there were significant actions this time, wouldn't that threaten their positions? Who could remain calm in such a situation? Quickly find out who their new master is. Each faction wanted to clarify the background of the new master, but unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. This information was as confidential as it could get. Yet, such news was released, making everyone uneasy. On the dark web, there was a dedicated section for Cine Group, where discussions about this matter were rampant. Some factions even offered hefty rewards, widely recruiting talents to gather information about their new master. The dark web servers were located on some unknown overseas island. In the outside world, everything was bright and splendid, but the information on the dark web was just as rampant, without any interference. Such a significant event was completely unknown on major online platforms in Long Country. No one mentioned it, and there was no awareness of it at all. It didn't seem like something from the same world. The two seemed to coexist without interfering with each other, yet there was an inexplicable connection. Perhaps at some point in the future, they would intersect. At this moment, in Jiangcheng, Su Guoqian, who had just finished handling the scene of a rescue operation, received a top-secret notification on his way back. Such a level of notification was rarely seen even a few times a year, immediately raising his alertness. Changes have occurred in the upper echelons of Cine Group. A new master has taken over. According to previously gathered information, approximately 300 to 400 people from Cine Group are active in Zhangchang. Please pay close attention in the near future and be wary of any unusual movements. Su Guoqian gasped upon seeing this news. Cine Group? It had existed for 30 to 40 years, and no one knew how large they had grown. He had known about this force since he started working. However, although Cine Group had long been present in Zhangchang, they hadn't caused any trouble recently, which allowed him to focus without being overly distracted. But since he didn't know the other party's background, receiving this notification still required caution. There was no need to reply. As long as he saw the message, the other party would know he had received it. He also wondered if Cine Group would take any actions this time, whether they would be beneficial or detrimental to him. Everything was uncertain. However, this notification reminded Su Guoqian of another piece of information. Master Ma had recently appeared in Zhangchang. His influence was also significant, with a martial arts school and a large group of super strong subordinates. He didn't know what they were up to, but this matter also needed attention. He had to send someone to monitor their movements. He couldn't let any trouble arise. On the Binjiang side, after Zhang Yu received his reward, he looked at the time and saw it was already 3 in the morning. Sleepiness hit him. It was time to go to bed. As he drifted in and out of sleep, he heard sounds of people packing and talking on the first floor. They must be getting up early for their work tasks to catch the first flight. Hey, have you seen where I put my silk scarf? Why don't you go look in your room? Keep it down, don't wake the landlord. In his half-asleep state, Zhang Yu felt they were quite considerate. Then, he unknowingly fell back asleep. When he woke up again, sunlight flooded the room. The south-facing window overlooked the river, offering a beautiful view. Downstairs, he could hear cooking sounds and even smell the aroma of oil. Zhang Yu stretched lazily and walked to the first floor. He found someone in the kitchen, facing away from him, cooking. She was wearing a loose-fitting home t-shirt that barely covered her hips. Her long, fair legs were exposed. She had her hair in 2 ponytails, and since she was at home, her hair was a bit messy. This kind of messy beauty gave off a special vibe. Zhang Yu doubted his eyes. This was just how Pan Yuyao usually dressed. Wasn't she supposed to be at work with Lu Hanxiao and the others? How could she be at home? He called out to Pan Yuyao but received no response. He walked into the kitchen and gently tapped her on the back. She gasped, nearly dropping the spatula she was holding. When she turned around, Zhang Yu was completely awake, surprised to find it was Xiong Tingting instead. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Isn't that Pan Yuyao's outfit?" "Yeah," Xiong Tingting said, a bit embarrassed. "I washed all my clothes today, so I borrowed one of Yuyao's. I already told her about it on WeChat." "Oh, I see." Zhang Yu smiled. The front of the shirt featured a cartoon character, and it actually suited her better than Pan Yuyao. The character's eyes appeared more three-dimensional on her. This shirt was meant for her. Noticing Zhang Yu staring at her, Xiong Tingting felt a bit shy and shifted her focus back to the food in the pot. "Mr. Zhang, what kind of dishes do you like? I can make something now." "Me? I'm not picky, anything is fine," Zhang Yu replied, then asked, "By the way, don't you have to work today?" She had been working at Heilai for a few days. "I swapped shifts with a colleague, so I have the day off," Xiong Tingting explained. "I plan to go house hunting in the afternoon." After staying here for a few days, she felt a bit guilty. "Are you really moving out?" Zhang Yu asked. "Yeah," Xiong Tingting explained. "They all paid rent to stay here, and I've stayed for a few days, so I really appreciate your agreement." She knew she couldn't afford to rent a place like this. A temporary stay for a few days was fine, but anything longer would be inappropriate. Although she liked this place, she felt it wasn't right. "Actually, if it's about the rent, that's easy to discuss," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean?" "If you stay here and take care of the cooking and daily chores, that could offset the rent," Zhang Yu said with a grin. "I mentioned this to them before." "Ah, it can work like that?" Xiong Tingting was surprised. "Yeah, cooking and doing housework would cost money if you hired someone from outside. Consider it part of the rent," Zhang Yu explained. For him, tens of thousands in rent was nothing. If it also solved the cooking and cleaning issues, then it wouldn't be a wasted stay. "I see." Xiong Tingting felt a bit swayed. However, she still didn't want to make a decision on her own. "Mr. Zhang, let's eat first." Saying this, she brought out several dishes. Zhang Yu took a look. They were colorful, fragrant, and delicious looking, truly impressive. "What dishes are you good at making?" "I can basically cook all kinds of home-cooked dishes from our country," Xiong Tingting said, "because I started learning to cook by myself when I was 8. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled. "That's amazing. You must be like a chef with over 10 years of experience. Hiring a chef outside would cost at least 10,000 a month, right?" "Mr. Zhang, you're joking," Xiong Tingting said, lowering her head shyly. She knew Zhang Yu was complimenting her, but he did it in a way that felt comfortable to hear. Moreover, his implication was almost explicit. As long as she cooked at home every day, it was like she was offsetting her share of the rent. Now it depended on whether she was willing. Xiong Tingting felt a bit flustered, unsure how to respond to Zhang Yu's words. She said, "Oh, right, I'll go make some soup." With that, she turned and went into the kitchen. Just as she was about to get busy, she noticed Zhang Yu had also entered the kitchen. "Mr. Zhang?" Xiong Tingting turned around and saw his smile. "It's fine, you continue with what you're doing," Zhang Yu said with a slight smile. The following is omitted. When Xiong Tingting returned to the living room, she suddenly shouted, "Oh no, this is bad." "What happened?" Zhang Yu stepped out. "The pot is almost burnt dry." The pot of soup she had simmered was ruined. This left her feeling a bit at a loss. "It's okay, you can make it again next time," Zhang Yu said. "Since it's already happened, let's eat first." He certainly knew why the soup had burnt dry. It must be said that regarding the acrobatics she mentioned in her last resume, this time it was indeed witnessed. It was truly a unique skill. During the meal, Xiong Tingting did not lift her head at all, just focused on eating. She even only picked from the nearest dish in front of her. "After we finish eating, you should tidy up a bit," Zhang Yu said. Xiong Tingting did not look up, her mind buzzing. Was she still not good enough? Was that why she didn't want to stay? Just as she was thinking this, his next words reached her ears. "There's a south-facing room on the first floor that usually holds some clutter. You can tidy it up later, and it will be your room from now on." Hearing him say this, her heart warmed. She nodded repeatedly. After finishing the meal, she washed the dishes and went to tidy up that room. The room faced Pan Yuyao's room and was next to Lu Hanxiao's. Now, all 4 rooms were filled. At this moment, on the flight, Pan Yuyao still seemed a bit restless. "Yuyao, why are you so distracted?" Lu Hanxiao asked. "When I left this morning, Tingting was awake. She said she was moving out today and even took a day off," Pan Yuyao said. "Don't you want her to move out?" Di Shiba also asked. "Yeah," Pan Yuyao nodded. "I'm good friends with you all, and I have a decent relationship with her. I don't want to lose this friend." "That's true," Lu Hanxiao nodded. "Tingting is indeed a good girl, but how about we talk to the landlord and ask him to let her stay?" Pan Yuyao suggested. "As for the rent, we can plead with him. She can stay in the smallest room and pay a little less." "Yuyao, you need to think this through." Lu Hanxiao's expression became serious. "This isn't a joke. It's a long-term process, to avoid any conflicts or awkwardness later on." After all, the 3 of them had been living together for over a year. They had become almost like sisters. Xiong Tingting, although they often flew temporary flights together, didn't communicate much in private. Moreover, the most important thing was that she was no longer a flight attendant and had no intention of returning. This meant there would be fewer common topics to discuss in the future. "I've made up my mind," Pan Yuyao said. "I think it's fine. I believe she's easy to get along with." "Since you've decided," Lu Hanxiao sighed, "I'll figure out the rent situation." After all, the 3 of them sharing a rental was her suggestion, so she was shouldering most of the cost. Now that Pan Yuyao wanted to bring Xiong Tingting in, she had no objections, but she needed to set some ground rules first. Since she had already thought it through, it was now about her own attitude. Pan Yuyao was uncertain and said, "Let me ask her again." After all, this matter still depended on her own willingness. Then, she took out her phone. Just as she was about to message Xiong Tingting, she noticed a video had been sent from the other side in the chat window. "Yuyao, I'm tidying up the room. How does it look?" Xiong Tingting sent a video of her organizing the storage room. "Tingting, why are you cleaning the storage room? Could it be?" Pan Yuyao quickly sent a voice message back. "From now on, I'll take care of everyone's meals," the other party said. "Mr. Zhang said to let me handle the daily meals, and then consider it as rent for this room." "Really?" Pan Yuyao was overjoyed to hear her reply. "That's great, then you don't have to move." "What did you say?" Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaba asked when they saw her so happy. "Tingting told me she can stay." The landlord agreed. Pan Yuyao said with a smile. "That's wonderful." Lu Hanxiao glanced at the video. She noticed Xiong Tingting's face was flushed. She couldn't tell if it was from working hard or something else. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Then, she met Di Xiaoba's gaze. No way. They quickly realized they were thinking the same thing. Could it be that she already? There was no need to think twice. It had to be the case. That Zhang Yu. No one could stop him. Now, they felt more and more that Pan Yuyao was in danger. Is everything cleaned up? In the Binjiang mansion, Zhang Yu passed by Xiong Tingting's room and asked. "Yeah, almost done," she nodded. He peeked inside and took a look. The originally messy storage room had transformed into a cozy little room after tidying up. The room was the first one next to the stairs leading to the second floor, so it was a bit small, only about 10 square meters. However, it was enough to live in. Take a look later to see if you need any more furniture, and just call someone to deliver it. Zhang Yu said. As for the stuff you cleaned out, do what you think is best, throw away what needs to be thrown. Okay, I got it, she nodded. Looking at her, Zhang Yu thought of acrobatics and felt a bit restless. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was Secretary Yang from Papa Loan Company calling. Mr. Zhang, are you available to come to the company now? Or, where are you? I can come find you. Secretary Yang on the other end said. What's the matter? Just tell me. It's like this, Secretary Yang explained. Regarding the company's restructuring into a bank, there are some documents that need your review and signature. Just wait for me at the company. I'll head over right now, Zhang Yu said and hung up the phone. Mr. Zhang, is something up? Xiong Tingting asked. Yeah, I need to go to the company. What time will you be back? I can help you heat up the dishes. Xiong Tingting's caring nature was evident. We'll see, Zhang Yu said. Contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Then he opened the door and walked out. She watched Zhang Yu's departing figure. Remembering what had just happened, her face couldn't help but flush. This matter must not be mentioned to Pan Yuyo and the others. She quickly made a decision in her heart. Compared to their background and the closeness of their relationships, she was a newcomer and couldn't compare to them. She should consciously do what she was supposed to do. No need to stir up trouble. Being able to move in was already a stroke of luck. Cooking was nothing. She had to do it while renting outside as well. Zhang Yu stepped out the door, got into his car, and drove straight towards the financial company. Inside the company, hundreds of employees were buzzing with excitement. No one was in the mood to work today. Everyone was discussing the transformation into a bank. Am I dreaming? Are we really going to become a bank? This can't be fake. The official document is in Secretary Yang's hands. They just gave us bonuses last time, and now this is another bombshell. Who knew working could bring such happiness? President Zhang is impressive. Who would have thought our small loan company could turn into a legitimate bank? Who says it's easy? Getting a bank license isn't that simple. This is something Secretary Shah specifically wanted him to do. I heard we're establishing a bank. If we go to each branch, we'll be the backbone. Everyone was discussing various topics, envisioning the future, and suddenly felt invigorated. Then you all better work hard. It all depends on your performance. Hearing the employees' discussions, Secretary Yan walked over with a folder. She was wearing a black professional suit with a white shirt underneath. The sheer stockings and high heels made her calves look even longer. Not only was she a secretary, but she was also the most attractive person in the company. However, Secretary Yang had no superior. She reported directly to President Zhang, so no one dared to have any thoughts. As soon as she appeared, everyone stopped talking and quickly got back to work. Everyone's here. At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening was heard. Zhang Yu's figure appeared. Hello, President Zhang. The employees stood up in unison to greet him, their faces filled with sincere respect. Get to work. We're reorganizing soon, so it might be busy. Everyone, put in more effort, Zhang Yu said. President Zhang, we will. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity to perform. President Zhang, here are a few documents for your signature. Secretary Yang slightly bent over and handed him the folder with both hands. Zhang Yu took it, glancing at it while walking towards the office. Secretary Yang jogged a few steps ahead to turn on the air conditioning in the office and then went to pour tea. She was very efficient. Zhang Yu sat back down. The two documents included one about naming the bank and another about selecting a new office location. After all, they were about to undergo a major transformation. These matters needed to be addressed first, especially the bank's name. It had to sound prestigious yet be easy to remember, which was very important. Secretary Yang looked at Zhang Yu and said, the middle management has also submitted several suggested names. Would you like to take a look, President Zhang? How about this? Zhang Yu had an idea in his mind. Let's call it Jiangqing Development Bank. Submit it for record under this name. Development Bank? Secretary Yang nodded upon hearing this. This name is good, simple, easy to understand, and memorable. Blindly flattering the president's decision was all that was needed. Then, President Zhang, about the bank's location. Secretary Yang asked again. Upgrading to a bank required a headquarters, a financial center, and a disaster recovery center. All facilities, including personnel and office space, needed better support. It wasn't something that could be solved with just 1 or 2 floors of an office building. Which bank is located in an office building? How much office space do we need? Zhang Yu asked. Manager Zhang, after preliminary calculations, we need a scale of 10 to 15 floors, with a total area of over 20,000 square meters. Secretary Yang reported a preliminary figure. How about this? Zhang Yu thought for a few seconds and said, you go check where there are office buildings for sale in Jiangcheng, and I'll buy the whole building. Then we can renovate it. Buy the whole building? Secretary Yang was stunned. This was the power of Manager Zhang. An office building, with at least 2,000 square meters per floor, would cost over 20 million at market price, and a ground floor in the city center would be 50 million. Assuming 20 floors, it would require around $1 billion in funds. Yes, go find out where there are office buildings for sale, Zhang Yu smiled. Within 2 billion, you can buy it directly without asking for approval. He had an airline and a technology company under his name. The annual profit was certainly more than hundreds of billions. 2 billion was nothing at all. Okay, Secretary Yang nodded. Manager Zhang, I'll take care of it right away. Go ahead, Zhang Yu thought for a moment and added, by the way, the company is transitioning to a bank recently, and the workload will definitely be huge. You should motivate the employees. If they do well, there will be rewards. Also, we need to issue a recruitment announcement to hire a batch of professional banking personnel. The employees of the Papa Loan Financial Company, although they had years of experience, still had significant differences in operational logic compared to banks, especially in the use of various professional systems. Temporary training would definitely not be enough. Hiring a batch of experienced hands could help the bank get on track quickly. Secretary Yang? Zhang Yu noticed that Secretary Yang was unresponsive and asked again. At that moment, she was staring at Zhang Yu, lost in thought. He suddenly called out, startling her back to reality. Okay, Manager Zhang, I'll get on it right now, she replied, feeling annoyed at herself for zoning out just now. But there was nothing she could do. Zhang Yu was too young and too handsome, and she was a woman with a normal view on romance. How could her heart not flutter? Moreover, he was a person of considerable wealth in Zhangcheng, able to take out billions at will. Human nature tends to admire the strong, who could remain unaffected by such a dragon among men. However, Secretary Yang was a professional secretary, very proactive in her work, and quickly immersed herself in the tasks Zhang Yu had assigned without any hesitation. Soon, Zhang Yu's instructions spread throughout the entire company. Manager Zhang's meaning is very clear: if we do well, there will definitely be significant rewards. Since he came to the company, he has never made empty promises. This time, he really means to work hard. Yeah, it's rare to encounter such a remarkable boss. I can't afford to slack off. The employees were all energized, vowing not to drop the ball during this critical transition period. After giving these instructions, Secretary Yang also posted the recruitment needs for banking staff through websites like Boss Xiaopin. The salary offered was very competitive within the industry. Look, a new bank is going to be established in Zhangcheng. This is a bank supported by the government. Its strength should not be underestimated. And the salary is so high? It's almost double what we get at our unit. The news of the bank recruitment quickly spread within the banking circle of Zhangcheng. After being forwarded among each other, many people saw the news. Thinking about how they had not made any progress in their original units for so many years, the prospect of a new bank, although privately owned, had government backing and offered high salaries. Changing units and starting over might make it easier to be noticed for promotions. Few were not tempted, so they all secretly saved the recruitment information, preparing to find time to apply. Many people outwardly claimed they wouldn't consider it. In fact, he had already made up his mind: if he could get the job, he would resign on the spot. Over here, after finishing his business, Zhang Yu was preparing to leave the company. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. What the hell? Zhang Yu was surprised. The system rarely issued prompts on its own, especially when no events had been triggered. He opened the system and was somewhat amused to find that it had upgraded from LV1 to LV2. He had to admit, this upgrade was indeed a bit slow. However, the effects after the upgrade were still quite good. Host, you have upgraded to LV2. Compared to LV1, you can now enjoy random blind box drop rewards, expanded blind box rewards, and peach blossom value incentive rights. He understood the other benefits, but the last one piqued Zhang Yu's curiosity. Upon further inspection, he found that with each level up, he could add one character to the character slot. In other words, he could now choose someone to join the Peach Blossom value cultivation targets. Once it reached 10 stars, there would be substantial rewards with stacked buffs. The first time, he used the buff from Dishirba to bring in the Rice Technology Company. The second time, he used the buff from Lu Wanxiao to bring in the Cine Group. Both buff-level blind boxes were top-tier rewards. Now, it was equivalent to having another opportunity to unlock a super buff. Zhang Yu was quite tempted. This was far more rewarding than the blind boxes he drew every day. System, can I choose randomly? The characters available for your current level are as follows. Please randomly select one. The system's emotionless voice came through. Zhang Yu looked. The original character slots were just Lu Wanxiao and her two companions. Now, one slot had been released. There were several character cards, currently all in a gray locked state. Zhang Yu glanced at them: Xiong Tingting, Shasha, Sume, Sumufei. There were even characters Zhang Yu had never considered. However, due to limited interaction opportunities, it was difficult to level them up, so it mainly came down to the few mentioned above. Zhang Yu was momentarily unsure how to decide who would be better to add to the character slot. Each had their own characteristics, but based on the current situation, Zhang Yu settled on Xiongtingting. It's her. The reasoning was simple. Zhang Yu felt that since Xiongtingting was currently living in his home, there were many opportunities for interaction, and they had already had close contact. Therefore, it was naturally more appropriate to choose her for the upgrade. Host confirmation successful. With the system's prompt, the slot was lit up. Zhang Yu noticed that Xiongtingting's initial value was 7 stars, so leveling her up to full stars wouldn't take long. He was also relieved that he had made a good choice. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Yu left the company and walked out of the building where the company was located. That person coming out must be Zhang Yu, right? At that moment, across the street, in a black van, someone was observing with binoculars. The camera captured Zhang Yu's figure as he walked out of the building. He is the boss of Papapa Loan Financial Company. He stayed in the company for about 2 hours. His habit when going out is to first look left and right, then walk. His normal walking speed is 2 meters per second. Inside the van, several people were analyzing Zhang Yu's every move, recording data. They were also responsible for monitoring Zhang Yu, figuring out his daily comings and goings, and understanding his patterns. These individuals were sent by Ma Weiguo. After Ma Weiguo accepted the commission from Commander Wu Zhangliang, he had been secretly investigating the parties involved in the incident, especially Zhang Yu, who had direct contact. They would monitor him first and then report back to Ma Weiguo, who would take the next steps. They saw Zhang Yu go to the parking lot to drive, and also started their car, preparing for the next round of surveillance. However, when the car started and hit the road, suddenly, a car came out from a side alley. The two cars collided head-on, smashing into each other. The front of the car was completely wrecked. What the hell? How do you drive? In the black van, several of Ma Weiguo's subordinates hadn't reacted yet. From the opposite car, a few people got out. They rushed to the side of the car and yanked the door open. Are you blind? How do you drive? Smash their stuff. That group of people wasted no time. They directly snatched the binoculars, laptops, and other equipment, smashing everything to pieces. What the hell, you robbers? Do you know who we are? They were taken aback. Following Master Ma, they had always been the ones to show off their power. No one dared to cause them trouble. Where did these people come from, deliberately looking for trouble? However, they clearly had no ability to resist now. The people on the opposite side were obviously more ferocious. After smashing all the equipment, they let the air out of the car's tires. Then they quickly got into their car and sped away. Damn it, call the police. We must call the police. The people in the van were livid. However, halfway through dialing, they suddenly realized and changed to a different number. Hello, how's the investigation going? A voice came from the other end. Boss, we were tailing Zhang Yu when a group of unidentified people suddenly rushed out, smashed all our equipment, and damaged the car. They complained. Is that so? The person on the phone was Ma Weiguo's third apprentice. Upon hearing this report, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Make sure to preserve all relevant evidence. I'll report this to Master Ma right away. After hanging up, the third apprentice hurried to Ma Weiguo's room. Ma Weiguo was lying on the bed, with a technician giving him cupping therapy. What's wrong? Master, there's a situation. The third apprentice stepped forward. Ma Weiguo signaled with his eyes. The person doing the cupping left the room. Speak, what happened? Ma Weiguo sat up. Master, our people were tailing Zhang Yu today when a group of unidentified individuals suddenly rushed out, destroyed their belongings and records, and there was even a physical altercation. Such a thing actually happened? Ma Weiguo's eyes widened. Interesting, someone actually dares to provoke us. Do you know who did it? No, they didn't reveal their identities. They smashed everything and left. Not seeking money, just smashing things? Ma Weiguo frowned slightly, suddenly realizing something. This Zhang Yu, could it be that some force is protecting him? However, Ma Weiguo was well aware of the various forces in Jianchang. No force dared to openly confront him. So who could be behind Zhang Yu? Ma Weiguo couldn't figure it out. Had he overlooked something? Master, what should we do next? The third apprentice asked. Increase manpower and equip more gear, Ma Weiguo said, then, continue to dig deeper into Zhang Yu. I want to see who is opposing me. Yes. The third apprentice took his orders and left. But at this moment, Zhang Yu was also unaware of this incident. The people from the New Righteous Group finished their task without reporting to Zhang Yu, because their rank was not high enough. the branch of the New Righteous Group did not have the authority to report directly to Zhang Yu. This matter was only reported to the mid-level management. Goodness, Mawegwa's people really dare to keep an eye on our new master. What audacity! The mid-level management was furious. In that case, let's prepare and confront them. Send a gift to the new master. Soon, this order was sent to the Zhangcheng branch. The branch had more than 400 people, who had been in a state of long-term dormancy. Usually, they were at their respective posts, working. Some were security guards, some delivered takeout, and some drove for ride-hailing services. It seemed like there were no issues at all. But now, they all received the information through the internal network. An invisible smoke of conflict was rising. Zhang Yu was unaware of all this as he drove straight back to Binhai Mansion. He arrived home just in time for lunch. Opening the door, the first thing he saw was Xiongtingting cleaning the ceiling light strip. Although Xiongtingting was 172 centimeters tall, it was still difficult for her to reach the ceiling. She had to stack a big stool on top of a small stool to get there. One hand held the lampshade while the other wiped the light bulb, very focused and meticulous. "You scared me to death. I thought you were up to something." Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. Xiongtingting was truly thorough with her housework, leaving no corners untouched. She was a real homemaker. Not only did she do it, but she did it with great detail. Although Lu Wanqiu and the others also helped, their level of detail was still lacking. Zhang Yu really felt that letting Xiongtingting move in was the right decision. If he had hired an outside cleaning service for this work, it would have cost at least 1,000 yuan for the day, and they might not have done it as meticulously. Yet, this seemingly delicate girl managed to do it all by herself. "Landlord, I have nothing to do today, so I thought I'd clean it up a bit to make it look brighter." "Just be careful," he replied. With her standing at such a height, Zhang Yu felt it was better not to hover around and decided to head back to his room to rest for a while. "Okay, landlord, I'll be careful. I'm done cleaning," Xiongtingting said as she carefully climbed down from the stool after finishing the chandelier. There were no dramatic slips or falls like in novels. "Landlord, are you hungry?" she asked as she came down. "A little," Zhang Yu replied. "Then wait a moment, I'll go cook," Xiongtingting said, putting down the cloth, washing her hands, and heading to the kitchen. She worked very efficiently. Zhang Yu looked at the 7 stars above her head. As expected, after selecting her in the system, he could now see the number of stars. Before, it was invisible. Zhang Yu didn't need to do anything special. Normal star upgrades were enough. "By the way, Xiongtingting, do you want to work at a bank?" he asked. The flight attendant didn't want to continue, but the cake shop wasn't a long-term solution either. The company was reorganizing the bank and was in need of people. "Ha, I didn't study finance, I'm afraid I won't do well," Xiongtingting replied, somewhat surprised. "It's fine, I'll be restructuring the new administrative department, and there will be someone to guide you." Zhang Yu decided to arrange for Xiongtingting to work at the newly established bank. The administrative side wasn't as specialized as the business or technical positions. Anyone who had attended university could handle it. However, often, administrative positions in any company weren't just about having a degree. "Ha!" Xiongtingting was even more astonished. Zhang Yu was going to establish a bank and wanted her to work in the administrative department? It felt like a huge pie had fallen from the sky. It was so overwhelming that she didn't know how to catch it. She naturally understood that working in administration at the bank's headquarters was a good job that she would never have a chance at. She couldn't even touch the threshold. But here with Zhang Yu, it was just a matter of a few words. She hadn't expected his strength to be so formidable that he was actually going to establish a bank. A bank was like a hen that laid golden eggs. Once the doors opened, money would come rolling in. Although it hasn't been as easy to make money in recent years as it used to be, it is still one of the leading industries. Moreover, working in administration means there are no tasks related to pulling in clients. Xiongtingting admitted to herself that she was moved. As long as she nodded, this position would be hers. "What, still thinking about it?" Zhang Yu smiled. I, she stammered, truly unsure how to bear this kindness. For him, such matters were just a word. For her, however, it was a significant event that could change her fate. How could her heart not be stirred? "If it's difficult for you, then forget it." Upon hearing Zhang Yu say this, Xiongtingting looked up. "Landlord, I accept, I will definitely work hard." "Good, I'll give you a contact number, just report to work directly then." Zhang Yu sent her secretary Yang's business card through WeChat. Xiongtingting was meticulous in her housework, and in her previous flight attendant assessment, she had ranked quite high. Her work attitude was naturally commendable. Although she had never worked in administration, she graduated from a key university and would learn quickly. Then, Zhang Yu noticed that her star rating had skyrocketed to 9.5 stars. It had directly increased by 2.5 stars. This was too smooth. It was almost unbelievable. It was just that last 0.5 that made Zhang Yu feel a bit uncomfortable. It couldn't be like Panyuing, could it? If so, Zhang Yu would really want to drag the system out and scold it. By the way, you haven't joined the group yet, right? What group? Xiong Tingting asked. The family group at home. Zhang Yu checked and confirmed she wasn't in the group, so he added her. Loving and caring family, the number of members rose to 5. Tingting, you've joined the group? Welcome, welcome. Pan Yueying sent a hugging emoji. From now on, I will work hard and get along with everyone. Xiong Tingting, newly entering this group, felt a bit apprehensive. She was afraid she might not do well. Aren't you flying now? Zhang Yu asked in the group. We're at the airport, just finished the last flight, and now it's break time. We'll be flying back later. Lu Huanxiao explained. Then when will you arrive? I'll cook for you, Xiong Tingting said. Oh, that's too much trouble. Let's take turns in the future. The 3 flight attendants exchanged glances, feeling she was too polite. It's fine, I've been a flight attendant before, and when I come back every day, I'm too tired to move, Xiong Tingting said. Now, I'll be stationed at the back, providing logistical support for everyone. Tingting, since you say that, we won't be polite. Pan Yueying spoke for everyone. By the way, Tingting, Lu Wanxiao said, why don't you quit that job at the cake shop? It's quite tiring. She wanted to see what positions were available in the family company. Since she was added to this group, and it was Zhang Yu who brought her in, they would have to get along well in the future, without any conflicts. Otherwise, the first one to be unhappy would be Zhang Yu. Strange. As she thought of this, she suddenly realized that she was now very concerned about Zhang Yu's feelings. I forgot to tell everyone, I have a new job. Oh, what job? The 3 became curious. This is also thanks to the landlord. He arranged for me to work at a bank. The new bank being established in Zhongcheng? The 3 were surprised. They had already heard some rumors about this. Moreover, it was transformed from Zhang Yu's financial company. They were used to it. It was just that Tingting entering this bank was somewhat unexpected. Tingting, this is great news. You have to treat us, Lu Huanxiao said. Definitely. Xiong Tingting said, just tell me what you want to eat. Seeing them chatting animatedly in the group, Zhang Yu also smiled. He turned off his phone screen. The rice wasn't ready yet, so Zhang Yu went to the sofa and turned on the TV. After finishing her chat, Xiong Tingting continued to busy herself in the kitchen. Before long, she brought out several dishes and served the rice. Landlord, the food is ready. Facing his handsome profile, her heart suddenly felt a bit flustered. Moreover, Xiong Tingting also noticed that her face was becoming incredibly hot. When she touched it, she even felt it was a bit too warm. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. In the past, she had never felt this way about any man, not even a racing heartbeat. At that time, she even thought she didn't like men. But after meeting Zhang Yu, she realized it wasn't as she had thought. Zhang Yu's presence brought many highlights to her life. Moreover, he provided her with a job that, as long as she didn't make any major mistakes, would ensure her a worry-free life for the rest of her days. How could Xiong Tingting repay such a great kindness? Zhang Yu was like the sun that appeared in her gloom. The sunlight illuminated every corner. For a moment, her heart was filled with emotion. Zhang Yu got up from the sofa in the living room and, seeing Xiong Tingting's flushed face, understood her feelings. He glanced at the dining table and then smiled. I suddenly don't want to eat anymore. Ha! Xiong Tingting was taken aback and quickly asked, Landlord, is it that these dishes don't suit your taste? I'll redo them right away. No, I just don't want to eat right now. Zhang Yu looked at her and smiled again. Ha! Xiong Tingting seemed to realize something and uncertainly asked, then, come over here. Zhang Yu sat back down on the sofa, gesturing to her. I want to experience your acrobatics again. Hearing him say that, Xiong Tingting thought for a moment and then walked over. The living room's tiled floor was covered with a carpet, so there was no need to worry about it being cold. The following 10,000 words are omitted. When Xiong Tingting rubbed her sore legs and looked outside, it was completely dark. The light show on the opposite riverbank also illuminated the room. Go turn on the lights, Zhang Yu instructed. He had been too busy to turn on the lights when it got dark. Xiong Tingting nodded, turned on the lights, and then went into the bathroom on the first floor. Click! At that moment, there was a sound of the door opening at the entrance. Hey, landlord, you're home? Pan Yuyao pushed the door open and, seeing the lights on in the living and dining room, curiously asked. We saw that the lights were off when we came downstairs just now. Oh, saving electricity, Zhang Yu smiled. The 3 flight attendants exchanged glances, their expressions unanimously skeptical. Ah, I'm starving. The food on the table hasn't been touched at all. Pan Yuyao, feeling famished, saw that the dishes on the dining table looked untouched. She stepped forward, ready to take a bite with her hand, only to find the food was cold. At this season and temperature, it would take at least a few hours for the food to cool down. Yuyao, the food is cold, don't eat it yet, I'll go heat it up. At that moment, Xiong Tingting came out of the bathroom and quickly said upon seeing Pan Yuyao's actions, Tingting, you two are at home. How come you didn't eat a single bite of the dishes you cooked? Pan Yuyao found it very strange. However, Xiong Tingting didn't say anything. She took several dishes to the kitchen to heat them up. Tingting, let me help you. Pan Yuyao followed her into the kitchen. Lu Huanxiu and Di Xiaoba had already put down their rolling suitcases at this point. When the two of them changed their shoes, they exchanged a glance. Without needing to say much, they understood what it meant. It seemed that Xiong Tingting's position had already been compromised. It was confirmed that she was living at home and had arranged work. This was solid evidence. Moreover, she didn't even have time to eat, indicating quite a fervent situation. Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, how do you have such charm? How was your flight mission this time? Zhang Yu turned to ask. Pretty good, a short flight. Just that the round trip was too rushed, and we didn't rest well, Lu Huanxiao replied. They had gotten up for work at 5 in the morning. While it was still not fully bright outside, they had been busy until now. That does sound tiring. You should rest early tonight, Zhang Yu said. It's still early, Lu Huanxiao didn't want to sleep so soon, and besides, we can take a day off tomorrow. Staying up late isn't a big deal. Yeah, I want to sleep until noon tomorrow. It's been a long time since I had a good sleep, Pan Yueying also shouted from the kitchen. So, what are you planning to do staying up late? Zhang Yu became curious. Practice yoga, Pan Yueying interjected. She said she wanted to practice on the way back. I don't understand, she hasn't practiced in a long time. Well, you should think about what the benefits of practicing yoga are, Zhang Yu chuckled. What benefits? Pan Yueying didn't understand, so she picked up her phone to check. Then she suddenly realized, oh, so there are so many benefits to practicing yoga. No wonder so many people do it. Sister Xiao, I want to learn this too. This, Tingting should be the master, Lu Huanxiu laughed. They had seen Xiong Tingting's specialty. At the annual meeting of Jianghang Company, she had made a name for herself in one performance. She did a split while drawing a circle with a compass. At that time, many people in the audience said, whoever becomes Xiong Tingting's boyfriend must be incredibly happy. No way, Shi Flu is overpraising me, Xiong Tingting said as she brought the dishes out from the kitchen again. The food is ready, come eat quickly. Tingting, Lu Huanxiu said, from now on, since we'll be living together, let's not be so formal. Ah, then how should I address you? Xiong Tingting asked. Just like the two of them, call me Sister Xiao, Lu Huanxiao replied. Okay, then I'll call you Sister Xiao from now on. Xiong Tingting nodded. Lu Huanxiao was the eldest among the three. Saying this made her feel much lighter in her heart. She would be able to integrate more quickly. The trio of sisters had now turned into a quartet. Great! Pan Yueying also became happy. Then from now on, we are 4 sisters. All right, aren't you hungry? Come eat, Di Xiaoba also said from the side. So, they all sat down, eating the food Xiong Tingting had made, and praised it endlessly, making her feel even more embarrassed. Zhang Yu, aren't you eating? Lu Huanxiao asked. Yeah, the landlord's food is enough, Xiong Tingting said. She thought Zhang Yu was worried there wouldn't be enough for everyone. Okay, I'll come over now, Zhang Yu smiled. In fact, when a person is in a state of mental excitement, they don't feel hungry. However, she still needed to eat a bit. After all, the night was still long. After finishing the meal, Lu Huanxiao and the others who had just returned went to take a shower first. Xiong Tingting cleaned up the dishes. Zhang Yu then sat back down on the living room sofa to watch the movie she hadn't finished earlier. About an hour later, Lu Huanxiao and the others had mostly finished showering, their hair still damp, and they came to the living room in their pajamas. Seeing Zhang Yu sitting in the middle of the sofa, they sat down on either side. Xiaoba, Yueying, we still have to get up early tomorrow, Lu Huanxiao said. Why? I want to sleep a bit more, Pan Yuyo said. Did you forget that the 3 of us are supposed to take leave together? Lu Huanxiao replied. We need to go to the company tomorrow, coordinate with the other colleagues, and then formally request leave from the manager. Oh right. Pan Yuyo and Di Xiaoba also realized it. What are you guys talking about? Xiong Tingting asked. We plan to go to the company tomorrow to request annual leave for next week, and then go out to have some fun together. Pan Yuyo said to Tingting. If you have time, you should come along too. The landlord will be going as well. Yeah. Zhang Yu also understood what was going on and smiled. The bank hasn't officially opened yet, so you should go check in and complete the onboarding procedures first. We can go out together in the following days. Okay, then I'll prepare in advance. Xiong Tingting thought for a few seconds and then nodded. That's great, our travel group is going to expand again. Pan Yuyo was someone who loved lively gatherings. Moreover, this time, Being able to rally everyone together would surely make for a particularly unforgettable journey. Tomorrow, they would first go to the company, adjust their shifts, and request leave. Then, they would fly non-stop for a few days, and next week, they could officially start their vacation trip. The annual leave was 5 days. Including the 2 weekends on either end and a few days of leave owed, they could take a total of half a month off. It could be considered a luxurious vacation. During this half month, many happy and joyful things would definitely happen outside. They could plan the itinerary for the trip well. Glancing at Zhang Yu, she noticed he also had a smile in his eyes. But Yu Yao, we have to work non-stop for the 3 or 4 days before our vacation, Lu Huanxiao reminded. They had shifts to swap with others during these days. I don't want to. As soon as she heard about the non-stop shifts, Pan Yuyao felt a bit overwhelmed. This meant that in the coming days, she would be flying everywhere, and there would be no breaks, seamless transitions. Not to mention returning to Jiangcheng, even staying within the province would be a problem. Yuyao, stop crying. Think about the half-month vacation coming up. Doesn't that motivate you? Di Xiaoba also reminded her. So, doesn't that mean we won't be able to return to Jiangcheng for 3 or 4 days? Pan Yuyo pouted. In fact, what she was really thinking was that she wouldn't be able to see Zhang Yu for a few days. Lu Huanxiao looked at her expression and comforted her. There's no way around it. That's just the nature of our industry. Actually, if you don't want to fly long distances, you can apply to only fly short distances when you come back from vacation, Zhang Yu said at that moment. Every flight attendant has personalized needs. Flying direct short distances means earning much less money, but it would be much easier. Those who want money will fly more, while those who don't care as much about money will fly less. I really thought about that, Pan Yuyao said. When we come back, should we give it a try, Sister Xiao? Alright, go to sleep now. Lu Huanxiao didn't directly answer her. Sleep? What sleep? Pan Yuyao said. Didn't we say we were going to practice yoga? I'm all set. Seeing Xiong Tingting finish washing the dishes, she rushed over and grabbed her arm. Tingting, you should join us too. Okay, I'll wash my hands and be right there. Xiong Tingting couldn't resist Yu Yao's enthusiasm. Before long, the 4 flight attendants had set up their mats in the living room. They started following the course on the TV video. In fact, Xiong Tingting could be the instructor, but she didn't dare to do so in front of so many people. Pan Yuyo had to let her off this time. Watching the graceful postures of the 4, each with their own characteristics, Zhang Yu felt a surge of emotions. Who could understand the little delight in his heart? After watching for a while, he felt a bit restless. So, he went upstairs to the 2nd floor. At this moment, unknowingly, it was already past 11 at night. A day quickly passed. After Zhang Yu finished washing up, he returned to his bed. He heard the 4 people downstairs also packing up and getting ready to rest. The chatter continued. After a while, it quieted down significantly, and he could hear the sound of doors closing in various rooms. Zhang Yu pulled up the 16 cameras around the house and found that everyone had returned to their rooms, preparing to sleep. The lights in the living room were also turned off. He exited the monitoring system and looked at the time. There was still half an hour until midnight. Zhang Yu, are you asleep? At that moment, the screen of his phone suddenly lit up. He picked it up to see it was a message from Lu Hanxiao. Not yet, what's up? He replied. Did you eat enough earlier? Do you want a midnight snack? Lu Hanxiao sent a shy emoji. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Yu understood what she meant. It seemed she was well aware of the situation with Xiong Tingting, even though she didn't say it directly. He thought for a moment and then replied, how about tonight's midnight snack? Very good, I'm satisfied with the package. Great, then bring it up. Zhang Yu responded. Then he heard footsteps coming up the stairs. When he opened the door, a fragrant aroma wafted in. When Zhang Yu opened his eyes, it was already 10 in the morning. The sunlight outside was still blinding. He walked down to the 1st floor and found no one there, but there was leftover food on the table. The 3 of them must have gone to the company, and he didn't know when they would return. As for Xiong Tingting, she should have gone to handle her onboarding procedures. Zhang Yu felt a bit bored at home, so he decided to go out for a stroll. After leaving Binhai Mansion, crossing a road led into the riverside tourist area. The entire riverside stretched along the river for 20 kilometers, with several core recreational centers. Right across from Binhai Mansion, there was one. When he reached the leisure square, it was filled with people enjoying themselves, families, couples, and even those live streaming with equipment in the square. It was bustling and very down-to-earth. This was Zhang Yu's first time visiting the riverside since moving into Binhai Mansion. He was infected by the atmosphere in front of him, and his mood lifted. Though his legs felt a bit sore from overexertion, he smiled and continued walking toward the more crowded areas. At that moment, an elderly man walking ahead with his hands behind his back suddenly collapsed on the path without any warning. Zhang Yu saw the old man lying on the ground, and the sight before him startled him. No way? His eyes had made a new discovery. Zhang Yu could clearly see that this elderly man had a special indicator. The other people on the road had no similar markings. Ordinary people had gray borders. Those who dressed a bit more stylishly had red borders. But the elderly man had a golden border. This indicated that the old man was someone of significant status. Looking around at the hundreds or thousands of people, he was the only one with a golden border. Moreover, even without the system's prompt, Zhang Yu could tell. The old man was dressed well and had an extraordinary demeanor. Although he was already in his 60s or 70s, it was still evident that he had been a big shot in his prime. His position was certainly higher than that of Sha Ruikang. However, Zhang Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Had he really stumbled upon a cliché plot that was overused in novels? But given the old man's formidable background, he had to help. Otherwise, the medical skills he received as a reward from the system would be wasted. Such opportunities didn't come every day. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, many people noticed but dared not step forward to help. After seeing too many news stories online about people being taken advantage of, who would dare to intervene? It was all whispers. You look at me, I look at you, standing a few meters away, yet no one stepped forward. The reasoning was quite simple. Before helping, drive a luxury car. After helping, ride a yachty. Those without a solid background should not easily intervene. A few brave souls only called for emergency help from a distance. Why is there an old man lying on the ground? Brothers and sisters, let's go take a look. A few people who looked like medical students turned on their phone cameras, preparing to check it out. After all, students had not yet been tainted by the vices of the world. They still had some good intentions in their hearts. Everyone, step aside, I'll handle this. Zhang Yu signaled for everyone to disperse and then stepped forward. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately spoke up. Young man, you just graduated from university, right? It's better not to get involved. Yeah, you don't know his identity. What if something happens and his family blames you? Those a moment ago were medical students. They should be more professional. Exactly, young man, everyone is saying this for your own good. You need to be cautious. Come on. Zhang Yu ignored the bystanders' words and said to the medical students, you guys, help me lift him to a cool, secluded place. It's too hot right now. We can't move him, right? We've had professional training. We can't just move him without knowing what his illness is. The medical students replied, you can tell you're only half-trained. You can't just throw everything on us? Zhang Yu didn't care anymore and bent down to observe the old man's condition. He noticed the old man's lips were dark, and he had stopped breathing. Golden 4 minutes. 2.5 minutes had already passed. If it got any later, even a deity couldn't save him. The urgent task was to save the person. So, he didn't think too much and immediately activated the resurrection medical technique from the system. What the hell? What's going on? He's really going for it? I don't know who he is. Isn't he afraid of being blamed? Even if he's a doctor, can someone so young really have the ability to save lives? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhang Yu propped the old man up into a sitting position. Then he reached out and quickly tapped on 28 major acupoints around his body. What kind of medical technique is this? It's neither artificial respiration nor CPR. What kind of barefoot doctor is this? People nearby were discussing among themselves. Anyway, we're recording. Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with us. At this moment, more and more people gathered in the square. Hearing that someone had fainted and that someone was performing rescue, they all stopped what they were doing and rushed over to watch the excitement. Hey, look, there's movement. I saw the old man's mouth twitch. And his fingers. Is he coming back to life? Wow, this young man is impressive. He can actually save him? I just saw that old man's lips were dark, and there was no heartbeat or breathing. He was on the brink of death. Well done, young man. Amazing. Saving a life is truly a great virtue. The crowd noticed that the old man was indeed moving. Their perception of Zhang Yu changed instantly. The few half-trained medical students from earlier also put away their phones. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on Zhang Yu, they quietly slipped away from the crowd. Who would have thought that person had such miraculous medical skills? It looked nothing like the conventional methods taught in school. In this day and age, relying solely on tapping acupoints could bring someone back to life? Besides pinching the philtrum to force a restart, this was something they had never seen before. They had to hurry back and report to their mentor. Thus, the medical students left the scene. At this moment, Zhang Yu saw the old man had reacted and also withdrew his hands. The old man sat cross-legged, furrowing his brow, and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of dark blood. The black blood was incredibly foul, causing those around to instinctively take a few steps back. Where am I? The old man's mind regained clarity. He looked around, his eyes filled with confusion. Grandpa, you fainted just now, he saved you. Someone in the crowd pointed at Zhang Yu. You saved me? The old man slowly stood up from the ground, feeling light and unencumbered. A sense of blockage that had long plagued his heart had surprisingly vanished. This discomfort had persisted for decades. In other words, this young man had just cured him of a problem he had suffered from for years. He had visited all the major hospitals, and none could find a solution. This time, he had come to the two best hospitals in Jiangcheng, but there had been no results. Now, he had spat out a mouthful of blood and felt completely fine? His heart was overwhelmed with shock, and his mind was blank, unable to organize his thoughts. Grandpa, if you have heart problems, you should carry medication when you go out and have family accompany you. Someone reminded him. I checked at the hospital, my heart is fine. Family, where's my granddaughter? Upon hearing this reminder, the old man looked around but did not see his granddaughter. Grandpa, where do you live? We can send someone to take you home. A few patrolling officers arrived at the scene. They had received news about someone fainting in the square and rushed over on their electric bikes. I don't live in Jiangcheng. Please help me find my granddaughter. Don't worry, what's your granddaughter's name, and how old is she? An officer asked. Before the old man could respond, someone squeezed through the crowd. Grandpa, I just went to buy some water, and you disappeared. You scared me to death. Zhang Yu turned his head and was suddenly taken aback. It was her? Zhang Yu was surprised to encounter someone he never expected to see here. Wasn't this the woman, Hong Jia, who had been next to him during the car race with Wu Yiluan at Pan Mountain? They had never really talked, just seen each other once. She had been wearing leather pants and a tight t-shirt back then, looking quite fit and elegant. The impression was quite deep. This time, however, Hong Jia was dressed in a fresh, casual style, wearing white pants and sporting bangs. She looked very ladylike, like a well-behaved granddaughter beside her grandfather. It was as if they were two completely different people. Zhang Yu almost didn't recognize her at first glance. Hong Jia clearly recognized Zhang Yu as well. After looking at him for a few seconds, she said, "It's you." "Yeah, what a coincidence to run into you here," Zhang Yu smiled. "Was it you who saved my grandpa?" Before rushing over, Hong Jia had heard passers-by say that an old man had fainted and someone had saved him. She hurried over and was astonished to find it was the racer she had met at Pan Mountain. "Do you know each other?" The old man, seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, couldn't help but ask. "Grandpa, how are you?" Hong Jia then turned to the old man and helped him up. "I'm fine." The old man adjusted his breathing, feeling much better. "Thanks to this young man, if it weren't for him, I might not be alive." Hong Jia looked at the ground, where there was a large puddle of black blood. The old man's mouth also had some bloodstains that hadn't dried. "Zhang Yu, you actually know medicine?" Hong Jia's eyes widened. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was too miraculous. How old was he? The old man had suddenly felt a blockage in his heart many years ago, occasionally experiencing sharp pains. He had been to all the major hospitals for examinations, and even the top experts in the country couldn't find anything wrong. Yet, this discomfort had always persisted. Later, with no other choice, I began searching for various folk remedies, but still found no effect. Watching my grandfather's spirit decline day by day, unable to eat or sleep well, I was anxious beyond measure. This time, I brought my grandfather to Jiangcheng to seek out a reclusive famous doctor. I had learned about him from the dark web. With a dead horse as a living horse doctor attitude, I came here. Who would have thought that before I could find the person, while taking a stroll in the square, I unexpectedly ran into Zhang Yu, and my grandfather was actually cured by him? This was too surreal. I couldn't believe my eyes. But right before me, my grandfather's complexion was rosy, and he seemed much better. He looked like he had no problems at all. "Yes, young lady, I just saw it with my own eyes. It was that young man who saved him. Everyone else was too afraid to act, but he was the only one who dared. At first, I thought he wouldn't be able to do it, but it turns out I was wrong. I didn't expect someone so young to have such excellent medical skills. I have patients at home and would like to invite this little miracle doctor to take a look. I'm willing to sell 2 houses as a consultation fee." The crowd erupted in excitement. While explaining the situation to me, they surged toward Zhang Yu, eager to get his contact information. "Sister Hong, if you still have doubts," Zhang Yu smiled, "there's the best hospital nearby. You can take him for a checkup. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." "Young man, you can't leave." An elderly man stepped in front of Zhang Yu, his expression serious. "My name is Xiao Nantian. Young man, you are my savior. Please allow me to bow to you." Did Xiao Nantian not know his own condition? If he hadn't met Zhang Yu today, his old life would have been over. Such a kindness deserved any form of gratitude. Saying this, he was about to kneel on one knee. "Grandpa, please don't. That would be too much for me." In front of so many people, an old man kneeling to me was simply too much. I quickly reached out to stop him. "Xiao Nantian, he is Xiao Nantian. Who is he? Is he really that impressive? You don't know? Xiao Nantian is a top war god in the military. participating in various battles since the 1940s. He has achieved countless special honors. A knowledgeable person in the crowd began to explain. Later, Xiao Nantian rose through the ranks, becoming a top figure in the military, among the top 5. He has countless disciples. Even Wu Zhangliang from the Jiangcheng garrison is a disciple of his disciple. I never expected he had such a significant background. So, he must be nearly 100 years old now. But I didn't expect him to still be so vigorous. In the crowd, those who recognized the old man as Xiao Nantian all showed expressions of admiration. No wonder, even in his old age, he exuded a commanding aura. It was because of countless warriors like Xiao Nantian that they enjoyed their peaceful lives today. For a moment, everyone looked at him with admiration but didn't dare to approach, fearing to hurt the old man. They could only watch from a distance, secretly taking photos to share with friends and family about the incredible encounter of the day. Zhang Yu also learned of the old man's identity. When his identity was revealed, it had to be said that Xiao Nantian truly deserved the golden edge bestowed by the system. Such a hero could be considered a living history textbook, a walking medal of honor. For the first time, he felt a sense of pride that his medical skills had saved such an important figure. "Honger, you should thank him," Xiao Nantian said to me. "Zhang Yu, thank you for saving my grandfather. You are a benefactor to the Xiao family." I saluted Zhang Yu. "My name is Xiao Yuhong. In the future, if you need anything, just call me." "Xiao Yuhong?" The crowd began to murmur in confusion. Soon, they remembered again. "Isn't she the youngest female major general in the capital's General Combat Readiness Zone? She is from the information troops and has made quite a few contributions. Several hidden organizations were destroyed by her. Indeed, she is a tiger woman from a military family. I felt she had a spirit that rivals men." The people around were explaining, and Zhang Yu finally understood her identity. This also explained why, last time at Panshan, Wuiluan, such a privileged young man, didn't even have the confidence to speak loudly in front of her. It turns out that Sister Hong's background and abilities far surpassed his. In terms of background and status, 100 Wu Zhengliangs couldn't compare to a single Xiao Nantian. In terms of personal achievements, Wuiluan was at best a mediocre race car driver, while Xiao Yuhong was the youngest female major general in the military. Moreover, she earned it through her own abilities. She was indeed impressive. Zhang Yu felt a sense of respect. "I'll still call you Sister Hong," he said with a smile. "That's fine," Xiao Yuhong replied. "I'm a few years older than you. Calling me something else would feel too stiff." "All right, Honger, I'm tired. Let's go back," Xiao Nantian said, noticing that more and more people were gathering, fearing a stampede. The police officers who arrived at the scene had already reported the situation to their unit. They knew that a top model figure had appeared at Zhangtan Square. Therefore, a large number of people had come to maintain order. However, even the chief of the sub-bureau didn't dare to approach Xiao Nantian to greet him. When encountering someone truly intimidating, it was impossible to act naturally and composed. It was better not to embarrass oneself and tarnish the unit's reputation. "Zhang Yu, I want to go back. Can I invite you to my house for dinner?" Xiao Nantian said to him. "Dinner?" Zhang Yu hadn't thought about this. "Zhang Yu, just agree," Xiao Yuhong said. "My grandfather rarely invites people to dinner, let alone to his home." "All right then. I'm afraid the old man's condition isn't stable yet. Let's observe for a few more hours. By the way," after getting into a black business car and finding no one around, Chen Yuhong finally asked, "Zhang Yu, what exactly is the situation with my grandfather?" There were too many people earlier, so she couldn't ask. "Old Master Xiao is in good health, with no symptoms at all," Zhang Yu said. "But why has he been unwell for so many years, and nothing can be found?" Xiao Yuhong asked. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be poisoning," Zhang Yu stated his judgment. The soul-reviving medical skills rewarded by the system could discern the origins of any difficult illness, including poisoning and radiation. The black blood that Xiao Nantian expelled was the toxins being cleared from his body. Poisoning? Xiao Yuhong couldn't believe it. "My grandfather's drinking water, meals, and living environment are all tested daily by dedicated personnel to ensure there are no issues. How could he be poisoned? Moreover, if someone had the opportunity to poison him, why not choose a poison that could kill quickly? It's precisely because the toxicity manifests slowly, stretching the time long enough with enough people exposed in places visited, that it becomes difficult to detect." Zhang Yu smiled. "Young man, I don't know why, but I completely believe what you're saying," Xiao Nantian said. "Grandpa, who poisoned you? Tell me, I will never let him go." Xiao Yuhong was very angry at this moment. Not just because Xiao Nantian was her grandfather, but also because he was a heroic figure with outstanding military achievements. Who would dare to harm him? "Honger, you shouldn't ask about this." Xiao Nanshan's expression changed slightly, and he didn't say more. Then he asked Zhang Yu, "Young man, your medical skills are so remarkable, not only can you cure me, but you can also trace the source. I wonder who your teacher is. Old man, just leave me a little secret, Zhang Yu said with a smile. If I have the chance, I'll tell you all later. All right, since you don't want to say, I won't ask, Xiao Nantian nodded, then turned to Xiao Yuhong. You must not mention today's matter to anyone. Just tell them that I met a good doctor this time. I understand, Grandpa, Xiao Yuhong nodded. In the entire Xiao family, the old man was like a living fossil. Even at 100 years old, he remained the supreme authority in the family. His word was law. Yet, despite this, Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but feel curious about Zhang Yu. The last time she saw him, he was performing a thrilling display of speed on the winding mountain roads. She had an impression of him then, but didn't think much of it. Today was their second meeting. He had silently cured her grandfather's long-standing ailment. He was only 22, just graduated from university. Others his age either indulged in a life of excess, oblivious to the cost of living, stayed home playing video games, or were stressed out looking for jobs. Only Zhang Yu, at such a young age, displayed a maturity beyond his years, with astonishing capabilities. He managed to handle so many things simultaneously. Xiao Yuhong was part of the information department. For a moment, she was tempted to use her resources to investigate Zhang Yu's background. No, that's against the rules. She quickly realized the problem in her mind. But not investigating only fueled her curiosity, leaving her feeling conflicted. Xiao Nantian noticed his granddaughter's demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa, what are you laughing at? Seeing her grandfather laugh like that made her feel a bit uneasy. Honger, you're not a child anymore. Shouldn't you consider your lifelong matters? He didn't say the latter part. I think Zhang Yu is quite good. Being as clever as she was, she should understand his meaning. Although Xiao Yuhong was 29 years old, several years older than Zhang Yu, her capabilities and background were top tier. If she brought a substantial dowry, it wouldn't be a bad match. Moreover, Xiao Yuhong was a standout in the military. Among tens of thousands of female soldiers, her looks were top-notch, definitely T0 level. She was flawless in every aspect. Grandpa, how many times do I have to say it? I have no thoughts in that regard right now, Xiao Yuhong said. Zhang Yu was indeed handsome, mysterious, and had saved her grandfather. She was genuinely curious about him, but discussing marriage at this point felt too premature, especially since they had only met twice. She had earned some reputation for herself. Did her grandfather really want to rush her into marriage? It was ridiculous. However, she didn't want to express her frustration. Xiao Nantian didn't say anything further. He could tell that his granddaughter's attitude was noticeably different. At least for now, her impression of Zhang Yu was quite good. Regardless of whether she liked him or not, she certainly didn't reject or dislike him. This lack of rejection in the first impression meant there would be opportunities later. In the past, when he introduced potential matches, she would lose interest before he even finished speaking, avoiding the topic. But Hunger, I'm already at an age where I could be buried in the ground. When you get married, that will be my last wish. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking? You can still live to be 100. Xiao Yuhong replied. All right, then I'll live to be a spirit, Xiao Nantian said, chuckling. We've arrived. At that moment, the car slowly turned right, entering a quaint little building with an antique charm. Xiao Yuhong said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu turned his head and looked outside. This was actually the former concession area of Jiangcheng. The little building before them had a profound sense of history. It was nearly 100 years old and had once served as the administrative office in the concession. Such buildings were also protected historical relics. It was very valuable, and unexpectedly, someone actually lived inside. So, the more one sees, the more one feels their own knowledge is insufficient. Such buildings, whether it be the Binjiang mansion or the Lu family's villa, are incomparable. Oh, this is my family's annex. No one has lived here for a long time, Xiao Yuhong explained. If it weren't for this trip to Jiangcheng, it might not have been used at all. Zhang Yu nodded, understanding now. The car entered the courtyard. There were 3 or 4 servants cleaning up the dead branches and leaves in the yard. Upon seeing them return, they all respectfully greeted them. Come on, Grandpa, let's go up the steps, take your time. Xiao Yuhong supported Xiao Nanshan's arm, preparing to enter the house. Zhang Yu, follow us, the yard is big, afraid you might get lost. Listen to this, what a Versailles remark. The emphasis of this sentence is not on whether one might get lost, but rather that the yard is so large that it's easy to get lost. However, such a Western-style building is indeed worthy for a heroic figure like Xiao Nantian. Zhang Yu said nothing. A man who looked like a steward hurriedly approached, his feet seeming to fly. Old man, they are here again, and haven't left the side hall. Deputy Gua, didn't we say not to see them? Why are they still here? Xiao Yuhong expressed some dissatisfaction. Grandpa is suffering from illness, and they come to disturb him every day? Miss, I know, but I can't stop them. Deputy Guo looked somewhat aggrieved. Alright, Honger, say less. Xiao Nantian was in a good mood now. Since they are here, let's meet them. Deputy Guo led the way ahead. Xiao Nantian and Xiao Yuhong walked towards the side hall. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back to Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu, you come along too. Okay. He didn't ask why, just nodded and followed behind. Upon reaching the side hall, they saw several people sitting in the hall. Upon seeing Xiao Nantian appear, they all stood up and bowed respectfully. Old Master Xiao, we finally meet you. You're being polite, you are all prominent figures in Jiangcheng, no need for such formalities, Xiao Nantian chuckled. The few people straightened up and noticed Zhang Yu behind Xiao Nantian. Their eyes sparkled with immense surprise, doubting whether they were seeing things. But it was indeed true, the person behind was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at the people in the hall. The one at the forefront looked somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, wasn't this Wu Zhangliang from the Jiangcheng Combat Readiness Zone? He had seen him on television and in the news. He had raced against his son. Other than that, there was no other connection, and he never expected to see him in the Xiao family's annex. Old man, may I ask who this is? Wu Zhangliang knew that anyone who could appear here with the old man must be someone significant. He also wanted to clarify what the relationship was between Zhang Yu and the Xiao family. Oh, let me introduce him. He is my great benefactor, Zhang Yu, Xiao Nantian said. This is the commander of the Jiangcheng Combat Readiness Zone, Wu Zhangliang. Hello. Zhang Yu shook hands with Wu Zhangliang, expressing friendliness. They both acted as if they had never known who the other was before. The others also introduced themselves one after another. Among them was even Sha Ruikang. Sha Ruikang actually didn't want to be dragged here because he was just a minor character and had nothing to say, but there was no way out. With his superior from Jingchu and Wu Zhangliang, who was of equal rank, present, he could only play the role of a small cameo. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Sha Ruikang was completely bewildered. What was going on? Zhang Yu had actually become a guest of the Xiao family? What on earth had happened? There were too many big shots on the scene, and he didn't dare to speak out. His mind was racing, trying to figure out if he had met Xiao Yuhong while climbing the mountain. That day, she happened to be on the mountain as well. Could it be that the two of them had a close relationship and had already formed a deep bond? No way, that was too fast. Moreover, what kind of person was Xiao Yuhong? Besides this, there seemed to be no other possibilities. Stop standing around, sit down and talk, Old Master Xiao said as he settled into the grand chair in the center of the hall. The others also took their seats on either side. The guests were all prominent figures in Jiangcheng, quietly arranging themselves according to their social status. Wu Zhangliang was the first on the left side. The others sat in order, with Sha Ruikang taking the sixth position. Zhang Yu, come sit over here, Xiao Nantian pointed to a chair on the right side of the hall. The left side was honored. The empty seat on the right had no one in Jiangcheng qualified to occupy it. Even if Wu Zhangliang were present, he could only sit below. However, with the old master giving such an order, the top figures present were instantly taken aback. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What was going on? Old Master Xiao actually let him sit at the top. This meant he was more esteemed than all of them. Who could understand? They were all in their 50s, having dominated Jiangcheng for decades, already leaders in their respective fields. Today, they were overshadowed by a young man in his 20s. If Xiao Nantian wasn't losing his mind, then this kid was truly a formidable character not to be underestimated. Sha Ruikang didn't mind, as he had no grievances with Zhang Yu. He had entrusted his daughter, Sha, to him for guidance. So theoretically, the higher Zhang Yu's status, the happier he would be. However, Wu Zhangliang's expression was quite grim. He had always been proud and arrogant. In the Xiao family hall, no one could sit above him except for the old master. Moreover, he firmly believed that Zhang Yu was the culprit behind his son Wu Yiluan becoming a vegetable, and he hadn't had the chance to settle the score yet. And now he just sat up there? What would happen next? Oh, my grandfather wants you to sit, so come over, Xiao Yuhong said to Zhang Yu. It seemed that Grandpa truly regarded him as a great benefactor, and she would have to pay more attention to him in the future. If he needed anything, as long as she could help, it would be just a matter of his word. Since old Master Xiao has instructed, I will not be polite. Zhang Yu smiled, then walked to the hall and sat down in the right position under the gaze of those on either side. Now that everyone is here, Xiao Nantian looked around. You are all top figures in Jiangcheng. If you have any matters to discuss with this old man, feel free to speak. The people below exchanged glances, unsure of how to start. Commander Wu, didn't you send several invitations saying you wanted to see me? Why are you silent now that we meet? Xiao Nantian turned to Wu Zhangliang. Hearing this, Wu Zhangliang quickly replied, "Old Master Xiao, you are my master's master. I have long admired you. There is nothing in particular, I just wanted to pay you a visit." He had originally intended to mention another matter, but now, seeing the situation before him, he wasn't foolish enough to bring it up. "Is that so?" Xiao Nantian frowned slightly. Wu Zhangliang, feeling nervous, immediately stood up. "Old Master Xiao, it really is so. I just wanted to pay my respects to you on behalf of the Jiangqing garrison." In truth, he dared not speak of his real intentions. Seeing Zhang Yu being valued so highly, sitting in the hall above everyone else, he found himself at a loss for words. Ever since the last time, when Ma Weigua's men had smashed the machinery, and he couldn't trace those people, Wu Zhangliang realized that someone must be backing Zhang Yu. Or perhaps, another possibility was that Zhang Yu's abilities were strong enough to have such a mysterious organization serving him. So, he wanted to use the connections of Old Master Xiao Nantian to have the information support troops thoroughly investigate Zhang Yu's background. Because Xiao Nantian's granddaughter is a major general in the information troops, she has made significant contributions, and with the equipment and technology at the disposal of the information troops, it would be incredibly easy to investigate anyone. Therefore, upon learning that Xiao Nantian had come to Jiangcheng, Wu Zhangliang wanted to quickly use his connections to uncover the truth behind this matter. However, all these thoughts vanished the moment he saw Zhang Yu in the hall. Who would dare to bring it up? Xiao Nantian had elevated his status so high, he wasn't a fool. "That's good to hear," Xiao Nantian smiled. "You are all prominent figures from various sectors in Jiangcheng. I am very pleased that you came to see me. I hope you can continue to work hard." That is certain. People from the military, politics, and business all nodded in agreement. "By the way," Xiao Nantian said, "this Mr. Zhang Yu, some of you may know him, while others are meeting him for the first time. Therefore, I would like to say that in the future, while he is in Jiangcheng, please try to provide him with as much convenience as possible, as a favor to an old man like me." "Old Master Xiao, you flatter me." Xia Ruweikong quickly stood up and said, "I know Mr. Zhang Yu, he is young and accomplished, and he certainly has greater potential for development in the future." Xia Ruweikong was not only expressing his stance in front of Old Master Xiao but also sharing his genuine thoughts. Who would have thought that Zhang Yu, who was believed to have made significant achievements in business, would be valued so highly even by Old Master Xiao, who was far away in the capital? It was as if Zhang Yu were a reincarnation of Xiao Nantian's own parents. "Oh, Secretary Xia knows Mr. Zhang?" Xiao Nantian asked. "That's right, Old Master," Xia Ruweikong nodded. "In fact, Mr. Zhang is currently preparing to establish a bank, and we are doing our utmost to help him navigate the various channels." "A private bank?" Xiao Yuhong, who was nearby, recalled the news she had inadvertently discovered on her phone. "Secretary Xia, are you saying that this private bank is an enterprise under Zhang Yu?" "Exactly, Major General Xiao." Xia Ruweikong addressed Xiao Yuhong directly by her title, "and that is just one of the enterprises under Zhang Yu." "Ahem," Xiao Nantian chuckled. "Since Mr. Zhang is going to open a bank, I hope everyone can support him financially." "Rest assured, Old Master Xiao." Another person in the hall expressed his support. "We plan to deposit all of our company's cash reserves into Mr. Zhang's bank. The amount isn't small, around 10 billion or so. Consider it a gift for Mr. Zhang's introduction." 10 billion. Zhang Yu couldn't help but glance at that person, one of the top wealthy individuals from Jingshu province. The company's cash flow was astonishingly high, indicating a very healthy financial status. "That I thank you in advance," Zhang Yu said politely. 10 billion would be directly injected into the bank. The bank could then use that money for loans, profiting from the interest spread. This was essentially starting a bank without any capital. Starting a bank, let alone 10 billion, would require significant effort to attract even 1 billion in deposits. Yet now, just with Old Master Zhao's words, 10 billion would be directly injected once the bank was officially established. Just thinking about it made this opportunity seem incredibly tempting. Once this person expressed his support, others followed suit, one after another, indicating their willingness to provide various forms of assistance for Zhang Yu's enterprise development. Zhang Yu did not hold back and accepted all offers. "Alright, since we've discussed quite a bit, everyone can disperse and return to your own matters," Xiao Nantian said, yawning as he stood up, appearing somewhat drowsy. "Grandpa, let me help you back to your room to rest for a while," Xiao Yuhong said. "No need, you can see the guests off." Old Master Xiao expressed that he could manage, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Honger, do you have Zhang Yu's contact information?" Not yet." Xiao Yuhong paused for a moment before replying. Today was only the second time she had met Zhang Yu, and they hadn't exchanged many words during their last meeting. In that case, add Zhang Yu's phone number in WeChat, and keep in touch more often. Xiao Nantian said. "Zhang Yu, Xiao Yuhong felt helpless and had no choice but to take out her phone and walk up to Zhang Yu. He had just heard Xiao Nanshan's words as well. He also took out his phone. Since it's the old master's wish, let's exchange contact information. After Xiao Yuhong saved his WeChat and phone number, she suddenly realized something from Zhang Yu's words. What does that mean? She thought to herself, is Zhang Yu only keeping my contact information out of respect for Grandpa? Am I not impressive in front of him? After glancing at Zhang Yu, Xiao Yuhong felt her competitive spirit awaken. Who doesn't know my reputation in the military? And I'm the #1 beauty in the military. Countless dignitaries want to connect with the Xiao family. This Zhang Yu is quite special. From his gaze, there was not a hint of disrespect or expectation towards her. His eyes and tone were plain and polite, devoid of any ulterior motives. This left Xiao Yuhong at a loss. For the first time in her life, she found herself doubting herself, feeling somewhat insecure. Xiao Nantian watched his granddaughter's expression and couldn't help but smile. It was quite interesting. It was the first time he had seen such a look on her face. It seemed that Zhang Yu had appeared at just the right time. Perhaps his granddaughter's lifelong affair could be resolved. He didn't know what Zhang Yu's current relationship status was. Xiao Nantian knew that his charm was too great and would attract countless girls. However, no matter what, he had to think more for his granddaughter and create more opportunities. So, Xiao Nantian said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, I will be in Jiangqing for the next few days. Please come by often when you have time to help me with my health. You're too polite, old master. I'll come whenever I have time. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Although the toxins in Xiao Nanshan's body had been expelled, he had not yet reached the standard of complete recovery. There were still some toxins remaining that needed further observation. At this moment, Wu Zhangliang, Xia Ruikang, and others walked to the door. Seeing the old master inviting Zhang Yu to the Xiao family, their shock was beyond words. They had tried to visit the old master several times but had failed until today. Yet the old master's attitude towards Zhang Yu was one of active invitation, saying he could come anytime without an appointment. This was enough to prove the old master's high regard for him. It was possible that in the future, even Xiao Yuhong, this little cotton-padded jacket, would be taken away by Zhang Yu. At that time, his identity would be the old master's grandson-in-law. What that meant was self-evident. Thus, they all made up their minds, knowing they could not easily offend Zhang Yu in the future. Commander Wu Zhangliang left the Xiao family's villa and got into a black business car parked by the roadside. Inside, Ma Weigua quickly asked, how did it go? What did the old master say? Can we proceed with a major operation? Tell your people to withdraw completely. What? Withdraw completely? Ma Weigua was somewhat surprised. I just sent everyone out, and I haven't even settled the score with him for the last incident with the car. Wu Zhangliang leaned back in his seat, helplessly saying, all tasks related to Zhang Yu that were previously issued are to be withdrawn. From now on, this matter is not to be mentioned again. The background behind Zhang Yu is no longer important. Further investigation is meaningless. On the surface, he already has the support of the Xiao family behind him. As for whether there are other forces in the shadows, that won't affect the outcome. In just a few days, Zhang Yu has become the most untouchable person in Jiangcheng. Even though his identity is merely that of a businessman, he knows in his heart that this is the only way. Wu Yiluan has now become a vegetable. He can only consider himself unfortunate. Fortunately, he still has other descendants, so the lineage won't end. Otherwise, if this matter continues, whether he can still keep his position as commander is uncertain. But, isn't what I said clear enough? Stop everything. Wu Zhangliang, seeing Ma Weigua still entangled in the matter, couldn't help but feel like exploding. Yes, Commander Wu, Ma Weigua said, looking dejected. The momentum in his eyes had diminished. He has reached this point thanks to Wu Zhenliang's support behind him. It's like having a boss. If the boss says not to do it, what else can he do but comply? Drive. After calming down, Wu Zhengliang signaled the driver to start the car. Ma Weigua, after you get out, instruct everyone to disband quickly and don't leave any traces. Then, Wu Zhenliang's car left the Xiao family's villa. Ma Weigua got out of the car, watching it leave, his fists clenched tightly. Zhang Yu, we're back. At Binjiang Mansion, Lu Wanxiao and her two companions returned from Jiangheng Company. All three of them were in a very good mood because their leave had been approved smoothly. As long as they finished their work tasks in the next few days, they could look forward to nearly half a month of vacation. There's only this one longer holiday in a year, so they were, of course, very happy. However, upon returning home, they found the large house empty. Zhang Yu was not there. Xiong Tingting should have gone to the bank to complete her employment procedures and hadn't returned either. Hey, is the landlord not home? Pan Yuyao said, turning around and checking the second floor. She didn't see Zhang Yu's figure. Maybe he went out, Di Xiaoba said. It's getting late. You should start packing your things into your suitcases, Lu Huanqiu instructed. This time, due to the concentrated flight mission, they wouldn't be back for several days, so they needed to prepare more items than usual. With only 2 hours left before leaving for the airport, it was quite tight. After giving her instructions, Lu Huanqiu went upstairs. She found that Zhang Yu was indeed not at home. Zhang Yu, where did you go? Unable to help herself, she sent him a message. I'm out. What's up? Zhang Yu replied. Oh, it's nothing. We're about to fly. I see, be safe. If there's anything that needs doing at home, just tell Xiong Tingting. Seeing his reply, Lu Huanqiu suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Didn't he know we were leaving for several days? Humph, it's intentional. A scumbag is just a scumbag. I even wanted to see you before I left, yet you don't realize my feelings at all. It's infuriating. She thought to herself, suddenly realizing something was off, completely off. Her current emotions were entirely controlled by Zhang Yu. His every move could affect her feelings. She couldn't help but think, in the next 4 to 5 days, without seeing Zhang Yu, would her longing become overwhelming? She pulled her thoughts back and noticed the room was silent. She walked to Di Xiaoba and Pan Yuyao's room and found both of them in a daze. Pan Yuyao was still muttering about dead octopuses and stinky octopuses. Why aren't you guys moving yet? Lu Hanxiao said, time is running out. If we delay, we won't make it. With that, she went back to her room to pack her things. After organizing and repacking her belongings into the suitcase, she zipped it up and stood back up. By the way, do you guys want to bring that? Pan Yuyao asked, peeking over. We should bring some, our schedule is irregular, and there's the time difference. It's hard to say, Lu Hanxiao replied. At this point, Di Xiaoba remained silent, suddenly realizing something was off. Something didn't feel right. It seemed like time had already passed, but they hadn't arrived? Xiaoba, what are you thinking about? Lu Hanxiao asked. Nothing, Sister Xiao. Di Xiaoba snapped back to reality and continued packing. Xiaoba, why aren't you bringing anything? Pan Yuyao came over to ask again. Oh, look at my memory, she realized and packed some items. Lu Hanxiao watched her, puzzled. Just then, the door to the house opened. It was Xiong Tingting returning. Are you guys leaving? She asked, carrying some vegetables and fruits, noticing the three were packing. Yes, we're going out for several days. You'll have to take care of things at home, Lu Hanxiao said. She didn't say the latter part, especially Zhang Yu. Sister Xiao, you're being too formal, Xiong Tingting smiled. Then you guys eat something first. Whatever you want, I'll make it now. There's not much time, we need to set off. They couldn't be late right after asking for leave. That wouldn't look good. Then take some fruit with you to eat on the way. Xiong Tingting quickly took out the fruit from the bag and started distributing it. Great, my favorite son Rose, then I won't be polite. Pan Yuyao was as straightforward as ever. Then take more. Xiong Tingting stuffed fruit into her suitcase. Xiaoba, are you feeling unwell? Lu Hanxiao noticed her good friend was silent and asked. No, Sister Xiao. Di Xiaoba smiled. Let's hurry and set off. Be careful on the road. Send a message when you arrive. Xiong Tingting watched the three as they pushed their suitcases out the door. Once they entered the elevator, she began to tidy up the groceries she had just bought. Today, with Secretary Yang's assistance, she successfully completed her onboarding procedures. Since the bank hadn't officially opened yet, she was waiting for a notification. When the call came, she would start working. The salary was set at 20,000 per month with a mutual provident fund of 5,000. At the end of the year, there would be a performance bonus of 20% to 30%, linked to the bank's actual performance. This was a treatment she had never imagined. Even when Jiang Hang was confirmed, the benefits were still somewhat inferior. Unsure how to express her gratitude, she thought about making some of her signature dishes to properly thank Zhang Yu. With the landlord Zhang Yu not at home, she decided to do some preparatory work first. She would prepare the ingredients so that when he returned, she could start cooking right away. As she thought about this, she suddenly felt that it was just like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. She couldn't help but blush. Xiong Tingting, you are getting too deep into your role. Landlord Zhang Yu is the sun, and I am just a blade of grass. Being illuminated by the sun is enough for me. How can I be greedy and want to monopolize the sunlight? She was still very clear about her self-awareness. There wouldn't be any excessive thoughts. As for Lu Hanxiao, Pan Yuyao, and the other three, she thought to herself that since she was the last to arrive, she naturally had to keep a low profile and do her part well. She shouldn't stir up any trouble. As long as I do my best to serve the landlord on this day, following his instructions will suffice. Over here. After leaving the rented villa of the Xiao family, Zhang Yu was also preparing to return to Binjiang Mansion. However, when he got back, Lu Huanqiu and the other two would definitely not be home. Fortunately, there was Xiong Tingting. For the next few days, there was no need to worry. Although she was the last to move into Binjiang Mansion, she brought the greatest emotional value to herself. As for why, that is not to be mentioned here. Since Zhang Yu did not drive when he came to the Xiao family, he also politely declined Xiao Yuhong's offer to give him a ride back. Instead, he chose to walk back. After all, the rented villa was not far from Binjiang Mansion, only about 4 to 5 kilometers. This distance could be covered in just over an hour if he walked quickly. It was just right for a stroll and to enjoy the scenery, like other pedestrians on the road. But who would have thought that the person brushing past them was a mysterious big shot? Look quickly, that handsome guy, so handsome, he must be at least 185 centimeters tall. He is really my ideal type. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. You asked the wrong question. It's not whether he has a girlfriend, but how many girlfriends he has. I feel like in a week, he probably has a different one every day. You all keep it down, he seems to have a lot of identities. It seems so. He is a Lamborghini owner, a concert's unknown singing god, and a miraculous doctor who saves the elderly. No way, is it all him? Wow, that's too impressive. Hey, where did he go? After they finished checking the news, they looked up, but the handsome guy's figure was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Zhang Yu had already walked into a small alley, preparing to take a shortcut. Suddenly, a person walked out in front of him. She was wearing a pleated skirt and a fitted white shirt. She looked incredibly beautiful. Chanwan? Zhang Yu recognized her. He hadn't seen her since the last time she came to Binjiang Mansion to watch the fireworks. How did he run into her here? He saw Chanwan looking at him, her face a bit flustered, her eyes seemingly signaling him to leave quickly. You must be Zhang Yu, she said. At that moment, a group of people walked out from the side. The leader, a bald fat man, pushed Chanwan aside and walked towards Zhang Yu. Who are you? Zhang Yu did not know him. He was unaware that the new E-group had secretly taken care of a few matters for him. Could it be that this was someone sent by Wu Yiluan to cause him trouble? Zhang Yu, I am Chanwan's brother, Chen Kai. What do you want? The fat man, who was only 165 centimeters tall, even a bit shorter than Chanwan, looked up and said, I heard that my sister was bullied by you. You haven't taken responsibility, so I'm here to ask you what happened. Chen Kai, stop messing around, it was my choice, Chanwan hurriedly said from the side. Don't provoke him. Provoke? Chen Kai laughed. Zhang Yu, I heard you've become quite famous recently and have made some money. How about giving us some pocket money? From what you said, it sounds like you want to extort me? Zhang Yu realized what these people were after. Chanwan probably wouldn't have brought this up herself. After all, she still wanted to have some connection with him. It was likely that this thug Chen Kai had accidentally seen the messages and photos on her phone. Then he thought of trying to squeeze some money out of him. Since Chanwan knew his home address and this place was very close to Binjiang Mansion, he probably had been lurking here for a while. It could be considered a calculated effort. However, what kind of identity did Zhang Yu have now? There were 100 ways to make this group of small thugs tremble in fear. So, he was not worried at all. What do you mean by extorting you? Chen Kai said, my sister's purity has been ruined by you. How will she get married in the future? You won't lose money. Today I'm going to have my way with you, I said. That's how invincible people are. The wealthier they are, the more they want to take advantage of others. That's why it's better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. Once they latch onto you like a sticky plaster, it's incredibly annoying. Just because of you? If you know what's good for you, step aside and let him pass. At that moment, a girl's sharp voice rang out from behind the crowd. Zhang Yu turned around to look. He saw a girl wearing a hat, arms crossed, standing at the alley's entrance. Her light jacket fluttered slightly in the wind, and her inner outfit showcased a good figure. She looked like someone who often worked out, with 2 beautiful lines on her lower abdomen. She looked at Chen Kai and his group, her smile carrying a hint of arrogance. Let him pass. Zhang Yu looked at the girl in the hat. Her figure and looks were indeed striking. However, her temper was just as explosive. For a moment, Zhang Yu didn't know where this girl came from but wanted to see more. Hey, you little brat. Chen Kai was furious. How could someone interrupt his good fortune? But then he took a closer look and found the girl quite attractive. In her fitted t-shirt, her fair skin was exposed. He couldn't help but feel tempted. Oh, little girl, why are you alone? How about I take you home? Chen Kai stepped forward, reaching out with his hands, trying to take advantage. Just because of you? The girl snapped back, executing a swift kick. The tip of her shoe shot up and struck Chen Kai's chin. Chen Kai felt his teeth bite into his tongue, pain shooting through him as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Kai, are you okay? His subordinates were dumbfounded. How could this girl be so flexible? One kick could hit his chin? Damn it! Get him! Chen Kai wiped the blood from his hands, furious. He was somewhat famous in this area, and today he was beaten by a little girl. If this got out, how would he ever show his face again? With his command, his subordinates rushed at her, not caring that they were outnumbering her. If she can't handle it, I'll step in. Zhang Yu calmly observed the situation. With the superhuman physique granted by the system, dealing with these lackeys was no problem at all. However, the scene that followed made Zhang Yu's eyes widen. He saw the girl, facing the attack of 6 or 7 people in the narrow alley, moving as light as a swallow. Using a trash can by the wall, she pushed off and soared into the air. One leg swept out horizontally, and several people fell in response. Wow, what incredible leg skills! Zhang Yu was astonished. This move was truly beautiful. As several people were knocked down, the remaining ones charged at her frantically. However, the girl used both legs throughout, never employing her hands. In just a few moves, she took down all of them. A few even heard the crack of broken ribs. Some fell on their backsides, likely fracturing their tailbones as well. They lay on the ground, wailing, unable to get up. Who would have thought that her long, shapely legs, which were originally a symbol of beauty, would become weapons of harm? Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel that even those lackeys had gained something. Being kicked down by such legs, who knew when they'd get the chance again? So, how about my moves? Not bad, right? The girl looked at Chen Kai, her eyes filled with mockery. Let's go, let's go. Chen Kai realized he had encountered a tough opponent today and quickly called his subordinates to flee the scene. Without looking back, he didn't even care about his own sister, Chen Wan. At this moment, Chen Wan was quite scared. Her hands curled in front of her chest, her legs felt weak, and though she wanted to run, it was as if her feet were glued to the ground. Zhang Yu, I really didn't know my brother would find out about us. I didn't mean to, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. It didn't seem like an act. She was genuinely frightened. It's best that way, otherwise, my master won't let you off, the girl said, then walked towards Zhang Yu. Master, she called out, then respectfully knelt on one knee. One hand crossed over her chest. Zhang Yu was a bit dazed. He didn't even know this girl, yet she called him master? Could it be? He quickly remembered that the new E-group he had acquired was the largest underground force in the world. It seemed this girl was someone the new E-group had placed in Zhongcheng. Unexpectedly, her skills were quite impressive. Before she made her move, who would have thought she could take down so many people without breaking a sweat? She was decisive and ruthless, not one to waste words. Not bad, not bad. If everyone under him was as capable as Master Yi, they could really walk all over others. She called you master? Chen Wan's eyes widened, her mind seemingly going off track. She knew Zhang Yu had money now, but to train someone with such skills to call him master? Was this girl really that obedient? She didn't even have a concept of the new E-group. Her understanding of so-called underground forces was only at the level of Chen Kai. Little did she know, in front of real underground forces, Chen Kai hadn't even entered the door. He was just a small-time thug on the street. Alright, this is no longer your business. Zhang Yu dismissed Chen Wan. There was nothing more to say. Chen Wan could only leave the alley, dragging her feet, feeling dejected. She regretted it immensely. Originally, she wanted to find Zhang Yu again to pour out her heart, but as soon as she opened her phone, Chen Kai suddenly saw it. And then came the current scene. After this incident, there was no chance left. What's your name? After Chen Wan left, Zhang Yu asked. Master, I don't have a name, everyone calls me Yezi. Yezi? Zhang Yu chuckled. That was quite a casual name, but it was also normal. In the Nui group, many people were orphans without parents, and only in this way could they have no worries and become sharp weapons. Yezi was probably one of them. So what position do you hold here in Zhongcheng? Zhang Yu asked. In response to the master, I am the overall person in charge of the Zhongcheng branch. Currently, the Zhongcheng branch has developed to 500 people, Yezi explained. Wow, she's actually the head of the Zhongcheng branch? Zhang Yu was surprised. So young, with such skills, she must have fought against everyone to earn that position. Very good. Is the funding for the Zhongcheng branch sufficient? Zhang Yu asked. In response to the master, our Zhongcheng branch has shares in several KTVs and earth-moving companies, and the monthly dividends are sufficient. Yezi replied. Good. If there's nothing else, you can go back. I'm preparing to head home. Yes, master. Yezi nodded. This is my contact information. If you need anything, just choose channel 1, and you can summon me anytime. Saying this, she handed over a walkie-talkie. A walkie-talkie is a good thing. It's not affected by signals or geographical environments, and as long as it's within a certain distance, it's useful. So, Yezi should also be secretly active nearby to ensure her safety. Then, Yezi turned and left the alley. Zhang Yu watched her figure disappear, looked down at the walkie-talkie in his hand, smiled, and prepared to head back to Binjiang Mansion. At that moment, a message from the system suddenly popped up in his mind, surprising him. At this time, Wu Zhangliang and Master Ma were gathered in the hospital. I'm very sorry, Commander Wu, we did our best. Several doctors and nurses in white coats could not lift their heads in front of Wu Zhangliang. What do you mean? Hurry up and save him, Wu Zhangliang shouted. His voice echoed in the corridor. I'm sorry, we have done everything we could. We tried for 5 hours, young Master Wu, but we couldn't save him. The doctors trembled in fear. Wu Zhangliang was furious and punched the wall. The plaster fell off in chunks. Commander Wu, this matter is closely related to Zhang Yu. We must take revenge. Ma Weiguo, upon learning that Wu Yiluan could not be saved, said with a pained expression. Sigh, forget it. Wu Zhangliang sighed helplessly. Wu Yiluan met this calamity. It is his unfortunate fate. Let's arrange for his funeral. No, Commander, are we just going to let it go like this? Ma Weiguo's eyes turned red. What else can we do? Zhang Yu is no longer someone I can provoke. If I push further, I will only lose more. With that, Wu Zhangliang lifted his leg and left the hospital corridor. Young Master Wu, I will not let this matter rest. Ma Weiguo thought to himself. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see Xiao Yuhong from the Xiao family arriving. The old man had been mingling with many people in Jiangqing during this time, and it was she who executed those interactions. Is it true that Wu Yiluan is dead? Xiao Yuhong asked, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Yes, Miss Xiao, the doctor replied. All right. Xiao Yuhong didn't know what else to say inside. After standing silently for a moment, she turned and left. I didn't expect he would really die. Zhang Yu was somewhat surprised to see the system notification that the erasure card had been successfully used. At that time, Wu Yiluan had fallen from the mountain and become a vegetable. He thought that was the maximum effect of the erasure card. He didn't expect that a few days later, he would still die. There is a significant difference between dying on the spot and dying after failed resuscitation. For a moment, Zhang Yu felt a bit emotional. It wasn't that he was lamenting for Wu Yiluan. He just felt that the power of this erasure card was too great. Once used, a life would immediately disappear. Such a tool was a bit too much. On his way back, the news of Wu Yiluan's death spread on some niche websites, especially on the dark web. Breaking news, Wu Yiluan, the second son of Commander Wu from Jiangqing, has passed away due to ineffective treatment. Wasn't it said that he was revived and his vital signs were stable? How did it suddenly take a turn for the worse? Unclear, it still feels a bit suspicious. Although the official conclusion is an accident, there are still doubts. I think so too. At that time, during the car race, the current owner of the Cine Group, Zhang Yu, was racing against him. Could it be that someone behind the scenes did something? If that's the case, it gets interesting. If we can really find evidence proving it was Zhang Yu, then we can make a good move. People on the dark web were now all excited. Coincidentally, someone in the bounty section also posted a request for Zhang Yu's weaknesses. The bounty reached 100 million. In no time, Zhang Yu became the target with the highest bounty on the dark web. Of course, the people from the Cine Group were not idle either. They warned everyone on the dark web not to act rashly. Our Cine Group has the capability to trace every ID's background. If you don't want to provoke the Cine Group, it's best to abandon all thoughts. Faced with the clear warning from the Cine Group, many organizations quickly backed down. Going against the Cine Group was clearly a losing business. That 100 million could be earned with a life but not necessarily spent with one. Most people's thoughts were to just let it go. Don't go stirring up trouble. Landlord, you're back. When Zhang Yu entered the house, Xiong Tingting was busy in the kitchen, tying on an apron. The fragrant aroma of dishes wafted into his nostrils. Landlord, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. The dishes are almost ready, Xiong Tingting said again. Due to her busyness, fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. A few strands of hair clung to her forehead, creating a special kind of beauty. Zhang Yu sat down, watching her, and felt a stir in his heart. So far, if he had to say who brought the best experience, it was undoubtedly her. She possessed two unique skills that others did not have. This feeling was easy to become addicted to. Come here, Zhang Yu waved at her. Landlord. Xiong Tingting realized what he meant. Although she had mentally prepared herself, she hesitated, but I've sweated a lot. It's fine, Zhang Yu smiled. Seeing his smile, she thought for a moment, then set down the vegetables in her hands. She had to be loyal to her country. Skipping 1,000 words. When Xiong Tingting looked at the dining table again, several dishes had already cooled down. Landlord, the dishes are cold. I'll go heat them up. No need, I'm not very hungry, Zhang Yu yawned. I think I want to go upstairs to sleep. Okay, do you need me to do anything? Xiong Tingting asked. No, just clean up and go to bed early, Zhang Yu said, appearing extremely calm at that moment. He then walked towards the second floor. A notification sounded in the system, and Xiong Tingting's star rating rose to 9. 8. Zhang Yu thought to himself, I'm going to compete with this system. Just as he was feeling a bit excited, suddenly another message popped up in the system. Host upgrade successful, current level LV3. Unlock a new character slot. No way, really? Zhang Yu looked at the notification from the system, somewhat in disbelief. It took so long to reach the second level. How could it be so fast to reach the third level? With confusion, Zhang Yu looked at the upgrade instructions in the system. It turned out that the speed of upgrading depended on the prestige points he gained. It was the number of people he could actually influence. A company with hundreds of employees only had a few hundred direct prestige points. A group with tens of thousands of employees only had tens of thousands of direct prestige points. The scope of influence was quite limited. However, with the support from Old Master Xiao, the prestige points skyrocketed. The number of people he could directly influence was at least in the millions. The level of influence was not even comparable. It could be said that he held the power of life and death over many people. Therefore, this upgrade came so quickly. This upgrade was completely an unexpected joy. Zhang Yu suddenly felt invigorated, and the drowsiness from earlier completely vanished. Sitting up, he was ready to unlock the new upgrade rewards. Host, please choose the new character slot you need to unlock. The system prompted. Then several gray character cards appeared before him. This time, there were no major changes. The characters not selected last time were still there. New additions included Hong Jia and Yi Zi among others. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. In terms of status, of course, Xiao Yuhong was the highest, but reaching full stars with her would definitely be relatively difficult. She wasn't from Jiangcheng and might leave soon, so there wouldn't be many opportunities to interact, and her initial star value wouldn't be too high. The other characters also had limited opportunities for direct interaction. After some thought, Zhang Yu decided, it's you. He then confirmed his choice. Sha. Since Shirekang had entrusted her to him for guidance, there would naturally be many opportunities for them to spend time alone together. Wouldn't that be a great chance to boost his score? As long as he filled up 10 stars, he could open another buff version of the blind box. Host has successfully activated a new character card. The system prompted. Then, he saw the number of stars displayed on the panel. Current star count, 6 stars. That was pretty good. He had only seen it once and already had 6 stars. After confirming his choice and exiting the system, Zhang Yu had new ideas. He walked to the first floor, where Xiong Tingting was tidying up the mess at the dining table. I have to step out for a bit. Okay. Xiong Tingting nodded, watching his figure disappear at the door, feeling a bit empty inside. Damn Zhang Yu, smelly Zhang Yu, didn't you say you would take me out? How long has it been? In the girls' dormitory at Jiangcheng University, Xia was mumbling to herself. Just as she couldn't help but want to call Zhang Yu, her roommate burst in. Xia, you need to go outside and take a look. What's going on? Xia looked at her roommate. Can you just say it all at once? Someone is looking for you downstairs, and he's quite handsome. You should go check it out. What handsome guy could there be in this school? Not going, Xia replied. No, he's not from the school, he's driving a Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce? As soon as Xia heard this, she immediately jumped up from her bed. As she rushed out the door, she turned back to fix her hair in front of the mirror before heading downstairs. At that moment, countless girls were gathered downstairs, watching from a distance and taking photos. Wow, this handsome guy is really good looking. Our school has 25,000 boys, and not a single one can compare to him. And he's really rich, he's driving a Rolls-Royce. Wait, that Rolls-Royce doesn't seem to be his, it's another rich girl's. He can't be a gigolo, right? Driving someone else's car to our school to pick up girls? That Xia is the daughter of Secretary Xia, she shouldn't be fooled, right? What do you know? There are so many well-protected rich girls who end up being messed around by some punk. Don't make it like that couple from that school, making a scene on the ground. That would be embarrassing. But he's so handsome, even if he messes around, I'd be willing. At that moment, Xia's voice came through. She's here, let's go. The girls, feeling a bit awkward, dispersed. Only a small group of people upstairs continued to watch. You finally made it. Xia stood with her hands behind her back, slightly on her toes, feeling a bit shy. Wait, why are you blushing? We're not a couple. Zhang Yu laughed at her expression. She was still wearing a JK uniform today, exuding youthful energy, which made him reminisce about his student days a few years ago. Am I? Xia touched her face with the back of her hand, as if it was a bit hot. So, what do you think our relationship is now? According to your father's wishes, we can refer to each other as siblings, Zhang Yu joked. Cut it out. Who wants to be your sister? Xia rolled her eyes at him and then asked, by the way, where are you taking me to have fun? What do you want to do? Zhang Yu countered. I don't know. Xia couldn't think of anything. How about this? Let's go to the mall and play claw machines, Zhang Yu suggested. Xia couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, I'm not a 3-year-old who still plays with kids' stuff. Just say whether you're going or not, Zhang Yu said. Going. Xia quickly nodded. It's better than staying in the dorm. Her dad, Xia Ruikan, had given her an order, either stay in the dorm or go home. If she wanted to go out, she could only rely on Zhang Yu. In a way, she was also being held in check. Anyway, as long as I can get out of school, that's all that matters. As for what to do, I won't tell him later, I'll just sneak away, won't that be fine? She was calculating in her heart, feeling a bit of secret delight. Zhang Yu watched her expression change but said nothing. He just smiled. Then let's get in the car. Shasha nodded and got into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Zhang Yu couldn't help but glance over. The Shasha family had a daughter growing up. What are you looking at? Shasha asked curiously. Looking at you, Zhang Yu said, looking straight into her eyes. For a moment, the fearless Shasha found herself unable to withstand his gaze and turned her head away. Shasha's star rating is 7 points. A new prompt came from the system. Is that it? Just like that, she gained a star? It seemed a bit too easy. If things went well tonight, she could reach full stars, and everything would be easier afterward. Thinking this, Zhang Yu said, buckle up, we're off. He drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the school. Wait, where are those two going? At that moment, on the roadside, Sume was on duty. Unable to resist, she opened the app on her phone. Seeing that Shasha was sitting in the passenger seat while Zhang Yu was driving her out, she thought of what Sha Ruekong had said about Zhang Yu being able to take his little cousin Shasha out, so she didn't think much of it. Looking at the distance, it wasn't far from where she was on duty. Wait, the car was coming this way. Hey, isn't that my sister Sume up ahead? Shasha, with her good eyesight, spotted Sume in her reflective duty uniform and quickly waved, Sister Sume, Sister Sume. Sume, helpless, raised her hand to signal Zhang Yu to pull over. Then, she tore off a ticket. Passenger's hand sticking out of the window, dangerous action, you're getting a fine. At that moment. Good news, Sume finally issued a ticket to Zhang Yu. Bad news, the ticket was for her own car. Her mood was quite complicated at that moment. Captain Su, you really are strict and impartial. Looking at the rabbit officer in front of him, Zhang Yu chuckled while holding the steering wheel. Sister Sume, what time do you get off work? Why don't you come play with us? Shasha invited. First, tell me where you two are going. Sume glanced at the time. It was almost time to get off work. Seeing the two of them, especially with Shasha extending the invitation, she hesitated about whether to go home directly or what to do. Zhang Yu said he would take me to the mall to catch stuffed toys, Shasha said. Huh, is that it? Sume was puzzled. You came out at night just to do this? Of course not, Shasha raised her head at this moment. It's not easy to get out. I've decided to indulge today and not go back to the dorm. Just thinking about it was a bit thrilling. Shasha had been quite rebellious before, often not at school or home, causing Sume to check on her whereabouts and drag her back every time. It had been a long time since she had stayed out all night. Now, even though Zhang Yu was with her, Sume still felt tense. Indulge? What do you want to do? She really had no way to deal with this cousin who had just started college. After I'm done, I'm going to an esports hotel to play a couple of games. The setup is really good. That's right, Shasha was also a gaming addict. Last time at home, with so many important guests, she was holed up in her room playing games, not even pouring a cup of tea. Ha, a hotel? Sume exclaimed. Shasha had only met Zhang Yu a few times, and she wanted to go to a hotel with him so casually? This was not good. If Secretary Shai knew that the little cotton-padded jacket was taken away by someone else so quickly, it would be a big deal. She didn't dare to tell anyone about this. Originally, Sume wasn't that keen on going, but after hearing Shasha say that, she immediately replied, then Shasha, I'll accompany you tonight. She had to take on the responsibility of protecting her cousin. Great. Sume, get in the car, Shasha said. Wait a moment, I need to brief my colleagues, Sume replied. Saying this, she walked over to a few team members and explained the situation. Don't worry, Captain, we'll complete the mission and return on time. The team members looked at the people in the car from a distance and recognized it was the one who drove the Lamborghini last time. For a moment, they all thought, who would have thought that these two really are a pair of star-crossed lovers? Moreover, that Zhang Yu was driving Sume's car. According to the plot of the TV drama, with such a scenario, they would definitely end up together in the end. Zhang Yu rested his hand on the steering wheel, watching Sume, who had just been so emotionally stirred. Now she was even willing to leave her post early, which clearly didn't align with her usual dedicated persona. It seemed that Sume was also a protective sister fanatic. She was just like Lu Hanxiao. Lu Hanxiao was so protective that she ended up getting involved herself. This was something she hadn't anticipated at the beginning. At first, she was the most aloof among the three. Achoo! At this moment, high above in the sky, Lu Hanxiao sneezed. Who is cursing me? She said. Not me, Chief Steward Lu, Pan Yuyao replied with an innocent look. Are you underdressed? It's still a bit cold in the cabin. It's okay, Lu Hanxiao shook her head. She glanced at Di Xiaba and found her leaning against the flight attendant's chair, eyes closed, resting. Xiaba, are you feeling unwell? Lu Hanxiao asked. She had noticed something was off since they left. Xiaoba had been listless, like a little chick that had lost its spirit. No fever? Pan Yuyo reached out to check her forehead and found it normal. She then pressed her forehead against Xiaoba's. Both were fine. What's wrong with Xiaoba these days? Pan Yuyo asked. Lu Hanxiao fell silent at this moment. She silently calculated the time in her mind and suddenly realized, oh no, could it be? Did Di Xiaoba get caught? Although they had confirmed the situation with each other, it was awkward to ask in front of Pan Yuyo. There was also the question of what to do if she really did get caught. Just thinking about it gave Lu Hanxiao a headache. All Zhang Yu's fault. Chief Steward Lu, I'm just a bit tired. I'll be fine after arrest, Di Xiaoba smiled and said at this moment. Xiaoba, why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup after we land? Pan Yuyo suggested. At worst, I won't sleep and will accompany you. That won't do, Lu Hanxiao shook her head. If we really need to go to the hospital, I'll go with her. You're still young and don't understand many things. Alright then, Pan Yuyo could only nod in response. Xiaoba, if you really don't feel well, you must tell us, don't force yourself. There are still several days ahead. I understand, thank you, Yuyo, Di Xiaoba nodded. Let's go check in front and let Xiaoba rest for a while, Lu Hanxiao said. As she heard their footsteps fade away, Di Xiaoba opened her eyes. Her mind began to race. No way? With such a small probability, could she really have gotten caught? Her heart was in a bit of turmoil. How would she face everyone in the room later? She turned her head to look outside. She saw the plane just crossing over a city. The city was brightly lit, and not far from the bright lights, there was a huge shadow. It looked like an unnamed island. There were no lights above, indicating no signs of human habitation. Xiao, Chief Lu, look quickly. At this moment, Pan Yuyo also noticed that the plane was flying over a large island. This island is so big, what's it called? Let me think. Lu Hanxiao already had a map in her mind and after a moment said, the city we just flew over should be Coconut City. This island, judging by the distance, is only a few dozen kilometers away from Coconut City. It seems to be an island in the Southern Bay, but I don't know what it's specifically called. Southern Bay? Pan Yuyo's limited geographical knowledge made her curious. Isn't that the bay that intersects with South Vietnam? This island should be unclaimed, right? Who knows? Lu Hanxiao shook her head. I think if this island were developed into a tourist attraction, it could definitely become the most beautiful island resort in the world, better than the Maldives, and we wouldn't have to travel so far anymore. Pan Yuyo couldn't help but fantasize, I wonder who could develop it. This island was large enough. A rough estimate suggested it was about the size of 2 Gulanjiu Islands. Plus, it was close to Coconut City. It could completely form a complementary relationship with Coconut City, becoming a twin star in the Southern Sea region. However, the level of development would have to be at the national level. It was beyond her control. After a sigh, she continued with her work. At this moment, Zhang Yu was driving. Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Host, a random blind box reward has been dropped. Please check. Check. This was the first time Zhang Yu encountered a random drop reward from the system. For a moment, he didn't choose to wait but wanted to know what the reward was. Congratulations, host. You have received an island in the Southern Bay. Southern Bay, an island? Zhang Yu was taken aback. This had nothing to do with the assets he currently possessed. Moreover, it was so far from Zhang City that the plane would take 2 hours to fly there. The island is located in the central part of the Southern Bay and, due to various issues, currently belongs entirely to private ownership. The island covers an area of about 100 square kilometers, with over 40% forest coverage, and a southern coastline of 20 kilometers. It has a higher elevation in the north and lower in the south. The island boasts beautiful scenery, a pleasant climate, and has high development value. Wow, no wonder it's the system. Acquiring such a large island means it would be completely his private territory? In movies, they say that once you leave the high seas, there are no restrictions. Here, not only is it beyond the high seas, but it's also entirely his territory. In the future, he could develop it however he wanted. Amazing. The system is incredible. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit excited. This random drop reward was indeed a substantial one. Hey, Zhang Yu, what are you grinning about? At that moment, Sasha in the passenger seat noticed the inexplicable smile on Zhang Yu's face and quickly asked, is it because you have 2 beautiful women in the car, and you're plotting something? Sume also noticed Zhang Yu's smile. She couldn't help but recall what she had seen in the app on her phone earlier. Zhang Yu was indeed too bold, and this was her car. Thinking of this made Sume shiver. However, she didn't feel any disgust. Really? How did you know? In response to Sasha's question, Zhang Yu directly admitted it. You. Sasha blushed at his retort. I wouldn't. Really? Then should I try? You still want to try? How would you try? Sasha was not willing to back down. Sasha, don't talk, you're distracting him from driving. In the back seat, Sume saw that if those two continued their flirtation, it would only be a matter of time before things got out of hand. So, she quickly seized the opportunity to say something under the pretense of safety. Alright, Captain Sue really loves her job. When Sasha fell silent, she didn't forget to tease her, even changing how she addressed her. When there's something, it's Sister Sume. When there's nothing, it's Captain Sue. Sume couldn't help but want to hit her cousin a few times. We've arrived at the mall. At that moment, Zhang Yu said. Their car had reached a shopping center, Yongwang Mall. The mall was quite large, with plenty of parking spaces, so there was no need to park inside. After parking, the three of them walked towards the mall. Along the way, people coming out looked at the three of them with wide eyes. These three were just too good-looking. The man was tall and handsome, his aura rivaling that of top-tier actors. As for the women, one was dressed in a JK uniform, a definite campus beauty. The other seemed to be a police officer, still in her uniform. The combination of the three attracted everyone's attention. Don't they know it's rude to stare? Sasha couldn't help but mutter. Every time they went out, it felt like being surrounded by monkeys. It had once made her very insecure, thinking there was something dirty on her face. Well, there's nothing you can do. Who told you to be so good-looking? Sume laughed. They must be looking at you because you're pretty, right? Sasha said. What do I have that's good-looking? Sume? Could it be that this cousin still hasn't realized? That shouldn't be the case. Even if she didn't know, others would say so, not to mention all those confessions. But there was no time to think too much. They had already entered the mall. Hey, Sister Sume, there's a large claw machine arcade over there. Let's hurry. Sasha directly pulled Sume and ran over. Then they exchanged for 500 game tokens, feeling heavy, ready to win big. Zhang Yu followed behind, staring at his phone. He was searching online for information about the island they had just acquired, wanting to see if there was more information available. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information online, and most of it didn't match. What could be confirmed was that not many people knew about this island. Only a few adventure enthusiasts had passed by but suspected there were natives and hadn't gone up. The latitude and longitude coordinates were available, though. Someone had named it Devil's Island. It sounded quite interesting. Oh no, I didn't catch anything again. At this point, Sasha had already spent dozens of tokens without catching a single doll. She couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Turning back to see Zhang Yu, she quickly said, Zhang Yu, stop playing on your phone and come help me catch something. Sasha understood the importance of outside assistance. If Zhang Yu couldn't catch anything either, it would mean it was the machine's fault, not hers. Alright, which doll do you want? Zhang Yu put away his phone and smiled. This one, and this one. Sasha pointed at the machines. Oh, I want every single one. Sasha, you're quite greedy. Sume couldn't help but laugh. There are over 20 types of machines here. Even if you run out of tokens, you might not be able to catch them all. According to probability theory, these machines were set to drop once every 10 tries. Each time, 4 tokens were used. Theoretically, it would take 40 tokens to catch one. With the 500 tokens just bought, at most, she could catch 10. If an unexpected event occurred during a guaranteed catch, it could take 80 tokens for one. Okay, give me some tokens. Zhang Yu smiled. I'll catch one today too. Saying this, he searched in the system's points mall. He really found a skill called Guaranteed Claw Catch. It required 50 points to redeem once, with a validity of 24 hours. So, without hesitation, he chose to redeem it. Since there is a system, why not use it? After all, the points needed aren't much. Then, he took the coins and started to grab in the order of the machines. Sasha was carrying a yellow basket, which was still empty, following behind him. Zhang Yu reached down with his claw, and a doll was tightly grasped, falling out from the prize outlet. Got the first one. Quick, take it. Zhang Yu laughed. Wow, Zhang Yu, your luck is amazing. You hit it on the first try? Sasha's eyes widened. She quickly squatted down, bent over, picked up the doll, and placed it in the basket. Then, she saw Zhang Yu walk towards the second machine nearby. At this moment, Sasha still hadn't realized the seriousness of what was about to happen. She looked at Zhang Yu and said, the dolls in this machine are the hardest to grab. It was a popular anime IP and one of the few machines that attracted customers to the store. Therefore, the difficulty of obtaining a doll would be greater than in other machines. Sasha watched as Zhang Yu approached the machine, inserted a few coins, and began to grab. Again, he firmly caught one. The doll fell down. No way? Sasha was shocked, catching 2 in a row? Maybe someone just grabbed it before, and this time it was bound to be caught. Unable to resist, Sasha pulled Zhang Yu to the front of the third machine. Try this one again. This machine had just had a doll caught by Sume, which had recently dropped. Shasha wanted to see if Zhang Yu was a natural doll-catching prodigy. If he could catch one that had just been out, then she would believe it. Sume was also curiously standing beside them, watching Zhang Yu operate. The two of them, one on each side, stared at him, even holding their breath. Zhang Yu, however, was calm and collected. After inserting a few coins, he began to move the joystick. Inside the machine, the claw slowly advanced. Which one to grab? Zhang Yu turned his head to ask. This one, no, that one. Shasha pointed to one in the corner. The doll in the dead corner was the hardest to grab because the claw couldn't reach it. Alright, then let's go with this one. Zhang Yu smiled, moved over, and clicked to grab. With a clang, the doll was once again firmly caught. Then it fell into the prize outlet. Wow, Zhang Yu, you really are amazing. Not a single miss. Shasha excitedly hugged his arm and jumped up. Zhang Yu, how did you do that? Sume looked at Zhang Yu, her expression one of disbelief. Statistically speaking, catching 3 in a row without a miss has a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. In reality, businesses rarely allow such situations to occur to make money. Each claw is set up to not be so easily caught. Yet he achieved 3 consecutive hits with just 3 tries. It was truly miraculous. Zhang Yu only smiled faintly in his heart. In front of the system, no claw is effective. This is the ultimate bug. Wow, that handsome guy is so impressive. Hey handsome, can you help me grab a doll? Thank you. Handsome, if you help me grab one, I'll give you these 2 dolls I have to the girl next to you. There were other people in the store as well. Zhang Yu's feat of catching 3 in a row immediately shocked them. Several brightly dressed young girls surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Shasha was pushed out of the way, crossing her arms and sulking. She really wanted to assert her claim. However, Zhang Yu had no relationship with her at all. Saying anything would only make her seem petty. This store does not allow proxy grabbing. At that moment, the store owner saw the commotion and quickly came over. If this young man kept grabbing like this, he would bankrupt his store. It looked like he was here to cause trouble. Sorry, you can't grab. Looking at those little girls, who were somewhat pretty, Zhang Yu originally didn't know how to refuse. Now that the merchant had come to stop him, he didn't need to find an excuse. It's okay, big brother, can I add you on WeChat? Let's hang out together sometime. The girls said eagerly. Even if they couldn't grab a toy, this boy was quite handsome. Who wouldn't want a way to contact him? Sume and Shasha felt as if they were watching a sci-fi movie. They had only heard of beautiful girls being asked for their WeChat on the street. And for a boy to be asked for his WeChat, especially in front of so many people, was a real test of courage and boldness. Girls generally had to be more reserved. Then go ahead and scan, Zhang Yu smiled. Shasha watched from the side, unable to stop it. Suddenly, she felt a wave of emotion, regretting that Zhang Yu was so popular. It would be better not to show off in public. Zhang Yu, let's go, it's getting late, Shasha said. Ha, I haven't finished grabbing the toys yet. Don't you want the others? We'll come back next time. Anyway, I got the one I wanted the most, Shasha replied. Including the few in Sume's basket, they had grabbed a total of 5. If it weren't for Zhang Yu's 3 consecutive hits, their success rate would have been quite disheartening. The 3 of them walked out of the store. The store owner, who had been holding his breath, finally relaxed. Who could understand? Today, someone came in, and it felt like they were trying to bankrupt him. So, are we heading back to school now? After leaving the mall, Zhang Yu checked the time. School should close at 11, right? Zhang Yu, I don't want to go back to the dorm today, Shasha said. Didn't I just say I wanted to go to an esports hotel? I'm going to book a room. Saying this, she picked up her phone and opened the app. Shasha, I'll go with you, Sume said as well. Her cousin was not easily persuaded. Once she made up her mind, it wouldn't change. If she were that easy to convince, she wouldn't be called Shasha. Zhang Yu, do you have anything at home? If not, come along too, Shasha asked again. Nothing at all. Zhang Yu smiled at Shasha and said, then let's go. Strange, he seems to go along with everything I say, Shasha thought to herself. The difference from her family was too great. In fact, her rebelliousness wasn't innate. It was like a cat wanting to be petted against the grain. The more her family forbade her from doing something, the more she wanted to do the opposite. Now that Zhang Yu was accommodating her, she was starting to feel uncomfortable. Shasha's star value is 8 stars. At that moment, Zhang Yu heard the system's prompt. So fast? He had suddenly gained another star. It surprised him a bit. Following the navigation, they quickly arrived at the hotel she had booked. The 3 parked the car and walked inside. The front desk staff, seeing 3 handsome guys and beautiful girls, couldn't help but brighten up. One of them even seemed to be a police officer. Instantly, they were all smiles. I booked a large suite online, Shasha said, taking out her phone. Do you have an ID? Glancing at Sume's outfit, the front desk added, 1 ID is enough. I brought mine, let's use it, Sume said. An ID was placed on the counter. Alright, I'll handle it right away. In no time, the check-in process was completed. The three of them headed towards the room. At this moment, Sume's heart couldn't help but start racing. This was the first time in her life that she was staying out with a boy by her side. If her dad, Su Guoqiang, found out, would he come rushing over to catch them? For a moment, she couldn't help but break into a sweat. Sume, what are you so nervous about? Sha suddenly turned around and smiled. Ha, am I? Sume felt a bit flustered, not knowing how to position her hands and feet. Alright, we're at the room, Zhang Yu said, standing at the door. Swiping the card to enter, he plugged in the power. The lights in the room all turned on. Wow, this room is so big. The facilities are quite complete. Sasha looked at the furnishings in the room, unable to contain her surprise. Yeah, there's even a bathtub. It must be expensive, right? Zhang Yu asked as he observed the room's decor. Not really, just over 800. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Yu and Sume exchanged glances. Sasha, you really shouldn't say that outside. You might get beaten up. Just to play a game, renting an esports room costs over 800 for one night. It's worth noting that a college student's living expenses are only about 2,000 a month. When Zhang Yu was in school, his monthly living expenses were only 1,500. After meals, there was hardly any money left. When he was dating his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan, they had to survive on instant noodles and steamed buns. Zhang Yu had experienced that kind of hardship, and Sume, due to her profession, encountered many people facing life's difficulties, just like Tan Sir. Some of them might not even have 800 for their monthly living expenses. Sometimes, Sume couldn't bear to watch and would secretly slip some money to those people. At that moment, facing Sasha's words, they naturally shared the same understanding. By the way, Sasha, with such high spending, won't it have any impact? Zhang Yu asked curiously. After all, Sha Ruikon's position was there. There would always be competitors wanting to take him down. Zhang Yu, you might not know this, Sume smiled. Her mom and my mom co-founded a company. They had it before getting married. Her explanation clarified that Sasha's spending was normal. It also indirectly informed Zhang Yu that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan she drove was also normal. Alright, enough talk. Let's start gaming, Sasha said as she walked toward the esports area. There were 3 computers set up in total. Behind the computers were 3 single beds. What game are you playing? Zhang Yu asked curiously. I'm playing Chicken Dinner, it's super popular, Sasha replied. Seeing Sume also sitting at a computer, Zhang Yu asked, you play too? Yeah, I played a few times when I was with Sasha, Sume smiled. Oh, this surprised Zhang Yu. He thought this officer rabbit was only interested in work. Turns out she was just like everyone else after work. Zhang Yu, can you play? Join us. Alright. Zhang Yu sat down. Since he was here, he might as well play a couple of rounds. However, he had never played this game before. Then, he silently recited a phrase in his mind, awakening the system. In the system mall, he found a skill exchange for points. All-around gaming. After exchanging this skill, you can master the gameplay skills of the top 10 most popular games. Skill level, professional player level. The top 10 popular games include Honor of Kings, League of Legends, Chicken Dinner, and more. The system provides a high-level account for each game. Wow, I have to say, it's very comprehensive. Zhang Yu had discovered quite a few good things in the Points Mall during his previous visits. Although they weren't major rewards, they were very practical. It just required consuming some points. The exchange points for this gaming skill required 100 points. Without thinking, Zhang Yu directly exchanged it. Then, he logged in using the Chicken Dinner account provided by the system. Wow, Zhang Yu? Sasha glanced at his account and was immediately surprised. How is your level so high? I don't know, a friend helped me play, he casually replied. Wow, then can you play? Sasha asked again. I shouldn't be a burden, Zhang Yu laughed. Alright, let's get started. In the game, a plane was taking off. Seeing the plane, he inexplicably thought of Lu Huanxiu and the others. He didn't know which country or city they had flown to now. At this moment, Lu Huanxiu and her friend's plane finally landed at an airport. This country was very similar to Longwa. The people looked alike, and the development model was similar. Even the national flag looked quite alike. It was just that they spoke a language he couldn't understand, which had a bit of a southwestern accent. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't read the words on the shop signs, it would have felt just like being in a city in Longwa. Finally here, I'm exhausted. After all the passengers disembarked, Pan Yuyao pulled her suitcase and walked out of the airport. Xiaoba, how are you doing? After walking a few steps, she noticed Di Xiaoba lagging behind. Lu Huanxiao also looked at her. Do you want to go to the hospital? There's a hospital run by our people here too. Okay, then. Di Xiaoba glanced at Lu Huanxiu and nodded. Pan Yuyao, I'm giving you a task now. Lu Huanxiu said, you take our suitcases back to the hotel, and I'll take Xiaoba to the hospital. Ah, can't I go? Pan Yuyao asked. Just listen to Sister Xiao, don't wander off. Di Xiaoba had a few years of flying experience. In a foreign land, it was best not to go anywhere other than the hotel, especially in a place like this. Alright then, Pan Yuyao could only nod. Then, Lu Huanxiu took Di Xiaoba to the hospital. Having traveled around the world frequently, she had already formed a list in her mind of the main hospitals, shopping places, and longwa restaurants in the area. Sister Xiao, I might not be sick. On the way, Di Xiaoba couldn't help but say. Now that it was just the two of them, she didn't plan to hide it anymore. Let's go check it out first. We'll know once we see, Lu Huanxiu said with concern. Then, if it's true, what do you plan to do? I don't know. Di Xiaoba's mind was in a mess. It's all my fault. I'm afraid I can't hide it anymore. It's okay, let's take it one step at a time. The day is still far away. Lu Huanxiu comforted her. We're at the hospital. Let's go in. Yay, great, we're eating chicken again. Shasha put down her keyboard and raised her hands high. We three are really amazing. Is that so? Sume glanced at the scoreboard and couldn't help but laugh. It's all Zhangyu showing off. We're just two ornaments. Right. Shasha curiously asked, Zhangyu, didn't you say you couldn't play? Is this what not being able to play looks like? Goodness. From the first game, Shasha realized something was off. There was an indescribable smoothness throughout. She didn't even have to think, she just had to follow along. The whole time, it was Zhangyu showcasing his skills across the map, with kill counts several times that of the two of them combined. Moreover, he remained calm and collected throughout, displaying an astonishing level of composure. Shasha often played this game, but this experience was the best. In comparison, her previous teammates seemed too weak. Zhang Yu's performance made him feel like a professional player. Seriously, with your level, you could totally compete in professional matches and go for the global championship. Shasha said sincerely. Zhang Yu, how come you play so well? Sume had seen his incredible abilities before, but this was not the first time. He was just too well-rounded. Was he even human? This was the true meaning of a hexagonal warrior. I don't know, maybe it's talent. You. Hearing Zhang Yu say this, Shasha was almost driven mad. What did my hundreds of hours of practice count for? At this moment, Sasha's understanding of Zhang Yu deepened a bit more. Ding! Sasha's peach blossom value increased by 1. 3 stars, current star count 9. 3 stars, the system prompted. Wow! Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Sasha's star count actually increased during the process of playing games and catching dolls? But after thinking about it, it made sense. At Sasha's age, it was the time when she loved to play the most. Who was rich or handsome didn't particularly catch her attention. Instead, she would especially appreciate those who excelled in playing, including racing, catching dolls, and playing battle royale games. It was all about playing. The only regret was that at the time of racing, Sasha's character slot hadn't been unlocked. Otherwise, she should have been at full stars by now. But there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. So, do you want to keep playing? Zhang Yu asked, staring at the screen. He received no response. Turning his head, he was surprised to find that Sasha had actually fallen asleep. Sasha? Sume called out softly, but there was no reply. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. Being young was great. You could just fall asleep anywhere. What should we do? She's asleep, Sume asked quietly. Just help her to bed, Zhang Yu said. Do you want me to help? No. Sume crossed her arms, making a gesture of refusal. I can handle it. Her profession often required physical training. However, seeing Sasha lying awkwardly on the chair, she didn't know how to proceed. Sume was a few years older than Sasha and had watched her grow up. She knew that if she woke her up at this hour, there would be no chance of her going back to sleep for the rest of the night. How about I do it? Zhang Yu suggested again. Alright then, Sume nodded, but be careful with your hands. Don't touch what you shouldn't. How about you get me a pair of gloves? If I wear gloves, it's like I didn't touch her at all, Zhang Yu joked. Sume was left speechless by his words. It felt strange, and she didn't know how to describe it. Besides, where could she find gloves at this late hour? Zhang Yu's words made her realize that she was a bit too tense. So, she stood up and dragged the chairs next to Sasha away, creating space for Zhang Yu to move. Zhang Yu walked over and gently slipped one hand under Sasha's armpit while the other wrapped around the bend behind her knee. Zhang Yu, be careful. Sume's warning hadn't even finished before she saw Zhang Yu effortlessly lift Sasha up. There was no sign of struggle or discomfort. Wait, is it really that easy? Sume watched him. How could carrying someone be as easy as pulling a radish? Then, she stared blankly as Zhang Yu placed Sasha on a bed against the wall. Throughout the process, Sasha didn't wake up. Watching this scene, Sume could clearly feel the strength in Zhang Yu's muscles. If he also. A thought just began to rise in her mind before it quickly exploded. No, Sume, you can't think that way. Then, her face returned to a calm expression. So what do we do next? What else can we do? Sleep, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Ha, are we all staying here? Sume was surprised. What else? Zhang Yu laughed. I don't mind. Sume fell silent, her mind engaged in a fierce battle. You stay here to take care of Sasha. I have to go back, Zhang Yu said as he walked towards the door. It wasn't until the door closed and his figure disappeared that Sume realized, wait, he just left like that? When he truly left the room, Sume found her heart feeling empty. It seemed that only Zhang Yu's presence could fill it. However, with him gone, it was too late to say anything. Hey, Sume, there's a reason you're still single. Thinking of her best friend, she felt that she was still too timid. At this moment, Zhang Yu walked out of the hotel. In fact, he didn't want to leave. Who knows what stories might unfold? It's just that the sleeping Sasha was an unstable factor. What if she suddenly woke up halfway through? That would be awkward, right? So, it was better not to take such risks. Today's gains were already quite good. He sat in the car, preparing to start the engine. Zhang Yu noticed that it was already midnight. System, I want to open today's blind box. Zhang Yu called out to the system. Host, preparing today's blind box for you. Several blind box interfaces appeared before him. Zhang Yu found that since the system upgrade, the interface had changed quite a bit. The biggest difference was that it used to be a 4x4 blind box matrix. Now it was just a 9-grid layout. This meant that the probability of drawing a big box had nearly doubled. It seemed that after the upgrade, some blind box rewards that didn't meet the required level were automatically eliminated. For example, now Zhang Yu had over 100 billion in assets. Drawing a reward worth tens of millions would seem rather meaningless, wouldn't it? So, the future blind boxes would likely be getting bigger and bigger. Drawl, Zhang Yu silently chanted. With his choice, a blind box quickly popped up before him. It slowly opened. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the reward, Tiangong Heavy Industry Machinery Company. Wow! Zhang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. This was a super company. It was also the fourth major enterprise he had obtained. Even without looking at the system introduction, Zhang Yu knew it was significant. It was one of the three giants in the engineering machinery industry, alongside Sanyi and Zhonglian. Tiangong Heavy Industry had an annual revenue of over 50 billion and a net profit of 5 billion. All the large engineering machinery and construction vehicles you could see on the market had the name Tiangong Heavy Industry prominently featured. This included tower cranes, hoisting cranes, shield machines, mining trucks, and even offshore drilling platforms. They had product lines distributed across all these areas. Anyone involved in engineering or infrastructure had used Tiangong's equipment. Moreover, Tiangong Heavy Industries products were exported to dozens of countries and regions, enjoying high recognition internationally. Naturally, Zhang Yu was very excited to acquire such a company. Furthermore, this engineering machinery company came at just the right time. The randomly dropped blind box had granted him an island. If he wanted to develop it on a large scale, he would need a lot of engineering machinery. With such a company, he could continuously provide the necessary equipment, greatly enhancing efficiency. Zhang Yu even thought it through. The island had an area of 100 square kilometers and a perimeter of 50 kilometers. This length could be used to build a scenic ring road around the island, traversing various terrains like beaches, hills, jungles, and rocky shores. With some marketing, it could easily become the most beautiful scenic area in the world. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Zhang Yu quickly confirmed the reward. Late at night, the headquarters of Tiangong Heavy Industry suddenly received news about the change of ownership. Everyone was in shock. The arrival of the new boss was bound to ignite some big changes, and there would be quite a few adjustments. For many employees, today was destined to be a sleepless night. After Zhang Yu claimed his reward, he drove back to Binjiang Mansion. Upon entering the house, he found the living room lights still on. Turning around, he saw Xiong Tingting lying on the sofa, unexpectedly asleep. Wake up! How did you end up sleeping here? Zhang Yu approached and gently patted her. Xiong Tingting opened her drowsy eyes. Landlord, you're back? Are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. I'm not hungry right now. Zhang Yu asked. How did you end up sleeping here? Xiong Tingting brushed her somewhat messy hair. I was waiting for you to come back, and somehow I just fell asleep. All right, Zhang Yu nodded. Then you should go back to your room and sleep. Got it. Xiong Tingting stood up, preparing to return to her little room. Wait, go to the room on the second floor. Zhang Yu chuckled. Xiong Tingting didn't turn back. Her footsteps paused. She couldn't help but think, you said you weren't hungry. With that thought, she immediately went up the stairs to the second floor. Zhang Yu turned off the lights on the first floor and followed her up. Next, they could enjoy the clouds and rain of Wushan again. Xiao Ba, the results are out, let's go take a look. At that moment, in a hospital overseas, after a period of waiting, Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba went to get the results. The moment they saw the examination report, they thought they had picked up the wrong one. Looking again, it was indeed her name. The two exchanged surprised glances. No way, it really is? Xiao Ba. This. Lu Hanxiao was so shocked that she didn't know how to organize her words. Di Xiaoba was even more stunned. She clearly bought an umbrella, so how did she still get caught in the rain? Xiaoba, you need to be more careful in the next few days. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Hanxiao said. Di Xiaoba nodded. The two returned to the hotel, and Pan Yuyao came over to ask, how was the hospital visit? Nothing much, just need to rest more, Lu Hanxiao quickly replied. Then Xiaoba, you should go to bed early tonight. I won't disturb you, Pan Yuyao said. Thanks, Yuyao. Di Xiaoba smiled, then I'm going to sleep. What's wrong with Xiaoba? Pan Yuyao chased after them to the bathroom and asked Lu Hanxiao. I told you, it's nothing, just needs more rest. You're lying. Pan Yuyao's expression turned serious. I'm not a 3-year-old. Are you two hiding something from me? Lu Hanxiao laughed. Really? There's nothing. If there was, we would definitely tell you right away. Go to sleep. Even with that said, Pan Yuyao still had doubts in her heart but went to sleep anyway. What to do? Lu Hanxiao looked at herself in the mirror. Yuyao must have discovered something recently. Should I come clean with her? But we've kept it hidden for so long. Would it be bad to tell her now? Maybe we should wait 3 months before saying anything. Lu Hanxiao felt a bit chaotic inside. She was preparing to wash up and sleep. At that moment, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea in her throat, a feeling of wanting to vomit. No way? Lu Hanxiao felt goosebumps rising all over her body. Can they really collide like this? It's over, it's really going to collapse now. Commander, there is new information regarding the unnamed island in the southern bay. In the capital city. Information Command Center. A report had just been released. What are the latest findings? A middle-aged man asked. According to the latest news, the 100 square kilometer island in the southern bay is privately owned. The subordinate reported. Privately owned? The middle-aged man asked. By whom? Is it someone from the Dragon Country? According to the data, the island owner is named Zhang Yu, a person from Jiangchang. He is 22 years old. The subordinate reported the relevant information they had gathered. 22 years old? The middle-aged man was surprised upon hearing that number. What kind of person is so young that they can own such a large island? Moreover, the owner of that island had always been untraceable. Both sides were in contention. The information gathered was ineffective. How did it suddenly happen that this island not only confirmed its owner but also revealed such a surprising identity? Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Report, sir. The source of the information is absolutely reliable. Great. The middle-aged man couldn't help but clap and laugh. I never expected that the island owner would actually be one of our Dragon Country people. Then this island belongs to us, doesn't it? In this way, the area has expanded again. Although it hasn't been since ancient times, the identity of the island owner is established. Sir, what should we do next? This is one of the most important discoveries of the year. Quickly report to the relevant departments, the middle-aged man said. As for the other matters, we can't interfere. Let's see how the other departments communicate. Yes, sir. The subordinate hurried off to get busy. No, we must continue to follow up on this matter. The middle-aged man realized at this moment, we need to investigate the relevant information about the island and send someone to explore it on site. He thought for a moment. Major General Xiao Yuhong was currently in Jiangchang. He didn't hesitate and quickly called Xiao Yuhong. He didn't care what time it was. This was a major issue that couldn't be delayed for a moment. Sir, what's the matter? After a few rings, the call connected. Xiao Yuhong, when are you planning to return to the capital? Soon, I'm planning to book a flight at dawn, Xiao Yuhong said, still feeling drowsy. It was the middle of the night, and the call was just to discuss this? You don't need to return for now, stay in Jiangchang, the other side said. Sir, what happened? Xiao Yuhong immediately became more alert at this statement. She recalled carefully what had happened recently. Why was such a big decision made suddenly? Xiao Yuhong, don't misunderstand, the voice on the phone said. The reason I'm asking you to stay in Jiangcheng is that there is an important task that requires you. If this task is done well, it would be a significant achievement. What about my grandfather? Xiao Yuhong asked. After all, Jiangcheng is still quite inconvenient. You can rest assured about that. The old man is a distinguished veteran. We will send someone to pick him up at dawn. So, I will temporarily stay in Jiangcheng to carry out the task, right? That's right, but this process won't take long. the other side said. So, what exactly is the task? Xiao Yuhong asked. During this time, you need to pay close attention to Zhang Yu's movements. If possible, engage him in in-depth conversations. Zhang Yu? Xiao Yuhong was surprised. What happened to him? Why would the commander personally inquire about this matter? You might not know yet, the commander said on the phone. According to the latest information we have, the identity of the owner of a 100 square kilometer uninhabited island in the southern bay has now been confirmed. The island owner is Zhang Yu? Before the other side could finish speaking, Xiao Yuhong realized it. That's right. We think that once this matter is reported to other departments, this island will definitely become a hot topic in the future. I need you to gather more information about the island. The commander's reasoning was quite simple. The identity of the owner of this uninhabited island had been confirmed. This was just the beginning. Because its location was sensitive, and the situation on the island was unclear. If they wanted to negotiate or cooperate, they had to grasp the basic information. Only then could they consider how to communicate with Zhang Yu. What Xiao Yuhong needed to do was to learn as much relevant information as possible to provide reference materials for the next step. Okay, sir, I understand. Xiao Yuhong nodded. Since this is a task arranged by the higher-ups, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee how much I can achieve. She was surprised inside. Previously, Zhang Yu had already opened her eyes several times. She didn't expect that this time another shocking piece of news about him would completely dispel her drowsiness. A 100 square kilometer island. What does that mean? A previous island of only 9 square kilometers had already sparked long-term disputes from various parties. This island, clearly, had much greater significance in terms of economy, tourism, and strategy. 100 square kilometers is almost the area of a small city's downtown. Whether for stationing troops, developing a tourist area, or serving as a pivot point, it held major importance. Therefore, Xiao Yuhong knew that the governor's special call was to secure Zhang Yu's cooperation. Of course, this needed to be discussed at a higher level. What she could do was to learn more about it. However, Zhang Yu had saved her grandfather, making him a great benefactor to the Xiao family. Xiao Yuhong didn't want to approach him with such intentions. Although there was no malice, it still felt uncomfortable in her heart. But after all, she was wearing this uniform. Thus, she felt very conflicted. Lost in thought, she felt a headache coming on. Maybe it was better to sleep first. The next day, in the Binjiang mansion, when Zhang Yu woke up, it was already noon. He was both tired and sleepy, having only fallen asleep at 6 in the morning when the sky began to brighten. After sleeping for 6 hours, he felt much better. Upon waking, he noticed there was no one beside him. However, the warmth remained. After putting on some clothes, Zhang Yu got up and went downstairs. He saw Xiong Tingting busy in the kitchen. Almost every time he saw her, she was in a working state. He had to admit, she was very diligent and capable. Such girls were rare these days. Moreover, Xiong Tingting had no intention of continuing as a flight attendant, which was just right for her to hold down the fort at home. It was quite pleasant to think about her providing him with service when Lu Wanxiu and the others were not home. Landlord, you're awake. Xiong Tingting turned around and smiled at him. A woman who has experienced the nurturing of love has a more captivating charm than a young girl. It unconsciously radiated from her. The meal will be ready soon, she added. What are you planning to do after eating? Zhang Yu asked. I found that the mop at home is broken, so I'm planning to go to the supermarket to buy a new one, Xiong Tingting said. That's fine, Zhang Yu nodded. Then after we eat, I'll go out for a bit. Are you coming back for dinner? I'll see, he replied. He was planning to check on the company. After saying that, he returned to the sofa and saw that Su Mei had sent him a video. It was Shasha pouting and acting cute in front of the camera. What's up? Zhang Yu replied. It's Shasha. When she woke up and saw you weren't there, she suddenly questioned me if I was the one who made you go back. Su Mei replied somewhat helplessly. She nagged me for quite a while before I finally took her to school. Sigh, if I had known she would be so clingy, I would have let you stay there yesterday. Is she usually like this? She doesn't usually react this strongly, Su Mei said, feeling a bit PTSD from it. She acts like a child. The two of them almost said this at the same time. Is she young? It's like this. She'll be fine when she grows up. That's easy to say. She's been overly protected. Who knows when she'll grow up? Ah, right. At this moment, Su Mei remembered something important. Your car has been repaired and is on its way to Jiangchang. Do you want to pick it up, or should I deliver it to your house? No need to be so troublesome. Just tell me an address when it arrives, and I'll go pick it up myself. Alright, I'm sorry for the trouble this has caused you, Su Mei said. It's nothing. Besides, I'm driving your car, so it's not convenient for you either, Zhang Yu replied, not minding at all. After finishing their meal at the restaurant, they left Binjiang Mansion and drove out of the community. Suddenly, he saw a woman standing by the roadside. The woman waved her hand when she saw him. Zhang Yu focused his gaze. Wasn't that Hong Jia, Xiao Yu Hong? What was she doing at the entrance of the community? Hong Jia, Zhang Yu parked the car by the roadside, rolled down the window, and greeted her. Where are you going? Xiao Yu Hong smiled. Just taking a stroll. Where are you going? Get in. Zhang Yu smiled back. Okay, then I'll hop in. Hong Jia smiled and opened the passenger door to get in. Glancing sideways, Zhang Yu noticed that Xiao Yu Hong's profile was exquisitely chiseled, with a straight nose that exuded a striking aura. Xiao Yu Hong fastened her seatbelt and then turned to look at Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu drove, he proactively said before she could speak, Hong Jia, you came to find me to discuss the island in the southern bay, right? Ah. His directness caught Xiao Yu Hong off guard. She had been thinking about how to be more tactful. He had guessed her intention. With Zhang Yu saying this, she was momentarily at a loss for words, a bit stammering. How did you know? Such a big matter, it's not hard for you to find out. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh, so I brought it up myself. This island was large enough and had already matured significantly. Moreover, there were many shallow waters around the island with depths of less than 1 meter. Given time, the area would only grow larger. Zhang Yu also knew its importance. Rather than waiting for others to ask, it was better to take the initiative. So, Zhang Yu, what are your thoughts? Xiao Yu Hong asked. I will report it and fight for it with all my might. I want to say that the flag of the dragon country must be planted on this island. Zhang Yu's first statement set the tone. This was a fundamental principle. Xiao Yu Hong nodded. Of course. There are 100 square kilometers of land on the island, and I am willing to allocate 10% free of charge for the construction of military facilities and bases. Zhang Yu's second statement surprised Xiao Yu Hong. Allocating 10 square kilometers free of charge? There was no need for much discussion, since Zhang Yu, as the island owner, had already made such a statement. Once reported, personnel could be dispatched quickly. However, you must have some conditions, right? Xiao Yu Hong asked. Otherwise, she felt it was a bit inappropriate. There are a few small conditions, which shouldn't be difficult, Zhang Yu smiled. The first is that I hope you can use your influence to help me find a few capable contractors to expedite the island's construction. You can rest assured, even if you don't say it, we won't let the island sit idle, Xiao Yu Hong said. Second, I want to take shares in all commercial, tourism, and service facilities on the island in exchange for my stake in the island. We can discuss the specific ratio later, Zhang Yu added with a smile. Even this condition would attract many people. It was akin to a light asset model. He would only provide the land while others would invest money and labor for construction. He could just sit back and wait for dividends. A 50-50 or 60-40 split was common. Anything else? Xiao Yu Hong noted down the conditions he had just mentioned. The last one is that all construction machinery and vehicles must be rented or purchased from Tiangong Heavy Industry. Zhang Yu smiled. If development was to occur, he wouldn't invest a penny for shares but would earn fees for the machinery used in the projects. If an investment of 100 billion is made for construction, the estimated cost for the project would exceed 10 billion. Tiangong Heavy Industry? Xiao Yu Hong knew that based on her understanding of him, he wouldn't suddenly mention a specific company name unless it was related to him. That's right. Zhang Yu smiled. Tiangong Heavy Industry is one of my enterprises. Xiao Yu Hong was taken aback. Goodness. It was one of the top 3 engineering machinery companies in Manhwa, and even they often used it. It turned out to be an industry under Zhang Yu's name. However, with such a large island in the South Bay being Zhang Yu's private property, owning a heavy machinery company was hardly surprising. Great. Xiao Yu Hong nodded. I will report these points truthfully. Wait for my news. Since Zhang Yu was straightforward and honest, she couldn't hide anything in this matter. However, I can't make the final decision. Her current position meant she couldn't even sit in the front 5 rows during a military conference. At best, she was just a messenger. Although her grandfather had many achievements, he was getting old. She didn't want to trouble him to intervene in this matter. The only thing she could guarantee was that she would report everything he said. Then, she would do her best to speak well of Zhang Yu. She just hoped this matter wouldn't fall through. After all, from the information she had, this unnamed island in the South Bay International waters was entirely his legal private property. Well then, I'll trouble you, Sister Hong, to put in a bit more effort when the time comes. Zhang Yu said with a smile. There's a restaurant ahead. Do you want to grab a bite together? Oh, no need. Thank you. Xiao Yu Hong quickly replied. I need to report this as soon as possible. I can't waste time. Please drop me off ahead. I'll get out first. All right then. Zhang Yu smiled. How is the old man doing? Please send my regards to him. You're very thoughtful, Zhang Yu. Xiao Yu Hong felt a bit touched. He's doing well at the moment and is preparing to return to the capital. Make sure he stays safe on the road. Zhang Yu smiled. Ah, Xiao Yuhong couldn't help but chuckle. The old man is still at home talking about you, saying he wants to see you before he leaves. Tell him I'll visit when I have time. Zhang Yu smiled. After saving the old man Xiao Nantian, the benefits to himself were significant. The most direct was the 10 billion investment from the bank. No one would dare go back on their word in front of the old man. Indirectly, Zhang Yu's seating position at the Xiao family was second only to Xiao Nantian, higher than Wu Zhangliang and Xiao Ruikan. This matter would spread widely among the upper echelons of military, political, and business circles in Zhangchang. Regardless of their feelings, whether admiration or resentment, no one dared to question him. His status in Jiangcheng was naturally at the top level. Even on a larger scale, his reputation could spread far and wide. Aside from those who were fearless, no one would dare threaten him. Even if such people existed, the Cine Group would take care of them. Well, Zhang Yu, we'll leave it here for today. Let's keep in touch. After getting out of the car, Xiao Yuhong made a phone gesture. Zhang Yu waved at her, smiled, and then drove away. What kind of person is he really? Watching the car gradually disappear from view, Xiao Yuhong felt even more puzzled. This was only her third meeting with Zhang Yu, but each time brought new discoveries that were truly intriguing and shocking. The information she could grasp was already everything they could access. However, Zhang Yu clearly gave the impression that there was much more information. It was as if there were an invisible wall that could not be breached. Zhang Yu drove to check on the Jiangcheng Development Bank that was under preparation. According to Secretary Yang's work progress report on WeChat, the bank's headquarters building had already been selected. It was a poorly managed Class A office building. Eager to liquidate, it was sold to him at an irresistible price. A simple renovation and a thorough cleaning and disinfection would make it ready for use. It could be said to be both economical and cost-effective. Zhang Yu parked his car in front of the building. Looking up, the office building still appeared quite new, and the location was decent. It was just that the owner had a broken capital chain and was selling it at a low price. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to seize such an opportunity. Moreover, this building was also located in the riverside area of another administrative district. If one started from the riverside mansion, it was less than 10 kilometers to the building. It could be reached in just over 10 minutes. President Zhang. At that moment, someone walked out of the building. It was Secretary Yang. Knowing that President Zhang was coming, she had been waiting there. As soon as she saw Zhang Yu's car, she quickly came over. Her long hair flowed as she jogged towards him. How is the work progressing? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. Everything is going smoothly. The procedures and processes are progressing in an orderly manner. The building is being renovated, and we have reserved an entire floor for your office and reception area, Secretary Yang reported. An entire floor? Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Jiang Heng and the rice company did not even have a fixed office. After all, he was the major shareholder behind the scenes. This time, Secretary Yang was quite resourceful. She directly arranged an entire floor of office space for herself. However, the building had enough floors to spare. Zhang Yu's interest was piqued. Let's go, take me to have a look. Then please this way, President Zhang. Secretary Yang gestured respectfully. Entering the building, there were many people inside, busy with various tasks. Some were changing the sign at the entrance, some were discarding outdated office supplies, and others were repairing and renovating. President Zhang, she introduced, there is an elevator here that is exclusively for your use. You can access it by scanning your fingerprint. The other elevators are set up so that they cannot reach your floor. Your elevator can go to any floor. That's great. With so many people in an office building, it would be quite inappropriate to share an elevator with others. It didn't matter how often he came, what mattered was having this setup. Also, President Zhang, Secretary Yang smiled a bit shyly. To facilitate the initial work, I also registered my fingerprint without informing you in advance. That's fine, it's okay, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Secretary Yang was a bit surprised. She thought President Zhang would scold her, but he turned out to be so easygoing. However, after the entire bank opens, no one else's fingerprints should be registered without my permission. Just follow my arrangements. Understood, President Zhang. Secretary Yang nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them took the exclusive elevator to the 28th floor. The entire office building had a total of 30 floors. Exiting the elevator, the scene before them was breathtaking. Although Zhang Yu had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked. It was simply enormous. President Zhang, this floor has a total area of 2,000 square meters, Secretary Yang introduced. It is not yet fully completed, according to the design plans. There are several main areas: office area, reception area, rest area, sports and entertainment area, and dining area. We are preparing to make some adjustments to the plans. I wonder if President Zhang has any requirements. Such complete functions? Listening to Secretary Yang's introduction, Zhang Yu smiled. I don't have anything special to add. However, let's add a safe room. Safe house? That's right. It's a place to hide in case of a fire or any other disaster, and it should also have the function of external communication. It can also store important documents and the like, Zhang Yu said. That's how people are. When one's status is high enough, thoughts are no longer solely about enjoyment or making money. Instead, safety begins to take precedence. Alright, General Manager Zhang, I'll arrange it right away. We'll use the best materials to build a safe house. How large do you think it should be? 100 square meters will be enough, with basic food supplies and some emergency materials stocked inside, Zhang Yu replied. Okay, I'll execute that immediately. Secretary Yang noted down what Zhang Yu said with pen and paper. It's quite quiet today, isn't anyone renovating? Zhang Yu walked through the 2,000 square meter single-story space. His voice echoed. General Manager Zhang, I cleared the workers out today because you were coming. They'll come back to work tomorrow, Secretary Yang reported. That's good. Zhang Yu nodded and then walked to the window. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the river view. From this angle, the sight was even more stunning than from Binjiang Mansion. Moreover, the entire viewing balcony was over 30 meters long. One could even run on the balcony. He looked at the river view, with the bridge right beneath him. Then he turned around and found Secretary Yang staring at him. She hadn't expected Zhang Yu to suddenly turn back. For a moment, she was flustered and quickly lowered her head. If there were a hole in the ground right now, she would want to dive into it. Secretary Yang, how many years have you been working? Replying to General Manager Zhang, it's been 5 years. Have you not dated? Zhang Yu asked. I've been too busy with studies and work, so I haven't had a relationship, Secretary Yang answered truthfully, unsure why the general manager suddenly asked this. I see. Zhang Yu looked at Secretary Yang. She was wearing a black trench coat over a white inner shirt today, with a black professional skirt below. Her hair was styled up in a bun, giving her a very office lady aura. I never noticed before, but you're quite pretty. Ah, Secretary Yang was taken aback. Was the general manager complimenting her? She felt a bit flattered and surprised. Come here. Zhang Yu waved her over. What do you think of this river view? It's beautiful. General Manager Zhang, it's really suitable for you to work in such a place, Secretary Yang said, feeling the call of Zhang Yu. Just look at the river view, Zhang Yu said. Beautiful scenes always evoke an impulse to recite poetry. Zhang Yu was no exception. Moreover, this entire floor was his exclusive area, free from any disturbances that might interrupt his poetic inspiration. Secretary Yang understood the general manager's intention and cooperated fully, serving as a backdrop for his poetry. When he saw the sun about to set on the western bank across the river, Zhang Yu also stopped reciting. Alright, you can tidy up now, Zhang Yu instructed. Understood, General Manager Zhang. Secretary Yang blushed and stepped aside. Then, Zhang Yu walked around the 2,000 square meter office area again, and an idea formed in his mind. The area where the building was located happened to be in the center of Jiangchang. It wasn't far from any administrative district. He wanted to make this the main office. Apart from the people from Jiangcheng Development Bank, others from several companies could come here to report their work in person. Plus, it was relatively close to Binjiang Mansion, making it convenient to go home. Just as he was thinking this, Secretary Yang returned. By the way, Secretary Yang, what's your name? I still don't know. To respond to President Zhang, my name is Yang Xiaomi, the secretary replied. That's nice, it sounds very sweet, Zhang Yu laughed. Thank you for the compliment, President Zhang, Yang Xiaomi said. However, if the accent isn't standard, it can sound a bit strange, Zhang Yu remarked. I know. Some people have said that, so I rarely introduce myself by name outside, the secretary said. Alright then, from now on, I'll just call you Secretary Yang. That way, everyone will be more accustomed to it, Zhang Yu nodded. Thank you for your understanding, President Zhang, the secretary finished. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up to answer. Hello, this is Secretary Yang. What? Such a thing has happened? Okay, I understand. After saying that, the secretary hung up the phone. Her expression, which had been calm just moments ago, turned somewhat serious. What happened? Is there a problem? Zhang Yu asked curiously. President Zhang, it's a payment that should have been collected but hasn't been, the secretary said, a bit embarrassed, but there was indeed nothing she could do about it. The company needed to transform into a bank. They needed to sort through past loan amounts and settle them. The secretary discovered that there was a debt that had long since matured but still hadn't been repaid. The company's legal team had been dispatched to investigate and found that the debtor had no assets under their name. However, his wife and children were still living a high-consumption lifestyle, indulging in lavish meals and buying luxury goods. Although the company suspected that he had taken out a loan in advance just to leave for his wife and children, and then came out to bear the burden alone, the company had no way to confront this issue because there was no evidence. Such situations are actually very common online nowadays. Many people say this is the money from selling creditworthiness. Not long ago, many people borrowed $1 million to invest in the stock market. If they made $200,000, they made $200,000. If they lost $200,000, they still had $800,000 left, because when they borrowed, they never thought about repaying the money. How much is this amount? Zhang Yu asked. A total of $1 million was borrowed. It hasn't been repaid for a long time, and there are no assets, the secretary briefly explained the person's situation. This is outrageous, this is fraud, and it has come to me? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Are there many debts like this in the company? President Zhang, the overall bad debt rate of the company is about 5%. The secretary provided a figure. So much? Zhang Yu was shocked upon realizing the implications. Although the interest from lending could mostly be recovered, a 5% bad debt rate meant that 5% of the principal couldn't be recovered. With such an offset, wouldn't the profit decrease? This is unacceptable. I need to personally go and deal with this, he said. President Zhang, this matter, I and the company's legal team will try to resolve it. How could it trouble you? Here's the thing, Zhang Yu said. Can you take me to find that person? Can we locate him? Zhang Yu thought. He couldn't tolerate a 5% bad debt rate. He couldn't even tolerate 1%. It was just right to take this malicious debtor as a typical case. It needed to be dealt with seriously, and those who were wealthy but maliciously refused to repay needed to understand the cost of defaulting. These matters could completely be handled by the concierge department or even by mobilizing people from the new E-group. However, Zhang Yu was also free at the moment. With nothing much to do, it was a good opportunity to experience the diversity of the human species. We should be able to find him. I know his ex-wife's address, the secretary said. Ex-wife? Zhang Yu asked, puzzled. It should be said that it's a fake divorce. Although they obtained a divorce certificate, according to reliable information, they are still living together as a family, the secretary explained. All right, then let's go now, Zhang Yu said. Mr. Zhang, should we bring someone from the protocol department? Secretary Yang asked cautiously. She was worried that the debtor might become angry and cause a physical confrontation, which would be unfavorable for Mr. Zhang. No need. Just the two of us will do. Zhang Yu shook his head and then asked, by the way, are you ready? All set. Secretary Yang suddenly blushed, feeling a bit nervous, and tugged at her skirt. All right, let's go. Zhang Yu and Secretary Yang took the private elevator down. They didn't stop at all. It took just over 20 seconds to go from the 28th floor to the first floor. That's less than a second per floor on average. Once they got in the car, they navigated to a location as Secretary Yang had instructed. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of a residential complex. Beautiful Flower Realm. The name was engraved in large, standard characters on a stone at the entrance. Mr. Zhang, their home is in Building 2, Unit 2, Room 1503, Secretary Yang said. Let's go. Zhang Yu walked ahead while she followed behind. They arrived at the door of that household. Secretary Yang stepped forward and knocked. Who is it? A somewhat impatient male voice came from inside. It's him. Secretary Yang turned her head and whispered to Zhang Yu. I'm the secretary of Papa Loan Company, here to ask if Lu Yong is home. Didn't I tell you earlier? I have no money. If you want, go ahead and sue me. Lu Yong was quite the tough guy. But if you keep bothering me, I can call the police. Where is Lu Yong's registered residence? Zhang Yu turned to ask Secretary Yang. Let me check. Secretary Yang pulled up some relevant information from her phone's photo album. His registered residence is in Lan County. Lan County? Zhang Yu suddenly remembered. His ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan was from Lan County, and she had a brother named Lu Yong. However, he had never met him during their years together. Yet, Lu Ruyan often posted about the beautiful Flower Realm community. Comparing the two, could it be such a coincidence? Was he really Lu Ruyan's brother? Speaking of which, this deadbeat almost became his brother-in-law. So, Zhang Yu spoke up. Lu Yong, do you have a sister named Lu Ruyan? Clang! The sound of a stainless steel bowl falling to the ground came from inside. Footsteps gradually approached, and the door opened. A sharp-faced man in short sleeves and shorts stood there, his hair so greasy it could fry 2 dishes. He stared at Zhang Yu, warily asking, Who are you? Why are you asking about my sister? Don't be nervous, Zhang Yu smiled. I'm Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, Zhang Yu. I've heard she has a brother, but I didn't expect it to be you. You are Ruyan's ex-boyfriend? Lu Yong stared at him, then suddenly realized, oh, I see. Her boyfriend Ding Kuan is the one you reported to the police, right? Since you know, Zhang Yu smiled, do you still dare not to pay back our company's money? Pay back? Lu Yong laughed. Where would I get the money to pay back? I don't have a single cent on me. What do you want me to pay with? Lu Yong, are you playing the fool? Do you really think we can't do anything about you? Secretary Yang couldn't take it anymore. How could there be such a scoundrel? She didn't even know how this loan was approved in the first place. Don't rush, Zhang Yu signaled for Secretary Yang to calm down. The house belongs to my ex-wife. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Then why are you still living here? Why can't I live here? Lu Yong chuckled. I have a child to take care of with her. I'm here to look after the child. What's the problem with that? Do I really need to tell you all this? Lu Yong, who is it? At that moment, a woman's voice came from inside the room. It's nothing, just a delivery person who knocked on the wrong door. I'll send them away right now. Saying this, Lu Yong was about to close the door, not wanting to hear any more of their nonsense. Wait, Zhang Yu reached out a hand to block the door. What do you want now? Lu Yong was a bit impatient. It's nothing. I'll leave once I get my money back, Zhang Yu said, including principal and interest, plus the penalty for breach of contract. You need to pay back 1.3 million now. 1.3 million, selling this house would almost cover the debt. The decoration in the house was quite nice. It was clear that money had been spent. Oh, haven't heard from you in a few days, and now it's more? Lu Yong smiled, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Do as you please, whether it's 1.3 million or 1.5 million, go ahead and sue me. That's it. Lu Yong, why haven't they left yet? At this moment, a woman in pajamas walked out from the inner room. Her long legs looked very slender. She was quite good-looking and clearly took good care of herself. You just said that everything about your ex-wife has nothing to do with you? Zhang Yu suddenly asked. What about it? Lu Yong replied, that's right, I told you, I'm living here to take care of the child. I'm not talking about the house. Zhang Yu laughed. So, your ex-wife has nothing to do with you either, right? At this point, Secretary Yang turned to look at Zhang. No way, could he be thinking? For a young, handsome, and wealthy boss like Zhang, with just a flick of his finger, countless women would come crying and throwing themselves at him, regardless of age. Even knowing they would be deceived and that there would be no outcome, they would still rush forward. Is he trying to learn from Wu Wei's legacy? And right in front of Lu Yong? Goodness, this is a blatant scheme. What do you want to do? Lu Yong was a bit nervous and was about to close the door. However, he couldn't close it at all. Even using both hands and feet, and even straining his face, he still couldn't resist the force of Zhang Yu's hand on the door. Who are you? Lu Yong's wife, seeing Zhang Yu at the door, couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. How could there be such a handsome man? She was immediately smitten, even though she was already a married woman. No, wait, I've just gotten my divorce certificate, I'm free now. What do I need to worry about? The law doesn't care about fake divorces or real ones, it only recognizes the fact. As for the other person in the house, who is he? Ma'am, are you Lu Yong's ex-wife? Zhang Yu asked. Yes. She looked at Zhang Yu, momentarily stunned, and said, since you're the ex-wife, why is he living in your house? If someone is interested in you, knowing this would be awkward. Zhang Yu smiled. He was also hinting to her that with her looks, she could easily find someone better. There would definitely be people pursuing her. Why should she lose so many possibilities for such a man? The ex-wife often browsed Zaya Honshu and had seen similar posts. She just lacked the courage. Zhang Yu's words today made her see the hope of throwing herself at him. He's here to see the child today. He needs to leave now. The ex-wife also realized that for whatever reason, Lu Yong could no longer stay here. Lu Yong, you've seen the child today. It's time to go, right? Shana, what are you saying? Lu Yong's eyes widened. He didn't expect her to want to kick him out now. He had transferred all his assets to her name, including this house. Lu Yong, didn't you just say that? I'm just your ex-wife. Also, I hope you can have some sense of boundaries in the future. My name is Su Na, my ex-wife said. What the hell? Lu Yong's mindset suddenly crumbled. What's going on? Is Su Na trying to break up? If she really wants to end things, I have no way out. Su Na, what do you mean? Are you kicking me out? Lu Yong pointed at her. I transferred the house to your name, it's in your name, and this is how you treat me? Lu Yong, I hope you understand. You did this voluntarily, and you also said that the house will belong to the child in the future. So what are you clinging to? You should just leave, there are so many people here, I don't want to make it too awkward. Su Na was completely different from just a moment ago. Her mood changed faster than flipping a page. Secretary Yang watched this drama unfold, truly spectacular. First, let the two of them turn against each other. Doesn't that dismantle their alliance of interests? Fine, since you say that, I won't care anymore. Lu Yong said. This house is mine. You should be the one to leave. If you don't leave, I'll turn it into a haunted house tomorrow. Lu Yong, are you threatening me? Suna's temper flared as well. I'm standing right here. Let's see if you dare. Both of their tempers were up. Truly, you can't have two different people in the same bed. They were both in a heated state now. You're a debt collection agency, right? Suna finally realized. I have nothing to do with him. I'm changing the locks today. He won't be able to enter this house again. Suna also understood. Although Lu Yong had given her the property, if they didn't completely clarify their relationship, there would still be a de facto marriage. Therefore, someone would still come knocking. Who would want to live like that? Thus, once the thought started to form in her mind, it became uncontrollable. Suna, you little bitch. Lu Yong was furious. Zhang Yu's move was ruthless. Regardless of whether he could get the money or not, today he had already destroyed their relationship. He would really become a third-rate loser. The perfect plan to hide assets he once thought of had fallen apart. If he ended up homeless, wouldn't that just be making a wedding dress for someone else? A selfish person like Lu Yong certainly wouldn't want that. Saying this, he reached out to hit Suna. However, as soon as his hand stretched out, it was blocked by Zhang Yu. If I'm not mistaken, your ex-wife is considered an unrelated person, right? Breaking into an unrelated person's home to beat someone up, how long would that land you in jail? With one sentence, Zhang Yu made Lu Yong shrink back. Zhang Yu, I have no grievances with you. Why are you trying to harm me like this? He asked. What do you mean no grievances? Aren't you 1 million in debt, and didn't you transfer it away? Who's going to take responsibility for the money that can't be recovered? Zhang Yu, you're just a worker. Why are you playing like this? How much can you get out of it? A worker? Secretary Yang couldn't help but interject. He's the boss of our company, with 100% of the shares. What? Lu Yong and Suna were both stunned. Who would have thought that he, so young, was the boss of a financial company worth billions? Secretary Yang was the company's senior secretary. She personally accompanied him, so it must be true. Suna thought to herself. Zhang Yu was so handsome and so wealthy, he wouldn't offend him just for Lu Yong. So she turned back to Lu Yong and said, Did you hear that? If you don't leave, I'm going to report you for illegal entry. Now, legally, she could indeed report this. As soon as she mentioned calling the police, Lu Yong shrank back. With red eyes, he viciously threw out, Just you wait. Then he sulkily packed his things and left the house. Just like that? Secretary Yang was a bit dazed. Hadn't the money not been recovered yet? What was President Zhang doing? Secretary Yang, please wait outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with her privately, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Okay. Yang Xiaomi nodded. Then they saw Zhang Yu walk into the room and close the door. I really didn't expect you to be the owner of that financial company, Suna said shyly, playing with her hair. Please sit down. I'll get you some tea. MS. Suna, Zhang Yu smiled. I won't be having tea. I just want to ask, what do you think about Lu Yong transferring the money to your name? Well, that was his choice, Suna said, crossing her legs and putting on an innocent expression. His choice? That means you knew about the money, right? Zhang Yu smiled. Yes. Then you also know where his money came from, Zhang Yu continued with a smile. If someone wanted to investigate the source of large assets, would your own assets hold up? Also, he transferred the house to you, and you didn't pay a single cent. This can also be seen as Lu Yong transferring this asset, Zhang Yu said. I think you wouldn't want your child to carry a stain and be unable to take the civil service exam in the future, would you? I really don't know. Suna panicked. And I have no money left in my account. Where's the money? Zhang Yu asked. It's all there. Suna pointed to a wardrobe. On top were various cosmetics and bags. These items were worth something when bought, but when it came to cashing them in, they wouldn't even hold 1/10 of their value. There was no point in pursuing them. Since that's the case, it seems we'll have to sell this house. Zhang Yu glanced around the room. The decoration is quite nice, has a good aesthetic. This is my only home. If I lose it, where will my daughter and I live? Suna was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. However, Zhang Yu didn't think she was innocent. She was fully aware of the situation and felt justified in accepting this ill-gotten wealth. And at the time of the incident, she turned against Lu Yong. Lu Yong was willing to transfer all his money to her. It could only be said that they were not of the same family, not under the same roof. Suna, this White Lotus, seemed more likely to be pretending to be innocent, tricking Lu Yong into taking out loans without repayment. She hadn't turned against him before, either because the timing wasn't right or because she was afraid. It's very simple, Zhang Yu smiled. If you don't want to sell the house, then you can work for me. I'll pay you a salary at market rate until the debt is cleared. But it's over $1 million. How long will I have to work for that? Moreover, Suna had never lifted a finger and couldn't do manual labor. If you don't want to work, there's another way. The money comes quickly, Zhang Yu smiled. I see you have good qualities. If all goes well, it should only take about 2 years. No. Suna shook her head. I don't want that. Looking at Zhang Yu, feeling isolated and helpless, she couldn't help but cry out loud. What should I do? Woo. Secretary Yang, outside, heard Suna crying and had no idea what President Zhang was doing. She didn't dare push the door open. She couldn't help but think, President Zhang wouldn't be trying to force her, would he? That wouldn't do. If he got bitten back, it would be troublesome. But after listening for a while, it didn't seem to be what she thought, so she felt relieved. What you have obtained was never something you should possess. What's there to regret? Zhang Yu looked at Suna, finding it amusing. Many girls who go astray are just overspending. Then when the creditors come knocking, they are pushed to a dead end, right? Those clothes, bags, and cosmetics were never within their means. Since they used them, they should consider the price to pay later. Can I go to Jiangling? Suna suddenly asked at that moment. Ms. Suna, the money you owe is enough to buy a mansion in Jiangling. Zhang Yu understood his implication, but right now, all she wanted was money. Then, let me put the house up for sale. Once it's sold, I'll pay you back. Suna could only say this. Working was not an option. Selling the house was her only choice. She never expected that Zhang Yu was not the white knight she thought he was, but rather someone who aimed to undermine her. First, he had kicked Lu Yong, her enforcer, out. Then he came to manipulate her. It was truly ruthless. She hadn't even considered this possibility. It was a miscalculation. But what could she do? If she really didn't pay him back, with his capabilities, he could indeed send her to prison. She didn't dare to gamble on that. Selling the house? Zhang Yu laughed. Since you don't have the money, just transfer the house to me directly. It would save a step. Zhang Yu thought that rather than demanding cash repayment, it would be better to take the house. Although it wasn't a luxury community, it was still comfortable to live in. Moreover, it was close to the university town, surrounded by several universities, creating a vibrant living atmosphere. Transfer it directly? Suna was somewhat surprised. But I have so many things at home. I'm not in a hurry. I'll give you a week to pack your things. A week later, I'll send Secretary Yang over to collect the house, Zhang Yu said. He couldn't bring himself to be the villain, but he wouldn't let go of what belonged to him. A week was enough time to pack. All right. Suna could only nod. What else could she say? Then I'll take my leave, Zhang Yu said, turning to leave. Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. Suna suddenly called out. Is there anything else? Zhang Yu asked. I have a daughter in school. I don't know how to tell her. At this moment, Suna felt a bit regretful. It was truly a mistake to have been so foolish back then, not realizing how wrong it was. How old is your daughter? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be curious. Does she not know about your situation? No, she doesn't. Suna shook her head. She just got accepted into a key university and will be starting her freshman year next semester. She doesn't know about any of this. I see. Zhang Yu pondered. It was surprising that such a couple could raise a daughter who got into a prestigious university. More importantly, it was hard to believe Suna's child was already that old. Zhang Yu estimated the child must be around 10 years old. Don't worry, I won't mention this matter. Besides, he didn't even know who her daughter was. Then, Zhang Yu walked out. Mr. Shang, how did it go? Secretary Yang, waiting at the door, stepped forward to ask. Suna's house will be transferred to my name in a week, Zhang Yu said, to settle the debt. Mr. Shang, you really have a way. Secretary Yang's admiration for him was evident. All right, enough flattery. Let's go. Yes, okay. Secretary Yang followed behind him. The two of them exited the beautiful flower community and encountered several girls in sailor outfits with bangs walking towards the community. As they brushed past each other, they exchanged glances. Zhang Yu thought the girls looked good. The young women across the way were also thinking, this man is so handsome, but it's a pity he has such a beautiful woman beside him. She must be his partner. If he were single, they would definitely have approached him for his contact information. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yong, who had been kicked out of the house, was dragging a suitcase and making a phone call by the roadside. Brother Sean, we've been good friends for many years. You have to help me this time. Lu Yong cried over the phone. There's a guy named Zhang Yu who's causing trouble and has kicked me out of my home. I have nothing now. Who dares to meddle in your marriage? I'll take care of him right away. Brother Sean was also very loyal on the phone. But, did your sister-in-law really kick you out? How could it be fake? I've already come out with my suitcase. Don't worry, brother. Just watch how I deal with this Suna. On the other end of the line, Brother Sean realized this was a great opportunity. Lu Yong and his wife used to be inseparable, and now they had turned against each other. Wasn't this his chance? Thank you, Brother Sean. What are you thanking me for? Just take a cab and hurry over here. We need to discuss our next steps. Brother Sean had 7 or 8 men under him. Dealing with them wouldn't be hard, right? After hanging up, Lu Yong called a cab. Just then, a black SUV stopped in front of him. Mr. Lu, get in the car, someone inside said. So fast? Lu Yong glanced at his phone, but this license plate number is wrong? Moreover, how did they know his name? Lu Yong was still somewhat sharp, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to evade trouble for so long. He sensed something was off with the people in the car. He lifted his leg to leave, but how could he escape? A few men got out of the car and quickly restrained him, one of them coming forward with a sack and dragging Lu Yong into the vehicle. Where are the people? Why haven't they arrived yet? Brother Sean and his group were holed up in an abandoned factory, waiting to take control. After a long wait, several cars finally drove into the factory. Everyone in the factory, clear out immediately. The factory is about to be demolished. Everyone must leave today. A few people got out of the cars, holding loudspeakers, shouting into the abandoned factory. Inside the factory, there were only a few of them. They had set up a water reservoir and generator, with water and electricity, living a decent life in a wasteland style. Why was the factory suddenly being demolished? Damn, who are these people? Are they trying to wipe us out? One of Brother Shan's underlings said indignantly. They seem to be government officials. We can't afford to mess with them. We have to retreat. Brother Sean didn't dare confront them. After all, this wasn't their property. However, he felt it was too coincidental. Lu Yong must have offended some big shot, right? He tried to call Lu Yong but found the call wouldn't go through. It wasn't that no one answered, it was simply unreachable. Either there was no signal, or the SIM card had been removed. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Brother Sean felt. Hurry up and move. Brother Sean, if we keep moving, we might have to leave the city and go back to the countryside, one of the underlings said. He hadn't expected to follow such a useless leader. 3 days of hunger for 9 meals. Lu Yong actually treated him like a big brother. Then we can only go back. Brother Sean didn't want to get into trouble. Let's figure out the situation first. We have so little left, we should be cautious. Brother Sean, how about we seek refuge with the new E group? One of the underlings suggested. I heard the new E group has been active in Jiangcheng lately. Their leader is actually a woman, and she's quite attractive. New E group? Brother Sean laughed upon hearing this. Do we even dare to step into the new E group's door? They could send just 2 people and easily take us down. He was well aware of his own capabilities. With just a few useless followers, they were barely scraping by in the fringes. If it really doesn't work, should we seek refuge with Master Ma? One of the younger brothers suggested. Master Ma is also expanding his own power. Only by clinging to a big thigh can we find a way out. Master Ma? Brother Sean recalled. Recently, 2 forces had emerged in Jiangcheng. Besides the new righteous group, the other was Master Ma. It was said that these 2 factions had already had several secret skirmishes, with each side having its victories and defeats. The new righteous group was hard to say, but Master Ma's side could indeed be a place to seek refuge. Easier said than done, Brother Sean shrugged. We have nothing in hand. What can we offer? Brother Sean, have you forgotten about Lu Yong's wife and child? One of the younger brothers laughed. If we bring them and offer them to Master Ma, wouldn't that work? Anyone who mingled in society knew that Master Ma abstained from alcohol and tobacco, but he had a particular weakness for beautiful women. When he encountered a beauty, he was completely captivated. Many who wanted to ally with Master Ma had to present such a grand gift to have any chance of being accepted. Although they wouldn't be given high positions, at least they wouldn't go hungry. Running an underground force required money for daily sustenance. Those who couldn't make money would naturally be swallowed up. Only those who could generate income would grow larger. I can't believe you thought of that. They are the beloved family of my brothers, Brother Sean scolded. The younger brother who was scolded scratched his head and dared not speak. But what you said is indeed a method, Brother Sean chuckled. Lu Yong is unreachable now. His widow and child at home are easy to manipulate. He quickly made a decision. Let's move first, then we'll take care of this matter. Overseas, at the airport, Lu Huanxiu and her 2 companions had already boarded their flight back to the country. According to the schedule, this flight would pass through Jiangcheng but would not stop, landing in the northeast instead. The next flight would head towards the Bear Country. The flight after that would be back to Jiangcheng. However, that was still 2 days away. Lu Huanxiu had never felt time pass so slowly. It had only been a day since they set off. They still had several long-distance flights ahead. Another reason was that Lu Huanxiu missed Zhang Yu, The longing began to surge, and it was uncontrollable. Her nose tinged with a sourness, and she even felt like crying. Lu Huanxiao, you can't let others laugh at you, you used to be such a cold person, she reminded herself. It was all Zhang Yu's fault. It was as if heaven had sent him to subdue her. It made her, a dignified flight attendant, feel like a delicate girl. She no longer resembled an excellent employee. Sister Xiao, it's time to take off. What are you thinking about? Pan Yuyao asked. Nothing much. You aren't thinking about the landlord, are you? Pan Yuyao giggled. Nonsense, Lu Huanxia shook her head in denial. Don't deny it. I heard you talking in your sleep last night. What did I say? Lu Huanxia was startled. Last night, they had slept in the same hotel room. Could it be that she had accidentally talked in her sleep? Guess. Pan Yuyao laughed and turned to head to the cabin. Yuyao, you. Lu Huanxiao didn't finish her sentence, feeling a bit nauseous. Oh no. She quickly opened the bathroom door and rushed in. Then, she took out a test strip. She had secretly bought one at the pharmacy when she felt something was off. Can one test strip really decide everything? Lu Huanxiao thought for a moment and then began the test. A few minutes later, when she saw 2 red lines appear on the strip, her mind exploded, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. No way, it could be like this? How was she supposed to explain this? Lu Huanxiao, as the chief attendant, had always been calm and composed. At this moment, however, she was flustered. No way, it must be broken. I need to get it checked again when I reach the next city, she thought to herself. A knock sounded from outside. Chief Lu, are you in there? There's a form that needs your signature. Oh, I'll be right out. Lu Huanxiao tossed the item into the trash can, thought for a moment, then picked it up again and flushed it down the toilet. Zhang Yu and Secretary Yang were on their way back to the company. He sneezed. Shang, are you going up when we get to the company? I won't be going up, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. I went earlier and saw everything I needed to see. Alright, just drop me off by the roadside, and I'll walk up myself, Secretary Yang said. Sure, Zhang Yu nodded. The car turned a corner and arrived at the office building. It slowly stopped by the roadside, and Secretary Yang opened the car door and got out. Zhang Yu noticed she was walking with a slight limp. He couldn't help but ask, are you alright? I'm fine, Secretary Yang said, suppressing her pain and waving her hand. Okay, then I'll head off. If you need anything, just contact me anytime, Zhang Yu said as he drove away. Secretary Yang watched the car leave, her mind drifting back to the large 2,000 square meter office, recalling the scene of President Zhang reciting poetry. She could only bury this matter deep in her heart. Ding! Zhang Yu was driving back to Binjiang Mansion when a system prompt echoed in his mind. Host, a random blind box has dropped. What? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile at the system's notification. After the system upgrade, it had indeed become much more flexible. Now, not only was there a fixed blind box draw every day, but there were also randomly dropped blind boxes. Drawl. He was eager to see what he would get this time. Congratulations, host, you have drawn max level grappling combat skills. What does that mean? Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned. Had he finally drawn a fighting skill? After confirming the receipt of the blind box, the host will gain max level grappling and combat skills. Max level, world master level, agility, endurance, and explosive power will all be greatly enhanced. Zhang Yu understood. The physical enhancement he received earlier was just a basic stamina boost. What he gained this time was an enhancement in techniques. It wasn't just brute strength, there were now formed techniques, allowing for more variations. That meant he would be a true martial arts master. After confirming the receipt, a vast amount of grappling combat secrets surged into his mind like a tide. In an instant, he felt his strength increase, and his blood felt a bit hot. What boy hasn't dreamed of being a hero who upholds justice and helps the weak since childhood? Picking up a stick on the road, countless rapeseed flowers would have their heads chopped off. Yet most people, facing the burdens of life, grow up and no longer mention it. At this moment, it had truly become a reality. He felt a surge of excitement. If he weren't in the car right now, he would really want to jump out and practice a few moves. At that moment, Zhang Yu spotted a somewhat familiar figure by the roadside ahead. Slowing down to take a look, it was indeed Sumei. Beep beep, he honked the horn twice. Sumei recognized the familiar sound and turned around to see Zhang Yu driving his Cullinan. Captain, your Cullinan is here again. Some officers nearby laughed. You guys can't say that. Sumei always felt nervous whenever she saw Zhang Yu appear in his car, as it reminded her of her previous mistake. Just thinking about it felt embarrassing. It had spread not only in their team but also in other squads, although it was a good-natured joke. However, Sumei was holding back a surge of determination inside her, always wanting an opportunity to regain the face she had lost. Seeing a few police officers laughing again, Sume helplessly said, "Go on, you guys patrol ahead. I'll be there in a bit." A few colleagues rode off on their motorcycles. Sume walked over to Zhang Yu's car. "Hey, don't you know you can't park here?" "I know, so let's get in the car and talk," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Sume got into the car and sat in the passenger seat, feeling a bit strange. Sitting in that passenger seat, scenes she had seen on her phone involuntarily flashed through her mind. For a moment, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. "Where are you going?" Sume asked. "Nowhere. Just heading home," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "No, big brother, I still have to work." "Didn't your colleagues go ahead?" "Once you see them, I'll drop you off." "By the way, how's Shasha been these days?" Zhang Yu asked again. "Not bad," Sume replied, "but I haven't seen her in the past couple of days." "Hey, why are you asking about her?" Then, she looked at him with a guarded expression. "Didn't Secretary Shah say I should take care of her more? I'm just thinking about fulfilling Secretary Shah's request." In fact, it was still because she hadn't reached 10 stars. Just a little push was needed to fill the stars. Looking at Zhang Yu's smile, Sume felt even more that he had ulterior motives. "Zhang Yu, I warn you, she's only 19, still a child at heart. You better not mess with her." However, she also felt that her warning seemed too powerless. If Zhang Yu was in a good mood, he would listen. If he didn't want to listen, she had no way to change that. "Look at you, why are you getting anxious?" He couldn't help but think that Sume was quite cute. She didn't say anything. At that moment, a message came through on her phone. Taking a closer look, it was from her best friend, Lu Hanxiao. A true best friend doesn't need to meet every day or chat daily, but once they do chat, it's definitely the most private and things that won't be mentioned to others. "Who is it?" Zhang Yu asked while driving. "A friend." Sume turned her phone screen towards herself. Then, seeing the message on the screen, her eyes widened. "May, what should I do? I think I might be pregnant." Each word was recognizable, but combined, it nearly made Sume's eyes pop out. What did Lu Hanxiao mean? How did it suddenly? Thinking back, Lu Hanxiao had never been in a relationship. If what she said was true, then the biggest suspect would be Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, oh Zhang Yu, how many people have you unknowingly hurt?" "Xiao, don't panic. What exactly is going on?" Sume replied. "I don't know how to say it, I'm considering whether to handle it." Lu Hanxiao was feeling very confused. "Why handle it? Who is it?" Sume asked. "That person is my landlord. I don't know if you know him." She had never introduced her best friend to her landlord publicly. It was still shrouded in mystery. Know him? She knew him all too well. Sume thought to herself, "I'm sitting right next to the father of the child. Don't panic, when you come back, I'll go find you, and then we'll discuss what to do." Sume replied, "I'll always be by your side, facing this together." "May, I can only tell you this, my parents don't know, and they must never find out." "Don't worry, I won't say anything. Just let me know in advance when you come back, and I'll go find you." After putting down her phone, Sume shot Zhang Yu a glare. Without even a title, what was this all about? A scumbag. She needed to keep a close eye on Shasha. She couldn't let her get her too. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Yu also felt a kind of killing intent from beside him. Ever since he gained the system's skill enhancement, he could easily sense the killing intent around him. "Nothing," Sume smiled, showing her teeth. "I just suddenly thought of some scumbag behaviors." "What scumbag?" "Like getting his girlfriend pregnant and then running away without taking responsibility," Sume said. "Is there really such a thing? Is it someone around you?" "The one around me is you. Have you done that?" Sume's professional habit kicked in. Zhang Yu turned his head to take a look. "No, I meant the people around you. Not right now, but who knows what the future holds." After saying this, Sume asked another question. "So, Zhang Yu, if you had a girlfriend who got pregnant but you weren't married yet, what would you do?" "If that's the case, I would marry her," Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "Really?" Sume raised her eyebrows in curiosity. Would Zhang Yu really do that? If he married her best friend, it wouldn't be a bad thing. However, just thinking about that scene gave Sume a strange feeling in her heart. "Sume, what are you thinking? Shouldn't you be happy that your best friend has a place to settle down?" she asked herself. She didn't understand why her thoughts were so strange. "You still haven't told me why you're asking this," Zhang Yu said, finding Sume's every word a bit baffling. "Could it be that you accidentally got pregnant?" "Go away, you're the one who's pregnant." Sume pushed his arm. "I'm a peony." "Wow, that's great, a peony, we're saved." Zhang Yu joked. "Can you be serious?" Sume rolled her eyes secretly. Zhang Yu didn't speak, looking out the car window, suddenly saying, "Look quickly, there's a robbery." "Ha? Where?" As soon as Sume heard those words, she became highly alert and looked outside. Over there, someone snatched a bag and ran into the urban village. Zhang Yu pointed in a direction. Sume followed his gaze and saw a figure running towards the village entrance, while the person who lost the bag couldn't catch up, looking anxious. No, we have to catch that person. Sume transformed into an embodiment of justice. Zhang Yu, we. Sume turned her head, just about to tell Zhang Yu. She saw him with an expression that said he already knew, driving towards the entrance of the urban village. Once they reached the intersection, they found the road had clearly narrowed. It was difficult to drive such a large car as the Cullinan in there. Even if they could force it in, it would be particularly slow and might get stuck. It would be faster to run on foot. Let's get out and chase. Zhang Yu parked the car by the roadside. His initiative surprised Sume. Wait, you want to go catch the thief with me? What else? Zhang Yu smiled. I can't let you go alone. Don't waste time, or they'll run away. Okay. Sume contacted a few colleagues to hurry over for support before getting out of the car. Zhang Yu also got out. But where was the trace of that person? Officer, I have very important items in my bag. Please help me get it back. The person who had their bag snatched was out of breath and, upon seeing Sume, immediately looked like they had found a savior. Don't worry, we will definitely get it back, Sume assured. The traffic police were also police. In such situations, they naturally couldn't just stand by. Moreover, Sume actually studied criminal investigation. When she was in police school, she studied criminal investigation. But after graduation, her father arranged for her to work in the traffic police team. Although she felt a sense of unfulfilled ambition in her heart. But what needs to be done still has to be done, and soon she became a squad leader. However, being a traffic police officer was not what she had in mind. This time, she encountered a bag snatcher, which ignited the passion within her. Zhang Yu, can you do it? Sume glanced at Zhang Yu before pursuing. She admitted that she had no words against Zhang Yu when it came to business and street racing. But this time was different. If it weren't for professionals, there could be a risk to life. Who knew if that criminal had any weapons on him? For whatever reason, Sume didn't want to take that gamble. Don't worry, let's split up, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Looking at his smile, Sume found herself believing in him. Alright then, we'll split up. If you find the criminal, don't confront him directly, wait for backup. Remember, Sume emphasized again after looking at him. Zhang Yu nodded and then said, there are two paths here, you go right, I go left. With that, he ran towards the box. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yu was identifying the footprints on the ground when he suddenly heard someone ahead exclaim in surprise, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Although this sound might be too faint for an ordinary person to notice, under Zhang Yu's heightened senses, even the slightest sound became a useful clue. Right ahead, Zhang Yu discerned the source of the sound and ran in that direction. At that moment, the bag snatcher was running through an alley. The path in the alley was twisted and tangled. He turned and twisted for a long way before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Now, I shouldn't be caught up, right? Just as he was about to unzip the bag to see what was inside, he heard footsteps approaching. Damn, who's so fast? The thief felt a pang of fear, stood up, and determined a direction to continue running. Don't run! I know where you are, just surrender. From across the alley, the thief heard the voice coming from the other side. Damn, so close? He was startled. The pursuer was just a row of houses away. Just a turn, and they could see his back. Why wasn't he running faster? He was a seasoned criminal. He had easily escaped after stealing something before. What was going on today that someone could catch up from so far away? The thief's heart raced with increasing panic. The earlier psychological attack had thrown him into disarray. Unknowingly, he ran into a dead end. Crap, there's only a wall ahead. The thief realized something was wrong, turned around, and prepared to find another route. He found a young handsome guy blocking the entrance. With a half smile, Zhang Yu stood at the entrance, arms crossed, looking at the thief. What did you take? Hand it over. Just you? The thief saw that Zhang Yu was young, his build was relatively slender, and he had no weapons in hand. His confidence surged. With a swift motion, he pulled out a dagger from his waist. The blade was about half a foot long, already unsheathed, glinting with a sharp light. My dagger doesn't have eyes. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way, the thief said fiercely. Zhang Yu saw his face, which bore a scar from a knife, making him look quite menacing. The murderous intent in his eyes was evident, and he exuded a heavy aura of malice. It was clear he wasn't a good person. If Zhang Yu had encountered someone like this with a weapon yesterday, he might have thought twice. However, now he possessed top-notch skills in grappling and combat. A mere dagger was nothing to him. His confidence remained unshaken. Well, this guy really isn't afraid of death. The thief, seeing the aura emanating from Zhang Yu, clearly felt it was stronger than his own. He became even more uncertain, knowing that if he delayed any longer, by the time their reinforcements arrived, he would be in an even worse position. He could only fight to the death. Ah! The thief raised his dagger and charged at Zhang Yu. the longer the dagger, the stronger it was. With his dagger being this long, he didn't believe Zhang Yu would dare to face him unarmed. However, just as he raised the dagger to stab at Zhang Yu's neck, Zhang Yu remained in place, not moving his feet, and effortlessly dodged the attack range of the dagger. What? The thief was startled and was about to change his move. Then he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Zhang Yu extended his long leg, gathering all his strength, and kicked out. The kick landed squarely in the thief's stomach. The thief's whole body flew face first towards the ground, soaring 2 to 3 meters before crashing into the wall and bouncing back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, bracing himself on the ground, trying to get up, but ultimately failed. I was wrong. I won't dare again. I'll return the bag. Just let me go, the thief said with a mournful face. Poof, you think you can rob us and just walk away? A delicate voice rang out. It was Su Mei, who had heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon arriving, she saw Zhang Yu had kicked the thief away. Zhang Yu, your skills are so good? She walked over and gave Zhang Yu a once-over. Not a speck of dust on him, and he had subdued the opponent with a dagger? For a moment, Su Mei was extremely shocked. This thief was no novice, he should have some skills. His eyes were terrifying and fierce, and even as a police officer trained in criminal investigation, she knew that in such a dire situation, a criminal's capacity for brutality was immeasurable. Many excellent officers would be unable to defend themselves and get injured in tight spaces. Yet, this thief had gained no advantage in front of Zhang Yu. Do you have handcuffs? No. Su Mei felt a bit ashamed. They weren't even equipped with any. All right, let's tie him to a tree and wait for your reinforcements to arrive. Zhang Yu noticed the thief's shoelaces. Please, let me go. I promise I won't do it again. I'll return the bag. At that moment, the thief got up and threw the bag directly at the two of them. At the same time, his other hand reached for his waist. Zhang Yu, he has a gun. Su Mei's sharp eyes immediately detected something was off. This thief was no ordinary criminal. While throwing the bag, he could distract them and block their line of sight. He definitely had something on him. As Su Mei saw him pull out the real weapon, she shouted loudly. However, the next second, a surprising scene unfolded. Zhang Yu smiled lightly. At the moment the thief's finger was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly kicked in mid-air, perfectly striking the flying bag. The bag, hit by the force of the kick, instantly changed direction and sped up. In almost 1/100th of a second, just as the thief's finger pressed the trigger, the returning bag hit him squarely in the face. The thief was knocked out by the bag, and the handgun fell to the ground. Su Mei saw this and ran forward, kicking the handgun further away. Zhang Yu, quickly pick up the gun. Then, Su Mei knelt on the thief's back, twisted his arm behind him, and wrapped the shoelaces around several times, tying a secure knot. The thief tried to struggle and resist. Zhang Yu walked over, holding the gun. Don't move, or I'll shoot you dead. Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, the thief immediately became obedient. Su Mei, however, was extremely nervous. Damn, Zhang Yu, do you know how to handle a gun? I'm also under your gunpoint. If things go wrong, even as a ghost, I will come to your bedside. Wah wah! The sound of police sirens rang out from outside. A large group of police officers rushed into the alley. Captain Su, are you okay? We've called in the criminal police too. Several traffic police colleagues were the first to rush into the alley. They saw Su Mei on the ground, having tied up the thief. I'm fine, come help quickly. I don't have the strength anymore, Su Mei shouted. Hurry up and help. Several traffic police swarmed in and completely subdued the thief. Soon after, several fully armed criminal police officers arrived as well. Sir, please hand me the gun, one of the criminal police said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled and handed the gun over to him. Finally caught the guy, Su Mei said as she stood up, wiping the sweat from her brow. That scene had indeed been a bit thrilling. Captain Su from the traffic police squad? The leading criminal police captain saw Su Mei and immediately smiled. It's still the daughter of Director Su, truly a heroine, managing to subdue a criminal. Not at all, I was. Although Su Mei wanted to take credit, she didn't want to claim it all for herself. The majority of the credit for catching this thief belonged to Zhang Yu. She didn't want to take undue credit. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yu smiled and said, yes, Captain Su's skills are really impressive. It's a pity she's in traffic police. Sir, do you know Captain Su? The criminal police captain also laughed. Indeed, Captain Su is someone I've watched grow up. She originally studied criminal investigation. Captain, there's a situation, one of the criminal police said at that moment. The criminal police captain's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He stepped forward to take a closer look at the criminal. Oh my! He couldn't help but clap his hands. What's wrong? Su Mei asked curiously. Captain Su, this is no ordinary petty thief. You've done a great service. The criminal police captain was extremely excited. This is an A-level wanted criminal that the system has been tracking for a long time. involved in drug trafficking, gambling, and even making guns and ammunition. The gun in his hand is preliminarily judged to be a replica, the criminal police captain said happily. If Director Su knows about this, he will be proud of you. Let's not get our hopes up, Sume said, not feeling optimistic. If he were to be proud of this, he wouldn't have sent me to the traffic police right after I graduated. Who says so? At that moment, a deep voice rang out from behind everyone. Director Su. Hello, Director Su. Everyone greeted the newcomer respectfully. Sume turned around to see her father, Su Guoqiang. How did he get here? When I heard the news, I happened to be in the command room of the police station. The information showed that this criminal had an identity, so I quickly brought people to reinforce, Su Guoqiang said. Whether for public or private reasons, coming to reinforce was certainly the right thing to do. On the way, Su Guoqiang was still anxious. It was only upon arriving at the scene that he realized the criminal had been subdued so smoothly. A person armed with dangerous weapons and extremely vicious usually required dozens of people to form an absolute suppression. Today, upon arriving at the scene, he found that it had actually been defeated by his daughter, or rather, by her and Jianyu together. Dad, I want to say. Sume stepped forward, wanting to clarify what had happened. But Jianyu spoke up first. Director Su, just now Sume really did a great service. I think it's a pity she's in traffic police. Sume couldn't help but glance back at Jianyu. Her expression was complicated. Wait, you don't want such a big credit? Doesn't that mean I owe you a huge favor? Sume, you've done a great service this time. What kind of reward do you want? Su Guoqiang smiled, looking at his daughter. She was still in a daze, not knowing what to say. Want to go to the criminal police team? You've caught various thieves before, not as a traffic officer, but every time I brought it up, the request was rejected. This time, with so many people around, I didn't want to mention it. Do you want to go to the criminal police team for some experience? Su Guoqiang smiled warmly. Is that possible? Sume pointed at herself in disbelief. Of course it is. Su Guoqiang's face was filled with pride. My daughter has actually managed to catch an A-level wanted criminal. I am proud of you. That's great. Sume jumped up excitedly. However, I have to set some ground rules with you. Su Guoqiang's expression turned serious again. Director Su, Sume said. If you go to the criminal police team, you must strictly follow the rules and work hard, Su Guoqiang stated. I will make sure that you won't receive any special treatment because of my position. There will be a 3-month probation period. If you can't handle it, you'll be sent back to the traffic police team immediately. Jianyu could see that the old man meant well with his words. He didn't want Sume to feel sad or disappointed, nor did he want his daughter to suffer or be in danger in the criminal police team. So, he gave her a 3-month probation period, hoping she would experience how tough it could be inside and then immediately return to being a traffic officer, forgetting everything else. I understand, I will work hard. Sume saluted the captain of the criminal police team. I look forward to your guidance. Huan, you are not allowed to show her any favoritism, Su Guoqiang said, looking at the captain. Yes, Director Su. Captain Huang saluted. Absolutely fair treatment. Good, then you all take her back. Make sure to interrogate her well. This wanted criminal had been on the run for so long, carrying so many cases. One person's strength was absolutely not enough. It was just right to use this wanted criminal as a clue to follow the trail and catch the others involved. Also, contact the owner of that bag and have them come to the station to claim it. After they left, only Su Guoqiang, Sume, and Zhang Yu remained at the scene. Mr. Zhang, thank you, Su Guoqiang said, looking at Zhang Yu and giving him a salute. Hey, Director Su, what are you doing? The dignified director of Jiangcheng City was caught off guard by such a salute. I know that if it weren't for you just now, it would have been very difficult for my daughter to catch the criminal, so thank you. Dad, you knew all along, Sume said, feeling relieved. Otherwise, she would have suffocated herself. After so many years, how could I not know? Su Guoqiang replied. This is not an ordinary criminal, but one who has been wanted for a long time. I know how dangerous he is. Even if you studied criminal investigation, you are still a girl, and you have never really worked as a criminal police officer. So I know Zhang Yu must have helped. His analysis was reasonable. Dad, you still look down on girls, don't you? What's wrong with being a girl? Sume pouted. Are you regretting not having a son? Nonsense. Su Guoqiang became serious. I have never thought that way. If you haven't, then you haven't, no need to be angry, Sume said softly. Alright, I should head back. You should also return to the traffic police team to hand over your work. Report to the criminal police team tomorrow. Su Guoqiang looked at his daughter. This time, I'm giving you a chance. If you can't catch him, you know what to do, right? I know. I won't let you down. Sume said. Watching Su Guoqiang leave, she turned to Zhang Yu and said, let's go. Where to? you helped me with such a big favor. I have to treat you to a good meal, Sume smiled. Who would have thought that because of today's incident, I realized my long-held wish to join the criminal police team. You don't need to eat, right? Zhang Yu smiled. How about you just give me some verbal thanks? But, you wish. Sume's face turned red. I'm still a peony. Ha? Several question marks appeared above Zhang Yu's head. I mean, just say a few words of thanks verbally. Did you misunderstand something? He couldn't help but feel a bit amused and exasperated. His words were quite conventional. How could she twist them to that extent? It was absurd. This didn't sound like something a peony should say. Could it be that she was also someone with a rich theoretical knowledge? Ah, Zhang Yu, I want to hit you. Sume realized her thoughts had gone too far. Her face flushed. You want to hit me? That might be a bit difficult. Zhang Yu laughed. Just now, he had subdued that A-level wanted criminal, and he should have taken over 90% of the credit. That 90% of credit was all given as a favor. So what? Sume pouted. Are you really going to hit me? That's not certain. It depends on how I hit you, Zhang Yu chuckled. How will you hit me? With a stick. Zhang Yu's words carried another meaning this time. Alright, then I'll report you for assaulting a police officer, Sume said proudly. Her mood today was quite good, revealing a side of her that was more feminine. She was no longer the cold, icy police officer. Okay, let's leave the alley first. Zhang Yu changed the subject. Why? I parked my car abruptly just now. That place doesn't allow parking. If we're late, I'm afraid I'll get a ticket. Ah, Sume exclaimed. No, that's my car. Saying this, she ran towards the alley's exit. Once out of the alley, they saw a large group of people gathered at the village entrance, discussing animatedly. There were men, women, and children, including the person who had just lost their bag. Upon seeing Sume come out of the alley, the bag owner gratefully said, Officer, thank you. Wow, this female officer is really impressive. She managed to handle the criminal with her bare hands. If all police officers were like this, we would be so safe. Women are no less than men. The owner must present a banner. Definitely, we must give one, the owner said happily. Among the crowd, only a few children were peeking at something. When they saw Zhang Yu come out behind, they immediately jumped up. That big brother we saw upstairs just now, his skills are amazing. He must know martial arts. So cool. I wish I could be like him when I grow up. Big brother, what's your name? When I grow up, I must marry you, a little girl said. The children had no resistance to such chivalrous behavior at all. Look, that little girl has confessed to you. She wants to marry you, Sume said from the side. Isn't that just a reflection of my heroic spirit? Put, shameless, Sume muttered quietly. Do you think it's not? Zhang Yu smiled at her. Whoever can marry me would definitely be gaining. Sume had nothing to say to that, because what he said was indeed a fact. How long had it been since she met Zhang Yu? Every time she saw him, he would show different aspects of surprise. This made Sume very curious about what kind of person he really was. At just over 20, he was such a well-rounded hexagonal warrior. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't handle. That relaxed and unhurried demeanor was captivating. It truly made one want to delve deeper into understanding him. Night fell. A plane from Jianghang landed in Hacheng. This is the capital city of the northernmost province of the Dragon Kingdom. Due to its proximity to the Bear Country, the city is filled with tall women who possess exotic charm. When Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxiao Pan Yuyao appeared on the streets of Ha City, the three of them, all tall, were not inferior to those exotic beauties. Yuyao, you and Di Xiaoba go back to the hotel first, Lu Hanxiao said, handing the suitcase in her hand to Pan Yuyao. Sister Xiao, where are you going? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but ask. I'm going to buy something, Lu Hanxiao replied, then asked, by the way, do you want me to bring anything? Sister Xiao, why don't we drop off our things first and then go shopping together? Pan Yuyao suggested. Xiaoba isn't feeling well, so you stay at the hotel to take care of her. If you need anything, I'll bring it back quickly, Lu Hanxiao smiled. Alright then, Pan Yuyao nodded, we'll head back to the hotel first. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Hanxiao looked towards the pharmacy ahead, sighed, and walked in. After coming out, she bought some local snacks from Ha City and returned to the hotel. Sister Xiao, you're back so soon? Pan Yuyao was a bit surprised at how quickly Lu Hanxiao returned. I brought you some food. Lu Hanxiao handed her the items. Wow, Sister Xiao, you're so nice. You bought everything I wanted to eat. Pan Yuyao's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious food, momentarily forgetting to walk. Then hurry and eat. Remember to share some with Xiaoba, Lu Hanxiao said before heading into the bathroom. She took out the items she bought at the pharmacy, which were from 2 different brands. Please, I hope this time the result is good, Lu Hanxiao silently wished. Then, she began the test. A few minutes later, seeing the results from the 2 different brands in her hands, they were the same. Including the last test, it was the same result for 3 consecutive times. It's over, it seems this is really true. A hint of panic appeared on Lu Hanxiao's face. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Sigh. She couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu. It's all his fault. She wasn't even married yet. If this got out, how would she face the world in the future? Moreover, if it were just her, that would be one thing. But now, Di Xiaoba was in a similar situation. She had even discovered it a few days earlier than Lu Hanxiao. This made it even harder for Lu Hanxiao to bring it up. Sister Xiao, come quickly. Just when she was in the bathroom, unsure how to face this result, Pan Yuyo shouted from the hotel room. What is it? Lu Hanxiao pressed the toilet flush button and walked out. Pan Yuyo rushed over, holding up her phone. Sister Xiao, look quickly. What am I looking at? Zhang Yu is making a scene online again, right? Lu Hanxiao asked before even seeing the phone screen. Yes, Sister Xiao, but this time it's different. Pan Yuyo handed the phone screen to her. Lu Hanxiao looked over. The video had tens of thousands of likes, shares, and comments. It was quite popular. The footage was a montage of several clips. It was clear that the video was shot from a 3- or 4-story residential building. Since it was filmed with a phone, the image was a bit shaky. However, it clearly showed Zhang Yu subduing a knife-wielding thug, especially the scene where he executed a flying kick, sending the bag back mid-air to hit the thug in the face. The barrage of comments completely covered the screen. The comments were filled with phrases like "a hero reborn" and "acting with righteousness." There were also quite a few comments wanting to have his children. Lu Huanqiu had long been accustomed to Zhang Yu's 360-degree show-off antics. Every time he went out on a flight mission, Zhang Yu would do something surprising. However, when Lu Huanqiu saw other scenes in the video again, especially the interaction between Su Mei and Zhang Yu, she realized something. No way. Are they that close? The way they acted didn't seem like just acquaintances. It could be to the point of having no secrets from each other. Lu Huanqiu suddenly remembered what she had said to her best friend Su Mei. Oh no! She shouted in her heart that this was not good. Would Su Mei talk to Zhang Yu about her own matters? Zhang Yu was so clever. They both knew that Zhang Yu knew each other, but he didn't know that they were acquainted with each other. However, if this matter were to be revealed, wouldn't it be particularly easy for him to guess? No way. Lu Huanqiu hadn't figured out what to do yet, so she didn't want Zhang Yu to know about her situation. So, without thinking much, Lu Huanqiu told Pan Yueying and then picked up her phone. She sent a message to Su Mei. Su Mei, where are you now? I'm home, what's up? At this time, Su Mei had already said goodbye to Zhang Yu and returned home. You didn't tell anyone about that matter, right? Which matter? Oh, I haven't told anyone, including him. Su Mei knew that Lu Huanqiu was worried she might have told Zhang Yu about this matter. She was also very clear about it. You already know? Lu Huanqiu was clearly shocked by Su Mei's last 3 words. Alright, Huanqiu. Su Mei smiled. Jiangcheng can be very big sometimes, but it can also be very small. Actually, I knew a long time ago that you two knew each other. What about him? Does he know that we know each other? Lu Huanqiu asked again. I haven't said anything. He probably doesn't know. Su Mei replied. Don't worry, that's good. Lu Huanqiu felt a little relieved. But how do you plan to handle this matter? Su Mei was also worried for her best friend. This is not a small matter, you must think it through carefully. No matter what choice her best friend made, she would definitely face different consequences. Each would have its own ending. I don't know either. Lu Huanqiu had never faced such a situation and felt quite flustered. But I find that I still don't want to give up. I said I don't want to give up. I can't bear to bring a life into this world myself. Lu Huanqiu thought for a moment and replied. Then don't think about it. Just take good care of yourself. If it really doesn't work, just ask the company for a long leave. You're a senior employee, they won't deny it. If they really don't approve, then I'll just quit. You probably won't be able to fly later either. Your health is important, Su Mei said. But how do I explain it to everyone, especially to my roommates and my family? Lu Huanqiu sighed, feeling really overwhelmed. Sigh. Su Mei sighed. Who told you to be so careless? Lu Huanqiu had always been a rational and calm person. Yet, in front of Zhang Yu, she had lost her composure and, oh, Su Mei, don't say that. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Lu Huanqiu replied and then said, alright, I won't talk to you anymore. What's wrong? Zhang Yu called me. Oh, you. Su Mei was a bit speechless. Zhang Yu, why are you calling it this time? Is there something wrong? Lu Huanqiu asked. Nothing much. Just wanted to ask where you guys are now? Zhang Yu asked from the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. I've already arrived in Ha City and am resting at the hotel, Lu Huanxia said. A warm current surged in her heart. She hadn't noticed it before, but now, just a few simple words from Zhang Yu made her unable to resist the urge to act a little spoiled. Was it the influence of estrogen? Fortunately, she managed to hold it back. Oh, then you should rest well, Zhang Yu said. Hey, wait a minute, Lu Huanxia hurriedly called out. What's wrong? Zhang Yu asked. Her words were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. It's nothing, just that Di Sheba is feeling a bit unwell. Is it due to the change in environment, or what? Zhang Yu asked. If it's really bad, just take a leave. It should be fine, just rest well, and it should get better. Lu Huanxia shook her head. You should rest early, I'm going to wash up. Then, she hung up the phone. She felt that if they chatted a bit more, she might end up spilling everything. It was better to hang up quickly. At Bijiang Mansion, after Zhang Yu hung up the phone, he seemed to be deep in thought. Then he made another call. Hello, President Zhang. The voice on the other end quickly responded, respectfully calling out. When is the next flight for Lu Huanxiao's group? Back to President Zhang, it's tomorrow morning. You do this, contact the Ha City side, Zhang Yu said, adjust the time to the afternoon. This way, they could rest for half a day longer and wouldn't have to be so rushed. If they followed the original schedule, they would be flying all the time except for sleeping, and it would be impossible to rest properly. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. The other party was absolutely obedient to Zhang Yu's orders. After hanging up the phone, there was a knock on Zhang Yu's door. Landlord, I made some snow pear and white fungus soup. Would you like a bowl? The voice of Xiong Tingting came from the doorway. Sure, then bring it in, Zhang Yu replied. He originally didn't want to drink it, but since she had brought it all the way to the door, such thoughtful service made it seem a bit rude not to. Ah, I really am understanding. The door opened, and Xiong Tingting walked in with a tray, carrying a steaming bowl of dessert. She placed the white fungus soup on Zhang Yu's bedside table. Landlord, you drink first, I'll go downstairs to work, Xiong Tingting said, slightly bowing. Zhang Yu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. She looked even more charming after not seeing her for a day. Her hair was slightly messy, falling over her ears. Wearing a pink and white apron, she truly looked like a beautiful cook. Did you come up just to deliver the white fungus soup? Yes, Xiong Tingting's voice was a bit soft, and in the next second, Zhang Yu held her hand. You did so well, how should I reward you? Landlord, you haven't even collected my rent. I feel like I haven't done enough, she replied. Then you should know, Zhang Yu said, and Xiong Tingting symbolically tried to pull away. The fire in the kitchen is still on. Not a problem. Zhang Yu pressed a button on the bedside. Alright, the fire in the kitchen is off now. Then, the white fungus soup that had been on the table suddenly rolled off and spilled everywhere. A few hours later, it was already deep into the night. Xiong Tingting had cleaned up the spilled white fungus soup before going downstairs. Fortunately, the marble floor was relatively easy to deal with. Zhang Yu glanced at the time. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. He took out a few tissues to wipe his sweat and then silently recited in his heart. System, I want to draw today's blind box. Preparing blind box for the host immediately. The system quickly awakened. Then, several blind box images appeared before him. Zhang Yu selected a corresponding blind box based on today's date. The box shook a few times before slowly opening. Isn't it golden? Zhang Yu noticed that this blind box actually emitted a golden light. Wasn't this a special effect exclusive to the special edition blind boxes? He looked at the system interface again and realized. Unbeknownst to him, Xiong Tingting's star level had already reached full stars. So, this reward had also stacked a buff, becoming a special edition blind box. Zhang Yu had originally thought today would just be an ordinary blind box. Now, he sat up straight, his expression becoming serious. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special edition blind box, a large private military industrial group. A military industrial group? Goodness. Zhang Yu was shocked. This private military industrial group is called Tongli Military Industry. It produces various advanced equipment such as drones, bionic technology, exoskeletons, and artificial intelligence devices. It has wide applications in multiple fields. Its orders are sold to various countries and regions, and it holds an important share in Long Country as well. Moreover, Zhang Yu looked at the group's revenue. It was in the hundreds of billions every year. However, due to the group's special nature, it was not publicly listed and did not participate in the Fortune 500 rankings. Therefore, not many outsiders knew about this group. It was a typical case of quietly making a fortune. Acquiring such a group made Zhang Yu realize that this was not just about making money, but also about having deeper connections with higher departments. Along with the system's introduction panel, there was a long list of clients behind it. It turned out that many of the equipment in the Jiangcheng Combat Readiness Zone, led by Wu Zhangliang, or procured from his own company. Goodness! Zhang Yu quickly claimed the reward. In his personal center, there was now a new super company. Now, he was almost without any shortcomings in all aspects. Who would have thought he would have such a day? The full star reward was indeed impressive. I wonder when I can get an overseas company. Zhang Yu couldn't help but fantasize. I think that tech company of Musk's is pretty good. If that company became his, then the higher-ups in Long Country would have to give him some face. Ahem, but for now, he could only think about it. One shouldn't get lost in unrealistic fantasies. He looked at the system upgrade progress bar. It should only take about a week to reach the next level. Once he reached the next level, there would be new character unlock slots. Currently, the only characters that hadn't reached full stars were Pan Yuyo and Sha Sha. During the waiting process for the upgrade, he needed to seize the opportunity to fill up the star levels as soon as possible. With such anticipation, Zhang Yu yawned. Today had ended perfectly. It was time to sleep. He noticed the lights in the second-floor bedroom were off. Only then did Xiong Tingting on the first floor feel relieved. Only when he was asleep did she feel that her anxiety would diminish significantly. There was no other reason. Who could withstand Zhang Yu? She looked at the empty living room and suddenly thought of Lu Huanqiu and Pan Yuya. Could it be? She recalled something and thought about their usual interactions. Suddenly realizing, the three of them, they were probably. Just as she was thinking this, her phone suddenly rang, startling her. She glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. Hello, Tingting, what are you doing? I'm getting ready to sleep, Dad. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? Xiong Tingting asked. I heard that you're no longer a flight attendant and have switched to the bank? Xiong Tingting was unsure how her dad found out. However, she didn't know how to hide it, so she could only nod and say, yes. But I haven't started yet, I'm still waiting for the notice. Signing the contract is a good thing. Why didn't you tell the family about such great news? She hadn't figured out how to respond yet. Dad Xiong said again, I called you to say, come home tomorrow. You haven't been back in a long time. The family is waiting for you to have dinner together. Got it. Xiong Tingting hung up the phone. Her fingers trembled slightly, somewhat uncontrollably. Bang! A teacup smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. In a private club. In a large private room, several people were sitting. Is this person in the video Zhang Yu? A burly man with a full beard looked at the video on his phone. The scene showed their own man being subdued by Zhang Yu and then taken away by the police. So despicable, we were almost successful, yet we ended up defeated by him. The bearded man glared at the bag on the floor. He wished he could reach into the video and grab the bag. Inside that bag was a set of blueprints he desperately wanted. To obtain this set of blueprints, they had made meticulous plans. They had simulated various scenarios. They took risks and prepared for support in the urban village. But they never expected that everything would be under control, and yet someone named Zhang Yu would suddenly appear. Not just your people. Across from him sat an elderly man in his 60s, with a 200-pound brute standing beside him. It was Ma Weigua and his trusted subordinate. My people have also run into us several times recently, suffering considerable losses. Moreover, Wu Zhenglian's second son also died after falling off a cliff while racing against him. Oh, my poor short-lived apprentice. As Ma Weigua spoke, he squeezed out a few tears. No, this Zhang Yu must have a powerful backing, the bearded man said. Otherwise, Master Ma, you wouldn't keep hitting walls. Exactly. Ma Weigua nodded. I've also found some information. Every time he strikes, it's the people from the Cine Group. I suspect he has a high standing in the Cine Group, but I don't know exactly which level. Cine Group? The bearded man's eyebrows raised. I've dealt with Cine before. If he only has this one force, then I'm not afraid. But Zhang Yu has a close relationship with Old Master Shao, and the old man supports him quite a bit. Old Master Shao? Just an idle old man. The bearded man laughed. My godfather is a current level big shot, one rank higher than Wu Zhengliang. Then I really didn't find the wrong person. Ma Weigua stood up, excited. Zhang Yu is our common enemy. We must join forces to eliminate him. That's right. The bearded man nodded. I've never taken such a big fall. I must get this revenge back. He clenched his fists. Then he looked at Ma Weigua. Master Ma, your influence is far less than mine. You can team up with me, but what do I get out of it? The bearded man, though angry, was not a fool. He wouldn't do something without benefits. Since I'm here, I naturally come with sincerity. Ma Weigua smiled and waved his hand. The 200-pound strongman beside him walked over with a tablet. You can take a look first. The bearded man saw several photos of beautiful women on the tablet. He flipped through a few pages, each one more enticing than the last. I never expected there were such stunning women in Longwa. Master Ma, who are they? These are several women who have close ties with Zhang Yu. According to my investigation, each of them has had individual experiences with him. Ma Weigwa smiled. I wonder which one you have your eye on. I can bring her over directly tomorrow. I think each one is quite good, the bearded man said with a smile. Sir, doing this simultaneously might be a bit difficult and could easily expose us, Ma Weigwa replied with a grin. So, let's not rush it. Once we take care of Zhang Yu, the rest will be easy to handle. Then which one do you think is suitable? I've also done some investigation, and currently, these are the main ones in Jiangcheng. Ma Weigwa pointed to several photos. If we're talking about the one with the least background and easiest to manage, it would be her. Great. Great. That's wonderful, the bearded man exclaimed upon seeing the person in the photo. His eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands. All of these candidates were top-notch in looks, any of them would do. He felt even more motivated for what was to come. So, Master Ma, I want to see this person tomorrow. Can you make that happen? He was also gauging Ma's sincerity and capability. If he couldn't handle such a simple task, there would be no need for cooperation. Rest assured, I will definitely have her delivered to you tomorrow, Ma Weigwa promised. Then, shall we have a pleasant cooperation? Pleasant cooperation. The bearded man raised a glass. Ma Weigwa also lifted his glass. Pleasant cooperation. The night would eventually pass. The next day, after Zhang Yu got up, he first picked up his phone and saw a message from Xiongtingting. Landlord, I have something to do today and need to go home for a bit. Just wanted to let you know. He couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Who reports to their landlord or housemates about their whereabouts? This completely treated him as someone very important, someone who needed to be informed about every move. To reach the level of needing to report, one would either be family or a superior. So what was Zhang Yu? Both family and a superior? Anyway, regardless of how it was, the past few days, Lu Huanxiao and the others were not around. Xiongtingting had also been quite compliant lately. Okay. If you need a ride, just let me know in advance, Zhang Yu replied. He glanced at the time she sent the message, which was around 5 or 6 in the morning. The early bus to the county usually left around this time. He originally thought, after 4 or 5 hours, was there still a need to reply? However, since he saw it, he decided to respond. After that, he got up, washed up, and first handled some banking preparations. With Xia Ruikon's full support for the establishment of Jiangcheng Development Bank, later, Old Master Xiao stepped in with an injection of 10 billion in funds, resolving the bank's liquidity issues. The entire process was exceptionally smooth. When Zhang Yu arrived at the bank's headquarters, he saw 6 large characters had been hung on the rooftop. President Zhang, you're here. Secretary Yang Xiaomi was directing the installation of the bank's rooftop sign. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, she quickly jogged a couple of steps to greet him. He nodded. Is your leg okay? It's fine, Secretary Yang replied, her face turning slightly red at the question. It was all thanks to him, and now he was asking about it again. By the way, President Zhang, I've drafted a guest list for the opening ceremony. Please take a look and let me know if there are any changes needed. Secretary Yang handed over a list. Zhang Yu glanced at it. Besides some big names from Jiangcheng's financial circle, there were also peers and important figures from the political realm. Each one had a significant background. It's about right. Zhang Yu nodded. Let's go with this list and send out the invitations. Okay, President Zhang. Secretary Yang nodded. Would you like to go to the office to take a look? There have been significant changes today. I won't go up. Zhang Yu smiled, and Secretary Yang felt a sense of disappointment rising in her heart. If there's nothing else, I'll come back next time for the opening, Zhang Yu said. Oh, right, if there's anything important, you can come to my house to report. Okay, President Zhang. Zhang Yu said this, feeling happy again inside. How many people can be invited to his home? It was enough to prove his regard for her. I must work even harder from now on. She looked at Zhang Yu, holding the documents in her arms, silently thinking to herself. What are you thinking about? Seeing Secretary Yan lost in thought, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Oh, nothing at all. President Zhang, Secretary Yang came back to her senses, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, then you can get back to work. I'm leaving, Zhang Yu said, and then left the bank headquarters building. Soon, in the afternoon, many big shots from the political and financial circles received invitations from Jiangcheng Development Bank. The invitation was exquisite, crafted like a work of art. Even the large characters on it were made with gold foil. As expected of Jiang Development, even the invitation is so delicate. Someone who received the invitation posted it online. Jiang Development is wealthy and extravagant. I heard that even before officially opening, it has already secured over 10 billion in investment. Wow. It's so hard for us to attract deposits now, and they managed to get 10 billion before opening? Not just 10 billion. You don't know, Zhang Yu not only has this bank but also several companies under his name. That's terrifying. How does a young man in his 20s have so many assets? Who's supporting him? I don't know, but we need to build a good relationship with him in the future. Sigh, but that's difficult. Jiangcheng Development Bank is launching so high profile. What does it have to do with our other banks? Not only insiders in the financial sector but also various attitudes among ordinary people emerged regarding the upcoming opening of Jiangcheng Development Bank. It became a hot topic both inside and outside the circle. Wow, Jiangcheng Development Bank is really extravagant. They're giving away exquisite gifts for deposits at the opening. And if you deposit over 100,000, you even get gold bars. And the interest rates are much higher than other banks. The 5-year deposit rate is even nearly double that of other banks. If everyone goes to deposit there, won't they go bankrupt? You think? They want everyone to deposit there. But this high interest is also limited. If you go late, you won't be able to deposit. I need to hurry and make an appointment. But we are all employees of ICBC. Shouldn't we deposit in our own bank? Are you silly? Jiangcheng Development Bank offers such high interest. Why not deposit there? But will the leaders allow it? Besides, Jiangcheng Development is just a private bank. Private bank? Do you know how smoothly this bank was established? Who's backing it? You'd be shocked. Even employees from various banks wanted to move their deposits to Jiangcheng Development Bank. A bank's lifeblood is its deposit volume. The more deposits, the more it can lend out and earn interest. That's why all major banks are desperately trying to attract deposits. But seeing Jiang Development pulling in so many deposits, the presidents of other banks were dumbfounded. They simply couldn't compete. A newly established bank is bold, making such a big move right from the start. Isn't Jiangcheng Development Bank just the financial company behind Papa Loan? At this moment, on the road, a woman wearing sunglasses also received a flyer. She was Lu Ruyan. She remembered that her ex-boyfriend Zhang Yu was the owner of this company. Now, Zhang Yu was quickly becoming the owner of a bank? A bank and a financial lending company, can they be the same? This was a legitimate institution for accepting deposits. Lu Ruyan became increasingly confused and regretted it more and more. After spending so much time with him, she knew how many moles he had on his body, but she had no idea he had such a deep background in power. What had she missed? She wanted to call her brother Lu Yong but found the line was dead. She then called her best friend Chen Wan. Chen Wan, do you know what Zhang Yu is up to now? How would I know? Chen Wan's attitude wasn't great when she saw Lu Ruyan calling. Lu Ruyan, you really have no idea what kind of treasure you've missed. Chen Wan no longer dared to hold any fantasies about Zhang Yu. The gap between them felt like dust meeting the sun. She originally wanted to find some traces related to Zhang Yu, but that time on the balcony watching fireworks left nothing but memories. Chen Wan, you must know where Zhang Yu lives, right? Lu Ruyan felt a bit unwilling. Where does he live? Take me to see him. You still want him to change his mind and reconcile? Chen Wan said. After all, I was with him for several years and gave him everything. I can't just. How can you even say that? Chen Wan was done pretending with her best friend. You kicked him to the curb to chase after that Ding Kuan, and now you're saying this. You need to have some self-respect. Don't make me look down on you. Chen Wan, but we are good friends, aren't we? Lu Ruyan said. I don't mind sharing with you. What are you talking about? Chen Wan thought Lu Ruyan must be crazy. You and I, neither of us has the right to say that. Recently, Chen Wan had also been paying attention to matters regarding Zhang Yu. Some videos had circulated online. Just look at the beautiful women appearing next to him. Which one of them wasn't superior to both of them in looks, figure, and temperament? Even the beauty in the alley calling Zhang Yu master was much better than them. Although Chen Wan felt unwilling, she knew her own worth. Lu Ruyan was truly a bit clueless. Even now, she was still doing things that made people laugh. Then what should I do? Lu Ruyan felt like she was about to cry. Just count your blessings. To be honest, given Zhang Yu's current power, the fact that you haven't been bullied or retaliated against is already quite generous, Chen Wan said before hanging up. It seemed this friendship was unlikely to continue. A little vanity wasn't a problem. Which girl doesn't have a bit of vanity in her heart? But the key issue was that Lu Ruyan was simply too foolish. Things that were obvious to anyone else were lost on her. Her thought process was truly incomprehensible. Chen Wan felt that if she continued dealing with Lu Ruyan, she would eventually be dragged down too. At that moment, Zhang Yu had left the bank headquarters and was driving when he received a call. It was from Su Mei. Hello, Zhang Yu, where are you? I'm at. Zhang Yu glanced at the roadside. I'm under a tree. Su Mei was speechless. I'm talking about something serious here. What's serious matter? Your Lamborghini has been delivered back to you. It needs to be returned, right? Su Mei said through gritted teeth. It was a terrible stroke of fate that she had crashed into his car. There was no need to mention how much it cost to repair. The key now was to return the Lamborghini safely without any mishaps. This would also resolve something in her heart, allowing her to fully commit to her new job. She had made a bet with Su Guochang that if she didn't achieve results in 3 months, she would have to return to the traffic police team. So grand? After experiencing the incident of catching a thief with Su Mei, their relationship seemed to have unconsciously grown much closer. Zhang Yu spoke more casually now. Do we still need to have a handover ceremony? Then I'll just park the car downstairs at your place, Su Mei said. But what about my car? How about this? You wait for me at the entrance of my community, and I'll be back in a bit, Zhang Yu said. Su Mei wanted to say something more. The other end hung up the phone. I'm so mad. He actually hung up on me and wants me to wait. Little did she know she was about to head to the criminal police team and would be very busy. Su Mei said this, but still followed Zhang Yu's suggestion, driving the Lamborghini to Binjiang Mansion. She drove very carefully along the way. Other cars on the road were even more cautious. Both sides were tense. Look, isn't that the Lamborghini that appeared in Zhangcheng before? Long time no see. Yeah, it was so high profile online a while back. Then it just disappeared. Why is it showing up again? And how did the owner become a woman? You might not know this. This car was hit by a female traffic police officer, and she was fully responsible. So it was sent for repairs? Hey, do you think the driver in the car is that female traffic officer? Oh no, she was actually recognized. Su Mei had only this one blemish that could be brought up against her over the years. At this moment, she noticed someone looking her way. She held the steering wheel with one hand and covered her face with the other, as if thinking that would prevent her from being seen. After a struggle, she finally drove into Binjiang Mansion. The electronic recognition system at the entrance opened automatically. Su Mei drove into the community. Seeing the environment of the community, she was amazed. This was one of the most luxurious residences in Jiangcheng, filled with high-end smart technology. But with Zhang Yu's status, he should at least be living in a standalone mansion to match, she thought to herself. Then she realized, this was the community where her good friend Lu Hanxiao rented a place. She had seen photos posted by her before. Later, she found out that Lu Hanxiao's landlord was actually Zhang Yu. The world is so big, yet so small. Thinking of Lu Hanxiao, Su Mei's emotions rose a bit. Damn Zhang Yu, the rabbit actually ate the grass by its nest, causing trouble for my best friend. Lu Hanxiao was, after all, the daughter of Lu Genoa. The Lu family was also a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. If the news of an unwed pregnancy got out, the people of Jiangcheng would surely laugh their heads off. Just thinking about the possible consequences was terrifying. Lu Hanxiao hadn't returned to Jiangcheng yet. Su Mei wanted to wait until she came back to discuss what to do. But no matter what, Zhang Yu had to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, beep beep. A few honks brought her thoughts back to reality. Su Mei turned around and saw Zhang Yu driving his Rolls-Royce Cullinan back to the community. Su Mei, Zhang Yu smiled. Why didn't you say you arrived? Even if I said it, I still have to wait for you to come back, Su Mei replied irritably. That's different, Zhang Yu said. If I knew you were here, I would have driven around a bit more before coming back. You! Su Mei's eyes turned red, like a rabbit about to bite. Alright, Zhang Yu laughed. Since you're here, why not come up and sit for a while? I dare not. What if I go up and it turns into something else? Su Mei said. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. You know me so well? He wondered. Su Mei was in cahoots with Sha Sha. She didn't have any interactions with other people, right? Not really. Su Mei realized that she had let something slip, lifted her head, and said, if we're going up, then let's go. Who's afraid? If you dare to touch me, I'll report you for assaulting a police officer. Alright, Officer Su, can we go up now? Zhang Yu got out of the car. The two returned to the house. So this is your home? It's quite big. Su Mei walked in and was surprised by the scene before her. This was her first time entering. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the luxurious interior still astonished her. It truly was a top-tier residence. Indeed, Zhang Yu smiled, as long as it's livable. Is this your tenant's room? Su Mei wandered around the first floor and reached a few rooms. Zhang Yu was surprised again. It seemed he hadn't mentioned the situation at home to Su Mei. If she hadn't specifically investigated him, there was only one possibility. Among the tenants, there must be someone she knew. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Among the four of them, the only one who could have a connection with Su Mei was Lu Hanxiao. Lu Hanxiao was the daughter of Lu Genoa, and the Lu family in Jiangcheng was quite famous. Su Mei was the daughter of Director Su, with generations in the police force. Their identities matched up. Plus, they were of similar ages. The other tenants, whether by age or family background, had low compatibility. More importantly, Zhang Yu discovered that Su Mei and Lu Hanxiao shared a common trait: they were both fiercely protective of their younger sisters, regardless of whether they were biological. Therefore, Zhang Yu was 99% certain in his mind. What are you surprised about? Su Mei looked at Zhang Yu, a bit nervous. It's nothing, he smiled. Do you know Lu Hanxiao? And are you quite close? Oh no, I've been found out? Su Mei's heart sank. After all, she was a police officer and had received professional training. How could she reveal her slip so quickly in front of Zhang Yu? Since you already know her, why hide it from me? Zhang Yu laughed. No, it's just that there hasn't been a chance to get to know each other. Su Mei's explanation sounded a bit weak. At that moment, Zhang Yu fell silent, as if he had thought of something. Zhang Yu? Don't interrupt, I'm thinking. He raised his hand, signaling Su Mei to be quiet. Then, the next second, he asked, Su Mei, the matter you mentioned last time, it wouldn't be about Lu Hanxiao, would it? What matter? You mentioned something about a scumbag in pregnancy. Zhang Yu looked at Su Mei. Is it Lu Hanxiao? Su Mei internally groaned. They had agreed to keep it a secret, and she had been exposed as soon as she entered the house? She hadn't even had a sip of water before being interrogated like a criminal? She had truly stepped into the wrong door today. Regret came too late. If you don't say anything, it means you agree, Zhang Yu said. Such a big matter, and you kept it from me. He was a bit angry. Ha, I thought you would. Thought I would what? Not care? Zhang Yu chuckled. If it's true, of course I would want it. It's not like I can't afford it. Once the child is here, I'll hire 3 nannies to take care of everything, 1 for cooking, 1 for housework, and 1 for taking care of the baby. I'd be thrilled, Zhang Yu said. I didn't expect him to be such a responsible person. Su Mei thought to herself, her opinion of him changing significantly. She had thought Zhang Yu was just a playboy, flirting everywhere. But if he had a child, he was serious about it. Alright, Zhang Yu also realized that if Lu Hanxiao's identity changed, then this house wouldn't be suitable anymore. When you have time, help me look for a big villa that's already renovated. It shouldn't be too large, just 5 stories up and down will do. Listen, is this even human language? Not too big, and 5 stories high? In the entire Jiang city, a villa that meets such conditions would be worth at least over 100 million. Moreover, who knows if there's even one available? Because there are very few properties that meet the criteria. Forget it, you're not a professional. I'll ask a real estate agent later, Zhang Yu said. Then he remembered another question. Did Lu Hanxiao mention her plans when she talked to you about this? No, she doesn't know what to do either. Su Mei had also given up struggling. Since Zhang Yu had guessed it, she decided to share everything she knew. No matter what, this flight can't continue. It's too risky. Zhang Yu quickly made a decision. Su Mei's heart skipped a beat. How could you make a plane turn back mid-flight? Before her eyes, he took out his phone and made a call. Help me check. Where is Lu Hanxiao's flight right now? Report, Mr. Zhang, the flight has taken off from Ha City and is en route to the Bear Country. Notify this plane to return immediately to Jiang City. Ha! The staff member on the other end was stunned. Is he really that willful? There are quite a few passengers on board. Are they just going to change their destination to Jiang City? Wouldn't they get cursed by the passengers? Moreover, changing the flight path at the last minute could cause delays and changes to other flights. Mr. Zhang is a major shareholder, he should know this. But why do it? The staff didn't dare to ask. Just do it. All losses will be compensated by the airline. How much could they compensate for over 100 passengers? Compared to his own flesh and blood, that was nothing. Okay, I'll handle it right away. After hanging up, Zhang Yu looked at Su Mei, his eyes wide. Zhang Yu, you can actually change a flight? Once a plane is in the air, it must complete its route unless there are special reasons. Changing the flight path mid-air could have widespread consequences. Abnormal flight information could also be recorded and locked by the Air Force. Zhang Yu was making such a big deal. The plane hadn't malfunctioned, and the weather was fine. He just wanted Lu Hanxiao and the others on the plane to fly back to Jiang City quickly? How could he be so willful? However, when Su Mei realized he was doing this for his good friend Lu Hanxiao, she couldn't help but feel admiration for his actions. She didn't know much, but she was sure he would be a good father in the future. Without needing to say it, just based on Zhang Yu's actions, one could tell. Whoever became his woman would definitely be spoiled to the heavens. Su Mei felt envious of her good friend Lu Hanxiao. At the same time, a thought began to emerge in her mind. Su Mei, how can you think like that? She was startled by her sudden thought. Lu Hanxiao is your best friend. Even if you like Zhang Yu, you have to consider her feelings. Besides, she's pregnant now. At that moment, Lu Wanxiao and the other two were on a flight to the capital of the bear country. The plane was currently flying over a vast expanse of plains. Sister Xiao, where are we now? The place below should be West Siberia. Lu Wanxiao had been flying for a long time and was almost like a living map. Ha, we're already here? Pan Yueying was surprised. We've covered half the distance. Yes, Lu Wanxiao nodded. The next stop is the capital of the bear country. In the past few days, their itinerary had taken them across the entire Eurasian continent several times. They were feeling a bit tired. Just then, on the flight, a sudden message was received. Attention all staff on board, an emergency notification has been issued. Please turn the plane around immediately and head back to Jiangcheng. Repeat, the destination is Jiangcheng. Crew members, please explain the situation to the passengers. The airline promises to provide a satisfactory resolution for any inconvenience caused. What's going on? Pan Yuyo was stunned upon hearing this news. The plane is flying fine. How can we turn back, especially to Jiangcheng? Exactly, Di Sheba also wondered. Even if there was a malfunction, we would land nearby. There is no malfunction. We simply received orders from above to fly to Jiangcheng, the captain explained at that moment. Are we really going back to Jiangcheng now? Lu Wanxiao asked. Yes, this is the highest order from the airline, and we must comply, the captain said. Chief Flight Attendant Lu, please take care of the passengers' explanations. Okay, I understand. Lu Wanxiao and the others were also unsure of the situation, so they all went to the cabin. At that moment, many passengers in the cabin noticed the plane was changing direction. In an instant, questions arose in various languages. Why is the plane turning around? Where are we going? Is there a problem with the plane? Are we going to die? Please remain calm. There is no malfunction with the plane. We have received orders to fly to Jiangcheng, Lu Wanxiao explained in Eagle language. Why are we going to Jiangcheng? I was supposed to go to Mosaic. We were almost there. Why go to Jiangcheng? Isn't that wasting time? Among the passengers, a few bear people started grumbling, muttering words like succubule. Please don't panic. We are following orders from above. Once we clarify the reason, we will explain it to everyone immediately. Lu Wanxiao switched to bear language, patiently communicating with those few passengers. Pan Yuya watched Lu Wanxiao switch between languages with such ease and was deeply impressed. A flight attendant like her is truly a treasure for the airline, proficient in multiple languages and switching seamlessly. The few bear passengers, seeing Lu Wanxiao's dedication and fluent communication, had no barriers in their conversation. Many conflicts between people arise from misunderstandings. Even when using another country's language, Lu Wanxiao communicated without any misinterpretation. The few passengers were moved by her professionalism and expressed their understanding, even actively helping the crew explain to the other passengers in the cabin. Other passengers, who initially had some complaints, also began to understand when they saw those robust bear passengers showing understanding. Moreover, they all noticed how beautiful Lu Wanxiao was. Even if passengers had complaints, they kept them to themselves due to her patient explanations. It must be said, beautiful women really do make things easier. The same words coming from her lips felt different. Therefore, after this brief interlude, the plane successfully turned around and headed towards Jiangcheng. The ground control tower also informed them that all other flights along the route had been coordinated. This plane could fly to Jiangcheng at the fastest speed. Turning around from this location to Jiangcheng would require crossing other countries, and it had all been coordinated. This left them incredibly surprised. However, flying from Siberia to Jiangcheng would still take 7 to 8 hours. I never expected we would return to Jiangcheng in this way. Pan Yuyao couldn't help but exclaim. Is that flight still going? Originally, their flight was supposed to first arrive at the capital of the bear country. After a rest, they would then take off for Jiangcheng. Suddenly changing the route to fly directly to Jiangcheng would mean they would arrive more than a day earlier than planned. I don't know, Lu Hanxiao shook her head. I don't know who gave the order for our plane. It wouldn't be Zhang Yu again, would it? Pan Yuyo said at that moment. Lu Hanxiao was startled. Could it really be him? The previous incidents had made them think that Zhang Yu was likely the big shot behind Jiang Hang. They just didn't have solid proof. But today's turn of events seemed to confirm that Zhang Yu was indeed the major shareholder behind Jiang Hang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such powerful mobilization capabilities. However, why he was doing this left the three of them puzzled. Hanxiao, when will you arrive in Jiangcheng? I'll come to pick you up, Su Mei sent a message. Ah, you already know? Lu Hanxiao looked at her best friend's message and quickly realized. Oh no, Zhang Yu wouldn't have found out about her situation, would he? She had only told Su Mei. Since she asked like that, it meant, Su Mei, did you tell Zhang Yu about my situation? Yeah, Su Mei said a bit embarrassed. I didn't plan to say anything, but I accidentally let it slip, and he guessed it. Oh no, how could you say that? Lu Hanxiao felt overwhelmed. now she was even more passive. I don't think it's a big deal. It's a good thing, Sume said, puzzled. Besides, I saw Zhang Yu's expression, he looked quite happy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager for you to come back early. That's not it, Lu Hanxiao said anxiously. Sume only knew part of the story. She had no idea about Di Xiaoba, and neither did Zhang Yu. Sume's intentions were good, but she couldn't disregard Di Xiaoba's feelings. She had always seen herself as an older sister. Yet because of this matter, she had jumped the gun. She couldn't do that. Moreover, in terms of timing, she was also behind. Hanxiao, why can't you? You have to tell me. Sume thought of something and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the child's father is someone else, and that's why you don't dare to tell him? How could that be? Lu Hanxiao became serious. How could I not know whose it is? Zhang Yu had been the only one for her since childhood. Then why don't you dare to say it? What are you worried about? I can't explain it clearly to you right now. I'll tell you when I get back to Jiancheng. Alright then, how long until you arrive? Sume realized the question had returned to the first one she had asked. Based on our current position and speed, we should arrive in about 8 hours, Lu Hanxiao calculated. If we don't stop along the way. 8 hours? Okay, then I'll set off 7 hours from now. After Sume sent the message, she saw Zhang Yu looking at her. What did she say? Zhang Yu asked. Hanxiao said it will take about 8 hours to get to Jiancheng. Okay, I got it. He smiled. It's getting late. I have to go back. Sume checked the time. Alright, then I'll see you off. Zhang Yu nodded, showing no intention of keeping her. You, Zhang Yu, not even saying something like stay a little longer, really a typical guy. In truth, Sume didn't want to leave, but since she had spoken, and Zhang Yu hadn't said anything, there was nothing she could do. Even if Zhang Yu had said half a sentence, she would have wanted to stay a little longer. Sume, stop dreaming. You should hurry and leave, otherwise, you really won't be able to go in a bit. She scolded herself in her heart, damn legs, walk faster. And on her lips, the next words were, oh, Huanxia is in a special situation now. The home environment needs to be improved a bit. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Wasn't Officer Su supposed to report to the criminal police team? Which room is Huanxiao in? Do you have any alcohol at home? I'll go disinfect her room and tidy it up a bit, Sume said. Alright, you go ahead. The alcohol is on the wine rack across from the kitchen. Zhang Yu glanced at Sume. Then, he saw her take some things and head into Lu Huanxiao's room to get busy. When Sume finally finished and came out of the room, she was drenched in sweat. Ah, finally done, she sighed. I'm so hot, I need to go home, take a shower, change clothes, and then go to the airport to pick up Huanxiao. Why don't you just wash up here? Zhang Yu said. Ha? Sume looked at him warily. But I don't have any clothes to change into. Aren't you and Lu Huanxiao about the same size? Just find one of her clothes to change into. Zhang Yu laughed again. No way. Sume shook her head firmly this time. You're trying to scheme against me. Alright then, you can go back, he said. Fine, I'll go back, really, Sume said as she bid farewell to Zhang Yu. After leaving the community, she glanced back at Zhang Yu's house. What's so great about it? Sume said proudly, causing a few passers-by to look at her curiously. It made her feel a bit embarrassed, her face slightly flushed. She felt like she was doomed. Never before had she felt such elusive emotions towards a man, changing as quickly as a child's face. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she got into her Rolls-Royce Cullinan, preparing to leave Binjiang Mansion. She hadn't touched this car in a long time. As soon as she sat in the driver's seat, she unconsciously recalled a scene she had seen before. What kind of feeling is that? Sume couldn't help but think. She looked up and saw Zhang Yu seemingly standing on the balcony. Her heart raced, and she quickly drove away from Binjiang Mansion. At this moment, Zhang Yu stood on the balcony, watching Sume drive away. In the large house, he was left alone again. It's still early, I should go check out some houses, he thought. If Lu Huanxiao really had his child, he would need to hire a nanny in the future. Even though the current house was as large as 400 square meters, it would still be insufficient. Moreover, living with others was quite inconvenient. Therefore, Zhang Yu decided to prepare to buy a villa. Ideally, it would be one that was already furnished, so he could move in after a simple arrangement. If it were a bare shell, even if he started renovations now at the fastest speed with the best materials, it would still be too late. Renovation has its processes, and there's a waiting period between each step. So, buying a ready-to-move-in villa was the most suitable option. He felt he needed to personally check the houses to feel at ease. Although he had professional secretarial assistants, it was best to handle such matters himself. Just as he exited the community, he noticed a real estate agency called Conk downstairs, which had many listings. He decided to take a look. Sir, are you here to view a house? As soon as Zhang Yu walked into the agency, a few agents were playing on their phones, glancing up without much enthusiasm. However, a woman with her hair in a bun, dressed in a black professional outfit, quickly approached him, her face beaming with warmth. Seeing Zhang Yu so young and handsome, she couldn't help but smile even sweeter. "Yes, I'm here to view a house," he nodded slightly. "Then, sir, what kind of house are you looking to buy? We have high-rises, small high-rises, and villa products, with various price ranges available. What kind of needs do you have? I can recommend suitable properties for you," the young female agent said smoothly, using professional jargon to introduce her services. "Do you have any villas for sale? The kind that's already renovated and relatively new?" Zhang Yu asked. "Villas?" The agent glanced at Zhang Yu, surprised that this handsome guy was directly asking for villa listings. Her impression of him improved instantly. If this deal went through, it would be a big one. Villas are hard to sell due to their high total price, which means the commission is also high. A store that sells 100 units of ordinary residential properties in a year would be considered exceptional if it sold 2 or 3 villas. A young man like him asking for a villa was a rare occurrence. Just as the agent was about to speak, a man who looked like a store manager approached. "Sir, you want to see villas? I can take you to see them. I know the local listings very well." "No, I want her." Zhang Yu shook his head, pointing at the young agent. "All right," the manager said to her. "Xiao Ding, you take over." "Sir," Xiao Ding turned back, a bit embarrassed as the manager walked away. "I'm just an intern." He's worried this deal might fall through. "I see, looks like someone wants to grab the performance," Zhang Yu chuckled. "I noticed your business skills earlier, you're quite capable. You should be more confident." He couldn't help but sigh, recalling his own experiences from a few years ago. When he was working part-time, he had also been unaware when others snatched his opportunities. "Sir, please don't tell the manager, or I won't be able to work here anymore," Xiao Ding said nervously. "You just graduated, right?" Zhang Yu asked. "Yes, from Jiangcheng Normal University," Xiao Ding nodded. "Jiangcheng Normal University?" Zhang Yu exclaimed, realizing they were alumni. "What's wrong, sir?" Xiao Ding asked. "Nothing. Back to business. Do you have the property I want?" "There's one." Xiao Ding checked the property database, but it's a bit expensive. "How expensive?" Zhang Yu inquired. "This villa is not far from here, about 3 kilometers away. But the asking price is very high, listed at 50 million. Xiao Ding's expression turned a bit awkward as she continued. "This property has actually been on the market for a year. It's too expensive, and no one has come to see it." "Well, that's perfect. Take me to see it," Zhang Yu said calmly. "Okay, let me find the key, and I'll take you there," Xiao Ding said, feeling a bit happy. "Sir, how did you get here?" "I rode my little electric scooter. I'll take you over," she offered. "Sure," Zhang Yu replied, hopping onto Xiao Ding's scooter. It reminded him of the times he used to ride an electric bike, which felt quite nostalgic. She rode ahead, and the scent of her hair wafted into his nostrils with the wind. It was quite pleasant, a unique fragrance of youth, milky and sweet. "Sir, are you ready? This is my first time taking someone," Xiao Ding said, gripping the handlebars tightly, a bit nervous. "Ha!" Zhang Yu perked up. "The properties I've shown before were all nearby. We just walked a few steps," Xiao Ding admitted shyly, "and I haven't had many chances to show properties." "I see," Zhang Yu smiled, "then ride slowly. Looking at that guy, he probably can't afford a villa, 50 million, and it's been on the market for a year without any viewings. He just wants to put on a show." Xiao Ding really lacks social experience, going out to show properties like this. If she gets scammed later, that would be interesting. Does she think being from Jiangcheng Normal University makes her special? Even a prestigious university graduate ends up working as an agent. In the store, several agents began to discuss after they saw Xiao Ding leave. For a fresh university graduate like her, they had initial expectations when she was recruited. However, they later discovered that Xiao Ding was friendly with everyone but never had any special one-on-one interactions. Over time, everyone realized she was not the naive type but rather someone with clear logical thinking. Thus, they began to intentionally and unintentionally exclude her, even stealing her achievements, trying to marginalize her and push her to resign. However, due to her good image, she always managed to secure deals and meet performance requirements each month. Moreover, the boss had expressed that she was brought in as a management trainee, and the store needed such high-educated young talent. So even if the store manager tried to make things difficult for her, it was limited to minor inconveniences. Additionally, Xiao Ding had a particularly good attitude, leading people to suspect she might be playing the fool to catch the clever. However, today, seeing this young handsome guy and her enthusiastic demeanor, they thought that Xiao Ding would surely stumble this time, and then she would naturally be unable to stay in the store. "Sir, we have arrived." A few minutes later, the small electric scooter stopped at the entrance of a villa area. Zhang Yu looked around. This villa area was called Jinhan Mansion. It was about 3 kilometers from Binjiang Mansion, not too far, just a matter of stepping on the gas. The geographical location was quite good. Entering the villa area, the furnishings inside looked nice. After all, it was a high-end villa area, so various precious trees were everywhere. "Sir, this is the one." Xiao Ding led him to a villa. Zhang Yu looked up. It was a standalone villa, unobstructed in front and back. "Sir, there is only this one standalone villa left in the entire Jiangcheng," Xiao Ding introduced. In the city center, where every inch of land is precious, such standalone villas are not allowed to be built anymore. Fortunately, the community's planning was completed earlier, and it was successfully finished in the end. Her tone while introducing the villa made it seem like a professional guide in a museum, as if she were presenting a cultural relic. Moreover, her Mandarin was very standard, almost like a broadcasting tone. "What major did you study?" Zhang Yu asked curiously. "Sir, I studied broadcasting and hosting," Xiao Ding said somewhat shyly. "I know what you want to ask. Actually, I had already passed the interview for a TV station, but I was ultimately eliminated." "What was the reason?" Zhang Yu felt that with her demonstrated professional ability, it was unlikely she would be eliminated. "Ah, it's all in the past, no need to mention it." Xiao Ding didn't want to bring it up and continued, "Sir, what do you think of the villa's exterior? Would you like to take a look inside?" "Sure, let's go in and have a look." Zhang Yu thought the exterior of the villa looked quite good and was quite satisfied. After entering the villa, the scene inside unfolded before his eyes. It was evident that the materials used in the villa's interior were very high-end, yet not ostentatious, very understated. "Sir, this villa has a total of 3 floors, each about 300 square meters. Xiao Ding continued to introduce. "There are a total of 15 rooms that can be used as bedrooms, entertainment rooms, studies, etc. There are 3 kitchens, 2 Chinese and Western kitchens on the first floor, and another kitchen on the second floor. There are 2 living rooms, one on the first floor and one on the third floor, with the first floor living room having a 6-meter high ceiling. Please take a look." Xiao Ding gestured. Zhang Yu looked over and saw the 6-meter high living room. A huge crystal chandelier hung down, exuding a sense of grandeur. Living in a house like this truly has a certain charm reminiscent of gentlemen and ladies, young masters and young misses. Moreover, the decoration style is very immersive, embodying a traditional Chinese aesthetic. The villas seen in film and television often have this kind of style, like the Ming family's place. The first floor is primarily for receiving guests, so the living room is quite spacious. The several rooms on the first floor are relatively smaller, likely intended for the maid, butler, and security personnel. They are separated from the second floor, ensuring no interference. Starting from the second floor, each room is an independent suite, complete with its own bathroom and walk-in closet, due to the ample space. Each suite is over 50 square meters, comparable to the interior area of a small 2-bedroom apartment. There are a total of 8 such suites on the second and third floors, along with several functional rooms that can serve as a billiard room, esports room, home theater, and more. Goodness, if I were to move into this villa, even with 10 more people, it would definitely accommodate us all. Zhang Yu's satisfaction with this villa is at least 95 out of 100, if not a perfect score. "Mr. Zhang, let me take you to see the basement," Xiao Ding suggested after touring the main part of the villa. "This way, Mr. Zhang." The basement has 2 levels. The first level can be used as a storage room, wine cellar, etc. The second level is the garage. There's a dedicated entrance to the garage from the community, Xiao Ding explained. "Sounds good. Really nice." Zhang Yu nodded. With a garage, parking would be much more convenient, not just for his own car, but also for Lu Wanxiu and the others' vehicles. Speaking of cars, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered the Porsche 918 that Wang Xiaocong's father had given him. He still hadn't picked it up. He had almost forgotten about it during this busy time. Although the Porsche 918 isn't the best car, it serves as a good backup. In case of traffic restrictions or maintenance, he could switch to it. He planned to pick it up when he had some free time. "Mr. Zhang?" At that moment, Xiao Ding, halfway down the stairs, noticed Zhang Yu hadn't followed. "Oh, it's fine. You go ahead. I'll follow," he said, taking a few steps forward. "Then please take your time, Mr. Zhang. Let me find the light switch," Xiao Ding said. She had only been to this villa once before. After feeling around the wall, she finally turned on the lights in the basement. As soon as the lights came on, Xiao Ding was startled, her legs went weak, and she nearly fell down the stairs. Zhang Yu reacted quickly, catching her from behind and holding her waist. "What happened? I just saw a mouse," she exclaimed, terrified. "This won't do. we need to buy some rat poison to deal with it. Xiao Ding was so agitated that she slipped into her hometown dialect. You're from Yuchen? Zhang Yu recognized her obvious accent. Yes, Xiao Ding nodded, a bit shy. I'm from Yucheng, but not the main urban area, I'm from the suburbs. As she said this, she tried to wriggle free. Mr. Zhang. Oh, Zhang Yu realized and let go. Thank you for earlier, otherwise, I would have rolled down the stairs. Xiao Ding expressed her gratitude. It's nothing, just a reflex. Zhang Yu smiled. No wonder Xiao Ding was petite, only about 163 centimeters, more than a head shorter than him. But her proportions were excellent. Her legs had a certain graceful symmetry, as Yucheng is mountainous, and they grew up constantly going up and down hills. So, even though she wasn't tall, in photos, she could give off a 170 centimeters impression. It was quite deceptive. Moreover, Xiao Ding's temperament doesn't quite resemble the stereotype of a fiery person from Sichuan and Chongqing. Instead, it has a hint of the soft-spoken charm typical of Jiangnan, like a delicate flower. What's wrong, Mr. Zhang? Xiao Ding asked softly. Yucheng is quite far from Jiangcheng. Why aren't you working in Yucheng but here in Jiangcheng? Yucheng is also a big city, and it's more convenient to go home from there. There's no one at home anymore. Xiao Ding said somewhat shyly, my dad loves to gamble, and after losing money, he just disappears. My mom is ill, so she went back to our hometown in Sichuan. I have a younger brother who is also studying in Jiangcheng. Oh, Zhang Yu understood. So, Xiao Ding's background is quite troubled. With a family like hers, if she hadn't gone to university, she might have been forced into another situation long ago. Moreover, Zhang Yu now understood why Xiao Ding had the style of a delicate girl from Jiangnan. Because her mother is from Sichuan. So, I heard that selling houses can make money, so I became an agent to pay off my student loans as soon as possible. I didn't expect that houses would be so hard to sell now. It was clear that Xiao Ding was speaking from the heart. Zhang Yu smiled. But you don't have to worry, a sum of money will be coming in soon. He had already seen the villa, both the 3 floors above ground and the 3 below. He was very satisfied with the various layouts and furnishings. However, there were mice in the basement earlier, which would have to be deducted from the score. Ha, what money? Xiao Ding asked in confusion. I want this villa, Zhang Yu said. What was the original owner's asking price? Ha, Xiao Ding was even more surprised. This young and handsome gentleman was actually going to buy it after just one look? Mr. Zhang, why don't you take another look, like checking the drainage situation of the villa on a rainy day or something? Xiao Ding kindly suggested. A villa worth tens of millions, and he decided so hastily? It was like buying a cabbage. Even when buying cabbage, one would look at several places. He must be incredibly wealthy. By this tone, he must have at least several billion in assets. Wow. Xiao Ding had never seen someone of this wealth level. Several billion was the upper limit she could imagine. No need to look, I think it's fine, Zhang Yu said. Let's prepare to move on to the next steps. Then, Mr. Zhang, the listing price for this villa is 53 million. Xiao Ding confirmed again. Are you planning to pay in full or take out a loan? One-time full payment, Zhang Yu said. Then, I'll contact the owner shortly and help you negotiate the price down a bit, Xiao Ding said. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you, Zhang Yu replied. By the way, there's one more thing. I need you to take care of it before I move in. In fact, it's rare for an agent to encounter a client who doesn't haggle. Selling the villa for 53 million instead of 50 million would mean a significant difference in commission. But she didn't do that. Instead, she wanted to help negotiate the price down. It seemed she wasn't someone who was solely focused on money. Zhang Yu appreciated this about her. What is it? Please find someone to tend to the flowers and plants of the villa, completely get rid of the mice, and do 3 rounds of disinfection and cleaning for the entire villa. How much will that cost? I'll transfer the money to you. Okay, Mr. Zhang, Xiao Ding nodded. I'll find someone in the next couple of days. However, I can't accept your money. Your willingness to buy this villa is already a huge help to me. If this villa sold for 50 million, her commission would be 1%. That would directly amount to 500,000. All the problems she faced would be solved in an instant. This was something Xiao Ding had never dared to imagine before. At the previous rate, it would take her at least 5 years to earn that 500,000. Good, Zhang Yu nodded. Then let's stop looking at houses for today. By the way, Mr. Zhang, what's your contact information? Xiao Ding said, once everything is settled and we sign the contract, I'll need to reach you. Then add me on WeChat. Zhang Yu took out his phone. After Xiao Ding scanned the code and added him as a friend, she sent herself a message. Ding Wei Wei. Zhang Yu looked at the name and felt like he had seen it somewhere before. He couldn't recall at the moment. It was a long time ago. Even if he had seen it, it wouldn't have been in the last 2 years. Well, if you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Zhang Yu raised his phone. Mr. Zhang, do you need me to give you a ride on my electric scooter? Ding Weiwei asked. How about I treat you to a meal instead? She still felt like she was dreaming about such a big transaction. You can treat me after the deal is done, Zhang Yu smiled. No need for you to drive me. I live nearby. With that, he left the villa. Watching his tall figure, Ding Weiwei was stunned for a few seconds before sighing. What are you thinking? You're just a firewood girl from a small city. How dare you think about these things? Then she rode her electric scooter back to the agency. Oh, Xiao Ding is back? The manager looked her up and down, her hair neat, her clothes tidy. There was nothing suspicious. That guy must be a scammer, right? But it's fine, as long as I didn't lose anything from the trip. He's not a scammer, Xiao Ding said. He said he wants to buy this villa, full payment. Is that true? Xiao Ding, you hit the jackpot. Other colleagues gathered around. But he's probably just playing you, another colleague chimed in. That villa has been on the market for so long without anyone looking at it, and he just wants it after one glance? That's not just foolish, it's impossible. They had been in real estate for so long. Buyers were more cautious than ever. Not to mention a 50 million house, even a 5 million one would take months of deliberation before making a decision. Youth really is a lesson learned. This tuition fee is finally paid. Faced with their sarcastic remarks, Ding Weiwei felt somewhat speechless. She believed Zhang Yu wasn't a scammer, but she didn't know how to explain it. Although she had his contact information, what did that really mean? Just then, Ding Weiwei's phone dinged with a message. It must be that guy from earlier, trying to use the excuse of buying a house to ask her out for free, a female colleague analyzed quietly. Ignoring their gossip, Ding Weiwei picked up her phone to check. It was a transfer of 200,000. The note read, Villa deposit. I forgot. I want this house, so I'll pay a deposit first. No need to show this villa anymore. Ding Weiwei raised her phone and said to the manager that Mr. Zhang has paid the deposit. The manager leaned in to take a look, and sure enough, it was true. Did she really sell this house? Humph, he must have used some underhanded means at the villa earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. I could do it too. Other female colleagues twisted their waists, unwilling to accept it. Alright, don't you have any work to do? The manager, being smart enough to be in charge, understood the situation. That Mr. Zhang, regardless of his intentions, had set his sights on Ding Weiwei. If she hadn't been in charge, it was very likely that the deal wouldn't have gone through at all. Although she felt a bit displeased about not getting the big commission, she had to accept it. Because with the villa sold, everyone else would also get a share of the commission, just not as much as 500,000. Xiao Ding selling this villa has helped our store complete at least one quarter's sales target. Why don't you understand gratitude? The store manager said to Ding Weiwei. Xiao Ding, continue to follow up on this deal, and make sure to close it. Once Chen finalizes the purchase, I will apply to my superiors to promote you to the supervisor of the sales department. This store is considered a large one, with over 20 salespeople. There are 3 sales divisions in total. The store manager knows that Mr. Zhang only needed to take one look to want that villa, and he directly transferred a deposit of 200,000. This indicates he is definitely a wealthy person, and his network is not simple. If Ding Weiwei becomes the sales supervisor and continues to dig deeper into the housing needs behind the scenes, this could be a significant business opportunity. Wow! Ding Weiwei couldn't believe her ears. Selling a villa could have such a huge chain reaction? Going from the youngest in the store to a sales supervisor? However, in the real estate industry, it's all about performance, regardless of seniority. What the store manager said wasn't entirely just a pipe dream. Being promoted to sales supervisor would mean a base salary increase of 2,000. Plus, she would participate in the commission from all housing sales. It would be much better than her current situation. I will work hard to close this deal, Ding Weiwei thought to herself. Her circumstances could change so quickly, all because of Mr. Zhang's visit today. She wondered how she could repay such a huge favor. Ding Weiwei considered herself not that skilled in sales. Mr. Zhang could choose anyone, why did he pick her? Oh well, whatever, one step at a time. As long as it doesn't cost me my life and doesn't involve illegal activities, I'm open to anything. Hey, I wonder if this Mr. Zhang is Zhang Yu? At that moment, a colleague looked at the transfer record and suddenly asked, which Zhang Yu? Is he famous? Other colleagues became curious. No, don't you all read the news? He's been in the spotlight several times recently in Jiangcheng. I remember at least 3 trending topics about him. Xiao Ding, quickly check what his WeChat real name is. A colleague leaned over to ask. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she had no choice but to click on Zhang Yu's WeChat profile. She opened the transfer interface. The name displayed was Yu. His name has 2 characters, and with the surname, it must be Zhang Yu, right? Wow, it really is him. The colleagues were all astonished. He's a super rich person in Jiangcheng, closely connected with Secretary Shah and Old Master Shao. The new bank that's about to be established is also his. The real estate agency was buzzing with excitement. Ding Weiwei was stunned. How did they know so much? This information was completely outside her knowledge. Xiao Ding, you're still single, right? Why sell houses? If you could become his woman, you'd never have to struggle in life. Yeah, find a way to learn from that woman with the surname Huang, have a son or daughter with the richest heir, and you'd be set for life. What are you talking about? Ding Weiwei's face turned red. I won't be like that before I get married. Her mindset was still quite traditional. After all, she came from a small county in the mountain city. Her thoughts were still the most primitive kind. See, you're being stubborn now, but one day you'll regret it, other colleagues said as they dispersed, continuing their gossip. Ding Weiwei picked up her phone and tried searching for Zhang Yu's name. The photos and videos that popped up showed that it was indeed him. Now, she could be 100% sure it was him. She initially thought he was worth tens of billions. Unexpectedly, according to some incomplete statistics from online busybodies, his visible net worth was at least over 300 billion. It's not just what's on the surface. Who knows how much more there is? Who understands? Today, the person riding their little electric scooter to look at houses might actually be worth billions. Ding Weiwei felt her heart racing faster and quickly exited the phone page. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, she managed to calm her emotions a bit. Remembering the scene in the basement where she almost fell and he caught her around the waist made her face feel hot. Over here, after Zhang Yu left the villa and was on his way back to Binjiang Mansion, he saw a 1-second voice message suddenly sent by Xiong Tingting on his phone. He clicked it open and just heard the word help before the message was quickly retracted. When Zhang Yu tried to call back, it was completely unreachable. The other side was mysteriously rejecting the call. Strange. Something was definitely off. Zhang Yu immediately realized that Xiong Tingting was in trouble. Who dared to touch my woman? When Lu Wanxiao and the others were not around, Xiong Tingting took care of her daily life very thoroughly. She was someone without complex social relationships, who would dare to lay a hand on her. Clearly, it was someone with a grudge against him. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu quickly called Yezi. Hurry, help me check Xiong Tingting's location. Someone is going to harm her. Yes, master, I will act immediately. Yezi was in charge of the work of the Cine Group in Jiangcheng, and naturally had exceptional abilities. Instantly, hundreds of people from the Jiangcheng branch of the Cine Group sprang into action. Through their connections and network, they gathered information. Countless bits of news converged into a dense intelligence network. The information was compiled and sent to Yezi's phone screen. Yezi quickly called Zhang Yu. Master, Xiong Tingting has been taken by Ma Weigua's people. Ma Weigua? Zhang Yu frowned. He had heard of this person but had never met him. Why would he want to harm his woman? Master, Ma Weigui is Wu Jingliang's guest, and Wu Yiluan's master, Yezi continued to report. That makes sense. It's not surprising now. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. He wanted to take revenge for his apprentice. Then you all hurry up and find his lair. Master, the direction Xiong Tingting is heading is not his territory, but rather another organization. The wanted criminal you caught last time with Officer Su belongs to that organization, Yezi continued to report. So, you can't handle it? Zhang Yu picked up on the implication in her words. Master, I'm very sorry. If it were just our Cine Group, we could handle any one of them without issue. But now, there are two groups. It would be too late to call in people from other cities, Yezi said apologetically. I understand, Zhang Yu nodded. Send everyone you can right now. We can't afford to delay. I'll handle the rest. Yes, master. Yezi took her orders and left. After hanging up, Zhang Yu directly called Su Guoqiang. Mr. Xiang, what can I do for you? Su Guoqiang quickly answered upon seeing Zhang Yu's call. There's a major opportunity for a significant achievement. Do you want it? Zhang Yu asked directly. Mr. Xiang, please explain slowly. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Su Guoqiang sat up straight in his office chair. I can't explain it all in a few words, but the wanted criminal from last time belongs to that organization, and I now have concrete intelligence about them. You just need to send more people to support. Zhang Yu said. It's them. Su Guoqiang immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. That wanted criminal had refused to divulge any information about the others behind the scenes after being captured. He never expected that Zhang Yu would know the specifics. This intelligence network was even more impressive than theirs. Su Guoqiang couldn't help but feel a deep respect for Zhang Yu. That's right, he knew that Zhang Yu calling him was definitely not to make up some nonsense. What needed to be done now was to immediately dispatch elite forces and act swiftly. Thus, Su Guoqiang said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I will personally lead the team there. After hanging up, as the top figure in the Jiangcheng police force, he quickly made arrangements. In no time, various police units in Jiangcheng were urgently mobilized. At this moment, Sume was walking down the corridor when she saw police sirens blaring, with countless officers gathering. Vehicles were flashing their lights, lined up in the unit's square, ready for action. She hurried her pace and jogged to Su Guoqiang's office. "Why didn't you knock before coming in? No manners," Su Guoqiang said irritably. "Director Su, what happened?" Sume stepped back a few paces, knocked on the door a few times, and then walked in. "According to reliable information, there is a major mission to execute." Su Guoqiang was also checking his gear. "Director Su, I request to join the operation." Seeing this scene, Sume felt a surge of excitement, her scalp tingling and blood boiling. "A major operation. You shouldn't go." Su Guoqiang turned around and glanced at Sume. "Why? Is it because I'm your daughter?" Sume said somewhat defiantly. "Didn't you say that as long as we're in the unit, we should be treated equally? You can't give me special treatment." "I did say that," Su Guoqiang replied, "but you also know that this mission is quite dangerous. Your status is that of a newcomer in the criminal police team. You are not qualified to participate." But Sume wanted to say something more. Su Guoqiang put on his hat and walked straight out. "You have no tasks outside today, so go do what you need to do and follow orders. I'm locking the door now." "Dad." Sume wanted to say something, but Su Guoqiang locked the office door. Sighing, he said to her, "Don't call me Dad. I am now commanding you in my capacity as the director, so go execute your orders." With that, Su Guoqiang quickly walked downstairs. Sume looked down the corridor towards the first floor. She saw a large number of fully armed officers had already gathered. Su Guoqiang arrived on the first floor. He didn't say much, just outlined the key points of the operation and then set off. Everyone had to hand in their phones, and before reaching the mission site, no one knew what task they were executing today. But such a large mobilization was rare in Jiangcheng, perhaps only once a year. Sume also didn't know what kind of task required so many people. Even someone in her father's position, Su Guoqiang, was personally leading the team. This was definitely not a small matter. But unfortunately, she couldn't participate in such a large operation. It was really frustrating, and she didn't know what to do. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Zhang Yu. Strange. Sume realized that now, whether she was happy or unhappy, Zhang Yu was the first person she thought of. Previously, it had been her mother. So Zhang Yu equals mother? No, the formula was wrong. In Sume's heart now, Zhang Yu's status had become as important as that of her parents and family. Although they had only met a couple of times and had no relationship, Sume couldn't help but call Zhang Yu. "Hello, Sume?" At that moment, Zhang Yu was heading towards the destination based on the location information provided by the new E-Group's subordinates. Receiving her call was somewhat unexpected. Logically, they weren't allowed to bring phones during missions. The fact that Sume could call meant she wasn't participating in the operation. "Hello, Zhang Yu, what are you doing?" "Oh, I have something important to take care of. Going out for a bit," Zhang Yu thought to herself. Since Sume did not participate in this operation, it must have been Su Guoqiang's intention. In that case, he thought it would be better to avoid unnecessary trouble and not inform her of the specifics. Important matter? Sume recalled that Lu Hanxiao and the others had not yet returned to Jiangcheng. Xia was at school. What important matters could there be now? Could it be work-related? However, Sume did not dare to ask. "Yes," Zhang Yu replied with a smile, "since you have no tasks, just focus on your duties at the unit." "Wait!" The sharp Sume quickly reacted to his words. "How do you know I have no tasks today, and that I need to stay at the unit?" Damn! Zhang Yu suddenly realized that although he had said nothing, that one sentence had still been caught by Sume. Truly worthy of being a criminal police officer. Just from that, she could analyze significant information. Anyway, you should get back to work. I'm driving, so I'll hang up now," Zhang Yu said, and then he ended the call. On the other end, Sume felt even more unsettled. What does that mean? Sume thought to herself. There's such a big task, and you're keeping it from me, right? Even a non-police officer like Zhang Yu knows. No, since Zhang Yu knows, it must be related to him. Sume didn't know what it was about, but this matter was connected to Zhang Yu. She immediately couldn't sit still. She absolutely couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So, she glanced at the few officers left behind in the office and then walked out. "Officer Su, where are you going?" a colleague asked. "I'm going to the command center to see if there's anything I can help with," Sume replied. "Could you please keep an eye on the office for me?" "Sure, Officer Su." The colleague was also aware of her true identity. Although Su Guoqiang had clearly stated that Sume should not be treated specially, in practice, who would really dare to question too much? At this moment, a business vehicle was speeding down the road. Xiong Tingting had her mouth taped shut, and her hands were bound behind her. She sat in the back seat of the car, with two thugs closely monitoring her on either side. Go ahead and scream, even if you shout your throat raw, no one will come to save you. The men sneered at Xiong Tingting, truly a woman chosen for her looks. Her beauty and figure were simply top-notch. If it weren't for Ma Weigua instructing them to quickly deliver her to that bearded man, they might have had other ideas. They were also thinking about when they could take that step and become the boss. The two on either side, one tall and thin, the other short and chubby, looked quite comical. Xiong Tingting glanced at them, feeling a wave of despair. If she fell into their hands, it would be better to die. Drive faster. The two thugs urged the driver. Hurry up and get her there. If we're late, Master Ma will scold us. The short one said. Hey, what's going on? There are no cars in front or behind on such a wide road? The tall one noticed something was off. All right, damn. The driver responded and was just about to speed up when suddenly the tires hit a pile of nails, instantly deflating and losing balance. The driver desperately gripped the steering wheel, crashing into the roadside guardrail, and the front of the car was wrecked. Damn! The two thugs in the back were thrown into disarray, their heads bleeding. What's going on? Where did the nails come from on the road? This isn't an accident, something's up. The driver saw several cars surrounding them from the front and back. Let the people in the car go, we can let you off easy. In the car, a woman dressed in leather jacket and pants got out, accompanied by a large group of people. She was Yezi, the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Cine Group. After learning the exact news of Xiong Tingting's capture, she had already predicted their route, cleared the area in advance, and set up an ambush. And indeed, they waited for them to arrive. Wait, do you dare to block our way? The short, chubby man and the tall, thin one ordered the driver to stay in the car and then got out. They shouted at Yezi and her group. Do you know who we are? Of course, you're from Ma Weigua. So what? Yezi had already gathered specific information about the two before coming. Hanging around with Ma Weigua must be tough, right? How about this? Come to my Cine Group, and your treatment will be at least double what it is now. Yezi crossed her arms and smiled. The other members of the Cine Group, dozens of them, stood in 2 rows, exuding a strong presence. Others were also on their way to the scene. You are from the Cine Group? The short, chubby man and the tall, thin one widened their eyes. This was no joke. Hadn't they just kidnapped a girl with no background? How could there be people from the Cine Group here to settle things? Were they really going to escalate it this much? The Cine Group had always been very prestigious in their circle. Moreover, they had recently heard that the leadership had changed, which sparked a long discussion. Many people wanted to switch sides, partly out of fear of retaliation from Master Ma, and partly out of concern that the Cine Group wouldn't accept them. Being caught between two sides would be troublesome. That's right, Yezi said with a smile. Hand over the person, and we can let you go. How about we just let her go? The tall, thin man and the short, chubby one exchanged glances. Looking at the imposing stance of the Cine Group, they realized that if they didn't hand over the person, they wouldn't be able to leave today. Since the other side was here, it meant they were well prepared. After all, there were only 3 of them, how could they fight? Ha ha ha, the Cine Group? I've heard of you for a long time, but I didn't expect to have the fortune to meet you today. At that moment, several more cars surrounded the Cine Group's vehicles. The leader was the bearded man. It's you? Yezi looked at the bearded man, recognizing him. You were involved in the recent incidents of sabotage in Jiangcheng, and you still dare to show up? What a joke! Who can stop me from doing what I want? The bearded man laughed. I want that woman, she's mine. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, bring her out. He didn't waste words. He knew that villains often fell due to excessive chatter. Right now, he needed to quickly grab the person and escape. I dare you to come over. Yezi stepped forward with a large group from the Cine Group, exuding an intimidating presence. However, seeing the formidable strength of the other side, and even their possession of firearms, she couldn't help but think, didn't the master notify the police? Why haven't they arrived? Could they have taken a wrong turn? Surely it wouldn't be like in the movies, where both sides fought to exhaustion before the police came to clean up, right? Stop wasting time with them, hurry up. The bearded man glanced at the time and urged. He wasn't just making a big deal over one woman. He had long wanted to challenge the Cine Group. He had come today to provide support but discovered that this Xiong Tingting could actually command the Cine Group. It seemed that Zhang Yu, whom Ma Weigua mentioned, had quite an impressive background. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of his subordinates charged at Yezi and her team, wielding various weapons. A fierce battle ensued. Even though Yezi and her group were skilled fighters, they hadn't anticipated that the other side would have so many people and weapons. The situation was extremely brutal. The bearded man couldn't help but feel pleased. Quickly take the people away. Hurry up. That woman, tie her up and take her too. He noticed that this woman, Yezi, was quite fierce and very capable in a fight. He couldn't help but have other thoughts. Let's see who dares to come over. Yezi had blood on her head. She held a dagger in her hand, which was also stained with blood. It was unclear whose blood it was. The incident happened suddenly, leaving no time for careful planning. Even though she had taken down more than a dozen opponents by herself, she still couldn't withstand the sheer number of enemies. Shut up! The bearded man grew impatient. He kicked out, and Yezi blocked with both hands but was still pushed back a few steps by the force of the kick. Everyone, stop! We are the Jiangqing police. At that moment, the police sirens blared. Su Guoqiang arrived with fully armed officers. They quickly deployed, aiming their dark guns at everyone in the center. Su Guoqiang got out of the car and was surprised to find two groups of people at the scene. For a moment, he couldn't figure out their relationship. However, it was certain that one group was under Zhang Yu's command. When did he gain underground power? And he even called for help? What was he really up to? Nevertheless, regardless of who was involved, this was definitely a rare major case. Then, Su Guoqiang's gaze swept around and landed on the bearded man, and he realized, Bai Shan, I've been looking for you for so long. It turns out that the recent cases in Jiangcheng were really done by you. So what? Bai Shan laughed. I really didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. He had still underestimated the speed of the police. He originally thought that capturing Xiong Tingting could be done without anyone noticing. However, the arrival of the new E group delayed the progress. Just as he was gaining the upper hand, the police showed up. Truly, human plans cannot keep up with the heavens. Bai Shan, stop resisting, Su Guoqiang warned. Surrender now and put down your weapons, and you might get leniency. Su Guoqiang, are you trying to fool me? I've been in and out of prison 3 times. Do you think I would listen to you? Bai Shan had a tough demeanor. Moreover, he had now taken control of Yezi. Do you know who she is? Bai Shan pressed a dagger against her neck. She is the Jiangcheng head of the new E group, a subordinate of Zhang Yu. You were called here by Zhang Yu, right? If this matter gets out, can you still keep your position, Su Guoqiang? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know them at all. Su Guoqiang shouted angrily. However, hearing him say that, could it be that the new E group really was under Zhang Yu? How did this young Zhang Yu manage to do that? And how would he face him in the future? The new E group had developed for so many years and had done many disgraceful things. How much was Zhang Yu involved? But now, the most important thing was to ensure the hostages' safety. Don't know them? Bai Shan laughed. So, the loyal servants of the new E group here have nothing to do with you? Bai Shan, let's keep things clear. If you use them as leverage, do you think you can get out? Su Guoqiang stood his ground. Then let's see, if we both perish together. Bai Shan pressed the dagger further into Yezi's neck. Blood began to flow down her fair neck. Stop! Su Guoqiang shouted. The officers also readied their guns. Bai Shan, even if I lose my position today, you won't escape. Su Guoqiang drew his own gun. If you dare to harm the hostage even a bit more, I will definitely shoot. There was still room for negotiation with the other criminals. For Bai Shan, there was no room for maneuver. He had dealt with Bai Shan before and knew that this person was inherently brutal. To have gone to prison 3 times and still come out, one could only wonder what kind of invisible hand was stirring things up behind the scenes. If he let him go today, who knew what kind of trouble would ensue? Therefore, Su Guoqiang's finger was also on the trigger, the gun aimed at Bai Shan. Do you dare to pull the trigger? Bai Shan scoffed. The two sides were at a stalemate. Kill her. At that moment, Bai Shan's earpiece picked up a voice from afar. Bai Shan, I have seen your bravery. However, this wild one must die today. Of course, you will die too, but your death will have value. As long as Su Guoqiang pulls the trigger, I have a way to bring him down. The voice behind the earpiece was not loud but carried a unique intimidation. In fact, the person behind had been analyzing the situation on the scene. If they could take out the head of the Jiangcheng branch of the Sini group today, while also making Su Guoqiang lose his position, then during the ensuing chaos, there could be greater actions taken. However, as Bai Shan's right-hand man, he certainly had no way out. He had already been exposed. Even if he managed to escape today, the police and the Sini group would pursue him relentlessly, ultimately exposing him. It was better to let him become a pawn, taking a few others with him in the end. Maximizing value. Boss? Bai Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. The big boss behind him actually wanted to use his life as a trade. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. Upon hearing this, the light in his eyes dimmed. Since the boss had mentioned family, he could only comply today. Su Guoqiang, you won't get what you want. Ah! Bai Shan raised his dagger, gathering strength to stab at the wild one's neck. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Bai Shan's forehead blossomed, and the strength in his hand immediately dissipated. The wild one seized the opportunity to break free. Bai Shan, with wide eyes filled with disbelief, fell down. Who fired the shot? The officers on the scene, sensing danger, quickly formed a defensive line. Director Su, you should get in the car, it's too dangerous here. The captain realized that today's operation was not an ordinary small scene. Don't worry about me. Su Guoqian's gaze was sharp as an eagle, following the trajectory of the bullet. He looked towards a nearby building's rooftop. It was none other than his own daughter, Su Mei. How did she get here? And who authorized her to act? Report to Director Su, the criminal has been neutralized. Su Mei shouted into the intercom. Everyone, hands on your heads, don't move. The captain quickly took control of the scene with his subordinates. Bai Shan's gang, seeing their leader had been taken down, immediately lost their heads and surrendered obediently. This is ridiculous, simply ridiculous. Su Guoqian looked at Su Mei, trembling with anger. You will confine yourself for 3 days and write a self-reflection. We'll discuss the next steps later. He was now filled with dread. At this distance, if the shot had gone astray, not only Su Mei but both father and daughter would have been doomed. Therefore, he felt no joy whatsoever. Director Su, where are you going? Seeing him get into a car and prepare to leave, the captain quickly asked. You all clean up the aftermath, take the criminal and the hostages back to the police station. Su Guoqian took off his hat and handed over his service weapon to the captain. Take these back for me. I need to go apologize. The outcome of today's operation was good, but the handling of the process had completely exceeded his expectations, especially since Su Mei was not authorized to act, yet she came to the scene and even killed the criminal. He was genuinely shocked. Su Mei was being so reckless. She had not just entered this industry yesterday. Doing this could really ruin her own future. At that moment, Su Mei also felt a wave of fear in her heart. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. This was her first direct encounter with a criminal. Whatever punishment I face, I accept it, she thought to herself. After all, I have fulfilled my wish today. With that thought, she prepared herself to face all the consequences. Alright, you're done here, you can leave now. Nighttime. After Xiong Tingting finished taking the statement, her steps felt weak as she walked out. Today had truly been the longest day for her. Joy and sorrow had played out repeatedly. She had never seen such a complex scene before. She had no idea what had happened, only witnessing the gunfight and the casualties. The statement took a full 3 hours, covering every detail. Even now, she felt as if her soul had been scattered, with only a fragment remaining as she left the police station's recording room. At that moment, a door next door also opened. Stepping out was Su Mei. Su Mei saw Xiong Tingting, hesitated for a moment, and realized that she was the core figure in today's incident. She was indeed beautiful, her eyes clear, as if untouched by the world. Being caught up in this incident today was unfortunate for her. Moreover, she should be the 4th tenant mentioned by her best friend, Zhang Yu. The fact that her situation could attract so many people showed her significant status in Zhang Yu's heart. Are you okay? Su Mei asked. I'm fine. What about you? Xiong Tingting knew that the shot fired today was hers. Will it affect you? I've said everything I needed to say. Su Mei couldn't help but smile. The biggest problem is that I acted without authorization and used a gun without permission, both of which are violations. Fortunately, nothing major happened, so I guess it's a bit of a rescue. Anyway, we'll wait for the higher-ups to notify us. Then why did you do it? Xiong Tingting was puzzled. Even as someone who didn't understand the inner workings, she knew the impact of such actions was too great. I don't know either, Su Mei chuckled awkwardly. Regardless, you're fine, and that should make Zhang Yu the happiest. Do you know the landlord? Xiong Tingting's eyes widened. Did she go to such lengths just for Zhang Yu? How many people liked him? And it wasn't just a casual liking. Of course I know. Su Mei had no intention of hiding it. I've been best friends with Lu Hanxiao since elementary school. Xiong Tingting was even more surprised. So there was this layer of connection, making her feel somewhat superfluous. You must be hungry. Let me take you to eat. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside. It was Zhang Yu. You dare to come? Su Mei stepped forward as she saw him. Is the Cine Group under your command? Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Zhang Yu smiled. It means we are the targets of a special crackdown, Su Mei replied. That's impossible. The landlord is definitely not that kind of person, Xiong Tingting said anxiously. Even if he really is with the Cine Group, he wouldn't do anything bad. Xiong Tingting trusts Zhang Yu so much, it really wasn't in vain to save her. Watching her defend Zhang Yu so fiercely, he understood that this was his charm. He could make others wholeheartedly believe in him. Moreover, deep down, he also believed that Zhang Yu was not a bad person. Even if he has a strong connection with the renowned Nui Group, he should only be a small leader in a branch in Jiangcheng or Jingchu. The entire Nui Group spans dozens of countries worldwide. In southern Myanmar, there are even organized armed forces. Even famous underground organizations overseas are quite wary of them. It's unclear how Zhang Yu got involved with the new E group, but it's best to pull him back while he's still just a small leader in a branch. He shouldn't get too deep into it. Zhang Yu, I have something to say to you, Sumei said. Then, should I head back first? Xiang Tingting, seeing this scene, wisely suggested. Can you manage? Zhang Yu asked. I'll have someone take you. After everything that had happened, he wasn't sure if she had calmed down. Thank you, landlord. The subway station is just ahead. I can take the subway, Xiang Tingting smiled. Alright, let's keep in touch. Contact me anytime if you need anything. He watched her figure as she left for the subway station. Before Zhang Yu could speak, Sumei said, You have a connection with the new E group? Don't you know what kind of organization that is? I know, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Zhang Yu, maybe you're wealthy enough to fund them. Sumei recalled that many rich people are involved with underground forces. It's like paying to support them, and then they work for the wealthy when necessary. But this organization is too deep, she continued. What about my personal safety? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Do I need to trouble you? If you need protection, I can help, Sumei instinctively said. All right, let's not talk about this for now. I know what I'm doing, Zhang Yu said. He didn't want to reveal the truth about this matter to her. What would her reaction be if she knew he was the head of the new E group? He couldn't imagine. But Sumei looked anxious. She didn't want Zhang Yu to be in danger, and her identity was at stake. Zhang Yu hadn't been summoned yet, which meant the new E group hadn't done anything in Jiangcheng. There was no reason to look for him. However, if he really did something bad, she didn't want to be his enemy. All right, aren't you going to pick up Lu Hanxiao? Zhang Yu smiled. Looking at the time, she should be arriving soon. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. Sumei slapped her forehead. I promised I would do it. I can't break my word. After taking a few steps, Sumei stopped and turned back to ask, Aren't you going? As soon as she said it, she shook her head. Forget it, you'd better not go. I'm leaving. With that, she walked away. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu remained at the door. After a while, he saw Yezi walking out from inside. A bandage was wrapped around her neck, indicating she had just finished bandaging and came here to give a statement. Yezi spotted Zhang Yu, her eyes wide with surprise as she jogged over. Master, what are you doing here? I came to take you back, Zhang Yu smiled. Master, it's all my fault. I didn't handle things well. Hearing this, Yezi felt very guilty. I underestimated their strength, which led to a passive situation and almost ruined everything. No need to say that, Zhang Yu shook his head. You're injured, and I understand the situation. Master, does that mean you're not blaming me? A look of relief washed over Yezi's face. Of course not, Zhang Yu said. Thanks to you bringing people over today, we managed to hold them off. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. That Bai Shan was shot dead on the spot, and dozens of his subordinates were captured. Moreover, there were no significant casualties among the hostages. The outcome was quite good. So, what happened to that girl? Yezi asked. She's fine, already back home, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride. The fact that she could come out after giving her statement indicated that there was nothing wrong. Even the new justice group hadn't committed any serious crimes in Jiangcheng recently. On the contrary, as the just side, they had helped the police capture a large number of real villains. It wouldn't be said that they had merits, but they definitely wouldn't be punished. Master, why don't you ask what they questioned me about? Yezi inquired. Since you could come out so quickly, it means there's nothing wrong with you. I trust you, Zhang Yu said casually. However, this simple statement stirred great waves in Yezi's heart. Wasn't this an unconditional trust in her? Faced with such a master, what reason was there not to be completely loyal? What are you standing there for? Get in the car, Zhang Yu said, opening the car door. Yezi, taken aback by the favor, got into the car. Then, the vehicle drove forward. Leader, what do you mean? In a high-standard office, Su Guoqiang stood in front of the desk, surprised by the leader's words. That's right, the leader said. I've grasped the situation regarding today's incident. You can go back and write a situation report. Tomorrow, just go to work as usual. Isn't Sumei going to be punished for acting on her own? Su Guoqiang was quite surprised. He didn't want Sumei to be punished, but the procedure had to be correct. The leader's statement of no punishment was somewhat unexpected. Sumei achieved great merit today. Not only will she not be punished, but I also want to reward her, the leader said. However, today's incident has set a bad precedent. To make it easier for you to manage, there will be no rewards or punishments this time. In the future, we need to emphasize discipline even more and strengthen the review of weapon retrieval. If you must take measures against Sumei, I suggest suspending her for 3 days for reflection and having her write a self-criticism. Yes, leader, I understand, Su Guoqiang felt quite pleased. Taking the initiative to explain the situation seemed to have had an effect. The current situation had minimized the impact of the incident as much as possible. It wouldn't be recorded in the files. There wouldn't be any significant impact on future developments. This was already much better than he had anticipated. Officially, it was all fine. Privately, once Sume got home, he still needed to give her a good talking to. It was too dangerous. They had almost encountered a major disaster today. If Sume's bullet had gone astray, the consequences would have been unimaginable. By the way, the leader asked at that moment, "You just said that the new justice group was also involved in this operation?" "Yes," Su Guoqiang nodded. According to the situation at the scene and the recorded statements, there was indeed a group from the new justice group, but their goal was to attempt to rescue the hostages. When we arrived, they were being suppressed by the people from Baishan. The person with a dagger to their throat was the leader of the new justice group. The real mastermind behind it must be someone else, right? "That's right," Su Guoqiang said. "It's someone named Zhang Yu." At this point, Su Guoqiang couldn't figure out when Zhang Yu had become associated with the new justice group. To what extent was the relationship? It was all unknown. What could be known was that the new justice group had done a good deed this time. Moreover, since the new justice group appeared in Jianchang, they hadn't committed any evil acts. Therefore, he didn't want to establish any enmity with them. "I haven't been down there to take a look for a long time," the leader sighed. "The new justice group now is quite different from 20 years ago. So, what should I do?" Su Guoqiang asked for instructions. "No need to worry about him," the leader said. "Just focus on your daily work, patrol when you need to, and be on duty when required." "All right, you can go now." "Yes." Su Guoqiang saluted and then left the office. His assistant, who had been waiting outside for a long time, asked, "Director Su, what did they say?" "For this matter, keep a close watch on that group in Baishan and find a breakthrough," Su Guoqiang instructed. "As for the people from Cine Group, once they finish their statements, let them go back." "Understood." Although the assistant was surprised, he nodded and complied. "By the way, today's incident must be kept under wraps. We can't let the news leak out," Su Guoqiang said. After all, this matter was too complicated and involved too many people. Since the case was under investigation, it was necessary to strengthen control over public opinion to prevent misleading information from spreading to those who were unaware of the truth. "Master, I've arrived," Yezi said. An ordinary residential building in the city looked unremarkable. "Is this the Cine Group's settlement in Jianchang?" Zhang Yu thought of hideouts and bases, but those terms didn't seem quite right. Who would refer to their own place like that? "Yes, Master, do you want to go up and take a look?" Yezi asked. "Since I'm here, I might as well go up and have a look." Zhang Yu nodded. Yezi led the way, and after passing through several alleys, they stopped in front of an iron gate. She knocked rhythmically on the door a few times, and someone came out to open it. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, a stranger, the person's face showed wariness. "This is the master of Cine Group," Yezi shouted, no disrespect. The person immediately became respectful. Zhang Yu followed Yezi through the iron gate and up to the third floor. The building had a square structure, with people living on all sides, and a small garden in the middle, serving as a space for activities. "Master, this is where we usually hold our meetings," Yezi said, leading Zhang Yu to one of the rooms. As Zhang Yu entered, he was taken aback. On one wall was a huge map, while the opposite wall was covered in a spider web of lines connecting various photos of different individuals. If he didn't know where this was, it could easily be mistaken for a police analysis board. No wonder the Cine Group had grown so large. Every smallest organization had a clear structure and strong intelligence-gathering capabilities. "Master, would you like some water?" Yezi offered a bottle of mineral water. "By the way, how do you manage food and accommodation here?" Zhang Yu asked curiously. "Aside from meetings, there usually aren't many people here. Everyone presents themselves as security, vendors, or office workers. So we eat at the unit," Yezi explained. "As for accommodation, the second and first floors have more residents besides the third floor. Each floor has its own locks." Zhang Yu nodded. "Sounds good." "Master, I have a question, and I'm not sure if I should ask," Yezi said at that moment. "Go ahead." This question was also brought up by the people below, which is, what direction should our Cine Group take in the future? "Just hold your ground," Zhang Yu replied. "Now that everything is normal, there's no need to fight for territory and interests, just keep an eye on those places." "I understand." Yezi grasped Zhang Yu's meaning. That was to change the style and not cause trouble anymore, but to solidify their current territory, such as KTVs and taverns, preventing others from encroaching. The principle was to not provoke others unless provoked, but they also needed the confidence to overturn the table if necessary. What is this? Zhang Yu noticed several documents, a USB drive, and a phone on the cluttered table. Master, here are some important details about the key figures we have gathered. Do you need a copy? I can get it to you right away, said Yazi. Is there one about me? Zhang Yu smiled. Master. Yazi was startled and knelt on one knee. I absolutely wouldn't dare to investigate you, but for your safety, we conducted an investigation on the people around you. If you don't like it, I can destroy it immediately. I was just asking, you don't need to be afraid. Zhang Yu understood that Yazi was just fulfilling her duty as a subordinate. It was essential to know the background of the people around him to prevent any harm. However, the fact that nothing had been reported indicated that the people he encountered were all innocent and posed no threat. Even without her investigation, he already knew that. However, Master, there is something you might not know, Yazi said. What is it? One of your tenants, Di Shiba, has had a checkup at the hospital and is likely pregnant. What? Zhang Yu's pupils widened at this news. How shocking. He had only learned about Lu Hanxiao's situation through Sumei. Yazi's words were unlikely to be false. Could it be that Di Shiba was also? This news truly caught Zhang Yu off guard. I don't know how you plan to handle this, but if you need us, we can. Those who often create surprises know how to do things without leaving a trace. What are you talking about? Zhang Yu glanced at Yazi. You are sincere enough, but I said not to take matters into your own hands. Yes, Master. Yazi's face turned pale. All right, you should rest well. I'll go back and take a look. Zhang Yu stood up. If he didn't return soon, it felt like chaos would ensue at home. Should this news be described as a surprise or a shock? How could everything come together like this? At that moment, at Jiangqing International Airport, Sumei was also picking up Lu Hanxiao and the other two. You are that Officer Su from the internet, right? I've heard of you, Pan Yuyo said somewhat familiarly. You've heard of me? Sumei felt a bit embarrassed. It couldn't be about the time she accidentally crashed into Zhang Yu's car, could it? She wanted to forget that incident, but someone always brought it up. Alright, Yu Yao, weren't you just saying you were tired? Rest for a bit, and I'll call you when we arrive, Lu Hanxiao said from the passenger seat. Seeing the car back in her best friend's hands, Sumei assumed she must have met Zhang Yu. Okay, then I'll keep quiet. Pan Yuyo wisely shut her mouth. Does Di Shiba look a bit unwell? Sumei glanced at Di Shiba, who was resting her eyes against the seat. She should be. She hasn't been feeling well since we got on the plane a few days ago, Lu Hanxiao replied, not wanting to reveal Di Shiba's true condition to Sumei. If her best friend found out, who knew what her reaction would be? Then I'll drive more steadily, Sumei said. After a while, seeing that the two girls in the back had fallen asleep with soft snores, she quietly asked, Hanxiao, what are your thoughts on that matter? Don't talk about it in the car, Lu Hanxiao said nervously. This is my only chance to see you. Once we go back, when will I have the opportunity to ask you again? Sumei replied. I haven't figured it out yet, Lu Hanxiao said, feeling confused. However, your flight turned around midway, which shows that Zhang Yu really cares, Sumei noted. Is it Zhang Yu? Lu Hanxiao was surprised. Now she finally realized he could command an entire airline, which was a solid confirmation. Recalling a few previous events, every time something related to Zhang Yu came up, things would resolve particularly well. This time, he even had a plane that was still abroad turn around and fly back to Jiangcheng. The energy needed behind the scenes and the parties that had to be coordinated, just thinking about it made one's head spin. It seemed that Zhang Yu was not only their landlord but also their boss. Previously, there was no solid evidence, but this time it was confirmed. That's right, Sumei nodded. So I can't figure it out either. Zhang Yu is only 22 years old. How does he have such power? How did he manage it? Science could no longer explain it. It could only be explained on a metaphysical level. Could it be that Zhang Yu's biological father is some hidden super big shot? That's how it's written in novels, Lu Hanxiao said. You should read fewer tomato novels. There aren't that many hidden big shots, Sumei laughed. Seeing her best friend talk about her as if she were Panyuing, Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but want to teach a lesson to her good friend. Hey, don't mess around, I'm driving, Sumei dodged. What if something happens to you? One corpse, two lives, how will I face Zhang Yu then? What one corpse, two lives? At that moment, Pan Yueying suddenly opened her eyes. What are you talking about? I want to hear. No, you don't want to hear. Lu Hanxiao quickly muted her microphone. Yueying, we're talking about a plot in a novel, Sumei quickly explained. Novel? Ha ha ha. Pan Yueying laughed. I love reading novels. I used to think they were all fake, but now I realize there are people like that around me. Lu Hanxiao and Sumei exchanged glances, knowing who Pan Yueying was referring to. Why aren't you responding? This is boring. Just as she was about to continue, seeing that they weren't responding, her enthusiasm waned. Sigh, Sumei thought to herself. Pan Yueying was still too young. If she knew about her sister's current situation, that would be truly dramatic. Lu Hanxiao also wore a face of grievance. She didn't know when or how to tell Pan Yueying. If she told her, would she feel deceived? It might ruin their sisterhood. At that moment, the car turned a corner and arrived at the entrance of a community. On the giant stone at the entrance were the words Binjiang Mansion. Xiaoba, we've arrived. Wake up, Lu Hanxiao called out. Di Xiaoba rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked ahead, and indeed, they had arrived. Finally here. Pan Yueying perked up again. These past few days, I really didn't know how I got through. Ah, my bed, I miss you. After the car stopped, she was the first to get out and go to the trunk to grab her things. She seemed particularly energetic, as if she had just been fully charged. Sumei was also infected by this mood. Wasn't she just a larger version of Sasha? Unfortunately, the two of them didn't know each other and had no intersection in life. Otherwise, they would definitely be good friends who could have fun together. Xiaoba, why are you still sitting there? We've all arrived, Pan Yueying urged when she saw her slow movements. Yueying, if you can't wait, just take your things upstairs first, Lu Hanxiao said to her. We'll finish up behind you, you always leave things behind. Then I'll go up first. Turn on the lights and the air conditioning, Pan Yueying said carelessly. As she walked to the entrance of the hall, she saw someone coming towards her. Ah, the landlord? Seeing Zhang Yu approaching, Pan Yueying's heart stirred again. After a few days apart, why did he seem even more handsome? No, this time the feeling was different from before. Previously, it was pure admiration without any thoughts of romance. But today, Pan Yueying's second reaction upon seeing Zhang Yu was that her stomach growled. Isn't it tiring to carry the box? Hurry up and go. Zhang Yu smiled at her. Then I'll go up first. Pan Yuyao lowered her head and said softly before heading upstairs. Zhang Yu walked out of the hall and saw Lu Hanxiao and a few others. Back already? Zhang Yu smiled. Lu Hanxiao looked at his smile, which seemed different from usual. There was more emotion in it, like concern and a hint of worry. Could it be because he knew about her situation? Did this matter have such a significant impact on people? Was Zhang Yu already prepared to take responsibility? Lu Hanxiao felt happy inside. The previous tension had eased considerably. In fact, she had prepared for the worst, thinking that they could just act as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang Yu's reaction had calmed her down quite a bit. But then, glancing at Di Xiaoba beside her, she felt troubled again. Sumei had told him, but he still didn't know about Di Xiaoba's situation. Xiaoba had called her sister Xiao for so long, and after years of being together, their bond was like that of real sisters. At this moment, she naturally had to act like an older sister. However, she was unaware that Zhang Yu already knew about Di Xiaoba's situation. So she nodded. Yeah, I'm back. Then she supported Di Xiaoba's arm. Di Xiaoba has not been feeling well these past few days. Let's take her back to rest. Okay. Zhang Yu glanced at Di Xiaoba and nodded with a smile. Xiongtingting is at home and has prepared some food. Let's go back and eat something first. Well, about that, Sumei said. Zhang Yu, I won't go up. My dad is still waiting for me at home. As she spoke, she exchanged a glance with Lu Hanxiao. Then you be careful on the way. Seeing her best friend about to leave, Lu Hanxiao had no intention of holding her back. True best friends wouldn't be so polite. When they said they had something to do, they really did. After that, Zhang Yu and Lu Hanxiao returned home. Everyone's back. I made chicken soup. Come and have some. Xiongtingting brought out a clay pot from the kitchen. Sister Xiao, Xiaoba, come and drink. Pan Yuyo sat at the dining table. I've already had a bowl. Tingting's chicken soup is really delicious. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Lu Hanxiao initially wanted to decline, feeling a bit guilty for always having Xiongtingting cook. She wasn't a servant in this house. However, thinking about her current special situation, she figured she should drink some chicken soup to nourish herself. Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. With Tingting in the house, things will be easier from now on. With such a good cook, her burden might become heavier in the future. Zhang Yu, I have something I want to tell you. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Lu Hanxiao opened her mouth, ready to lay everything on the table. At that moment, Zhang Yu said, before you say anything, I have something to tell you too. What is it, landlord? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but be curious. These past few days, I've set my sights on a villa, 4 stories high, with a private garden. Zhang Yu said, I've already paid the deposit. I want to move there. Ha, landlord, you're moving? Pan Yuyao, unaware of the situation, exclaimed. So, are you selling this place? Her mood suddenly dropped. Where did you get that idea? Zhang Yu laughed. That villa is more spacious and won't be disturbed. I think it's better than here. No matter how upscale this Binjiang mansion community is, there are still other residents in the same building. It's inevitable that there will be too many people and too much noise. You all can move over together. The rent will still be the same as before, Zhang Yu said with a smile. I think it's great, I agree to move. Lu Huanxiao nodded at this moment and said. Although Zhang Yu didn't say it, she guessed his intention. Moving to the villa would allow for a more secure living situation. After all, you are unmarried, and I am unmarried. If such a thing were to get out, it wouldn't be good for either of us. His business is currently on the rise. Lu Huanxiao expressed her understanding and was the first to stand up and agree. Landlord. At this moment, Di Xiaoba beside her also spoke up. Is the house over there newly renovated or what? She was a bit worried that if it had just been renovated, the environment might not be very good. Although she didn't know how to handle it right now, it was better not to take the risk if the environment was harmful. If it really came to that, she would have to rent a place elsewhere. The house is a second-hand property, renovated a long time ago, but it hasn't been lived in much, so it can be considered new. The comfort level is quite good, Zhang Yu said, subconsciously glancing at Di Xiaoba's belly. He was also puzzled, feeling that fate was playing tricks on him. How did it happen so suddenly? Moreover, at that time, it was clearly, wait, why do I feel like you guys are talking strangely? Pan Yuyo spoke up. What's wrong? Alright, you should go wash up and sleep. Didn't you say you were tired? Lu Huanxiao said. No, you guys are hiding something from me. Pan Yuyao's eyes darted around. Landlord, are you planning to move to the villa because you want to hire a few maids or servants to come home? Pan Yuyao asked at that moment. Why do you say that? Lu Huanxiao felt a bit nervous and quickly asked. Sister Xiao, I'm asking the landlord. Why are you so nervous? Pan Yuyao said. I say this because I just heard that this villa has a lot of rooms. And now, Bijiang Mansion is already enough to live in. So, I guess that moving to the villa means having extra rooms for maids to live in, Pan Yuyao speculated. That's right, you guessed it correctly. Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. So landlord, is it because we don't do housework well or cook well? Pan Yuyao pouted and asked. Alright, you should go wash up and sleep. Why are you so curious? Lu Huanxiao placed her hands on her shoulders and pushed her towards the bathroom. This little girl, if she kept asking, it would really be bad if she found out something. Okay then. Pan Yuyao had no choice but to go wash up first. Lu Huanxiao let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yu glanced at Di Xiaoba again. You should also sleep early, you can't stay up late. Her mental state was clearly worse than Lu Huanxiao's. One could only say that such a low probability could still happen. It really was time to buy a lottery ticket. However, since this matter was already in front of him, he had to face it well. The villa he was preparing to buy was also for future plans. However, Zhang Yu was still quite happy inside. Generally, when people encounter this kind of thing, they would be flustered and confused. But he was different. With his current financial level, there was no need to worry at all. So why worry? Xiaoba, you should also rest early. After Lu Huanxiao finished speaking, she glanced at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu saw the meaning in her eyes and said, You guys go ahead and be busy. I'll go to the second floor. Landlord, are you still having soup? The busy Xiong Tingting asked at that moment. I won't have any more, you should sleep early too. This Xiong Tingting was so virtuous that he didn't know how to face it. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he went upstairs. He lay on the bed in a big letter shape. Then he took out his phone and saw a message from the real estate agent Ding Weiwei. Mr. Shang, the villa owner has agreed to sell the house, and I'd negotiated the price down to 45 million. There's no way to lower it further. At the end, there was an awkward emoji. 45 million? He raised an eyebrow. This was 5 million less than Zhang Yu had anticipated. At the time, it was listed for 53 million, but his psychological price was 50 million. If the deal went through at this price, it would mean saving a significant amount. Ding Weiwei truly lived up to her role as a real estate agent, saving herself such a large sum. Initially, she felt indifferent, whether it was 50 million or 45 million. It didn't make much difference to her. However, saving 5 million was naturally a good thing. This made Zhang Yu feel that Ding Weiwei was not just a real estate agent anymore. In her heart, she was genuinely thinking of him. When she said she would help him negotiate, it wasn't just casual talk, she had taken it to heart. 45 million sounds great. Thank you, Zhang Yu replied. After such a discount, let me treat you to a meal once the deal is done. Mr. Shang, you are too polite. Selling this villa is something I should be thanking you for. She had never seen such a big deal before. Ding Weiwei's hands trembled as she typed the message. It seemed both parties had no objections, and once the villa was sold, it meant a commission of hundreds of thousands was in her pocket. Mr. Zhang, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to schedule a time for us to sign the transaction contract. Ding Weiwei was worried about any unforeseen complications. She also planned to treat Zhang Yu to a meal after signing the contract to express her gratitude. Sure, see you tomorrow. After Zhang Yu finished replying, he exited WeChat. Then he noticed the time on his phone. It had just turned midnight. Perfect. There were new blind boxes to draw from. He didn't want to wait a moment longer, so he immediately activated the system. Then, on the 9-grid drawing page that popped up, he randomly selected one of the blind boxes. It didn't matter what he picked. The outcome had already been determined. This was merely a formality. Soon, as the system's drawing interface appeared, a new reward came into view. Congratulations, host! You have drawn a blind box, 5-star luxury cruise ship Tianha. The cost of this cruise ship exceeds 5 billion, with over 10 levels of space, equivalent to 25 stories high. The ship is 330 meters long and has a displacement of 130,000 tons. It is equipped with 10 helipads. It has 2,000 cabins of various classes, with over 5,000 square meters of commercial shopping streets, restaurants, and entertainment rooms. Wow! Zhang Yu was astonished. He had seen this in the news before. It was one of the world's top luxury cruise ships, registered in Manhwa. With complete facilities and routes covering the globe, it could be called a palace on the sea. This was getting interesting. Besides flying in the sky, now he had something swimming in the water as well. Zhang Yu suppressed his excitement and looked at the subsequent introduction. On the Tianha, there are over 800 employees, including waiters, crew members, and chefs. The maximum capacity can exceed 5,000 people. The ticket prices range from 3,888 to 18,888 yuan per person, and the total ticket revenue can reach up to 25 million yuan when fully booked. Each voyage lasts about a week. Goodness! Upon seeing this, Zhang Yu realized that this ship could bring in 100 million in revenue in just a month. And that was just from ticket sales. The entertainment on board was charged separately, which could be just as lucrative. Moreover, there were also gambling and entertainment industries on board. Many big shots loved to indulge in fun activities, so they would board the ship and head out to international waters. Zhang Yu had only seen such things in movies but had never witnessed them firsthand. Now that he had acquired this ship, he was a bit curious. According to the system's information, the Tianha was currently docked at Jiangcheng port. The next voyage would depart from Jiangcheng, passing through Jinling City, the Magic City, and then to several neighboring countries before returning. Due to the fact that the Tianha cruise ship is currently the only one of its kind and a top-tier 5-star cruise liner, all its configurations are extremely luxurious. Therefore, even though the ticket prices are high, many wealthy individuals are still eager to purchase them. It's akin to a superstar concert where VIP ticket prices soar into the tens of thousands, yet there are still plenty of people willing to pay. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think that he had been busy with company matters lately and hadn't had much time to enjoy himself. Moreover, Lu Hanshao and the others were also on holiday. This was a perfect opportunity to change their travel plans. Taking a cruise was a very good choice. With such a large cruise ship, the journey would be very stable, eliminating the possibility of bumps and seasickness. Additionally, the cruise ship was equipped with a hospital. After confirming this, he called the cruise operation office using the contact information provided by the system. At that moment, even though it was 12 o'clock, the cruise office was still processing ticketing for passengers. When they saw that President Zhang was calling, the staff were surprised. Just a few minutes ago, they had learned about the sudden change of ownership of the cruise ship. Why was the boss calling personally now? Was he checking on the work situation? For a moment, they felt a bit nervous, unsure of how to respond. What's going on? At that moment, a woman in a qipao approached. The high-slit qipao revealed her long, shapely legs. Seeing the situation, she frowned. Why aren't you answering the phone? Didn't I say that you must pick up within 2 rings? As the year-end approached, things had been quite busy. Normal updates would resume in a few days. Next, there would be a side story about boarding the cruise. I plan to bring 2 to 3 female characters on board, and there will also be a few new characters appearing on the ship. Everyone, which characters from before would you like to see again? What are your expectations for the new characters? Feel free to leave a message. The Tianha cruise ship is one of the most high-end and prestigious cruise liners in the world. The high fees are justified not only by its superior configurations but also by the best service. Therefore, to serve customers with the best attitude, there are also requirements for the timeliness of answering calls. They must be picked up within 2 rings. Those who fail to do so will have their wages deducted. These staff members had almost never made such mistakes before. What was going on today? Manager Shun, it's not a customer, it's the boss calling. The boss? The new boss? Shanao Shang, the cruise general manager in the qipao, was also somewhat surprised. She had only learned about the change of ownership of the Tianha cruise ship a few minutes ago. Shanao Shang quickly took the call. Hello, President Zhang. Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Yu was not surprised. He found the voice quite pleasant, full of magnetism. He then asked, when is the next sailing of the Tianha? President Zhang, it's the day after tomorrow, Xiao replied. Do you have any instructions? Not really, Zhang Yu said. I just wanted to let you know that I'm planning to take a few people on the ship for a few days. Please reserve 4 to 5 rooms for me. Okay, President Zhang, I'll take care of it right away. Hearing that Zhang Yu was only calling to reserve rooms, Xiao felt a sigh of relief. Does President Zhang have any other instructions? I can have the staff prepare in advance. No, that's all. You can go ahead and handle it, Zhang Yu said before hanging up. With just a simple sentence, the cruise staff immediately got busy. Xiao instructed the staff to quickly take down the presidential suite with 3 sea view sides and a few attached smaller rooms. The presidential suite was located on the top second level, offering an excellent view. Moreover, the room area reached 300 square meters, making it a true luxury residence at sea. The external price for the presidential suite was 200,000 per night. At this sky-high price, it is still in short supply. Just as the listings were taken down, a client's call came in. Hello, what's going on with your Tianha? Why isn't the largest presidential suite for sale anymore? I'm very sorry, but the presidential suite has been booked, Xiao replied. What? Someone's competing with me? Let Manager Shen speak. I am Xiao, she said with a slight smile. Ah, Manager Shen, the voice on the other end changed tone. I've already shaken hands with the deal. You can't just deny me the booking, right? I truly apologize, but the person who wants the room has a status even more distinguished than yours. If that person is displeased, I'm afraid you. Alright, fine, then I'll take another room. Upon hearing that someone of higher status was involved, the caller immediately backed down. For the sake of client privacy, Xiao would certainly not disclose the guest's identity. But since she dared to say that, if it really was someone of greater status, it would be troublesome to offend them. They all move in the same circles. If conflicts arise and someone gets upset, it could lead to serious issues down the line. After sending off this client, Xiao let out a sigh of relief. In her 2.5 years as the general manager of the cruise, she had encountered all kinds of clients. This had honed her ability to handle various situations. Manager Shen, what did they say? A staff member asked cautiously. The room is reserved for General Zhang, Xiao said. Instruct the housekeeping department to send 20 people for a thorough cleaning of the room, leaving no corner untouched. All bedding and linens should be replaced with the best. Also, increase the security personnel from 4 to 8 starting tomorrow, until General Zhang's trip is over. No unauthorized personnel should be allowed near. At the same time, the entire ship needs a thorough deep clean. Notify all 800 staff members to hurry up. There will be rewards for those who finish on time. Since General Zhang was going out for leisure, they naturally had to present the best side of things. Manager Shen oversaw the operation of the cruise and had a high degree of autonomy in decision-making. Transactions under 5 million could be handled without reporting to the boss, just needing to coordinate with finance. Thus, she managed the staff exceptionally well. Yes, Manager Shen. The staff member received the order and immediately went to execute it. After giving her instructions, Xiao finally had a moment to relax. She glanced at her phone again, looking at the information and photos of Zhang Yu. Curiosity began to stir within her. Even in his ID photo, he was incredibly handsome. Moreover, according to the information, he was only 22 years old and stood 185 centimeters tall. At such a young age, he had become the owner of the Tianha, valued at 5 billion. What was his background? She couldn't help but start imagining what it would be like when Zhang Yu personally visited the Tianha. Xiao was the general manager of the 5-star cruise ship Tianha, managing 800 staff members on board. Crew members, chefs, engineers, security, waitstaff, she was fully responsible for everything inside and out. Everyone in every position answered to her. This cruise ship, costing over 5 billion and generating more than 3 billion in annual revenue, was essentially a mobile large-scale public company. Therefore, Xiao had seen all kinds of wealthy individuals. Especially on this ship, it was a favored leisure venue for big shots from various fields. But this was the first time Xiao felt a sense of curiosity towards a wealthy person. It was no wonder. A person so young yet so wealthy is not the son of any prominent family. It's as if the wealth appeared out of nowhere, as if it were simply conjured into existence. How could one not be curious? However, Xiao had no time to think further. Her private phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was a big shot from Jiangcheng with a fortune exceeding 50 billion. Manager Shen, I heard the best suite has been booked? That's right, boss, it's no longer available for sale. Xiao replied. Who could it be that made you take the listing down so early? The person on the other end was also quite curious. I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that. Xiao insisted on her professional boundaries. She wouldn't say a word about what shouldn't be revealed. Moreover, the one wanting the room was her own boss. Alright, it seems I wasn't mistaken. There must be a super big shot boarding. The boss on the other end then asked, so what rooms are still available? Boss, currently there are a few third-class rooms left. Third class? The boss was clearly surprised. With my 50 billion, I can't even get priority? Is this ticket really that hard to grab? In the past, even if I couldn't get a special suite, I could at least get a first-class one. I'm sorry, but it's really only third class left. Xiaoshuang replied. No matter how many billions you have, I don't care. The special suite is for the boss. The first-class rooms are also reserved for the boss's friends. Others can only start booking from the second-class rooms at most. Well then, third class it is. The person on the other end had no choice but to accept. It was rumored that a big shot would appear on this trip. Such an opportunity doesn't come often. Various powerful figures would reveal their true nature on an uncontrollable cruise ship. Besides being able to indulge in activities they wouldn't dare to on land, more importantly, the occasional appearance of a few big shots on board is a great opportunity for business resource integration. There's a myth circulating in the industry. Some companies on the brink of bankruptcy saw their owners board a ship, and upon returning, the companies were revitalized. No one knows whose connections they tapped into. It's just very magical. Therefore, many people book this ticket not just for leisure. Encountering some mysterious big shots in the restaurant, dance hall, or card room is also what they look forward to. Regardless of whether they have connections or not, they'll give it a shot. After Xiaoshuang processed the ticket for the third-class room, most of the cabins on the ship were already booked, leaving very few available. The tickets were divided into 5 classes. The special class is the presidential suite, the first class is the executive suite, the second class is the standard suite, the third class is the high-end standard room, and the fourth class is the ordinary window-side standard room. Even the fifth class, which is the interior cabin without a window, had long been sold out. She then rubbed her temples and looked out at the ship. Through the porthole, she saw a long line of young women dressed flamboyantly boarding the ship one by one. So many people? Xiaoshuang found it a bit strange. This was double the number from the previous trip. They were all there to perform on the ship. Before boarding, they had to register their personal information. Moreover, they had to hand over their phones, watches, and any devices with recording or filming capabilities. They would get them back after disembarking. This was also to protect the privacy of those on board, preventing any leaks. As for why they did this, Xiaoshuang didn't want to inquire too much. However, it was indeed unusual to see so many people. Next, the registration officer at the dock called out. A few young girls stepped forward and handed over their phones. Then they took a piece of paper to register. In the occupation column, they each filled in dancer, DJ, tea artist. After completing the registration, they were allowed to proceed. The group walked towards the ship. Looking at the magnificent Tianhe, they couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Wow, this is the Tianhe. Seeing this cruise ship in person feels like a dream. It's just so luxurious. How can there be such wonderful things in the world? I can't wait to look forward to the upcoming journey. The young girls boarding the ship chattered excitedly. I heard there are all kinds of entertainment on the cruise, tennis courts, swimming pools, bars, gyms, and even an indoor theme park. I've seen it countless times online, but I didn't expect to actually be here today. Maybe I'll even meet my crush. Oh my, I feel like I'm in the movie Titanic. Pfft, don't say that. It's bad luck. Their faces were youthful, and they were filled with freshness at the luxurious Tianhe. Look, another group of new girls is boarding. They're really beautiful. In the lower levels of the Tianhe, in a few rooms by the dock, someone saw a row of young girls boarding the ship, their eyes filled with amazement. If these girls were in schools, they'd all be the campus beauties, really a feast for the eyes. So what if they're campus beauties? On this ship, they're at the bottom of the food chain. Who says? Aren't the lowest tier the crew members like us? That's true, but as long as we can earn a salary, it's fine. Manager Shin pays us quite well every month. Manager Shin is just managing for the boss. The money belongs to the boss. Speaking of the boss, have you heard? The owner of the Tianhe has changed. A group of crew members shifted from talking about campus beauties to the boss. How could they change? I haven't heard a thing. The transactions at the upper levels are top secrets. By the time we crew members find out, it's already the final result. Sigh, you can't compare. This is the world of the rich. Even on a ship, the hierarchy is so strict. Alright, stop chatting and hurry up to rest. We need to prepare for the final work before the ship sets sail at dawn. It was already late at night. They felt unsatisfied, thinking this journey might be even more special. At this moment, Xiaoshuang was also heading towards the presidential suite surrounded by the sea, checking how the staff was cleaning the room. The boss, Zhang Yu, was about to board the ship soon, so he couldn't be careless. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yu's side, after resting for a night, he woke up and walked to the living room on the first floor, where he saw Tingting busy in the kitchen making breakfast. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was irresistible. Zhang Yu's stomach growled. He was indeed hungry. "Landlord, you're awake?" Tingting turned around upon hearing the noise, smiling sweetly. "Breakfast will be ready soon. Please wait at the dining table. In the future, don't call me landlord anymore." Zhang Yu thought to himself, since he had communicated deeply with Tingting, she was no longer considered a stranger. It felt a bit inappropriate to keep calling her that. "Ha!" Tingting's face visibly showed panic. She seemed flustered, unsure of what she had done wrong. "Look at you, you're scared." Zhang Yu chuckled. "I mean, you can use another title from now on. What should I call you?" Tingting lowered her head, feeling uneasy. "Just take your time to adjust." Zhang Yu smiled. "From now on, you can call me Brother Yu." I can't." Her head lowered even further. "Alright, it's settled then." Zhang Yu said. "What did you make for breakfast?" "I made some scallion pancakes, steamed a basket of buns, cooked a soup with white fungus and lotus seeds, and made a treasure porridge." Tingting replied. "That's quite a spread. Did you make all of it yourself?" "Yes, the ingredients outside aren't fresh, so I bought the raw materials and made it myself." Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile. "You cook so thoughtfully and it's delicious. What if I get spoiled? Is this how to win a man's heart?" "Ha, I never thought of it that way." Tingting became even more nervous. "Who says it's only a man's stomach? We have ours too." At that moment, Lu Hanxiao's voice came over. "You're awake?" Zhang Yu turned around to see her and smiled. "I thought you would sleep a bit longer." "I'm not as young as they are. I need less sleep." Lu Hanxiao walked over. "Sister Xiao, breakfast will be ready soon," Tingting said. "Tingting, I feel bad about this. I can't keep making you cook breakfast every day." Lu Hanxiao felt a bit guilty. She wasn't their servant. "It's fine, I'm used to it. If I don't do something, I feel empty." She smiled shyly. "Alright, you should sit down. Your health is important," Zhang Yu quickly said. "Sister Xiao, are you feeling unwell? If not, I can make you some medicinal porridge to help," Tingting said from the side. "I'm fine." Lu Hanxiao shouted a bit nervously, realizing her tone was off. She softened it. "You don't need to fuss over me. I'm okay." Saying this, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yu. She wished she could swallow him whole. It was all his fault, and this matter was still unresolved. Lu Hanxiao couldn't make up her mind and didn't know how to handle it. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be. "By the way," Zhang Yu said at that moment, "aren't you all on break for the next week? Let's go out to sea for some fun." "Out to sea?" Lu Hanxiao frowned. "Is that a good idea? The waves at sea can be quite rough." "It's fine, I'd booked the Tianhe cruise ship. The route is all near shore. We won't go far." It seemed Zhang Yu noticed Lu Hanxiao's worries. "Tianhe?" Tingting's eyes lit up at the name. This was the most luxurious 5-star cruise ship in the world, and she had long admired it. She wanted to go, but thinking about starting her job at the bank soon, she quickly dismissed the idea. "Sister Xiao, since Brother Yu said so, you should go." Tingting smiled. "I'll stay home. I need to ask Shouba and Yuyo what they think before deciding." "Alright, you all discuss where to go. Why didn't you call us?" At that moment, Pan Yuyao and Di Sheba also walked out of the room. "We're taking the Tianhe, going out to sea." Zhang Yu smiled. "Great, landlord, going out to sea sounds fun. Take me with you." Pan Yuyao couldn't help but jump up. "Yuyao." Lu Hanxiao shot her a glare. "You're still in your pajamas, be mindful." With that jump, Zhang Yu saw everything. "Oh," Pan Yuyao quieted down. "Landlord, then I want to go." "Okay, you're in." Zhang Yu didn't care how she called him. Anyway, she was carefree. Who knows how she would call him next time. "Then, I'll go too." Lu Hanxiao was worried about Pan Yuyao being out of her sight. "Shaba, what about you?" "You all go. I want to rest for a few days." Di Sheba looked like she hadn't fully recovered yet. "Then what will you do alone at home?" Lu Hanxiao was concerned about her health but didn't know how to say it. Usually, it would be fine, but now it was a special situation. "Sister Xiao, don't worry, I'll be at home. I promise to take good care of Sheba." Tingting volunteered. "Alright, it's settled then. You two go, and you two stay home." Zhang Yu made the decision. "Pack your things today, and get ready to set off. Does anyone have any questions?" "I do." Pan Yuyo raised her hand. "Go ahead." Zhang Yu smiled. "I heard that the Tianhe cruise ship will be going out to international waters. The rumors online are incredible, saying that once you're in international waters, there are no rules and absolutely no taboos, right? What's wrong? Are you scared?" "That's great." Pan Yuyo became excited again. "I just want to experience that feeling of breaking taboos and being reckless. I can't wait to go now." "Well, you're thinking too much," Zhang Yu said. "The Tianhe isn't a lawless place, it's just relatively unrestrained. Of the 800 employees on the Tianhe, 300 are responsible for security, fully equipped with weapons. This is to prevent anyone from causing trouble on the ship. Of course, things will definitely be a bit chaotic. Even on land, fights often break out in nightclubs and bars. On the ship, with people from different regions and countries letting loose, conflicts are inevitable. However, most conflicts can be effectively controlled and won't escalate. Ah, so there are still people in charge? Pan Yuyao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Yuyao, if there were no one in charge, you'd be targeted as soon as you got on the ship. Once at sea, with no help around, who could save you? Lu Hanxiao couldn't help but explain the seriousness to her. Yeah, Yuyao, it's all fun and games, but you still have to pay attention to safety out there, Xiaoba also reminded her. Hee, I'm not afraid, Zhang Yu will protect me, Pan Yuyao said, then laughed. Di Xiaoba and Lu Hanxiao exchanged glances upon hearing this. This time, she might really be walking into a tiger's den. Would the three sisters face total annihilation? Moreover, even if Pan Yuyao didn't have those thoughts in her mind, would Zhang Yu, this teddy bear, let her off? And once on the ship, it would be like a deserted island, spending day and night together. Who knows what might happen? With this in mind, their gazes turned to Zhang Yu again. You want me to protect you? He smiled. Yes. Pan Yuyao nodded. That's not impossible, but you have to agree to one condition, Zhang Yu said. What condition? Once you get on the ship, you can't run around. You also have to accept my random checks at any time, he stated his condition. The Tianhe cruise ship is over 300 meters long and 80 meters wide, with a single floor area as large as 3 football fields. Not to mention there are 10 floors in total. This doesn't even include the hangars and equipment rooms below deck. Just 3 seconds of inattention, and you could lose sight of someone. Random checks? The 3 flight attendants were a bit confused. I mean, even if you're out of my sight, you still have to let me know where you are at all times. You can't go off the grid, Zhang Yu thought. Pan Yuyao looked bewildered. However, the expressions of Lu Hanxiao and Di Xiaoba clearly indicated they were thinking inappropriately. That's no problem. I can share my location with you 800 times a day, as long as you don't mind, Pan Yuyao seemed to agree. Since that's the case, then let's prepare well, Zhang Yu smiled. Once we're ready, we'll set off. Then I'll go pack now. Upon hearing they could go out to play, Pan Yuyao was genuinely happy. After working continuously for so long, flying every day, she finally encountered a holiday. Xiaoba, are you really not going? Lu Hanxiao turned to ask Di Xiaoba. I'll just rest at home for a few days, Xiaoba smiled. She actually wanted to go out and have fun. However, after receiving the hospital's test results, she didn't want to take that risk. It was better to stay home and recuperate. She hadn't told Zhang Yu yet and didn't want to. Better to keep it a secret until it was impossible to hide anymore. Then she would explain. With this thought, she secretly glanced at Zhang Yu. Whether he acknowledges it or not, I won't regret it, Di Xiaoba thought to herself. Over the years of working, aside from necessary rent and living expenses, she had saved some money. Xiao Jia, you can rest assured and go out to have fun. I'm here at home. Seeing Lu Hanxiao's worries, Xiong Tingting said from the side. She brought out a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup. Xiao Jia, try this sweet soup. It's very nourishing. Thank you, Tingting, for bringing it yourself. Lu Hanxiao felt a bit embarrassed. Xiao Jia, you usually take good care of me. This is nothing. Xiong Tingting smiled. All right, you two don't get too sisterly now. Zhang Yu said, then for these few days, I'll leave the house to you. Although Di Xiaoba hadn't told him, he already knew. After all, Xiong Tingting was also a girl. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu sent a message to Yezi. I'm going out for a few days. Have someone keep an eye on the house. No mistakes allowed. Yes, master. Yezi quickly replied. Please rest assured, I will send my most capable subordinates to guard Bijang Mansion. Then, she assigned tasks to her subordinates. The most convenient place to observe Bijang Mansion was to rent 2 apartments nearby. Keep an eye on any suspicious movements around. Zhang Yu still felt a bit uneasy, so after finishing his instructions with Yezi, he stepped aside and called Su Mei. Officer Su, I have something to ask of you. He got straight to the point, skipping any small talk. Oh, the all-capable Mr. Zhang, it's been a while since you found me? Su Mei's tone on the other end was a mix of surprise, astonishment, pride, and a hint of delight. Her emotions shifted complexly in just a few seconds. I'm going out to sea with your best friend for a few days, but there are a few girls staying at home. Could you please increase the patrol frequency? Zhang Yu felt like an old father, uneasy before leaving, wanting to clarify everything. Only by informing both sides could he ensure Bijang Mansion was protected without any blind spots. One bright, one dark, each performing their duties. But I'm still a new officer, I don't have that much authority to mobilize. Su Mei said, then sighed. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since it's Mr. Zhang's request, you can rest assured. Thank you, Officer Su. By the way, which ship are you taking and where are you going? Tianhe, the route starts from Jiangcheng, goes out to sea, and heads north, passing through several neighboring countries. Why do you ask? Zhang Yu was curious. Is it wrong to ask? Really? Upon hearing this, Sume felt a bit flustered. Wait, I'm a criminal police officer. I've caught so many criminals. Why should I be afraid of him? Maybe there was still a bit of worry in her heart. Thinking of this, she straightened her chest. Then you take good care of my best friend. If she loses even a hair, I won't let you off. Hearing that Zhang Yu understood her thoughts. He just smiled. Alright, I'm going to pack my things. On the other end, Sume, after hearing the call hang up, was still in a daze. Sha leaned over. Today, she happened to be visiting Sume's house. Sister Sume, are you in love? No, why do you ask that? Sume was startled. The tone you just used had a hint of coquetry and a naturally flowing smile. You wouldn't act like that towards someone you don't like. Sha had a knowing expression. Really? Sume awkwardly touched her face. You little girl, what do you know about love? She found a reason to counter. In my opinion, the person you were talking to on the phone just now was Zhang Yu, right? Sha asked again. How did you know? Sume couldn't help but widen her eyes. This little cousin, who had just turned 19, was becoming increasingly clever. There were many things she couldn't hide from her anymore. It's really a headache, and I don't know who can handle this little demoness. That's simple. The only guy you've been in contact with recently is him. Sasha couldn't help but gossip. What has he told you? Share, I want to hear too. Well, eavesdropping on others isn't good, right? If you won't say, then I'll just go ask him myself. Sasha looked like she was about to leave. Hey, no, I'm scared of you now. Sume quickly grabbed her delicate white arm when she saw this. He said he wants to go out to sea for a few days and asked me to help look after the house. What? He's going out to sea for fun and not taking me? I'm going to make a scene. Upon hearing this, Sasha couldn't help but shout, over here. After discussing the personal matters at home and the company affairs, Zhang Yu, Lu Huanxiao, and Pan Yuya drove to the dock where the Tianhe cruise ship was moored. Along the way, Pan Yuya was the most excited, constantly dreaming about this trip, like a chattering little bird. Lu Huanxiao, however, didn't look as relaxed. Although she agreed to come out to play, she still felt uncertain about the environment on the ship. Moreover, she had to keep an eye on Pan Yuya. This was not a trip for fun, it was like going out to serve time. Although the Tianhe cruise ship was a top luxury cruise, its comfort was undoubtedly top-notch. When she was flying her route, she had heard several first-class passengers discussing how comfortable the journey on the Tianhe cruise ship was. Because the hull was large enough and the draft was heavy, it wasn't like those small dinghies, so it felt like walking on solid ground at sea. Even so, the Tianhe was still a watercraft. For the next few days, they would only be staying on this isolated island of several 100,000 square meters. She still felt uncertain. About half an hour later, traffic began to build up ahead. All these cars were heading to the dock. Zhang Yu glanced around. The car brands around were all luxury brands, with plenty of BMWs and Mercedes. Even the worst were luxury brands like BBC. That was normal. Anyone who could spend so much time on a trip and buy such expensive tickets must have a decent family background. Look, that's the Tianhe ahead. Pan Yuyao, sitting in the back seat, looked up at the massive structure docked at the pier. The Tianhe had 10 decks, and from the deck to the waterline, there were another 6 or 7 stories. The entire ship was nearly 20 stories high. How could one not look up? Zhang Yu also looked at the Tianhe and noticed that many people in the cars were sticking their phones out to take pictures of the magnificent ship. Being able to travel on this ship and post about it on social media would make one the most stylish person in their circle. A definite social currency. However, even the best phones couldn't capture the grandeur of the Tianhe from this angle. Not even with an ultra-wide lens. Zhang Yu looked at the massive Tianhe, and although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw it in person. No wonder it was the most luxurious cruise ship in the world. It could be called a palace on the sea. Moreover, this cruise ship was under his name. That made him feel a little smug inside. However, not many people knew about it. He couldn't just go around telling everyone that this cruise ship was his, could he? In fact, the wealthier people were, the more low-key they tended to be, because they had so many good things that they couldn't show them all off. Only those with a little money, who couldn't wait to let the whole world know, would boast. Hey, isn't that Zhang Yu? He's going out to play too? Someone in the traffic recognized Zhang Yu. He was now a celebrity in Jiangcheng. It was hard not to be recognized. Yeah, that's him. My goodness, this ship is indeed filled with rich people. He's got two beautiful women with him, how enviable. One is a mature woman and the other a twin-tailed loli. He really knows how to have fun. Even someone like Zhang Yu, a new rich guy from Jiangcheng, has boarded that presidential suite. Could it be reserved by him? Someone couldn't help but speculate. There's a possibility, but every time on the ship, there are hidden talents. Who knows if there are even bigger names? Right, look, there are many foreign friends too. They all seem to have quite a background. The passengers preparing to board were buzzing with discussion. They were curious about new rich guys like Zhang Yu and the various foreign faces. Some white foreigners were surrounded by a large group of bodyguards, possibly royalty. Others, wrapped in white turbans, were clearly oil tycoons. Just looking at them gave off a feeling of immense wealth. The women accompanying them barely showed more than their eyes. Among the crowd, some faces resembled those of Huagua people, but with single eyelids and small eyes. Even without speaking, it was clear they were from neighboring Confucian countries. In short, the boarding area looked like a world expo, with people from almost every country present. It was quite a spectacle. Wow, so many foreigners. I feel like this trip will be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get on board and spend. The passengers were getting excited. Alright, let's get off the car. Zhang Yu and his companions parked in the dock's parking lot. Then, they dragged a few suitcases out of the car. Two of the suitcases belonged to the two women. Zhang Yu found it troublesome, so he didn't bring anything this time. On such a large cruise ship, there were supermarkets and duty-free shops. Daily necessities, clothes, towels, and such were easy to buy. Even if he didn't buy anything, he could just mention it to the cruise's general manager, Shanao Xiang, and she would take care of it. At that moment, Shanao Xiang was at the boarding entrance, anxiously watching the crowd of people boarding. Why hadn't General Manager Zhang arrived yet? It looked like the ship was already filled with 70 to 80% of the guests. Shanao Xiang was a bit anxious, wondering if she should call General Manager Zhang, but she was afraid he might be busy and it could upset him. While her mind was in turmoil, her gaze swept through the crowd. Finally, she spotted General Manager Zhang. Although she had never seen him in person before, Zhang Yu naturally exuded a distinct aura that set him apart from others. He was calm and low-key, yet easily recognizable. Plus, at 185 centimeters tall, he stood out in a region where the average height was 170 centimeters. On either side of Zhang Yu were two stunning beauties. One had an outstanding mature woman vibe, cold and stunning. The other had twin tails, radiating youthful energy. They must also have special identities to be out at sea with General Manager Zhang. Shanao Xiang hurried over. She called out to Zhang Yu, "General Manager Zhang, you finally made it." General Manager? Lu Huanqiu and Pan Yuyao, who were nearby, were curious upon hearing this title. They exchanged glances. Zhang Yu gave Shanao Xiang a look. She immediately realized that these two beauties didn't know the cruise was his. So she quickly explained, "It's like this, our Tianhe cruise has client information. General Manager Zhang reserved the luxurious presidential suite, making him a VIP on board, so I personally came to greet him." The Tianhe Cruise's service is indeed well-deserved, Zhang Yu smiled. Looking at Shanao Xiang and her qipao, she was also a stunning beauty with a captivating charm. She exuded a sociable vibe. Such a woman naturally had a way of handling men with ease. A man lacking depth could be sold by her and would still help her count the money. This quality, when applied in the right direction, is typical of a strong woman who can stand on her own. She is naturally suited to be a female CEO. Therefore, her role as the general manager of the 5 billion Tianhe cruise ship, managing nearly 1,000 subordinates, is a reflection of her value. However, the personnel on the ship are complex, and there are many eyes and ears. It's better not to reveal my identity in the future, Zhang Yu reminded her, also giving Shanao Xiang a lesson. He wanted her to understand what to do next. Shanao Xiang was already aware of his intentions and quickly switched to her signature smile for guests. "Then please board the ship as soon as possible, Mr. Zhang. We will have staff guide you to your rooms. Please follow me, gentlemen and ladies." A few service staff stepped forward to take the items from their hands. "Wow, this ship is really huge," Pan Yuyao exclaimed, finding everything fresh and new. She took out her phone, opened the camera, and started taking pictures as she walked. Lu Huanqiu took a few steps and occasionally looked back. Her eyes reflected the expression of a mother watching her playful child. "Sister Xiao, look, the deck of this ship is so big. There's even a helipad." Pan Yuyao continued to marvel. On the helipad, two large civilian helicopters were parked, one of the assets of the Tianhe cruise ship, attracting many people to take photos. "Please follow me, 3 of you." Soon, they were guided to the second level of the cruise ship, which was over 20 meters higher than the deck and more than 40 meters above the dock. The view outside was truly impressive. Looking at the people on the deck and dock, the panoramic view was excellent. Zhang Yu, yours is the presidential suite, right? I heard it's very luxurious. Can I go see it after I drop off my luggage? Pan Yuyo looked at Zhang Yu with anticipation, her eyes sparkling. Of course, as long as Sister Xiao agrees, he replied with a smile. It didn't matter to him, but he understood what Lu Huanxiao was thinking. This time on board, Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyo were sharing a room, a second-class executive suite. It couldn't compare to the 300-plus square meter presidential suite, but the room was over 80 square meters and had all the necessary facilities. Moreover, about 10 second-class executive suites and the presidential suite were on the same floor, part of the high-end guest area. Other floors were separated, with independent entrances and exits. Each entrance and exit had dedicated staff guarding it 24 hours a day. There were independent passages to the restaurant, the top deck, and the commercial street. After all, the price was there. With money spent, one naturally deserved a different experience. The Tianhe cruise ship understood customer experience. Sister Xiao, can I go? Pan Yuyo asked sweetly in front of Lu Huanxiao. Go ahead, Sister Xiao replied with a relaxed smile. It was hard to get out this time. She couldn't keep her tie to her side. But you can't be too reckless. You'll have to pay for any damage to the facilities. Hee. I know. After receiving Lu Huanxiao's permission, Pan Yuyo was delighted. It seemed that during this trip, Sister Xiao wouldn't be as concerned about her as she was on land and in the air. Sister Xiao, why don't you come with me to take a look? Pan Yuyo linked her arm with hers. All right, I'll accompany you, Lu Huanxiao nodded. Originally, it was to avoid suspicion, not wanting her to think it was too casual for her to go to Zhang Yu's room. But now, with Pan Yuyo, there was no need to hide. I knew it, Sister Xiao is the best. Then, Pan Yuyo seemed to sense something, stopping in her tracks to look up at the sky. Yuyao, what's wrong? Lu Huanxiao asked curiously. Zhang Yu, Sister Xiao, you two look quickly. Pan Yuyo pointed with a finger. Look, that eagle. Her eyes were filled with surprise. What eagle is that? Zhang Yu and Lu Huanxiao followed her gaze. They saw a black eagle slowly flying over 100 meters above the cruise ship. That eagle's flying posture seems a bit strange. Lu Huanxiao frowned slightly as she looked at the bird in the sky. It's not a real eagle, Zhang Yu said, watching the object glide by. It should be a bionic eagle. In fact, it's a high-altitude reconnaissance and photography device equipped with a rotating high-definition camera. His Rice Technology Company was also developing this bionic product, and he was somewhat familiar with its functional principles. Who would fly something like that here? What are they trying to do? Pan Yuyo asked in confusion. I don't know. Let's head to the room first, Zhang Yu said expressionlessly, glancing at the eagle flying overhead before walking toward the room. Once they reached the presidential suite, everything before them brightened up. The guest area of the suite had windows on 3 sides, offering a 270-degree view of the scenery outside. The lighting was excellent. If they were out at sea, with no obstructions, the view of the ocean would be top-notch. Besides the guest area, the presidential suite also had a fitness area, entertainment area, and reading area, fully equipped. If it weren't on a cruise ship, it would be even more luxurious than a mansion on land, almost directly transplanted from one. The bedroom featured an electrically controlled bed, which could be combined into a 3-meter-wide bed or separated into 2 single beds of 1.5 meters each. Wow, what a big bed! Pan Yuyo exclaimed excitedly upon entering the room and seeing the giant bed. You can roll around without worrying about falling off. At this, she looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Just ask, Lu Huanxiao interjected, glancing at her. This room is indeed nice. It was evident that many of the furnishings in the room were newly replaced, including the bedding and carpet, which showed no signs of use. It seemed the cruise ship placed great importance on the presidential suite guests, changing everything each time. However, the online guides didn't mention this. Perhaps Zhang Yu's trip coincided with a major upgrade of the room facilities. Alright, we've seen the room. Let's go out for a stroll later and grab a bite at the restaurant, Zhang Yu suggested. Sounds good. What about after dinner? Pan Yuyo asked excitedly. I heard there's a bar on the ship. I've never been to a bar. I want to check it out. After the ship left the open sea, she heard there would be even more fun things to do. Pan Yuyo was curious and eager to experience it. That depends. Before Zhang Yu could finish his sentence, they heard a commotion at the entrance. Let me in. I'm really looking for someone, a female voice said. Sorry, you have a second-class ticket. You can't enter this area, the security personnel replied. Zhang Yu recognized that voice and found it somewhat familiar. He stepped out to take a look. Sure enough, at the entrance of this level, he saw a young girl, Sasha. What was she doing here? Lu Huanqiu and Pan Yuyo exchanged glances, not recognizing her. When Sasha saw Zhang Yu come out, she said to the security, "He's the one I'm looking for." "Let her in," Zhang Yu said. "But her ticket." The security was hesitant. On the ship, each ticket was for one person, and absolutely no one could cross into another area for accommodation, otherwise, it would be chaos. "How about this? I'll cover the cost for her cabin upgrade," Zhang Yu said. After he said that, the security finally opened the gate. Sasha walked over, and before she could speak, she glanced at the two beautiful women behind him. "No wonder he was preparing to go out to sea for fun without calling me. It turns out he brought along two such beautiful women." It made Sasha feel a bit inferior. Could it be that Zhang Yu likes this kind of style? A mature woman and a twin-tailed loli? As a grown woman, it seemed she had no connection to either style. "Am I coming at the wrong time?" she asked uncertainly. "No, you came at just the right time." With only two people to keep company, it was indeed a bit lonely. They couldn't even gather enough people to play mahjong. So, Zhang Yu smiled and said, "But you sneaked out without telling your family, right? How did you know?" Sasha looked at him in surprise. "Is that even a question?" Zhang Yu replied, "With how strict Secretary Xia is with you, how could she allow you to go out alone? Then can't I say I'm going out with you?" If that were the case, she would definitely verify it with me. But so far, I haven't received any news from her. Zhang Yu looked at Sasha and continued, "And before you boarded the ship, you didn't even dare to message me, afraid I would find out and have someone stop you, right?" "Ah, Zhang Yu, you're really impressive, you guessed it." Sasha felt a bit embarrassed. She really did sneak out alone. After learning about this from Su Mei, she managed to buy a ticket through her connections. After getting the ticket, Sasha didn't even take a day off. She just ran straight to board the ship. She truly pushed her rebelliousness to the extreme. "But you still need to call home and let them know you're safe," Zhang Yu said. "I don't want to, I'm afraid they'll drag me back." Sasha shook her head. "There are still several cities ahead where we'll stop. Those cities have my dad's acquaintances. If her family found out, she would be caught before even setting sail. I'm right next to you. What are you afraid of?" Zhang Yu laughed again. "Oh, right?" Sasha suddenly realized. Her dad had said in front of so many people that he would hand her over to Zhang Yu for supervision. Now that he was right beside her, didn't that naturally give her a reason to be out? This was great. "Okay, I'll call home right now." Sasha quickly made her decision. When her parents found out she had sneaked out to play, the call would surely start with a scolding. However, knowing that Zhang Yu was also on the ship would prevent them from dragging her back. In just a few minutes, Sasha finished the call and came back. "How was it?" Zhang Yu looked at Sasha's expression. They agreed. "Oh yeah." Sasha was so happy she danced around. Seeing the two beautiful sisters, Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyao, beside her, she toned it down a bit. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Sasha, a friend of Zhang Yu. What about you?" She stepped forward confidently. "We are Zhang Yu's tenants." Lu Huanxiao and Pan Yuyo introduced themselves. "Oh, I've heard of you. You two beautiful sisters are really pretty." Sasha didn't hold back her compliments. "Sasha, you're also very pretty." Especially Pan Yuyao, who looked at Sasha with sparkling eyes. She could tell that Sasha had a personality somewhat similar to hers, and they were close in age, so they could have fun together. Thus, she warmly said, "Sasha, since you're here, let's stay together." "Ah, is that convenient?" Sasha asked. "The presidential suite and the surrounding rooms are all booked by me. You can stay in whichever room you like," Zhang Yu said. Previously, he had called General Manager Shanaoshang to reserve rooms, and she had set aside a total of 5. Even if the 3 of them each took a room, there would still be extra rooms available. "Wow, that's great. Then I won't be polite." After a brief moment of restraint and testing, Sasha returned to her true self. She saw the large bed in the presidential suite and, without a second thought, plopped down onto it, lying on the big bed. The soft mattress even bounced her light body a few times. "Wow, this bed is so comfortable. You guys should try it," Sasha invited. "Really?" Pan Yuyao also stepped forward, lying down on the big bed, and was equally surprised. "It really is. What kind of mattress is this? I've never slept on such a comfortable bed." "You too, this is Zhang Yu's room," Lu Hanxiao, a few years older than them, said, naturally not as lively. Besides, she didn't dare to make any sudden movements. "It's fine, we're just here to have fun," Zhang Yu said, watching the two of them frolicking without any concern. Lu Hanxiao glanced at him, wondering if there was another meaning behind his words. Then she saw Zhang Yu looking at her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her heart raced a little. "I'm hungry," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "Ha, Zhang Yu, you're hungry? I'm hungry too." At that moment, Sasha heard and climbed off the bed, walking over to say, "I heard the buffet on the Tianhe has a lot of delicious food. Let's go eat." "Yeah, I want to check it out too." I did some research, and the restaurant's caviar is a must-try, but it's in limited supply, so if we go late, it might be gone, Pan Yuyao added as she got up. It was hard to earn time off, and they were on the Tianhe cruise. Naturally, they wanted to set everything aside and relax properly, experiencing all the unique features of the ship. The two of them stood on either side of Zhang Yu, seeking his opinion, and they exchanged a glance. Meeting for the first time, they found many similarities, truly feeling a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. How about this? You two go ahead first. We'll catch up later, Zhang Yu smiled. Then let's go. That's what I was thinking too, Pan Yuyao and Sasha said as they headed out towards the restaurant. Finally, it's quiet, Zhang Yu sighed in relief as he watched the two chattering girls leave. Sitting down, he noticed Lu Hanxiao was still standing, so he reached out and tugged at her wrist. Zhang Yu, Lu Hanxiao symbolically tried to pull away. I'm not in a good position right now, but I'm really hungry. Zhang Yu spread his hands, making a helpless gesture. Looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was joking, but she could understand. Zhang Yu had just graduated from college and was at the most energetic age. She wanted to tell him the classic line about youth not knowing the value of time, only to shed tears in old age. But then she thought, on this cruise, a hungry Zhang Yu could be quite dangerous. Then wait a moment. Lu Hanxiao glanced outside, then walked over to close the door and draw the curtains. The large suite immediately dimmed significantly. The thick carpet on the floor meant she didn't have to worry about getting cold. With her eyes closed and her heart steeled, the Tian has set sail, and a trade of sorts began. Why haven't those two come down yet? It's been a while, should we call and check? In the buffet restaurant, Pan Yuyao and Sasha, two greedy girls, had already gone through one round of food and were still not full, standing in line for more. As the crowd moved, they occasionally stretched their necks to glance at the restaurant entrance. The flow of customers in and out of the restaurant didn't reveal his figure, and their expressions shifted from the pleasure of tasting delicious food to a bit of anxiety. If they kept staring, they might turn into stone. Hey, two beautiful girls from the Dragon Kingdom, a voice suddenly came from behind them. It sounded a bit awkward, with a non-standard accent. Looking back, they saw a white-skinned, curly-haired foreigner waving at them. You two ladies are very beautiful. Can I get to know you? The foreigner smiled at both of them. He was tall, wearing a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth $1 million. Moreover, this foreigner was somewhat handsome, with a high nose and blue eyes, resembling a movie star from Europe or America. Pan Yueying's aesthetic sense was always on point. However, this kind of handsomeness did not evoke much fondness in her heart. Although she was attracted to looks, it didn't mean she liked everyone she saw. On the contrary, her first thought was whether Zhang Yu would be unhappy if he saw her being approached by another man. She didn't want to make him unhappy. Sister Yueying, let's go. Don't pay attention to him. Shasha pulled her, ready to leave for another group. She had many friends and had seen quite a few foreigners. After seeing so many people, her first instinct upon seeing him was that he was someone who was good at flirting and then heartlessly moved on. Naturally, she felt no fondness for him. Although Shasha enjoyed going out and meeting various friends, her values were quite upright. Unlike some women who were picky about the boys around them but would quickly throw themselves at a foreigner within minutes, she couldn't understand that. Hey, why aren't you responding when I'm talking to you? That's rude. The foreigner took a few steps forward and continued to pursue them. Stop bothering us, we're not interested in you. Shasha became even more impatient when she saw the white-skinned foreigner following them. No matter who you are, you can't force someone, right? I'm bothering you? The foreigner was somewhat taken aback. Since he arrived in Manhwa, he had never had to make the first move. Countless girls had approached him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he had to fend them off every day. Now, seeing two beautiful girls so indifferent to him, he found it hard to accept. Where had he encountered such setbacks? In his urgency, he wanted to reach out, but Shasha blocked him with her arm, making him feel even more embarrassed. In the self-service restaurant, many people were drawn to their argument. Wow, this foreigner is really handsome, like a star. I've noticed him for a while, thinking about how to greet him. Those two girls are really rude. How can they treat an international friend like this? I heard he's a first-class guest, quite distinguished. These two girls probably don't know what they're missing. Many people sitting in the restaurant were discussing this little incident. The foreigner could understand what they were saying. The more they talked, the more he wanted to regain his dignity. He had been in Longwei for so long without facing any setbacks. Fuck, it's just 2 pieces of Brazilian steak. What's the big deal? The foreigner laughed. If you're embarrassed in public, you can come to my room privately. I'm in first class, room 5. Some onlookers nearby whispered and covered their mouths, laughing. They were all people of status. Hearing such insulting words, they had no intention of speaking up for the two girls. Instead, they were there to watch the show. Indeed, many girls were just like Brazilian steak. On social media, as long as it's a foreigner, followers would increase rapidly. In one night, they could gain thousands of fans. What are you talking about? Pan Yueying felt he was getting more and more outrageous, her emotions rising, wishing she could just flip a plate onto his head. Then she saw Shasha, taking the lead, do just that. Shasha poured a bowl of soup from her plate directly onto him. The foreigner couldn't dodge in time and quickly stepped back, but some soup still splashed onto his shoes. These are my new Armani shoes. $500,000 for a pair. The foreigner shouted, you pay. What happened? At that moment, a beautiful woman in a cheapal walked over. It was Xiaoshuang. Just as the two sides were clashing, she happened to be inspecting the buffet. Seeing the scene, she immediately came over to inquire about the situation. Manager Shin, you came at the right time. The foreigner, seeing Xiaoshuang, suddenly felt more confident. These two girls from the dragon country were rude to me. What do you say we should do? Why are you the one complaining first? Sasha recognized Xiaoshuang as the receptionist at the entrance and spoke up. Manager Shin, he harassed the two of us first. Xiaoshuang felt a headache coming on. On one hand, one of them was brought by General Zhang, and the other, being with her, must have a close relationship. On the other hand, she was well aware of the foreigner's identity. He was someone significant. Moreover, he was a foreign guest. If not handled properly, it could easily spark some international public opinion. For the Tianhe cruise ship, it would undoubtedly affect its reputation among high-end clientele. For a moment, her brain was working at full capacity. We're all in the same boat. Let's talk this over calmly. Why don't we step aside? Xiaoshuang thought it best to control the situation on site and avoid more people witnessing it. I won't say much more. My shoes are damaged, so you should compensate me. The foreigner said. How much? I'll transfer it right now. Sasha just wanted to quickly pay to avoid trouble. I don't want money. I'm not short on cash. The foreigner laughed. Just kneel down and clean my shoes, and you won't have to pay. Sir, that might not be appropriate, Xiaoshuang quickly interjected. It was quite insulting, and they were friends of General Zhang. Manager Shen, I advise you not to meddle. Either kneel down and clean them, or this matter won't end. The foreigner now had a bit of leverage and became even more arrogant. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, an hour later, the fireworks finally began to explode. Zhang Yu took a pack of tissues but saw Lu Huanxia wave her hand, indicating she didn't need them. Noticing her expression, he was quite surprised. You actually. Lu Huanxiao smiled, it's fine. Moreover, she felt a sense of guilt and could only leave it at that. Zhang Yu couldn't help but recall a joke. A few girlfriends were chatting. One eating eggs said each egg was a life. Another eating fish roe said it was hundreds of lives. The third girlfriend said, you all chat, I'm leaving first. At that moment, Lu Huanxia was like the third girlfriend in that joke. Zhang Yu helped her up, feeling a mix of emotions. For a while, he thought it best not to trouble her. Just then, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Host, you have received a random drop blind box. Would you like to open it? Another random blind box drop? Zhang Yu didn't want to wait and immediately thought, open it. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 20% shares of Amazon. You are now the second largest shareholder, overseeing the Asia-Pacific and Latin American businesses. The system prompted. Wow, Amazon? Looking at the virtual interface before him, listing the company's various businesses and operations, even without looking at the details, Zhang Yu was familiar with the company since childhood. Its reputation was quite high. It started as an online bookstore and has now developed into the world's largest online retail website, with a market value reaching $20 trillion. His 20% shares would amount to $400 billion. Converted to Dragon country currency, he couldn't even calculate it. Wow! Zhang Yu was once again shocked. The previous rewards were nothing compared to this. Moreover, this was the first overseas company he had acquired since planning to set sail. To receive such a significant reward right at the beginning made him wonder what would come next. He couldn't even dare to imagine. His anticipation for this journey grew even more. He quickly claimed his reward. Zhang Yu, what are you thinking about? A question from Lu Huanxiao pulled his thoughts back to reality. Oh, nothing. Let's go down for dinner. They've been down for a while, Zhang Yu said. I'm not hungry, so I won't go down. You go ahead. Lu Huanxia shook her head. Zhang Yu couldn't help but wonder, is she really full? He said, then you can rest for a bit. If you want to eat something, just message me later. Okay. With that, Zhang Yu left the room and headed to the buffet restaurant. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, he saw a few people arguing about something. The main characters were Pan Yuyo and Xia. Beside them were Xiaoshuang and an unfamiliar foreigner. I'll say it again, if you don't follow my demands, don't expect any peace on this ship. The foreigner was quite arrogant. Xiaoxuan was also in a difficult position. Her company had just invested a considerable amount in sponsorship and advertising support on the cruise. Such a significant matter was beyond her decision-making power. Just as she was about to consult her boss Zhang Yu, she heard a familiar voice from behind. What's going on? Xiaoxuan, Shasha, and Pan Yuya turned around to see Zhang Yu, and immediately their eyes sparkled with hope. The foreigner turned to see Zhang Yu and sneered dismissively, not taking him seriously. The other people in the restaurant were momentarily stunned upon Zhang Yu's appearance before they reacted. Isn't that the recent sensation in Jianshan, Zhang Yu? He has several companies worth hundreds of billions under his name. He even saved Mr. Xiao Nantian, even Xia Ruikong treats him with respect. I heard he has close ties with the Cine Group, meaning he has connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. I remember now, these two girls boarded the ship with him. Wait, the other one is a mature woman, not like this. Then that makes 3 of them? Regardless, no wonder those 2 girls completely disregard the foreigner. However, this foreigner has quite a background too. Plus, he's an international friend. I think he will definitely have to make concessions. The onlookers began to murmur from a distance. Mr. Zhang. Xiaoxuan stepped forward, ready to explain. The foreigner grew impatient. Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? He then said to Xiaoxuan, if you can't handle this, let your boss come. I want to withdraw the sponsorship and advertising for the Tianhe. He aimed to pressure them into backing down to achieve his goal. What sponsorship? Zhang Yu noticed Xiaoxuan's expression and realized there were indeed many sponsorships on the ship, involving various categories. The cumulative sponsorship amount could be measured in billions. It was a significant sum. Coincidentally, the sponsor was the Asia-Pacific regional branch of Amazon. Who was this foreigner in relation to the branch? Sounds like you have a lot of authority to withdraw sponsorship? Zhang Yu looked at the foreigner and smiled. Why not? My father is the president of the Asia-Pacific region. The foreigner said proudly. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Manager Shun, let your boss come. I think there's no need to call the cruise owner for this matter, Zhang Yu said with a smile. What do you mean? The foreigner was taken aback. At that moment, he suddenly shouted, Dad, wait, why did he suddenly call for his father? Pan Yuyo and Shasha were stunned. Then they saw a middle-aged man walking over, and the two looked remarkably alike. No wonder they were father and son. The foreigner approached. Father, these Dragon Country girls have been rude to me, and Manager Shin isn't calling you boss. You have to help me deal with this. Let me see what's going on. The middle-aged man walked over. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, his gaze fell on Zhang Yu. Uncertain, he looked again. Wasn't this the newly appointed second-largest shareholder of Amazon? Although only the second-largest, he managed the Asia-Pacific region and had absolute say in this large area. How did he end up on the ship? Looking again at the girls standing beside Zhang Yu, it was clear their relationship was not shallow. How did his son get into a conflict with them? The incident happened suddenly, and he hadn't thought about how to organize his words. Zhang Yu saw the middle-aged man and couldn't help but smile. Mark, is this your son? Earlier, through the system, Zhang Yu had gained an understanding of the organizational structure of the Asia-Pacific region. A glance was all it took to remember. The man named Mark was the head of the Asia-Pacific region, directly reporting to him. Having worked in the Asia-Pacific for a long time, he had become half a Dragon Country insider. Not only could he speak Dragon Country's language and write its characters, but he also understood some unique social customs of the Dragon Country. You dare to call my father by his name? Mark's son shouted. Fuck, just shut up. Mark cursed his son in his own language. Then he turned to Zhang Yu and said, I'm sorry, it's all my responsibility. I'll have him apologize to the two ladies right away. Apologize to me? The foreigner was shocked. They got my shoes dirty, and father, you bought these. Shut up. Hurry and apologize to them. Mark's expression turned grim. I won't apologize. Little Mark was unwilling in front of so many people. If he lost face today, wouldn't everyone on the ship see him as a joke? Smack! Mark slapped him. Father, you actually hit me for two strange women? Little Mark was stunned. Mark was even angrier. Could this foolish son not see why he was so tense? You brat, they are friends of General Zhang. How dare you be rude to them? What General Zhang? Little Mark was momentarily confused. Let me tell you, your father is my subordinate. I am his superior, got it? Zhang Yu stepped forward and said. With the identity clarified, the whole room was shocked. Xiaoshang, Shasha, and Pan Yueying looked at Zhang Yu as if he were a monster. They couldn't have heard wrong, right? Amazon? The head of the Asia-Pacific region was actually his subordinate? What kind of adult fairy tale was this? No, even fairy tales wouldn't dare to write this. They all frequently shopped on this website and were members. The impact this incident had on them was completely unmanageable. Their brain CPUs were severely overloaded. General Zhang, I'm really sorry for the trouble. I'll take my son back to discipline him right away. Mark quickly apologized. That might not be possible, Zhang Yu smiled. Harassing my friends, this matter won't pass with me. Then, General Zhang, what do you suggest we do with him? Mark quickly smiled. Father. Little Mark wanted to say something but was pressed down. Shut up. A verbal apology is meaningless. As for compensation, it's all from the same company. It's just a matter of transferring from one hand to the other, Zhang Yu smiled. Or how about letting your son jump in the water and swim back? Yay! Pan Yueying and Shasha clapped. We don't want to see him anymore. Boss, this. Mark glanced outside through the buffet restaurant's window. At this moment, the Tianhe cruise ship had already sailed into the waves of the vast river. The ship was navigating in the middle of the river, at least 500 or 600 meters from the nearest shore. Moreover, the cruise ship is so high, if one were to jump down, would they even survive? He only has this one son. Naturally, he must do everything in his power to save him. Father, you have to save me. I don't want to go into the water. At this moment, little Mark also realized that the young man in front of him, who was even a few years younger, had an impressive background. His own father was being so humble in front of him. Today, he had truly kicked a hard board. He never expected that the 2 Brazilian stakes he thought he had were backed by such a powerful man. Once he realized this, he quickly surrendered. He hoped his father could save him. Otherwise, jumping off the ship would truly be a matter of life and death. If he jumped into the water, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But if he fell right into the path of the propeller, he would become a delicious meal for the river fish. He didn't dare to gamble on whether the other party would really throw him down. Mr. Zhang, I beg you, please spare his life. Mark clasped his hands together, pleading. He was almost ready to kneel and bow. The others in the restaurant watched this scene with mixed feelings. Mark had already achieved some success, a somewhat famous professional manager with an annual salary in the millions. Yet now, in front of this young man, he was nothing. As long as you can spare him, I will do anything. At this moment, some blue-eyed, fair-skinned people also came over to help mediate. Sir, considering it's his first offense, please let him go this time. Let's all be friendly. Friendliness brings wealth. If you want him not to go down, that's fine. Zhang Yu looked at the man in his 40s, who was so frightened. Considering there were indeed many big shots on the ship, he had to think about the impact. So he continued with a smile, then just throw him into the storage room. Before getting off the ship, don't let me see him again. Ha, the storage room? Little Mark exclaimed in surprise. Can people even stay in that place? He was dressed in designer clothes worth millions, frequenting high-end venues. Now he was to be sent to that dark, smelly place for a week? The drop was too great. This was truly not a big harm but a strong insult. Hurry up and thank Mr. Zhang. Mark quickly expressed his gratitude. The storage room was certainly better than being thrown overboard. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Little Mark awkwardly finished the sentence and then turned to leave. Wait, Zhang Yu called out again. Mr. Zhang, is there anything else? Mark asked. He hasn't apologized to my 2 friends yet for the earlier conflict. Still need to apologize? Little Mark's eyes widened. He had already been sent to the storage room. Did he still need to apologize? But looking at the situation, he knew he couldn't leave without apologizing. So, he had no choice but to walk in front of Sasha and Pan Yueying, bowing deeply. I'm sorry, girls, I was wrong. This posture of apology was undeniably sincere. No matter what he thought inside, he put on a good front. Sasha and Pan Yueying, under the witness of so many people, watched him apologize, gaining a high emotional value. Alright, that's enough. Wouldn't it have been fine to apologize earlier? Sasha said. Then, the Mark father and son hurriedly left the restaurant. In the following days, little Mark would no longer have the chance to be a nuisance. Alright, everyone, please continue your meal. At this moment, Shanaoshang addressed the dining guests. We apologize for the unpleasant dining experience. We will give each passenger a dessert voucher. Clap, clap. Applause erupted in the restaurant. The aftermath work of the Tianhe was quite well done. A dessert voucher was worth several hundred. The desserts on the Tianhe were also very unique, crafted by renowned pastry chefs. The saying goes, a soft mouth eats people, and once you indulge in this dessert, that matter should not be leaked. In the business world, the most important thing is to uphold one's word. Moreover, they wouldn't want to get themselves into trouble by discussing this matter. At this moment, Sasha and Pan Yueyao looked at Zhang Yu, and their feelings for him changed more obviously, especially Sasha. She loved to play outside, and her favorite type of man was one who could mediate and resolve issues. This was not the first time he had helped her out of a predicament. Zhang Yu also noticed that the peach blossom value displayed above Sasha's head had actually reached full stars. Wow, that was a bit surprising. She made her entrance so late, yet achieved full stars before Pan Yuyao. Looking at Sasha again, the way she gazed at him was almost electrifying. She wasn't as boisterous as before, her eyes conveyed the phrase deeply affectionate perfectly. The 19-year-old girl was experiencing her first fluttering feelings of love. It was like a buried seed awakening and sprouting in the spring breeze. Alright, I'm hungry, I need to eat something. Are you guys still eating? Zhang Yu interjected at that moment. Of course, I still want to try the dessert. Pan Yuyao's mind was still on the food. I won't eat. I'm going back to my room first. Sasha snapped back to reality, feeling her face was a bit flushed. This was a sensation she hadn't felt before. Accustomed to being carefree, she suddenly became quiet, leaving her a bit dazed. Back in her room, she couldn't help but send a message to Sumei. Sister Sumei, what does it feel like to like someone? She had no experience with this, and the first person she thought of was her cousin. However, Sister Sumei was also a peony, lacking experience. But after all, she had eaten more meals, so she could only ask her, "What are you talking about? Who do you like?" At that moment, Sumei was handling a case. She was startled by Sasha's message and quickly realized what her question meant. Sasha, you really got on board? What happened between you and Zhang Yu? Thinking of the video she saw last time, Sumei didn't dare to imagine further. She hoped Sasha hadn't fallen into Zhang Yu's hands and ended up in a situation. She felt anxious. Oh, nothing happened, Sasha quickly denied. How did you know it was him? Who else could it be? Sumei couldn't help but roll her eyes. You need to be a bit more reserved. She only regretted not being able to get on board herself. Just after finishing her chat with Sasha, Su Guochang's call came in. Dad, what's up? Hurry, you all need to move. On the other end of the line, Su Guochang's tone was urgent. A few wanted criminals have smuggled onto the Tianhe ship. There are many distinguished guests on board, including foreign visitors. The ship will dock at the next stop. You need to take the high-speed train over quickly. Tianhe ship? Sumei was startled. Wasn't that the cruise they were on? She had only heard of wanted criminals sneaking away on smuggling boats, passing through Myanmar, their hideouts, and then transferring to a simple village. This time, they dared to sneak onto a luxury cruise directly? Okay, I'll get ready to board at the next stop. However, since a mission had come, Sumei needed to execute it as quickly as possible. There are water police on the ship, and we have already made contact. To avoid alarming the snakes, we will wait for you to board before taking action. Su Guochang explained the next steps to Sumei. The Tianhe ship will dock in Jinling in 3 hours. We have coordinated the nearest high-speed train, which takes an hour and a half. You can board directly when you arrive. We will handle all the procedures. Alright, no more talking, we are setting off now. Sumei also realized that this chase was a race against time. After hanging up, Sumei couldn't believe that she had ended up boarding the Tianhe ship in this way. I hope it's not too late, she thought to herself. Not only was Sasha on the ship, but Zhang Yu was also on board. The few wanted criminals, if they only wanted to escape, wouldn't make much noise. After all, once the ship sets sail into the rivers and seas, it becomes an isolated island. What worries me is if they become desperate, then it would be troublesome. However, Sumei recalled the last time she and Zhang Yu caught criminals together. She was confident in his skills. At least, he could protect himself and those around him without any problem. At this moment, on the Tianhe ship, there was a lively atmosphere of song and dance. The buffet restaurant's mealtime had passed, entering a 2-hour pause for business. The guests were gradually dispersing, heading to the entertainment and commercial floors to enjoy their preferred activities. There were bars, billiard rooms, and game rooms. Various forms of entertainment were available on the ship. However, the ship was still in the inland river. To sail out to the open sea would not happen until after midnight at the earliest. Zhang Yu had a hearty meal in the restaurant. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone behind him shouting something in a foreign language. It seemed like they were calling him. He turned around and saw 3 blonde, blue-eyed foreign girls walking towards him. Each one was tall and stunning, with what could only be described as devilish figures. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, feeling a sense of amazement. It must be said that the fair-skinned foreign girls indeed had a different charm. Could it be that he had the chance to meet a foreign girl? This was an unprecedented experience. One of them was holding a half-eaten hamburger. It seemed that among the 3, there was definitely a foodie. Judging by their outfits, they had a hint of local flavor from Zhangcheng. Could they be foreign exchange students studying in Zhangcheng? are you calling me? Zhang Yu had passed the 6th level of foreign language in university. Basic daily conversations were no problem for him. However, the other party had a translation tool open on their phone, so he didn't use a foreign language to converse. Yes, the 3 foreign girls exchanged smiles. We noticed you in the restaurant just now. We really want to get to know you. Foreign girls were usually very straightforward and open, not hiding anything. This was quite different from the generally more reserved girls from Long Country. They had just witnessed Zhang Yu's impressive demeanor, and he was handsome too, so there was no hesitation. Since they were out to have fun, they certainly wouldn't act like they would at home. They wanted to make more friends and create beautiful memories. You want to get to know me? Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile, then asked in Long Country language, are you interested? What was he saying? The 3 foreign girls looked a bit puzzled. After a while, they used the translation tool to understand his question. Then, the response from the 3 blonde girls was, yes. What? After receiving their reply, Zhang Yu was even more surprised. They were so straightforward, to this extent? This left him a bit at a loss. However, the previous communication seemed somewhat ineffective. Besides, he was just joking. But the blonde girls didn't seem to be joking. Since that was the case, Zhang Yu didn't want to waste the good intentions of the foreign blonde girls. So, he quietly entered the system's personal center. On the points redemption page, he found the skills section. In the skills category, he found the language subcategory. Each language required different points. Flipping to the back, Zhang Yu discovered a universal language proficiency. Instantly, his curiosity was piqued. Clicking on the description, he found that this universal language proficiency required a lot of points, a full several thousand. His points were just enough for redemption, but after redeeming, there would be hardly any points left. Zhang Yu hesitated for just a second before deciding to redeem it anyway. Because, according to the system introduction, this all-encompassing language proficiency is truly comprehensive. It not only includes the popular major languages of the world today but also encompasses all minor languages. What's even more special is that it includes dialects from various regions and even some communication languages from primitive tribes. Wow! With this all-encompassing language proficiency, traveling around the world, as long as there are people, one can understand their language. There's no need to find a translator anymore. This function is indeed thorough. Thus, Zhang Yu remained silent, quickly consumed his points, and exchanged for this all-encompassing language proficiency. Then, a vast amount of language knowledge surged into his mind. The 3 foreign girls across from him were whispering in their own language, discussing how handsome he was, and he could hear them. Just as they were about to use a translation app to continue communicating with Zhang Yu, he smiled and said in their language, no need for translation, I can understand what you're saying. Ha! They were surprised. Hadn't there been some communication difficulties just a moment ago? How could he suddenly speak their native language so fluently? His pronunciation was even at the level of a diplomatic spokesperson. But this was good. The cost of communication had greatly decreased, and they didn't have to convert their words multiple times anymore. Hello? The 3 of them exchanged glances, and then the girl in the middle smiled at Zhang Yu. I'm Grace, the one on my left is Monica, and the one on my right is Martha. Hello, I'm Zhang Yu. He also introduced himself fluently. We noticed you in the restaurant earlier. You have a strong masculine charm, so we really wanted to be friends with you. Be friends? How do we do that? Zhang Yu laughed. Mainly, Grace really wants to get to know you. We came along with her. Grace, then we'll head back to our room, you 2 chat. The other 2 companions smiled and waved before leaving. The girl named Monica then swallowed the remaining half of her hamburger in one bite. The 2 of them linked arms and, after bidding farewell to Grace, headed towards the guest room elevator. Sir, it's not convenient to talk here. Grace glanced around and smiled at Zhang Yu. Then she took out a black card. He noticed it was a key card for a first-class room. What a coincidence. Could it be one of the rooms next door or across from Lu Wanqiu and the others? At that moment, she walked over and got very close to Zhang Yu. Her breath was fragrant. Holding the card, she slipped it into his back pocket. Then she winked at him, showcasing her exotic charm. This is my room card. I'll wait for you to come over later. No way? Even though Zhang Yu was used to various girls by now, he couldn't help but be shocked. This foreign girl named Grace was too flirtatious, not beating around the bush at all, going straight for it. Next, it would depend on whether he could handle it. However, Zhang Yu naturally couldn't let these foreign girls look down on him, thinking that men from the dragon country wouldn't dare to respond. So, just as Grace's hand was coming out of his pocket, he grabbed her hand and guided it in a certain direction. Why wait until tonight? We can talk now. He grinned. His proactive approach caught Grace a bit off guard. Don't mess around. There are too many people. Zhang Yu was surprised to find that she wasn't as bold as he had imagined. They say foreign girls are open, but women's modesty still exists. Alright, then I'll find you later. Zhang Yu smiled. Only then did Grace breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly leave. When she returned to her room, her heart was still racing. Hey, Grace, that guy from the Dragon Country must have you completely smitten, right? As they returned to the room, Monica and Martha were lying on the bed, playing on their phones, showcasing their beautiful body curves. Seeing Grace come back, they couldn't help but tease her. Let's not talk about it. That guy from the Dragon Country is bolder than I imagined. What happened? The two girls became curious. I won't say anymore. Grace thought of the scene from earlier and couldn't bear to look back. However, she clearly felt that Zhang Yu's assets were quite impressive. Although she only had theoretical knowledge, Zhang Yu returned to his room and found it empty. They must have gone back to their own rooms. At this moment, the Tianhe cruise ship, after several hours of sailing, approached a city that looked like a big metropolis, complete with ancient, charming city walls. This should be Jinling. According to the cruise schedule, the ship would dock in Jinling for half an hour because some passengers would board there. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, Zhang Yu saw the ship dock at the pier, and a few people caught his attention. Although they were dressed casually, their physique, demeanor, and walking posture were distinctly different from ordinary passengers. He looked again and saw one of the women wearing a black coat and a baseball cap. With an oval face and very fair skin, it was actually Sumei. Zhang Yu naturally remembered that stunning face very well. How did she get on the ship? And from Jinling? He thought for a moment and suddenly realized, feeling a chill run down his spine. Could it be that there are wanted criminals secretly hiding on the Tianhe cruise ship? That seemed to be the most likely scenario. If that were the case, those criminals were incredibly bold to dare to hide on a commercial vessel. How did they get through security? Were they really not afraid of being discovered? Could it be that they had other intentions? As the owner of the Tianhe cruise ship, Zhang Yu felt a bit uneasy at this thought. So, he quickly called Shinaoshang. Mr. Zhang, how can I assist you? Shinaoshang answered the phone quickly. What is the security, patrol, and defense situation on the ship? Mr. Zhang, there are a total of 300 security personnel on the ship, all selected from retired soldiers. They are divided into 3 shifts. There are 100 assigned to fixed posts, 100 in patrol teams, and 100 on duty at special locations. The patrol is divided into 3 small teams, with each team patrolling every 2 hours. As for special locations, those naturally included important equipment rooms, high-end entertainment halls, and so on. Alright, arrange to shorten the patrol intervals and pay special attention to areas with fewer people. Shinaoshang was a bit confused about Mr. Zhang's intentions, but since he had given the order, she would just follow it. As a subordinate, any request from the boss must be carried out. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll get right on it. After finishing, Shinaoshang remembered something and said to Zhang Yu, Mr. Zhang, I'm very sorry about the restaurant incident today. I didn't handle it well. This matter weighed heavily on Shinaoshang's mind. It's nothing. It's all in the past. Zhang Yu didn't take it to heart. He had already dealt with the matter according to his wishes and had moved on. However, there's one thing I must report to you. Go ahead. The Asia-Pacific president of Amazon, Mark, is dissatisfied with how this matter was handled. I heard from the housekeeping staff that he was cursing you in his room. What kind of client is that? Zhang's experience is the most important. What did they say? Zhang, I can't really say. It was just some comments about family and such. Shinaoshang felt a bit nervous. How should we handle this? They cursed me? Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. A few drunken fools accidentally stumbled into someone else's room and just happened to be seen by unrelated people. What kind of bad influence could that cause? First, let's deal with them. A letter for dismissal based on public opinion influence is already on its way. If I let him off once and he still dares to curse, that's truly digging his own grave. Oh, you mean? Shinaoshang immediately understood his meaning. I'll take care of it right away. Zhang Yu felt quite pleased. An excellent subordinate should have the ability to fully grasp their superior's intentions. Many things don't need to be explicitly stated. She could understand it herself. No wonder everyone wants to be a boss. Being a boss like this is really too comfortable. The news always talks about those world billionaires who only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day and are still full of energy. Now I understand. Can a boss's day be the same as that of a working mule? The boss discusses business, plays a game, drinks, and gets a foot massage, and that's all done. In their eyes, that's work time. Specific tasks are executed by countless subordinates. So, at a certain level, being a boss is indeed a heavenly profession. Only those who are still in the startup phase or facing financial pressure find it exhausting. I digress. Shinaoshang went to carry out her work tasks. Zhang Yu lay back down on the bed. At this moment, a phone call came in. It was Yang Xiaomi from Papapa Loan Financial Company. Of course, she had now transitioned to working at the bank. Jiangcheng Development Bank officially opened today. Thanks to various green lights from the Jiangcheng higher-ups, the bank was established very quickly. The first batch opened 5 bank branches, with another 10 branches in preparation. However, Zhang Yu did not attend the opening ceremony. It was Secretary Yang who represented the bank. With the bank's opening, she also gained a new identity as the bank's general manager, fully responsible for all bank operations. Zhang, the bank officially opened today, and all processes went smoothly. I'm reporting to you, Yang Xiaomi said on the phone. She still felt as if everything was a dream. It's good that it's opened. You have heavier responsibilities ahead, so work hard, Zhang Yu said upon learning that Jiangcheng Development Bank had officially opened. With all the green lights, it was naturally thanks to the help of people like Xia Ruikan. When I get back, I still need to be polite and invite them to dinner. I know, Zhang, Yang Xiaomi replied. The bank just opened, and there are many documents that need to be signed. Should I send you a paper version or? I'm currently on the Tianhe cruise ship, out for a few days of fun, Zhang Yu replied. Just send me the electronic signatures. Okay, Zhang. Secretary Yang hung up and got busy. When Secretary Yang represented Zhang Yu at the opening ceremony, this event not only attracted various big shots from the financial circle but also garnered a lot of media attention. Some good-natured people learned about her background and couldn't help but marvel. This Secretary Yang really encountered a benefactor. If it weren't for Zhang Yu, she would still just be a secretary at a financial online lending company. Now she had become the general manager of the most promising bank in Jiangcheng. Such a rapid promotion speed is truly enviable. Many people didn't even realize her exceptional work ability and instead started spreading rumors. What's so great about it? She must have been Zhang Yu's mistress long ago. A beautiful woman rises quickly. She's already a general manager, sitting at the same table as us old hands. No wonder she didn't respond when we tried to recruit her before. It turns out it's been a case of riding a donkey to look for a horse all along. Stop pretending to be high and mighty. I heard that Secretary Yang has a sister who works in the nightlife industry. No way? Nightlife? That's interesting. Doesn't Zhang Yu investigate the family and social connections of his subordinates before promoting them? Yeah, Zhang Yu himself probably isn't clean either. How many good companies are there in online lending? Many people, especially those in the same industry, are even more wary of him. Suddenly, a new bank fully supported by the upper echelons has emerged, and for those old financial tycoons, isn't the pie just getting smaller? If he takes a bigger slice, they have to take a smaller one. Naturally, they can't just sit back and watch Zhang Yu thrive. I think I saw Zhang Yu on the Tianhe cruise ship today. I heard it's quite wild up there, especially after setting sail. Who knows what he might be up to? You know, you're not wrong. Secretary Yang's sister is often seen on the Tianhe. Wow, it's all coming together? That's interesting. Did he sell out his own sister for a promotion? One woman is a small matter. There might be something bigger behind it. Damn, just thinking about it is thrilling. If Zhang Yu really has something going on, the nature of the situation changes completely. In the business world, it can be like this sometimes. The emergence of a top new rich person not only attracts those who want to curry favor and collaborate with him, there are also many old money individuals and the big shots who have fallen from grace, whose interests are being threatened by such a young man. Naturally, they feel displeased. Faced with Zhang Yu's current success, many people are grinding their teeth in hatred, wishing for him to take a big fall. And the best way to make someone stumble is to have them break some law. Any involvement with gambling, drugs, or vice can strip a business mogul of their skin. With the example of the wealthy Liu family in front of them, a Zhang Yu is not seen as untouchable. Of course, many people's understanding of Zhang Yu is still stuck on news from 2 days ago. Little do they know, in these 2 days, he has already reached a new level of rewards. At this moment, some traditional big shots on the ship have also learned about Zhang Yu's bank opening. Who exactly is this person? And why is everything going so smoothly for him? It's better not to provoke him. I heard that Secretary Xia from Jiangcheng has become his sworn brother. Is that true? Absolutely. To get to know Zhang Yu, he even sent his daughter out. Ha, is it that abstract? Rumors spread like this, and everyone present felt shocked upon hearing it. Why would I lie to you? I saw his daughter board the ship. As soon as she got on, she went to find Zhang Yu. Wow, that's interesting. Didn't 2 women come aboard with Zhang Yu earlier? These stories can be dug deeper. On the Tianhe cruise ship, there are many big shots from various fields. Zhang Yu has clearly become the most interesting person for them to discuss. Over here, after hanging up on Secretary Yang, Zhang Yu got up and walked to the window, looking out at the scenery. After passing Jinling, the Tianhe cruise ship entered the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. After a good night's sleep tonight, they would set sail tomorrow. By then, the scenery at sea would be even more beautiful than that of the river. and the presidential suite undoubtedly has the best view. Just then, there was a knock on his door. Is it those few again? Zhang Yu frowned and went to open the door. When he opened it, the person in front of him surprised him. It was Su-mei. Today, Su-mei was dressed in casual clothes, a simple t-shirt paired with fitted blue jeans, but those jeans perfectly showcased her beautiful and vibrant legs. Nice legs. Zhang Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that Su-mei's waist-to-hip ratio was actually the best among all the girls. Perhaps it was due to her high level of physical activity, which gave her an advantage in shaping her overall proportions. Now, aside from the inconvenient Dishaba and the bear-like Tingting who took care of her, the other girls, for various reasons, had all boarded the Tianhe ship. Would they all be eliminated in the next few days? He couldn't help but wonder. Noticing Zhang Yu's gaze fixed on her, Su-mei felt a bit shy and lowered her head, but then she regained her composure. Your gaze is a bit off. What are you thinking? She asked, adopting a serious expression. I was thinking about how to win you over, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. You? Su-mei didn't expect him to be so direct, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. By the way, where's Shasha? Oh, you're looking for Shasha? Zhang Yu said as he walked over to the bedside. Su-mei looked at the quilt on the bed, which was bulging. From this angle, it really looked like there was a person's outline inside. Could it be? Su-mei's heart suddenly raced. Had Zhang Yu really turned into a beast? In the next moment, she saw Zhang Yu lift the quilt, revealing nothing inside. A weight lifted off her heart. However, his actions did stir up emotions within Su-mei. Shasha isn't here with you? She was stumbling over her words. You should ask her. Why are you looking for someone here? Zhang Yu's expression seemed to say, am I really that untrustworthy? I'll go find her, Su-mei said, but I'm on official business. There are a few A-level wanted criminals on this ship, and they have blood on their hands. You need to be careful. Is it that serious? Zhang Yu guessed she had come with official business. However, the mention of lives at stake was indeed a bit unexpected. The ship was filled with lights and revelry, while hidden darkness was quietly brewing. Yes, you need to be careful. All right, I won't say more. I'm going to look for Shasha, Su-mei said as she prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, she noticed the silence and stopped, turning back to ask, Zhang Yu, why aren't you asking me anything? What she said actually revealed a hint of reluctance to leave. It was as if the first thing she did after boarding the ship to handle her duties was to come directly to find Zhang Yu. It felt like an invisible magnetic force was pulling her in. I don't have anything to ask, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the look of expectation on Su-mei's face dimmed a bit. However, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor and said, all right, I'll go ahead. After stepping out, she couldn't help but scold herself inwardly. Su-mei, what are you doing? You came here to carry out official duties and catch criminals, so how did you get caught up with Zhang Yu? They say love is deep, but what relationship do we have right now? Shaking her head with a sigh, she went to find her cousin Shasha. Zhang Yu stayed in the room for a while, played with his phone, and saw that the Tianhe ship continued its journey, with the sun now slanting towards the west. With nothing to do, he stretched and prepared to head out to explore the various floors. Just after leaving the presidential suite, he saw a nearby room open. The two rooms were only about 10 meters apart, almost adjacent, separated by just a corridor. Hey, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yu turned to see it was the girl who had left him the room key. Grace, it's you? He saw her wearing a white camisole, leaning against the half-open door, her hair cascading down. She looked quite charming. Moreover, she was holding a bottle of wine, half drunk. Her face was flushed. Looking at the state of the clothes being stretched, it was great. It turned out to be Digga. What are you laughing at? Grace asked, noticing the smile at the corner of his mouth. It's nothing, just remembered an animated show, Zhang Yu chuckled, then asked, hello, did you call me for something? Mr. Zhang, I have a bottle of good wine here. Would you like to come in for a drink? Grace said, shaking the wine bottle in her hand. They aren't here. They went downstairs to the duty-free shop to buy things and are going to watch a movie. They won't be back for 2 hours, she added. Wow, she was being so detailed with him. Was she trying to entice him? Zhang Yu's eyes darted around, then he smiled and said, all right, then I won't be polite. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well go in and take a look. Come in. Grace opened the door. Walking into the room, there was a whole wall of glass, with the vast river outside. This was the configuration of a first-class room. There was a view to enjoy. He surveyed the room. The furnishings were complete, high-end, and the area was about 30 to 40 square meters, so the space was quite spacious. There was also a faint fragrance in the room, which was quite pleasant. Zhang Yu admired the scene in the room, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Grace's gaze, which had been secretly watching him. Her eyes were almost sparkling. This made Zhang Yu feel that he had just come from Lu Wanxiao. How long had it been? If he encountered a challenge, could he still bring glory to the country? He couldn't tarnish the international reputation of the national men. He had to pull himself together. Here, Mr. Zhang. Grace picked up a wineglass, poured a drink, and handed it to Zhang Yu. How about you drink first? Zhang Yu took the glass and smiled. What if you poison me? Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang, you are really humorous. Alright, then I'll drink first, Grace said, exhaling like an orchid with a smile. The unique cold white skin of Europeans and Americans made her face appear even more lively. Putting aside the facts, foreign girls indeed have a different charm. They say a fair complexion hides 100 flaws. So if a girl is already beautiful and also fair, her charm deepens even more. Grace raised the glass she poured for herself. Tilting her head, she took a sip. Good, then I can relax. Zhang Yu's words hadn't finished. Suddenly, Grace leaned in and gently pushed him. Zhang Yu found himself sitting on the chair behind him. Then, Grace sat down next to him, looking at him with affectionate eyes. No way. Zhang Yu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Was she this bold? Moreover, Grace had previously said she had no relevant experience. Yet upon seeing him, she became so proactive? It seemed his charm was indeed great. Then Grace leaned in closer. Between her fragrant lips, a mouthful of rich wine was passed over. Men never change. As a child, he liked Digga. Growing up, he still liked Digga. And it was still an automatic Digga. However, Digga was rarely seen in Manhwa, either due to technology. When encountering the real thing, Zhang Yu could only sincerely say I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, this time Grace understood the meaning behind his words. She tossed her golden hair and smiled, saying, It's okay, it's human nature. Unknowingly, the slanting sunset outside gradually disappeared behind the mountains. When night fell, Grace stood up again. When Zhang Yu's consciousness returned to reality, looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but say, Sorry for making your room messy. It's fine, I'll clean it up. Grace smiled. Aren't your two friends coming back soon? Zhang Yu felt a bit awkward at that moment. The wise always tend to think a bit more than usual. It's fine, they're still shopping, Grace said with a smile. The two best friends wouldn't return to the room until they had heard from her. This had been agreed upon before they left. At that moment, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Didn't you say? Zhang Yu was taken aback. I'll go take a look, Grace said, tucking her hair behind her head and tying it up. As she tied her hair, she walked to the door. Her silhouette was graceful, her figure tall. When she reached the door and opened it, she saw two girls standing there. Zhang Yu recognized them. It was Sasha and Pan Yueying. The two of them looked like longtime friends. Zhang Yu, what are you doing here? We asked the security guard and found out you were in this room, they said. Then they looked at Grace and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, you're so beautiful. You both are beautiful too. Over the next few days, we can be friends, Grace replied with a smile. Being first-class passengers made it easier for them to interact. Great! We love making friends with pretty sisters. Sasha and Pan Yueying spoke fluent foreign languages. Zhang Yu had now mastered a universal language proficiency, and their spoken level was already higher than a university's 6th level. Daily conversations posed no problem. However, Zhang Yu felt that everything was a mess. If they got to know each other, with Grace's open personality, would she reveal what had just happened? If it were set face to face, Zhang Yu's reserved nature would feel somewhat exposed. Worrying about something often brings it to fruition. Soon, Sasha asked, By the way, do you know Zhang Yu? How did he end up in your room? Oh, it's like this. There was a problem with the drainage in my room, and I happened to see him and asked for his help. I see. So, is the drainage fixed? Yes, it is, Grace replied with a smile. Alright, then let's go to the deck. I heard there's a concert on the deck tonight. Yay, I heard that too. Let's go now, or we might not get a spot. Grace quickly became good friends with them. Social butterflies meeting social butterflies. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly, telling her online friends that people from the Dragon Country are not cowards. In front of international friends, one must create an absolute home-field atmosphere. After that, Zhang Yu and the three of them went to the deck. The deck of the Tianhe was about 2,000 square meters, roughly the size of a small theater. This was her first time on the deck since boarding. In the night, a cool breeze blew across the river. She could see the river widening, indicating they were approaching the estuary. On the deck, various instruments like drums and pianos were already set up. Zhang Yu noticed several staff members adjusting the equipment. The band had not yet taken the stage. I heard that the Tianhe invites a famous band to perform on board every time, one show a day. This ticket was really worth it. There's even a concert to enjoy. What a top-notch experience this is. I just wonder where today's band is from. Didn't you see the guest room's activity guide? It's the Second-Hand Lily Band. Who is the Second-Hand Lily? I've never heard of them. Are they famous? Many people waiting for the music to start on the deck were asking each other. Some expressed their ignorance and disdain for the band. That's great. It's the second-hand Lily. I love listening to their work, Pan Yueying exclaimed as she pulled Sasha forward. At this moment, the deck was about 70 to 80% full, with some empty seats remaining. Hurry up, if we wait too long, there won't be any seats left. Pan Yuyo and Sasha moved forward to claim their spots. There were hardly any 2-seat tables left, and even fewer 4-seat ones. However, at this moment, the benefits of their stunning looks and great figures became apparent. Many guests, seeing how beautiful they were, willingly moved to give up their seats. Suddenly, there were a few more empty spots. Thank you so much. With their gratitude, those people felt quite pleased, as if they were basking in a spring breeze. Two beauties really do attract attention. The few who gave up their seats thought of themselves as somewhat prominent figures. Seeing Pan Yuyo and Sasha were young, they figured it was a good opportunity to ask for their WeChat. They could go out for abalone or something later. They stepped forward, just about to speak, when they noticed the two had already taken their seats and were waving towards the back. You two, come over. We have seats here. The few who wanted to strike up a conversation looked up and saw a tall, handsome young man smiling as he walked over. He was at least 185 centimeters tall, truly standing out in the crowd. Instantly, they felt a bit ashamed. They were either bald, had beer bellies, or were simply older. In any case, they lacked confidence in their looks. Then they thought, they could still win back some ground with money. Which girl doesn't love money or enjoy spending? Not like money? That just means they haven't given enough. But when they looked closely at the person in front of them, it turned out to be Zhang Yu. All their bravado vanished. Zhang Yu is now a rapidly rising new elite in Jiangcheng, with several listed companies under his name. He had good connections in the city. That bank was his. Moreover, he had a close relationship with the old master Shao from the capital. Such a person, with such status, was practically an invincible hexagonal warrior. They were completely incomparable. We can't compare. I really envy Zhang Yu, he eats so well. I've been in Jiangcheng for 30 years, I've seen all kinds of beauties, but these two really caught my eye. But what good does that do? They might already be Zhang Yu's type. Young people really don't know how to restrain themselves, it's quite painful to watch. They sighed as they spoke. After finishing, they noticed that a blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned foreign girl was following Zhang Yu. She was even taller, at about 175 centimeters, comparable to an international supermodel. She looked very noble, walking with grace and radiating charm. Wow, why is there a foreign girl next to him? I thought she was just someone else passing by. Turns out she has been following Zhang Yu. I saw her when I was eating at the restaurant. He didn't have her with him then, just two female companions. When did their relationship suddenly get so good? Could it be that Zhang Yu likes foreign seafood? Their astonishment rose wave after wave. It's really hard to envy that. The foreign girl's looks fit the Dragon Kingdom's aesthetic, which is rare, and she clearly was one of them. Moreover, her pure, natural whiteness was something almost unseen in the Dragon Kingdom. Wait! At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly noticed something was off. What now? I feel like I've seen that girl somewhere before. I have an impression. No way, which place has such high-quality girls? Don't hog it all. Remember to take me next time. Others chimed in. That girl looks about 20, even younger than your daughter. How do you know her? Where are you all thinking? If I remember correctly, her background is quite significant. She's not someone you can easily provoke. The middle-aged man who recognized Grace widened his eyes in shock. Immediately, he fell into memories of the past and recalled something. Who on earth is it, so mysterious? Just say it already. This is driving us crazy. The people nearby, seeing that he had only spoken halfway, couldn't help but urge him on. If I remember correctly, her identity is a princess of the British royal family. The middle-aged man looked at Grace, confident in his eyes. He would definitely not be mistaken. A royal princess? No wonder her demeanor and attire look so ethereal. No way. I admit Zhang Yu is now a rising star in Jiangcheng, but how does he know a royal princess? Could it be that he will become the prince consort of the princess in the future? If that's true, it would be incredible. It might be a royal marriage. The Foreign Affairs Department would have to take such a person seriously. Zhang Yu is actually so familiar with Princess Grace, his identity is probably far more complex than we see. The people on the ship were all big shots in various fields. Their status was not inferior to Zhang Yu's. However, upon learning that the person standing next to him was actually a princess of the British royal family, they all dared not approach. They felt uncertain. Moreover, seeing Zhang Yu remain calm and composed in front of a princess, who even obediently followed him, left them dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene before. Princess Grace's identity was already awe-inspiring, and Zhang Yu's mysterious background made it even more elusive. Those who originally wanted to curry favor could only watch from a distance, not daring to get too close. Zhang Yu seemed completely unconcerned about the commotion around him. He smiled slightly and said to Grace and the two beside her, Pan Yuyo and Shasha, it seems you have become the focus on the deck tonight, especially Grace. Although Zhang Yu did not yet know her true identity, it would be a matter of minutes to find out using the system. However, Zhang Yu now possessed an extraordinary ability to observe people's micro-expressions and understand their psychology. He could see that the way those people looked at Grace was clearly different. It was enough to indicate that her identity was probably among the strongest in the entire Blue Star. Grace also smiled lightly, her gaze calm. I've long been used to such occasions, I can only pretend not to see. Pan Yuyao then playfully blinked, oh, we just came to listen to music, why bother with so much? Yeah. These people act like they've never seen a beauty before, it's too exaggerated, Shasha also complained. At this moment, on the deck stage, the second-hand Lily band was tuning their instruments, preparing to perform. This band is an all-female group with a total of 8 members. In recent years, they have rapidly gained popularity in Manhwa, winning countless listeners with their unique national style of music. Their fan base across all platforms exceeds 30 million, with 10 million fans on Douyin and 3 million on Bilibili. Their appearance fee has also reached 1 million per performance. At this time, the 8 artists of Secondhand Lily, tall and dressed in long gowns, appeared on stage. The crowd below began to whistle. Zhang Yu relaxedly leaned back in his chair, his gaze directed at the stage, looking very at ease. Just then, a system prompt suddenly rang in Zhang Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a randomly dropped blind box reward. What the heck? How did a random blind box drop at this time? Zhang Yu was slightly taken aback, then a hint of anticipation surged within him. What could be inside this blind box? With curiosity, he silently muttered and opened the blind box. Then, the system's electronic voice announced, Congratulations, host, you have received a blind box reward, 15% shares of the Disney Entertainment Group, becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of the group. What the heck? Is it the Disney I know? Zhang Yu was once again shocked. How long has it been since boarding the ship, and I've already gained equity in a global conglomerate? Although I'm just the 3rd largest shareholder. I'm so scared. Could it be that boarding this ship means entering a bonus reward level? At this rate, will I become the president of the Earth?